This is just an old and worn ancient coin, but it has caused countless people to fight for it, just because each ancient coin represents a golden finger. However, the fusion of the golden finger requires a full 3 days, and if one is killed during this period, the golden finger will be taken away. Moreover, when encountering someone else who also possesses a golden finger, as long as the function of the golden finger is guessed correctly, they will immediately die. At this moment in the divine selection city, after the divine bestowal of the golden finger ended, some young people put on masks to hide themselves, waiting for the random teleportation of the divine selection city, while another group walked outside the divine selection city, seeking protection from their own forces. Half an hour quickly passed, and all the people in the divine selection city disappeared instantly. After a moment of dizziness, I was teleported to a park. I found an inconspicuous corner in the park and walked into it. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a scruffy beard walked out from the corner. After nearly 20 years of planning, it's finally not in vain. I touched my chest with my hand, where there was an ancient coin that only I could see, a symbol that only the chosen ones have. As I walked out of the park disguised as a middle-aged man, I saw some people flying on magical objects in the sky, and others shuttling through the streets like flashes. I knew what these people were looking for. The people from the divine selection city were teleported away not long ago, and these people could be teleported to any place in the divine land. Once the people from those major forces could discover the teleported individuals, they could possibly obtain the golden finger from them. I ignored all of this and hailed a taxi. Inside the taxi, I took out my phone and quickly opened a short video app, as if looking for something. A few minutes later, I looked at the screen in a dilemma, only to see it displaying, if you were given an invincible body like a diamond, but there is a fatal weakness. Once that weakness is hit, you will undoubtedly die. Would you accept it? The reason I was in a dilemma was because my golden finger was quite interesting. Whenever I encounter a choice like if, but, type questions, I can choose whether to obtain the ability or item mentioned in the question. Once per day, the golden fingers in this world are divided into 3 levels, with the third level being item-type golden fingers, and the first level being concept-type golden fingers. Concept-type golden fingers defy logic, are outrageously powerful, and of course, such golden fingers are extremely rare. Based on my judgment, the golden finger I possess is of the first level. After hesitating for a while, I ultimately skipped that video, because while the fatal weakness may be hidden, once facing a comprehensive attack, it is easy to be hit, leading to certain death. No matter how small the probability of certain death is, I would not choose it. So I continued to swipe my phone, and soon I came across another multiple choice question. If someone lies to you once, you will receive $100, but will be in debt of 10 million. Would you agree? When I saw this choice, I immediately used the cheat code without hesitation. This ability may seem ordinary, as it requires others to tell you 100,000 lies in order to earn back 10 million, but I have no regrets at all, because I chose this ability not to make money, but to gain the ability to distinguish truth from lies. This is a conceptual ability. And any conceptual ability is not weak at all. My phone popped up a text message, showing that I owed a loan of 10 million. I decided to test my abilities, so I suddenly looked at the driver and asked, "Do you think I'm handsome?" The driver probably didn't expect me to ask him so suddenly, so he casually replied, "Handsome." As soon as the driver's words fell, a voice came from my phone. Payment wallet received 100 yuan. The taxi quickly arrived in front of a noodle shop. I looked up at the sky, where people were still flying on magical objects. The hunt for the chosen ones had just begun, and the next 3 days would be increasingly serious, especially on the third day when all the chosen ones would be exposed. When I thought of this, I took out my phone and sent a text message, number 76, Wutong Street, Kunzu. I sent this text message to a number without a name. Soon, the other party replied with only 2 words, understood. After reading this message, I immediately deleted all the messages I sent and received. Later, I walked into the shop at 76, Wutong Street next door. I found a corner to sit down, and said to the boss inside, "Boss, give me a large portion of chicken noodles." Then I opened the map on my phone and navigated the distance to Qianzhou. My home is in Qianzhou, over 700 kilometers away. It would take about a whole day to drive there. Soon, the boss brought the large plate of chicken noodles, and I put away my phone and quickly started eating. While I was eating, 2 men in their 30s walked in from outside, wearing uniforms with "Forces Express" printed on them. Forces Express is the largest logistics company in the land of God's continent, covering 9 major continents. It is no exaggeration to say that they can deliver to any place within the 9 continents. The 2 men looked around the store and finally walked towards me. One of them shouted, "Boss, 2 servings of big plate chicken noodles, please hurry up, we're in a rush." By the time they finished speaking, They were already sitting across from my table. The other person threw a jacket with the words "For C's Express Delivery" printed on it to me. "We have an urgent delivery today. After you finish your meal, make a trip to Qianzhou." I took the clothes and looked at the two people, asking, did the boss give any instructions? The boss only said one thing: "This batch of goods must be delivered to Qianzhou before 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Someone there is in a hurry." "Alright, you tell the boss. I will definitely deliver the goods safely and on time. Time is running out, so I'll leave first. You two take your time eating." I quickly finished the remaining mixed noodles in the plate, put on the clothes with "For C's Express" printed on them, and walked out of the noodle shop. A special 4 C's Express delivery car was parked in front of the noodle shop, and he pulled open the passenger door and got in. The car then drove off. All of this without attracting anyone's attention, because scenes like this are so common. And it's a well-known fact that the employees of 4 C's Express love to eat big plates of chicken with noodles. After Song Tianli got into the car, he only spoke to the driver. "I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a nap. If you get tired, remember to yell for me." With those words, he put down the recliner and began to huff and puff. It had been a while, and he was indeed tired enough to get some rest and relaxation. The driver also ignored Song Tianli and drove himself forward. Song Tianli fell asleep, did not know. As time passes, more and more 4 C's Express car converged together. In the beginning, they were the only ones. In less than half an hour, it reached 7, and this car of theirs, in the very center of all the cars. Chapter 4: First Encounter with the Chosen One. 7 almost identical vans driving down the highway is still quite a sight. However, when the crowd looked at the words on it, they thought nothing of it. Traveling in a fleet of vehicles couldn't be more normal for 4 C's Express. Only, as they traveled to the highway intersection, they were stopped by a bunch of cops. Song Tianli also woke up at this time. "Officers, do you have anything to do with stopping my 4 C's Express delivery car?" At this time, at the very front of the convoy, a man in his 50s got down from the car and asked, "Everyone, a psychopathic murderer has appeared in our Kunzu and is now on the run. We've been ordered to block off various intersections for a routine check, and we ask for your cooperation. Please take out all of your ID cards and work permits." A police officer in the lead said as he looked at the crowd. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli smiled inwardly. What a shitload of psychopathic murderers. It must be these people looking for the Chosen One. After all, many of the Chosen are randomly transported, and Kunzoku just might show up. Although they knew this, they had to cooperate in the face of police questioning. The police represent the officialdom of God's country. So, all of the people on the 4 C's Express bus, all of them stepped out of the bus and took out their credentials. Song Tianli is no exception. He dared to dress up as he is now. So naturally he had already prepared for everything. ID, work permit, everything. After looking at the papers, the officers were ready to leave. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud boom suddenly came from the distance. The crowd sniffed as a car exploded right out of the sky. The moment the explosion rang out, a silhouette sped off into the distance. He was extremely fast, like a phantom. Perverted murderer. Seeing this scene, the police officer in front of Song Tianli and the others yelled out. At that moment, the two of them flashed and instantly rose up in the air. This cop isn't weak. He's opened at least 2 divine treasures. Seeing the police's movements, an employee of 4 C's Express Delivery said, "It's not really sure if they're cops or not." Another employee said. Song Tianli didn't speak, but quietly stared at the figure in the distance. According to his guess, it was very likely that the figure was a chosen one. All the chosen of God are in competition. Song Tianchi wanted to see what this chosen one of God actually had the ability to do. When the time comes, you'll be prepared in case you run into one. The chosen one who was surrounded was currently standing on top of the roof of a car. That's when he realized he was actually surrounded. He wasn't too nervous about that. Only a large amount of white smoke emerged from his body as he crossed his arms, enveloping him. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from the white smoke and sped towards the east. The policeman rushed after them. Soon enough, the chosen one was caught up. When the police grabbed the chosen one's arm and tried to tackle him, suddenly the chosen one's body turned into a white smoke. No good. It's a fake. Right at this moment, there was another figure that rushed out from the white smoke, heading towards the southeast. Numerous police officers gave chase again in a southeasterly direction. Only, these police officers were just halfway through the chase when silhouettes rushed out one after another in the white smoke. In the blink of an eye, they were all densely packed, hundreds of them. These identical silhouettes were so dazzling that it was impossible to tell which one was the true body of the chosen of God. Good fellow. The art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. Song Tianli marveled in his heart. He saw that there were a few detachments that actually sped towards the direction he was in. Kill them all. Facing such a situation, the police officer in charge shouted loudly. Immediately, all of the police officers, either using their matching guns or feats of strength, attacked the many detachments of the chosen one of God. Pooh pooh pooh. All the doppelgangers that were attacked all turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Only, at this time, not only did the doppelganger disappear, even the real body disappeared. This made everyone, all of them, frown, because none of them had seen exactly how this chosen one had disappeared. Sure enough, none of the chosen of God are good to deal with, Song Tinley said silently in his heart. To say that the most special thing about the chosen of God was not the powerful strength, but the 1001 strange undercurrents. Trying to kill or capture a chosen one was no easy task. If the realms were equal, then only the chosen of God could deal with the chosen of God. The others, only to be wildly abused. Everyone spread out and looked carefully. The police officer in charge shouted. He could be sure that the chosen one hadn't fled, but was hiding right in the middle of the crowd. However, there was a huge crowd here, and it was not an easy task to find the chosen one from among the hidden people. Officer, we're still in a hurry? It's taking too long to line up here. Isn't it? That is, if you can't catch anyone, are you just going to keep us here? Maybe people just escaped a long time ago. Officers, you're a bit incompetent. People are running away under your noses. For a moment, all the people blocked at the highway intersection shouted. There is no shortage of people with power and background. In the face of these people, these police officers really didn't dare to keep blocking them. Those who have just checked their IDs can leave first. In desperation, the police officer in charge could only say so. When they heard him say that, those who could leave cheered and got into their respective cars. During this time, the police officer in charge stared unblinkingly at the men, looking for suspicious persons, but there was nothing to be found. Song Tinley and the others also got into the car separately. The fleet of 4C's express vehicle stopped as they passed through a service area. What's the matter? Want to refuel? Song Tinley asked this time. There's an extra uninvited guest in the convoy. Li Chang replied. Li Chang was the driver in the same car as Song Tinley, also the squad leader of this convoy. Hearing this, Song Tinley's eyes lit up. It's him? The first thing that came to his mind was the chosen one from earlier. He hadn't thought that so soon. He would have to cross paths with the chosen of God. Come out. Do you still need us to do it? After getting out of the car, Li Chang kicked the bottom of the car with his foot and said. A few seconds after his words fell, a figure got out from under the car. A few of you are so strong. I hid so deeply, but I didn't expect that I was still discovered by you guys. That chosen of God said. Then, do you think that you can escape from a few of us? Li Chang asked again. Before he said that, several other employees of 4C's Express Delivery had already surrounded that God's chosen person in the midst of them. Chapter 5 Naruto skills shine into reality. Facing Li Chang's encirclement of them, that chosen of God's face became extremely ugly, because he was able to sense that these people were much stronger than the police officers. He really wasn't sure that he would be able to escape from being surrounded by so many people. He had taken advantage of the chaos to hide in the caravan in the first place, thinking that he could leave unnoticed. The result was a fall from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. If you all have any conditions, just ask. How can I be let go? That chosen of God looked at a few people and asked. As long as he could leave today, any condition, he could agree to. As a chosen of God, what he needed most right now was to have enough time to develop obscenely. What's your name? At this time, Song Tinley stepped forward and asked. Li Ziki, the chosen one said. One can't have a man without a vest. Payment wallet arrives at $100. As soon as the chosen one's words fell, the headphones worn on Song Tinley's ears rang with a cell phone beep. What's your name? He asked again. Lying in front of him would be kind of ridiculous. Li Ziki, payment wallet arrives at $100. I'll ask you one last time. What's your name? Song Tinley asked again. Yi Fan. Seeing Song Tinley's serious eyes, the divine chosen changed his name. Payment wallet arrives at $100. If you really don't want to talk about it, then forget it. We don't necessarily want to know what your name is. Seeing Song Tinley's expression, the chosen one of God knew that the other party had a way of determining whether he was lying or not. My name is Aberdeen. When the divine chosen spoke the name out, Song Tinley almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. His first thought was that the name must be another vest. However, what he didn't expect was that the cell phone beep didn't ring. In other words, the other person's name is really Aberdeen. Why don't you call it Kishimoto? Sung Tenri spat inwardly. The name Kishimoto may not be familiar to the people of God's own country, but the secondary fans of the people of the Blue Planet couldn't be more familiar. That's right, Song Tinley is actually a shameless traveler. However, he wasn't a turtle dove kind of traveler, but one who had traveled directly into his mother's womb. It's been 20 years since then. The reason why he seemed so subdued when he faced divine providence That's because, ever since he heard about the Chosen One, he's been making preparations, enough to prepare for more than a decade, and having done a double take, if one could also become a Chosen One, then naturally everything would be fine. If he can't be the Chosen One, then he will be the hunter. He would use his preparations of the past 10 years to hunt down one, if not more, Chosen Ones. He knew all too well how powerful the person with the golden finger was. Are you a chosen of God? Song Tianli asked again. No. At this point, Aberdeen denied without even thinking about it. Payment wallet arrives at $100. Hearing the cell phone beep, Song Tianli's mouth smiled slightly. He didn't pursue the question any further, as the beep was already able to identify the other party. Brother Li, I'm done asking. Song Tianli turned his head to Li Chang at this time. You want to leave? It's simple. Become one of our 4 Cs. Although Song Tianli didn't say anything, Li Chang was able to understand in Ben's identity through his expression. For a divine chosen, if one could take them under their wing, the benefits would naturally be unquestionable. I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of being a dog for others, Aberdeen said, and a large amount of white smoke came out around his body again. In the next second, just like before, countless doppelgangers rushed out from the white smoke and sped around. In response, Li Chang didn't even lift his eyes. An employee of the 4 Cs next to him waved his palm, and countless thin golden threads spurted out. These thin golden threads turned into a large net, enveloping all of Inoto's detachments. When Yasumoto's doppelganger touched the golden net, it instantly turned into white smoke and disappeared, and the remaining momentum of the golden net continued to shrink towards Ben. Seeing this scene, Yasumoto was instantly shocked. He hadn't expected that his move would be so easily neutralized. Seeing that the golden net was about to completely envelop him, he hurriedly clasped his hands in front of his chest. Bang! In the next second, his figure disappeared. In its place, a trash can, and Yasumoto's figure appeared 20 meters away from where he was just now. This is the substitution technique. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli's eyes gave a lurch. If it was just a mere substitution technique, he wouldn't think anything of it. After all, the Divine Land was originally a world dominated by cultivation. Having a wide variety of skills is considered normal. However, the Yasumoto from before had used a technique similar to the multiple shadow splitting technique. The combination of these two skills had to remind him of a possibility. The skills of Naruto have come to life. This, of course, he couldn't confirm 100%. He needs to be observed again. After appearing 20 meters away, and Ben hurriedly increased his speed to the extreme and sped off into the distance. In a head-on confrontation, he was definitely no match for these people from the 4 Cs. The only thing left to do was to perform a means of escape. He wasn't slow, but the people of the 4 Cs, they were faster. One of the employees, whose body suddenly split into 6, instantly blocked Aberdeen's path. Faced with this situation, Yasumoto placed the fingers of his right hand in front of his mouth, and instantly, a huge fireball erupted from his mouth. The art of magnificent fireball, Song Tianli said hurriedly in his heart. He was now certain that Inoto's golden finger was to materialize the skills within Naruto. 1 or 2 skills are a coincidence, but when a third comes along, it can't be a coincidence anymore. Thinking of this, Song Tianli suddenly reached out his hand and touched his chest. At his chest position, there was a black ancient coin. This ancient coin had a portrait of none other than Song Tianli himself on it. Every chosen one of God has one of these objects. It is a symbol of the identity of the chosen one. The object is called the divine ruler coin. When a chosen one guesses another chosen one's golden finger, they can use the divine ruler coin to unleash the divine ruler table. Once the divine torture table was activated, it would envelop the 2 divine chosen in it and perform divine torture. When Goldfinger is guessed correctly, then the chosen one dies. Thus, they are stripped of their status as the chosen of God. The chosen one who guesses the golden finger correctly will receive the golden finger of the dead chosen one. Thus, having 2 gold fingers. For the chosen one, the golden handshake is stackable and has no upper limit, but guessing wrong will be extremely costly. Minor injuries can lead to serious injury or death. Chapter 6, The First Invitation to the Divine Judge. It was for this reason that the Divine Chosen would not unleash the Divine Ruling Table until they were 100% sure. Because all the chosen ones, they're the old 6. One by one, the hiding is extraordinarily deep. Maybe, what you see is what someone else wants you to see. Guessing someone's golden handshake by what they've shown is likely to fall into a trap. But Song Tianli could be sure at this time that Yasumoto's golden finger was to materialize the skills from Naruto. Because they, the chosen of God, had just come out of the chosen city, they hadn't had enough time to develop obscenely. And now we are at the stage of fighting for our lives. And then hide it, that is not looking for death. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. He was torn between activating the divine ruling table or not, because he hadn't performed divine ruling either. He didn't know what would happen once he activated the divine ruling table. He was worried about moving too much and exposing himself. Killing the enemy, of course, was important, but preserving oneself was even more kingly. After thinking about it, he decided to wait. If these few employees of the Four Seas were able to kill Yasumoto, then there would be no need for him to make a move. By this time, Aberdeen had really started to put up a fight. All sorts of skills that Song Tianli was familiar with were constantly being performed by Ben. It was just that, probably because the time that Inoto had gotten the golden finger was too short, the skills that he had cast were not very powerful. He had, by this time, been cornered by a few of Four Seas employees. At this moment, he was panting as he looked at the several employees of Four Seas who were getting closer and closer, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He also has a powerful skill that, once performed, is sure to get him out of trouble. It was just that this skill was too powerful, and he was only in the initial stages of mastering it, so he was afraid that once he performed it poorly, he would bring danger to himself. He didn't want to do that until it was absolutely necessary. But now, there's no way around it. He was seen pulling out a black round piece of iron from his pocket, which had a black mark on it. This is the Flying Thunder God seal. When Song Tianli saw the seal on top of the iron piece, he instantly understood what the other party was trying to do. This round piece of iron could fly a long way if thrown with force. This way, once he successfully executed the Flying Thunder God, he would be able to easily escape from the crowd. Thinking of this, Song Tianli slashed his palm from his chest, and instantly the divine ruling coin appeared in his hand. He threw it at Aberdeen. Invite God to judge. He mouthed the words. In the next second, the divine ruler coin erupted in the air with two beams of blinding light that only Song Tianli and Yasumoto could see. Soon enough, the two beams of light enveloped the two. The two men were in a trance for a moment before their consciousness left their bodies. When the two opened their eyes, they realized that they appeared on top of the palm of a giant statue. Song Tianli clearly felt that his body was unable to move, as if he was tied up with 5 flowers on top of a tiger bench. How dare you unleash the divine ruling table? And Ben looked at Song Tianli with an incredulous look. He looked closely at Song Tianli's appearance and realized that he didn't recognize him. I don't know where he came from, but he directly unleashed the divine ruler's table. Sorry, you're game over, Song Tianli said indifferently. The two of them couldn't move their bodies, but they could talk. Game over? Are you sure you can tell what my golden handshake is? Aberdeen said in a dismissive tone. He had checked before, but there was no Naruto in God's own country. There was no way Song Tianli could know what his golden finger was. The divine ruling begins. Please tell what his golden touch is? At this moment, the huge statue spoke. His words were naturally addressed to Song Tianli, as he was the one who had unleashed the divine ruling stage. Visualize the skills in Naruto. Possessing the skills of the characters in Naruto. Song Tianli was afraid that he could not express himself clearly in one sentence, and purposely told it in another way. In fact, at the moment, he was quite nervous, for, though he had a great deal of certainty within him, he did not know whether he could express himself in this way or not. If it doesn't work, he's the one who's screwed. And Ben's face instantly turned ashen when he heard Song Tianli say that. How could you possibly know that? He asked in an incredulous tone. Correct guess. Divine ruler activated. Goldfinger stripped, the idol said. Ah, the next second, Aberdeen let out a scream. Immediately afterward, the divine ruling coins on his body flew out from his body and flew towards Song Tianli. At this time, Song Tianli realized that he could move. He reached out and took Aberdeen's divine ruler coin in his hand. In this instant, he was once again in a trance, and it felt as if he was falling rapidly down from a high place. Song Tianli in the service area seemed like a sleeping person having a nightmare and hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw that Yasumoto, who had been preparing to unleash the Flying Thunder God, suddenly fell down with his eyes lifeless. That period of time just now on top of the divine ruler's table, in reality, was only 3 seconds at most. As Song Tianli said this, he glanced down at his palm. He realized that there was an additional divine ruling coin in his palm. I won the bet. From now on, I will have 2 golden fingers, Song Tianli said with a bit of excitement. He admitted that there was an element of gambling in his previous launch of the divine ruling table. Happily, he gambled right. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble that the car turns into a Land Rover. Now he has a single bike to a motorcycle. And nothing earth-shattering happened during this period. It couldn't have been better for Song Tianli. Inoto's sudden collapse, which caused the Four Seas employees who were fighting him to be startled and hastily retreat a few meters. They thought Aberdeen was getting ready to unleash some big move. After all, they could have seen just now that Inoto had taken something out of his arms that seemed to be very powerful. He's dead. At that moment, A man stepped forward to check Inoto's breath and turned his head to the others. How come he died for good reason? The other man asked suspiciously. Clean up. Let's hurry and leave. Li Chang said hurriedly at this time. The fact that Aberdeen was the chosen one was only known to a few of them though, but the battle just now had made many people notice. In the event that someone with a heart of gold discovers Anban's identity, it would be a great trouble for them. 2. In the 4 Seas, Goldfinger, after all, is too tempting. So, the people of the 4 Seas cleaned up the battlefield, as well as Aberdeen's body, as fast as they could, and left the service area. Next, they traveled all the way south in the direction of Qianzhou. During this time, Song Tianli had his eyes closed and looked to be sleeping. In fact, he was working on his newly acquired Goldfinger. Chapter 7, The Rank of Goldfinger. Song Tianli was still quite interested in the skills of the characters within Naruto, especially the art of multiplication. After some research, he realized that while he could have the skills of these characters right now, they were not unlimited. Depending on the realm of the chosen one, there are different abilities that can be materialized. For example, the multiple shadow doppelganger technique that Yasumoto had used before. To open a divine deposit, you can only split 10 bilocations at a time. Opening 2 divine treasures can split 100 bilocations at a time. Opening 3 divine treasures can split 200 bilocations at a time. Opening 4 divine treasures can split 500 bilocations at a time. Open the 5 divine treasures, and you can split 1,000 bilocations at a time. The path of cultivation in the divine land has only one sentence: condense the divine essence, enlighten the 5 Tibetans, gather the 6 mansions, and step on the path of the gods. The meaning is also very simple. After condensing the divine element, opening the 5 divine reservoirs in the human body, and condensing the 6 chi mansions in the body, one is qualified to embark on the road to becoming a god. For each divine deposit that was opened, 3 layers of shackles needed to be broken. So the 5 divine deposit realms were further categorized into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. This golden finger is very good. It can definitely be considered a second-class golden finger. Song Tianli said silently inwardly. The chosen one's golden handshake is not all the same. The people of the divine kingdom have divided these golden handshakes, in total, into 3 classes. The third class, for the item class, is Goldfinger. For example, a sword, a tower, a monument, a tripod. The second class, for the logic category, is Goldfinger. There is no specific point to this type of Goldfinger. As long as it is logical, it could be a Goldfinger. The first class, for the conceptual type of Goldfinger. Conceptual Goldfinger is illogical and sometimes outrageously powerful. These types of Goldfingers, of course, are exceptionally rare. From today on, I'll be a pretender. He. Song Tianli's face broke into a grin that reeked of an old six. For the rest of the way, there were no words. The fleet of 4 Seas Express delivery arrived in Qianzhou smoothly at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Everyone, hard work. The one who came to greet the crowd was a man with a big belly who looked a bit naive. This person's name was Qian Shang, and he was the general manager of 4 Seas Express delivery. No hard work, just doing my job. Mr. Qian, since the goods have been delivered safely, I'll go home and rest first. Song Tianli stepped forward at this time and said to Qian Shang. Not many people knew exactly what he meant by goods. Good. I'll give you guys a bonus tomorrow, Qian Shang said with a smile on his face. Afterward, Song Tianli gave him a slight nod and turned to leave. He called a cab and headed for his house. It all seemed so sparse that it didn't attract anyone's attention. Song Tianli's home is in a small bungalow courtyard in the old city of Qianzhou waiting to be demolished. When he got out of the car, he didn't go straight home, but walked into a pine forest. 10 minutes later, a young face came out from the other side of the pine forest. Song Tianli regained his original form. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Song Tianli shouted after walking into the small courtyard of his family's bungalow. However, there was no response from the house. Regarding this scene, it was as if Song Tianli had expected it. He looked around warily for a moment, then entered his room. Multiple shadow split technique. He then split off a doppelganger, and his essence came into the closet in the room. In the middle of the closet, with only 2 pieces of clothing hanging, he gently tugged on the hook. At once, the base of the closet, under his feet, began to fall downward. Eventually Song Tianli arrived in a passageway. He passed through the passageway to a room in the small courtyard next to him. From this room, one could just about see every move in their yard. He leaned over the window for a few moments and realized that no one was indeed following him, and inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. As the old saying goes, a sly rabbit has 3 holes. Song Tianli wouldn't let himself be caught in a jar. There were quite a few people who knew about their home, but there were not many who knew about this secret base of theirs. Dang. Just at this moment, Suddenly the courtyard door of Song Tianli's house was knocked on. He hurriedly looked through the glass and saw that it was one of his neighbors. What his first name was, Song Tianli couldn't quite remember, but he remembered that the other party's nickname was Iron Head. It's not really accurate for the two of them to say they're neighbors, as the two sides are only known to exist and are not on much of a relationship. Moreover, the yards where the two families live are hundreds of meters apart. Bureau of Song Tianli. No. This Iron Head is a small gangster, bullying men and women, stealing chickens and dogs, do everything. Not a very good reputation in this part of the world. Song Tianli didn't know what the other party had come to see him for, so his doppelganger walked out of the house and opened the courtyard gate. Something wrong? Song Tianli asked with an expressionless face. Something good. Something heavenly. Let's talk inside, Iron Head said, and walked into the courtyard on his own. Song Tianli frowned, but didn't stop. He wanted to see what this Iron Head was going to do. Tell me straight what's going on. After coming to the courtyard and sitting down, Song Tianli said, do you know the Song family? One of our three great families in Qianzhou? Speaking of which, it's still in the same family as you, Iron Head asked. I've heard that. What happened to the Song family? Song Tianli asked with a puzzled expression. According to the reliable information I've received, the young master of the Song family, Song 13, will face the entire Qianzhou 2 days from now to recruit doglegs. As long as we can be chosen, we'll be rewarded $1 million on the spot, and from now on, we'll be able to eat and drink. Moreover, with the Song family's wealth, in the future, if young Master Song casually rewards us with a little, it will be enough to feed and clothe us for the rest of our lives. The two of us will go together when the time comes so that we can take care of each other, Iron Head said as he looked at Song Tianli. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli's brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he was frowning because of the Song family's young master's strange behavior, but given his relationship with Iron Head, there was no need for the other party to drag him into something like this. They're not that close. That's fine. I happen to want to go find a job. Song Tianli agreed with his mouth. That's fine. We'll go together then. By the way, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? I came to look for you twice and you weren't home, Iron Head asked casually. Forsee's Express Delivery had a job that was quite urgent, so I went to work for 2 days. Song Tianli replied. Why don't I think so? You've been absent for the past 2 days. You couldn't have traveled to God's chosen city, could you? Tianli, tell me the truth. Have you become a high and mighty chosen one of God? Iron Head asked in a careless tone. Sure enough, things aren't that simple, Song Tianli said silently in his heart when he heard this. He knew that Iron Head definitely wouldn't come to him just because of the Song family's young master recruiting a dog's leg. Chapter 8 3 Kingdoms Card Skills. Do you think someone like me can become a chosen one? This kind of good thing that goes against the grain. How can it be my turn? There's no smoke coming out of our family's ancestral grave, Song Tianli said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. The birth of the chosen of God has always been without any pattern. It could be anyone. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that you happen to be away for the past 2 days? Iron Head asked with a smirk. No coincidence. If I do become a chosen one, there's no way I'm coming back here. I should find a place to hide in a hurry to save myself from being discovered, Song Tianli explained. When you put it that way, it's true. I'll leave then. We'll apply for the job together at the Song family in 3 days. With that, Iron Head stood up and prepared to leave. However, his body, which had just turned away, turned back the next second. By the way, meanwhile, something else was going to come out of his mouth. What Song Tianli didn't expect was that Iron Head had a dagger in his hand, instantly slashing across his neck. You, why? Song Tianli asked in an incredulous tone as he covered his neck. You make a good point, but I don't believe it. Based on my observations over the past few days, I'm guessing there's a chance you're the chosen one. If I kill you, I'll get the golden finger and thus change my destiny against the heavens. It doesn't matter even if you're not. Killing someone for the chance to get the golden handshake is nothing. Iron Head looked at Song Tianli, who was covering his neck, and a trace of madness flashed across his face. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he was willing to kill Song Tianli to try. Once the guess was correct, then he would truly be going against the grain. Only, just as he finished saying this, Song Tianli, who was covering his neck in front of him, suddenly turned into a white smoke. At the same time, a dagger came from behind Iron Head and plunged into his heart. You're good at guessing, aren't you? It's just that, if you guess right, you won't die. It was accompanied by an icy voice. You. Iron Head still wanted to say something, but the vitality in his body was getting weaker and weaker, and he didn't have the strength to finish the rest of his words. With that, Iron Head slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the dead Iron Head, Song Tianli's face was devoid of any expression. It wasn't his first time killing, and in the last 20 years, the deaths at his hands had been in the double digits. So, he doesn't have any psychological burden. Although there was technology in the divine land, it was, after all, based on cultivation, so it couldn't be as peaceful as the blue planet. It's always been the underdog here. If you don't kill someone else might kill you. After killing Iron Head, Song Tianli very skillfully took out some potions and dripped them on top of the other party's corpse. Quickly, the body burned. In a matter of seconds, Iron Head's body disappeared without a trace. As an oldest of the oldest six, Song Tianli deeply understood a truth. After you kill someone, you must destroy the body. Otherwise, it would be easy for some people with special abilities to follow the trail and find themselves. After destroying the body, Song Tianli didn't just end it. He once again used the multiple shadow split technique to manifest a doppelganger, and then had the doppelganger use the transformation technique to take on the appearance of Iron Head. He wondered if anyone had seen Iron Head come to the middle of his family's small yard. In case someone saw it, then wouldn't it be easy to get yourself in trouble when you saw that the Iron Head had an in and out? Therefore, he made his doppelganger take the form of Iron Head, walked out of the courtyard, and headed in the direction of Iron Head's house. Along the way, the doppelganger also deliberately passed by a few crowded places so that everyone else could see his presence. Finally, after waiting until a place where no one was around, he undid the diversion. In this way, no one will be able to connect Ironhead's disappearance to him. This golden finger came at the right time. Otherwise, it would have been a bit of a hassle to deal with. Song Tianli whispered. After returning to his room, he swiped his phone again. Today was the second day, and he had one more ability choice to make. It's just that such if but multiple choice questions are not so easy to come across. Sometimes it was hard to come across them, and their abilities, or side effects, were unacceptable to Song Tianli. For example, a multiple choice question like this. If you are given $1 billion, but there will be a snail that will hunt you forever, refreshing the location at 12 o'clock every day, randomly appearing in any place, and once touched by the snail, you will die. Faced with such a multiple choice question, Song Tianli could only choose to give up. $1 billion was certainly coveted, but this certain death was not what he wanted. Although the chances were very small, Song Tianli, as a veteran old six, was naturally not willing to take any chances at all. What if he was unlucky and that snail randomly refreshed in his face one day? Wouldn't that be cool on its own? He now possessed a golden finger. Earning $1 billion should not be difficult. There was no need to take this risk. Thus, Song Tianli could only continue to brush and brush, looking for multiple choice questions. Finally, an hour later, his eyes lit up. If you are allowed to have the skills in the three kingdoms, but need to be in debt of $100 million, and if you can't pay it back within a month, you will die. Are you willing? For this multiple choice question, Song Tianli chose willingly without hesitation. He knew the skills in three kingdoms kill. There were so many very interesting but extremely powerful skills. With Song Tianli's choice, he had an additional deck of skill cards in his hand. He spread out the skill cards and looked at them for a moment, realizing they weren't too far off from what he knew. For example, base cards, kill, thunder kill, fire kill, flash, peach, wine. Weapon cards, Juga crossbow, Qinglong crescent blade, Qinglong sword, Fangtian painted halberd. Horse license, +1 horse speed, +2 horse speed, -1 speed, -2 speed. Defense cards, in King shield, vine armor, silver lion. The brocade cards, take the hand, cross the river, be impeccable, kill with a borrowed knife, make something out of nothing. When Song Tianli saw these skills, he simply burst out laughing. These skills are fantastic to use against enemies and to save your life. With these skill cards, tomorrow, even if his identity as a chosen of God was revealed, he wouldn't be in too much of a mess. Tenri, we're back. Just then, there was the sound of a door opening outside, and a man's voice talking. Hearing this voice, Song Tianli put away his deck and walked out. The people who entered the door were a middle-aged man and woman who looked ordinary and proper. These are Song Tianli's parents, Song Qian and Yang Jie. Dad, Mom, did you guys just get off work? Song Tianli went up and asked. They had a strange rule in their house that whoever came back, whether there was anyone in the house or not, had to shout when they entered. For example, when Song Tianli came back earlier, he shouted, Mom and Dad, I'm home, and his parents would shout, Tianli, I'm home. This rule was set by Song Tianli. Chapter 9. The identity of the Chosen One is revealed. Song Tianli had begun to plot long after he had crossed over and learned about the Chosen of God. This strange rule is to differentiate between those who come back, and those who are not their family. In case someone is pretending to be someone else, you'll be able to tell the difference at first glance. Did you guys just get off work? That, too, was a tentative remark. Got off work early. Ran into your Uncle Wang on the way and chatted for a while. Song Qian replied. Hearing this answer, Song Tianli nodded and returned to the house with his parents. As long as the words Uncle Wang were mentioned in the speech, it meant it was true. I'll go cook, Song Tianli's mother, Yang Jia, said and walked towards the kitchen. 40 minutes later, the three of them were watching TV and eating their meals. During that time, not a single person spoke. Song Tianli's parents also didn't ask him how his harvest was this time and whether he had become a chosen of God. Tianli, what are you going to do next? When they finished eating, Song Qian asked. The Song family, one of the three great families, is hiring in a couple days, and I'm planning on applying. Make some money and subsidize the family. That's fine. Something has to be done. This concludes the conversation between father and son. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely feel that Song Tianli and his family were all a bit strange. Their exchanges with each other give a nod to the other. This is a situation that, by definition, should not exist between a father and a son. There might be guests coming tomorrow, so you and mom should take a day off and entertain the guests. Song Tianli suddenly said at this time. Good. Song Qian nodded, and after that, Song Tianli returned to his room. The exchange between father and son ended completely at that point. During the night, Song Tianli didn't sleep, but stayed in the middle of his secret base and cultivated. He has been for the last 20 years. When you can practice, you never slack off. The land of the gods is a world of the weak and the strong. Although the golden finger is important and powerful, however, the most important thing is still its own strength. If one's own cultivation was strong enough, even without a golden finger, one could still stand tall. Soon the time came to 12 o'clock in the night. When the clock struck 12, Song Tianli suddenly felt that where his chest was, the divine coin of sanctification became hot. No good. The final test is coming. On the third day of departure from the chosen city, all the chosen are exposed. Only after you've broken through this level can you truly have the golden handshake. It's just that Song Tianli didn't expect to be exposed past 12 o'clock on the dot. Thinking of this, Song Tianli's figure flickered and hurriedly appeared inside the courtyard before taking out a cloud-piercing arrow. Swoosh! Snap! Very quickly, the cloud-piercing arrow rose into the air, creating a grand sparkling firework in the air. The fireworks formed the appearance of a mask, and it was beautiful. At this moment, many people were awakened from their sleep. An arrow through the clouds. 1,000 armies come to meet. Only, where Song Tianli was, nothing happened. He hurried away from the house and sped off into the distance. He was as fast as a phantom, but he still felt slow. So, with a flip of his palm, he brought out a 3 Kingdoms horse card. Speed +1, he said, slapping the horse tag on himself. Instantly, his speed doubled. Speed +1 is to double your speed, and speed +2 is to triple your speed. In the midst of running, Song Tianli felt that his chest area was getting hotter and hotter. In the next second, a 7-colored haze suddenly flew out from the divine ruling coin at his chest. The 7-colored haze rose up into the sky, towering over the clouds and exceeding 2 meters in diameter. Not to mention the people around here. Even the entire Qianzhou could see it if they raised their heads. Of course, scenarios like this were not only on Song Tianli. The entire divine land above, all the chosen of God, was like this. To say that the previous Goldfinger fight was only a minor one, it is now that the real tussle begins. Because now the locations of all the chosen of God were all exposed. Many people from many forces, waiting for this moment, were also waiting for this moment. Not to mention other places, there were many people in the middle of Qianzhou, heading in the direction where Song Tianli was. None of them revealed their identities, clear of their night clothes, not even their eyes showing. Song Tianli used the transformation technique as he sped forward. He couldn't let his likeness be exposed. Otherwise, even if he escaped this time, once his appearance was memorized, he would easily be counted in the future. That was why he was in a hurry to get away from the small compound he was currently living in. Just didn't want anyone with an eye on him to see where he appeared from. The 7-colored haze on Song Tianli's body was simply too obvious. Hundreds or thousands of times more dazzling than a bright light in the middle of the dark night. So, very quickly, someone in imperial flight appeared above him. And more than one person. Kill. Immediately, one person let out a soft cry and came towards Song Tianli. Faced with this situation, Song Tianli also knew that he couldn't escape. So instead of sprinting forward, he stopped and prepared to face the enemy. Since there was nowhere to run, there was no choice but to fight. Very quickly, a person appeared above Song Tianli's head and chopped down with a sword. This sword was loud enough to open mountains and break rocks. Ran Wang's shield. In the face of this sword, Song Tianli took out a defense card from the 3 Kingdoms and threw it out. At once, the card transformed into having an immense black shield in front of him, blocking him. Boom! The sword above his head landed on top of the shield with a loud boom. The benevolent king's shield showed no signs of shattering, while the one who had launched the attack was bounced out tens of meters. His body stumbled and twisted in the air several times before he stabilized. However, very quickly, the Ranwang shield dissipated as well. These cards are one-time items that disappear after being used once. Hand over the golden finger and I can spare your life. At this time, above Song Tianli's head, he was already surrounded by dozens of men in black. Every one of them can fly imperiously. And above the ground, there were people who were constantly speeding in that direction. You couldn't know better what this golden finger represents. It's not impossible to want me to hand over my gold finger. I want $10 billion. Song Tianli said, stretching out a finger. 10 billion is fine. However, you have to give me the golden finger first. The black-clothed man in the lead said, 10 billion is nothing compared to Goldfinger. As long as he was able to obtain the golden finger, not to mention $10 billion, even if it was $20 billion, he was willing to pay. However, he didn't know that Song Tianli was just saying so and really had this idea. However, he was willing to deal with Song Tianli. Anyway, in his opinion, Song Tianli was now a turtle in a jar. Chapter 10 Card Stiffen the Man in Black. There is no such thing. Pay with one hand, deliver with the other. This is the rule of the Jianghu. Song Tianli said. He was stalling for time at this time, as the seven-colored haze on his body only lasted for 3 minutes. For those 3 minutes he was like the sun in the middle of the night. There was nowhere to hide. As long as he could survive the 3 minutes, then he could find a way to, well, hide himself. I have the money, but for a moment, I simply can't get that much. If you hand over the golden finger to me first, I will definitely give you $10 billion with both hands after dawn. The black-clothed man in the lead said. Asking you to come up with $10 billion at once does seem a bit strong. Let's do it this way. Give $1 billion deposit first, and the rest will arrive tomorrow. How? Song Tianli said in a seemingly reasonable manner. That's fine. Give me your account. The black-clothed man in the lead agreed without even thinking about it. Once we can know Song Tianli's bank account, then we can follow the trail and know his identity. Once we know who he is, it won't be hard to put him in his place. Here, Song Tianli said, flinging out a piece of paper with a bank card number and name written on it. Of course, the name on it wasn't him. Being an oldest of the oldest sixes, it's naturally impossible to use a real vest. He has many more bank card numbers like this one. The deposit will be here soon. Can you hand over the golden finger to me now? The black-clothed man in the lead said. I haven't gotten the text alert yet. I repeat, the deposit is due immediately. Now hand me Goldfinger at once. I said I haven't gotten a text alert yet? You want to backtrack? Then don't blame me. Kill. The black-clothed man in the lead didn't dawdle any longer and once again killed towards Song Tianli. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Only 1 minute and 15 seconds away. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. At the same time, a Zhuge crossbow appeared in his hand. He took aim at the many men in black and just pulled the trigger. Shoo shoo shoo. At that instant, countless arrow feathers glittering with cold light were headed towards the many black-clothed men. Only, for those arrow feathers, those black-clothed men easily blocked them. However, the corner of Song Tianli's mouth was slightly upturned at this time. The biggest feature of the Zhuge crossbow is not the damage of the arrow feathers, but the stacking of damage. In the next second, nearly 10 cards appeared in his hand. Kill. Thunder kill. Fire kill. Kill kill kill. Instantly, a large amount of flames appeared with Song Tianli as the center. The flames were interspersed with lightning, and some unseen attacks. This flame swept a number of black-clothed men within it. The black-clothed man in the lead retreated quickly, so he wasn't swept away. But there were some men in black who weren't so lucky. When they were caught in the wave, they directly perished on the spot. This scene had scared the many black-clothed men out of a cold sweat. Worthy of being a chosen of God. It's true that the means are superb, but that's as far as it goes. Meteor catching the moon. The man in black waved his arm and a blue stream of light flew out from his waist. This stream of light was like a dancing spirit snake, heading towards Song Tianli, the illusory blue streaming light of the Zhang clan. At the first moment, Song Tianli recognized his opponent's attack. The Zhang family was one of the 3 great families in Qianzhou, with extraordinary strength. It was no wonder that they would also, in the first instance, seek out the 7-colored haze. In the face of this manifestation, Song Tianli threw out another card. Impeccable. The impeccable cards formed a transparent shroud of light around him, blocking the stream of light. The stream of light then disappeared along with the shield. This was the frightening thing about infallibility. No matter what kind of attack appeared, it would all disappear together. It's really hard to deal with. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man in the lead's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected that he had already used his family's best techniques, but he still hadn't been able to take down Song Tianli. He knew that God's chosen were not easy to deal with, but he hadn't thought that it was so bad. One must know that this time, in order to deal with the divine chosen, the Zhang family had dispatched a large number of people. Strike together, no need to hold back, the black-clothed man in the lead said to the other black-clothed men. Before, in order to hide his identity, he didn't dare to use the family's mastery, but now that it's been exposed, there's no point. Thus, the many black-clothed men who were still alive no longer had any reservations. A stream of blue light came spreading towards Song Tianli. 30 seconds to go. Song Tianli calculated the time. At the same time, another card was made. Silver Lion. Only to see it appear around him. A huge silver-white armor. This armor shielded him in the middle, blocking all the blue streams of light. Unlike the impeccable attack, the Silver Lion had not disappeared after blocking the many streams of light and had been protecting Song Tianli. One strike missed, and the Zhang family, once again, attacked. For a time, all sorts of attacks were spread out towards Song Tianli. All of a sudden, smoke and dust rose in all directions and debris flew, blurring the crowd's vision. A few breaths later, when the dust cleared, the crowd turned their gazes to where Song Tianli was. They noticed that the Silver Lion armor protecting him was slowly disappearing. However, Song Tianli didn't take any damage. Most importantly, the seven-colored haze on his body had completely dissipated. They saw that Song Tianli slowly raised his hands and crossed his fingers into a cross. In the next second, a large amount of white smoke rose from where he was. Immediately after that, there was a constant stream of Song Tianli flying out of the white smoke, scattering in all directions. The seven-colored haze disappeared. So naturally, Song Tianli had to flee next. He couldn't afford to get tough with these men in black. The total number of cards he had on him was only 100, so he would be out of cards when he ran out. That's a dozen used up in just 3 minutes. Once all of them were used up, then he would surely die when facing these black-clothed men. Now that there was no more seven-colored haze on his body, he could escape with abandon. Looking at Song Tianli who kept rushing out from the white smoke, the Zhang family was confused. Kill them all. The black-clothed man in the lead launched an attack. Only, at this time, Song Tianli used the speed +2 card. His speed directly tripled. This made the black-clothed man, who was already a bit of a killjoy, even more frazzled. In almost the blink of an eye, hundreds of Song Tianli scattered in all directions, unable to catch up for a moment. However, the Zhang family, as one of the 3 great families of Qianzhou, since they wanted to snatch the golden finger, then naturally they wouldn't only be prepared for this. These black-robed men in imperial flight were just the vanguard, in order to stall Song Tianli. Before, it wasn't just Song Tianli who was stalling for time, but likewise, they were also stalling for time. At this moment, the Zhang family's large force had already arrived. Chapter 11, The Masked Man. The Zhang family's large troop numbered in the thousands. Although they couldn't fly imperiously, they were able to gallop quickly on the ground. Therefore, the hundreds of Song Tianli, who had originally scattered in all directions, were quickly surrounded. This time the siege was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The preparations are really complete, Song Tianli said indifferently as he looked at the people around him. You won't be able to escape today. Say it again. Hand over the golden finger and I can spare your life. The black-clothed man in the lead said. Spare my life? It's not really certain who spares who. Kill, leave no one behind. At this time, Song Tianli said in an icy tone. His words caused the Zhang family to look puzzled. They didn't know to whom it was addressed. Soon, however, they understood. As Song Tianli's words fell, countless masked men wearing masks suddenly poured out from the surroundings. Without uttering a single word, they launched strikes at the people who surrounded Song Tianli. Each of these men was well trained, as if they were born to kill. When it comes out, it's a killing move. The Zhang family's men wouldn't last a single move in front of these masked men. Who are you people? The black-robed man at the head of the Zhang family said loudly. He had no idea, at all, where these masked people were coming from. He was even more unaware of when such a terrifying group of people existed in Xinzhou. Each and every one of them from the Zhang family is also well trained. But in front of these people, there was surprisingly no resistance. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli expressionlessly glanced at the many black-clothed men and prepared to quietly leave. When these people tried to kill him, the end was already predetermined. Where to go? Seeing Song Tianli preparing to leave, the black-clothed man in the lead wanted to step forward to stop him. As long as we can get the golden finger today, losing more manpower will be worth it. However, just as the black-robed man in the lead was heading towards Song Tianli, a powerful attack suddenly came towards him. In response, the black-clothed man in the lead could only quickly retreat while launching his defense. Boom! A huge fist print landed on his body. In an instant, the black-clothed man in the lead flew out tens of meters in the air. He hurriedly turned his head towards the direction of the attack on him and found a man with a white smiley mask, his eyes staring at him with ice-cold eyes. So strong? Who is this person? Could it be that the appearance of the divine chosen this time has lured out some hidden powerhouses? All of them? Before the black-robed man in the lead had time to think more, the man with the white mask once again struck. His speed was extremely fast, causing the black-robed man in the lead to only see a little bit of stubble. It was as if he could flash, appearing one moment on the left and the next on the right. In the next second, he appeared in front of the leading black-robed man and blasted out with a punch. Even though the black-clothed man in the lead defended as fast as he could, he was still a step too late. The fist of the man in the white mask landed on top of his chest. Bang! In an instant, the black-clothed man in the lead had his chest burst open. His life breath rapidly drained away, and eventually his body fell towards the ground. In response, the man in the white mask didn't even look at him more than once and headed towards the other men in black. Other than him, there was also a person wearing a black mask who was also killing those men in black. These two were extremely strong, and the so-called battles were basically seconds. Song Tianli saw all of this scene in his eyes. He wasn't surprised, because the appearance of these people was completely unexpected. The cloud-piercing arrows from before were not released for nothing. After no one stopped him, Song Tianli continued to sprint forward, away from the battlefield. What he was afraid of was never these black-clothed men of the Zhang family. There were countless strong people in the divine land, and truly strong people never appeared easily. He didn't know if this place was already being watched by strong people, so he had to hurry and escape from here. His priority was not to kill, but to get through the day in peace. That way, Goldfinger could truly be his. After leaving the place where the battle took place, Song Tianli found a remote place, lifted his transformation technique, and then came into an internet cafe. There were noisy people in the middle of the internet cafe, and not too many people cared at all about the people coming and going. He was a regular at this internet cafe and had a membership, so he didn't need to recharge, only to see him walk straight to a windowed corner of the internet cafe and turn on the computer. This position, in case of any emergencies, he could escape from the window in the first place. He took out his cell phone as his computer booted up, and sent another text message, to an unfamiliar number. Smooth internet cafe, all is well at the moment. Quickly, the message was answered. Understanding. The program starts tomorrow. After seeing this reply message, Song Tianli didn't reply again, but deleted the message altogether. Then he turned on his computer's video player and put on a TV show called Who Am I? However, at this moment, his mind was not focused on the drama at all, but rather, he was observing his surroundings. Meanwhile, think about the next plan. Not surprisingly, the dust has settled on Goldfinger. It's just that the Goldfinger is only used to assist, and cannot directly enhance strength. It's useless to have a strong supporting ability. You still need to find a way to improve your own strength. As of now, the 2 golden fingers he had obtained, although they were able to enhance his combat power, they could not be used for cultivation. So, in terms of cultivation, he would have to rely on himself. The sky, gradually brightening, Song Tianli's heart slowly settled down. Not all chosen of God, however, were as lucky as he was to have survived. The chosen one's gold finger was powerful, but too weak to escape the hunt. The moment they were exposed by the 7-colored haze, the end was doomed. So, it was a night of joy for some and sorrow for others. When the night was over, basically the dust had settled as well. In the near future, the pattern of the divine lands would change because of these chosen of God. However, the competition between the chosen of God would also become more and more white-hot as time went on. Now that these chosen ones are just settling down, they all need to meddle for a while. Song Tianli stayed from the time he entered the internet cafe until 12 o'clock the next night. By this time, Goldfinger was truly his. Be a man, or be meticulous. Live a little, live a long time. Song Tianli walked out of the internet cafe, raised his head to look at the starry sky, and took a deep breath. The sky is so clear. Tomorrow will be a great day. The dust had basically settled on the Goldfinger thing, and it was the end of something he had been planning for almost 20 years. Next, it's time to return to the life that belongs to him. Chapter 12 Conditions for Becoming a Lapdog. Today's Qianzhou was bustling with activity as the 3 great clans of Qianzhou released a message almost simultaneously. The entire Qianzhou in front of him, recruiting talented and strong disciples. God's chosen are preferred. When the crowd saw the words chosen one priority, they all burst out laughing. If you're really a chosen one, you wouldn't go and be a doormat for someone. This is equivalent to the fact that when certain ordinary companies on the blue planet recruit, they will write a sentence that Qingbei is preferred. That's basically a load of crap. You see people, they don't necessarily see you. At the same time, Song 13, the young master of the Song family, released a message to the outside world. We start recruiting dog legs today. Anyone who passes the test will be rewarded $1 million on the spot. The people who heard this news were all nonplussed. They knew that Song 13 was a famous loser in Xianzhou, but they didn't expect it to be so loser. And, how dare they directly say that they are recruiting doglegs? It fits his persona too well. This would make people feel, more or less, insulted if someone else from the three great families said this. However, when this was said by Song 13, they felt that it couldn't be more normal, because, as everyone knew, the Song family's young master, Song 13, was not only a loser, but also more or less abnormal in the head. Yesterday at 12 o'clock in the night before last, when the whole Qianzhou was searching for the chosen of God, he stood on the street with a loudspeaker and shouted, "Chosen of God, come and join this young master, who will protect you in safety." All the other great clans that searched and hunted down the divine chosen were hiding as much as they could, fearing that it would be known that it was their clans that had done it. As a result, Song 13 could be so blatant. That's a bit arrogant. However, when the crowd determined that the news was released by Song 13, there were still many people who traveled to the Song family. If you can pass the test, you'll get $1 million on the spot. Although Song 13's reputation as a loser was bad, his reputation was extremely high. If he says something, no matter what, he will do it. Song Tianli also traveled to the Song family, and he planned to become Song Xii's lapdog. That way, you can disguise yourself better. Who would have thought that a hallowed chosen one of God would actually become the lapdog of a loser? Although the Song family was not the strongest among the three great families in Xianzhou, it was indeed the richest. Therefore, the Song family's mansion was extremely large, covering an area of nearly 1,000 acres. When Song Tianli arrived at the Song family, he found the place gated and crowded. The reward of $1 million, coupled with Song 13's reputation as a loser, was too tempting. It was no exaggeration to say that there were at least 100,000 people who had come to serve as Song 13's lapdogs this time. 100,000 people staying in one place, even if each one makes only a tiny bit of noise. Those 100,000 voices add up, and it's enough to make one head turn. Butler Qian has arrived. Right at this moment, an underling of the Song family suddenly said loudly. As his words fell, a large-bellied, somewhat naive-looking man was walking unhurriedly from the distance. Seeing this person, the Song family, which was originally a bit noisy, instantly quieted down. Some knowledgeable people knew how high this Butler Qian's status was in the Song family. Half of the Song family's properties are taken care of by this money butler. His position in the Song family was only below the Song family's family head. It was even above the Song family's young master, Song 13. Since there are so many people here today, we've screened a few conditions here. Anyone who does not fulfill the conditions, please leave, Butler Qian said indifferently. His tone sounded gentle, but there was an undeniable dominance. First rule, height must be between 180 to 185, too tall or too short. No way. When Butler Qian's words came out, a large portion of the crowd, at once, let out a sound of regret. But there's no way. They can't question it when people make this offer. So those who did not fulfill the conditions turned away. However, before leaving they all got a small gift from the Song family, so it wasn't a wasted trip. It had to be said that the Song family was indeed rich and powerful. The cost of these little gifts alone adds up to hundreds of millions of dollars. In a moment's time, over 100,000 doglegs were left with only about 10,000 left. Number 2. You must weigh between 145 to 160 pounds. Another 5,000 or 6,000 left when this offer was made. Number 3. Have a high school diploma or higher. In the divine land, cultivation was the main focus, and the status of readers was not considered high, so there were very few true readers. Many people read only to the point of being able to recognize words and then go on to practice. Only those who were less talented in cultivation would choose to continue their studies to be able to rely on their learning to make a living in the future. So much so that there are literally not many people with a high school education or higher. Song Tianli crossed over and just finished high school, not college. There is no need for college entrance exams in God's country either. You can continue your education and study as long as you wish. Except, 80 to 90% of people, they don't do that. As soon as this third condition was given, another 3,000 or 4,000 people left. And now there were only about 1,000 left. And 1,000 more? Number 4, between the ages of 18 to 24. Once this request was made, another half of the people walked away, leaving only 400 or so people left. Number 5, at least one divine treasure has been opened in the body. This request from the money steward was not too high. There were indeed quite a few cultivators who had opened a divine deposit in the divine lands. However, if you add in the age requirement, and a high school education or higher, it's a rarity. How could such a person come to be Song 13's lapdog? Sure enough, when this condition came out, there were over 300 people, and only 4 were left in an instant. One of them was none other than Song Tianli. It's just the 4 of you. You guys come with me, Butler Qian said as he sized up the 4. His eyes visibly glazed over when he saw Song Tianli, but, not saying anything, turned and walked forward. At this time, Song Tianli sized up the other 3 people who fulfilled the conditions. All 3 seemed to have quite a personality. One was dressed in all black and looked cold. One wears glasses and looks like a bookworm. If you were in Blue Star, with this getup, you'd start at least as a graduate student. The last one, with white hair, gave off a very sinister look. Among the 4 people left behind, just from their appearance alone, only Song Tianli was slightly more normal. Under Butler Qian's leadership, Song Tianli and the others arrived in the Song family's inner courtyard. Just as he walked into the inner courtyard, he heard a sound of theater coming from it, accompanied by the sound of drums. The 4 of them looked up and found that in the middle of the inner courtyard, there was a theater stage set up, and a troupe was singing at the moment. Below the stage, a man who looked about the same age as Song Tianli was lying on a chaise longue, the maid next to him feeding him grapes as he beat his fingers rhythmically. The 4 knew that this was the young master of the Song family, Song 13. It was indeed a look of a young dude. Chapter 13, True or False Young Master. Young Master, Butler Qian is here. Song 13 did not notice the arrival of several people, or the maid whispered in his ear. When Song 13 heard this, he sat up from the recliner in a single bound. Uncle Qian, is this the lapdog you chose for me? Look at all the personalities. Song 13 still had quite a bit of respect for Butler Qian, addressing him with a cry of Uncle Qian. As he said this, he started sizing up Song Tianli and the 4 of them. Yes, young master, these 4 are the ones who fulfill all the requirements, Butler Qian said indifferently. Come on, report your names, Song 13 said as he looked at the several people. Lan Han, Yu Chuanqiu, Wu Zizi, Song Tianli. Cold Chill was the cold man in all black, as his name suggested. Yu Chuanqiu was the man who looked like a scholar. The name, too, is very, very literary. Wu Zizi is the white-haired man. It's a great name, but unfortunately paired with the last name, it falls short of the meaning. Your name is Song Tianli? That's a good name. I like your name. When I go out in the future, I'll yell, "Where's God's justice?" You swish and appear and say, "Young master, I'm here. How awesome is this? Ha ha ha." Song 13 said and couldn't help but laugh. It's just that, in the middle of the inner courtyard, he was the only one laughing, so the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Good thing, there's the sound of a theater troupe singing opera, or it could embarrassingly make one key a 3-room apartment. Starting today, you 4 are the 4 kings under me. Song Tianli, this young master likes your name. Plus, your surname is also Song, so this young master has specially made you the boss among the 4 great Vajra. In my absence, of the 4 of you, you have the final say. Song 13 casually settled on the 4. Thank you, young master. From today onwards, I, Song Tianli, vow to protect 13th young master to the death. Song Tianli suddenly said loudly. There's no need to be so loud. If you shout like that, it's easy for people to think that you're the young master. Song 13 said. When the name Song 13 and Song Tianli were said at the same time, it was indeed easy to assume that Song Tianli was the young master. Yes, young master, Song Tianli said respectfully. Uncle Qian, I'm happy to have taken in the 4 diamonds today. Reward $2 million each. This Song Tianli's name I like. Reward $3 million. Song 13 looked like a loser. Yes, Butler Qian was already accustomed to Song 13's defeated appearance. The Song family is a big family, so it's not that bad for this little money of defeat. Song Tianli, come with this young master. This young master happens to have something to explain to you. After Song 13 finished speaking, he headed towards the inside of a side room. Song Tianli hurriedly followed closely behind. Shu Au, take the 3 of them to arrange a place to stay. Butler Qian spoke to the maid who had just fed Song 13 grapes, and followed behind Song Tianli as well. Yes, that maid said and left with Lung Han and the 3 of them. Song 13 brought Song Tianli, and very quickly, he arrived in a room. After Butler Qian from the back walked into the house, he smoothly closed the door and came to Song 13's front. Just like that, he stood in a line with Song 13. They looked at Song Tianli with a strange look. In response, Song Tianli looked at the 2 with an expressionless face, without the previous respect on his face. 13 pays his respects to the young master. Shen Shang pays his respects to young master. In the next second, Song 13 and Butler Qian, at the same time, half-kneeled at Song Tianli. At this time, both of their expressions were as respectful as they could be. Get up, Song Tianli said indifferently. Many thanks, Young master, Butler Qian and Song 13 said. After the two of them got up, they looked at Song Tianli with an excited look. 13, it's been a long time. You're getting more and more like a young master now. Song Tianli walked over to a sofa and sat down, looking at Song 13 and said, young master is joking. It's not thanks to young master's blessing that this has only been enjoyed for a few days. Song 13 said with a bit of embarrassment. At this point in his life, he had completely lost that playboy and loser look. Instead, there was a wise look in his eyes. Young master, are you still planning to leave after returning to the family this time? Butler Qian asked at this time. After so many years of planning, the dust has now settled on the chosen of God. I really should be back. However, it's still the same as before. I'm in the dark and 13 is in the light. Song Tianli said. As a senior-old 6, he was well versed in the ways of Go. The identity of the Song family's young master was too sensitive, and I'm afraid that many people were looking forward to his death. And it's been in action, more or less, over the years. He couldn't be clearer about that. So, when he was very young, he had his old man, the head of the Song family, start the setup. In the Song family, both he and his old man had stand-ins. There is a saying that if the wood is good, the wind will destroy it. When a person, or a family, is too good, it's not always a good thing. Because, jealousy is human nature. Once a clan was too powerful, it would cause other clans to be afraid of it and then find ways to destroy it. That was why, over the years, he had detached himself from the Song family's young master status and lived alone. He had Song 13, the fake young master, disguise himself as a loser. He was the only child in his generation in the Song family. It would put a lot of people at ease if he was the loser. After all, no amount of family business can stand up to a loser's unrestrained squandering. The night before, Song 13 stood on the street and shouted, God's chosen, come to this young master's heel. This young master will protect you. That was his authorization as well. Doing so serves 3 purposes. First, let Song 13 carry out the reputation of the Song family's young master as a loser and a scum to the end. Second, to see if a chosen one will actually show up. If a divine chosen one did appear, it would definitely be considered blood money. Thirdly, explain to the crowd in Shenzhou that the Song family's young master is not a chosen one. After all, at that time, a 7-colored haze emanated from all the chosen of God. There was nothing on Song 13's body, so naturally he wasn't a chosen of God. The Song family's young master wasn't a chosen of God, which in turn would put a lot of people's minds at ease. In this way, the Song family would be in a much better position than before. Song 13's short sentence could be described as a 1-2 punch. This time, in order to return to the Song family in an honorable manner, he deliberately came up with such a trick of recruiting a dog's leg. Those conditions that Butler Qian had proposed before were all based on Song Tianli. Song Tianli is 182 tall, so it limits the height requirement to between 180 to 185. If he's 172, that would limit the height requirement to between 170 to 175. It's an inside-the-box operation. It's like when certain universities on the Blue Planet recruited graduate students and only admitted one person. The person came first, and then came these conditions. I.D. Numbers don't match. None of them do. Chapter 14, Activating the Shadow. Of course, the reason why Long Han and the 3 of them were left behind was also to cover their tracks. After all, it would be a bit too conspicuous if Song Tianli was the only one recruited as a dogleg. It's easy to be reminded of something, but recruiting 4 people is much more normal. Song 13's so-called liking of the name Song Tianli was also a logical way to make Song Tianli the boss among the doglegs. In this way, it was completely reasonable for Song 13, who was the young master, to come into contact with his own lapdogs without arousing anyone's suspicion. If Song Tianli really had something to do, he could also convey it through Song 13 in the first instance. The people of Qianzhou could never have imagined that just the matter of a defeated young master recruiting a dog's leg was filled with so many calculations. If they knew, they would have said, it's dark and slippery and socially complex. The city is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. What plans and instructions does young master have for the next period of time? Butler Qian asked at this time. There are 2 things you need to do. First, for the next month, 13 find every reason to reward me with some money. I'm useful. Total amount, $110 million. Song Tianli hadn't forgotten that he still owed $110 million in foreign debt. The reason why he didn't hesitate to choose to go into debt as the price when he was faced with the choice of if but was because, as the young master of the Song family, the last thing he lacked was money. It was just that he hadn't officially shown his identity now, so it wasn't good for him to directly utilize the Song family's money. The money could only be transferred to him through Song 13. Song 13's reputation as a loser was well known, and it made sense that there were various rewards for him. The second thing is to activate all the shadowy shadows that the Song family has set up over the years and observe the people around them. Collect all the various information about some people who have changed greatly and whose strength has grown extremely fast. The more detailed the better. The reason why Song Tianli had people collect information on these people was naturally because of the chosen of God. The chosen one will develop obscenely for a while after he gets his golden handshake. But ultimately, there are going to be changes, and it's impossible to keep a low profile forever. Take a step back and say that even if someone does get to be an old six all the time, that's not true of all chosen ones. Song Tianli collected their information in order to know his enemy. In the event of an encounter with them in the future, it might be possible to guess what their golden finger was through various clues. Once you guess, then you will have the upper hand. About that, too, he had begun to scheme a long time ago. He was a shameless traveler, and the greatest characteristic of a traveler is that there is an information gap between him and the people of this world. Over the years, Song Tianli had relied on poor information to make the Song family grow stronger day by day. The Song family when he was born was not one of the three great families of Qianzhou, and could only be considered to have a small fortune. Over the years, the Song family had made a lot more money than outsiders knew. Only, a big half of it was taken and spent by Song Tianli. Of course, he's not spending it through himself. Instead, they made various layout plans using the Song family's channels. One of the most costly items is burying the pieces and gathering information. He couldn't have known better what timely information meant. Sometimes a single piece of information can determine the fate of a person, a family. A dozen years ago, he didn't know if he could become a chosen one either. So, he also made a second plan. Once he could not become a chosen one himself, then he could only activate the shadow used to gather information, search for the chosen one, and grab the golden finger. However, this would expose most of one's layouts over the years. He didn't want to do it until he had to. He is lucky that he is now also a chosen one, so he doesn't need to do so. Yes, Butler Qian and Song 13 said respectfully at the same time. The world thought that it was due to the Song family head that the Song family was able to become one of the three great families in Qianzhou in just over a decade. But not really. The real backbone of the Song family was the unknown Song Tianli. Where's my old man? With business out of the way, it was only natural to talk about family matters. Master has gone to the central state. Butler Qian replied. Central state? Why would you travel to the central state for no reason? Song Tianli asked with a slight frown of puzzlement. There were 9 states in the Divine Land, and 8 of them had various differences, but collectively, they were about the same strength. The only thing that's different is the middle states. There were too many supreme status and powerful existences in the central state. Just by the name, you can hear it. Zhengzhou is the center of the Divine Land? Exactly what he's going for. The master didn't say. Butler Qian replied. Not even you? When did he go? Song Tianli asked. To say who among the Song family was the person most worthy of Song Tianli and his old man's trust, the butler, Qian Shang, definitely counted as one. Unexpectedly, the purpose of his old man's trip to the central state this time was not even mentioned by the housekeeper. 3 days ago, that is, shortly after the Divine Chosen left from Divine Chosen City, the butler said. That would be after I sent him a message and confirmed it was safe. Song Tianli whispered. At first, he was teleported away from God's chosen city and traveled to Kuan State. The text message he sent in Qinzhou was to his old man. It seems that this time Pops is in a hurry. Or perhaps, this is the day he's been waiting for. Have Shadow keep an eye on Pop's movements. And if anything happens, report to me at the first opportunity. Song Tianli said with a serious voice. Yes, Butler Qian said respectfully once again. Young master, what am I going to do next? Song 13 asked at this time. The real young master had returned, and he had his backbone. During all this time playing the Song family's young master, he had always been a bit weak in his heart. After all, fake is fake. It's the same as before. Keep playing your loser young master and do what you need to do. I'll let you know when there's something I need you to do. Song Tianli said. He's now a chosen one and is going to be obscenely developed for a while. If there was nothing special, he planned to live in the Song family as a dog's leg. He had a little bit of a base card, but the base card was still not enough. Understood. Song 13 nodded. After leaving Song 13's room, Song Tianli was also arranged a place to stay by the maid, Shu Au. It was right next door to Lang Han and the 4 of them. With regards to the various rooms of the Song family, Song Tianli naturally knew more than anything else, because this mansion that the Song family was currently living in was still designed by him personally. He designed this mansion to be extremely secure. In the event that something happens that can't be resisted, there are at least 3 escape routes available. The room in which he now resided was seemingly unremarkable. In fact, there's a dark tunnel in there that's not well known. Chapter 15 100-fold cultivation speed. The dark passage was only 1 meter high, and usually, when the average person entered it, they could not straighten up and could only crouch forward. In order to facilitate the escape, Song Tianli had designed slides inside to ride on. The top speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. Trying to give chase, in the middle of a dark tunnel, was impossible. Once something happened to the Song family, Song Tianli could completely save his life. In that respect, it had to be said that Song Tianli was just too meticulous. At this moment, he was sitting on his bed, absorbing the spiritual chi from the heavens and earth as he cultivated. Such things have been going on uninterruptedly within the past decade or so. Therefore, at only 20 years old, he had already opened 2 divine treasures within his body. However, his talent wasn't exactly top of the line. There was still a big gap compared to those top geniuses. Those peerless heavenly prides were able to open 4 divine treasures at his age. However, compared to most people, his talent was good enough. Many people at his age would have opened at most 1 divine deposit. The cultivation speed is still too slow, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. It was a pity that the 2 golden fingers he had now were not aids to cultivation. I remember that the multiple shadow split art seems to be able to superimpose the senses of the split body. It's cultivation, on top of the main body. Suddenly, Song Tianli seemed to have thought of something. In Naruto used a doppelganger to gain experience in order to refine the attribute variations of the spiral pill. Then, could he not also utilize his doppelganger to cultivate? Thinking of this, he hastily used the multiple shadow split technique and split out 2 doppelgangers. The 3 Song Tianli then sat down together and began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all 3 opened their eyes at the same time. Song Tian understood in addition to the diversion. Instantly, he felt that the aura he had absorbed in the past half hour had increased twofold. In other words, all the energy absorbed by the 2 doppelgangers was fed back into the main body. Ha 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 ha. After thinking about this, Song Tianli suddenly laughed out loud. He had now opened 2 divine treasures and was able to split into 100 bilocations. If, at the same time, these 100 bilocations cultivated at the same time, then one's cultivation speed increased by 100 times. This is not a disguise to open the door. Steady, steady, just ask who else is there. Song Tianli suppressed his voice and said excitedly. He had opened 2 divine treasures now, so he could only split into 100 bilocations, and his cultivation speed could only be increased by 100 times. Once he opened the 3 divine treasures, then he would be able to split into 200 bilocations, increasing his cultivation speed by 200 times. Opening the 4 divine treasures increases the speed of cultivation by 500 times. Opening the 5 divine treasures increases the speed of cultivation by 1,000 times. In general, the stronger one is, the slower one cultivates. After Song Tianli relied on his detachment to cultivate, the stronger he got, the faster he cultivated instead. Quickly, however, another thought occurred to him. The side effects that arise after the split is lifted will also be fed back to the main body. For example, exhaustion. Therefore, Song Tianli was going to start trying to see how many times the cultivation speed he could withstand at most at one time now. If the fatigue generated by the doppelganger was too much, it could easily cause damage to the main body. Wanting this, he began dividing his time in half-hour increments. Each time, add 10 detachments. And so, time passed slowly. After a few hours of trying, Song Tianli realized that with his current physical condition, he was able to use up to 80 doppelgangers for cultivation at the same time. Once this amount is exceeded, it affects the ontogeny. Normally, even if it affects, it's nothing, at most it's just more time off. Only, Song Tianli was more meticulous, and he didn't want to leave himself in a weakened state for no reason. He would rather his cultivation speed be slower than to leave himself in a weakened state. This way, in case there are any emergencies, you won't be unable to cope with them. Moreover, 80 times the cultivation speed wasn't exactly slow. Everything is still about stability and safety. It seems like there's a need to find a way to improve the strength of one's physical body. If the physical body is strong enough, then the stronger the ability to withstand the negative effects brought about by the disintegration of the doppelganger. Song Tianli said to himself, and he also thought of one more thing. If his physical body was strong enough, then if he used the 8 gates of evasion in the future, it would also be more powerful. Therefore, it was very necessary to enhance the strength of the physical body. As far as Song Tianli knew, there were 2 ways to enhance the physical body. The first type, cultivating techniques to enhance the physical body. The second type, using heavenly materials to temper the physical body. With the Song family's financial power, it was very simple to find a cultivation technique that enhanced the physical body. However, the grade of the feats that could be given to those who could be bought with money was usually not high, because truly high-grade techniques were priceless treasures. Even if one had money, one might not necessarily be able to buy them. We can only use heavenly materials and earthly treasures for quenching first. Song Tianli made a decision. The thing about feats. This depends on chance, but heavenly materials, if you have the money, you can totally buy them. Thus, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Song 13 walked out of the Song family with the 4 great Vajra that he had just recruited today. Of course, besides the few of them, in the shadows, there were also some people following to protect the Song family's young master. In the past, these people were protecting Song 13. Now, it could be protecting Song Tianli. Very quickly, Song 13 brought his 4 great Vajra with him and walked into a store called the Pavilion of Curious Treasures. This Chi Treasure Pavilion had a total of 5 floors, and everything that cultivators needed to use was basically available here. Techniques, elixirs, weapons, protective gear, heavenly materials. If it isn't young Master 13, what do you want to buy today? Shu Yao, the manager of the Chi Treasure Pavilion, saw Song 13 and was the first to welcome him. She wore a pink cheongsam, and when she walked, her body twisted in a way that could twist a man's heart, and the cheongsam's slit is quite high, which can make people think. She looked up to 27 or 28 years old and had an indescribably unique flavor, sort of a rare and great beauty. Among the Qianzhou, there might be some people who didn't recognize Song family head Song Sihai, but there were hardly any people who didn't recognize Song 13. The first time Song 13 appeared, Shu Yao recognized him. I've been feeling a bit weak for the past 2 days, so I've come to buy some heavenly herbs to replenish my body, Song 13 said unapologetically. Hearing him say that, the people amongst the Chi Treasure Pavilion instantly came to a realization, and then looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Rumor has it that the Song family's young master is a flirt and spends his days either losing money or spending money. It makes sense that you would be emptied of your body by booze and sex. A lot of people don't despise Song 13 for spending their days drinking. They just hate it more. And why aren't they the ones who are spending their days drinking? Chapter 16, Pretending to have a kidney problem. Good point. We just happened to arrive at some great tonic in the past 2 days. 13th young master will see which one he needs, Shu Yao said in a soft tone. You're a woman. Don't you know which one this young master needs the most? As Song 13 said this, his fingers traced over Chu Yao's back. In response, Chu Yao did not dodge. Instead, her body took the initiative to move a little closer to Song 13. The surrounding guests were all kinds of envious and jealous when they saw this scene. I can't wait to shout at Song 13, let go of that woman. Let me do it. There were many guests that came to the Chi Treasure Pavilion every day, but there were not many that could allow Chu Yao to personally receive them. And there are even fewer who can make her fawn so much. Among the guests coming and going, there were many people who thought about Chu Yao, but those who could really take advantage of the situation were almost none. Now Song 13 was able to be so close to Chu Yao. This made them feel that this loser was really too good at casting. Indeed, casting is a skill. 13th young master, follow me. This is the king of wolfberry, which is born by the 1,000-year-old wolfberry tree, and can nourish the kidney, moisturize the lungs, nourish the liver, and brighten the eyes. I think it's most suitable for 13th young master, Shu Yao said. It seems that you've misunderstood this young master a bit. This young master is going to purchase something that cures the root cause. Although this king of Lyceum is good, this young master doesn't need it, Song 13 said with a disdainful glance at the Goji Berry King. Something that cures the root cause? What does young master 13 mean? Shu Yao didn't understand what Song 13 was trying to convey for a moment. I told you to read more and you just wouldn't listen. Can't you have a high school education like this young man? How else can you do business if you can't even understand what this young master says? What is the body? One's own body. Of course, the cure is that this young master has decided to have an extremely powerful physique, and in the future, he won't need these external items to enhance himself at all. Song 13 said with a proud face. 13th young master is planning to quench his body? Hearing his words, Shu Yao took a long time to react. Of course, didn't this young master express himself clearly just now? When his words came out, Shu Yao was speechless for a while. Shouldn't I have just said I was going to have my body hardened? Talking so much nonsense. That was something she only dared to spit out in her mind, not say it out loud. 13th young master, please come this way. Thus, Shu Yao led Song 13 and the others to the area of heavenly materials and treasures, and began to introduce them. This is the thunder light grass, which contains a large amount of lightning power. This is Yangyan milk, containing the power of earth fire. This is the fruit of strength. After taking it you can increase your strength. Shu Yao was very energetically making introductions to Song 13. No need for an introduction. Wrap it all up. Song 13 was too lazy to listen anymore and interrupted Shu Yao's introduction. Alright, please wait a moment. 13th young master. Shu Yao froze for a moment and said, it had to be said that Song 13 was really rich and willful. Without even inquiring about the price, they just packed it all in. If there were a few more such patrons, it would definitely be a blood profit for their chi treasure pavilion. Very quickly, all the heavenly materials that could be used to quench the body were all packed up. 13th young master, a total of $28,650,000. You can just give $28 million. Shu Yao said. This young master has bought so many things, shouldn't you gift me something? Song 13 said at this time. Hearing him say that, Shu Yao gave him a somewhat surprised look, because he had never heard of Song 13 buying something and asking the store for a freebie. That doesn't fit him. I don't know what kind of giveaway young master 13 would like to order? Shu Yao still asked patiently. If it's something cheap, she's perfectly capable of making a gift. I see that the king of wolfberries just now is quite plump. Won't you give me some to taste? Song 13 said in a very serious manner. Hearing him say that, Shu Yao almost laughed out loud. After all that, it's back to the goji berries. No problem. I'll give 13th young master a complimentary £2. Shu Yao forced a smile and said, this king of wolfberries is worth a lot of money, but it's only $20,000 a pound. It's nothing compared to the big $28 million bill. This is something you yourself wanted to give to this young master, not something this young master bought. Song 13 emphasized. The more he did this, the more he gave Shu Yao a feeling of covering his ears. She felt that Song 13 had come here today just to buy the king of Lyceum. As for those heavenly materials used to quench the body, it was 80% for the purpose of covering up. It's just that he's too embarrassed to outright say he has a kidney loss. Yes, this is what I gave to 13th young master. Shu Yao also said seriously. There are some things you can't just say outright, even if you know them by heart. Doing business, very often, is to do is humane, is emotional intelligence. Donkey Kong. Swipe your card. Upon hearing this, Song 13 laughed, then said loudly. Hearing Song 13's shout, Song Tianli stepped forward and took out a card. His current status was Song 13's lapdog, so he naturally had to do what a lapdog should do. During the period of time just now, he had been observing Song 13. Even he had to say that Song 13 embodied a smart-ass loser to the fullest. He was certain that after they left, a story about the Song family's young master's kidney loss would definitely appear in Qianzhou. After propagation, different versions will appear. By then, Song 13's reputation would be even more stigmatized. However, the more he did, the safer he would be. It was now that Song Tianli saw that there were already quite a few people whispering in the middle of the Qi treasure pavilion. There was a playfulness in their eyes as they looked at Song 13. The four great Vajra. Bring the stuff. We're going back. Song 13 actually heard the whispers, but didn't pay any attention to them. Those people were talking about the Song family's young master's kidney loss, and he wasn't really the Song family's young master. So what did it have to do with him? Thinking of this, he glanced at Song Tianli with a little bit of weakness, then walked towards the outside. Just as they were about to walk out of the door of the Qipao pavilion, two people walked in from outside the door. One of them looked about the same age as Song 13. The other person was in his 50s. His breath was internalized, and at a glance, he knew that his strength was not weak. Little octopus, why don't you greet your grandpa 13 when you see him? Song 13 looked at the person who came in with interest. Song 13, why are you here? That young man looked at Song 13 and asked with a bit of surprise. If you can come here, as your grandfather, naturally you can come too. Grandpa asked you something? Why don't you answer? Or do you intend to be a turtle who goes back on his word and goes back on his word? Song 13 asked. Song Tianli recognized the visitor, the third young master of his Zhang family, named Zhang Yu, because Zhang Yu and octopus were homophones. Song 13 had always called him an octopus. Chapter 17, The Four Vajra's Joint Attack. As far as Song Tianli knew, half a year ago, the two had friction over grabbing an item at an auction. Of course, people from the same three big families in Qianzhou were not on good terms in the first place. At that time, Zhang Yu issued a challenge to Song 13. Go back 6 months. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Song 13 asked as he looked at Zhang Yu. Definitely. Zhang Yu said with extreme certainty. He couldn't know better how much weight Song 13 had. It would be a handful for him to deal with Song 13 without any difficulty. And what if you lose? Song 13 asked. If I lose, do what you want. Fine. If you lose, then from now on, no matter where you see me, you have to call me Grandpa 13. And what if you lose? Me too. With that, a challenge was agreed upon. Octopus, you set the time and place. Song 13 then said, time now, place, outside the auction house. Zhang Yu said loudly, okay, you set the time and place. So naturally it's my turn to set the challenge. Do you dare? Song 13 asked. What do you dare not do? Come and fight. Zhang Yu had a fearless face. Hearing him say that, a hint of triumph flashed across Song 13's eyes. Song 13 had someone drive in 2 game consoles. I'm going to solo with you in a game. 1 game to win. Hearing Song 13 say this, Zhang Yu's expression stiffened and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had been too busy cultivating and improving his strength since he was a child to touch the game at all. His family, moreover, would not allow him to waste his time on such meaningless things. And Song 13 is good at eating, drinking, and having fun. Definitely better at this game stuff than myself. Soloing with him, one was bound to lose. Who wants to play games with you? I want to compete with you, Zhang Yu said as he looked at Song 13. As I said earlier, you set the time and place of the challenge, and I set the challenge. This is what you agreed to. With so many people witnessing, do you want to renege? I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't come forward to solo with me, then it'll be considered that you lose, Song 13 said loudly. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face became ugly, because he knew that going up to solo was a loss. There was no way he could foolishly go up and be humiliated by Song 13. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. Octopus. You've been given a chance, and you're no good. Then now I announce that this young master, Song 13, is so wise and powerful, and so imposing, that he has made the Zhang family's 3rd youngest, Zhang Yu, not dare to meet him in battle. Finally, without a fight. Then, the ultimate winner of this challenge is me, Song 13, Octopus. Remember, when you meet your 13th grandfather in the future, take the initiative to go up and say hello. If you don't ask, you're ungrateful. If you are unfilial, I, as a grandfather, will teach you a lesson for your parents, Song 13 said in an excited tone. After saying that, he didn't give Zhang Yu a chance to speak and directly left at top speed. The bargain has been taken and it's a bit of a sellout if you don't leave. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Yu to call Song 13 his grandfather. But this matter was destined to become the after-dinner talk of the Qianzhou crowd. It was also true that in the past 6 months, Zhang Yu had been reduced to a laughingstock because of this matter. It's been made fun of by a lot of people. If Zhang Yu was being teased like this by others, the others wouldn't think anything of it. The person who favored teasing him was the most famous loser in Qianzhou. It would be a great shame to be teased by such a person. Well, half a year had passed, and people had pretty much forgotten about the incident. I didn't expect to meet Song 13 again today at the Strange Treasure Pavilion. Seeing the grim-faced Zhang Yu, Song 13 extended his palm to the side. Song Tianli tacitly handed over a bottle of mineral water that had already been opened. After Song 13 took a sip of mineral water, he sprayed it directly at Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu simply did not expect that the young master of the hallowed Song family would use such childlike tactics. For a moment, he was off guard and got sprayed. If Song 13 had launched an attack on Zhang Yu, with Zhang Yu's perception of danger, he would definitely have been able to notice it in the first place. Favorably, Song 13 didn't launch any attacks, choosing to spit instead. This behavior is negligibly damaging to chapters, but insulting to pull full circle. Good grandson, not greeting your 13th grandfather when you see him. This is the consequence. Remember, if you don't take the initiative to greet your grandpa 13 when you see him again in the future, you won't be sprayed in the face. It's that simple, Song 13 said in a tone that was arrogant to the extreme. That look made Song Tianli want to go up and beat him up. Not to mention, Zhang Yu who was sprayed with saliva. Song 13, you seek death. Zhang Yu was furious by this time. He roared as if he had lost his mind, and charged at Song 13. He must let Song 13 know the consequences of messing with him today. Murder, octopus murder. The grandson is going to kill his own grandfather, Song 13 shouted. Although he shouted this, there was no fear on his face, and he didn't even move his feet a bit. The 4 diamonds he recruited are not for show. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yu rushed towards Song 13, the 4 great Vidra moved. As a lapdog, it's natural to behave. The one who acted first was not Song Tianli, but Long Han, who was dressed in black. When he strikes, it's a killing move, only to see him flip his palm and take out a long sword, stabbing it at Zhang Yu's heart. Not only is it fast, accurate and ruthless, but it has no intention of showing any mercy. What a strong killing aura. This has killed quite a few people. Seeing Long Han's performance, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He had only thought that Long Han was a bit cold in nature before, but he hadn't thought that Long Han was so decisive when it came to killing people. When Long Han made his move, Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji also made their moves at the same time. Both of their attacks weren't as harsh as Long Han's, but they weren't bad either. Yu Chuanqiu took out a huge black iron ruler with a big D engraved on it. Wu Ziji took out a large fishing net and spread it towards Long Han. Only Song Tianli didn't make any movements, instead hiding behind Song 13. It's better to leave such dangerous things to other people. Zhang Yu's hands were busy for a while as he faced the attack of Long Han and the 3 of them. He had also only just opened 2 divine treasures. and his strength wasn't too strong. When Wu Zizi's fishing net came down on him, he had nowhere to hide. In an instant, it was sprinkled with fishing nets. At the same time, Cold Chill's long sword came in front of his heart. The iron ruler in Yu Chuanqiu's hand smashed down on his head. Right now, Zhang Yu was about to lose his life. Chapter 18, Venerable Spring. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli and Song Xii's hearts were simultaneously shocked within them. As the third young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu could die, but he could not be killed by the Song family. As the same three great families of Qianzhou, everyone's explicit strength was similar. If Zhang Yu was killed, then the Zhang family would surely not rest until they were dead and would launch a frantic retaliation against the Song family. When the time came, the Song family would definitely pay a heavy price. In that case, the end result would definitely be a lose-lose situation for both the Zhang and Song families. Sandpiper. It's a situation neither family wants. Therefore, all along, although the three great families had friction with each other, no one would lay their hands on each other. At most, he would be like Song 13, who used various means to insult Zhang Yu without any martial virtues. Just as Song Tianli and Song 13 were planning to tell the three to stop, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Zhang Yu. It was the man in his 50s who had come with him. With a wave of his hand, the attacks of Lang Han and the three of them were dissolved. At the same time, the three were forced back several meters. Lang Han and the three of them didn't continue to attack, they just looked at him vigilantly. However, the murderous aura on Lang Han's body, not only did it not disappear, but it became even more intense. The four great Vajra, let's go home. At this time, Song 13 said hurriedly. He could see that the man who had just struck out had extraordinary strength, and he was afraid that his own four great Vajra were no match. It would be a mistake to let the people who were secretly protecting you take a shot. Take advantage of the situation and get the hell out of there. Song 13, do you just want to walk away like this? Zhang Yu said in an icy tone. Good grandson, remembered to greet your grandpa 13? Song 13 turned his head and asked unwillingly. Many thanks to Venerable Spring for his help. Zhang Yu first expressed his gratitude to the man before turning his head to look at Song 13 and the others. Hearing Zhang Yu address the man, Song 13 and Song Tianli, they, at the same time, widened their eyes. The two words honored one were not something that could be addressed casually, because only messengers from the 10 great divine realm cave heavens would be addressed as such. It was just unknown which of the 10 great god realm cave heavens he came from. As far as they knew, people from the 10 great divine realm cave heaven would not easily appear in the 9 great states. So why would this venerable spring appear? Is it because of the chosen one? It was the only reason they could think of. According to the records, after every divine providence appeared, the messengers of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens would appear. Now that I think about it, the timing was just right. The so-called 10 great divine realm cave heavens were existences that transcended the 9 great states. The so-called clans of the 9 states were nothing to them. They didn't know why this exalted one would appear with Zhang Yu. A show of hands. You're welcome. You've shown hospitality to this reverend. This reverend is also considered to be returning the favor. Venerable Spring said indifferently. His expression was very bland, neither condescending nor amiable and friendly. One can feel a sense of distance. Song 13. I'll make a note of this today. We'll see in the coming days. Zhang Yu forcibly suppressed the anger within himself and said to Song 13. If it were normal, he would have fought for this breath no matter what. But today, he had to accompany Venerable Spring. As the son of a worldly family, he knew what was more important. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he made a pleased gesture to Venerable Spring. Here we go. The 4 Vajra. You guys performed well today. This young master will heavily reward you. Song 13 said happily. It was as if he hadn't placed any importance on the appearance of Venerable Spring. He was playing the role of a loser now, and these things weren't something he should be thinking about. The one who should really be thinking is Song Tianli. And at this moment, Song Tianli did not focus on Venerable Spring, but rather on Lang Han. He could see clearly just now that when Zhang Yu called out the 3 words Venerable Spring, there was a large change in Lang Han's expression. This meant that Lang Han should have heard of the other party. This kind of hearing, unlike theirs, is not known from among the information. Rather, it's the familiar kind. It seems that this Lang Han's identity is not simple. The Shadow's investigation of them is not over yet. Have to be a little careful of them. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Song 13 was now nominally the young master of the Song family, and his dog's legs were considered to be people who were closer to him. It was possible for them to know some of the secrets of the Song family through Song 13. Their current identities were unknown, and it was likely that they were spies sent by other clans in order to infiltrate the Song family. Therefore, it is natural to find out more about their origins. When the people of the 4 great Vajra were first selected, Song Tianli had already asked Butler Qian to look into their details. It's just that the investigation is still short and nothing has come out of it yet. It smells so good. Just then, Song 13 suddenly took a deep breath and said. Hearing his words, the crowd also sniffed their noses, and there was indeed a peculiar fragrance. It's the aroma of rice, Wu Zizi said with extreme certainty. Meals? What kind of meals has this young master not eaten in this Chinjo's territory? What kind of meal that can have such an aroma? Song 13 asked in disbelief. His words were true. During the years of pretending to be the Song family's young master, he had been in and out of all the major restaurants and taverns, and had eaten countless delicacies. It's no exaggeration to say that there really isn't much that appeals to him when it comes to food. Young master, this is definitely the aroma of the meal. I guarantee it with Yu Chuanxio's life, Wu Zizi said with conviction. Yu Chuanxio rolled his eyes and said, You're amazing, you're noble, you vouch for my life. Why don't you go to heaven? Let's go and see what kind of delicacy is capable of emitting such a tantalizing aroma, Song 13 said, and walked towards the source of the fragrance. However, before he walked off, he glanced at Song Tianli. Only after realizing that Song Tianli did not intend to stop it did he say so. Soon, the crowd sought the scent and arrived in an alley. The scent here is even stronger than it was a moment ago. A simple egg fried rice costs 588. Why don't you go and grab it? If I had that kind of money, wouldn't it be nice to eat at a 5-star hotel? Song Tianli and the others saw a man in his 30s, cursing, walking out of a courtyard with a blue gate. The crowd raised their eyes and saw a newly made plaque hanging vertically next to the gate. It says, Tasty Bistro. Let's go. Young master will bring you down to the restaurant, Song 13 said and headed inside the delicious bistro. After walking in, Song Tianli and the others realized that the decoration in this bistro was very ordinary, and the furnishings were also very simple. Both tables and chairs and dishes are most common in small restaurants. The only difference is that the scent emanating from the inside is so tantalizing. Chapter 19, The Suspected Chosen One Chef. Song 13 did not show any dislike for the environment of the delicious bistro. Boss, order. Song 13's words had just fallen, when a woman who looked 17 or 18 years old walked up with a recipe book. The recipes are small and loose leaf. Song 13 briefly flipped through it and realized that there were at most 10 dishes on top of this recipe. However, the price on it is extraordinary. The most common egg fried rice is $588 a piece. Kung Pao chicken is $888 a serving. Shredded pork with fish is $888 a serving. And returned pork is $1.888 a serving. Even Song 13, who wasn't short of money, couldn't help but marvel when he saw this price. This is more expensive than a 5-star hotel. No more reading. Come on. Fry a book, Song 13 said with great bravado. Fry a book? What does that mean? The waiter asked with a confused look on his face. It's the dishes on top of the menu. All of them come one, Song Tianli explained. As a lapdog, it was basic to understand what the young master was trying to say. Yes, please wait, the waiter said hurriedly after freezing for a moment. Tianli understands me very well. Ah, you few follow him well, Song 13 said to Long Han and the few of them. Long Han and the few of them also looked at Song Tianli with a bit of surprise. They realized that Song Tianli always had a very accurate comprehension of what Song 13 was trying to convey. This is not the first time. No wonder he was able to become the head of the 4 Vajra. Boss, how did you understand what the young master was trying to express? Wu Zizi asked with a bit of curiosity. The reason you don't understand what the young master is trying to say is because you have yet to fully substitute yourselves. It is said that if you do something, you love it. Our current status is that of young master's lapdogs. So everything must be considered from young master's perspective. This involves observing the young master's demeanor, the tone of his speech, his habitual movements, and the relationship of the person who is talking to the young master. To the young master. Ask yourselves, have you done all of this? A hint of self-satisfaction flashed in Song Tianli's eyes as he said this. This caused Wu Zizi and the others to burst into contempt. This was a dog's leg, not some proud status, which deserves Song Tianli to be so smug. The dog-legged clan is a vast and profound one, and you have much to learn. I'll slowly teach you guys later, Song Tianli said. He chose to ignore the contempt of these people. The more these people despised him, the safer his identity would be. You guys were a little less than convinced when we made Tenri the boss of the 4 diamonds. In hindsight, it was the wisest decision I ever made. For this spirit of love and dedication of his, you few are far behind, Song 13 said appreciatively as he looked at Song Tianli. These words made Wu Zizi and the others unable to refute, because, in this aspect, they really couldn't compare to Song Tianli. Since ancient times, those who do practical work are never better than those who can talk and know how to skate. When they faced Zhang Yu before, it was the 3 of them who were fighting, with Song Tianli hiding far behind. It was Song Tianli who was now being praised. Where is this going to be justified? While the few people were talking, the staff of the delicious bistro brought up the prepared dishes. The dishes served were impeccably colored and flavored. There's something satisfying about just looking and smelling. Smells good, Song 13 said, and then he picked up a chopstick and tasted it. After one bite, he looked a little dazed. At the same time, closed his eyes as if he was savoring it. Seeing him like this, Song Tianli and the others glanced at each other, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. From the selling appearance alone, they knew that the dish couldn't taste bad, but Song 13 hadn't tasted any delicacies before, so it wasn't as if he had such a big reaction. Really? Fucking delicious. After a while, Song 13 opened his eyes and said in an exaggerated tone, "You all taste it." Song 13's words were mainly addressed to Song Tianli. Hearing him say that, the four great Vedra all picked up their chopsticks as well. After they put the dishes into their mouths, they looked just like Song 13 just now. They all closed their eyes and savored it. Song Tianli felt at this time that the bite of the dish was insanely stimulating all of his taste buds. Take a bite and it's full of flavor. No wonder Song 13, who had eaten all sorts of delicacies, was a bit out of sorts. Soon after, Song Tianli tasted another dish. The result was the same. Indescribably delicious. Only, Song Tianli frowned at this time. It wasn't because the meal was not good, but because, well, it was so good. As the young master of the Song family, he was not in the Song family even though he disguised himself most of the time. But since I was a child, I have eaten all kinds of delicacies. The kind of food that comes in millions of servings, and not a lot of it. However, those meals made from top ingredients and made by the top chefs in the divine lands were inferior to this dish he was currently eating. Not to mention, these dishes are some of the most common ingredients. As the saying goes, anomalies are demons. Song Tianli could be sure that there was something wrong with the owner of this store. Or rather, the chef of this store. Most likely the chosen one. It is the consensus of many that the chosen are destined to be different. When a person suddenly has a great transformation, then there is a 95% chance that he is the chosen one. Therefore, most of the chosen of God, in the early stages, would choose to develop in an obscene manner. These are the people who aspire to carry out the go way to the end. Hello, can we meet the chef of this store? Right at this moment, Song Tianli suddenly said to the store's waiter, "I'm sorry, the chef in our store is extremely social and afraid to meet outsiders." The waiter in the store said, "Then help me convey that our young master is willing to pay him a monthly salary of $2 million to become our young master's full-time chef." Song Tianli said. When he said that, it was actually a test. Although he still didn't know the turnover of this delicious bistro, he was certain that the other party's net profit for a month would definitely not exceed $2 million. Now he offered a salary of $2 million a year. And if the other party opened a restaurant for the sake of money, then he certainly would not refuse. After all, being one's personal chef is a lot of money and a lot of work. If there was some other purpose for opening a restaurant, it would be natural to reject it. Yes, as long as he is willing to become this young master's full-time chef, not to mention $2 million a month, even if it's $5 million a month, this young master is still willing. By the way, this young master Song 13 made his identity known. Although he didn't know why Song Tianli would suddenly say this, he knew that Song Tianli must have his own reasons for saying so. All he could do was to cooperate with Song Tianli. By saying this, he would give the others the illusion that it was his wish to have the chef of this restaurant as his own personal chef. Chapter 20 Song Tianli's Successive Temptations. Hearing Song Tianli and Song 13 say that, the waiter in the store glanced at the two. She had naturally heard of who Song 13 was, so don't think, the other guy is joking. It's out of my hands. I'm going to ask, the waiter said and turned toward the restaurant's kitchen. It didn't take long for her to return. I'm sorry 13th young master. Our chef said he doesn't want to be constrained. Just want to run a quiet little restaurant by myself. The waiter said, if $5 million doesn't work, this young master will raise the money. $10 million a month. Song 13 displayed the broad-mindedness of a loser. For a chef to be able to get $10 million a month is pretty bombastic in the entire chef world. I'm really sorry young master 13. It's not a matter of more or less money. The waiter said again. Gutsy, your chef has a lot of personality. He's still the first person to reject this young master. After Song 13 said this, he didn't say anything else, but focused on starting to dry his rice. His persona is that of a loser, not a bully. So, whatever it is, if it doesn't work with money, forget it. He wouldn't do anything to force the issue. Song Tianli didn't say anything either and joined in the dry rice. If you don't eat more of such a delicious dish now, you might not be able to eat it later. So, a few people started winding up. Check out. After finishing eating, Song Tianli said, as a dog's leg. Something like settling the bill could not be said by Song 13, who was the young master. Hello, The total is 18,642, the waitress said as she stepped forward. This number, in a 5-star grand hotel, is nothing. But, put in a bistro like this, it can be astronomical. However, Song 13 didn't say anything. He's not bad. Help us pack a kung pao chicken, and a shredded pork with fish, Song Tianli said at this time. The moment his words came out, Yu Chuanxiu and the rest of them all looked at him. Butler Qian hasn't eaten yet. He has so many things to worry about every day. So such a delicious dish. He definitely needs to be allowed to try it, Song Tianli hurriedly explained. As soon as he said this, the crowd came to a realization. Born to be a lapdog. The crowd murmured in their hearts. To Yu Chuanxiu and the others, Song Tianli not only kissed Song 13's as well, but now he had even started kissing Butler Qian's ass. However, they also had to admit that Song Tianli was indeed thoughtful. As the Song family's butler, Qian Shang's words were still above Song 13's, so patting him on the back would only do good, no harm. However, what they didn't know was that Song Tianli's request to pack the dishes wasn't to kiss Qian Shang's ass, or, rather, embodying your own dogged persona. Rather, it was to test the store, or rather, to test the chef of the store. I'm sorry, but we don't allow packing for the dishes in our restaurant, the waiter said. We add money, Song Tianli asked undeterred. I'm so sorry, I can't pack it for extra money. Our chef says that packing away dishes destroys the flavor of the food. He's someone who is a bit strict about what he cooks and doesn't want the dishes he cooks to be greatly compromised by packing. If a few of you really like the dishes in our store, then patronize us more in the future. Hearing the waitress reject it so reasonably, Song Tianli didn't force the issue. However, he was more certain in his heart about the identity of this bistro's chef being a chosen of God. If he had refused to become Song 13's personal chef before, he was only 10% sure. Now, then, without letting it be packed away, that raised his certainty to 30%. Of course, based on those 2 points alone, he wasn't 100% sure. He needed more evidence. Night, creeping in. When night fell, Song Tianli sat on the sofa, with Qian Shang and Song 13 sitting across from him. At this moment, Qian Shang's hand held a stack of information and handed it to Song Tianli. Young master, this is all the information the three of them could find out. The three people Qian Shang had mentioned were none other than Lang Han, Yu Chuanxiu, and Wu Ziji. If you want to stay in the Song family, you naturally need to be of clean birth. The first thing Song Tianli flipped through was Yu Chuanxiu's information. Yu Chuanxiu, male, 21, father Yu Shanxuan, mother Zhao Wan. This piece of information in Song Tianli's hand was a clear investigation of everything Yu Chuanxiu had done from childhood to adulthood, even when he was 5 years old and still wetting the bed. Among them, there are also his 7 aunts, 8 aunts, the girls he had liked as a child. All the relationships, too, were investigated. What Yu Chuanxiu's profile shows, everything about him is still normal. Love to read and believe in reading for truth. That's why he likes to convince people with reason. If truth doesn't convince, then use physics. To say his favorite, it was invisible pretending. Because that's handsome enough. Yu Chuanxiu was a bit of a middle child. Ever since he was a child. This, to Song Tianli, was nothing. Everyone has their own personality. Wu Zizai's parents died and he grew up in an orphanage. A bit of a rebel because of his environment, and extremely dark inside. If someone offended him, he never fronted him hard. He did it behind his back. A pure old six, so to speak. The character wasn't considered much better, but Song Tianli could still accept it. Lastly, there's Cold Chill's profile. From the Middle Kingdom. Nothing? Seeing that Lang Han's message was just this one sentence, Song Tianli turned his head to look at Qian Shang. Regarding Lang Han, we investigated for a long time and only found out that he is from Central State. Other than that, nothing checked out. Shan Song said. It seems that this Lang Han is a lot more mysterious than I thought. The name? It doesn't even have to be true. I'll try and test it tomorrow. You guys pay more attention to him, Song Tianli said to the two. It is indeed difficult to gain his trust from someone who does not know where he is coming from. However, if it came from the Central State, it shouldn't be involved with the Song family. Of course, that's not necessarily true. It's still a trial and error. What about their information? Song Tianli said again. At that moment, Shan Song handed over another pile of information. This piece of information was even thicker than Yu Chuanxiu and the three of them combined. It's no other than the profiles of all the people at Tasty Bistro. When he had eaten at the Delicious Bistro earlier, Song Tianli suspected that the chef of the Delicious Bistro could possibly be a divine chosen. Therefore, in the first instance, he had Qian Shang mobilize his shadowy shadow and investigated all the information on the personnel of the Delicious Bistro, as well as the events that had occurred over this period of time. Whether or not there was a chosen one among them was quickly figured out. Chapter 21 Determining the Identity of the Chosen One. Song Tianli took the information and flipped through it. The first one to see it was the waiter who had received them during the day. The woman's name was He Xiaoqin, a very common name. Song Tianli read her information back and forth twice, and there was nothing out of the ordinary, as well as out of the ordinary. Just an ordinary guy who couldn't be more ordinary. He then looked to the next person's profile. He Tianrui, 22 years old. He Xiaoqin's own brother. Opened a divine treasure and grew up pretty good. Last year, he was cuckolded by his own girlfriend and has been devastated ever since. Smoked and drank all day and was supported by He Xiaoqin. 2 days ago, suddenly re-energized, he took over the restaurant run by his parents and started business. As soon as it opened, it received rave reviews from all the customers. In just 2 days, Tasty Bistro has become a little known. Young people are too young after all, revealing their tales so quickly. Song Tianli said to himself. He was now 99% certain that this He Tianrui was the chosen one, a decadent person. Even if he suddenly returns to his senses as a prodigal son, cannot suddenly possess some extraordinary ability, unless, of course, it suddenly opens up. For example, becoming the chosen one and having the golden finger. Although the 3-day risk period has passed and Goldfinger has completely identified the owner, the major powers wouldn't hunt down and kill the chosen of God anymore. Instead they would try to recruit them by all means. However, this does not mean that the chosen one is absolutely safe. As an oldest amongst the oldest 6, in Song Tianli's opinion, He Tianrui had already exposed himself with this move. That's why he said the other guy was too young. I just don't know. What exactly is He Tianrui's golden finger? Song Tianli said to himself. What he was able to guess was that He Tianrui's golden finger was related to food, but exactly how, he couldn't guess. After all, the information he knew now was still very limited. The reason he had brought it up during the day, to pack it up and have the chef be Song 13's royal chef, was all to get more information. It is now certain that He Tianrui opened the delicious bistro not for money or to sell food. It's supposed to get people to spend money at his delicious bistro. In the future, every so often, try his strength. Look at his progress. At the same time, record the number of people who consume at the delicious bistro every day, as well as the amount of money spent. All of them. Song Tianli said to Qian Shang. When there is enough data, big data can be utilized, patterns can be extrapolated, and a conclusion can be drawn. With this conclusion, it was able to project what He Tianrui's golden finger was. That's the beauty of having power on your back. If Song Tianli was a loner, this information could not be gathered. Yes, young master. Qian Shang nodded respectfully. How is the investigation of the matter of Venerable Spring going? Song Tianli asked again. According to the news we've gotten, this time the 10 great God realm cave heavens all sent messengers to the 9 great states. For what exactly? We haven't found out yet, but based on the information we have gotten, the conclusion is that they should be recruiting disciples for the sake of it. Qian Shang replied. Recruiting disciples? Rather likely. The matter of the divine chosen has basically settled, and it is indeed time for the 10 great divine realm cave heavens to draw in fresh blood. After all, they haven't appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. Song Tianli analyzed. Then is the young master prepared to participate? It's natural to attend. The 10 great God realm cave temples hold the secret of becoming a god. Only by becoming their disciple can one's strength rapidly become stronger. 13 will join me then. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens were above the 9 great states. The status is transcendent and belongs outside the world. If one could be chosen by the 10 great divine realm cave temples to become a disciple, then one would also soar to the heavens. If anything, the chosen one's choice is the first opportunity for ordinary people to change their destiny. That 10 great divine realm cave heaven recruiting disciples was a second chance for ordinary people to change their destiny. When faced with such an opportunity, it would be otherworldly not to participate. Young master, then if I'm really chosen, do I go or not? Song 13 looked at Song Tianli and asked. If you can be selected, naturally, but wouldn't that disrupt young master's plans? Song 13 was originally an orphan who was picked up and raised by the Song family. Therefore, he was carrying a sense of gratitude towards the Song family. My plans have settled just as much as the dust of the chosen one has settled. Other things, even if there are changes, it doesn't hurt. Song 13's biggest role was to make the people of Qianzhou think that the Song family's real young master was him, which, down through the years, he accomplished very well. The only reason he still let Song 13 continue to be the Song family's young master now was so that he could remain hidden behind the scenes. It doesn't affect this if Song 13 is gone, because he had more than just Song 13 in his arrangements over the years. Early the next morning, Song Tianli walked out of his house. He realized that the other 3 Vajra, surprisingly, were up. Lang Han had a long sword in his hand and was practicing with it. He was moving slowly, but it looked like every move was extremely difficult. Just by looking at it, Song Tianli could determine that this sword technique was not simple. However, I'm afraid that only Lang Han himself knows the mystery of this. Other people can't see any names just by looking at them. It was no wonder that Lang Han wasn't afraid to expose himself in front of so many people. Yu Chuanqiu was holding a book in his hand, flipping through it. Wu Zi was holding some bottles and jars in his hands, tinkering with them, and he didn't know what they were. Song Tianli put on his headphones, stretched, and walked toward Lang Han. Right now, only Lang Han's origin was something he hadn't figured out, so he had to find a way to snare his words. Although young master made me the head of the 4 Vajra, I know how much weight I have myself. I'm just a little bit better at kissing ass than a few of you. If we're talking about real skill, I guess I'm a lot worse. So a few of you don't have to take the matter of the head of the 4 great Vajra seriously. We'll talk about each one of them. Brother Lang Han, watching you fight yesterday, so powerful. You scared the piss out of that young master of the Zhang family with a single strike. Can you teach me? Song Tianli said as he came to Lang Han's side. All the while, there was an ingratiating smile. You can't learn, Lang Han said coldly. Hearing Lang Han say this, Song Tianli froze for a moment. It wasn't because of Cold Chill's attitude, but because no voice beeps came out of his headphones. In other words, Lang Han's statement that he couldn't learn was a true statement, not something he said casually to get rid of him. In that case, it could be interesting. Chapter 22, For Seasons of Panglai Recruiting Disciples. Song Tianli's talent in the cultivation path was not very good, but it was still in the middle of the pack. Lang Han surprisingly concluded in one breath that he couldn't learn. This showed that his fighting style was extraordinary and far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just forget about it if you don't want to teach. Say something like that, Song Tianli said, pretending to be unhappy. In response, Lang Han didn't explain too much. There are some words, just know it in your own heart, without explaining so much. Is your real name just Lang Han? This is the first time I've heard of someone with the surname Lang. Song Tianli looked at Lang Han again like a chatterbox and asked, this is what he is trying to do? Yes, Lang Han said still coldly. Payment wallet arrives at $100. After Lang Han's words fell, a cell phone beep came from Song Tianli's earphones. Sure enough, it's a vest. I wonder if Lang Han is a chosen of God, Song Tianli's heart said silently. Although Lang Han gave off a feeling of rejecting people, otherwise, there was no abnormality, so he couldn't tell if the other party was a divine chosen. Honestly, he was tempted to open his mouth and ask directly. In this way, as long as Lang Han answered, he would be able to determine whether he was a chosen of God or not. However, it seemed too presumptuous if he just asked directly. If Cold Chill isn't, that's fine. If so, it's a bit of a snitch and tends to alert him. Now that Lang Han was staying in the Song family, he had plenty of time to observe the other party. In order not to arouse Lang Han's suspicion, Song Tianli sought out Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zi for another chat. He gives the impression of, ingratiating himself with everyone, intentionally or not. This was what Song Tian ideally wanted. Just then, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Instantly, it caught everyone's attention. It's him, Song Tianli and his group secretly said at the same time in their hearts. This silhouette that appeared in the sky was none other than the venerable spring they had seen earlier. I am 4 Seasons Panglai Emissary Chun, and this time I have descended to Qianzhou to select disciples for the 4 Seasons Panglai. Anyone under the age of 25 is eligible for selection. If you pass the selection, you will be a disciple of my 4-time Panglai, that shadowy figure said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout Qianzhou. Every single one of them heard it loud and clear. At this instant, the entire Qianzhou was abuzz. Although the 4 Seasons Panglai hadn't been in existence for nearly 100 years, the legends about it had never been interrupted. Many people say that if one can become a disciple of the 4 Seasons of Panglai, one can enjoy immortal bliss forever. At the very least, it was able to gain 500 years of longevity. Not to mention, any random item from the 4 Seasons Panglai was worth a fortune to the people of the 9 great states. Now that they heard that 4 Seasons Panglai was recruiting disciples, for a moment, many people put down their work at hand and prepared to go forward to try their luck. The big 4 were out the door. Go to the selection. Right at this moment, Song 13 walked over and said loudly to a few people, coming, young master. Song Tianli was the first to respond. The other 3, too, stopped what they were doing and walked towards Song 13. Only, when the crowd stepped out, they found the street a bit waterlogged. There were simply too many people traveling, and Qianzhou was experiencing a great congestion unprecedented in 100 years. Are each and every one of them crazy? We don't even know where the selection site is yet, and they're this crazy, Song 13 said with a bit of cursing. At this moment, Venerable Spring in the Sky spoke again. For this selection, I will ensure absolute fairness and openness. Next, those who qualify, climb the mountain. As soon as Venerable Spring's words fell, a huge mountain descended from the sky. This scared many people so much that they thought they were going to be smashed to death by this mountain peak. However, very quickly they realized that although the mountain peak had fallen, it seemed to be a mirage, causing no damage either to them or to the buildings in Qianzhou. This selection is divided into 3 main levels. The first level, mountain climbing. Whoever climbs to the top of the mountain within 1 hour, passes. Those who exceed 1 hour are eliminated. Climbing time is counted from the moment your feet touch the steps. Now I announce that the first level of selection begins. After Venerable Spring said these words, the huge silhouette disappeared. However, above the sky, a huge cloud mirror appeared. In the cloud mirror, what was displayed was exactly the scene at the top of the mountain. Anyone who climbs to the top of the mountain can see it through a clouded mirror. This definitely counts as fair and open. What a great stroke! No less than the legendary 4 Seasons Pang Lai. Song Tianli said in awe when he saw this scene. This kind of tactic is unbelievable. Although he knew that cultivators existed in the land of Kyushu, and he himself was a cultivator, but never have I seen that anyone could do that. It was even more unbelievable than the divine means he had known in Blue Star, worthy of being a legendary existence in the land of God. Once this tactic of Venerable Spring came out, anyone from Qianzhou was able to climb the mountain. Just then, as one person was preparing to climb the mountain, he was suddenly catapulted off by the light curtain on the mountain, letting out a miserable scream. This startled the crowd, who didn't understand what was going on. Those who do not fulfill the conditions may not climb the mountain, otherwise, suffer the consequences. At the same time, Venerable Spring's voice came. Hearing his voice, the crowd came to a realization. Previously, Venerable Spring had said that anyone under the age of 25 could participate in the selection. That means that anyone over the age of 25 is not eligible for selection. If you have to climb a mountain, you are sure to be ostracized. This means, it's really something. It can even detect age. My 2 lives combined. I'm over 40 years old. I don't know if I can detect it. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The 4 great Vajra. Let's climb the mountain. Song 13 glanced at Song Tianli, then said loudly. After saying that, he walked towards the peak. Very quickly, Song Tianli and the others passed through the curtain of light surrounding the mountain peak. At this time, they felt that the scene in front of them changed, and their bodies appeared at the foot of a huge mountain peak. The originally illusory mountain peaks became real at this time. As the day wore on, the foothills became more and more crowded. All of them are under the age of 25 in Qianzhou. This tactic is a bit unreal. Young master, let's climb the mountain. Song Tianli said. Let's go. Mountain climbing. After Song 13 finished speaking, he headed towards the steps leading to the top of the mountain. Only, he had just ascended the steps when his body stumbled and he almost fell on his ass. This caused Song Tianli and the others, who were following him, to all stop and look at him with a puzzled expression. Chapter 23, Old Six is by my side. After stabilizing his body, Song 13 turned his head to look at Song Tianli and the few of them. It's okay, my foot slipped. After he said this, he continued on his way to the steps of the mountain. This time, there were no surprises. In response, Lun Han and the few of them didn't think much about it and continued walking towards the steps. However, Song Tianli and Wu Ziji had a tacit understanding and slowed down at the same time, their eyes watching Lun Han and Yu Chuanxiu. Under their gaze, of the 4 great Vajra, Lun Han was the first to ascend the steps. He was expressionless and nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Song 13's eyes widened. Just now, when he suddenly ascended the mountain, he could almost be directly crushed by the sudden pressure. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have been humiliated. Why was it that not only was Lun Han's face expressionless, but his body didn't show any reaction either? That's not scientific, is it? Is it possible that the steps are different from person to person? Bang! Just as this thought of Song 13 had just risen, Yu Chuanxiu suddenly fell to the ground, his entire body sprawling on top of the steps. The look was like a turtle crawling on its face, and it looked very funny. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Song 13 finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't said anything earlier, waiting for this moment. A few of them came together. He couldn't be the only one to be embarrassed. Seeing Yu Chuanxiu fall, Song Tianli and Wu Ziji stopped in their tracks at the same time. They knew it wasn't that simple. Just now, Song 13 almost fell down. It definitely wasn't a slip of the foot. It seems so now. Lao San, what's wrong with you? Song Tianli asked with concern. He didn't come forward to help him up, despite what he said, because he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. He couldn't act rashly. After Yu Chuanxiu climbed up from the steps, he looked around and realized that he was the only one who had fallen. Why am I the only one injured? You bunch of old sixes, Yu Chuanxiu said with a bit of anger. He was even more furious when he saw Song Tianli and Wu Ziji who were hiding far behind. What makes him the only one who came along who got hurt? It's fine. My feet slipped accidentally. Yu Chuanxiu stood up and said to Song Tianli and Wu Ziji with a smile. After he said that, he walked forward. At the same time, he looked at Cold Chill with a bit of suspicion. Lang Han was in front of him, so why would he be okay? Nothing? I'll believe you. It's true. Airplanes are the fastest in the sky and glasses are the worst underground. Song 13 said that his foot slipped, and there was that slight possibility. After all, he was the first. But Yu Chuanxiu said that his feet slipped again, and if he believed it, he was a mallet. Old 4, quickly follow them and protect the young master. Thus, Song Tianli turned his head to Wu Ziji and said, according to what Song 13 had previously settled on, Song Tianli was the head of the 4 great Vajra, Lang Han was the second of the 4 Vajra, Yu Chuanxiu was the third, and Wu Ziji was the fourth. Boss, where are you going with this? You're the head of our 4 great Vajra. It's better for you to invite first. How can I steal Big Brother's thunder? Wu Ziji said very politely. He also didn't figure out what was going on right now and didn't dare to move forward. What are you talking about? Since I'm the eldest brother, it's only natural that I should take care of my little brother. Old 4, you have a simple character and have not comprehended the essence of being a dog's leg. Now Big Brother teaches you. Young master almost fell just now. If you were around, you would have held him up at the first opportunity. Then the young master will surely remember you well. The past cannot be changed. The future is still possible. Now is the chance for you to perform. Song Tianli said. He looked like I was doing you a favor. In order to pit Wu Ziyi a little. He even said such nonsense as having a simple personality. But he knew that Wu Zi was extremely dark inside. Big brother, little brother is a stupider person. And is still not quite able to comprehend many things. I'm still tired of Big Brother demonstrating it himself. Things were already so clear. Wu Ziyi wasn't stupid, so naturally he couldn't be fooled. Then we're together? Song Tianli suddenly pulled Wu Ziji and said, I can't fool Wu Ziyi, so I can only act together. That way, even if he did lose his face, he would have someone to keep him company. Yeah, Wu Ziji agreed. There was nothing he could do about it. He could see that if he didn't agree, Song Tianli definitely wouldn't stop. So the 2 old sixes, hand in hand, walked forward. When one of their feet was about to step onto the steps, they suddenly retracted at the same time. Seeing this scene, the 2 men looked at each other, trying to punk each other. I didn't realize that both were thinking the same thing. My feet were a bit numb just now, Wu Ziji explained. My leg is numb, Song Tianli said, and pretended to wrong his calf. Are you done? There. Together then? Yeah, that was it. The 2 pulled at their limits for a moment before finally lifting their feet and stepping towards the steps again. This time, neither of them played any tricks and stepped on top of the steps at the same time. In this instant, they clearly felt that a huge pressure fell on them. It was as if a big fat man of 300 pounds had suddenly jumped on their backs. Luckily, both of them were mentally prepared. And this pressure only caused their bodies to sway slightly. And they did not fall on the steps like Yu Chuanxiu did. It was only at this time that they realized why Song 13 and Yu Chuanxiu looked like that. The pressure wasn't very strong, but it descended too suddenly. It was fine to be mentally prepared, but if you weren't, you'd be in such a sorry state as Yu Chuanxiu. I hate old 6 the most. Yu Chuanxiu couldn't help but say, Young master, I've come to protect you. After Song Tianli figured out what was going on, he hurriedly said loudly to Song 13. After saying that, he quickened his pace and headed towards Song 13. The sudden appearance of stress is not enough to make a person move an inch. Seeing this scene, the other 3 Vajra, once again, looked contemptuous. Shell, why didn't you have any reaction when you walked up the steps? Wu Ziyi asked as he came to Lang Han's side. I knew the steps would look like this. Cold Chill replied indifferently. Then you don't tell us. Yu Chuanxiu said hurriedly. If he had known what was going on the steps, he wouldn't have been embarrassed. You guys didn't ask either? Lang Han said rightfully. He wasn't a person who liked to talk too much, and naturally he wouldn't say anything if others didn't ask. Hearing Lang Han say this, Yu Chuanxiu was suddenly speechless. He didn't even know how he should refute that statement, because, indeed, he didn't ask. When Song Tianli heard Lang Han's words, he glanced at him with a bit of surprise. It had been nearly 100 years since the 4 seasons Pang Lai had appeared in the world, and many people's understanding of the 4 seasons Pang Lai was very limited. But now, it seems like Lang Han has some knowledge about the 4 seasons of Pompeii. Chapter 24, Opening the 8 Gates of Transportation and Ascending the Heavens Remarkable Ladder. Song Tianli did not ask much about whether or not Lang Han knew about the 4 seasons Pang Lai. It's too deliberate to ask now. Find time later to try it out slowly. So, the next thing you know, the crowd was under pressure and began to climb the mountain. They find that the higher up they go, the more stressful it gets. By the time they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, everyone except Long Han was out of breath. Even Song Tianli was no exception. He realized that the pressure was not based on one's cultivation level. Some ordinary people who hadn't practiced were instead as fit as a fiddle. If I'm not mistaken, the pressure on this step is based on each person's talent. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one has to bear, Song Tianli said to the person next to him. In fact, his words were mainly for Cold Chill, because it was possible that Cold Chill knew something about this. This step is called the Heaven's Pride Ladder, and it is indeed used to test talent. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one has to bear, Long Han said indifferently at this time. He showed great calmness from start to finish and didn't pant like Song Tianli and the others. This showed that he was talented, far above the crowd. What do you guys say? If the Divine Chosen were to ascend the Heaven's Pride Ladder, would there be any pressure? Right at this moment, Yu Chuanqiu suddenly asked. The moment his words came out, Song Tianli's first glance was directed towards Long Han. Long Han's answer, combined with his lie detector ability, could clearly determine whether Long Han was a chosen of God or not. I don't think so. The Divine Chosen are 1 in a million. They must be the dragons among men. How can they feel pressure when facing a small Heaven's Pride ladder? Wu Zizi said. This young master doesn't think so. The chosen of God is only there because of the golden finger. Without Goldfinger, they are no different from ordinary people. It might not be as good as an ordinary person. Song 13 voiced his opinion. Such things are known only to the chosen one himself. Elder, what do you think? Song Tianli looked at Long Han and asked. With the previous padding, it was much more logical for him to ask this. I don't know, Long Han said indifferently. Hearing him say that, a trace of color flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. Cold Chill's words didn't make the phone ring with a beep. That is to say, he was genuinely unaware of whether or not the chosen of God would feel pressure when they ascended the Heaven's Pride ladder. This means that he is not, in fact, the chosen one. Song Tianli himself was a divine chosen, and he couldn't be more clear about whether divine chosen would feel pressure to ascend the heaven's remarkable ladder. The answer is that it will. If Cold Chill isn't the chosen one, then who is he? Why did he come to Qianzhou from Central State and change his name to work as a dog's leg for Song 13 at the Song family? Song Tianli had these questions popping up in his heart. The fact that Long Han was not a chosen of God rather complicated things. Well, don't say anything that isn't in the sky. Let's seize the moment and hurry up to the top of the mountain. This young master doesn't want to lag behind the others, Song 13 said loudly at this time. He saw that there were already a few people who were about to ascend to the top of the mountain, so he voiced a reminder. With his reminder, Song Tianli and the 4 of them, without any further dilly-dallying, all began to climb the mountain desperately. Not a lot of time left for them, huffing and puffing. Just as there was less than a tenth of the journey left, Song Tianli had begun to pant heavily. At this rate, it was still unknown whether he would be able to make it to the top of the mountain within the allotted time. I didn't realize that amongst my peers, my talent is so poor. Song Tianli raised his head, glanced at the dense crowd at the top of the mountain, and muttered to himself. He had always known that he was not considered exceptionally talented. He possessed the strength he had now, relying solely on years of diligent cultivation. But he didn't realize that there were so many people who were more talented than him. He roughly calculated that there were at least 50,000 people who had now ascended to the top of the mountain, as well as those in front of him. In other words, among the people in Qianzhou who were under the age of 25, there were more than 50,000 people with better talent than him. If you added in the other several states, then there were at least 500,000 people with better talent than him. And that's just a rough calculation. If you break it down, it's only going to be more. There were more than 1 billion people in the entire divine land, and among the younger generation, talent could be ranked in the top 500,000, counting as 1 in a million. But the path of cultivation is to be exclusive, not 1 in a million. With that kind of talent, it's possible to make a modest living, but it's basically impossible to fly high and rely on yourself. Good thing, Song Tianli had a golden finger. At this point in his life, he was tempted to use the infallible deck to counter the pressure of the Heaven's Pride ladder, but in plain sight, he could easily be seen if he used the deck. As an old 6, that's not the kind of thing he wants to be seen doing. We can only use this trick when it comes down to it. 8 gates of evasion. Open the door. Open, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. In the next second, his forehead was bruised with rage. The pressure on him was instantly much less, and he felt as if he was as light as a swallow. Thus, he climbed towards the top of the mountain with great strides and chased after Yu Chuanqiu and the others. At this moment, Yu Chuanqiu, Wu Ziji and the 2 of them had about the same amount of talent, with less than 1/20% left from the top of the mountain. Song Xii's talent, a little better than theirs, was less than 100 meters away from the top of the mountain. The one with the best talent is still cold chill. He stood at the bottom of the last step at the moment, a tangle flashing across his face. He pondered whether he should become a disciple of the 4 seasons of Penglai or not. After a few seconds of agonizing, he took the final step and ascended to the top of the mountain. It was obvious that he had figured something out. Song Tianli calculated the time as he climbed the mountain. Finally, he made it to the top of the mountain within the final time limit. Huffing and puffing, he fell straight to the ground, panting heavily. Half of this is really tired. The other half is an act. If he didn't use the 8 gates of evasion and relied on his own talent, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to climb to the top of the mountain within the allotted time. Ha ha ha. Well, you have not disgraced this young master. All of you have climbed to the top of the mountain within the time limit. Reward, $1 million each. Song 13 carried out his loser persona to the end. Congratulations, everyone, for passing the first level. Next, we begin the second level. He who reaches the other side of the river passes the second level. Right at this moment, Venerable Spring's voice rang out from the sky. As Venerable Spring's voice fell, the scene in front of the crowd began to change. After about 10 seconds or so, they realized that they had appeared at the edge of a river. The water in this river is a light green color and looks a little spooky. However, the depth wasn't very deep, only about half a meter. Only, when Long Han saw this river, his face instantly changed abruptly. Chapter 25, Merit Water Discerning Merit. Song Tianli and the others next to Lang Han noticed the sudden change in Lang Han's face. It surprised them extraordinarily. One must know that the previous Lang Han had always had a breezy face no matter what situation he faced. Nothing seemed to cause his mood to change. But now, in the face of a river, there was a sudden change of face. This shows that the river is definitely not an ordinary river. Brother Han, what kind of river is this river? Yu Chuanxiu couldn't help but ask. I don't know what the river is called, but the water inside it is all meritorious water. The so-called merit water can detect the merits one has accumulated in the past. In simpler terms, discerning between good and evil in a person. The kinder you are, the more soothing it will be to walk among the rivers as if you were in a hot spring. Those who have done evil will walk in the river and suffer as if they were cut by 1,000 cuts. If you don't quit in time, there's a chance you'll die of pain alive. Hearing Lang Han say that, Song Tianli and the few of them all changed their faces. They are not, by their own admission, good little white rabbits. Song Tianli has killed people, and more than one. Of course, the people he killed were the ones who tried to kill him, not so much the innocent ones. Wu Zi has a dark heart and did not do a lot of bad things when he was a child in order not to be bullied in the orphanage. Long Han couldn't even remember how many people he had killed himself. This was why a cloudy person like him would have his face suddenly change when he saw the merit water. I'm hard to answer if I ask. Good understanding. Not right. Good understanding. A life of brightness and reason. This merit water shouldn't harm me, right? Yu Chuanxiu didn't know if he was saying this to Song Tianli and the others, or if he was comforting himself. No one else on the river. No one else was being a standout. All watching the people next to them, waiting for the first warrior. Many people had already suffered losses when they climbed the Heaven's Pride ladder before. A mere merit water. What can it do? Look at this young master. Right at this moment, Song 13 said with great bravado. After saying that, he walked towards the middle of the river. Hearing him say that instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. With someone being the first to test the waters, they were naturally happy to watch. Don't look at Song 13's grandiose words, but he was still a bit weak inside. He came to the edge of the river and tentatively put one foot into the water. If the situation was not right, he would, at the first opportunity, draw his foot back. No feeling? A flash of joy appeared on Song 13's face. He said, striding directly into the river, alas, this young master is indeed the chosen one, and I can't believe I don't feel anything. Just ask, who else? Ha 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 ha, walking in the water of merit. Song 13 said loudly in a tone that was arrogant to the extreme. This caused Wu Zizi and Yu Chunxiu to look at each other in dismay. Regarding this, Song Tianli did understand what was going on. Song 13 was disguised as the young master of the Song family. The Song family's young master's persona is that of a loser, not a bully. He hadn't done anything in the past years to bully men and women and kill people. Instead, every now and then they do a good deed or two. In the matter of merit and virtue, it is a matter of signs and not of mind. No matter what Song 13's intentions were, the good things he did could be real. This, then, can be considered his merit. If Song 13, the loser, can do it, so can I. The others who were hovering on the shore were also heading towards the middle of the water of merit. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Soon there were screams. "Ah! I'm out! I'm out!" Everyone else let out various screams one after another. The sound was creepy to hear, and it felt like death by 1,000 cuts. They had thought that if Song 13 could do it, they could. As it turns out, they overestimated themselves. It was only when he heard the screams of these people that Cold Chill felt normal. That's what he imagined the scene would be like. "Are we still going into the water?" Wu Zizi asked as he looked at a few people. "It's come to this. Where can we retreat? A man's death is like a bird facing the sky. If he doesn't die, let's put up a fight," Yu Chuanqiu said and prepared to go into the water as well. Song Tianli and Wu Ziji looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Indeed, it's come to this. It's always a good idea to get in the water and try it out. So the two headed straight for the river. After a few seconds of silence, Long Han followed suit. When Song Tianli and his group went into the water, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had been mentally prepared, when it actually happened, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Ha ha ha. Doesn't hurt. I knew that Yu Chuanqiu, who is bright and open and has lived a blameless life, would not be targeted," Yu Chuanqiu said with a big smile at this time. "It hurts a little, but not as much as I thought it would. Totally tolerable." Song Tianli also let out a long sigh of relief inside at this time. The merit water made him realize that he wasn't a good person in the traditional sense of the word, but not an unmitigated bad guy either. In such a world of the weak and the strong, the so-called good guys are not as good as the fish. Being a bad person who isn't bound by morality isn't necessarily a bad thing. Behind Song Tianli was Wu Ziji, whose expression was similar to Song Tianli's. Song Tianli was not surprised about this. He had investigated the other party and knew that although Wu Zizi was not considered a good person, he did not do much evil. What he didn't expect was that Long Han's expression at this time looked extremely painful. During the first level of mountain climbing, Long Han was cloudy from start to finish, as if nothing could make his mood change. This second pass presented him with the other extreme. His expression was so pained that his features were on the verge of twisting together. He gritted his teeth and walked amongst the water of merit, his body constantly trembling, and it was obvious at a glance that it was enduring great pain. "What on earth is Long Han? How many bad things has he done here?" Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He had never found out any useful information about Long Han, and now he saw him in the water of merit, suffering so much. This made him even more wary of Long Han inside. He was pondering whether to find an opportunity to let Cold Chill leave. Such an uncertain person to keep around could be a ticking time bomb. No one can guarantee how many people will be hurt once this bomb goes off. Let's see if he can pass the second level of the test. After thinking about it, Song Tianli said inwardly, if he could pass the second level of the test, then the 4 Seasons Pang Lai would be able to take him in as a disciple. And it wasn't like he couldn't let him stay on. Compared to Song Tianli and the others, the behavior of the others in the merit water was much more interesting. All kinds of wailing kept coming. "I want out. I want out. Mom, just carry me away." Such voices kept ringing out. Chapter 26, the third level of the test. As soon as someone yells "I quit," then he quickly disappears into the water of merit. Unsurprisingly, they were eliminated. The number of people who passed the first hurdle was over 50,000, but there were less than 5,000 people who could pass the second level. What these people didn't know was that the second level tested more than just one's merit and mindfulness. As long as you can endure the pain, you will be able to pass the second level. Except, that's something 99% of people can't do. The only one who did was Cold Chill. When Long Han passed through the river of meritorious water, his entire face was as pale as if he was deflated. No one knew what kind of pain he had just endured amidst the water of merit. It seems that Long Han must have a very moving story on his body. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli said inwardly with extreme certainty, a person cannot be so tough-minded if he is simply evil. Only by experiencing unseen pain can one be so open to such trials. Congratulations on passing the second level. Next, we proceed to the third level, and once you successfully pass the test, you will be a reserved disciple of my 4 Seasons Pang Lai. With the sound of Venerable Spring's voice, the scenery in front of Song Tianli and the others changed once more. They realized that a huge labyrinth had appeared in front of them. Whoever passes through the maze within 2 hours, passes. The countdown has begun. After Venerable Spring's words fell, the crowd looked at each other for a moment. In the next second, the crowd sped towards the labyrinth at top speed. It was just that this labyrinth was so big that 5,000 people going in made it seem extraordinarily sparse. Are we going to break through the barrier separately, or together? Wu Zizi asked as he looked at the several people. Of course we're going to break through the barrier together. You're my young master's 4 great Vajra. Are you still planning to leave my young master behind? Song 13 was the first to step forward and said. He said this mainly to stay with Song Tianli. This way, in case there were any accidents, he would be able to protect Song Tianli. There's strength in numbers. I think it's better for us to be together. Song Tianxia thought about it and said so. He felt that this third level of the test was definitely not just for them to pass through the labyrinth. There must be many unknown difficulties in the labyrinth. The power of one person, after all, is limited, or we must work together. I agree, Wu Zizi said before him. I agree. Yu Chuanxiu didn't have much to say either. Afterward, the crowd all turned their gazes to Long Han. Good. Long Han nodded indifferently. Just like that, Song Tianli and his group of 5 people chose a fork in the maze and headed forward. They had just advanced less than 100 meters when suddenly the wall on one side collapsed, and dozens of hungry wolves with red eyes poured out from inside. These vicious wolves left their foul-smelling saliva and pounced towards the several people. Let's go back to back, Yu Chuanxiu said hurriedly. As he spoke, the crowd moved in. Long Han was holding a long sword, and a cold light kept flashing. Those hungry wolves that came to him were instantly split in two, their limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. It was no exaggeration to say that cold chill killed wolves as if they were vegetables. Wu Zizi quickly escaped from his pockets and threw various bottles and cans towards those hungry wolves. Those bottles and cans exploded in the air, spewing out a cloud of powder that landed among the wolves. Immediately, those hungry wolves that were affected by the powder waves staggered as if they were drunk and eventually fell to the ground. Yu Chuanxiu saw how swiftly the two attacked and took out a slate made of iron. On top of this brick, there is a big date engraved. He swung his slate and smashed it towards the wolves. Any hungry wolves that he smashed into, one by one, directly splattered their brains. Song Tianli's eyes widened as he watched the trio's actions. He suddenly realized that these 3 were more or less out of sorts. He took out a deck of cards in his left hand. Just in case, raising his right hand in a fist, he began to attack the hungry wolves. Song 13 played up his scrappy young master persona and hid behind the 4. There weren't many of these hungry wolves, so it didn't take long for a few people to take care of them all. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my 4 great Vidra. In times of danger, each shows their abilities. At this time, Song 13 said with a big smile. The others glanced at each other as well, a flash of surprise in their eyes. Previously, they had only dealt with the time against Zhang when they had struck out together, but that time was too short to tell much. For once, they had a deep understanding of each other. There was no doubt that Long Han was the strongest and had the heaviest killing heart, and at a glance, it has not experienced a lot of killing, fighting steadily and ruthlessly. Yu Chuanxiu appeared to be gentle, but in fact he was the wildest in character, as evidenced by his weapon engraved with the character for virtue. Wu Zizi is the most sinister, and various means are endless. Only Song Tianli was moderate and didn't look like he had any features. Are we going to continue forward along this path, or are we going to change directions? Wu Zi asked at this time. I think it's important to continue down that path. Since there are obstacles on this path, it means that we have chosen the right path. If it's wrong, then wouldn't it be a waste to set up a block? Yu Chuanxiu said after some thought. That makes sense. So let's move on. Song 13 said. Everyone knew that this hungry wolf attack was just an appetizer. I'm afraid. Wait. Just then, Song Tianli suddenly said. The moment he said this, several people all turned their gazes to him. Just now, the examiner said that within 2 hours, as long as we pass through the maze, but he didn't limit what method we use to get through the labyrinth. That means that we can, by all means, not have to, use this dumbest method of breaking in, bit by bit. We can create another path. This point was also what Song Tianli had just thought of. Breaking new ground? How do I break new ground? Yu Chuanxiu asked. Like, from above, or go around the outside of the maze, Song Tianli said as he pointed to the wall above the maze. Hearing him say this, Yu Chuanxiu and the few of them immediately stared in disbelief. Will this work? Wu Zi asked. This third level's test definitely can't just be a test of our combat prowess. If it's simply a test of our combat prowess, then wouldn't it be better to have us all together in a big fight? The winner takes all. So why bother? And this labyrinth is too big. Relying on the normal way, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time getting through it in the allotted time. I think, since it's a maze, the test should be our ability to adapt, to work together, and to be brave. This time, the crowd did not retort, because they felt that what Song Tianli said was somewhat reasonable. Chapter 27, Becoming a Prospective Disciple of the 4 Seasons of Penglai. You can give it a try, Long Han said. It won't hurt to try anyway. I agree, Song 13 said loudly. Then let's give it a try. Wu Zizi and Yu Chuanxiu had no comments. In that case, let's hurry. Once it doesn't work out, we still have time to get back here and continue to break into the maze. Tell you what, let's split up. 2 people go through the top of the maze. The remaining 3, go from the outside of the maze. Song Tianli said. I'm going to walk outside. Song 13 said. He actually made the choice for Song Tianli. They had agreed that if he was present when Song Tianli presented two options, that meant that Song Tianli himself wanted to choose the latter option. At this time, it was up to Song 13 to make the decision. This would clear the air with Song Tianli. Then I'll follow young master outside. Song Tianli said immediately afterward. I'm going to walk outside too. Wu Zizi said hurriedly. He felt that Song Tianli was an old six, and it was always right to follow him. The two of us go above, Lung Han said with a nod. With that, the crowd made its choice. If it doesn't work, we'll use the fireworks as a signal and come back here. If it works, it keeps going, Song Tianli said, taking out two things similar to cloud-piercing arrows and handing one to Lung Han. They didn't waste any time and hurriedly split up into two groups. Lung Han and Yu Chuanxiu rose up into the air and began to scamper high up the wall. Song Tianli returned the way they came and came to the outside of the labyrinth, intending to go around from the outside. The maze was huge, so a few people had to run. It seems really feasible. Ugh. After turning the corner of the labyrinth, Wu Zi said with a bit of delight, for he saw that the side of the labyrinth dealt with a flat, unobstructed view of anything. So, a few people picked up the pace. In less than an incense stick of time, Song Tianli and the others bypassed the labyrinth and arrived at the other side of the maze. They saw that Venerable Spring was standing and waiting. Seeing Song Tianli and the three of them, a hint of surprise flashed in Venerable Spring's eyes. He also didn't expect a few people to take so little time. Pass the test. In the next second, Venerable Spring said indifferently, ha ha ha, passed, really passed. Song 13 laughed out loud. Wu Zizi and Song Tianli were also elated. Soon enough, they saw that Lung Han and Yu Chuanxiu had also jumped down from the walls of the labyrinth. When the two of them saw the Song Tianli trio, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes as well. Pass the test, Venerable Spring said as he looked at the two Lung Han. This delighted the two men. They didn't expect that. After listening to Song Tianli's words, they would pass the test so easily. For a while, the way they looked at Song Tianli was a little different. Earlier, they all felt that Song Tianli was someone who only knew how to sneak around. Now it seems that Song Tianli still has a bit of wisdom in his body. In the midst of the wait, slowly someone came out of the maze. At this time of year, it's really all about the 8 immortals. Some rely on their extreme speed, some on their intelligence, some on their great strength, some on their experience in getting through the labyrinth, and some simply because they are lucky. In short, there's something for everyone. When the 2 hours were up, Venerable Spring waved his hand, and everyone else disappeared into thin air except for those who passed the 3rd level. Only Song Tianli and the others were left. There weren't many people who passed the 3rd level, just under 200. This was 1 in a million compared to the vast selection army in Qianzhou at the very beginning. From today onwards, you are my prospective disciples of 4 seasons Penglai. Here are your credentials, Venerable Spring said, waving his palm, and hundreds of jade tags flew out from his hand. These jade tiles fell into the hands of everyone who passed the 3rd level of the test. The reason why I say prospective disciples is because you have not yet formally worshipped under my 4 seasons Penglai sect. You will be given 3 months to take care of worldly matters. 3 months from now, I will come to fetch you to the 4 seasons of Penglai. Now, you will recognize the owner by dropping your blood on top of the jade tablet. If you encounter a force majeure danger, you can take out your jade tablet to deter the curmudgeons. However, you must not rely on your status as a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Penglai to bully men and women and do wrong. Once found, kill without pardon. When Venerable Spring said this, his tone was thick with a murderous aura. The aura on his body instantly enveloped everyone. All of them, including Song Tianli and the others, all winced. The murderous aura on Venerable Spring's body was simply too dense. He really didn't know how many people he had killed to form it, and it was already nearly substantial. Yes, the crowd said almost simultaneously. I hope to see all of you again in 3 months. Venerable Spring also said something very profound and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Song Tianli and the others realized that the scene in front of them began to change. When they came back to their senses, they found that they appeared in the place where they had disappeared in the first place. This kind of means unthinkable, Song Tianli said to himself. Ha 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 ha, this young master is from now on a disciple of the 4 seasons of Penglai. Go go go, follow this young master to celebrate, Song 13 said loudly at this time. I could hear that he was really excited. While he was talking, Lung Han looked at the jade tablet in his hand, a bit out of focus. His eyes were complicated and he didn't know what he was thinking. Young master, let's go to Delicious Bistro to celebrate, Song Tianli proposed. There were still 3 months before he left for the 4 seasons of Penglai, and within those 3 months, he fought to figure out what exactly was the golden finger of that chef at the Delicious Bistro. Good. This young master is happy today. Go anywhere. Without any hesitation, Song 13 agreed. Just like that, Song Tianli and his group once again headed to the delicious bistro. After arriving at the delicious bistro, the few people found that the guests of the delicious bistro were quite a bit more than before. I think that the fame of the delicious bistro has increased a little bit in the past few days. Boss, fry me a book. Song 13 was still like last time. When he opened his mouth, he was frying a book. Alright, please wait. The waiter had a previous experience and instantly understood. After a few people casually found a table and sat down, Song Tianli began to survey the guests around him. After his investigation of this chef, he could be sure that the other party's gold finger was related to the customers in the store. I'm going to the bathroom. Song Tianli made an excuse and headed towards the bathroom. For that, no one doubts. After all, people have three urges. White eyes, open. After pretending to be convenient, Song Tianli opened his white eyes. Chapter 28, Assassination in the Night. The function of the white eye is to be able to see through 360 degrees without any dead angle, and to see through the lines of operation of the energy. After Song Tianli's observation, he realized that all the guests of the delicious bistro had an energy emanating above their heads, which, in turn, includes him. All of this energy, which the average person could not detect, flowed in the direction of the kitchen. Eventually, it converged in the body of a man who was cooking in the middle of the kitchen. This man Song Tianli had investigated was none other than the owner and chef of the store, He Tianrui. As this energy flowed in, He Tianrui's strength slowly began to increase. In a short period of time, it doesn't enhance too much though. However, he was absorbing the energy emanating from these guests all the time, and as the days and months accumulated, it would converge into an extremely large mass of power. Sure enough, his golden finger is related to the customers in the store, Song Tianli said with great certainty. This time, not only did it solidly establish the identity of the other party's chosen one, it also determined the general direction of the other party's golden finger. Not a wasted trip. Luckily, only one divine reserve has been opened in his body at the moment. No threat to me. Wait for the night to test a wave. Song Tianli inwardly made up his mind. Having made his decision, he walked out of the bathroom. It was still the same as last time. Song Tianli and his group ate to their heart's content. This time, Song Tianli didn't make any more attempts. What is to be known is known. There is no point in trying. It's a life full of promise when you pass the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance selection and eat a meal that's as good as it gets. By the time Song Tianli and his group left the delicious bistro, night had already fallen. A few people walked under the streetlights, their shadows drawn long. However, right at this moment, several black shadows suddenly flew out from the middle of the night, heading straight for the several people. Their speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of several people. Protect the young master, Song Tianli shouted. Then he took out an infallible card, ready to use it at any time. Also be prepared to cast a double. Once you encounter an attack you can't avoid, activate the substitute spell. Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji also both leaned in and took out their weapons in front of Song 13. Only Lang Han, holding a long sword, took the initiative to meet the man in black. And with that, a tussle began. Song 13 took out a cloud-piercing arrow and released it into the sky. The cloud-piercing arrow exploded in the air, forming a number 1. Only the Song family knows what this one means. Lang Han's attack showed no mercy, and very quickly, 2 black-clothed men were beheaded by him. But the black-clothed men around him, undeterred, came at him again. The black-clothed man who was open 2 divine treasures actually couldn't last more than a single move under him. Just how strong is Lang Han? Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He used his white eyes to observe Lang Han, but he realized that there was a special kind of energy on the surface of Lang Han's body that blocked his survey. Therefore, even if he used his white eyes, he was unable to see Lang Han's true strength clearly. At this moment, Lang Han was like a god of death. His body transformed into a phantom, harvesting the lives of those black-clothed men. In less than 10 seconds, almost all of the black-clothed men were cut down by him. There was only one person, who sped off into the distance as fast as he could. Lang Han's figure flashed and hurriedly chased after him. His speed was so fast that he caught up with the fleeing man in black in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he once again slashed out with his sword. As long as the man in black was hit, he would surely die. Stay alive. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli hurriedly shouted loudly. Hearing his words, Lang Han twisted the longsword in his hand, allowing his attack to land on the thigh of the fleeing black-clothed man. Ah! The man in black screamed miserably and fell to the ground. At this time, Wu Zizi took out a fishing net and netted the injured black-clothed man. In the midst of battle, fishing nets are, many times, extremely useful. This fishing net of Wu Zizi is specially made, extremely tough, and it is difficult to be injured by ordinary swords. Seeing that the man in black was caught in the net, Song 13 hurriedly ran to him in large strides. He raised his foot and kicked it toward the man in black. Dare to assassinate this young master? Do you know how to write the word death? Say, who sent you? Song 13 asked loudly while kicking. Young master, calm down. I'm good at this kind of interrogation. Let me do it. Song Tianli pulled Song 13 and said hurriedly, okay, over to you. If he doesn't talk, he's going to die trying. I'd like to see. Looking at the entire Qianzhou, who the hell has eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dares to fucking touch me? Song 13? Song 13 huffed and puffed at the nationalist Erlian. After pacifying Song 13, Song Tianli walked towards the man in black. At that moment, a very strong murderous aura flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if this man in black was just trying to kill Song 13, or if he was trying to kill the Song family's young master. If it was to kill the Song family's young master, then it had a lot to do with him. The person behind this thing has to be figured out. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. He didn't want to be undermined at any point. This is not the place for an interrogation. Let's take him back first. You guys be careful. Don't let him kill himself. Song Tianliang would love to interrogate now, but this really wasn't the place. The situation is unclear now, and there may be other men in black ambushing them in the shadows. It's safer to return to the Song family first. About 2 minutes later, there was a sudden influx of men dressed in 4C's Express clothing from all around. Also accompanying it was a motorcade. They surrounded the area. Greetings, young master. Afterward, these people said respectfully to Song 13, clean this place up. Song 13 said in an icy tone. No one in their right mind would be in a very good mood when it comes to this kind of thing. It's normal for him to behave this way. Yes, those who rushed behind said respectfully. After Song 13 said this, he bent down and entered a car. Song Tianli hurriedly followed. As for Ling Han and the few of them, they could only take the car in the back. The convoy came and went quickly. Escorting Song 13, he headed towards the Song family. At this moment, Song 13's poker face was at the extreme. Those who stayed behind began to dispose of the bodies of the men in black. When Song 13 released the cloud-piercing arrow, many people in Qianzhou saw it. Everyone in the neighborhood, too, saw the Song family's vast crowd. They were all speculating about what had happened to make the Song family send out such a big battle. After the Song family's people brought the living man in black back to the Song family, he was detained in a room that was specially used for interrogation. A few similar things have happened over the years. That's why the Song family built a special room for interrogation. Song Tianli walked in alone and began the interrogation. Chapter 29, Song Tianli's interrogation. For interrogation, Song Tianli was still quite good at it. It wasn't just because he had read the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty and some other ways of using torture when he was in Blue Star before. On top of that, he had studied some psychology and knew how to break down a person's mental defenses little by little. In the year when he was 10 years old, when the Song family was growing by leaps and bounds, there had been the assassination of the head of the Song family. He was the one who, at that time, conducted the interrogation that made the man who assassinated his old man spit out the man behind it. After 10 years, he walked into this interrogation room once again. He looked at the man in black, and without saying a word, he picked up a nearby whip and lashed it. Say it or not, he inquired as he thrashed. Nothing more, just to simply beat up the black guy. Otherwise, his heart was clogged. We are assassins, taking people's money and taking people's lives, the man in black said loudly. Such an interrogation was expected of him, and he was completely unafraid of it. Hearing the man in black say that, Song Tianli frowned slightly, because there was no beep coming from inside the headphones he was wearing. This means that what the man in black said was true. Who is the employer? Song Tianli asked. I don't know. Ding! The payment wallet arrived at $100. Hearing the beep in the headset, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. He was really worried just now that the other party didn't know who the employer was either. In that case, even if he did perform the 10 great tortures all over again, it wouldn't help. There's no one else in this room, and I'll tell you a secret. I'm able to easily tell when someone is lying. You just said that, and I know you lied. In order to suffer less, you'd better give an honest explanation, Song Tianli said indifferently. Hearing him say that, the black-clad man's eyes froze. He hadn't thought that Song Tianli still had this kind of ability. So what if you can tell if I'm lying? As an assassin, I have put life and death at risk from the moment I joined the profession, the man in black said without fear. Death is never the worst, terrible as life is. I have too many tactics for tough talkers, and I'll recount one to you first. I'll catch a nest of mice and put them in an iron pipe, light a fire in one end of the iron pipe, and the other end, against the top of your belly. This way, the rats will desperately burrow toward the other end of the iron pipe because they fear the flames. Do you think they will live to drill a hole in your belly? Song Tianli narrated in a seemingly gentle tone. As soon as his words came out, the black-clothed man's face suddenly changed. It's insane that anyone could come up with such a perverted penal code. Come on if you have the guts. The man in black gritted his teeth and said with a little trembling lip, I'm afraid no one can endure such torture. But he can't betray his employer. He has to be ethical. Pretty tough bones. But do you think it's over? After the rats drill an eye in your belly, I'll pull them out. And then I'll treat your wounds with the best medicine I can find. Subsequently, the same method was used to get the rat into your chest. Uranus. The more this was said, the more fearful the man in black became. Without saying a word, he directly blew up his dantian and chose to die. Seeing this scene, a cruel smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Want to die? Ask me no. As he said that, he flipped his palm and took out a card. He threw the deck toward the man in black. The cards emerged in a cloud of light and wrapped around the black man who had blown up his dantian. Slowly, as if everything was going backwards in time, the injuries on the black-clothed man's body began to be repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. In about 5 seconds, the man in black, who had been dead, came back to life. What kind of tactics are you using? The man in black asked in an incredulous tone. It wasn't really a time rewind just now. He had memories of everything. It's amazing how people can be brought back to life when they're dead. I don't want to say anything extra. Bringing you back to life is just to let you know that I won't let you die. And that even your death is a luxury. Give an honest account and I can give you a pain in the ass. Song Tianli said indifferently. The card he had just used was the peach among the 3 kingdoms. A single peach can revive a person who has been dead for no more than an hour. Even Song Tianli didn't have a few. It's arguably one of his more valuable cards. It was a bit of a waste to use it on such a black-clothed man. But in order to figure out who exactly was targeting the Song family's young master, or rather, against the Song family, he could only endure the pain of using it. You are a chosen of God? The man in black looked at Song Tianli as if he had suddenly thought of something and asked. In his perception, only the divine chosen had such unimaginable means. I'm the one asking you, not you asking me. I'll give you one more chance to explain who the employer is? Song Tianli asked. It's the Donggong family of Central State. The black-robed man's mental defense was shattered and he said hurriedly. There was no beep coming from Song Tianli's headphones, which meant that the man in black wasn't lying. Central State's Donggong family? My Song family and this Donggong family don't seem to have any interactions. Why did the Donggong family hire assassins and deal with my Song family? Song Tianli said to himself. It is not you we are assassinating tonight. Rather, it's Donggong Hikaru. The man in black said suddenly at this time. Who is Hikaru Tagusa? Song Tianli was dumbfounded. He had never heard of this name before. It was the man who wounded me. Hearing the man in black say this, Song Tianli suddenly came to a realization. Lung Han kept saying that his name was Lung Han, and although Song Tianli knew that the name was fake, he didn't know what Lung Han's real name was. Now he knew. Hikaru Tagusa. The name sounds quite domineering, like a character in some novel. He had checked before, and Lung Han was indeed from the Central State. Moreover, he had always known that Lung Han was full of stories. Hikaru Higashimiya, the murder for hire of the Higashimiya family. This sounds logical for certain stories. In other words, this one was a complete misunderstanding. After figuring this out, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. As long as someone wasn't secretly targeting the Song family's young master and targeting the Song family, it wasn't a matter. Since things have been explained clearly, you can go on your way in peace, Song Tianli said to the man in black. After he finished speaking, he flipped his palm and took out a dagger, and without hesitation, stabbed it into the black-clothed man's heart. Thank you, the black-robed man said to Song Tianli and cut off his life. Song Tianli didn't torture him like he said he would, and he was indeed kinda grateful inside. After something like this happened, Lung Han always has to give the Song family an explanation. Song Tianli said this and turned around to walk out of the interrogation room. Chapter 30 Lung Han's Past. At this moment, in the middle of a pavilion in the Song family's courtyard, Song 13 was sitting on a stone bench. Xian Shang was standing behind him, and Lung Han was sitting across from him. Song Tianli leaned against one of the pillars of the gazebo, playing with a nail clipper in his hand. He still had his Bluetooth headset plugged into his ear. Lung Han, or Donggong Yanlong, shouldn't you give this young master an explanation for what happened this evening? Song 13 looked at Lung Han and said indifferently. At this time, he didn't have the defeated look he had before. From his expression alone, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Before this, Song Tianli had already told Xian Shang and Song 13 about the results of the interrogation. Hearing Song 13 utter the words Donggong Yanlong, Lung Han raised his head and glanced at him. The Song family was more powerful than he had imagined. Surprisingly, he was able to find out his true identity. Those men in black tonight are indeed coming for me. They are not trying to assassinate the young master. Long Han said indifferently. Is this your explanation? Song 13 asked. After he said this, dozens of people suddenly poured out from the surroundings, surrounding Long Han. Long Han clearly sensed that there were a few more powerful auras locked around himself. Even he, I'm afraid, is no match. Then I don't know what kind of explanation young master still needs from me? Long Han wasn't too intimidated by this and acted extremely calm. The strength of these people was indeed not bad, but it wasn't like he hadn't experienced such a scene before. This matter tonight, although it was directed at you, everyone in Xianzhou saw that it was my Song family that solved it. Once this matter is pursued by the Donggong family, it won't be a good thing for my Song family, so we need to know what happened. Without further ado, at least give an account of where you came from, and why they're after you. If this is not explained clearly, then we can only take your head and give the Donggong family an explanation. The person who said this was not Song 13, but Qian Shang. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Donggong family, but they didn't want to put the Song family in danger because of something that had nothing to do with the Song family. Hearing Qian Shang say this, Long Han inwardly sighed. Indeed, this matter was a complete unmitigated disaster for the Song family. I wonder how much you guys know about one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, Liuli Shoucheng? Long Han suddenly asked. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to inform the Song family of what had happened. Don't know much about it, Shansong said, shaking his head. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens had a supreme status, and the world's understanding of them was extremely limited. Even if the Song family had continuously gathered this information over the years, what they had learned now was just a name. At this time, Song Tianli also stopped clipping his nails and quietly waited for Long Han's next words. He didn't know why Long Han would suddenly bring up Liuli Shoucheng. Although the Liuli Shou city is one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, in reality, it's made up of a number of clans. These families are divided into the main family and the side families. The main family stays in the middle of Liuli Shoucheng, and the side branches stay in the central state to serve the main family. The Donggong family, where I am from, is the same. I was originally a descendant of the Donggong family's main family, but because both of my parents died when I was a child, and because of some turmoil in the Lulishu city, I was sent to a side branch of the Donggong family's home state. Perhaps because of my status as a descendant of the main family, or perhaps because of other reasons, my side branch in the central state is highly regarded with indifference. Everyone sees me as an alien. No one wants to befriend me or be near me. I am so like the plague. When I was 12 years old, the main family of the Donggong family, as if they had finally remembered me, picked me up and brought me back to Rurani Shoucheng. I thought that my fate had changed. Yet what I didn't expect was that my treatment in Lulishu city was inferior to that of a side branch in the central state. Although the side branches in the central state are highly indifferently treated, at the very least, there is no worry about food and warmth. In the middle of Liuli Shou city, I was highly ostracized, not to mention the cultivation resources, and many times I didn't even have food. I can only eat food that has expired, or has been thrown away, and to be bullied, beaten, and teased from time to time by the children of other families, who always say I'm the wild child no one wants. Almost every day, I'm all over the place. At that time, I swore that I would make myself strong and trample underfoot all those who had bullied me. However, I have no one to guide me in my cultivation at all, and I can only rely on myself for everything, so I figured it out on my own. Or stole it. Once you're caught stealing a teacher, another beating is inevitable. Good thing, I have good talent. Even without guidance, my strength has progressed quickly. In the end, it stands out amongst the younger generation of Lulishu city. At that time, I naively thought that my hard life was about to come to an end. Who would have thought that just because both of my parents were dead and I didn't have any backing, all the perks I should have had were taken away from me by others. Whether it's the city lord of Luridshou city or the head of the Donggong family's main house, they know all of this, yet they don't listen to it. I later realized that it was because my father's talent was too great, and with his own strength, he made the entire Liuli Shou city of his generation unable to raise their heads. Wherever my father appears, he is the absolute center of attention, and everyone else is only reduced to a companion. They hate, they're jealous, but there's absolutely nothing they can do about my father. Later on, something happened in Lulishu city, and my father sacrificed himself in order to protect Lulishu city, as well as some of the people in Lulishu city. That's when those who had long been kept down by my father began to flaunt their power, targeting everything at me, so as to want to pay back to me double the humiliation they suffered from my father. In regards to what happened to me, those who were saved by my father, as well as the higher-ups of Lulishu city, not a single one of them stood up to speak up for me and make a stand for me. When I learned of all this, I killed those who had long bullied me and rebelled against Rurani Shaozhou. Liuli Shoucheng has a superb status. It's not good to directly launch a hunt for me, because I'm a member of the Donggong family. They let the side branch of the Donggong family in the Central State take action. That's why the people from the Donggong family in Central State are hunting me down. It's just that those years in Liuli Shoucheng taught me to be patient and hide my clumsiness, and they underestimated my strength. I killed them and escaped to Qianzhou. Long Han recounted a lot in one breath, and as he did so, his words were filled with hatred. That, in turn, is understandable. Anyone who suffered such a thing would not look kindly on those people. Chapter 31, Flesh Body Enhancement. 90 times cultivation speed. All this happened like a protagonist in a novel. It's just that this protagonist has blackened. Song Tinley said silently in his heart from the side. In terms of what happened to Cold Chill, it is entirely possible to write a novel with ups and downs, and the plot is absolutely brilliant. I don't know if you shouted out, "I'll definitely come back," when you left Liuli Shoucheng in the first place, or 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Song Tianli looked at Long Han at this time and asked. He had been wearing a headset, and no tone ever sounded when Cold Chill said this. This showed that everything Long Han had said was true. In response to Song Tianli's words, Long Han didn't take any notice and only turned his gaze towards Song 13 in Qianshang. He wanted to see what the Song family was going to do to him after they found out what had happened to him. It's to kill him and sell a favor to the Togong family, or let him leave the Song family and be a stranger from then on. Qianshang and Song 13 also frowned at this time, because they didn't know, either, how they should deal with Cold Chill. If he was allowed to stay in the Song family, then the Donggong family in Central State would definitely still send people to kill him. When the time comes, the Song family will definitely be involved. An assault like the one before, the Song family could not put it in their eyes, but they didn't believe that the Donggong family of the Central State, which had the support of the Liuli Shou city, had that little strength. The last attack was unsuccessful, and the next one will only get stronger. Even if the Song family could withstand the next attack. But what about the next time? What about the next time? Not to mention, behind the Donggong family, there was also the Lulishu city. Therefore, it was extremely unwise to allow Lang Han to remain in the Song family. Well, there are only two ways for the Song family to handle this. First, find a way to kill Long Han and befriend the Donggong family. Second, let Cold Chill leave as if he knows nothing. I apologize for involving the Song family in this matter. I will leave the Song family. Long Han stood up at this time and said. After that, he was ready to leave. Wait. Just then, Qianshang said hurriedly. Hearing his words, a murderous aura filled Long Han's body. Does the housekeeper not want to leave me behind? Long Han asked. If that was really the case, he didn't mind killing the Song family. He will never be polite to those who want to kill him. The Song family can let you leave, but they can't let you leave just like that without a word. It has to be known by everyone. Shan Son said. He had just seen Song Tianli hold out two fingers, which meant that they were going to activate the second precaution. Everyone knows about it? What do you mean? Lang Chen asked. Everyone in Qianzhou knows that you're one of the four great Vajra selected by my Song family's young master. If you leave quietly, everyone will think that you are still in my Song family. At that time, if the Donggong family's people come to my Song family to ask for someone, and my Song family says that you've already left, do you think they'll believe it? Qianshang asked. Then what does the housekeeper want? Long Han asked. We can leave you alone for involving my Song family and things, but when tomorrow comes, you must accompany us in a play. Acting? How? This you will naturally know tomorrow. All of what Qianshang said was planned by Song Tianli before. He thought of all the possibilities, all of them. At the same time, the method of response was also said to Qianshang. What he's talking about is pre-proposition 2. In the dead of night, Song Tianli got up naked from one of the bathtubs. In this bathtub, all of them were the heavenly materials that Song 13 had bought earlier, those that could refine the body. Afterward, he secretly gave it to Song Tianli. Song Tianli was doing this now to strengthen his physique. In this way, he would be able to, as much as possible, withstand the negative effects that came with cultivating with multiple shadow doppelgangers. The physical body has strengthened quite a bit, and now I feel like I'm able to withstand the negative effects of 90 bilocations. Song Tianli moved his body and said to himself, enhancing the strength of the physical body can be beneficial. Not only would he be able to withstand more of the negative impacts that came with detached cultivation, but he would also be able to utilize greater power if he used the 8 gates of transportation in the future. Tonight, Song Tianli had planned to go forward to the delicious little shop to explore He Tianrui's reality, but it turned out that there was a black-clothed man attacking and killing him, so he didn't go. The good thing is, it's not an emergency. So, he went back to his room and practiced. After finishing quenching his body with heavenly materials, Song Tianli then used his multiple shadow split once again. 90 doppelgangers were split at once and began to cultivate. He was already able to feel the existence of the third divine stash, and according to this trend, in at most 3 days, he would be able to open the third divine stash within his body. After using 80 times the cultivation speed for a few days before, he had indeed made rapid progress. Otherwise, if he wanted to touch the barriers of the third divine deposit, it would take him at least half a year. There was no talk all night. When the sun had just cleared the next morning, Song Tianli woke up from his cultivation. He disengaged the diversion. Instantly, a great pain and exhaustion, accompanied by a powerful energy, surged into his body. This was the side effect of cultivating with multiple shadow doppelgangers. Luckily, after the previous hardening of his body, such a side effect would not affect him much. Pain and pleasure, Song Tianli said faintly. Today was the day that Lung Han left the Song family, and he had a heavy part to play. After Song Tianli walked out of his room, the others hadn't woken up yet. He sat down in his chair and took out his cell phone and swiped it. Strangely enough, he hadn't been able to brush up on the multiple choice questions to his satisfaction for several days in a row. I hope it's okay today, Song Tianli muttered. Then there was a quick swipe of the phone screen. Time passed by, and Song Tianli still hadn't swiped any multiple choice questions. It left him a bit helpless. This gold finger of his was always full of uncertainty. It feels like it's completely random what you can brush up on. At this time, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zzz were both up as well. Good morning, boss. The two greeted Song Tianli. After the previous selection of the 4-time Panglai disciples, these two had also recognized Song Tianli. Although it seemed to them that Song Tianli was just a little smart, it did help them. If it wasn't for Song Tianli's proposal at that time, they really wouldn't have been able to pass the third level of the test. Good morning, Song Tianli said faintly as he swiped his cell phone. Boss, why do you look so tired? Did you go off and do something shy behind our backs last night? Being nearly drained by some abrasive little goblin? Yu Chuanxiu looked at Song Tianli and asked curiously. Song Tianli already knew very well that Yu Chuanxiu, who fancied himself a scholar, was actually very stuffy. Chapter 32 Another conceptualized ability. You may not believe it when I tell you. Last night the sky descended 2 peerless fairies. One of them called herself an empress and the other an empress, and they must have negative distance contact with me. I tried hard to persuade them that they must be clean, but they wouldn't listen. Just want it. I'm helpless too, Song Tianli said, pretending to look embarrassed. Luckily bragging doesn't lead to jail time. Otherwise, you would have been in jail long ago, Yu Chuanxiu said. Song Tianli was about to retort when he suddenly saw a light in front of his eyes. Because, finally, he had brushed up on a multiple choice question. If you were to make all your errands 10 times more efficient, but every week, you would be randomly transported to a certain place in the divine continent, would you be willing to do so? When Song Tianli saw this multiple choice question, he chose willingly without hesitation. All errands are 10 times more efficient, and that's a conceptualized ability. There is no weakness in the ability to conceptualize. Of course, the side effect is pretty serious. Randomly teleporting to a certain place in the divine continent was indeed quite dangerous. Other places were fine, but once you teleported to some dangerous place, a Jedi, then maybe, your life was in danger. However, it's worth taking a little risk for this conceptualized ability. Song Tianli will be prepared for anything, considering all possibilities. Taking a step back, if he did get randomly teleported somewhere dangerous, he still had plenty of skills at his disposal. As long as you can hold out for a week, you'll be able to teleport again. Take a step back again, even if you do die by accident. He also has cards like Peach that can come back from the dead. He didn't believe that the vastness of the divine land would be so unlucky that he would be transmitted to a dead land for many times of teleportation. When Song Tianli chose willing, a 7-day countdown appeared in his mind. Fortunately, it wasn't a sudden teleportation. Song Tianli said a bit thankfully. There was a countdown, which gave him more than enough time to prepare. Sudden teleportation is very delayed in case you are doing something important and suddenly disappear. The efficiency of all the errands, all of them have increased tenfold. I wonder if my power has increased tenfold, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. However, he felt that it should not be calculated that way. Doing things 10 times more efficiently has different algorithms for different things. It doesn't matter how it was calculated. It doesn't affect the results anyway. Where's second brother? Wu Zzz asked at this time, looking at Song Tianli and Yu Chuanxiu. I don't know. Doesn't he get up the earliest every day? Yu Chuanxiu also looked puzzled. Long Han, I didn't expect you to be such a person. How dare you steal from this young master? Right at this moment, Song 13's voice suddenly came. Hearing this, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zzz looked at each other, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Long Han stole something? That can't be right. They felt that Long Han should not be that kind of person. So, the three of them hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sound came. Soon, they saw that Song 13 had brought Qian Shang, as well as some people from the Song family, to surround Long Han. I repeat, I didn't steal anything from the Song family. Facing the encirclement, Long Han said loudly, "You didn't steal it? Then why is the Red Moon Qian Rui missing from my room? I've just asked the others, and you're the only one who has come to my room." Song 13 said loudly, "I traveled to the young master's room only to inquire about the young master's attack yesterday. Never saw any Red Moon Qian Rui," Lang Han said in a very resolute tone. "You expect me to believe that? Speaking of which, you're talented and strong. If you don't have any other purpose, why did you come to be a dog's leg for me? If you ask me, I'm afraid that you already knew that I possessed the Red Moon Qian Rui, so you took the opportunity of being a lapdog to steal it. This is your true purpose of coming to the Song family," Song 13 said in a very certain tone. "You guys think I took the Red Moon Qian Rui? Show me proof. Catching a thief and taking the stolen goods. You can't just plant the goods randomly with empty words," Long Han said loudly. "Whether you have taken the Red Moon Qian Rui or not, a search will tell you. Search for me," Song 13 said loudly. "A body search? Is that an insult to my character? If you guys insist on searching yourselves, you'll have to blame me for not being polite," Long Han said, taking out his long sword. "Being a thief? Ha! Take him down for me," Song 13 said to the Song family. "Come if you're not afraid to die." Long Han swung his long sword. Long Han! Just then, Song Tianli let out a shout. His voice caused both sides that were ready to make a move to stop in place and simultaneously turn their gazes towards him. "Young master has been so kind to us that when he just selected the four of us, he rewarded each of us with $2 million. In the past few days, many more rewards have been given one after another. How could you do such a thing? Seeing as we have these few days of friendship, if you take out the young master's Red Moon Qian Rui, I'll beg the young master not to make things difficult for you. Otherwise, even if you are strong, you will definitely die under the siege of so many of us," Song Tianli said loudly. "Yes, as long as you take out the Red Moon Qian Rui, this young master can let you off the hook. Otherwise, this young master will let you perish on the spot." Song 13 followed closely. "You've got a point. Come over here and I'll give you the Red Moon Qian Rui," Lang Han said after a moment of silence. "If you hadn't said so, give it to me." A smile appeared on Song Tianli's face before he hurriedly came to Long Han's side and extended his hand. At that moment, cold chill reached into his arms. The crowd also couldn't help but look into Long Han's arms, wanting to see if he would really take out the Red Moon Qian Rui. However, right at this moment, Long Han suddenly swung the longsword in his hand, placing it on top of Song Tianli's neck. "What are you doing?" Song Tianli stammered and asked. "I just said that I didn't take the Red Moon Qian Rui, but you've just reminded me that I'll definitely die if I get into a bloodbath with the Song family, so I need a hostage to keep me safe," Long Han said. "Long Han, do you have a conscience? I've poured my heart out to you, afraid you'd get hurt, and this is what you do to me? You turtle!" Song Tianli couldn't help but curse loudly. The reason why he acted this way was to make people think that the relationship between him and Long Han was completely broken. In the future, if the Donggong family did come, it wouldn't affect him. Everything Song Tianli does has its own deeper meaning. He basically doesn't specialize in things that don't make sense. Chapter 33, adding drama to himself. Yelling at Song 13. "You guys don't believe me anyway, so you can curse if you want. I just want to leave alive," Long Han said in an icy tone. "Then what are you hijacking me for? I'm just the young master's lapdog. Do you think the young master would give up the Red Moon Qian Rui for me? You want to hijack? You should hijack. Not only are you an ungrateful turtle, but your brain is so out of whack it's not even good." Although Song Tianli's words were unspoken, everyone understood what he meant. To hijack it, it really should be a bit more reliable to hijack Song 13. Hijacking a lapdog doesn't seem to do much. Young master's side is followed by Butler Qian, who is not weak if I'm not mistaken. There's no chance of me succeeding in hijacking the young master. So, I'll just have to hijack you. You are now favored by the young master, so I decided to take a gamble. Hearing Long Han say this, the crowd all turned their gazes to Song 13, wanting to see what he would choose. When Song 13 saw the gazes of the crowd, he was on fire. "Long Han, you are challenging this young master's patience. You don't really think that your hijacking of Song Tianli will be useful, do you? How can a dog's leg compare to my Red Moon Qian Rui? This young master has plenty of money, as many dog legs like this as he wants," Song 13 said without a care in the world. Speaking from an onlooker's perspective, Song Tianli had only followed him for a few days, so it was impossible to have too deep of an attachment. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with him saying that. "We'll see if it works," Just try it. Even if it's useless, there's still someone to accompany me on the road. Lung Han said without a care in the world. Who the hell wants to accompany you on the road? You want to die. You die. What are you dragging me for? Young master, save me. After Song Tianli cursed twice, he looked at Song 13 and said in supplication. However, in the face of Song Tianli's prayers, Song 13 paid no heed. Take down this dog eating, dead or alive for me. Song 13 pointed at Lung Han and said loudly. After his words fell, the crowd of the Song clan rushed towards Lung Han. It looked like it didn't pay the slightest attention to Song Tianli's death. Song 13, you turtle, old me is loyal to you. You even disregard my death. Old me is really blind. At this time, Song Tianli suddenly cursed loudly. When he said this, the crowd was all baffled, including Song 13. This wasn't in the script we discussed before, was it? Why would young master scold me all of a sudden? Song 13 frowned with a puzzled expression. Today's act was something they had discussed before. In order to let everyone know that Lung Han had stolen something from the Song family and then left the Song family. And there was a lot of trouble with the Song family. Only, Song 13 didn't know why, but Song Tianli had suddenly added drama to himself. Luckily, there was already a strong understanding between him and Song Tianli. With Song 13's understanding of Song Tianli, he knew that he would never do anything without meaning. Since he chose to curse, he must have had other intentions. The only thing he could do was cooperate. Song Tianli, have you eaten bear heart and leopard gall? How dare you scold this young master? Take Lang Han for me. It doesn't matter if Song Tianli is dead or alive. After Song 13 said this, he stared tightly at Song Tianli. He wanted to see if that was what the young master meant. Sure enough, after his words fell, a trace of appreciation flashed across Song Tianli's eyes. It had to be said that Song 13 was getting smarter and smarter, able to comprehend his meaning very quickly. What's wrong with cursing? You don't even care about my death anymore. What's wrong with me cursing you twice? Song Tianli said loudly. Is this the world of the rich? Straw men. You guys want me to kill Song Tianli, but I prefer not to. He'll leave it to you. Lung Han bellowed and directly threw Song Tianli towards Song 13. In the next second, his body transformed into a phantom shadow, passing through the Song family's crowd and speeding toward the outside. His speed was extremely fast, and those guards of the Song family, who couldn't stop him at all, could only watch as Lung Han left in style. As Song Tianli flew towards Song 13, Qianshang's figure flashed and blocked in front of Song 13, catching him steadily. Let 13 find an excuse to kick me out of the Song family later. As Qianshang caught Song Tianli whispered in his ear. This caused Shansong to look at him with a bit of surprise, but didn't say much. Song Tianli was the young master of the Song family, and his decisions were fine for others to carry out without questioning them. Oftentimes, even the Song family's family head had to listen to Song Tianli. Hey, young master. After Song Tianli landed on the ground, he looked at Song 13 in a pleasing tone and said. His expression at this point was filled with embarrassment and a hint of remorse. What are you all waiting for? Give chase. Lang Han this eaten. I want to see people alive. I want to see corpses dead. Song 13 shouted loudly as he looked at the rest of the Song family. For a while, the entire Song family moved and began to chase after Lang Han. What about the two of us? At this time, Yu Chuanqiu looked at Wu Zizhi and asked. It's not for us to get involved in. Let's just pretend it didn't happen. Wu Zizhi is an old six. Naturally will not be at this time. Rushing up to touch Song 13's mold. Song Tianli, how dare you? How dare you scold this young master? When the Song family's people went after Lang Han, Song 13 looked at Song Tianli and said, Young master, just now it was a matter of necessity. Young master is a lord. Surely he won't see eye to eye with me. Song Tianli said fawningly. His behavior at this point does fit the dodge persona very well. This young master is going to be general with you. What can you do to me? Those who dare to scold this young master to his face cannot be found in the entire Qianzhou. Song Tianli, I really underestimated you before. You really do have guts. Men, give me the opportunity to beat Song Tianli out of the Song family. Song 13 said angrily. He had already received a message from Qianshang just now, and although he didn't know why the young master had asked him to do so, it would be right for him to carry it out. After Song 13's words fell, a few of the Song family's guards walked towards Song Tianli. You guys are for real. Don't do it. I'll leave on my own. There's no place for a man here. Everywhere you go, you can't stay idle. Song 13. I've also become a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Penglai, and my future accomplishments may not be inferior to yours. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. We'll see. Song Tianli dropped this vicious sentence and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the Song family. Chapter 34 10 times more powerful in efficiency. This caused Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji to look at each other once again. How in a moment's time, of their 4 great Vajra, only the 2 of them were left. What do we do? Yu Chuanxiu asked as he looked at Wu Ziji once again. This has nothing to do with us. We still pretend that nothing happened. Wu Zi said. Speaking of which, they didn't have too deep a friendship with either Song Tianli or Long Han. It's not worth losing everything you have now for the sake of the 2 of them. That's how it is with people. It's in times of crisis that one's character is revealed. Wu Zizi grew up in an orphanage, and has long understood that things are not a matter of concern. Since the beginning of time, people who meddle in other people's business basically don't have a good ending. After Song Tianli ran out of the Song family, he took a long breath. Originally, he thought that this time he could always stay in the Song family as Song 13's dog's leg, secretly presiding over everything in the Song family. I didn't realize that after only a few short days, he was compelled to leave. Of course, this is not because of external factors, but because of himself. The reason why he changed the script midway was so that by doing so, he and the Song family would completely draw a line in the sand. In the future, even if he caused any trouble, it wouldn't affect the Song family. It all started with that multiple choice question he chose when he got up in the morning. In the future, he randomly teleports every 7 days. Teleporting to some rare and ordinary places was fine. In case you teleported to another power's forbidden places, secret rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, and so on, when the time comes, there will inevitably be a big battle. Though, he's definitely going to be in disguise. But who knows if there are some people that will see through his disguise. Once they saw through his disguise, they might be able to follow the trail and trace it back to the Song family. And he was Song 13's lapdog. Something that the Song family wouldn't be able to say when the time came. So, take this opportunity to leave the Song family. The commotion was so big that anything that happened to either him or Long Han in the future would have nothing to do with the Song family. Before sunset today, everything that happens in the Song family will spread throughout Qianzhou. By then, everyone in Qianzhou would know that Long Han had stolen Song Xii's Red Moon Xian Rui and escaped, and he insulted Song 13 and was kicked out of the Song family. It seems that I'm still better suited for the ghetto, Song Tianli said indifferently. With that said, he headed for his ghetto home. To be precise, it couldn't be called a home, just a residence. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After walking into the courtyard since, Song Tianli shouted as he always did. However, there was no response. This was completely expected of him. Normally, he, the nominal mom and dad, would be at work at the moment. After Song Tianli returned to his room, he began to cultivate. He kind of can't wait to experience what it's like to do things 10 times as efficiently. He directly used the multiple shadow split technique, splitting into 90 splits. He didn't know if his guess was correct or not. 90 doppelgangers was 90 times the speed of cultivation. Stack that on top of 10 times the efficiency of doing things, and that's 900 times the speed of cultivation. Of course, it's possible that instead of 90 times 10, it's 90 plus 10. In that case, it wouldn't be 900 times the cultivation speed, but 100 times. If that was the case, Song Tianli was a bit disappointed. The ability he got to boost the efficiency of his work by 10 times could only be applied to his main body, not his bilocation. Of course, the only way to know exactly how it works is to try it. Just like that, Song Tianli began to cultivate. In order to avoid absorbing too much heaven and earth aura and attracting attention, he had arranged a large amount of spirit stones in the middle of his room. This spirit stone was a rarity in the 9 states, and ordinary cultivators could not see it at all. It was the Song family that was so rich and powerful that they were able to get some. Song Tianli wouldn't use spirit stones to cultivate in his usual time, because with his talent, the aura between heaven and earth alone was enough for him to absorb. If you use a spirit stone, you won't be able to absorb it at all. As Song Tianli cultivated, the spirit stones in his house transformed into a ball of spiritual chi that surged towards him. In just a few minutes, a storm of aura formed in the room. It's really feasible, Song Tianli said with a bit of excitement. His tenfold efficiency in doing things was not only able to work on his main body, but also on his doppelganger. This way, his cultivation speed could be increased to 900 times. 900 times the cultivation speed. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It's like a heifer on a rocket, awesome rush. Raven on an airplane, waves to the sky. Time for cultivation always passes without notice. Very quickly, most of the day passed. At this time, Song Tianli's 90 bilocations opened their eyes at the same time. Split, disarm. Song Tianli droned softly. In the next second, his 90 doppelgangers transformed into a mass of white smoke and disappeared. And Song Tianli's main body suddenly frowned. He clearly sensed an extremely large amount of energy that surged into his body. This energy created a great wave of pain in his body. It's like a gutter. suddenly flooded with a huge amount of water that would just wash out the gutter. So, Song Tianli felt the pain. However, such pain did not last long. 10 times the efficiency of doing things, actually even the repair speed of the body, has increased 10 times, Song Tianli said with a bit of surprise. This, which he had not expected, was a complete surprise. Suddenly, he felt that the ability was so worth it. Song Tianli didn't get excited for too long, as he felt that the aura that surged into his body had actually opened up a third divine deposit within him. That means he's going to break through 900 times the cultivation speed, and after just one cultivation, he broke through. Of course, this was also because Song Tianli was originally close to the edge of a breakthrough. When the third divine deposit opened up within Song Tianli's body, a powerful aura surged out from his body. He clearly felt that his strength, compared to before, was several times stronger. The so-called divine reserve is actually a development of the human body's potential. The more the human body develops its potential, the stronger it becomes. One can liken the divine treasury to an enchantment. The aura flowed out of the dantian, and with each divine collection it flowed through, its power increased by one layer. The more divine treasures that flow through, the more blessings one receives. Therefore, the more powerful the attack sent out. This was also why, usually, the person who opened one divine deposit was not a match for the person who opened two divine deposits. After consolidating his realm, Song Tianli stood up. Multiple shadow split technique. With Song Tianli's soft bellow, his room was instantly crowded with himself. Chapter 35, The Dark and Windy Night. According to the message that Song Tianli had received earlier, when the three divine treasures were opened, he would be able to split into 200 bilocations. As it turns out, it does. At the moment, Song Tianli's not-so-large house was full of his detachment. The floor, the bed, the stools, the tables, even the cabinets, all hung themselves. Report. Song Tianli's main body gave an order. 1, 2, 199. By the end of the 199 report count, if you add Song Tianli's own body, it would be exactly 200. Disarm. After verifying the number of detachments, Song Tianli lifted the detachment. If this was suddenly seen by someone, it would be easy to suspect his identity as a chosen of God. It seems that the strength of the physical body has to be enhanced as soon as possible. If the strength of the physical body is strong enough, then I'll use 200 bilocations to cultivate. Add 10 times the efficiency of doing things, and you can achieve 2000 times the speed of cultivation. That way, even if I'm a loser, I'll still be able to make rapid progress. Song Tianli said to himself. With his current physical body strength, he could only use 90 detachments when cultivating the opening of the third divine deposit. Although his overall strength was enhanced, it did not enhance the strength of his physical body. The enhancement of the strength of the physical body, apart from the use of heavenly treasures to quench it, was to utilize the aura in the body and baptize it over time. Both. It takes time. Thinking of this, Song Tianli took out those heavenly materials that could quench the body purchased by Song 13 at the beginning and began to quench his fleshly body. Still as before, he soaked these heavenly materials in the bathtub and began to absorb them. In the past, it would take at least 2 hours for Song Tianli to finish absorbing the medicinal effects of the heavenly treasures. But this time, 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes. The speed of absorbing the medicinal effect has also increased tenfold, 10 times the efficiency of doing things. This is simply worth it. Song Tianli couldn't help but say excitedly. To be honest, the reason why the original him chose this ability in the first place was just to go for a tenfold speed stack when cultivating. Unexpectedly, this ability had now come as such a big surprise to him. It's a blood moneymaker. Thus, Song Tianli soaked another bucket of heavenly materials and began to quench his body. It is natural to take advantage of this ability when it is available. In this way, the speed at which he tempered his fleshly body could also be increased tenfold. This saves him a lot of time. The most important thing for the chosen one is time. Every chosen one, given enough time, can develop. It wasn't until late afternoon that Song Tianli got up from the middle of the tub. Flesh body strength. It's increased a little more. He clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body, and muttered to himself. It's just a pity that you can't use a split body to enhance the strength of your physical body, or else you'd be directly invincible. Song Tianli thought somewhat whimsically. Because the doppelganger didn't have a solid body, it naturally couldn't be quenched. If you can quench it, 200 bilocations quench it at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency of the errand. The rate of enhancement of the strength of his fleshly body in that one day could reach 2000 times. This is so buggy. Even the chosen one can't be ridiculously strong. Competition among the chosen of God can be strong or weak, but it cannot be out of balance. Tenri, we're back. Just then, Song Qian's voice came from outside the courtyard. After Song Tianli got dressed, he headed outside. Dad. Mom. You're home. You're at home. We thought you'd stayed in the Song family for the last while. Seeing Song Tianli appear, Song Qian said with a bit of surprise. They had thought that after Song Tianli returned to the Song family, he wouldn't come back for at least a short period of time. They just shouted like that, and it was just an agreed-upon code word. Because of something? I left the Song family. Song Tianli did not elaborate. There was no need to make too many explanations to Song Qian and the others about the Song family. They are only their parents in name and their current capacity. The thing to do is to play along with your own act. The three walked into the middle of the house as they spoke. That friend of yours has already made arrangements to leave here. After walking into the house, Song Qian said. What he said, that friend of Song Tianli's, was actually Lang Han. Yesterday, after Song Tianli and the others learned of Lang Han's identity and what was going on with him, they didn't think of killing him and handing him over to the Eastern Palace family of the Central State. Instead, he was made to accompany the Song family in a play. It wasn't that Song Tianli was merciful, but he felt that there was a certain amount of risk involved in killing Lang Han. Back then, Lang Han was able to rebel against Liuli Shou City and survive the attack of the Dongdong family. There must be some unknown means and cards. If they were unsuccessful in killing Lang Han and he escaped, it would create a potential enemy for the Song family. Frontal enemies are often not the most feared. It's those dark arrows hiding in the shadows that are the most defensible. Instead of taking such a risk, it would be better to befriend Lang Han. By having him accompany the Song family in a play, he was able to get rid of the Song family's suspicion and not cross paths with the Dongdong family. It also builds a good relationship with Cold Chill. For this reason, Song Tianli let the people from Four Seas Express Delivery secretly send Lang Han out of Qianzhou. In this way, Lang Han always had to remember this one favor from the Song family. In the future, in case Lang Han grows into a big shot on one side because of some chance or because of his own talent, this was also a great thing for the Song family. How well did what happened in the morning in the Song family spread? Song Tianli asked. The matter of Lang Han stealing the young master's treasure from the Song family and being hunted down by the Song family is basically well known in Qianzhou. The fact that the Song family offered a reward of $50 million for Lang Han's head is also being talked about by many people. The matter of the dog-legged Song Tianli cursing Song 13 and being beaten out of the Song family has also become a laughingstock for many people. Song Qian reported. Next, I may be gone for a while. I'll let you know when it's time to leave. You guys have to keep an eye out for people coming over and feeling me up. If there is one, keep it quiet and do everything according to the plan. Song Tianli said indifferently. Got it. Song Qian nodded. After eating, Song Tianli returned to his room. He didn't practice anymore, but waited for the darkness to fall. The night gives you black eyes. You can't use them to roll your eyes. Dark and windy nights. Days of murder and fire. When the darkness of the night completely drew down the curtain, Song Tianli, who had gone through a disguise, left through the passageway in the room. He had planned, during yesterday's time, to probe the owner of the delicious bistro. As a result, there was a delay yesterday when there was an assassin attack, just in time to check it out today. Chapter 36, The Encounter with He Tianrui. Under the night, Song Tianli, dressed in black, transformed into a phantom and traveled through the streets. It didn't take long for him to arrive outside the delicious bistro. White eyes, open. White eyes had the ability to see through. And Song Tianli stood outside the delicious bistro, observing the situation inside the bistro. Logically, he could have left such a thing to other people, but this was about the chosen one, and he wasn't too sure about letting someone else do it, because someone else to do it will inevitably miss something when relaying what they saw. Even if you don't miss it, some things are sideways because of your own subjective will. In this way, he had no way to get the most intuitive information. When Song Tianli opened his white eyes, instantly, all the space within a 50-meter radius was presented to him. Last time, when he opened his white eyes, the range of his white eyes was only 30 meters. Previously, he had only opened up 2 divine treasures, but now he had opened up 3 divine treasures. All the abilities that come with his growing strength follow suit. Very quickly, Song Tianli found He Tianrui. At the moment, he was lying in the house huffing and puffing. He realized that at this time, above his head, there was no energy that flowed into He Tianrui's body. Today, his status was that of an intruder, whereas before, his status was that of a customer of the Tasty Bistro. Identity is not the same, so it creates different results. It was now certain that only the customers of the delicious bistro would provide energy to He Tianrui. No wonder he won't leave Tasty Bistro no matter how much money he's offered. Being the exclusive chef for Song 13 makes more money though, but with just those few people he faced all day, there was no way for him to draw too much energy from Song 13 and the others. But among the delicious bistro, there will be a lot of different customers every day. He Tianrui can draw energy from different customers. The more customers he has, the more energy he draws. Song Tianli had already guessed 90% about He Tianrui's golden finger. Being able to guess 90%, he felt that he was able to take the other side easily. Multiple shadow split technique. Song Tianli only split off one of his doppelgangers and let it enter the delicious bistro. It was natural that he himself would not be able to risk his own life, in case there were any traps in the middle of the delicious bistro, and he went there in his real body. He might end up in the gutter. To be sure, every chosen one of God is a treacherous person, and since delicious bistro was He Tianrui's home base, it was more than normal if there were traps. When Song Tianli's doppelganger entered the delicious bistro, He Tianrui, who had originally fallen asleep, instantly woke up. Sure enough, it's impossible for a chosen of God to be without any means at all. Song Tianli, who had opened his white eyes to observe He Tianrui, muttered. He saw that He Tianrui instantly locked onto his doppelganger after he opened his eyes. However, he didn't rush out, but hid in the shadows and observed. It was because He Tianrui wanted to see what this uninvited guest who visited late at night was going to do. After Song Tianli's doppelganger entered the delicious bistro, he started rummaging through the boxes. Looking for what? Do you need help? He Tianrui looked at Song Tianli and asked. This sudden sound startled Song Tianli. Of course, he was faking it. If you don't want to die, take out the money, Song Tianli said as he drew a dagger from his waist and looked menacingly at He Tianrui. He wore a mask and could not be seen clearly. However, the tone sounded unkind. Are you in some kind of trouble here? There's a couple $1,000s in that locker. You take it and leave. Don't worry, I won't call the police, He Tianrui said as he pointed to the cash register on the side. He didn't have a clear idea of the true purpose of the visitor and didn't dare to make a rash move. If the other party is just seeking money, a few $1,000s will be given, and it's only his turnover for an hour. He was afraid, then, that the other side had some other purpose. That's a lot of money to pay off a screamer? I've been observing you for a few days now. Your business here is especially good. The turnover in a day is tens of thousands of dollars. Be a good boy and take out $100,000 and give it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for going in with a white knife and coming out with a red one. Or I go in with a white knife and come out with a yellow one, Song Tianli said, and waved the dagger in his hand twice. The dagger sliced through the air with two swish-swish sounds. Don't you give your face away? Letting you take the money and go is already considered me merciful. He Tianrui's face clouded over. The man got a little carried away. I'm going to ask you one more time. $100,000. Will you give it or not? That waitress in the restaurant. She's your sister, right? Song Tianli said. At this time, he plays the bad guy. When you threaten someone, it's natural to use their soft spot. He had checked He Tianrui's information. After his parents' accident, it was his sister who had been supporting him for those 2 years. He and his sister were especially close. As expected, when he heard Song Tianli say this, He Tianrui's expression turned completely grim. You seek death. In the next second, He Tianrui's figure flashed, raised his fist, and slammed it against Song Tianli. Facing He Tianrui's fist, Song Tianli wasn't the least bit afraid and swung his dagger to meet it. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided in the air. At once, a shockwave scattered in all directions. What was more surprising was that the shockwave, surprisingly, did not cause any damage to any of the items in the delicious bistro. Who exactly are you? What is the purpose of coming to my delicious bistro? After the blow, He Tianrui did not make another move, but looked at Song Tianli and asked. If Song Tianli said he was doing it for wealth before he made his move, he still believed it, but after doing it, he would never believe that Song Tianli was doing it for $100,000. Just now, Song Tianli's attack had at least the strength of the second hidden realm. The so-called two hidden realms meant that two divine hidden treasures had been opened. A person with such strength wouldn't do a home invasion for a mere $100. $000. Now that you can see that, I'll stop pretending and show my cards. I came for one purpose, to collect you, Song Tianli said with a serious expression. Today, he came to Delicious Bistro, not to kill He Tianrui, but to subdue him. Killing He Tianrui wouldn't do him a bit of good, and there was also the possibility of exposing himself. Instead of that, it would be better to take him in and use him for his own purposes. Take me? Just you are worthy? He Tianrui said disdainfully. He Tianrui, the chosen one. The golden finger has something to do with food. To be precise, it has to do with the guests of the Delicious Bistro. It can draw energy from the body of the guest. From the body of the guest. The more guests you have, the more energy you draw. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, He Tianrui's face instantly changed. His biggest secret was unexpectedly revealed by the visitor in a single breath. If the other party was a divine chosen, once they unleashed divine ruling, then he would surely die. Chapter 37, Subjugating the Chosen of God. Do you want me to continue? seeing He Tianrui, whose expression had changed drastically. Song Tianli asked indifferently. He Tianrui's expression was extraordinarily complicated at this time, his eyes staring tightly at Song Tianli. In the next second, with a flip of his palm, a kitchen knife flew out from the middle of the delicious bistro's kitchen and landed in his hand. At this moment, the aura on his body completely changed. Song Tianli clearly felt as if he was locked in. He Tianrui's figure moved, instantly arriving in front of Song Tianli, and he swung out a sword. Knowing his biggest secret, it's death. Only the dead keep secrets forever. Facing He Tianrui's attack, Song Tianli used all his strength to start resisting, but he realized that he couldn't move his attack at all. This doppelganger of his was able to use the strength of the second hidden realm, but at this point, there was absolutely no resistance. Swish! The kitchen knife flashed with a cold light, slicing through the top of Song Tianli's neck. Seeing this scene, the corner of He Tianrui's mouth hung up a smile. As long as this man is dead, no one will know his secret. However, his smile soon froze on his face, because he saw that after his kitchen knife cut through Song Tianli's neck, it wasn't Song Tianli's head that fell to the ground as he had imagined. Song Tianli turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. At this moment, a trace of realization flashed through the heart of Song Tianli's main body, who had seen this scene from outside. In the middle of the delicious bistro, once He Tianrui got serious, he couldn't exert much strength at all. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Thus, Song Tianli split into two more doppelgangers and headed towards the delicious bistro. Quickly, he saw He Tianrui again. This is just my illusory doppelganger. If you want to kill it, feel free to do so, but do you really want to? When my main body appears, you should know exactly what the outcome will be. Song Tianli's doppelganger looked at He Tianrui and said. When these words came out, He Tianrui clenched the kitchen knife in his hand. He was tempted to launch another attack at Song Tianli, but his reason told him, even if they did launch an attack, it would be useless. Since it's a diversion, it's natural to have as many as you want. Who are you? What exactly do you want to do? He Tianrui asked the question again. The chosen one, Yu Jiho. Song Tianli spoke out his identity and also exploded his name. Of course, one can't have a mannequin without a vest. The way he looked now, he had not only been disguised, but he had also used a shape-shifting technique. It's impossible for the other side to recognize it. Of course, even if you recognize it, it doesn't matter, because He Tianrui had been taken by himself. He Tianrui's heart instantly sank to the bottom when he heard the words chosen of God. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if he was powerful and knew the secret of his golden finger, he would not be afraid of the other party in the middle of this delicious little store. But the other party was a divine chosen, and once he unleashed divine ruling, then with the other party's knowledge of his golden finger, he would surely die. There was no resistance at all. The good news so far was that the other side didn't immediately unleash divine ruling. This showed that the other party's purpose was not to die. Then everything, there's still a chance. What do you want me to do? Tell me straight. He Tianrui took a deep breath and said, he's a smart guy and knows that he knows what's good for him. My purpose, as I said before, I'm going to take you. To put it simply, from today onwards, you are my person. Song Tianli said, do I have any other options? He Tianrui asked. Yes, can choose to die. When you are dead, my constraints on you, naturally, are gone. Hearing Song Tianli say this, He Tianrui gently bit his lip. Better dead than alive. And he didn't want to die yet. His sister is still young, and if he dies, with her character, she will definitely be bullied. Thinking of this, He Tianrui's mind moved, and the divine ruler coin in his chest emerged. He removed it and threw it at Song Tianli. Handing over the divine ruling coin also meant handing over one's life completely to the other party. The other party could take his life at any time if they wanted to. After becoming a divine chosen, He Tianrui was spirited and had thought that he could do something great. I didn't realize that, so soon, I would be subjected to it. What a creation! After Song Tianli caught the divine ruling coin that He Tianrui threw over, he read the gold finger laws on it. It was basically the same as he had guessed. He could raise his strength by absorbing the popularity from the guests of the delicious bistro. The more famous and high status the guests who came to the delicious bistro, the more energy he could absorb from each other, the faster his strength increased. If he was in the middle of the delicious bistro, though he didn't dare to say it, he was an absolutely invincible existence. But at least it could be invincible, and staying alive was not a problem at all. It's kind of a second-class Goldfinger. So far, Song Tianli had encountered two chosen of God. One was Yasumoto, who he had asked God to cut and had already taken out. One is He Tianrui. Both of these two possessed a second-class Goldfinger. It had been more than 3 days since he had left from God's chosen city, and Goldfinger had completely fused with his master. Therefore, even if one knew what the other party's golden finger was, At most, one could only ask the divine judge to kill the other party, but could not seize the other party's golden finger. This was why Song Tian Ideal wanted to subdue He Tianrui instead of killing him outright. Accepting such a divine chosen, many things would be done in a much more aspectful way in the future. More than that, once his identity as a chosen of God was exposed, he could have He Tianrui cover for himself. He can act as a stand-in for He Tianrui, playing a real, fake, 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 fake. After reading the gold finger laws on top of the divine ruler coin, Song Tianli threw the divine ruler coin back to He Tianrui. You remain the chosen one until I seek you out. You can do all the things you want. I'll also find a way to help you grow the delicious bistro, so that your strength can rise quickly. In the future, if anyone approaches you, utter 9 turned large intestine, original flavor. That means that this man is my man. He will relay some of my instructions to you. Song Tianli said. Good. At this time, He Tianrui didn't have any heart to talk more, and just nodded indifferently. He's now become a sword in someone else's hand, so the pendulum has swung. He decided that, starting tomorrow, he would go to work casually, just like the grandpa who sold mung bean cakes. By the way, have you become a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai? Become. Now. Whatever Song Tianli asked, He Tianrui said, without hiding anything. For a guy who's already swinging for the fences, it all doesn't matter. Hearing He Tianrui's reply, Song Tianli walked towards him. He Tianrui didn't dodge, just quietly looked at him, wanting to see what exactly he wanted to do. Under He Tianrui's gaze, Song Tianli lifted up his shirt and slipped his hand inside. Chapter 38 The Chosen One Who Blocked the Way. Yi Qing Tian. In this instant, He Tianrui's eyes suddenly widened. He was already prepared in his heart to become a sword in Song Tianli's hands, but that doesn't mean he's ready for anything else, especially this man-to-man fencing. If Song Tianli really wanted to do something this excessive, then he would rather die. After slipping his hand into He Tianrui's clothes, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. And abs. Nice body. Hearing him say that, He Tianrui hurriedly pushed him away. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated, he said loudly as he looked at Song Tianli. Complimenting you on your figure. Why are you still angry? Left a mark for you, which made it easier for me to find you, and don't you dare think about clearing it or running away. Once this mark is left, as long as I don't die, it can't be removed no matter what. Let's go. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the delicious bistro. The mark he had just left on He Tianrui's body was none other than the Flying Thunder God Seal. As long as one lives, the Flying Thunder God Seal will always exist. In the future, if Song Tian Ideal wanted to come to He Tianrui's side, he could teleport at any time as long as the distance wasn't particularly far. Seeing Song Tianli leave, He Tianrui hurriedly lifted up his clothes and looked at his belly. He noticed that there was a 1-inch sized black mark on the skin above his waist. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was a tattoo. When he saw this mark, He Tianrui inwardly let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Song Tianli was only leaving a mark, not trying to do something indescribable to him. If that was really the case, then he really would rather die. After He Tianrui came back to his senses, Song Tianli had already left. Destroy, he said, and turned back to sleep. It was just destined to be a sleep that he couldn't sleep well. Song Tianli's doppelganger was removed by Song Tianli after he left the delicious bistro. At this point, he was in a great mood. Taking in a chosen of God was definitely something to be happy about. At the same time, it says one thing. Between the chosen of God and the chosen of God, although they are in competition, they don't have to die for each other. This opened up a new idea for Song Tianli. In the future, if they encountered a chosen of God again, they didn't need to kill them. They could find a way to take them in. If enough chosen of God were taken in, then it would be a great help to him. In the future, when competing with other chosen of God, they would also have an advantage. Walking around, traveling, unlearned I don't fret, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking, plying and stealing. Song Tianli, who was in a good mood, hummed a little tune from inside some cartoon on the blue planet as he walked. Just after he had sped forward for some time, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The man looked about his age, 20 or so. Extraordinarily handsome in appearance. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having sword brows and starry eyes, and a face like a crown of jade. Such a man, by his face alone, can cause many women to scream and create many more brainwashed fans. Song Tianli, we meet again. At this time, the man spoke. Hearing him say this, Song Tianli's pupils contracted slightly. He was certain that he had never seen the other man before. But the other person's words were again. This means that it's not the first time they've seen it. With his memory, it was impossible to forget anyone he had ever dealt with. He could recall the time of the fight, what the man had said at that moment, what actions he had taken. But this person in front of him, he really hadn't seen him before. However, the other party was able to tell his name in one breath. It would be fair to say that the other person usually knew him or her and knew his or her name. However, he was now in disguise and had used a transformation technique. In such a situation, the other party could recognize him at once. So how familiar must he be with him? Who are you? Song Tianli asked with a frown. God's chosen. Yi Kengtian. The other party came right out with his identity and name. This caused Song Tianli to be even more shocked. The chosen of God at this time of the year were all still obscenely developing, and basically no one dared to say, openly and honestly, that they were the chosen of God. But this man in front of him had said it with honor. Is this something wrong with his brain or does he have something to fall back on? Song Tianli preferred the latter. As the chosen one, it was impossible to be brain dead. There must be something to fall back on. Moreover, looking at the other party's behavior so far, it didn't look like they had a brain problem. Yi Prime? Indeed, I haven't heard of it. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Do we know each other? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Yi Qingtian. Recognize it and don't recognize it. You and I are meeting for the first time, but you and I are not. I've known you for a long time. I came here today because I wanted to see what it was like to be you at this time. Isn't it true that you can't be killed? Yi Qingtian's tone was very flat when he said this. The look didn't change much either, as if he was talking about something insignificant. You're sick. I don't even know you. You're about to kill me. Song Tianli was also speechless for a while. For the first time he was so elusive about someone. What do you mean you and I are meeting for the first time? But I'm not meeting you for the first time. Shouldn't two people meeting be mutual? You don't know me now, but you will know me later. Song Tianli, I'd like to see just how much weight you have now to actually qualify as my opponent, Yi Qingtian said, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Song Tianli. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that Song Tianli couldn't react in time. Impeccable. At the last minute, Song Tianli took out a card. Boom! Yi Qingtian's attack landed on Song Tianli's body, but it didn't cause a single bit of damage to him. Instead, it shook him back a few meters. Sure enough, a bit of tact, Yi Qingtian said indifferently when he saw this scene. Song Tianli's face at this time could be described as extremely ugly. In the short encounter just now, although he was not injured, he was filled with a sense of powerlessness when facing Yi Qingtian. If it wasn't for the special nature of the cards, he would have faced his opponent without any resistance. He didn't know when he, himself, had provoked an existence like this. It was reasonable to say that with his low-profile character, it was unlikely that he would take the initiative to provoke such a person. Taking a step back, even if he had been invoked, it was unlikely that the other party would know his real name. Multiple shadow split technique. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the chance to catch his breath, Song Tianli split 200 doppelgangers. Instead of attacking Yi Qingtian, he fled in all directions. Chapter 39, The Power of Karma. Starlight from the sky. Yi Qingtian was too powerful, and it wasn't worth it at all to fight him to the death. Song Tianli planned to, after he escaped, quickly shake people and directly fuck him to death. This is Qianzhou, his territory. He could still allow someone of such unknown origin to be a threat to himself. However, Song Tianli had underestimated Yi Qingtian too much. Facing Song Tianli's 200 bilocations, Yi Qingtian didn't have any surprise. A mere 200 detachments are really weak. Framing, Yi Qingtian let out a soft shout, and immediately a strange energy, centered on his body, spread out rapidly in the surrounding area. Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was speeding forward, instantly felt as if he had been cast with a fixation spell, and his body was fixed in the air. Yi Qingtian's body transformed into a stream of light, weaving in and out of space. Wherever he went, Song Tianli's detachment rapidly disappeared. Who the hell is he? How could he be so strong? Looking at the constantly disappearing doppelgangers, Song Tianli frowned and said darkly. Seeing that, Yi Qingtian was getting closer and closer to his own body, Song Tianli panicked a little. He realized that he couldn't resist at all. He couldn't even move his body. Trying to use the deck, can't even do it. The only thing he could do, it seemed, was wait to die. Just as Yi Qingtian's attack was about to land on top of Song Tianli's main body, a starlight suddenly fell from the sky. This starlight carried an extremely overpowering aura as it descended from the sky. It was extremely coincidental that the direction in which this starlight descended was precisely the direction in which Yi Qingtian was. As a last resort, Yi Qingtian could only quickly retreat. In doing so, he lost the opportunity to kill Song Tianli. The imprisoned Song Tianli also finally regained his freedom at this time. Boom! The starlight landed on top of the ground with a loud boom. A powerful shockwave spread out to the surroundings. Jin Wang's shield. Song Tianli hurriedly used a defense deck. Yi Qingtian also quickly retreated tens of meters. At this time, his body slowly became transparent. It made his face hard. Damn the power of karma. Yi Qingtian cursed in a small voice. At this point, he's a little pissed off. Any way you look at it. Song Tianli, I didn't expect that I would be so much stronger than you and still not be able to kill you. But remember this. Sooner or later, I will kill you. We'll see. Yi Qingtian said loudly as he looked at Song Tianli. After saying that, his body became completely illusory. Very quickly, it turned into a gale and disappeared. This made Song Tianli a bit puzzled. He didn't get anything out of the fight. Who exactly was Yi Qingtian and why did he want to kill himself? However, Yi Qingtian disappeared, causing Song Tianli to let out a long sigh of relief inside. To be honest, this was the first time someone had brought him such a powerful sense of oppression. After looking around and making sure that Yi Qingtian had really left, Song Tianli then turned his gaze to the place where the starlight had just fallen. It was the sudden landing of this starlight that saved his life just now. He sped quickly toward the place where the starlight had fallen. Very quickly, he saw that a large pit had appeared in front of him. The pit was so full of smoke that it was impossible to see what existed inside. With a wave of his palm, a palm wind flew out from his hand, blowing away the smoke and dust that filled the air. It was then that he finally got a good look at what existed in the pit. This is a person? Song Tianli said to himself. The large pit in the ground was filled with a large, small pit with a man in rags. He should not be an ordinary person if he can fall along with the starlight. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli split into two doppelgangers and jumped down the large pit to the man's side. At that moment, he saw that the man's face was dirty and bearded. It looks like a hobo who's been wandering for a long time. Song Tianli's doppelganger squatted down and probed his nostrils, finding the other party dying, and many parts of his body were badly injured. He was so badly injured that I'm afraid it won't take long for him to die. That's just it. You saved my life, now I'll save yours, Song Tianli said indifferently. He was a man who did not want to owe favors. If he owes money, he can find a way to pay it back. But owing favors is a pain in the ass, because the thing about favors is that sometimes you can't tell. Song Tianli flipped his palm and took out a card. Wine. The Chi Peach card is used to bring to life people who have been dead for less than an hour. And the Wu Wine card is designed to allow people who are on the verge of death to completely recover from their injuries. These were things that were used to save one's life, and Song Tianli was not willing to use them as a last resort. As the Wu Wine card landed on the man's body, the man's injuries were getting better at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the man did not come to his senses. I'll be the good guy to the end, Song Tianli said and had his doppelganger carry the man on his back. Alter ego, you're amazing. You're noble. You're good. You're making me carry it. Just like that, Song Tianli and the doppelganger carried the man on their backs and disappeared into the night. A few minutes later, Song Tianli and his doppelganger returned to the slums. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, they went back to the little courtyard next to it. This small courtyard, too, was one of his secret bases. Usually, no one comes. Quite handsome. Looks a bit cold. After putting down the man, Song Tianli said as he carefully sized up the other party. Even though the other man was bearded, he couldn't stop his handsome features. It was certain that this person's origin was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing that the other party showed no signs of waking up, Song Tianli left behind one of his doppelgangers, and his main body returned to his small courtyard. The man's appearance was only an interlude for him. What he wanted to know most right now was Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian was too weird. It looked like, for him to know very well, and extraordinary strength and bizarre behavior. Such a person is extremely scary. I had been fighting before and hadn't had time to think much about it. Now that he had calmed down, Song Tianli could be certain that the current divine continent did not allow the existence of someone so powerful. Even if they were the same chosen of God, they wouldn't be so outrageously strong. Then there's only one possibility. He could be from the future. It's a bit of a stretch, but Goldfinger is all-encompassing, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Of course, this is only a possibility and not 100% certain. He used transformation to turn into Yi Qingtian's appearance, then took out his cell phone and took a picture. He then sent the photo to a cell phone number with no name noted. Also included is a quote. This person's name is Yi Qingtian. Activate all the dark shadows and investigate all his information. Very quickly, there was a reply from the other side, received. Yi Qingtian, I'll remember you. If I meet you again in the future, I will definitely do whatever I can to kill you, Song Tianli muttered after seeing the reply. This was the first time in all these years since he was reborn in the divine continent that he had such a heavy killing intent towards a person. Chapter 40, Amnesiac Starlight. Yi Qingtian's appearance gave Song Tianli a very strong sense of crisis. It was then that he realized that all of his underhanded cards were so unbeatable in front of the other party. There can be a first time for something like this, but definitely not a second time. This time it was the sudden landing of Starlight that saved him. Next time, he wouldn't have such luck. Also, he was not used to trusting his life to uncertainty. So, no matter what, he must figure out who Yi Qingtian was. Even if we lose some of the manpower that we have been operating over the years for this purpose, it is still a good idea. Taking a deep breath, Song Tianli tried to calm himself down a bit. He had to admit that Yi Qingtian's appearance had caused his emotions to fluctuate greatly. This night, Song Tianli didn't sleep, splitting 90 doppelgangers to cultivate. Early the next morning, Song Tianli woke up. It was because he sensed that the bilocation had delivered a message that the man had awakened. What is this place? The man who had woken up looked around and looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger and asked, "My name is Yu Jibo, and this is my home. When you collapsed on the street last night, it was me who saved you," Song Tianli said. Instead of mentioning that he had been saved, he emphasized that he had saved the other man. It wasn't that he was planning to hold a favor, but he wasn't sure what the other party was at the moment, saying that he had saved him. Under normal circumstances, even if the other party was a great evildoer, he shouldn't have made a move against himself. Hearing Song Tianli say that, the man frowned. "Do you know, then, who I am?" the man said. "HM?" Hearing this, Song Tianli's eyes widened. "Is this amnesia?" He looked puzzled. He hadn't expected that a dog-blooded plot like amnesia would be encountered by him. "Don't you know who you are?" Song Tianli asked rhetorically. "Don't remember. My mind went blank. Don't remember anything. I don't know who I am or where I come from," the man said, shaking his head. "It's okay, I've lost my memory, but my mind is still clear. Speech is logical. You don't remember your name, so I'll call you Starlight for now. You can follow me first. I'll find something for you to do," Song Tianli said after some thought. No matter what, the other party was also his savior. Although, he had also saved the other party's life, the gift of saving his life was not something that could be offset so easily. The reason he named the man Starlight was because when he appeared, he was stepping on Starlight. "Yes." In response, Starlight nodded, sort of recognizes Song Tianli and the name. Only, as he said this, he looked at Song Tianli with a strange look. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're kind of strange, like you're unreal, kind of not human." Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli's eyes widened once again, because, right now, he was only a bilocation, not the main body. Starlight was totally right when she said he was unreal and a little less human. It was just that his current split was a multiple shadow split. Usually, as long as it is not attacked, there is no difference from the main body. The average person, it's impossible to tell the difference. But Starlight saw it at a glance. This showed that Starlight was extremely strong. So, practiced his extraordinary eyesight. "Starlight, what realm are you in?" Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. "Realm? What is a realm?" Starlight had a puzzled look on her face. He had a bit of trouble understanding the term, because in his mind, there wasn't a shred of information about the word. "Harm. Forgot you lost your memory. What else can you remember?" Song Tianli asked. "Don't remember anything. Mind is blank. For anything, no impression," Starlight said as she shook her head. "Forget it if you can't think of it. For the next period of time, you will first reside in this small courtyard. Normally, no one would bother. If you eat, I'll have someone bring it to you. The origin of the Starlight is unknown, so it can only be so arranged for now. In case there was any karma on Starlight's body, it wouldn't involve him or the Song family." "Good." Starlight nodded. He looked sideways as he said this. "What are you looking at?" Song Tianli asked curiously. "There's a guy next to me that looks exactly like you. He's not as unreal as you, though." As soon as Starlight's words came out, Song Tianli was once again dumbstruck. He knew that Starlight should be talking about his own body. However, his main body was in the small yard next door and inside the house. How did Starlight see him? Could it be that Starlight has a similar ability like white eyes? "How did you know?" Song Tianli asked. "How did you know?" "I was just wondering what was in the distance and then I knew." "Is it hard?" Starlight looked as if she couldn't quite understand why Song Tianli would ask such a logical question. "Forget I asked." Song Tianli's feeling at this time was like a discussion between a school slag and a school bully, with the school slag's extreme speechlessness. For example, a schoolboy asks a bully how he's going to get a 145 in math. Scholastic answer, not just one less multiple choice question. The scum asks again, how is that going to make the last big question in physics? Scholastic answer. First glance at the answer, then just reverse the derivation. Such things are rare and uncommon for schoolboys. So, they think that this behavior couldn't be more normal. They can never understand why the scum can't see the answer at a glance. It's not that the schoolboys are high and mighty, it's that they really don't get it. Both sides have different perceptions, so they don't understand things the same way. Starlight, you've lost your memories and should be lacking in the most basic knowledge of this world. I don't know how long it will take if I pass on my experience to you. So, to have the fastest understanding of the world, I think, brushing up on videos is the most effective way. At the same time, you can see if you'll be touching and remembering things as you swipe through the video. Take this cell phone, and next, I'll show you how to use it. Song Tianli said, taking out a cell phone and handing it to Starlight. The last thing that was missing for him was a cell phone. He carries 3 cell phones alone. In the middle of this room, there are 2 more. These were the spares he had purchased just in case. Above short videos, parents, visual effects, sitcoms, everything. There's always an aspect that ties into Starlight's previous life. It's good for him to regain his memory. Chapter 41, Terrier King Starlight. Starlight did not refuse Song Tianli's arrangement. No one wants to be a person without a past. If he could, he naturally wanted to recover his memories earlier. You stay in the house and play with your cell phone. I'm going out to buy something, Song Tianli said. Good. Starlight nodded. Song Tianli's doppelganger, instead of returning to his small courtyard through the secret passage, walked out through the main entrance. At the same time, his own body left the residence. He waited until he had gone out a long distance before he undid the diversion. To be honest, he was still under quite a bit of pressure when facing Starlight, because he didn't know anything about Starlight. He didn't know what kind of powers he had. That tip of the iceberg that Starlight had shown earlier was already enough to show how extraordinary he was. Song Tianli was always worried that some of his secrets would be seen through in the presence of Starlight. It's the unknown that causes the most fear and worry. Whether it's things or people, it's the same. After he left his residence, he rode a shared bike and headed to a mall. 6 days later, he was going to be randomly teleported, so he had to make some preparations. Since he didn't know where he would be transported to, he had to be prepared for everything. The land of God is a complex terrain with all kinds of environments. Deserts, snowy mountains, meadows, rivers, forests, swamps. If it was just these circumstances, everything would be fine. Facing these environments is basically not life-threatening as long as you are well prepared. The only thing Song Tianli should be aware of is that he could be transported to some Jedi, dangerous, forbidden places. Such places, full of uncertainty, often have unanticipated crises. If you're not careful, it's true that you can die. Song Tianli must take every situation into account as much as possible. After all, his little life was at stake. The good thing was, he wasn't short of money, and he could buy any item he needed without caring about the price in any aspect he could consider. The only thing he was worried about now was that there were things he hadn't considered and there was no way to prepare in advance. It can't be helped. It's just a matter of luck. The only thing to be thankful for was that his setup over the past 20 years had spread over 9 states. Regardless of the state, there are members of 4C's Express Delivery. Once he is in need, he is not alone. At first, he had this in mind when he had the 4C's Express delivered all over Kyushu. After purchasing everything, Song Tianli then returned to his residence. This time, his real body traveled to the small courtyard next to him to meet Starlight. Just as he reached the door of the house, Song Tianli heard the sound of a short video coming from inside. When he walked into the house, he found Starlight staring unblinkingly at her cell phone. Starlight, I got you some necessities. A towel, toothbrush, change of clothes. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Starlight's gaze left the phone and looked at him. You're a man who can handle and think things through. Bolt Q. When Starlight said this, Song Tianli had a black question mark face. He just left for a little while. And Starlight, an amnesiac, learns internet hot stems? If there's anything else you want, you can give it to me. In a few days, he would be teleporting away and would have to get Starlight organized. Needles don't poke. Starlight looked appreciative. Starlight, these stems you're talking about would be fine if you just talked about them on the internet. But those words are so much more awkward when said in reality. If it's possible, it's better for us to say this kind of words as little as possible. Song Tianli said patiently with a smile on his face. He felt, at this time, as if he were teaching a child. Leave me alone. Hate people with no sense of boundaries. Hearing Starlight say this kind of stunt again, Song Tianli's smile instantly froze on his face. He was also quite convinced that he had gone from handing over his Starlight cell phone to him returning from a trip to the mall in a total of just over 3 hours. Why did Starlight just learn so many stems and apply them so skillfully? To be honest, even if he swiped the video all day long, so many stems were known but not always skillfully applied. Starlight. It's really kind of awkward to say terrier in everyday life like that. It's fine if you know about the stunt, but if you don't, it's easy to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Sometimes, it's words like that can cause some conflict. After Song Tianli said this, he realized that Starlight's eyes were staring at him without blinking, and he even nodded thoughtfully. Seeing him like this, Song Tianli inwardly let out a slight sigh of relief. He felt that he should convince Starlight. You want to CPU me? However, in the next second, Starlight looked at Song Tianli and said, never mind. You can say whatever you want. In response, Song Tianli didn't bother. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Starlight smiled. Ha ha ha. Broke defense and emo. This time, Song Tianli didn't pick up the conversation. Starlight can say whatever she likes. Seeing that Song Tianli ignored himself, Starlight didn't say anything else and continued to brush his short video. He had just realized the truth. As long as he wasn't embarrassed himself, it was others who were embarrassed. Now Song Tianli's behavior was a good illustration of this matter. Yu-Ji-Bo. Yu-Ji-Bo. The game that was mentioned above this short video. It seems like it's a lot of fun. Teach me how this works. Just as Song Tianli was setting up his toothbrush and towel, Starlight suddenly came over with his cell phone and pointed at the screen. Song Tianli raised his eyes and realized that the game the Starlight was referring to was none other than King Pesticide. It's kinda a difficult game. You haven't touched games before. I wouldn't really recommend playing a game like this right off the bat. Why don't you play a demotivator first, to get the feel of it? Song Tianli asked. He had played Pesticide for a while before, but the highest segment, only silver. So, he wasn't perfunctory about Starlight, but he really found Pesticides quite difficult. That year I had my hands in my pockets and had no idea what it meant to be an opponent. A little game I wouldn't be able to play? Who are you looking down on? Play around. I'll download it for you. As soon as he heard Starlight talking about cyber terriers, Song Tianli was all over the place. So, he took his cell phone and started downloading Pesticides. And by the way, he also registered his account. He then instructed Starlight for a moment with the experience of a noble silver player. I know how to play. Bolt Q. Starlight said, taking her cell phone and heading for the couch. Seeing Starlight, who was addicted to the game, Song Tianli muttered, Starlight won't be reduced to an internet addict, right? It wasn't obvious yet, but he realized that Starlight was already showing signs of this as well. Chapter 42, The Power to Become Bold and Strong. After thinking about it, Song Tianli felt that if Starlight really became an internet addict, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for him. After all, Starlight's origins were unknown, so letting him run around outside might cause some unnecessary trouble. This is, perhaps, one of the good aspects of MMOs. Since the birth of online gaming, the number of fights between teenagers has decreased drastically. According to studies, after the emergence of online games, teenage fights and assaults decreased by 90%, because, once they have a conflict, they are about to resolve it in the game. This is why, although some games have some adverse effects on teenagers, the state still allows them to exist. Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. After settling down Starlight, Song Tianli's main body left, leaving behind an alter ego. After leaving the small courtyard, Song Tianli dialed Qian Sheng's number. How's the investigation into Yi Qingtian's matter going? In the past, he wouldn't have dialed Shansong's number directly. If there's something going on, there's a very vaguely encrypted way of communicating. Texting. Other people don't always understand the text messages even if they see what they are saying. Yi Qingtian's matter had given Song Tianli a sense of crisis, so he couldn't care less about hiding. Of course, a big part of this is that the dust has settled on the chosen one. Song Tianli had the means to save his life. Moreover, after nearly 20 years of development, the Song family's secret strength was already strong enough. As long as the 10 great divine realm cave temples didn't make a move, or all the other great clans joined together to target the Song family, the Song family can basically maintain the status quo all the time. We've activated all the shadows, but nothing about Yi Qingtian has been found. For this reason, we have screened all those with the surname Yi, but there is no one who can match up with Yi Qingtian. Qian Sheng replied. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli's brows furrowed. There are only two possibilities if you can't find out any information at all. First, Yi Qingtian's identity, his looks, were all fake. After all, Yi Qingtian's name was said by the other party himself, so it was naturally possible that it was a vest. Moreover, if he could use transfiguration to camouflage his appearance, then so could the other party. He never believed that he was the only one in the divine lands who possessed a chance. However, this is unlikely. At that time, when Yi Qingtian said his name, there was no beep coming from his own cell phone. Unless, of course, Yi Prime has the ability to interfere with this ability of his own. Or, Yi Qingtian isn't called that right now. The second possibility was that Yi Qingtian came from the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens. Over the years, though, the dark shadows of the Song family had infiltrated the 9 states, but the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens had not entered the world for nearly 100 years. So with regards to the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens, the Song family did not have a single ounce of penetration. If Yi Qingtian really came from one of the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens, it made sense that they wouldn't be able to find out. Always don't give up on inquiring about Yi Prime. Once you find out, contact me at the first opportunity, Song Tianli exhorted. Yes, Qian Shang said respectfully, although he didn't know exactly what had happened. He could hear that his young master attached great importance to this Yi Qingtian. This was the first time he had heard such a solemn tone from his own young master in so many years. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After Song Tianli hung up the phone, he let out a deep breath. He found that even though more than 10 hours had passed, he always had trouble stabilizing his emotions whenever he mentioned Yi Qingtian. Perhaps it was that everything he'd done in the last 20 years had gone too well. Whether it's secretly developing the Song family and allowing Shadow to infiltrate, still plotting to get the golden handshake, it all went smoothly, with no hitting setbacks. Yi Qingtian's appearance was considered a blow to his head. Instead of being negative about it, he was full of fight. In some ways, that's not necessarily a bad thing. People have to have a goal to chase and surpass. Song Tianli's current goal was to find Yi Qingtian and finish him off. Thinking of this, he split off dozens of other doppelgangers and began to cultivate. As for his main body, he took out his cell phone and started swiping through the short videos. He had always thought about his main body and his doppelganger cultivating together before, but now that he thought about it, it was really silly. With a doppelganger, the main body should lie flat. Otherwise, what is the point of the split? He had practiced hard for so long in the past that he had forgotten about comfort for a while. In the past, when he was in the Blue Star, Song Tianli had thought about it. If one has a doppelganger, let one's doppelganger go to work, go to school, make money. It's kind of coming true now. Song Tianli swiped through the short videos as he searched for a multiple choice question that suited his abilities. He realized that this golden finger of his, although powerful, was still quite limited. In the original time, he thought that he could have a new ability every day, but as it turns out, that's not the case. Because ability selection is random, there are no shortcuts. The only way he does that now is by swiping short videos. But, as luck would have it, swipe through a whole day of short videos and you won't come across a single competency selection class video that comes up. Sometimes, even when you meet, it doesn't always fit. Unsuitable abilities, even if chosen, are useless. Instead, they will create a crisis for themselves. It's like that option of getting $1 billion but being chased by a snail forever. It's not like he's short of money. $1 billion more, $1 billion less, no impact at all. This choice is just one more crisis for him. And sometimes, he simply doesn't have that much time to choose to brush up on short videos. I would trade my future friends being single for 10 years for the ability to meet someone I am happy with today. Song Tianli prayed before he officially started swiping the video. The reason why it was a future friend was because he didn't really have one right now. A lot of people, they're nothing more than nodding acquaintances. When we meet, we all smile on the surface and more or less exchange pleasantries. But behind the scenes, it's none of my business whether you live or die. After praying, Song Tianli continued to start swiping the short video. Time passed by, and soon, more than 3 hours passed. Song Tianli still hasn't met the right choice of ability. If 10 years of my future friend's singleness as a price is not enough, then 20 years, Song Tianli said piously. By coincidence, shortly after he said this, he finally brushed up on an ability choice that he felt was appropriate. If your workout, which can be continuously stacked, strengthens your physical body, but all the body hair on your entire body will fall out, are you willing to do that? When Song Tianli saw this ability choice, he was in a tangle. This ability is really strong, and with each workout, the body gets a little stronger. Doing 200 push-ups makes you stronger than when you do 100 push-ups. Crucially, this ability is specific to the physical body. What he lacked the most right now was the ability to enhance his physical body. It's just that the price, it's a little too high. All the body hair on the whole body, all fall out. Chapter 43, Talented in Starlight Games. Human body hair includes hair, eyebrows, armpit hair, chest hair, and others. Without these body hairs, there is no harm to the person physically, though, but mentally, it's going to take some beating. But in the end, Song Tianli chose, willing. Because of this ability, he just couldn't say no. With the choice of the two words Song Tianli willing, the body hair on his body began to fall off. In less than 3 seconds, he was a rounded briny egg. I'll become stronger when I become bald, Song Tianli said indifferently. There are 2 solutions for things like not having body hair. First, wear a wig and draw your eyebrows. As for the rest of the body, that didn't matter. With the clothes in the way, it couldn't be seen at all. Second, let's see if new abilities will appear later to override this side effect. That was one of the reasons he would choose this ability. After choosing this ability, he sent a text message to a person. Purchase me 10 eyebrow pencils, and 10 men's wigs that fit snugly on the scalp. Be the best. He'd be too distinctive and easy to remember if he stayed in the bald look. It's not a good thing when an old 6 is easily remembered. After gathering up the shed body hair and going to take a shower, Song Tianli began his workout. Exercise stacking. This ability works on the physical body. Therefore, there was no way for Song Tianli to use a doppelganger instead, so he could only do it himself in the main body. Start with 100 push-ups, then 100 deep squats and 100 high knees. Finally, run another 10 kilometers. Song Tianli said while doing push-ups. With his current physical fitness, these movements were quickly done. 10 kilometers, and it took less than 10 minutes. He stood under a tree, feeling the changes in his body. He was now able to clearly feel that the strength of his fleshly body had increased. With my current physical body strength, I'm able to withstand at least 110 bilocations, the negative effects of cultivating at the same time. Song Tianli muttered. 110 bilocations practicing at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency of doing things. That's 1100 times the speed of cultivation. So, Song Tianli's takeoff was completely expected. For the next few days, Song Tianli didn't do anything other than cultivate. Soon, he was going to be randomly teleported. Now, for every point of his strength, the chances of surviving increased a little. After the past few days of cultivation, he realized that the fourth divine deposit in his body was about to open up. It was completely unexpected for his strength to increase so quickly, more than 1,000 times the cultivation speed. Cultivating for 4 days. This was equivalent to more than 4,000 days of cultivation in the past, about 12 years, taking 12 years to raise a realm. Truth be told, it was quite slow. This also showed that Song Tianli's cultivation talent was, indeed, not good. In the past, it had taken him nearly 20 years to open up 2 divine treasures. After having a golden finger, a 3rd divine treasure was successfully opened. Today is the last day of the 7-day countdown. Split. Disarm. Song Tian comprehended the disembodiment of his own. Still as before, as the split lifted, a powerful energy surged into his body. Boom! With the influx of this energy, a powerful aura erupted from Song Tianli's body. The 4th divine deposit opened successfully, he said with a little bit of joy. Since obtaining the golden finger, he had opened up 2 more divine treasures in just less than 10 days. This kind of cultivation speed was rare in the world. When you get the golden finger, you get the chance to change your destiny, and this is definitely not something you can say. After Song Tianli stabilized his realm, he opened his eyes. It was time to leave, and he was going to go and set Starlight up. As he walked into the small courtyard where Starlight lived, he heard Starlight's voice from a distance. Auxiliary, auxiliary, are you at the wake? Guarding next to her? For a wake, why don't you wear mourning? What game are you two playing? Go home and plant sweet potatoes. Starlight sounded extraordinarily grumpy, and although she didn't spit out the nationalist, she was audibly pissed off. What is it? Song Tianli asked as he walked into the house looking at the exasperated Starlight. I was straight up pissed off at a dog couple in this game just now. After the woman died, the auxiliary did nothing but watch over his girlfriend's heels. It turned out that I was surrounded by 3 people, or else I would have won this hand. This is my promotion. Dog lovers, what a harmful game to play. More Komori than Komori. Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really easy to get cranky when playing a game with pits like this. He realized that Starlight was on the verge of becoming a cranky old man after a few days of playing the game. Who did you learn this set of little words from? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. Some of it was learned from playing games with certain people who call themselves Zwans, and some of it was learned from brushing up on videos. Starlight said with a deep breath. You've been playing this game for 5 or 6 days now. Have you advanced to silver yet? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. Silver? Looking down on who? With your highest silver segment, you can only imagine silver. The segment above silver is too far away from you. Know what a diamond is? That's a diamond. Starlight said with extreme contempt at this time. After saying this, he even picked up his cell phone and unfolded the interface of the segment, showing it off to Song Tianli. You've only been playing for 5 or 6 days and you're diamond? Song Tianli asked with a bit of disbelief. How can someone who is new to this game hit diamond in such a short time? He said, taking his cell phone and looking through the battle scores. He realized that Starlight had only just started playing this game and was losing a lot. After playing 5 games, there are losers and winners. After you've played 20 games, you lose less. After 50 innings, you basically don't lose much. Other than losing individual innings, it's basically been a winning streak. Even the one that was lost was the MVP. Seeing this kind of battle performance, Song Tianli was dumbfounded. Starlight is pretty talented for Game On. How did you get so strong? Song Tianli asked, looking up at Starlight. Get on the diamond. Isn't this just a handful? After my attempts, I realized that the most crucial thing in playing this kind of game is the ability to react, the speed of the hand controlling the hero's movement, and the ability to cooperate as a team. These are requests that come easily to me. Hearing Starlight's explanation, Song Tianli suddenly came to a realization. Starlight's strength was unfathomable, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the reaction speed, and the control of the body. It's not at all surprising that he was able to do a streak after familiarizing himself with the game. Chapter 44, The Gift of Starlight on Departure. Starlight, tomorrow I have to leave for a while for something. Are you going to stay in the house all the time and play games and swipe short videos? Or am I going to help you find something else to do to fit in? Song Tianli asked seriously as he handed his cell phone to Starlight. Over the past few days, Starlight had gotten to know a bit about the community, but it was all through short videos, not really stepping into that community and engaging with other people. This aspect of getting along with people, he is still a white boy. I'll just stay in the house and play the game, Starlight said, firing up another game of King. Good. Song Tianli nodded. It's good that Starlight can stay in the house all the time. What you're leaving to do this time? Isn't there a certain amount of danger in what you're going to do? Suddenly, Starlight raised her head to look at Song Tianli and asked, why do you ask? I see a touch of worry that won't dissipate from your brow. You've got this touch of worry that's gotten heavier and heavier as the days have gone by. Add to that what you just said about leaving, and I'm guessing that there is some danger. Hearing Starlight's explanation, Song Tianli looked at him with a surprised look. He wasn't just shocked at Starlight's observation skills, but even more so at his logical reasoning. It's amazing that you can guess this based on just a little bit of your own concern, and your own words. Starlight's intelligence should not be underestimated. He had previously thought that Starlight was just powerful. Now that I've lost my memory, I guess my brain doesn't work too well, but now it seems that he was so wrong. Although Starlight had lost her memory loss did not mean that the person had become demented. The thinking he should have had, the wisdom he should have had, has not diminished at all. Things haven't happened yet. Whether there is any danger or not, I don't know. Song Tianli did not hide it. Hearing his words, Starlight frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. At this point, he doesn't even play the game and lets the others finish him off. Starlight, what are you thinking about? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask when he saw this look on his face. However, Starlight didn't answer him, still tilting her head raised at a 45-degree angle, looking at the ceiling. It looks like dementia. And so it was, for a long time, before Starlight came back to her senses. I remember, he exclaimed with a little glee. What do you remember? You recovered your memory? Song Tianli asked suspiciously. The memory didn't come back. I just suddenly remembered what I was about to do just now. By the way, do you have jade? Starlight asked. What kind of jade do you want? Pendant, bracelet, jade pendant, or what? Both, but of better quality. Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was carved into the likeness of a person, none other than Song Tianli himself. The reason he had such a jade pendant was because he reminded himself that when things came up, it was better to ask for help than to ask for help. Only when one is strong can everything be accomplished. Starlight took the jade pendant and glanced at Song Tianli, but didn't say anything more. He was seen holding the jade pendant in one hand and gesturing on it with the other. Song Tianli could feel a surge of energy pouring into the jade pendant as the Starlight was compared. Only, he couldn't see what Starlight was actually doing. After about 30 seconds, Starlight stopped and returned the jade pendant to Song Tianli. Above this jade pendant, I inscribed a kind of means. If you run into a danger you can't handle, just shatter the jade pendant and I should appear soon. Starlight said seriously. He had wanted to express what he was carving, but he couldn't even think of what he was carving, what it was called. In the end, there was only one means of saying such things. Are you serious? No matter how far away I am from you, you can appear very quickly? Song Tianli asked with a bit of shock. The 9 states are not too big, not too small, but anyhow, it's 10 million square kilometers. In some places, even if you fly, it's hours. How the Starlight could appear soon? How exactly? I can't recall. It's just that my gut tells me that it should be okay. I can't explain it if you ask me to, so just listen to me anyway. Well, do what you need to do. I'm going to play a game. I'm about to be promoted to Starburst. By the time you get back, maybe I'll be on King. Starlight said that and stopped paying attention to Song Tianli. He picked up his cell phone and became engrossed in the game world. Song Tianli looked at the jade pendant in his hand, and for a moment, he didn't know whether he should believe it or not. After thinking about it, he ended up wearing the jade pendant around his neck. Anyway, Starlight meant well. Add to that the fact that Starlight's origins are a mystery, and it may be true what is being said. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. If what Starlight said was true, there was a good chance that she could save her life at a critical moment. Thanks, Song Tianli said to Starlight. Regardless of whether or not the jade pendant could serve the kind of purpose that Starlight said it would, it was not a waste of time for him to take care of him for a while if he could have this kind of heart. Starlight was engrossed in the game world and paid no attention to Song Tianli's thanks. I don't know if I really didn't hear it, or if I clearly heard it and just didn't want to talk about it. After leaving the small courtyard where Starlight lived, Song Tianli returned to his residence. He didn't cultivate, didn't make any more deployments, just lay quietly on the couch and waited for the transmission. The items that should be prepared, he had already prepared. What he should have had the others do, he had long ago ordered. Looking at the countdown in his head, Song Tianli flipped his palm, took out a lollipop, and licked it. He was quite fond of sugar because he felt that life was bitter enough and he should taste more sweetness. Come on, show. 3, 2, 1, teleport, Song Tianli said to himself. As his words fell, his body suddenly disappeared into the house without warning. There was no vision either. During the process of teleportation, Song Tianli also didn't have the kind of heavenly rotation that he had experienced when he teleported away from God's chosen city. He just felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and 2 seconds later, he felt a light in front of his eyes again. The sudden appearance of bright light made him subconsciously close his eyes. Once he adjusted to the bright light and opened his eyes, he found himself across from a hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed species looking straight at him. Ouch! My plants! This sight of opening his eyes like this was a big shock to Song Tianli. He reflexively stepped backward. However, he felt at this time that he was falling downwards as soon as his feet were empty. Chapter 45, Shinong Ridge, Wild Monkeys. Fortunately, Song Tianli was now a cultivator who had opened up 4 divine treasures. He twisted his body in a hurry as his body was falling. In the process of twisting his body, he took a quick survey of his surroundings. He found himself in the middle of a forest at the moment, and he was randomly teleported to a tree. He had just been startled and subconsciously backed up a bit, resulting in a fall from the tree. After Song Tianli stabilized his body, he slashed out with a palm. At once, a strong reaction force slowed his fall. Eventually, he landed firmly on the ground. Cool pose, legs bent, one hand on the ground. After standing up, he looked around carefully. At the same time, he looked up above him, wanting to see what it was that had just given him such a fright. Squeak, 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 came a familiar call from the trees. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a wild monkey, Song Tianli said, picking up a small stone from the ground and throwing it towards the wild monkey that had scared him. The monkey was attacked and hastily swung away from the tree into the distance as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Seeing the monkey leave, Song Tianli took out his cell phone. It's over. No cell phone reception. Originally, he wanted to see where he had been randomly transported to. As a result, it didn't occur to me that this place that he teleported to didn't have any signal at all. With no cell phone signal, not only can you not use it for location, but more importantly, you can't swipe the short video anymore. There's no way to brush up on short videos. There's no way to come across the ability to choose. That makes 7 days. Wasted. Song Tianli's body moved and rose directly into the air. Immediately after that, his body stomped on the trunk of the tree next to him a few times, and he quickly pulled himself up. Quickly, he stood on top of one of the tallest and thickest trees around and looked out into the distance. He saw that it was the same in front of him and behind him, a vast expanse of pristine forest. With such a large area of forest coverage, this should be one of the primitive forests in the Divine Lands. There are a total of 5 primordial forests in the Divine Land, each spread out in a different great state. Every big state, the geography as well as the temperature is different. The temperature here is suitable, not too cold and not too hot, and the vegetation is leafy, so it should be located in the Shinong Ridge near Zhengzhou. Although the phone couldn't be used to locate him, but relying on his own learning, as well as his knowledge of the Divine Kingdom, Song Tianli still analyzed the approximate location he was currently in. If you learn mathematics, science, chemistry and geography well, you will not be afraid of going everywhere. Only, this result from the analysis did not bring a trace of joy to Song Tianli's face. This was because the Shinong Ridge was one of the 5 major primitive forests in Divine State that covered the largest area and had the highest danger factor. There are so many legends about Shinong Ridge, with 1,000 steep peaks and 10,000 deep ravines. It is known as the spine of the Divine Kingdom. Legend has it that not only do many powerful spirit beasts live here, but there are also divine beings who are gods and goddesses. Anyone who enters the Shinnong Ridge with ill intentions will surely die. Therefore, for so many years, the Shinnong Ridge was known as the forbidden zone of life in the 9 states. Anyone who went deep into the Shinnong Ridge almost didn't come out alive. How could Song Tianli not expect that the first time he was randomly teleported, he would be teleported to the forbidden area of life? Tough one. With that, he sat down on top of the trunk of the tree at his feet, leaning his back against it. He has 2 ways to go now. The first way, do nothing, just wait here quietly. After 7 days, he would naturally make a second teleportation. When the time comes, it will naturally leave the Shinnong Ridge. The second way, try to get out and see the fabled and unbelievable Shinnong Ridge. Curiosity killed the cat, and I'm not curious at all. I'll just wait here quietly for the 7 days to end. Song Tianli said. From the hands of the space ring, took out a hammock, hanging in a Y-type tree branches above. Lying up, the space ring thing was a rare item. There aren't many in the entire 9 states. In order to obtain this spatial ring in the first place, Song Tianli had spent an enormous amount of money, but it was worth it, he thought. The space ring was too useful for him now. He's used everything from the original Goldfinger scramble to random teleportation. So cozy. Lying on top of the hammock, Song Tianli leisurely rocked. As an old 6, taking risks is not a risk. Not in this lifetime. Why take a chance when you can lie down? It's not like he's got a serious illness. He decided that when he'd had enough of lying around, he'd get up and work out and practice a bit. 7 days is not a long time to say. And even if you can't play with your cell phone to pass the time, it goes by quickly. It was just that Song Tianli had imagined Shinnong Ridge to be too simple. He had just been lying down for only 5 minutes when he suddenly heard a lot of squeaking and and the voices were coming closer and closer to him from far away. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli himself didn't get up, but instead manifested a doppelganger. He asked his doppelganger to check out what was going on. The doppelganger looked around and realized that the wild monkey that Song Tianli had just scared away with a small stone was leading a large group of monkeys that were speeding in this direction. This group of monkeys, at least 400 or 500. Before the doppelganger could report back to Song Tianli, the position they were in was already surrounded by this group of monkeys. These monkeys were also holding a variety of sticks in their hands and looked aggressive. Main body, get up and run for your life. The doppelganger shouted hurriedly. Hearing the doppelganger's words, Song Tianli hurriedly sat up. This wild monkey is so heavily vengeful. I just scared it with a rock and didn't even hit it, and it even led the monkeys to surround me. No martial virtues. For the monkeys, Song Tianli had no fear. No matter what, he was now a cultivator who had opened up 4 divine treasures, and dealing with a bunch of monkeys wouldn't be a breeze. Squeak squeak. At this time, the monkey that was scared away by Song Tianli raised its claws and pointed at him, not knowing what to say again. Only, after its words fell, the other monkeys, showing ferocious expressions, waved the sticks in their hands and rushed towards Song Tianli. They looked like they wouldn't stop until Song Tianli was beaten to death. I can still be bullied by a bunch of you wild monkeys? Multiple shadow split technique. At this instant, Song Tianli directly manifested out 500 bilocations. After he opened up 4 divine treasures, the number of bilocations, he would be able to reach 500. So, 500 Song Tianli rushed towards the monkeys. Once the 2 sides exchanged blows, Song Tianli was shocked to realize that these monkeys were not as simple as he seemed. Chapter 46. Song Tianli had now opened up 4 divine treasures. His doppelganger also had the strength of the Sanzang realm, and under normal circumstances, dealing with a wild monkey would be a breeze. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that among these wild monkeys, there was actually a strength of the second Tibetan realm. The second hidden realm wasn't something that could be reached so easily. In the past, he had cultivated for a small 20 years and had only opened up 2 divine deposits. How is it that these wild monkeys, they possess the strength of the second Tibetan realm? It would have been fine if it was just one, but instead, at least 1/5 of these hundreds of monkeys possessed the strength of the second hidden realm. There were also a few that possessed the strength of the Sanzang realm. Luckily, even the monkeys of the second Tibetan realm and the third Tibetan realm were no match for Song Tianli's doppelganger. Soon enough, the entire group of monkeys that had surrounded him were knocked down. Song Tianli showed mercy, just knocking these wild monkeys down and not killing them. Of course, it wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but he felt that things were far from as simple as he thought. Moreover, he didn't know what consequences would result from killing the animals in this divine farmer's ridge. It would be bad if it triggered something unimaginable. So, more is better than less. I wonder, amongst this group of monkeys, if there is a monkey king, Song Tianli muttered. At this time, he knew deep down that he couldn't continue to stay here. This time it's just monkeys that are coming. It's hard to say what will come after a while. This Shinnong Ridge could be called the forbidden area of mankind. and it was definitely not for nothing. Thus, with the fastest speed possible, Song Tianli packed up his belongings, and then he chose a direction at random and sped forward. In the middle of this primitive forest, he couldn't tell the direction at all and could only choose at random. After Song Tianli left, those monkeys that he had knocked over slowly stood up. They squeaked and shouted as if calling out for something. A moment later, suddenly a couple of parrots flew in the sky. Squeak squeak, a couple of monkeys, saying something to these parrots. While saying this, he also gestured with his paw. After half a minute, the parrots flapped their wings and took flight. Into the humans! Into the humans! The parrots shouted as they flew off into the distance. As they shouted, the entire Shinong Ridge came alive. All the animals were out in force, looking for Song Tianli. Song Tianli didn't know the slightest thing about this. Once he found a direction, he increased his speed to the extreme. Only far away from the monkeys could he feel safe. The good thing was, running like that wasn't a bad thing for him. He could work on his physical body while running. The longer you run, the more exercise your body gets, and the stronger your physical body becomes. From this aspect, it was enough to see how perverse Song Tianli's previous ability of utilizing his entire body hair in exchange for it was. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as he's not lying down and sleeping and actually moving, he's getting stronger anytime, anywhere. He turned on his white eyes as he ran, and tried not to make any noise. So, basically, it didn't attract the attention of other animals. He realized that there were just too many animals in this Shinong Ridge. He saw no less than 20 of them alone. Golden snub-nosed monkey, money leopard, white can, golden eagle, golden cat, yellow-throated ferret. All of these animals contained various energies within their bodies, and one by one, they were not weak. If he hadn't opened his white eyes, advancing like he did would definitely be alerted to these animals. It had been running for an hour before he stopped. That's when he realized that he seemed to have come to a lake. This lake wasn't very big, but it gave Song Tianli a very strange feeling. This strange feeling is not a negative one, but a positive one. This lake emanated an extremely rich spiritual qi. If one cultivated here, the efficiency would be several times that of the outside world. Moreover, Song Tianli observed with his white eyes that the more he got to the center of the lake, the denser the aura became. In the center of this lake, there must be some kind of treasure. Song Tianli said with extreme certainty, it's absolutely impossible for this to happen without some kind of treasure. I wonder, within this lake, if there are any powerful spirit beasts. He had just used his white eyes to observe for half a day, but found nothing. His strength was still weak right now, and even though he had opened up 4 divine treasures, the range of his white eyes was only 80 meters. You can't see much at all from a distance of 80 meters. In the face of treasures, Song Tianli asked himself that he couldn't do anything to turn a blind eye to them. However, he was more meticulously and unwilling to take risks. Just as Song Tianli was torn between whether or not to let his doppelganger take a look at the location in the center of the lake, all of a sudden, the surface of the lake churned. Immediately afterward, the surface of the lake rose, and a behemoth poked its head out of the water. The lake poured down from its head like a waterfall. After all the water above its head poured down, Song Tianli finally got a good look at the behemoth. The behemoth's body alone poking out of the lake was over 100 meters, leaving the body underwater, at least 2/3 of it. In other words, the total length of this behemoth was more than 300 meters. This is the Jiao Dragon, Song Tianli muttered. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although he had always known that the divine land was a world where one could cultivate, but how could he have never thought that the legendary auger dragon could exist? The snake becomes a python, the python becomes a boa, the boa becomes a jiao, and the jiao becomes a dragon. Although the auger dragon was not yet a true dragon, it was only one step away from being a true dragon. The dragon also possesses the ability to fly into the sky and enter the sea and cast clouds and rain. Roar! Right at this moment, the auger dragon suddenly let out a faint dragon roar. This dragon roar quickly spread throughout the entire Shinong Ridge. With the sound of the dragon's roar, all the other animals in the Shinong Ridge sped towards the direction where the dragon was. One by one, they raised their speed to the extreme, afraid of slowing down a step. Pilgrimage made, pilgrimage made. Several parrots shouted loudly in the middle of the forest. While shouting, he also flew in the direction where the auger was. Transformation technique. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli used the transformation technique, transforming himself into a snake in coil selected on top of the tree trunk. With more and more animals coming in his direction, he would have been found out if he had remained as he was. The only way to stay out of sight is to become one of their kind. Luckily, Song Tianli was proficient in shapeshifting. Shapeshifting cannot, fundamentally, take the form of another creature, but from visualization alone, you can't tell the difference at all. In order not to be asked by other animals about the smell on his body, Song Tianli also spread some other animals' feces around himself. After making his disguise, he turned his gaze to the lake. Chapter 47, The Giant Crocodile That Stole Crystals. At this time, Song Tianli realized that the animals that had come to the lake early in the morning stood respectfully in a circle. Some animals, even in the face of natural enemies, did not hide. Their natural enemies, too, did not attack them. It's as if around this lake, it's a place of peace. I don't know if it's because of the intimidation of the auger or the water source. Song Tianli remembered that when he had once watched Man in Nature, he seemed to have mentioned that in the animal kingdom, when animals drink water, they don't hunt for food. It's an unwritten rule in the animal kingdom. As Song Tianli observed his surroundings, he realized that there were more and more animals around the lake as time went on. Tens of thousands as far as the eye can see. He had reason to suspect that the animals in the middle of the Shinong Ridge had all appeared here. Roar! Right at this moment, the auger dragon in the middle of the lake once again let out a long roar. Roar! Ah! Hiss! Squeak! Gah! At one time, all the animals around the lake, all of them raised their voices to the sky. By the looks of it, one was more excited than the other. However, after roaring, they all prostrated down their bodies. Song Tianli knew that this action of these animals indicated submission. Just then, the auger dragon in the middle of the lake suddenly rose up in the air and circled in the air. At this time, Song Tianli finally got a good look at the entire body of the Jiaolong. His previous estimate of the auger's body length was 300 meters, and now he found that it was far more than 300 meters. 500 meters at the very least. A 500-meter-long behemoth that gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Song Tianli felt that he was facing the Jiaolong like an ant. As the auger dragon circled, the lake began to churn once again. Another behemoth, slowly peeking out of the water. However, Song Tianli clearly saw that this behemoth was not a living thing, but a huge circular stone staircase. At the very top of the stone staircase, there was a platform, and over the platform, there was a green crystal. This green crystal, which was diamond-shaped and about a meter in size, was suspended in the air, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. It's like basking in the sunshine on a cold winter's day. When the dragon saw the crystal appear, it circled in the air one more time before landing next to the crystal. At this time, it also lowered its haughty head, and respect radiated from its eyes. The green crystals gave off a special energy at this time. This particular energy quickly spread out to the surroundings. In just a few dozen seconds, it enveloped all the animals around the lake, including Song Tianli. Song Tianli clearly sensed that this energy was drilling into his body. He took a deep breath and realized that all of his cultivation had increased a little. He looked around and realized that all the animals had closed their eyes and started practicing. No wonder a bunch of wild monkeys have quite a few second Tibetan realm and third Tibetan realm existences. Song Tianli muttered. With such a chance, it would be hard for strength not to increase. So, he also closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He practiced this, and all of a sudden, the ability to do things 10 times more efficiently came into play, so he absorbed a lot more energy than the average animal. Luckily, there were extremely many animals around the lake, and this particular energy was extremely large. Even if he was absorbing it at 10 times the speed, no other animal would notice. It's like, in a tub, there are only 10 buns, and if you take one, someone is bound to notice. But if in a tub, there were 100,000 buns, and you took 10, no one would notice. After cultivating for a while, Song Tianli realized that his cultivation level was growing extremely fast. Multiple shadow split technique. Without hesitation, he cast the multiple shadow splitting technique. However, he had only manifested 10 bilocations. It's the small number that makes it less likely to be detected. If 500 doppelgangers appeared at once, they would easily be noticed by other animals. 10 doppelgangers, coupled with 10 times the efficiency, could already increase Song Tianli's cultivation speed by 100 times. 100 times the cultivation speed was enough to make his cultivation level climb like a rocket. However, Song Tianli was not satisfied. After a few minutes, he once again used the multiple shadow split technique and manifested 10 more splits. This increased his cultivation speed another 100 times. In this way, every few minutes, Song Tianli secretly manifested 10 doppelgangers while the other animals were immersed in cultivation. Half an hour later, the doppelgangers he had conjured up reached 100. This was the limit of what his physical body could withstand at the moment. Otherwise, his body would not be able to stand it when the split was lifted. 100 detachments. 10 times the efficiency of doing things stacked on top of each other. Song Tianli's cultivation speed increased to 1,000 times. Coupled with this special energy, he himself didn't dare to imagine to what extent his strength would grow after the split was lifted. The minutes ticked by. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Rumble. Right at this moment, a sudden rumble came. The boom woke up all the animals that were practicing. It also woke up Song Tianli. He raised his eyes and noticed the stone staircase beneath the crystals, slowly descending downwards. He knew that this opportunity was going to end. If he could, he seemed to snatch the crystal away. It's just a shame that there are so many powerful animals around here, not to mention the scaly dragon guarding the crystal. The other animals creeping down by the lake were too much stronger than him. He was very resourceful though and had many cards, but he didn't want to risk it. Right after Song Tianli had just raised this thought, he suddenly saw that a huge figure had already bitten the green crystal in its mouth. It then swung its huge body and dug into the lake, disappearing. The booming sound just now, that's what it made. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and all of the animals, including the auger dragon guarding the crystals, did not expect that there would be an animal grabbing the crystals. Having made numerous pilgrimages in the past, nothing like this has ever happened. So, even the auger was not defended. However, the auger's reaction was extremely fast. After he froze for 2 seconds, he twisted his massive body and dove into the lake. The pursuit of the thieves who stole the crystals began. This giant crocodile is so bold that it dares to take food from a tiger's mouth. Song Tianli muttered at this moment. He had just seen very clearly that the behemoth that had seized the crystals was a giant crocodile that was more than 6 meters long. He had the same idea, he just didn't have the guts to put it into action. I didn't realize that there were animals braver than him. He was curious to know where this came from. By this time, the other animals, too, were in an uproar. Split, disarm, white eyes, open. Taking advantage of the commotion, Song Tianli hurriedly disengaged his detachment and opened his white eyes. Chapter 48, Shunde, holding the crystallized stone. As Song Tianli disarmed his doppelganger, an indescribably huge amount of energy surged into his body. The energy pounded his body, causing to give him agonizing pain. However, he felt that the fifth divine deposit within his body was actually being opened up rapidly. So soon, it's going to be the 5 hidden realms? Song Tianli said in a delighted and incredulous tone. You have to know that the later the cultivation goes, the harder it gets. However, after he got the golden finger, his cultivation speed became faster and faster. He had previously used 1,000 times his cultivation speed to cultivate for over 4 days to open up the 4th divine deposit. Now, after only 2 hours of cultivation, he was about to open the 5th divine deposit. That kind of speed is unbelievable, but when you think about it, it's unexpected, but it makes sense. The special energy emanating from that green crystal was originally capable of increasing one's cultivation speed by tens, if not hundreds, of times, folding in Song Tianli's own 1,000-fold cultivation speed. 2 hours was the equivalent of more than 22 years of sleepless cultivation. After more than 22 years, opening up a 5th divine deposit was a very normal thing now. Song Tianli utilized his white eyes while opening up the 5th divine stash. Observing the situation at the bottom of the lake, the dragon itself lived on water, so it was extremely fast at the bottom of the lake. The giant crocodile, which was 6 meters long, was soon caught up to him. Just then, the giant crocodile rose up from the middle of the lake. Under Song Tianli's gaze, this giant crocodile turned into a large eagle. My plants, this thing can still transform? Is this fucking 100 change Sakura? Or is it Bean Bastard Turtle? Song Tianli was dumbstruck. He had thought that this was just a fight within the Shinong Ridge. However, the moment he saw the giant crocodile transform into a large eagle, he knew that things were far from what he had imagined. A giant crocodile suddenly transformed into a large eagle. It's not scientific, so he came to be interested and kept his eyes fixed on the great eagle in the sky. The big eagle grabbed the crystals with its claws and flew off into the distance. However, it had underestimated the auger too much. The dragon can fly into the sky and enter the sea, casting clouds and rain, and the big eagle has no advantage at all in the air. Only the auger dragon rose up from the middle of the lake and twisted its huge body. Immediately afterward, its enormous tail, like a mountain, lashed down towards the great eagle. If this were to be smacked, I'm afraid that the big eagle would be instantly smashed into mush. Faced with such an attack, the great eagle panicked for a moment as he quickly flapped his wings, wanting to escape from the other party's attack. However, he was still a step too slow. He had no choice but to transform again, only to see that the original big eagle disappeared and a black turtle appeared in the sky. Bang! The dragon's huge tail, without mercy, smacked against the turtle's body with a loud boom. The turtle was driven into the ground like a cannonball. At the same time, the green crystal, too, came crashing down towards the ground. Coincidentally enough, this green crystal landed exactly 5 meters away from Song Tianli. A heavenly opportunity. Should we bet on it? Looking at the green crystals that fell to the ground, Song Tianli began to get tangled up. He dwelled on it for only a second before deciding to take a gamble. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble that the car turns into a Land Rover. Last time, After he took a gamble, Goldfinger went from 1 to 2. This time, if he could bet successfully, then his cultivation speed would increase many times over. In this way, he would be able to increase his strength in a very short period of time. After figuring this out, Song Tianli took action. He flipped his palm and brought out a card, handed to a sheep. He threw the card toward the green crystal. The green crystals disappeared in place the moment the cards touched them. When it reappeared, it was in Song Tianli's hand. Song Tianli held a meter or so of the crystal and realized that it wasn't very heavy, probably only about 500 pounds. He was now a cultivator of the 5 hidden realms, and more than 500 pounds wasn't too heavy for him. Holding green crystals like that is too eye-catching. At the first moment, he received the green crystals into his spatial ring. To his delight, the green crystal was able to be subjected to the middle of the spatial ring. He was really worried just now that he wouldn't be able to take it in. Multiple shadow split technique. After putting away the green crystals, he then manifested 2 doppelgangers once again. One of the doppelgangers, using a transformation technique, turned into a money leopard. The other doppelganger, which turned into a green crystal, was affixed to the money leopard's body. With the green crystals on its back, the money leopard sped off into the distance, and Song Tianli's main body took out another card. Speed +2. He gave this horse card to the doppelganger that turned into a money leopard to use. In an instant, the money leopard's speed instantly tripled. As for himself, he continued to turn into a snake, hovering above the trunk of a tree. It's all a long story, but it was done in a flash, so much so that the other animals, as well as the augurs, just saw that a money leopard, carrying green crystals on its back, sped off into the distance at an extremely fast speed. They also thought that the money leopard was the one that the giant crocodile from before had turned into, so they went after the money leopard again. That's when they realized that the money leopard's speed was a bit too fast. Roar! Seeing the situation, the augur roared angrily. A pillar of water appeared out of nowhere and fell down towards the money leopard. The money leopard increased its speed to the extreme, dodging the falling water columns. 1 or 2 water jets, it was able to dodge them, but the falling water columns, densely packed and extremely fast, were too late to dodge. As he watched, the falling column of water was about to land on the body of the money leopard. At this time, a white light suddenly emerged from the money leopard's body, and its body instantly appeared in another place, just like a flash. This is the flash card among the cards. In order to thoroughly obtain the green crystals, Song Tianli had put in a lot of blood this time. The deck alone gave the doppelganger several. You should know that these cards can be consumable, and one used is one less. He wouldn't want to use it if he didn't have to. However, as long as he could get the green crystals, it was all worth it. As the money leopard flashed, it once again sped off into the distance. The dragon, as well as the other animals, have begun to circle. As a result, all sorts of attacks fell down towards the money leopard like rain. The money leopard did its best to dodge these attacks, and whenever it was unable to do so, a white light appeared on its body. Then it somehow dodged those attacks. When it can't be avoided, an armor-like layer will also appear on its body. Chapter 49, Meeting the Chosen Again. In this way, the money leopard kept running out a long way with the green crystals on its back. The dragon and other animals, too, have been in constant pursuit. After chasing for a long time, and still failing to stop the money leopard, the Jiaolong was completely enraged. It let out a dragon's roar, and instantly the wind rose in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the entire sky became dim. There was a sense of black clouds pressing down on the city. It gives a great sense of oppression. The dragon's huge body tumbled through the clouds, and from afar, it looked as if it was bathed in thunder and lightning. In the next second, countless thunderbolts interspersed with gusts of wind fell down towards the money leopard. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. When the lightning fell on the body of the money leopard, the vegetation within a radius of thousands of meters was all destroyed. The ground rolled over like a wave. Some of the animals that were chasing the money leopard were also affected by this attack. Bang! This time, no more armor appeared on the money leopard's body, and it didn't flash elsewhere. Its body turned into a white smoke and completely disappeared. Song Tianli's main purpose of these 2 doppelgangers was to attract the attention of the Jiaolong and the others. It wasn't really to escape from the augur and their siege. And, of course, there's no escape. In this moment just now, the money leopard ran out nearly 10 kilometers. This had bought Song Tianli more than enough time. However, Song Tianli didn't flee, but stayed quietly where he was. At this moment, he opened his white eyes and observed the location where the black turtle fell down. He realized that after being lashed down by the augur's tail, the turtle had received a serious injury even though it was protected by a turtle shell. Turtle forced himself to survive his injuries and turned into a gopher. The gopher made a quick hole from beneath the ground and began to flee. So, He didn't know what was going on. Above the ground, it breathed a long sigh of relief after it turned into a gopher and escaped by making a hole. It thought that the Jiaolong and the others hadn't noticed its presence, and it was inwardly grateful. Song Tianli did that just now, even though it was for the sake of being able to get the green crystals for himself. However, it also indirectly saved the life of this variety Sakura. To be honest, up to now, Song Tianli has not been able to figure out what kind of existence this 100 changes little Sakura is. Why can you turn into a giant crocodile as well as a big eagle, a turtle, a gopher? These organisms, then, are not a family and there is reproductive isolation. So he opened his white eyes and quietly followed the other man. He must find out what kind of existence the other party was. Roar! Doe! Right at this moment, Song Tianli suddenly heard, in the middle of the forest of Shinnong Ridge, a loud roar from those animals continuously, especially in the ogre's voice. It was filled with anger. After its attack fell, the money leopard and the green crystals all disappeared. Numerous animals searched for a long time, but did not find it again. Numerous animals thought that the leopard had used some special means to escape under their noses. The dragon felt that the green crystals were lost under its watch, and it had an unshirkable responsibility. So, it gave the order to start looking for suspicious animals, as well as humans, throughout the Shinnong Ridge area. It had heard those parrots say earlier that humans had entered the Shinnong Ridge. It had just thought about it, and it shouldn't be an animal from Shinnong Ridge that could have this kind of changeable ability. Not to mention the fact that the animals in the middle of Shinnong Ridge simply didn't have this kind of ability, and even if they did, they wouldn't do so. The animals of the Shinnong Ridge couldn't be clearer about what green crystals meant to the Shinnong Ridge. It's their holy relic. For their pilgrimage, to dare to rob them of their holy relics would be to make an enemy of the entire Shinnong Ridge. The dragon could not only be powerful, its intelligence, too, was no weaker than that of a human. It can think of things far more thoughtfully than the average person. With this order from Jiaolong, all the animals in the entire Shinnong Ridge area, all acted, big as tigers and lions, flying eagles and big eagles, small as mice and insects. As long as the thieves were still in the middle of Shinnong Ridge, they would definitely be able to find them. Moreover, they all believe in the principle that it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. All suspicious creatures are subject to their judgment. Of course, this was an afterthought, and Song Tianli knew nothing about it. He couldn't understand the animals, so he didn't realize that they were already wanted for humans. He had followed the gopher turned Sakura Hayakumo to a hidden hole in a tree. Of course, it was the gopher who was in the middle of the tree hole, and he was 50 meters away from the tree hole, observing his opponent with his white eyes. That's when he saw that the gopher had changed once more. Its limbs began to grow in length, and it slowly began to grow in size. My plants, they're really 100 changed Sakura. Song Tianli marveled. He saw that the gopher had turned into a man in his 20s. It was just that the man's face was pale at the moment, and he looked quite injured. Good thing I extracted the cockroach gene. Otherwise, I would have died for sure this time. This auger is a bit too powerful. If I can extract its genes, then my strength will change drastically. The man in the tree hole leaned on top of the tree trunk to recover his strength, while muttering to himself in a very low voice. It was a pity that he was talking to himself and Song Tianli was too far away to hear this. Otherwise, there would be more certainty about the speculation about his golden handshake. This man must be a divine chosen, Song Tianli said with extreme certainty after seeing this scene. With this kind of unimaginable ability, he couldn't think of any other possibility other than the chosen of God. It's a well-known fact that the chosen one's abilities are rare and strange, although sometimes, the chosen of God hid deeply. If they made a move, it was still possible to determine the identity of their chosen of God. After all, there's no hiding when you're pushed to the edge. If you don't use your skills, you can get killed. The rarer the ability, the more likely it is to be a chosen one. Song Tianli could already be sure that the man's golden finger was definitely related to animals, but he didn't have a clue as to how exactly it was relevant. This man would never have thought that he had planned for so long, but it turned out to be the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird in the back. Most importantly, even if this yellow bird took the crystals, not only did he not leave, he also stared at him. Should we finish him off? Song Tianli was struggling with this question at this time. Take him while he's sick. He still knows this. Now that the man was injured, if he sneak attacked, there was a high probability that he would finish off the other party. In this way, he would have one less opponent in the competition for God's chosen in the future. P.S. Brothers who see this, remember to give a 5-star review. Referrals start tomorrow. Free swag. Go figure. Chapter 50, the chosen one used to take the back seat. After thinking about it, Song Tianli gave up on that intention. Of course, he gave up, not because he wasn't sure of finishing off the other party, but because, if he did so, It wouldn't do him any good right now. In the process of taking out an opponent, if a blow misses, it will definitely make noise. Once the noise was made, it would definitely attract the attention of the other animals in the Shinnong Ridge. They were now outsiders. The sacred relics of the Shinnong Ridge had been lost, and those animals would deal with them once they saw them. That might even put him on the hook. Therefore, killing this divine chosen was not a wise thing to do. On top of that, Song Tianli felt that by killing him now, there would be one less person to compete with in the future though. But then again, it wasn't just him who was competing with this man. There were other chosen of God as well. He has one less person to compete with. Then likewise, everyone else has one less person to compete with. By not killing him, the others have one more person to compete with. He had already learned that this chosen one's golden finger had something to do with animals. If there was more information, then he could slowly deduce what this chosen one's golden finger actually was. In this way, perhaps he would be able to take him under his wing as he had taken control of He Tianrui. Taking in a chosen of God would do him no harm. Thinking of this, Song Tianli settled down to observe the other party. As he watched, he realized that his opponent had turned into a cockroach. After turning into a cockroach, the injuries on the other party's body were rapidly getting better. That's a bit of an anticlimactic ability. I wonder if it can grow if it turns into a gecko if its limbs are cut off. If it was cut in half and turned into an earthworm, could it become two selves? Song Tianli thought somewhat whimsically. If it can be done, then this ability, it's really very counterintuitive. It was no better than his peach card. How many species of animals there were in the land of God, Song Tianli didn't know. But, for sure, absolutely tens of thousands. If every animal was considered an ability, the skills possessed would be in the tens of thousands. It is conceivable that one has the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a panther, the defense of a tortoise, the strength of an ant, the vitality of a cockroach, the rebirth of a severed limb in a gecko, the splitting ability of an earthworm, and the speed of a falcon's flight. How terrifying it would be to have all these abilities concentrated in one person. What Song Tianli could be certain of was that as his own strength increased, these abilities continued to grow. Keep evolving and these abilities will be very, very scary. This ability, even if it's placed in the golden finger realm, it's still quite explosive. Song Tianli muttered to himself. The good thing is, even with these abilities, it's acceptable as long as one's own behavior isn't open-ended. Even the most fancy abilities were not enough in the face of absolute strength. For example, when the man faced the ogre, he could only flee in a sorry state, not even capable of resisting. Of course, this is also because the chosen one has not yet developed. Give any chosen of God enough time to grow, and an ogre is nothing at all. However, for the chosen of God, the most lacking thing is time. Time passed by minute, and soon the day was over. During the course of the day, Song Tianli had been staring at the other party in addition to eating, drinking, and sleeping. Even when he ate, drank, and slept, he would manifest a doppelganger and continue to stare at his opponent. Slowly, Song Tianli looked at the man in the tree hole and came to a conclusion. The opponent can indeed turn into many kinds of animals, and for each animal he turns into, he is able to gain the abilities of that animal. However, this requires sufficient stamina. When stamina runs out, you must turn into a person to regain it. The same is true for cultivation, which can only be done in a human body. This Goldfinger will be powerful in the early stages, but it's also very limiting. If the host's cultivation talent is average, then one's own strength will not be able to be raised, and one will not be able to bring the power of this golden finger into full play. That's probably why this man would risk so much to grab the green crystals. Song Tianli murmured. He believed that this man must know that grabbing the green crystals had a life-threatening danger, but he did it anyway, and that means that he had a reason why he had to do it. Otherwise, with the old 6 attributes of the chosen one of God, he would be able to live with it and definitely not take any risks. The slow increase in strength was his shortcoming. Therefore, he was going to take a big risk to grab the crystals that could rapidly increase his strength. Once this man found a way to be able to quickly increase his strength, then he would be unstoppable. I don't know what his name is, so I'll just call him Beastman for now, Song Tianli muttered. And he couldn't keep that man calling each other. So give each other nicknames, Beastly and Human. The title of Orc couldn't be more appropriate. In a day's time, the man had recovered from his injuries. Hey, it's kind of embarrassing that I've been watching you for so long without something going on. The art of multiple shadow splitting, Song Tianli said, manifesting 10 doppelgangers. Immediately afterward, all 10 of these doppelgangers used the transformation technique and turned into monkeys. The appearance of these monkeys was basically the same as the group of monkeys that attacked him before. In the next second, these monkeys picked up some sticks from the deep forest, and went silently towards the orcs in the tree holes. the orc had recovered from his injuries after a day of healing, but this time of year he was a little tired. He was leaning against the top of the trunk of the tree hole taking a nap, completely unaware that a group of monkeys, which Old Six had turned into, were slowly approaching him. After the monkey that Song Tianli's doppelganger had turned into came above the tree hole, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it against the tree hole. The monkey just aimed at the hole in the tree and swung the stick instead of aiming at the orc, because Song Tianli was worried that it would be bad if this stick injured the orc again. He had other plans he wanted the orc to assist with, and he couldn't afford to have him get hurt. Boom! The wooden stick smashed into the top of the tree hole with a loud boom. This caused the orcs who were taking a nap to instantly wake up. He knew he'd been spotted when he saw the stick-wielding monkey. Without saying a word, he burrowed out from among the tree holes, turned into a leopard, and chose a direction at random and fled away. Those monkeys that Song Tianli's doppelganger had turned into launched a chase. Several of them chased after the orc-turned-leopard while using the sticks in their hands, frantically knocking on the trees. Several of them are not so much in pursuit as to attract the attention of other animals. Sure enough, the surrounding animals were attracted to the loud noise. They also saw the leopard that was galloping. So, at the first opportunity, they, too, gave chase. Good luck, backstabber, Song Tianli said and sped off in the opposite direction of the orcs. Chapter 51, Eating Some Wild Game. During the period of time spent observing the orcs, Song Tianli also noticed so many animals carpet searching for something. Without having to ask, he knew that he must be looking for the thieves who stole the green crystals. The thief who stole the green crystals, he didn't recognize it as him. It's not like he snatched this crystal from under the eyes of the ogre, but he picked it up on the ground. His dad said that anything thrown on the floor is what other people don't want. Others don't want it. What's wrong with him taking it? As for deliberately forcing orcs out of tree holes, that's orc karma too. The green crystals were originally snatched by him from under the eyes of the Jiaolong, and it is not right for him to be chased. There's a saying that a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. If he escaped on his own, he might attract the attention of other animals. After all, there were simply too many animals in the middle of this Shinong Ridge, and there might be a few old sixes that he hadn't noticed cats in a corner somewhere. However, it would be different if he had an orc to help draw attention to him. If the beastman knew what Song Tianli had done, he would definitely open his mouth and curse. He had been arranged in a clear way without even meeting Song Tianli face to face. A backstabber when nothing is gained. He's wrong. He's more wrong than Sinus. However, the animals in the middle of Shinong Ridge didn't know about this, and only Song Tianli was clear about it. This may be a case of the saying that the person who has wronged you knows better than you how wronged you are. After Song Tianli fled in the opposite direction of the orcs, he ran out a long way in another breath. He wasn't really letting the orc take the fall for nothing. Well, at least he had indirectly saved the other's life before. This was considered to be a reward for him. This time, the two of them are even. As for the matter of whether the orcs could survive, Song Tianli didn't even think about it. Being the chosen one is not so easy to kill. Unless, of course, the gold finger is guessed correctly by another chosen one. At this moment, Song Tianli appeared on top of a cliff. Above this crag, there is a cave of about 3 meters. There were no other signs of animal life in the caves. He didn't hesitate to occupy it and act as his temporary residence. After utilizing some rocks and partially blocking the cave's opening, he began to sit down and cultivate. Instead of cultivating, it was more like consolidating the realm. A fifth divine deposit had now opened up within his body. Only, having just opened up the fifth divine stash, he was busy opening his white eyes and stealing the green crystals. And then, he had been observing the orcs, and hadn't even had time to consolidate his realm. Now, finally, it's restful. Cultivation has no years. In the midst of cultivation, the sky darkens and dawns. Another whole day passes by quietly. Throughout this entire day, Song Tianli had always consolidated his realm. Phew! After consolidating his realm, Song Tianli opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. After a full day of consolidation, his fifth divine stash, completely stabilized. Next, it's time to condense the Chifu. On the path of cultivation, one condenses the divine element, cultivates the 5 Tibetans, gathers the 6 mansions, and embarks on the divine path. When all the 5 divine reservoirs in the body had been opened up, it was necessary to utilize these 5 divine reservoirs to condense the Chi mansion. The so-called condensation of Chifu was to bring the essence of the 5 divine collections together in one place. Open up a new, different venue. This venue is known as the Chifu. It's kind of like being in elementary school and learning subjects like language, math, and English. Now it's time to take the test. Only after the examination is completed will you be able to enter junior high school. There is a fundamental difference between 1st and 6th grade, even though there is only one grade difference, one for elementary school and one for secondary schools. The same is true after condensing the chi house, which will undergo a radical change. The most notable feature, after condensing the chi fu, one could fly. When the human body had condensed 6 chi mansions, it would be able to embark on the divine path. Being able to step onto the divine path qualified one to become a god. This was also the purpose that many cultivators in the divine lands had pursued. However, wanting to condense the chi mansion was not an easy task. Luckily, Song Tianli had now gotten his hands on the green crystals that could rapidly raise his cultivation level, plus multiple shadow doppelgangers, and 10 times the efficiency of doing things. His cultivation speed will only get faster. Moreover, he had just opened up the 5th divine deposit and was in no hurry to condense his chi mansion now. After taking out his cell phone, Song Tianli found that it still had no signal. However, it is possible to look at the time and date. It was now 5 days until the next teleportation. Within 5 days, it was basically impossible for him to walk out of the middle of the Shinong Ridge. Let's not talk about the animals searching for suspicious people in the middle of Shinong Ridge. As soon as he gets out, he might be spotted by the other animals. Even without these animals, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Shinong Ridge. The Shinong Ridge covered tens of thousands of square kilometers, and it was basically impossible for him to traverse it in just 5 days. Unless he broke through to the Chifu realm and relied on flight to leave. Song Tianli walked out from the cave and stood halfway up the mountain, looking into the distance. I have to say, Shinong Ridge is really beautiful and just looking at it makes you feel relaxed. The beauty of the Shinong Ridge ranked among the best even when looking at the entire land of the 9 states. It would be great if there was a cell phone signal here, Song Tianli muttered. With a signal, he could enjoy the view while swiping through short videos and choosing new abilities. That's just not beautiful. Hey, there's no signal, but there's game here. No one cares about me when I eat some wild game. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. If this was in Blue Star, hunting wild game for food would probably put you in jail. But this is the divine continent. There are no animal protection laws. In that case, all you cute little creatures, I'm sorry, white eyes, open, Song Tianli said, and opened his white eyes, searching for animal sounds. Soon enough, he spotted several wild animals halfway up the mountain. There are gazelles, black bears, Sika deer. This black bear is only at the Sanzang realm. With my current strength, I can completely kill it in seconds. I'll try the bear's paw today, Song Tianli said, and licked his lips. In the next second, his figure flashed and he headed towards the black bear. The black bear, at this time, leaned on a rock, holding a beehive, and was enjoying the honey, and did not notice the approaching danger. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli manifested several doppelgangers, intending to encircle the black bear. That way, it's foolproof and there's no fear of the black bear getting away. Once Song Tianli and his doppelganger surrounded the black bear in a triangle, they launched their attacks at the same time. At that moment, the black bear instinctively sensed the danger and hastily stood up. It chopped the bear's paw, and its entire body leapt high into the air, trying to escape. Only, by this time, it was too late. Chapter 52 Dungeons. As if they were another civilization. As if Song Tianli had anticipated this situation. An alter ego descended from the sky and the attack landed on the black bear's body. Boom! A loud boom came from the black bear's body, which had just jumped up, and slammed hard onto the ground. Song Tianli didn't notice that when the black bear chopped the ground with its paw and leapt high above the ground earlier, a crack had appeared above the ground. The cracks in the ground widened as the black bear's body slammed hard into the ground. Braised bear paw. Here I come. Song Tianli excitedly ran towards the black bear. Ka-ching! At that moment, the sound of stone breaking came from the ground. In the next second, suddenly the ground collapsed, and Song Tianli, along with the black bear's corpse, fell downward at the same time. This sudden scene was something Song Tianli had never expected. Even with his strength of the 5 hidden realms, he was too late to react otherwise. His main body, along with his several doppelgangers, fell directly towards the ground. In the midst of falling, Song Tianli saw that what appeared below him was a pit that was too deep to see the bottom. There was no light in the pit, just like a bloody mouth. If this falls, I'm afraid I'll die for sure. Another card to waste, Song Tianli said with a bit of reluctance. He had a total of just over 100 cards of the 3 kingdoms. It's all disposable, and when it runs out, there's no way to replenish it. If you use one, you can have one less. The cards he had used up over this period of time were already more than 20. He really didn't want to use it until he had to. Silver Lion, Sung Tenri, in a mood of reluctance, made a defense deck. Instantly, a huge light shield appeared around his body. This shroud of light was like armor that protected him. After free falling for some time, Song Tianli felt that his body hit hard on top of the ground. Thanks to the protection of the Silver Lion, he was not harmed in any way. Rumble. At the same time, Song Tianli heard that many stones fell around him. He clearly sensed that his several detachments, all of them, had dissipated. At the moment, it was pitch black in front of him and he couldn't see anything. Although the white eyes have perspective, they do not have night vision. Luckily, Song Tianli had long been equipped. With a flip of his palm, he took out a large searchlight from within his spatial ring. The moment the searchlight was turned on, everything around Song Tianli was like daylight. It was only at this time that he saw that the location he was in now seemed to be in the middle of a huge city. What puzzled him was that the place where he fell, but the ground, why was there a city dungeon? Upon closer inspection, he realized that only a little bit of the buildings in this dungeon remained, and the rest, all of them, were buried. Moreover, the buildings of this underground city were completely different from the current style of buildings in the Divine Continent. This seems to be another civilization. This thought popped up in Song Tianli's mind. His emotions told him it was quite absurd, but his reason told him that it could be true. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why there was a dungeon here with a completely different architectural style. He looked up from where he had fallen, a glint of helplessness in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to be too curious, because he knows that curiosity killed the cat now. However, the big pit he fell from was too far away for him to get up to, and now he couldn't get out of this hellish place at all. The only thing to do, it seems, is to explore. Multiple shadow split technique. It was impossible for his main body to venture ahead, so he could only go in a separate body. Holding a searchlight and walking in the middle of this unknown dungeon, Song Tianli looked cautious. When his doppelganger accidentally touched the buildings of the dungeon, he realized that the buildings collapsed into a pile of sand. Is this all weathered? Song Tianli guessed. Only, there was no one to answer him on this question, and he could only step on the rocky sand and keep going. This dungeon was so big and huge that you couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. After walking for a long time, Song Tianli suddenly saw that a high cliff appeared in front of him. The crags seemed to be studded with pillars of stone, because the distance was too far and the light was too dim. Song Tianli was a bit unable to see clearly what these stone pillars looked like, so he had his doppelganger come to the stone pillar with a searchlight and took a closer look. However, after just a quick glance, he was dumbfounded. It's a mouthful of coffins, Song Tianli muttered. These exposed stone pillars were not really stone pillars, but coffins half set into the crags. The coffins, in size, shape, color, and distance set into the crag, were all the same. This glance was densely packed with tens of thousands of people. Why are there so many coffins here? Song Tianli said to himself. A dungeon with countless coffins. What had happened here? He wondered. Judging by the amount of time these buildings have been weathered, this place has been around for at least thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. These coffins have also existed for more than tens of thousands of years. However, as far as he knew, the history of humans in the Divine Continent was less than 10,000 years. If everything here had existed for more than 10,000 years, wouldn't that mean that it was even longer than the history of the human race in the Divine Continent? And the buildings here, who built them? It's hard to believe that this other kind of civilization really existed before the current civilization of the Divine Continent. It's just that there are some special reasons that caused this civilization to disappear. For all this, Song Tianli began to think. The more he thought about it, the colder his back became. The destruction of a civilization is often not a long process. Rather, it's a very short period of time. For example, the extinction of the dinosaurs back on the blue planet. Some experts have suggested that the dinosaurs became extinct because of an asteroid impact on the Earth. And the asteroid impacts on the Earth all happened in a very short period of time. Song Tianli could be certain that the situation in this underground city was definitely not an asteroid striking the Divine Continent. Otherwise, those buildings just now could not have been preserved. If it wasn't an asteroid hitting the Divine Continent, then what was it that could destroy a civilization? Since that unknown being could destroy this civilization, wouldn't that mean that it could also destroy the current civilization of the Divine Continent? If that was really the case, then the hundreds of millions of humans on the Divine Continent were all equivalent to a sharp sword hanging above their heads that would fall at any moment. Once this sharp sword fell, then the current civilization of the Divine Continent was instantly destroyed. Regarding all this, the more Song Tianli thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and even a bit of cold sweat broke out. Cough. Just then, suddenly not far from him, a coughing sound rang out. P.S. I went to take an exam today and came back late. Just one chapter. I'll start working on updating tomorrow. Chapter 53, The Coffin Bearer. This sudden coughing sound caused Song Tianli to be instantly startled. He had originally thought that there shouldn't be any other people in this dungeon. Even if there were creatures, they would have been some of the animals that had made their home here. But now there was a surprising coughing sound. He was certain that what he had just heard was definitely a human cough, not an illusion. Who is it? Come out. Song Tianli said loudly. As he spoke, he shone his searchlight around, looking for the owner of the cough. At the same time, he also took out 2 cards in his hand. Once the situation was not right, he would, at the first opportunity, use the cards. Day. As Song Tianli's voice fell, a burst of heavy footsteps came from the distance. Song Tianli hurriedly raised his eyes. He saw that a behemoth was coming in his direction. The behemoth, over 2.5 meters tall, was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. What exactly it looked like was a bit far away, so Song Tianli couldn't see clearly for a while. But a creature that looked like this, he could be sure that he hadn't seen it before. It's the unknown that scares people the most. Song Tianli was ready to strike at any time. And, of course, ready to run away. As the distant behemoth got closer and closer, Song Tianli finally got a good look at the other party's true appearance. As it turns out, the other side wasn't some behemoth or strange creature. Instead, a man, carrying a coffin, was walking towards him. The look, however, was scary enough. After all, coffins are not nice objects. I hope it's just passing through, Song Tianli said, his body slowly walking towards the side. He wanted to see if this coffin carrier was just coincidentally walking in the direction he was in, or if he was really walking towards him. Song Tianli moved 20 meters to the side, avoiding the direction of the coffin carrier, and the coffin carrier turned around and continued to come towards him. Unbelievingly, Song Tianli moved again. He realized that wherever he went, this coffin carrier followed him. It was a bit of a creepy scene. If I can't afford to mess with you, I can't afford to hide from you, Song Tianli said. His figure flashed and sped off into the distance. This coffin-carrying man is just too weird. It's better to stay away from him. However, after he sped forward 2 meters, he suddenly realized that the coffin carrier had appeared in front of him, still walking forward as before, unhurriedly, his feet still weighing. Every now and then, there was a cough or two. The first time he turned around, he looked in the direction he was heading before and realized that the previous coffin carrier was no longer there. In other words, the one who appeared in front of him now was the same coffin-carrying man he had seen earlier. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Without even thinking about it, Song Tianli directly manifested hundreds of doppelgangers. These doppelgangers sped off in different directions around them as fast as they could. His main body mingled among these doppelgangers, trying to escape from the coffin carrier. However, he realized that he had sped forward less than 20 meters when he saw the coffin carrier appear in front of him again. After he disarmed the 2 doppelgangers, he gained access to everything they had just seen. He realized that there was no back coffin man appearing in the direction where the diversion was. In other words, the coffin carrier had completely recognized him. Split might be enough to use against the average person. However, it was useless against a strong practitioner. Before, Starlight was able to see the illusory nature of his doppelganger at a glance. And now this coffin carrier. Again, life is like a bough though a woman's stem. And since you can't hide from it, face it head on. Someone Joe said it, a true warrior dares to face up to a miserable life. Song Tianli didn't dodge anymore, but instead, he had his doppelganger quickly close in on him. He wanted to see what this coffin carrier was up to as he kept chasing after him. The coffin carrier was still as heavy-footed as before, coughing twice now and then. However, he was getting closer to Song Tianli. Finally, he stopped 2 meters away from Song Tianli. It was at this time that Song Tianli really got a good look at the coffin carrier. It was an old man with a stooped body, looking thin and weak, with empty eyes, just like the Walking Dead. From his body, Song Tianli couldn't feel any vitality. It seems like it's been dead for a long time. This was Song Tianli's most intuitive feeling. The coffin carrier didn't know what Song Tianli was thinking as he gently lowered the coffin on his back. Bang! Even though the coffin carrier's movements were already very light, the heavy coffin still made a heavy crashing sound when it landed on the ground. When the coffin landed on the ground, Song Tianli felt it very clearly. A chill came over him. The feeling was as if he was wearing short sleeves and all of a sudden appeared in the middle of a cold room. Not shivering with cold, but cold all over. Senior, is there something you want? Song Tianli looked at the coffin carrier and cautiously inquired. Please, you, help me, take care of, her, the coffin carrier said with great difficulty. He said those few short words for nearly 10 seconds. It sounded like he hadn't spoken in a long time. After the coffin carrier said this, he gently tapped the coffin he had put down. In the next second, his body turned into flying ash as if it had been weathered and disappeared. For a moment, Song Tianli was confused. He had previously thought that the coffin carrier had approached him to do something to him, but I didn't realize that it just tapped the coffin behind me, said a word, and dissipated. What a thing to say. However, what the coffin carrier had just said was a bit slower, but he heard it clearly. Please take care of her for me. Take care of who? The man in the coffin? If Song Tianli's understanding wasn't wrong, that meant that there was someone in the coffin. Thinking of this, he had the two doppelgangers head to the coffin's heel to check it out. The doppelganger was also careful, as if he was afraid of disturbing the person in the coffin. Ka-ching! When the two doppelgangers arrived next to the coffin, ready to check it out, a sudden crisp cracking sound came from it. This caused the two doppelgangers to hastily stand still and look at the coffin in silence. Song Tianli hid behind his doppelganger and waited quietly. He heard clearly that the shattering sound just now came from the top of the coffin. White eyes, open. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli opened his white eyes at the first opportunity. He wanted to see what was in the coffin. It was just that the white eyes, which had been invincible before, did not see through the coffin at this time. Above this coffin, there was a mysterious power that resisted the view of the white eyes. Chapter 54, The Man in the Coffin. Emperor's Words. This made Song Tianli frown. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Clack clack clack. The sound of shattering on the coffin became more and more intense as time went on. Bang! Finally, with the sound of a boom, the coffin boards above the coffin instantly all shattered. It turned into pieces and fell inside the coffin. Song Tianli's doppelganger hurriedly looked inside the coffin, and he realized that there was actually a woman dressed in white lying in the coffin. This woman was all snow white. The hair is white, the eyebrows are white, and the skin is white. Her whole body looked as if she were a snow child. The broken pieces of the coffin board, after falling on her, were actually slowly absorbed by her body. With the absorption of these coffin board fragments, the woman in the coffin finally changed. Her eyebrows, slowly turning black, and her skin slowly reddening, but her hair was still snow white. It's a bit weird, Song Tianli's doppelganger muttered. The woman in the coffin was beautiful, like a woman out of a painting. However, he didn't have any thoughts of appreciating a beautiful woman at the moment. He just felt a chill on his back. Currently, all of this was beyond his knowledge. He didn't know what kind of person the coffin carrier was just now, let alone the woman in this coffin, and what kind of person she was. He kind of can't describe his feelings right now, and I don't know if I should turn around and leave, or if I should stay here. Just as Song Tianli was torn, suddenly the woman lying in the coffin opened her eyes. This caused Song Tianli's doppelganger to instantly retreat several meters away. The next second, Song Tianli saw that the woman in the coffin floated out. That's right, it floated out. Her body first floated horizontally out of the coffin, then her whole body rotated 90 degrees and stood upright in the air. This scene, no matter how you looked at it, looked like the female ghost that Song Tianli had seen on the Blue Star back then. Mom yo, can't afford to mess with it, Song Tianli said, turning around and running. He couldn't care less about what the other person actually was. It's right to run in the face of the female ghost. If you don't run, you might get drained of your essence blood. At least, that's how it plays out in the movies. After Song Tianli had just sped forward a few meters, the woman in white instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was still the same as earlier. She was floating in the air. It was like instantaneous transportation, appearing without warning. What are you running for? The woman in white looked at Song Tianli and asked with a puzzled expression. What are you chasing me for? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. I only chased after you when you ran. You chased me before you ran. Obviously you ran first. I didn't chase after you first. You chased me first and I ran. No, no, no. You're the one who ran away first and I chased after you. For a moment, the two began to pull at their limits. In the process of pulling at the limit, Song Tianli realized that the IQ of this woman in white didn't seem to be very high, and a little childish. He used to say that when he was at Blue Star, with kids a few years old, then I won't run, and you're not allowed to chase after me. Song Tianli said. Good. The woman in white nodded. Seeing the woman in white nod her head, Song Tianli stood still. He knew that if he ran, he definitely couldn't outrun his opponent. Then use your strengths to attack your weaknesses. He decided that he would crush his opponent with his intellect. What's your name? Song Tianli tried to make his attitude as friendly as possible. Name? Hearing him ask that, the woman in white suddenly frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. No way. Another amnesiac? Song Tianli said silently in his heart. There was already an amnesiac Starlight in the house. And with another one, his residence, wouldn't it turn into a shelter? My name is T-Whisper. Emperor's Emperor, language is language. Just then, the woman in white suddenly said, Imperial language? That name? It sounds extraordinary. Song Tianli murmured. Emperor was a surname he had never heard of. Not just anyone. Methinks. Is it very unusual? I don't think it's much. My sister's name is D Yen. My brother's name is D Lin. And my father's name is DXIN. D you said while thinking. I don't know if she's been asleep for too long, or if she's just slow to react herself. She was thinking very hard when she said that. It was as if that was the only way to remember what I was going to say next. What? Tyson? Are you sure the name is Dixin? Song Tianli said suddenly. It was a name that he had heard so much about when he was in Blue Star. Dxin is the last human emperor. The other emperors since him have been merely sons of heaven. Yes, my father is called Dxin. Do you know him? Di looked at Song Tianli and asked. I wonder if it's the same Tyson I know. Do you know Wenzhong? Or Nuwa, the first heavenly father? Song Tianli asked. If the emperor's language was talking about Dxin, and the Dxin he knew, were the same person, then she must have heard of people like Wenzhong and Nuwa. Never heard of it, Tu said with certainty after thinking for a moment. That's good. It should just be a coincidence of names. It's also true that I haven't heard that Dxin has children called Di Lin. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He didn't think anything of it if it was just a coincidence of names. The world is a big place and calling it the same is not something to be fussed about. Just like the person named Song Tianli. For example, he was definitely not the only one in the entire divine continent. Above the blue star, there must also be at least one person called Song Tianli. What about your father, sister, brother and them? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Diyu. They're all dead. As he said this, Tian's mood became low. How did you die? Why are you in a coffin? And who was that coffin carrier just now? And who set the coffin on that crag not far ahead? Song Tianli had too many questions at this time. Has this dungeon been around for a long time? And do they really have another civilization? Just how long has this emperor's word been sleeping in his coffin? How dead? In the beginning, I lived happily with my father and the others. But suddenly one day it will be foggy. This fog started out as a mass and slowly spread around. Anyone who is enveloped in the fog becomes weak and their lifespan is reduced. My father, for example, originally had at least 10,000 years of life left in him. But as a result, after coming into contact with those white mists, his lifespan was less than 100 years, Diyu said very seriously. When her words came out, Song Tianli was stunned. What do you mean there would have been 10,000 years left to live? 10,000 years had already exceeded the history of humans in the divine continent. Chapter 55, The Second Higher Dimensional Disaster. Then what happened afterward? Song Tianli inquired with a bit of impatience. What in the world could have happened to make a person with 10,000 years of life expectancy have his life expectancy reduced to 1% all of a sudden? Then, as the white mist spread wider and wider, more and more people were enveloped in it. Anyone who is touched by the white mist becomes weak. Not only has their physical lifespan diminished, but even their bodily functions have decayed. These are still the lucky ones. Some of the unlucky ones died directly in the white mist. My sister and my brother were the ones who first came into contact with the white mist, and both of them died. Diyu's expression was filled with despondency. What the hell are those white mists? That's the point. He wondered why these white mists were so terrifying. What exactly those white mists are? I don't know. I've heard my father call them the second higher dimensional calamity. T Whisper explained. Second higher dimensional calamity? What does it mean? This was the first time Song Tianli had heard of this term. Simply put, it's a disaster that descends from a higher dimensional being, to inhibit our growth as humans, to make us weak and vulnerable, so as to be in the hands of certain beings. Because the emperor's language had been awake for a long time, his brain was starting to work. Her expression at this time was much clearer and more lucid than before. A higher dimensional being? Are you talking about gods? Song Tianli suddenly thought of it, the legendary god. After all, the purpose of most cultivators in the divine continent was to cultivate into a god. What is a god? The emperor's language was puzzled. It was the first time she had heard that term. 2. When she asked this question, Song Tianli was instantly speechless. For a moment, he did not know how he should correctly interpret the meaning of the word. Did you live in a time when there was no such word? Song Tianli asked. No, never heard of it. The emperor's language pondered for a moment and said with certainty. She was certain that it wasn't an error in her memory, but that she really hadn't heard the word before. By the way, you just said that those white mists are known as the second higher dimensional plague. Then isn't there a first high dimensional calamity? Song Tianli changed the subject. Yes, I heard my father say that there is a first high dimensional calamity. And what is the first higher dimensional calamity? The first high dimensional plague is the invasion of high latitude life. Of course, it wasn't that they invaded personally, but rather sent some of the beings they enslaved to invade. For example, demons, undead, bugs. The emperor's language is very knowledgeable about these and opens his mouth. Then do you know what the gold finger is? Song Tianli suddenly thought of this and asked hurriedly. Never heard of it. Is a golden finger a golden finger? T Whisper asked. If you don't know, forget it, let's move on. After those white mists descended, more and more people were affected. And then what? Song Tianli said curiously. He wondered what had happened since then that had caused a civilization to die out. At that time, after my father and the others discovered that the white mist could affect a person's lifespan and functioning, they began to think of ways to deal with it. But they found that no matter what they used, they could not stop the damage from the white mist. Ultimately, they came up with two programs. The first is to put a portion of those who have not yet been infested by the white mist into a deep sleep. I'm one of their chosen ones. Second, let the other part of the people who are not infested leave the ancestral star and wait for the time to be right before returning. As for those who have been infested, they will remain on the ancestral star. As for what exactly happened back there, I don't know. After being chosen, Tu fell into a deep sleep. So, naturally, no one told her what exactly happened back there. And do you know how long you've been asleep? Who is the back coffin man who has been guarding you? Song Tianli asked. Exactly how long I've been asleep? I don't know. The coffin bearers are supposed to be the guardians after our slumber. At that time, infested by the white mist, people's lifespans were reduced to 100 years. If there are any of us guardians still alive, then that means that the time I fall into slumber will only be 100 years at most. Emperor's language didn't know much about the current divine lands, so he spoke the figure of 100 years. No way. Those of us who exist have been around for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. There has never been anything like what you just described in our recorded history. Moreover, this dungeon we're in now has existed for more than 10,000 years, if not more. That is to say, the time you've been sleeping has also exceeded 10,000 years, or even longer. Song Tianli said word for word as he looked at Du. What? I've been asleep for over 10,000 years? How is this possible? Empyrean language had a look of disbelief on his face. As she said this, she hastily looked around. Soon she saw the crags not far from her, and the coffins set in them. Dead. They're all dead. I'm the only one left. Oh, Emperor language can clearly perceive that those people in the coffins on the crags are all dead. Everyone she knew was dead, and she felt a sense of loneliness she had never felt before. She landed, at this point, on the ground, clutching her knees and stifling loud sobs. At this point, she looked like a helpless little girl. Seeing Du crying, Song Tianli didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. He's really clueless when it comes to girls crying. He'd rather get a fight than face a crying girl. Your loved ones are gone, but their greatest wish was for you to live. Now that you've survived, their wish has been granted. They don't have any regrets either. Song Tianli said with a bit of hand-wringing. He was really bad at comforting people and could only think of what to say. Only, as soon as he said this, Du cried even louder. Du, don't cry, okay? Let me tell you a story. Song Tianli said carefully as he looked at Du. Okay, you speak. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Du raised her head and looked at Song Tianli and said. She raised her head and cried so hard that people couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Her father used to tell her stories when she was upset. So, she'd love to hear a story. Seeing how dry Du was, Song Tianli was a bit baffled for a moment. That's all he just said. No story came to mind. When Du saw that Song Tianli hadn't opened his mouth after half a day, his mouth pouted as if he was about to start crying again. Chapter 56, 180 years of age. Just coming of age. Song Tianli instantly panicked when he saw that Du was about to cry again. Don't cry. Don't cry. I was just thinking about what kind of story I should tell you. I know a lot of stories. His brain was spinning fast as he said this. That wasn't a lie on his part. He had heard many stories while on the blue planet. It was just that he was pondering which story would be the best to tell to the imperial language. So did you think of it? Whisper asked with a sob in her voice. Come to think of it, I'll tell you a Snow White story. This Snow White, is much like you, with white hair and skin as white as snow. So people call her Snow White. That's one day So, Song Tianli began to tell the story about Snow White. As he spoke, he watched for Du's reaction. Sure enough, he realized that Tiwu was listening as if he were mesmerized. No girl can resist the charm of a fairy tale. Then, Snow White and the prince got married and the two lived happily ever after. After Song Tianli finished his story, he looked at Du. You're telling this story to children. I'm an adult, Du said with a bit of disgust. However, Song Tianli realized that her mood had improved a lot, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned when she said this. Looking in a good mood, he knew that his story was working. The so-called dislike was all feigned by the emperor's language. You're an adult? How old are you? Song Tianli then asked. Tu had a height of 165, and her face still had a drop of baby fat, and she looked just 17 or 18 years old. However, looking at her heart, it always felt like she was still a child. I'm 180, Whisper replied. Hearing this number, Song Tianli couldn't help but cough twice. 180 years old? Are you sure you're not kidding? He had thought that it was a little girl. I didn't realize it was an old northern nose. A nice old northern nose. Of course. No kidding. I am indeed 180 years old. I just had my bar mitzvah before I fell asleep. I'm an adult now. Emperor Language said with a little bit of arrogance. It was at this time that Song Tianli suddenly thought that Du had said earlier that his father originally had tens of thousands of years left to live. It was later scaled down to 100 years after the white mist appeared, compared to a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Coming of age at 180 doesn't seem like something that would be hard for people to accept. Do you know where we are now? Where we are? Those coffins, why are they set on top of the crag? Song Tianli asked, pointing at the coffins on the crag. It is our custom to adopt this way of burial once someone has died. They are the ones who fell into slumber with me. The emperor's words said. It's not a good question to ask, but I'd still like to know. If you fell into slumber together, why are they all dead and you still alive? It's really not very polite to make such a blunt inquiry, but Song Tianli was just too curious. Maybe because the coffin I'm sleeping in is made of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, and the others' coffins are made of ordinary ice marrow. The 10,000-year-old ice marrow is able to lock in vitality and isolate the outside world. Du explained. Hearing her explanation, Song Tianli turned his gaze to the coffin where Du was lying before. In that case, the coffin is still a treasure. When we leave, let's see if we can find a way to take it with us. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Can you accompany me to the front? Tu asked, suddenly pointing in a direction. Can you not go? Song Tianli asked tentatively. The direction that the emperor's words pointed to just now was the direction that the coffin carrier had come from in the very beginning. He always felt that this direction was a bit weird, and it was better not to run around if he could. Just go with me. I'm a little scared to go alone. I think that direction has something I need. Emperor looked at Song Tianli and said with a pout. At this instant, Song Tianli felt his bones crumble. Amit Ba Buddha. Women are all tigers and red-powdered skeletons. You can't be fooled. If you go, you may be in danger. And if you are in danger, your little life will certainly be lost. Can't go. Resolutely can't go. Song Tianli's mouth kept chanting. I'll have my doppelganger accompany you. Song Tianli said, giving his doppelganger a wink. Thus, the previously split-off doppelganger arrived in front of Tu. No, these are dummies. There's no security. You accompany me, Du said, stepping forward and grabbing Song Tianli's wrist. In the next second, Song Tianli felt as if his body was being pulled by a huge force. His whole body, it flew. And of course, at this moment, he was indeed flying. And it was so fast that it gave him a bungee jumping feeling. The only thing he could do now was protect himself from getting hurt. About a few seconds later, Song Tianli felt his body, which kept flying forward, stop, and his feet were on the ground. Only, at this point, he couldn't even open his eyes. All he could feel was the sky spinning and a little nauseous and wanting to throw up. The feeling was like riding the big swing at the amusement park in the old days when he was at Blue Star. After a while, he slowed down and turned his gaze around. He realized that he was in a palace at the moment. On the floor of this palace, there were many coffins neatly arranged. The one in the very center, however, was empty, but there are signs that the coffin has been laid out. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this location, which had been placed before, should have been the coffin of Du. At the moment, Tu was looking around for something. Soon enough, he found a blue crystal at the very top of the palace. This crystal was only the size of an egg and looked dull. Tu took the crystal in her hand and gently stroked it twice. In the next second, the crystal suddenly began to emit a faint fluorescence. A few seconds later, the crystals flew up from Tu's hands and floated in the air. Floating in the air, the crystals draped a curtain of light, and within the curtain of light, there was the silhouette of a man. He was stout and fit, his eyes gleaming, and with one look, one could not help but feel a sense of worship. Father, after seeing this man, Du said with reddened eyes. After all this time, she finally saw her father again. Only, her memory was still stuck in the moment before she fell asleep. It hadn't been long since they'd parted, she thought. But today, it's a sea change and things are different. This was not the world she knew. And there were no people here she knew. Chapter 57, The History of the Human Race. Du was like an aggrieved girl who had finally met her father at this moment. It was just a shame that she couldn't jump into her father's arms and tell her grievances like she used to. The man's silhouette in the curtain of light seemed to know that Du was looking at him, and a touch of love appeared in his eyes. Little whisperer, are you crying again? Emperor Xin asked. No, I'm not crying. Hearing this, Emperor said as she hurriedly dried her tears. Things were different now, and she didn't want her vulnerable side to be shown to her own father's vapors. Because her father is gone, She has no one to comfort her in her vulnerability. Whisperer, by the time you see my stay, I'll be gone for sure. Honestly, I don't know if you'll be able to see my retention, but I wish you could see it, because then it would prove that you're still alive. At the same time, I would like to inform you of what has been going on for some time now, to be relayed by you to the other surviving humans. It is now 3 years since you fell asleep. Many things have happened in those 3 years. The second high-dimensional calamity has largely dissipated after these 3 years of fermentation. Just when everyone thought that we had survived this disaster, it turned out that we were too happy too soon. Although the second high-dimensional calamity has dissipated, the aftermath it brought about has not. All of our people have less than 100 years left to live. There are those who have an even shorter lifespan, with only a few decades, or even a few years, left. On top of that, we've lost a lot of ability. We can no longer fly. We can no longer enter the sea. We can only walk on the ground on our feet. Like some animals, we become weak and sickly, and even a little wind chill is enough to take some of our lives sometimes. As the human emperor of the human race, I am unwilling. I am angry, but nothing can help. Our human race has completely declined, and has even been reduced to food for some wild beasts. The main thing is that many people's memories and intelligence slowly deteriorate, as those of animals. A lot of people began to live a life of raw blood. Right now, in the entire human race, only I, the human emperor, still possess a trace of power to maintain this appearance because of the power of the human race. However, all of my power comes from the clan, and now that they've become that way, my power is dissipating day by day. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm on par with the rest of the clan. So, while I still have some power, I left this shadow-retaining stone, to tell you what has happened to our people, and to the other people as well. I don't want the day to come when we, the human race, even forget our own history. Hearing Dxin say this, Song Tianli, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed. At this moment, the shock in his heart could not even be described in words. After he came to the Divine Continent, he had familiarized himself with the history of the Divine Continent. The history books of the Divine Continent recorded that the history of mankind having a civilization was only 7,000 to 8,000 years. Counting in the time of human barbarism, hold out for 10,000 years. But now that he heard what Dxin said, he realized that the history of mankind was not 10,000 years. It's just that the civilization that was once there, as well as its history, has been erased by the presence of the high latitude. Furthermore, through Dxin's words just now, Song Tianli came to a conclusion. The barbaric period of humanity in the Divine Continent would be the era in which Emperor's language was located. After experiencing the second higher dimensional tribulation, they once possessed the ability to fly into the sky and enter the sea, only to degenerate into a beast-like existence. In the words of some scholars on the Divine Continent, it was primitive man 10,000 years ago. It took about 10,000 years before mankind was once again the civilization it is now. If that is the case, could there be a day when that higher dimensional being, once again, sends down a high-dimensional plague, degradation of a civilization that had already developed? Once again, history repeats itself again. Why do you want me to know this? I don't want to know. Song Tianli shouted within himself. Although these were the history of mankind, for Song Tianli, knowing this not only did not have any benefits, but instead created anxiety. Oftentimes, ignorance can be bliss. It's just that, already knowing this, you can't forget it even if you want to. Solely, Song Tianli continued his gaze towards Emperor Xin in the light curtain. 4. Dixin's narrative was not yet finished. It is a foregone conclusion that those of us infested with the second higher dimensional calamity have forgotten the history of mankind. So you who sleep, and those who leave the ancestral planet, become the fire. I hope you can change the existing situation of our humanity. Dixin paused when he said this, as if he was torn about something. After a moment he spoke again. Little whisperer, I didn't want to tell you about this, but after thinking about it just now, I decided to be honest with you. The coffin in which you slumbered was crafted using 10,000 years of ice marrow. You know, the 10,000-year-old ice marrow can lock in the vitality and isolate the outside. You will be the purest human being kept, untainted by the second higher dimensional calamity. So you are the hope and the seed of mankind. I hope that one day, you will be able to lead humanity and bring back the glory of the human race. As a father, I don't want you to be so stressed, but as the human emperor of the human race, I have no choice. Whisperer, you're a grown man, you're an adult. You can do it, right? You'll do it, won't you? My father can't help you much more. The only thing I can do is to turn into a tomb guardian and keep guarding until you awaken. Farewell, my little whisperer. Emperor Xin's words stopped when he reached this point. What is to be accounted for? He has accounted for. To say anything else would only add to the sadness. Father, after taking the shadow retaining stone in his hand, Du said softly, as of today, she has no father. Her tears were falling uncontrollably. Only this time, she didn't make a sound. At this moment, Song Tianli's heart set off another shocking wave. He didn't react when he was before. He reacted to the words of Emperor Xin that he heard later. Xin had just called himself the human emperor of the human race. This was the same identity as the one he knew as Emperor Xin. Moreover, the fate of these two human emperors was a bit tragic. Tyson on the Blue Planet has been blackened badly by numerous historians. Or rather, the victors of the history books. This one, Emperor Xin, was even worse. The current human race didn't even know he existed. Chapter 58, something Du isn't too comfortable with. In the words just now, Xin had said that he would transform into a tombkeeper and guard the emperor's words. That meant that the one he had seen before, the old man with a stooped body, was the former human emperor, though it was unknown how Xin had managed to survive until now after he was transformed into a tombkeeper. However, Song Tianli did not doubt this point in the slightest. When he met the gravekeeper earlier, the gravekeeper said in an extremely slow tone, "Please, take care of her for me." I'm afraid only a father could say such words. Xin was the former human emperor of the human race. Then Du, who was his daughter, could be the princess of the human race? It's a bit of an unattainable status. It's just that the current emperor's language is just a poor man who has lost his father and his clan. He came to Du's side and looked at the crying Du, wanting to speak out to comfort her. But, for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort. There was never true empathy in the world, and he couldn't appreciate what Du was feeling at this moment. Right at this moment, Du suddenly wiped her tears and stopped crying. Father, don't worry, I'll do everything you say. I will lead humanity and bring back the glory of the human race. When Emperor said these words, his voice wasn't loud, but his tone was firm like never before. In this moment, she seemed to grow up all of a sudden. Growing up as a human being is not the same as growing up, which takes a lot of time, but growth is never a long process. There are times when it is not an exaggeration to say that a person has grown overnight. Some things can never grow until you experience them. Once experienced, growth is often instantaneous. If anything, before Du came to this palace, he was still a freshly minted, somewhat innocent child, but from now on, she will be a human princess on a mission. Let's go out. Du turned her head to Song Tianli. Good. At this, Song Tianli naturally wouldn't have an opinion. Seeing Song Tianli nod his head, Du's figure flashed and he quickly flew forward. Wait for me. Song Tianli shouted from behind Du. Du could fly, but he couldn't. Hearing his shout, Du's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. You don't know how to fly? Emperor asked as he looked at Song Tianli with a puzzled expression. Should I be able to fly? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. The humans before them were born to fly and to enter the sea. By the way, Father said that because of the second higher dimensional calamity, humans have become like other animals and can only walk upright. I didn't realize that after so many years, humans still can't fly. With these words, Du didn't know if he was talking to himself or to Song Tianli. It was just her words that hurt Song Tianli. The humans before him were born able to fly into the sky and into the sea, and he had been cultivating for so long and still couldn't fly. He had been cultivating hard for so long, and as a result, he hadn't even reached the starting point of others. If it weren't for the second higher dimensional calamity, wouldn't he have been able to fly as well a long time ago? The thought of it was a kiss your mother greeting to the second high dimensional plague. Were the humans of your time born especially powerful? Song Tianli asked. It doesn't seem to be very powerful, Emperor Language replied. Only, her words would not be believed by Song Tianli at all, because powerful is relative. It is true that if the people around you are like yourself, then you don't realize what it is to be powerful. It's like a billionaire. If he is surrounded by people who are billionaires like him, then he won't feel rich. If he is surrounded by people who are tens of billions of dollars rich, or even hundreds of billions of dollars rich, he will feel very poor. However, if he is surrounded by millionaires, then he will feel that he is very rich. The people of Du's era were born to be able to fly into the sky and enter the sea, so I'm sure that in other aspects, they wouldn't be too bad either. The Emperor's language must have gotten used to all of this a long time ago, so it didn't feel like anything was powerful. In the future, I'll have to watch and observe Du properly to see just how powerful she is. Song Tianli thought silently in his heart. He noticed that for a while now, the people who appeared around him didn't seem to be quite normal. Starlight has amnesia and doesn't know what she will or won't do. One has to encounter it before one can slowly recall it. Although Emperor hadn't lost her memories, she had been born in another era and had no frame of reference. nor did she know exactly how powerful she was. You take me out of here first, Song Tianli said to Du. Good. Emperor's language said, grabbed his wrist, and flew forward. Ah. So, Song Tianli experienced another super roller coaster. Slow down, he said with forced discomfort. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Du slowed his flight speed down, allowing him to get used to flying as much as possible. We have to condense the Qi mansion as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's too passive. Song Tianli thought in his heart. If he could fly too, a lot of things would be much easier to do. Just as Du pulled Song Tianli and prepared to fly out of the dungeon, suddenly Song Tianli saw something. Wait, let me down first, he exclaimed hastily. Although Du didn't know what Song Tianli was going to do, she still let him down. After landing on the ground, Song Tianli hurriedly headed towards the coffin where Du was lying before. Du and Dxin both said that this coffin was made from 10,000 years of ice marrow. He currently, even though he didn't know what exactly this 10,000-year-old ice marrow was used for, he was certain that it was an unrivaled treasure. He'd put it away now. Maybe at some point, he'd need it. Do you still want this coffin? Song Tianli asked as he turned his head to look at Du. It was, after all, someone else's, and it was only right to ask before he put it away. Don't want it. If you want it, take it. Du knew what Song Tianli meant and said indifferently. The coffin was of no use to her anymore. And besides, she didn't really want to see the thing. It's easy to get touchy-feely when you see this stuff. Hearing Du say that, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Then using his space ring, he put away the coffin made of 10,000 years of ice marrow. Baby +1. The mood is beautiful. Alright, we can go out now, he then said as he came to Du's side. Without any nonsense, Du grabbed Song Tianli's arm and once again flew towards the outside. Very quickly, the two of them arrived outside in the middle of the Shinong Ridge. Phew, finally out. Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. Staying in the middle of the dungeon was too depressing. It is an extraordinarily blessed thing to be able to breathe the air so freely. Only, he noticed that the Emperor's language, who had come outside, had a slight frown on his face. What's wrong? Is something not quite right? Song Tianli inquired. There's something here that makes me uncomfortable. Hearing Du reply in this manner, Song Tianli began to survey the Shinong Ridge. Chapter 59, The Second Higher Dimensional Plague and Oxygen. In the Shinong Ridge, apart from the tall trees that covered the sky, there were all kinds of strange and weird animals. The two don't seem to make people uncomfortable, do they? Unless, of course, there's something wrong with the Emperor's language. For example, some people have a fear of giant objects, commonly known as gigantophobia. There are some people who can't look at things that are too dense, commonly known as densophobes. This symptom doesn't cause any harm to a person's body, but it makes them uncomfortable. Can you feel what it is? Exactly. That makes you less comfortable? Or in which direction? Song Tianli asked. It's everywhere in these woods, Imperial Speech replied. This reply of hers made Song Tianli's eyes widen. What could it be if it's all over the woods? Could it be air? Suddenly, Song Tianli seemed to think of something and murmured incredulously. If there was anything that was everywhere in these woods, it could only be the air. The thing you said made you uncomfortable. But this air? Song Tianli asked. Air? What is air? Emperor language asked in confusion. It was the first time she had heard that word. 2. Air is made up of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and a few other rare gases. When Song Tianli said this, he noticed that Du was dumbfounded. This made him realize that there was something wrong with the knowledge he was recounting. To put it simply, air is a gas of very complex composition that exists in the world for us to breathe. Breathing, you understand? Song Tianli said as he gestured. The two men had different perceptions, and he didn't know how to put what he knew into the most appropriate words. And it has to be understandable to the Emperor's language. It's a bit of a challenge, I have to say. And what is breathing? Is it absorbing a type of energy from heaven and earth? Emperor language asked. When her words came out, Wang Hui himself crumbled a bit. He found that he couldn't come to express what he had to say. He struggled to calm himself and then began the narrative. The people of our time, when they are born, cannot fly in the sky, cannot hide in the earth, and cannot enter the sea. It needs to survive by absorbing the gases of heaven and earth. What I just called air. If there is no air, to be precise, if there is no oxygen, which is 21% of the air, we will die. To put it more simply, breathing is exhaling and inhaling, just like what I'm doing now, Song Tianli said, and made a breathing and inhaling motion. Didn't people in your time need to breathe like that? He asked immediately afterward. No, we didn't need to breathe after we were born. We can autonomously absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It's an instinct, just as your breath is the same. Hearing this, Song Tianli had only one thought. That would be to dissect the imperial language and look at it, to see if the composition inside is the same between her and the current person. It shouldn't be quite the same, he thought, because nowadays, if you breathe, you need to use your lungs, and the people of Emperor's language in their time didn't need to breathe, so naturally they didn't need to use their lungs. Of course, this idea was just something he thought about, but he didn't dare to actually do it. Although he didn't know exactly how strong Du was, there was no doubt that it was definitely stronger than him. Maybe a slap on the wrist would kill him. So, it's better not to make a scene. So can you breathe? Song Tianli asked curiously. I'll try, T-Sei said, and began to open his mouth, gently sucking in air. Only just after taking a drag, her brow furrowed. That which makes me uncomfortable exists in the very air you speak of, the Emperor's words said. Could it be oxygen? In some ways, oxygen can oxidize objects, and living organisms will speed up the process of life because of the presence of oxygen. Song Tianli said to himself. An apple, for example, will turn black after a while if you bite into it. This is commonly known as oxidation. Oxygen speeds up metabolism in the body, which accelerates brain aging, tissue loss, and joint degeneration. Could it be that the second higher dimensional calamity that you experienced, that white mist, is actually oxygen? Suddenly, Song Tianli had a terrifying guess. I don't know. I don't think so. If it's oxygen, then there's oxygen in the air right now, and I'm just uncomfortable with it. It can't do any damage to me. Tu replied after thinking for a moment. It is now at least 10,000 years past the time you were in. Over the past year and 10,000 years, everything in the divine land has evolved, and the amount of oxygen in the air is slowly decreasing. What if what appeared in your time in the first place was tending to be 100% pure oxygen? Is it going to reduce your lifespan significantly? Song Tianli analyzed. As soon as this analysis came out of him, Emperor's language frowned. She didn't have much knowledge about oxygen, so she didn't know if Song Tianli's analysis was correct or not. And, after 10,000 years of purification, the oxygen now, and the oxygen from 10,000 years ago, are completely different. Maybe oxygen from 10,000 years ago carries other properties. Although Song Tianli felt that his guesses were very close to the truth. However, he was only guessing, and there was no way for him to prove this matter at all. If the second higher dimensional calamity that father spoke of in the first place is really this oxygen you speak of, it's not impossible that that oxygen has continued from that time to this day. But I think there's more than just this oxygen. If it's just this oxygen, it can diminish a person's lifespan, but it can't diminish their abilities. Hearing Emperor say that, Song Tianli felt it made sense. The humans of Tu's time were born with the ability to fly into the sky and into the sea, an ability that would not be lost with the advent of oxygen. Therefore, his guess just now was not correct. It's just that the only way to figure out this situation is to look for more information. What are your next plans? Song Tianli inquired instead of continuing the previous topic. What's next? A flicker of confusion flashed in T-Word's eyes. She didn't know anything about this era, and there was no one she knew in this era. For a while, she really didn't know where to go from here. The sky is the limit, and there is nowhere to call home. If you haven't thought of where to go for a while, come home with me first, Song Tianli proposed. Good. Emperor Language nodded. She only knew Song Tianli alone right now, and it was a good plan to follow him first. Technically speaking, she didn't really know Song Tianli, either. She didn't even know each other's names yet. Chapter 60, Meeting the Orcs Again. What is your name? Imperial Words inquired. It was only after knowing each other's names that the two could be considered officially acquainted. Song Tianli was the first person she saw after waking up from the coffin, and the one who saw her grow up. Therefore, she had a sense of affection for Song Tianli. My name is Song Tianli. Song Tianli originally wanted to say Avest, but after thinking about it, he said his real name. In such a case, it seems pointless to talk about vests. Come on, we're going home. Take me out of this forest first, and just fly in this direction, Song Tianli said to Du. He also didn't know what direction Shenzhou was in, and cell phone navigation didn't work. So, pointing in a random direction, let's leave Shinong Ridge first. Good. When Tu finished speaking, she grabbed his arm and flew toward the high ground. After flying forward for roughly 20 minutes, Song Tianli suddenly seemed to see something and hurriedly asked Du to land down. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to run an errand, Song Tianli said to Du. Yes. Imperial Language nodded obediently. Seeing that Du nodded, Song Tianli's figure flickered and he headed in a direction. Soon enough, he appeared at the head of a boulder. White eyes, open. He then opened his white eyes and observed the front. At the moment, roughly 50 meters away from him, the orc was hiding in the middle of a dirt pit, and he was still clutching a large black snake in his hand. This snake possessed a strong poison at a glance. God's chosen. They really don't die that easily, Song Tianli muttered. At the moment, the orc's palm rested on top of the black snake's head, wiggling it gently. For those who don't know, they think he's doing it. Song Tianli used his white eyes to see that a special mass of energy surged out of the black snake's body and came into the orc's palm. He then grabbed the black snake and casually threw it away. The black snake didn't die, twisting its body and heading off into the distance. However, it was evident that it was a bit shriveled up. The orc, at this time, held the ball of energy extracted from the black snake's body in his hand, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. As he devoured it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, his body began to change. A few seconds later, a black snake, bigger than the one from earlier, appeared in the large pit. Just as I suspected, his golden touch is to extract a certain ingredient from the body of a different animal and then be able to turn into that animal. The size of the animal has nothing to do with the original animal, but rather with the chosen one's own realm. This was something that Song Tianli was basically certain of. After all, he's seen orcs turn into giant crocodiles, eagles, turtles, gophers, cockroaches before. Luckily it's the early stages. If it's the later stages, you don't need to transform directly to use the abilities of these animals. Then it's not easy to guess his golden handshake. I really don't know who on earth created these golden fingers, making us chosen of God kill each other as if we were raising parasites. Song Tianli thought silently inwardly. Multiple shadow diversion technique. Complaints aside, Song Tianli still acted. He split into two doppelgangers and headed for the orcs. Of course, during this time, he also used the transformation technique and did not use his original appearance. Just as one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers approached the orc finally sensed it. He hastily transformed back into his person and looked around warily. Very quickly, he saw Song Tianli's doppelganger. This brother, what is his name? Song Tianli's doppelganger looked at the orc and asked. Now that we already know the other side's golden finger, there's always something to do today. Either take the other side in or take them out. Who are you? The orc asked as he looked at Song Tianli. God's chosen. Yu Ji Bo. Once again, Song Tianli reported his pseudonym. Upon hearing the words God's chosen, the orc's pupils contracted hard. All this time, he had thought that he was the only one in this primitive forest. I didn't realize that not only did a second person exist, but that it was a chosen one. Can I help you? The orc asked blandly. At the same time, he was thinking about taking out his opponent. Don't think about running away. I've been watching you for a long time. You can't get away. It started when you grabbed the green crystals, and then when you hid in a tree hole to heal your wounds and were discovered by a group of monkeys, as well as just now, devouring the energy extracted from the black snake's body. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, the beastman's faces suddenly changed. All of these things were things that he had experienced not long ago. In that case, Song Tianli wasn't lying at all. He had indeed been staring at him for a long time. That is to say, it is possible that one's gold finger has been exposed. As a chosen one, one's gold finger was exposed to the eyes of another chosen one. It was basically certain death. If you dare to move, I'll immediately unleash divine ruling. Song Tianli realized that the orc was preparing to make a move, so he hurriedly said. As he said this, the divine ruling coin was held out in his hand. As expected, upon hearing Song Tianli's words, the body of the orc that was originally prepared to launch a thunderous attack instantly froze in place. Once you ask God to cut, there is no way to salvage anything. What do you want? The orc asked as he looked at Song Tianli. He was also smart enough to know that Song Tianli didn't ask for a divine ruler in the first place, so that meant that the other party didn't want his life. Then everything is still negotiable. It's simple. Hand over the divine ruling coin and then submit to me, Song Tianli said. No way. The orc refused without even thinking. If you don't hand it over, then you die. The moment Song Tianli's threat came out, the orc's eyes gave a lurch. He was now on the passive side, as if he had no choice. Is there really no room for negotiation? If you have any other conditions, just mention them, the orc said. No, you only have these two ways. Either die or submit. You have 5 seconds to think about it. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, the orcs instantly fell into deep thought. At this time, Song Tianli's main body, which was hidden in the shadows, made a move. Multiple shadow split technique. In the next second, countless doppelgangers, directed at the ground in the distance, unleashed an attack. Boom! As he attacked, a figure flew out from the ground. It was the orcs. What a golden cicada. If I had met someone else, I might have let you escape. Unfortunately, it's me you've met, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said as he stopped the orc. If he hadn't been watching his opponent with his white eyes, he might have actually let the orc escape. he saw a surge of energy pour out of the orc's body and burrow into the ground as he pretended to meditate. And all that was left of his original body was an empty shell. It made him think of the words, golden cicada. Without any hesitation, he directly had his doppelganger force it out. Chapter 61 Battle between the Chosen of God. Forced out of the ground by Song Tianli's doppelganger, the beast man didn't hesitate. With a movement of his body, his entire body turned into a large eagle and instantly rose into the air. Looks like it's planning to have some fun with me. In that case, let's play for a while. At this time, Song Tianli also wanted to see how strong his fighting strength was, so he didn't rush to unleash divine ruling. However, in order to prevent the orc from running away, he had been using his white eyes to watch his opponent. With white eyes staring at them, the orcs had nothing to hide even if they used a skill like golden cicada again. When he saw the orc turn into a large eagle and rise into the air, two of his doppelgangers descended from the sky and slammed into the large eagle. The orcs obviously didn't expect someone to fall from above, and it was too late for them to dodge. In his haste, he turned into a giant turtle for defense. Boom! He was then smashed to the ground with a booming sound. Spiral Maru. Utilizing his doppelganger, Song Tianli made use of someone's signature skill and headed towards the turtle on the ground. However, just as he approached the turtle on the ground, a huge claw suddenly reached out and slapped on top of Song Tianli's doppelganger. In an instant, the two doppelgangers were slapped into white smoke. At this time, Song Tianli used his white eyes to see that the orc that had fallen to the ground had turned into a black bear at this time. The black bear swung its massive claws and came uprooting mountains and trees. The many detachments that surrounded him were then destroyed quite a bit. Spiral linking Maru. Facing the huge black bear, Song Tianli didn't have any fear. Hundreds of doppelgangers, spiral pills in hand, ran forward and backward toward it. In the face of such an attack, the black bear raised his claws and slapped them down hard against the ground. Immediately, a shockwave spread out to the surroundings. Earthen evasion. Earthen stream wall. Just as the impact was about to fall on Song Tianli's body, suddenly, a circle of stone walls rose from the ground, blocking the shockwave. At the same time, it trapped the black bear. Unfortunately, it's not possible to use the flying thunder god unharmed at the moment. Otherwise, I just a straight up gas guzzling heal, Song Tianli said with an expectant face. As he said this, countless doppelgangers descended from the sky. At the same time, the ground where the black bears were was surprisingly rising rapidly, and it looked like they were about to collide. Just then, the black bear's massive body disappeared and turned into a petite spider. This spider's mouth opened and spewed out a spider silk that lodged itself on top of the trunk of a tree not far away. And then, leaning on this spider silk, the spider swung itself off into the distance. In doing so, he broke away from Song Tianli's attack. The divine chosen really are all very skillful. It's really a bit hard to rely on conventional combat to kill them. A number of Song Tianli's doppelgangers surrounded the area around where the spider was. Afterwards, these doppelgangers launched their attacks at the same time. Howling fireball technique. Countless huge fireballs swept toward the front. According to Song Tianli's existing knowledge, there didn't seem to be any animal that was currently 100% immune to the attack of flames. Therefore, against orcs, utilizing flame attacks was the best way to deal with them. However, just at this time, suddenly a petite body rose up in the air like a sharp sword. The speed was extremely fast, and with Song Tianli's reflexes, he couldn't block it at all. Song Tianli's essence was clearly seen. It was a huge flea. Just now, as the whole fireball was about to land on the spider's body, the spider turned into a flea and bounced. It is important to realize that a flea can jump over heights 150 times higher than its own body. Orcs who get this ability take to the air faster than they can fly. If he was allowed to take to the air, the orc would immediately turn into a large eagle and fly off into the distance. In this way, for Song Tianli who couldn't fly, the other party could escape. The art of super multiplication. Only one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers could be seen, his body rapidly growing larger, just like the Dharma heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant. This giant raised his palm and slapped it down on the bouncing flea. The orc saw this and once again turned into a turtle. Bang! The huge turtle, ruthlessly smashed into the ground. It smashed a large crater in the ground. Sandstorm burial. Looking at the turtle that fell to the ground, Song Tianli controlled the sand on the ground and attacked the turtle. Once this set of moves came out, the orcs that were still alive and running around were instantly seriously injured. However, he didn't die. With the cockroach gene, he wasn't that easy to kill. Only, at this time, he couldn't escape if he wanted to. Your strength. It seems to be nothing more than that, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said as he looked at the beastman who had transformed back into a human. If you give me some more time, I will be invincible, the orc said a bit weakly. The time he had been in the middle of the primitive forest was still too short. and there were still so many animals whose genes had not been extracted. If he is given some time to extract the genes of these animals, then he will have nothing to fear. You're probably forgetting that you're a chosen one and I'm a chosen one. While your strength is rapidly refining, so is mine. What invincibility are you talking about? Song Tianli said disdainfully. With the current Goldfinger trait displayed by the orc, it was impossible to catch up with it. Maybe, now you're the winner. I submit. God ruling coin for you, the orc said, throwing his God ruling coin towards Song Tianli. Song Tianli extended his hand and took the divine ruler coin in his hand. As fast as he could, he read the golden handshake in the midst of the divine ruler's coins. He discovered that the orc's Goldfinger was able to do more than just extract an animal's genes and use them for himself, thus possessing the abilities of that animal. One more thing, he can also parasitize a certain kind of animal and eventually turtled up and took it over. If this animal doesn't die, then the orcs won't die. It's the equivalent of creating a doppelganger for yourself. This kind of split was different from Song Tianli's multiple shadow splits. Although the number of multiple shadow doppelgangers was high, they had no entity and would dissipate when attacked. But the animal after the orc parasite is different. It exists forever as long as it is not killed. How many animals have you parasitized? Song Tianli asked as he looked at the orc. 3. The orc replied. Payment wallet arrives at $100. Are you thinking of finding a chance to escape in the future after first falsely submitting to me? As long as I don't invite the divine judge, you have other means to get rid of me. Song Tianli asked again. No. Payment wallet arrives at $100. Indeed. The reason why the orc had so simply handed over the divine ruling coin was besides the fact that he himself had no power to resist at this point in time. More importantly, as long as he could leave alive today, he would have the certainty of escaping Song Tianli's control. Only, unexpectedly, this was something that Song Tianli seemed to have seen through. Chapter 62 Evolution of the Golden Finger. Seeing that the orc was telling lies, Song Tianli didn't say anything else. He did want to take in another chosen one, but that was after ensuring that he was 100% safe. The orcs have a bit too many tricks up their sleeves to stay. Thus, Song Tianli took out his own divine ruling coin and did not hesitate to ask for divine ruling. You even invited a divine tribunal. Seeing Song Tianli's actions, the beastman said angrily. He had thought that if he handed over the divine ruling coin to the other party and the other party took hold of him, they wouldn't invite divine ruling. After all, inviting the divine ruler right now would not do Song Tianli any favors other than killing him, because the golden finger had completely fused with the host. Even if Song Tianli had invited the divine judge, he wouldn't have gotten his golden finger. On the contrary, if he is taken in, then he is able to do a lot of things. Therefore, in his opinion, since he had already chosen to submit, Song Tianli would definitely not invite the divine ruler again. Who would have thought that Song Tianli, this old sixth, would not follow the rules? When Song Tianli invited the divine ruler, it was still like before. The two of their divine souls left their bodies and appeared on top of the divine ruler stage. Speaking of which, this was the second time Song Tianli had invited the divine magistrate. The last time the divine ruler was invited, none of the people's golden fingers had completely fused with their hosts. So, he got a gold finger. But this time, the gold finger has completely fused with the host. After guessing the golden finger correctly, other than letting the host die, Song Tianli didn't know exactly what would happen. There was another reason why he had asked the divine ruler, besides the fact that the orcs were not easy to control. He wanted to see what would happen after the gold finger had been completely fused with the host and the divine ruler had been invited. Please name his golden handshake, the idol on the divine ruler's platform said. Extracting an animal's genes gives you access to that animal's abilities. By parasitizing that animal, you can take over that animal and obtain an animal doppelganger. Song Tianli very confidently stated the golden finger of the beastman. He had already read the other party's gold finger, so naturally he was very sure. By this time, the orc was as good as dead. After 1,000 calculations, I didn't expect Song Tianli, this old six, to not follow the rules. Guess correctly. Goldfinger deprived, the idol said. As his voice fell, the life in the orc's body rapidly drained away. And then, the orc's divine ruling coin in Song Tianli's hand turned into a ball of energy and surged into his divine ruling coin. Immediately afterward, he felt that his golden finger, as if it was undergoing some kind of change. It took a while for the change to stop. In the next second, he was in a trance and realized that his divine soul had returned to his body. He was a bit impatient to read his divine ruler coins again. As he read, a big smile appeared on his face. His golden handshake did make a difference. He hadn't thought that there was such a benefit to God cutting someone else. Before that, his gold finger was ability multiple choice questions. If you were allowed to have whatsoever ability or item, but at whatsoever cost, would you be willing to do so? When faced with a multiple-choice question like this, you can choose yes or no. Now, having absorbed the power of the orc's golden finger, his golden finger became this. If you are allowed to have whatsoever ability, or item, but at whatsoever cost, one person can be found to voluntarily share half of the cost. Would you be willing to do so? This one is also well understood. For example, the first ability Song Tianli gained was that you arrived at $100 when someone lied to you, but to be $10 million in debt. If one person is found to voluntarily share the cost, it would be only $5 million in debt. Then again, the tenfold efficiency ability he possessed would randomly teleport him to a certain place on the divine continent every 7 days. After you find one person to share, every 7 days becomes every 14 days. It was just that Song Tianli was still a bit unsure of what it would be like to share half of some of the costs. For example, the cost of losing all his body hair. After finding someone to share half of it, it's half the body with body hair and the other half with no body hair. Still, half of the body hair is thinning out. It's not a big deal if it's just thinned out by half. Most importantly, the cost of having chosen before can still be found to be shared now. If I guess another chosen of God's golden finger correctly, I wonder if the cost of my golden finger is something that I can find 2 people, or even 4 people to voluntarily share. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Whether it would turn out to be what he thought it would be or not, it was certain. Guessing correctly on the golden fingers of other chosen of God will gain benefits for him. It seems like we have to find a chance to hunt other divine chosen. Song Tianli muttered to himself. He wondered if the cost of his ability to choose would one day be negligible if he guessed correctly enough of the chosen one's golden fingers. If that was true, then he would be completely invincible. In the time before, he had seen some powerful abilities, only the cost was too great for him to choose. If there was no more cost, or if the cost was negligible, then these were abilities that he could use at will. After that, he sped off in the direction where Emperor's language was. Alright, my business is done. Let's go, Song Tianli said as he looked at Du. Good. When Tu finished speaking, she grabbed his arm once again and flew off in the direction she was heading before. During the flight, Du suddenly asked, just now, like that, is that the way you fight in this era? She had watched the entire process of Song Tianli's battle with the orcs earlier. Only, the thing about the divine ruler's table was that she hadn't seen it. Sort of, basically much the same. Isn't that how people fought in your time? Song Tianli asked curiously. Not really, it's just not that complicated. Very straightforward, not so much tact. Du had just seen that when Song Tianli fought with the beastmen, he had an extreme variety of tricks. It's changing into a turtle and a bird again, split again, and roll the pills. It could be that we are so weak that we need to use such fancy tactics. If it's strong enough, it'll be straight. Maybe. Du, that mountain in front of you, can you blow it up with one punch? At this time, Song Tianli suddenly pointed not far away, at a mountain peak that was almost 1,000 meters tall and asked, with his current strength, it would take a monkey's time to break that mountain. It has to be done little by little, like a fool removing a mountain. Yes, Emperor Language nodded. Hearing Du say that, Song Tianli sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Du would be strong, but he hadn't expected that it would be this strong. He could be certain that this was definitely not the limit of imperial words. Chapter 63, Returning to the Small Yard. Song Tianli no longer had any concept of exactly how strong Emperor's words were. Luckily for him, back in the day, he felt that anyone who could survive so many years in a coffin was no mortal. He was, from the start, friendly and didn't say anything mumbly. So, now the two are on good terms. For a thigh like that, he had to hold on tight. The Emperor's words were not like Starlight, who was also powerful, but his origin was unknown. Whether it was a big devil in the old days is anyone's guess, and he knew very well where the Emperor's words came from. Du, as the former princess of the human race, was now burdened with the mission of leading the human race back to glory. Such a person would never be a devil. Such a thigh, he could hug with confidence. Then have you heard of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens? Song Tianli then asked. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens were simply too mysterious, and he could basically be considered ignorant of all other aspects except for the names at the moment. Never heard of it. Imperial Words shook his head. Since Emperor Language hasn't heard of it, that means that the 10 great divine realm cave heavens only appeared within these 10,000 years. Song Tianli's heart said silently, I remember you saying earlier that when the second higher dimensional calamity came, the humans of that time made 2 choices. One kind is asleep like you guys, and some of them traveled somewhere else. Where did they travel to? Song Tianli asked again. I only know that they left the ancestral star. As for where exactly they traveled to, I'm not sure. Du shook his head and said, at the time, she had just reached adulthood, and being of a simple nature, she didn't know much about many things. his father, as well as the rest of the clan, made the decision without informing her. Perhaps, at that time, Xin and the others had not expected that once Du and the others fell asleep, it would be 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, it was not known what had happened, and those who had fallen into a deep sleep did not wake up. If it wasn't for Song Tianli's mistake of breaking into the dungeon, I'm afraid that Tu still won't wake up. It didn't take too long for Du to bring Song Tianli and return to Qianzhou, the small courtyard where Starlight resided. Starlight, I'm back, Song Tianli shouted as he stood in the middle of the small courtyard. Up the road, catch it. In response to Song Tianli's shouts, Starlight didn't know if he hadn't heard them or if he was too lazy to pay attention even if he heard them. He had his cell phone in his hand, rubbing it frantically as he kept saying something under his breath. When Song Tianli heard Starlight's words, he headed inside the house. Only, at this time, he realized that Du was standing in the middle of the small courtyard, his brows furrowed, and didn't follow him. What's wrong? Song Tianli asked as he turned his head in confusion. This is where you reside? Empyrean asked, looking at Song Tianli with a bit of disbelief. This little yard is just too shabby. Du's previous place of residence, as a princess, was extremely luxurious. The others, living in places that are not as good as the imperial language, though, but it's also extremely luxurious. After all, people in those days were born extremely powerful, capable of flying into the sky and into the sea. They constructed buildings that were naturally extraordinary. A small home in a ghetto like this one, even for a dog that has been given a place to live, feels like the dog has been wronged. If Song Tianli knew what was going on in Du's heart at the moment, he didn't know if he would be spitting fenugreek. Although he was the young master of the Song family, he didn't spend much time residing in the Song family. Instead, most of the time, he resided here. Do you think this small courtyard is a bit too humble? Song Tianli was also a smart person and quickly understood what Du was thinking. A little. The emperor's language is still speaking with mercy, did not have the good sense to say, for the dog to live. The dog feels aggrieved. It's okay, we'll move in a little while. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll go in and look for someone, Song Tianli said. In the time before, living here, he was doing it for the sake of layout, in order to prevent others from knowing that he was the Song family's young master. Now, he's got the golden handshake, and two of them at that. Most importantly, he now had two super powerful backers beside him, with Du's strength of being able to blow up a 1,000-meter tall mountain with a single punch. If he looked at the entire Qianzhou, he wouldn't be able to find anyone who could go through with her. In such a situation, Song Tianli no longer needed to disguise himself like before. Live a life of some luxury and no one will say anything, because he was known to have rewarded Song 13 with a lot of money when he was working as a dog's leg for him before. No one will suspect where his money comes from. Good. Tu nodded and stood in the middle of the small courtyard without going in. Song Tianli walked straight towards the middle of the room where Starlight was. After he pushed open the door of the room, an extremely complex smell immediately came. It made him subconsciously back away. On his way out, he scanned the Starlight. He realized that Starlight's entire head was as disorganized as a bird's nest at this time. There were still a little dark circles under my eyes, like I hadn't slept in days. On top of that, there were a lot of uneaten lunchboxes piled up around his feet. Song Tianli was worried before that Starlight was turning into an internet addict. He didn't realize that he had left the small compound in just 5 days, and Starlight was no different from those who had lived in internet cafes for months. It's on fire. Song Tianli, who had prepared his heart, once again walked into the middle of the room. At the same time, he shouted, "Where's the fire?" Starlight jumped up hastily and looked around, though his eyes scanned the area, looking for a place to catch fire. He didn't stop moving his hands, still rubbing the screen. Pentakill. The next second, a voice came from the cell phone in Starlight's hand. Ness, Starlight said with a bit of excitement. Starlight, your current technique can in a situation like this, you can even get 5 kills? Song Tianli was also dumbfounded. He felt that Starlight had gotten as good as humanly possible at playing the game. What kind of situation will not operate incorrectly? Base fuck. Lose 6, said Starlight casually. You're back so soon. Looks like you had a good outing. You also brought back a young lady. Is this your new girlfriend? Starlight sensed the Emperor's words in the small courtyard at this time, so she looked at Song Tianli and asked. Her name is Du, and she'll be one of us from now on. She's not my girlfriend, just my friend, Song Tianli said seriously. This was something he had to make clear. Otherwise, it would be bad if Du misunderstood in the future. Du was, after all, a princess, and even though, say, she had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, for her, it was only for a little while. As a princess, she must have taken the matter of her companion very seriously. There's no such thing as bullshit. Being a man, you can't eat and drink nonsense. Chapter 64, Starlight versus Imperial Language. I understand. Don't worry. I'll help you with the assists. Trust me. I'm the best wingman in this world. Starlight suddenly scowled at Song Tianli and said in an I get it tone. Starlight, I said can you read something good on the internet one day? It's not even if you play games all day long. What kind of nonsense have you learned? What's the matter even understand assists in wingmen? Song Tianli had to admire Starlight's ability to learn. It's a bit of a skewed study, but it's true that there's a lot to know. Honestly, there were words that even he couldn't think of. However, Starlight was able to say it very smoothly, as if she had used it countless times. There's no way. It's just smart. Once you learn it, Starlight said with a proud face. Well, enough of that. Pack up your things. We're moving. Song Tianli didn't bother talking about Starlight anymore. Starlight internet addicts are doomed and have been carried away by the internet. It's easy to lead someone astray. It's hard as hell to correct them back. Starlight was willing to say these internet phrases. So be it, and he'd pretend he hadn't heard them. Moving? You've incurred enemies and are planning to run away? Starlight looked at Song Tianli and asked. Yeah, I reckon that by tomorrow at the latest, tens of thousands of great emperors will be descending from the sky. It won't work if you don't run away. Song Tianli said seriously. Starlight made fun of him, and he could make fun of the other guy. Nonsense. It's not like he won't. The great emperor? What is a great emperor? How strong is it? Starlight asked with a frown. It was a word that he hadn't been exposed to for some time. The great emperor is immortal and destroys the heavens and the earth. One grain of sand can be used to reclaim the sea, and one blade of grass can chop down the sun, moon, and stars. Song Tianli described. A grain of sand can reclaim the sea? Is there such a powerful person in this world? Starlight asked, looking at Song Tianli with an incredulous expression. Yes, as far as I know, the most famous great emperors are Emperor Yi Tian and Emperor Desolate. The strongest among them can single-handedly break through the ages and cross the river of time. There's someone else who holds the primordial imperial city in one hand and is invincible in the world. Song Tianli used all the pretentious adjectives he could think of. Did you think I didn't have enough brains because I lost my memory? Let's not talk about whether there is such a powerful existence in this world. Even if they did, they came back for a minion like you? Starlight said in a dismissive tone. Just now, it was so close that he was bluffed. Luckily, his mind was spinning fast enough. I'll let you figure it out. You're such a little wit. We moved to get to a better place. I'll take you to a big villa. Song Tianli said. Villa? I know this. I've swiped through short videos before. I was wondering earlier when I was going to get a villa. I didn't expect it to materialize so soon. It seems that only a villa can be worthy of my current status. Go go go. Starlight said hastily. After Song Tianli said the words about living in a villa, Starlight immediately felt that this small courtyard was not worthy of her status. What is your identity? Song Tianli asked curiously. He assumed Starlight had remembered something in the time he'd been gone. What's my status? Well, just listen. I'll tell you. I'm sure it'll shock you. I'm King Pesticide, the top 100 in the country. When Starlight said this, she stood directly on the couch, her tone arrogant to the core. King Pesticide National Service Top 100? You reached the top 100 in the National Service so quickly? Song Tianli exclaimed with a bit of disbelief. It was only when he left that Starlight Diamonds. How is it that in just 5 days, he has reached the top 100 in the National Service? He knew that Starlight's gaming talent was feared, but this was horrible. So in a little while, is it the number 1 person in the country? Top 100 in the country. That's not just having hands. In half a month at the most, I will definitely stand at the top of the National Service, proudly looking down on the crowd. How lonely invincibility is. Starlight said, and sang. Okay, count on you. At this time, Song Tianli didn't know what to say, but could only send the highest praise of the boy's world. Come on. I kind of can't wait to see what the new villa looks like. The internet in there shouldn't be laggy, so if I play the game, there won't be a delay. Starlight said with a longing face. You live in a villa just to play games where the internet doesn't get stuck? Song Tianli asked with a speechless face. Of course, why else would I live in a villa? Starlight said rightfully. For him now, as long as he was able to play the game, it really didn't matter if his residence was a small courtyard or a large villa. The only thing he cared about was whether the network would be delayed. You win. Song Tianli was now so speechless to Starlight, an internet addict, that he just lazily ignored it. Do whatever you wish as long as Starlight doesn't endanger society or do something unspeakable to him. With the strength of the Song family, it was completely affordable to raise a loafer. When Starlight and Song Tianli walked out of the room and came into the middle of the small courtyard, Yu's brows frowned slightly. At the same time, subconsciously took a step back. New member. Birdie birdie birdie. My name is Starlight. Welcome. Starlight enthusiastically walked towards Emperor's language as he did so. Stop. Seeing the Starlight, Emperor's speech said hurriedly. She was a little too accepting of such sloppy, unhygienic people. However, it was as if Starlight hadn't heard him and continued to walk towards Imperial word. Seeing that Starlight didn't listen to advice, Emperor's language didn't have any hesitation and slapped out a palm. Only an extremely powerful palm wind was seen heading towards Starlight. This was her subconscious strike, and although she didn't put out her full strength, the power wasn't something that an ordinary person would be able to follow. Ego, I'm going. Sensing the powerful palm winds coming, Starlight quickly backed up while waving his index and middle fingers together in a casual motion. An extremely sharp sword chi flew out from his fingers. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. Instantly, the wind raged throughout the small courtyard. An extremely violent energy swept out in all directions. I fucking can't catch it at all. At this time, Song Tianli's heart was filled with countless moms and dads. He finally realized what it meant for gods to fight and mortals to suffer. If the raging energy in the courtyard hit him, he would surely die. Who did he invite to suffer this unwarranted disaster? It was just that this wasn't the time to mom and pop in his mind. He had to find a way to survive. He flipped his palm and a card appeared in his hand. Jin Wang Shield. With the protection of the cards, Song Tianli was not torn apart by the raging gale, but the small courtyard where they lived, being unprotected, was completely destroyed in an instant. P.S. If you like the book, remember to give 5-star reviews and free swag to go. Chapter 65. Starlight's words are both laws. As the berserk energy dispersed in all directions in the middle of the small courtyard, Emperor Whisperer would take a step back at the same time as Starlight. It looked like the two were neck and neck in their first encounter. Starlight's strength is stronger than I thought, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He had always known that Starlight was strong, but exactly how strong it was, he didn't know. He was on his way back with Tu, and he asked Tu if he could blow up a 1,000-meter-high mountain. The Emperor's language answered, yes. Although this didn't reflect the full strength of Du, it did show how strong she was. The fact that Starlight was able to remain undefeated in his encounter with Emperor's words just now was enough to show that he was extremely powerful. Stop! Seeing that the two were still planning to continue striking, Song Tianli hurriedly shouted loudly. The exchange between the two just now had completely destroyed the small courtyard. Wouldn't continuing the fight destroy the entire ghetto? No one knew that he seemed a little angry on the surface, but in his heart he was actually happy. The stronger these two were, the happier he was. These two thick thighs, he hugged for sure. No one can block. As for destroying a small yard, it doesn't matter. With the power of the Song family, there were as many small courtyards like this as they wanted. This, of course, he could not show. Better yet, make the two feel a little guilty about him. This way, if he asked the two for help with anything in the future, they wouldn't be able to push back. Hearing Song Tianli's shouts, Starlight and Imperial language stopped fighting. Oh come on, now I can't even move if I don't want to. There's no place to live. Say what you have to say. Don't fight. All adults. Can you be more stable like me? Song Tianli said as he looked at the two. Upon hearing his words, Emperor's speech and Starlight simultaneously looked around for a moment, noticing the small courtyard that had been destroyed by them. So, the two of them tacitly did not speak. This small courtyard was Song Tianli's residence, although it was a bit shabby, but the person had taken the two of them in. Now that they've been destroyed by the two of them, it's really not justified. To put it mildly, he's dirty. You keep him away from me, Tu said in a very small voice. You're the one who's dirty. I'm jade and suave. Where am I dirty? Hearing this, Starlight hurriedly said loudly. Starlight, you really aren't very clean the way you are right now. Do you want to look in the mirror? Song Tianli said, and really took out a mirror and handed it to the other party. My plants? This is me? Starlight took the mirror and looked at it, and was also shocked by her appearance. The way he looks now, he's not much better than a beggar. Starlight, in the future, playing games is playing games, and you have to pay a little more attention to your image and hygiene, Song Tianli said. Starlight didn't say anything, and after looking at herself for a few seconds, she threw the mirror in her hand, casually. Water! He let out a soft shout, and suddenly, a pillar of water fell from the sky and landed on his body. I'll go. Words out of law? Song Tianli was instantly dumbfounded. The column of water that fell from the sky turned into a water dragon that rapidly traveled across the surface of Starlight's body. Soon, the Starlight, which had been dirty, became spotless. Even the hair, which was a mess, became silky smooth. After washing it clean, Starlight casually waved her hand, and the water dragon landed in the ruins of a small courtyard off to the side. Wind up, he shouted again. As his voice fell, a breeze appeared, blowing against his body. The hint of vapor that remained on his body evaporated rapidly. His long hair flowed with the wind, looking extremely ethereal. After doing this, he grabbed his palm at the mirror he had thrown away earlier, and it flew back into his hand. Well, that's me. Suave, elegant, graceful, gentle, handsome. Starlight said a number of idioms in one breath, hard without repeating any of them. I have to say, his off-the-cuff vocabulary is really rich. Starlight, you said you became so self-absorbed and amusing after losing your memory. Or was the original character just like that? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. Who knows, but I think it's fine the way it is now, Starlight said, surprisingly tucking the mirror in her hand into her bosom. In the future, he would have to take it out from time to time and admire his beauty. Tick-tock. Just then, suddenly outside the small courtyard, there was the sound of a car honking. A small, ordinary sedan appeared outside the small courtyard. Of course, now that the small courtyard had been destroyed, one could only speak of the ruins outside. Let's go. There's nothing to bring. Let's buy all new after we move and whatever we need. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he led Starlight and Imperial language towards the limousine. Starlight, you can sit in the front, Song Tianli said as he pointed to the as in front. With that, he even helped Starlight pull open the car door. The two might fight again if they let T-Whisper and Starlight sit in the back. So this is the car. It seems pretty nice. With curiosity, Starlight got into the car. He'd seen the car above the short video, but hadn't sat in it yet. A car? T-Whisper muttered in a small voice. Unlike Starlight, she was at least aware that cars existed. The term automobile was the first time she had ever heard of it. The automobile was an object that she was also seeing for the first time. After waiting for Starlight to sit on it, Song Tianli opened the car door for Du again. Living like a lapdog. I thought that after leaving the Song family, I wouldn't have to play the role of a dog's leg. Little did I know that it wouldn't be long before he was playing the role again. He's got a thing with dog legs, wanting to hold on to these two thighs. He couldn't do so without being attentive. Sitting in the car, Tio curiously surveyed the moving car. She had observed for half a day, but she had not been able to figure out what the principle of this automobile was to move forward. However, she did not open her mouth to ask Song Tianli. She didn't belong in this era and didn't want anyone else to know about it. Therefore, even if she had more curiosity in her heart, she wouldn't show it. She was no longer the naive little girl who had a father who doted on her and an older sibling who took care of her. She is now on a major mission. So yeah, there should be a little bit of heart. Song Tianli almost laughed out loud when he took a look at Du's appearance. He was able to tell that Emperor's language was eager to inquire, but held back. Though, T-Whisper did grow because of the loss of his father and the disappearance of his former clan. But a once innocent little girl doesn't change all at once. Even if you become good at attacking the heart in the city later on, it will take a process. There is no time for bonding, and all the tricks of the heart will be seen through at a glance. In the end, the growth of the Emperor's language was only the state of mind, not the heart. Chapter 66, Finding Someone to Share the Cost. Finally, the car came to a villa area after a period of speeding. This villa is not good, not bad, middle of the road for Qianzhou. This will be where we live from now on. Pick your own rooms. After getting out of the car, Song Tianli said to Du and Starlight. Looking at the villa in front of him, Emperor's language did nod in satisfaction. Although this villa was still much worse than where she used to live, it was much better than the small courtyard she had before. At the very least, it's clean. She knew she wasn't the high and mighty princess she used to be, and she wasn't thinking about ever being the same. She could accept a smaller place to live. The only thing she couldn't accept was the filth. In today's terms, she's a bit of a clean freak. Can I pick upstairs? Du asked as she looked at Song Tianli. Yes, if you choose upstairs, Starlight and I will choose downstairs. 4 girls, Song Tianli still takes care of them. Of course, he didn't know if it was even appropriate to call the Imperial language girl anymore. Not to mention the fact that she had slept for tens of thousands of years, and her true age had long exceeded 10,000 years. Even before he fell asleep, he was 180 years old. At his current age, this is definitely an old northern nose level existence. However, it is true that people have just had their bar mitzvah not long before they fall asleep. It makes sense to say it's a girl. I don't care. My room can be anywhere as long as the net is good, Starlight said without a care in the world. He really didn't have much of a strong desire for these out-of-body things, and so, the residence of the 3 was settled. Afterwards, Song Tianli sent a message to Qianshang. Soon after, the villas around Song Tianli and the others had either changed owners or had new people living in them. Although Du and Starlight were strong enough, they couldn't be left to solve everything. It's better to rely on yourself for some minor troubles. After assigning the rooms, Starlight couldn't wait to start the game. Starlight, there's something I want to discuss with you. Suddenly, Song Tianli said as he sat beside Starlight. What is it? Straight up, Starlight said without looking up. I think so. With your strength, the divine lands should be able to go anywhere, and there won't be any danger. Would you be willing to randomly appear somewhere in the divine lands every 14 days, playing a game while enjoying the scenery? Song Tianli asked. He was looking for someone to share the cost of his ability to choose. It's just that this sharing has to be voluntary, so he has to tell it to his face. However, even if he wanted the other person to volunteer, he could use a little bit of the art of talking in the process. Yes, Starlight said hastily. He hadn't actually heard what Song Tianli had said at all, just hearing about playing games while enjoying the scenery. So, a very perfunctory statement of willingness. After the two words Starlight willing were spoken, a wide smile appeared on Song Tianli's face, because he clearly saw that the 1.5 day teleportation countdown in his mind had turned into 8.5 days. In other words, he shared the cost of the thing, and it worked. Good luck. Become the number one in the country soon, Song Tianli said and got up to leave. The number one in the country will definitely be in my pocket, Starlight said with confidence. After leaving Starlight's room, Song Tianli was excited. This was one of his biggest headaches at a price, and he didn't expect this to be easily solved. Next, he's going to address the cost of another ability. The cost of being $10 million in debt versus being $100 million in debt is something he can afford? The Song family isn't that bad. So, the price he's going to pay to fix it now is losing his body hair. When resolved, body hair will own half of it. For this, he had long thought of a countermeasure. So he took an ordinary car from the garage and left the villa. Shortly afterward, he appeared on a busy street. At this time, Song Tianli had changed his appearance. He becomes a microphone-wielding interview host. He was followed by a cameraman who was filming with a cell phone. Of course, both were him. The one holding the microphone was his main body, and the one filming with the cell phone was his doppelganger. Song Tianli's eyes were like scanners as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Quickly, he locked on to a man carrying a duffel bag. This man was ordinary, without any energy in his body, not a cultivator. The clothes on his body had been washed white, and his temperament was average, and at a glance, he knew that his family was very ordinary, and, at this moment, he had a slightly sad look on his brow. This is the demographic Song Tianli chose to target. So, with the microphone in hand, he made his way over to the man. Hello, can we delay you for 2 minutes and interview you for a question? Song Tianli asked as he stepped forward. It can be. The man didn't seem to know how to say no very well, and said in a bit of a panic, Excuse me, if I give you $1 million to reduce the body hair on your entire body, by half, would you be willing to do so? Song Tianli asked, holding the microphone. That's the way he came up with to pass on the cost of his own, in an if-but way. It's a choice of items he gives others, and a price to bear, the same as his Goldfinger, so to speak. Only what he will gain by giving this choice is up to him. After some thought, he felt that $1 million wouldn't seem out of place, and the average person couldn't turn it down. Yes, why not? I'm making $5,000 a month, and after my monthly expenses, I'm saving up to $3,000 $1 million. At my current salary, I'd need to save almost 28 years, and that's not even counting a headache in between. That's even less money to save. Don't say it's just losing half of my body hair, even if it's total baldness. I'm willing, the man being interviewed said hastily. Hearing him say that, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. This is not coming. For someone from an extremely well-off family, $1 million might not be on the radar, but $1 million is an astronomical amount for people from average families. Paying it back at such a cost they don't even care about is definitely a willingness. I've answered the question. May I ask where to collect the $1 million? The man being interviewed looked at Song Tianli and inquired. He'd seen similar interviews in short videos many times before. Each time he tried to ask, at a price he could pay, where the money would be collected. This man, you can't even give up money for the sake of dignity. You'll find out soon enough. Song Tianli laughed, and taking the microphone, he and his doppelganger walked elsewhere. In response, the one who was interviewed didn't say anything more and just turned around and left. Chapter 67, Teaching Imperial Language to Play with Cell Phones. The one who was interviewed just took Song Tianli's interview as a very ordinary one. Didn't even think that there would be a follow-up. After all, no one in their right mind would be so whimsical as to think that someone would actually give him $1 million for just giving an interview. Moreover, Song Tianli didn't even inquire about his bank card account, so naturally he wouldn't call him. However, what he didn't know was that Song Tianli didn't ask him about his bank card account though. However, he had his bilocation take a picture of his appearance and sent it to Qiansheng in the first place. have Shanson check out the man's bank account and make $1 million call. Of course, it was called through a secret account. Even if the other side had the intention to check, they simply couldn't find out anything. With the Song family's arrangement in Xianzhou over the years, it was simply too easy to inquire about a person based on their appearance. When the man saw the arrival message of the bank card, the whole man was confused. He then felt the hair on his body start to fall off. He scratched his hand through his hair and realized that there was a lot of it in one grab. He hastily took out his cell phone and acted as a mirror to observe himself. He noticed that his eyebrows, hair, and beard had all thinned by half. Of course, it's only thinned by half. Not half yes, half no. It was more than a little comforting to his heart. When your hair is thinning, a perm makes it look like there's more. Eyebrows can be tattooed. The beard is shaved every day. It doesn't matter at all. $1 million? Ha 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 ha. I have $1 million, the man said with a bit of ecstasy. $1 million wasn't particularly much, but it was enough for him to do a lot of things. In the future, if he doesn't like his boss, he'll just start disliking him. Big deal. Get a new job. It's a good thing he only has $1 million. If he had $10 million, he'd fucking dare to hit his boss. You can't tell anyone about this kind of thing. Just sneak it in yourself. Meanwhile, when the man received $1 million hit, Song Tianli felt that his scalp itched. Looks like it's going to grow a brain. Nope, it's going to grow hair. This scene suddenly made him think of the Empress Dowager in some anime. He used to have a lot of hair, and now half of it has grown out. No less than some people have. That way, he won't have to wear a wig and draw on his eyebrows in the future. During Song Tianli's interview, he used a transformation technique, so no one noticed. He goes quietly, as he comes quietly. With a wave of his sleeve, he waved out $1 million in deposits. There are not many interviewers like him, but there are still some in God's country. So, it doesn't seem weird, and absolutely no one would associate it with him. When he returned to the villa, Starlight was still playing the game, and Tian was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV and fuming. Tio, I got you a cell phone. In the future, you can also use the internet to have a general understanding of the era we are living in now. At the same time, it can also pass the time, Song Tianli said as he handed Diyu a cell phone. Good. In response, Emperor's language did not refuse. Earlier in the day, she'd seen Starlight with her cell phone, having a good time. She was actually quite curious, but didn't ask Song Tianli, much less Starlight. She was feeling a bit like some people now, living in a relative's house, in a foster home. Although her relatives are very kind to her, she knows better than to ask them for anything. Relatives gave her food and she took it. If it wasn't given, she wouldn't have offered to ask for it. Anyone who has lived in a relative's home for a while basically understands how she feels. I'll teach you how to use a cell phone first. Yes. So, for the next period of time, Song Tianli began to tell Emperor language, how to call, how to chat, how to brush short videos, how to search. Diyu was very smart, and after Song Tianli had taught her once, she was able to memorize it. Slowly, a small smile grew on her face, which had been a bit forlorn. Cell phones do increase one's smile, as many have proven. Song Tianli was very patient in teaching Tu to play with his cell phone, because, in the process of teaching each other to play with the cell phone, you can increase the bond between two people. Of course, he wasn't thinking of a relationship between a man and a woman, but between friends. When the relationship between the two grew better, then this thigh, he counted on holding it tighter. A tight thigh hug can only do him good, no harm. This was also why he made sure to reside in a villa with Starlight, the Emperor's language, and didn't find a place to meddle up like he did before. The relationship can only get better when you live under the same roof. For the rest of my life, there will be plenty of time. But time to cultivate a relationship with these two big men is not something that just happens. Starlight has amnesia now, so maybe at some point, because of some opportunity, she'll regain her memory. Once Starlight's memory returned, Song Tianli felt that he would definitely leave. Empyrean hadn't lost her memories, but she was a former princess of the human race and still had a mission on her shoulders. It's also quite possible, for whatever reason, to just leave suddenly. Once they leave, things may not be the same when they meet again. He took advantage of the time he had before they left to behave properly. When night fell, Song Tianli appeared in the basement of the villa. The villa he was currently living in was built by the Song family. He had wondered a long time ago if he would have to live in a villa someday, for some reason. So, he had also made arrangements long ago. The basement of this villa is large and has 2 secret passages for access. If Song Tianli needed anything, the Song family could send it in through the secret passage at the first opportunity. At this moment, Song Tianli had split out 130 doppelgangers, surrounding a green crystal stone, and was cultivating. After his workout over the past few days, the strength of his fleshly body was already able to withstand the simultaneous cultivation of 130 doppelgangers. The green crystal in the very center was the very same one he had previously obtained in Shinong Ridge. 10 times the efficiency. Green crystals, 130 detachments. With all of this stacked up, Song Tianli's cultivation speed was already unimaginably fast. If it wasn't for the fact that the strength of his physical body was still weak and couldn't withstand too many detachments, then the speed of his cultivation would have increased by several times. The doppelganger was cultivating, and Song Tianli's main body was lying on a sofa in the basement, swiping his cell phone. This Goldfinger ability of mine can only randomize, not arrange a script. I don't know what kind of thing that would be considered a script, Song Tianli thought as he swiped his cell phone. In a subjective sense, any plan that he has someone arrange can be considered a script. If these don't count as scripts, he could totally mobilize the Song family and have them shoot tons of multiple choice videos. That way, the cost can be under his control. Or, go to a posting bar and start a thread that leads to some similar posts. Chapter 68, Burning 1 Day of Life to Enhance 1% of Ability. Thinking about it, he decided to try it first. He opened the posting, registered an account using someone else's ID and made a post. What kind of superpowers do you wish you had? He didn't dare to post too bluntly. It would be easy to expose. He uses other trumpets to channel it and eventually get others to respond to the kind of form of post he wants. He sifted through some of it. If you could be invincible, but have to lose a hair, would you be willing to do that? If you could be all-knowing and all-powerful, but had to remain a humanoid or humanoid creature forever and could not take any other form, would you be willing to do so? If I give you $1 billion, but you can't touch a woman for the rest of your life, and if you do, you'll die, will you be willing to do that? When Song Tianli saw these multiple choice questions, the ability to choose the willing option did not appear before him. Sure enough, any ability choice that is triggered by oneself can be considered scripted. There would be no choice. This should be determined by cause and effect. Where the cause is caused by me, then I have no choice, no matter what kind of effect there is. This put an end to Song Tianli's whimsical attempts to find countless people to arrange abilities for himself. Come to think of it, if this really worked, then the other chosen of God, straight up, couldn't play. He could arrange his own script, one ability choice, and be directly invincible to the world. When the time comes, he will dictate the ages and arrange everything in minutes. I'd better cultivate honestly. My current cultivation speed, it's not slow anymore. Song Tianli had now opened up the fifth divine deposit within his body. According to this current cultivation speed, at most the day after tomorrow, he was afraid that he would be able to condense his first Chifu. Once he condensed his Chi mansion, he would be considered a bird in the hand, and his strength would take a qualitative leap. Moreover, the most important point was that after his strength broke through to the Chifu realm, he would be able to fly. You'll also be able to use the skill Flying Thunder God. It's a spatial skill, and many times, it will have an unexpected effect. After condensing the second Chifu, one should be able to use the initial state of Susanoo. Song Tianli said to himself. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. This kind of joy is simply unimaginable to the average person. Just then, Song Tianli, who was brushing his cell phone, suddenly saw a very interesting multiple choice question. If for every day of your life you burned yourself, you could increase 1% of one of your abilities. Would you be willing to do that? For this multiple choice question, Song Tianli didn't make an immediate choice, but began to calculate 1 day of life for a 1% increase in a particular ability. In other words, 100 days of lifespan doubles an ability. A year's life is able to be enhanced a little more than 3 times. Song Tianli was now at the strength of the 5 hidden realms, and as long as he wasn't killed, he could still live for at least 100 years. If burning 1 day of one's life could increase one's life expectancy by 1%, or 1 year, it would definitely be a blood profit. In this way, the bug can be stuck repeatedly, 1 day for a year, and then continue to burn a day's life for a year. As this kept on converting, Song Tianli's lifespan could be endless. Then he can use his endless lifespan to empower himself, 1,000 times over. So much so, it's unthinkable. Even with my conceptual gold finger, there shouldn't be a bug like this. Despite saying that, Song Tianli still chose to be willing. This is also a conceptual ability. Enhancements of 1% usually increase the larger the base. For example, an increase of 100 by 1% is an increase of 1, but a million increased by 1%, that's a 10,000 increase. This ability doesn't cost anything if you don't use it, so, he can keep it for now. In the future, in case he encountered a blood-earning ability, he could burn his lifespan to enhance it. Moreover, in the future, as his strength continued to grow, his lifespan would slowly increase. When he lived long enough, he would then use his lifespan. in exchange for an enhancement of a certain ability, which would also be a blood moneymaker. Burn 1 day of your life and enhance your lifespan by 1%. Although he knew it shouldn't work, Song Tianli still wanted to try. He took a chance and tried it. In the unlikely event that it works, then you can start jamming bugs. After trying it, nothing happened. He didn't feel the lifespan burning. As it turns out, you really can't get stuck with bugs. Longevity is an objective thing, not an ability. With today's ability selection now over, Song Tianli put away his phone and began his workout. Exercise alone strengthens the physical body. Just after she had just worked out for a while, suddenly Tu appeared in front of him. It was very sudden and without warning. After she appeared, she didn't look at Song Tianli, but instead looked at the green crystals that were surrounded by Song Tianli's many doppelgangers. What's wrong? Emperor language? Song Tianli's main body realized the presence of emperor language at the first moment and got up to ask, "Where did you get this beast crystal?" Du asked, pointing at the green crystal. "It's in the middle of the woods where you're sleeping. It was being pilgrimed by the many animals in the midst of the Shinong Ridge at the time, and was stolen by the man I killed earlier. I took it back from him." Again. "You recognize this thing?" Song Tianli inquired. He had heard very clearly just now that the imperial language called this thing a beast crystal. "This thing belonged to my father. It's what he uses to keep his spirit beasts in captivity." The emperor's words were not surprising. "Then can this thing be used?" Song Tianli asked hurriedly. What was given to the spirit beasts? He absorbed quite a bit. If something goes wrong here, then he won't have anywhere to cry. People could have used it, but in our time, no one would have wanted to use such a thing. Well, too inferior. T-Words thought for a moment, not coming up with a particularly appropriate word for that kind of statement. Isn't that understandable? Livestock in our time, say, hogs, cows and sheep, all eat one kind of feed. By eating this feed, these animals can grow better and more robust. People can eat this feed if they want to, but usually, it's the kind of feed that no one would bother with, because not only does it taste bad, it's not very nutritious. Eating too much is not life-threatening, but it is prone to unexpected problems. As much as possible, Song Tianli used his own words to describe what the emperor's words were trying to convey. Pretty much, imperial language said with a nod. Seeing Du nodding his head, Song Tianli instantly had a face as unpleasant as eating a fly. P.S. If someone sees that the name of the protagonist is accidentally written as Wang Clamor, don't be offended, because Lao Tang is also writing another book. The protagonist is called Wang Clamor. The book titled Village Chief, My Villagers Are All Invincible Big Brother. Another style. Interested can go to take a look. Chapter 69 Opening up a small space. After half a day, Song Tianli had been eating fodder and was complacent, thinking that he had snagged himself a very good treasure that could enhance the speed of cultivation. At this time, he didn't know for a moment if he should let his doppelganger continue with his cultivation. It's a human being. Sometimes not knowing is a good thing. Just like certain foods, if you don't know what it's made of, you eat it. Once you know, you can't eat anymore. After thinking about it, Song Tianli made his doppelgangers all stop cultivating, knowing that the crystals were fodder. He could no longer absorb them with the same peace of mind as before. Since there are crystals that are absorbed by spirit beasts, aren't there also crystals that can be absorbed by people? Song Tianli looked at Du and asked. Naturally, there is. Emperor language nodded. Well, do you have one? Or do you know where there is one? Just the crystals absorbed by the spirit beasts already had such an effect. What kind of increase would that crystal that could be absorbed by people from the era of the Emperor's language have? I had it in the old days, but now I don't have it. Empyrean said with a bit of regret. Don't you have a space ring or something? It contains some treasures from your time. Logically speaking, as a former princess of the human race, Du should have countless treasures in her hands. According to the power of the human race in that era, casually taking out one thing would be an unimaginable treasure in this era. Take this beast crystal for example. In those days, it was just fodder for captive spirit animals, but in this day and age, it's a pilgrimage item for many animals in the Shinong Ridge. One is called a spirit animal and the other is called an animal, and that's the biggest difference. What's a space ring? Empyrean asked, once again puzzled. It's a tool used to store objects, like this one hanging around my neck. Song Tianli said, and showed it to Du. He has a space ring. He doesn't wear it, he hangs it in a string around his neck. Alas, it is play. Of course, the main reason why Song Tianli did this was because among the 9 states, space rings were a rarity, and there were very few people who owned them. His previous persona was just a guy who lived in the ghetto. If he wore the spatial ring on his hand, in case someone who knew what he was doing saw it, it would be easy to be suspicious of his identity, and his identity. In order to eliminate this possibility, he just kept the space ring strung up on an extremely strong string, wearing it around his neck and hiding it in his clothes. That way the average person won't even notice. If someone had accidentally seen it, he'd already thought of something to say. It was a relic left to him by his grandfather, and he couldn't wear it on his hand, only in his neck. And, in order for this lie not to be exposed, he had arranged a play, long ago, for his nominal grandparents to pass away. If we want to store items, we can just open up a small space, without tools, just like that, the emperor's language said, and his palm traced in the air. In an instant, a spatial crack appeared in front of her, and the cell phone flew out from within the spatial crack. Can all the people of your era do this? Song Tianli asked with a bit of envy. To open up space with his bare hands, how strong must this strength be? Not really, only as an adult. In the space I opened up before, I did contain something. However, I have slept for tens of thousands of years, and I cannot reinforce the space that I have opened up during this period. That space has been assimilated, and what was inside has disappeared. Emperor Language also said with a bit of regret. There were a lot of her favorite items in that space back then. That was her stash before she was an adult. Space can still be assimilated? That means my space ring, then, isn't particularly safe. Maybe at some point, what's inside will also disappear into thin air? Song Tianli asked somewhat tentatively. Many of the things in his spatial ring were extraordinarily precious. If this is gone, he has no place to cry. The stronger the strength, the more stable the space opened up. I've only just reached adulthood, and the space I've opened up will only last for about 500 years. A space like the one my father opened up would last 10,000 years. This spatial ring you are using now, the principle should be the same. It also has a lifespan. Only, in your time, it's shorter. You guys will die before the lifespan of the spatial ring is consumed. Imperial speech analyzed. Hearing her say that, the corners of Song Tianli's mouth stiffened. Blame it on the short time they've lived. Then people in our era should be able to open up small spaces like you after their strength has risen to a certain realm, right? Song Tianli asked. That's a given. It's not hard to open up small spaces. People of your time should be able to do that. The space ring, while it is indeed a good item, there are some special places that are susceptible to it. For example, if the space is not too stable, you can't take the item out of the spatial ring properly. If you take it out by force, there's a risk of damage to the item or damage to the spatial ring. So, as soon as you're able, you'll definitely open up a small space on your own. It's kind of a trend. All of this was just speculation on the part of Emperor's Language. She was making an inference based on her own experience. Whether or not, she didn't know. After all, she didn't know much about this era yet. Then if a person can manage to open up a small space, doesn't it mean that his strength is the same as that of the people of your time, when they came of age? If that was truly the case, then one could rely on that to be able to roughly determine the gap between the strongest people of their era and the strongest people of Emperor Tung's era. Although the people of your era are weaker, the space of this era is not far from our time. The difficulty of opening up a small space is the same. The Emperor's words replied. Finally, something that's the same in both eras, though the same thing just proves how weak adults are in this day and age. But Song Tianli was still quite happy. This beast crystal, are you going to take it? He then asked, pointing at the green crystals in the basement. You keep it. Still, try not to absorb the energy inside if you can. Although it won't be a problem now, I can't say if it will be a problem when more energy is absorbed. Tu left after saying this. She wasn't scaring Song Tianli, but she really didn't know. It's like, a normal person wouldn't know what would become of a person's body if they kept eating fodder. Chapter 70, the number 2. After Du left, Song Tianli put away the beast crystal. He was a person who listened to advice very well, and since Du said that he would try not to absorb the energy within the beast crystals, then he wouldn't. But there's no denying that this thing is a gem. Only, it's for spirit animals. If you use it to trap people in the future, you can still sell it for a good price. Song Tianli said to himself. Inside, he had already figured out how to pit people. It's just that there's no plan yet as to who should be pitched. If he could, the person he wanted to pit against the most was Yi Qingtian. The sad thing was that he hadn't found out where Yi Qingtian was yet. Once he finds out, that's when he'll go on a revenge spree. This little brat, he won't rest until he's screwed. Without the beast crystals, Song Tianli could only use his doppelganger to cultivate. With 130 detachments, plus 10 times the efficiency of doing things, the cultivation speed could only be increased to 1,300 times. Although the cultivation speed was not slow, Song Tianli was still not too content. It wasn't that he was greedy, but he felt that the tolerance of his fleshly body hadn't reached the limit of his cultivation speed. He was now at the 5 hidden realms. The 5 hidden realms could split into 1,000 doppelgangers. If, for example, 1,000 of his doppelgangers cultivated at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency, that would be 10,000 times the cultivation speed. That's what Song Tianli's expected value is. Just now, I should have asked Emperor's language if there are any cultivation techniques to enhance the physical body. I rely on my own exercise, and it's still a little slow. Every time he exercised now, he could increase the strength of his fleshly body by a little bit. Over this period of time, the strength of his physical body had increased a lot. However, it still couldn't catch up with the speed at which he was absorbing energy. I'll burn a year of my lifespan first to boost the ability to enhance my fleshly body. With that, Song Tianli made his move. Soon, he felt as if something was slipping out of his body. At this moment, he clearly perceived the existence of his lifespan. He'll live another 96 years if he dies an unnatural death. It was about what he expected. Having just burned a year of my life, I'll only live 95 years. However, his ability to enhance his fleshly body had also increased by more than 3 times. With ability enhancement, it's stacking on top of the very first ability, not stacking on top of it after it's been stacked. It's like, after 100 enhances 1%, it's 101. Again, if you increase by 1%, it's 100 times 102%, not 101 times 101%. In this way, Song Tianli's ability to enhance his fleshly body reached more than 13 times, 10 times the efficiency of the office, plus more than 3 times what you get for burning a year of your life. It's just a shame that this can't be stacked, or else it wouldn't be 10 plus 3, it would be 10 times 3, 13 times, or a little less. Thinking of this, Song Tianli clenched his teeth and burned 10 years of his lifespan once again. That would give him another 85 years to live. If he broke through the Qifu realm, his lifespan would be extended. That lost lifespan comes back. At this moment, his ability to enhance his fleshly body was raised to almost 50 times. So much for efficiency. Thinking of this, Song Tianli began to exercise his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the number of detachments that could withstand cultivation. The more doppelgangers one cultivated at a time, the faster one's strength would grow. As strength continues to grow, it is possible to elevate the realm. The realm is elevated, and it extends life again. Lifespan is extended and can be used to enhance the ability to raise the physical body again. It's a virtuous circle, so to speak. When Song Tianli had just returned to the first floor after practicing all night, he received a message on top of his cell phone. Only Song Tianli himself knew that this message was sent by the Song family's housekeeper, Qian Shang. Usually, if it wasn't something more important, Qian Shang wouldn't take the initiative to send him a message. He opened his cell phone to see that it only had the number 2 on it. This number 2 represents the second most important thing. Song Tianli made a sort of order of things in the Song family. The first important thing was naturally something that concerned the Song family, or the survival of the members of the Song family. At first, when Song 13 was assassinated, he used a distress signal, showing the number 1. Although it was figured out later that it was a misunderstanding. The one those people wanted to assassinate wasn't Song 13, but Long Han. However, there were quite a few people from the Song family who acted at that time. This second most important thing was the record of the people he had previously instructed about the Divine Kingdom, which had changed more dramatically in the intervening period. In other words, it's who is likely to be the chosen one. Now Qian Shang had sent a number 2, which meant that he had already found at least one person who might be the chosen one. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and ordered a large plate of chicken with noodles, making a note of 2 special characters. It didn't take too long for a writer to deliver the takeout. Song Tianli opened the takeaway and found a stack of A4 paper inside, on which many words were densely recorded. Interspersed among them are many photographs. Song Tianli quickly skimmed through it. Wu Xiu Yuan, male, 21 years old. On top of this information, there were many accounts of Wu Xiu Yuan's deeds. Everything that has happened since I was a kid, up until last night, has been documented. Most of the deeds, they are sparse. All the events leading up to June 7th showed that Wu Xiu Yuan was an ordinary person, not even a cultivator. However, a lot of peculiar things have happened in recent times that are highlighted in red. On June 7th and 8th, 2 days disappeared for no reason. After returning on the evening of June 8th, he disappeared again on June 10th and appeared on June 11th. After seeing these 2 pieces of news, Song Tianli was already 30% certain that this Wu Xiu Yuan was a divine chosen. For June 7th and 8th were the very days that the divine gift was sent down. At that time, anyone who was chosen would be teleported into the middle of the divine chosen city to start the fight for the golden finger. Those who weren't chosen, even if they were strong, couldn't enter into the divine chosen city. This was also why, when the divine providence was first descended, those who were unsuspecting could only hide outside of the divine chosen city, but could not enter the city. The June 8th Goldfinger scramble ended when Wu Xiu Yuan showed up, which was just in time. It takes 3 days for the Goldfinger to fuse with the host, and it will be revealed on the 3rd day. In this way, Wu Xiuyuan disappeared again on June 10th. Understandably, he went to hide from his pursuers. As for how he managed to escape the others, this was something Song Tianli wasn't quite sure about. However, it was certain that any chosen of God, even those who only possessed the 3rd-class golden finger, were not oil-saving lamps. Don't underestimate any of the chosen, because no one knew what the chosen of God's golden finger was. It was natural to be unclear about their means of avoiding pursuit. Chapter 71, Analyzing Wu Xiuyuan. Just like He Tianrui from the Delicious Bistro back then, although he was not strong, but in the middle of his hotel, he could be invincible. The Delicious Bistro was the equivalent of his domain, and he could even block the 7 colored columns of light that were ejected when Goldfinger was exposed. So not only did he manage to avoid being hunted down when his golden finger was exposed, no one even realized that he was the chosen one at all. Except, of course, Song Tianli, the oldest 6. If Song Tianli hadn't guessed what He Tianrui's golden finger was, he wouldn't have been able to kill him even if he knew that he was a chosen of God. It was a pity that once the divine ruler came out, all the various means of the divine chosen were useless. That's why, when He Tianrui's golden finger was broken by Song Tianli's bite, he swung for the fences, because it's useless for him to have any more means. Song Tianli took his lifeblood. After having 30% certainty, Song Tianli continued to read the information. June 12th, playing games at the internet cafe all day. On June 13th, while playing a game at an internet cafe, he was extorted by 3 punks, who ended up being knocked out in minutes. On June 14th, playing games all day at an internet cafe. On June 15th, the punk he had previously knocked out called in 8 people to surround him, and it took 30 seconds to knock out 8 people. On June 16th, disguising his identity, he took out a ruby and sold it to a jewelry store for $10. 88 million. Source of jewelry, unknown. On June 17th, he passed the test and became a prospective disciple of the 4 Seasons of Pompeii. On June 18th, buy $20,000 worth of computers and play games at home all day. On June 19th, a punch blew out a wall. June 20th, played a full day of games at home. June 21st, played a full day of games at home. June 22nd, played a full day of games at home. On June 23rd, stopped a runaway car with his bare hands. On June 24th, the appearance changed and the height increased by about 3 centimeters. Seeing this information about Wu Xiuyuan, Song Tianli's certainty that the other party was a chosen of God increased to 90%. Wu Xiuyuan before June 7th was, by all accounts, an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. Without practicing, you can basically be considered a fine dog. However, after June 11th, everything started to turn upside down for him. It's very different from before, both in its own right and financially. Of course, on the surface, Wu Xiuyuan was as ordinary as ever. This was all because Song Tianli had activated Dark Shadow, or else it really wouldn't be easy to find out. The most important point was that the Shadow hadn't even found out where Wu Xiuyuan's ruby came from. This suggests that the ruby's origins are extraordinary, and that it could have been created out of nothing. This kind of trick to create something out of nothing is something that the average person could not pull off if they wanted to. Only the chosen are possible. After analyzing all the factors, Song Tianli was 90% sure about Wu Xiuyuan's identity as a divine chosen one. Of course, he didn't have any clue as to what kind of golden fingers the other party currently possessed. However, by analyzing the details of a person's life, one is able to analyze things related to Goldfinger. For example, he spent more time swiping short videos. If others knew about his identity as a chosen of God, and combined with his daily routine, it would be easy to analyze that his golden finger was related to short videos. Of course, that's not true. His golden handshake has nothing to do with short videos and everything to do with multiple choice questions. It's normal for his goldfinger to be conceptual, and conceptual goldfingers are harder to guess. And, with his more meticulous nature, no one would be able to detect his routine. After all, whether he was practicing or swiping his phone, he was in a more secluded place. There are diversions out there for cover. But, like He Tianrui, it's different. After determining that He Tianrui was a chosen one, Song Tianli was able to determine that his golden finger was related to cooking just by combining the other party's daily routine. Exactly how this is relevant will have to be analyzed line by line. Now, Song Tianli intended to analyze the possibilities related to Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger in conjunction with his daily routine. Typically, the most the chosen one does in a day, besides sleeping and practicing, is usually related to the golden finger. For example, in addition to practicing and sleeping, he was swiping his phone and looking for multiple choice questions. What He Tianrui did the most was cooking. The most this Wu Xiuyuan has done since the 11th is play games. although he has played games before, but not for this long in one day. Maybe his golden finger is related to the game. Song Tianli began his analysis. Of course, this was just his guess and not certain. He needs more data to be able to analyze and come to more accurate conclusions. It's just a pity that nowadays Wuxiu Yuan doesn't play games in internet cafes anymore, but buys computers and stays at home every day to play games. Otherwise, there's still a way to go sideways and get a word in edgewise. In the old days, Wuxiu Yuan's family was poor and didn't have a computer at all. It was after selling Ruby that I bought the computer. Thinking of this, Song Tianli took out his cell phone and sent 2 messages to Qian Shang. First, figure out what game he's playing. Second, buy the rubies he sold. Song Tianli thought carefully and felt that this ruby should be a breakthrough in guessing Wuxiu Yuan's golden finger. After all, the ruby's origins are a mystery. Once we figure out where the ruby came from, we might be able to determine the other side's golden handshake. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. According to his character, under normal circumstances, he would not risk his life. However, facing Wuxiu Yuan he had to do it himself, because he needed to use his ability to recognize lies to gauge the identity of Wuxiu Yuan's chosen one of God, as well as the possibilities associated with his golden finger. People are capable of disguises, and although the shadow could find out what Wuxiu Yuan had done, he was unable to judge the authenticity. Received. Very quickly, Song Tianli received a reply from Qian Shang. It's the same old rule. Dark and windy night. Murder and fire day. Song Tianli said as he looked at the sky after deleting the message sent by Qian Shang. It was just a little after dawn, and there was still a long way to go before late night. He decided that when it was dark, he would go and try to test Wuxiu Yuan. As for now, there's nothing to do, so I might as well sleep. Cultivating for a night allowed him to improve his strength by a large margin, but the exhaustion that comes with disarming the split is quite a bit. Sleep is the best way to relieve exhaustion. When Song Tianli woke up with a start, it was already noon. Starlight was still playing the game to herself, as she had done before. Tu stood in the yard, cell phone in hand, posing. Song Tianli walked in before realizing that Du was actually making a short video, and the shot is of herself. Chapter 72. Du wants to make a short video. With Du's white hair and flowing look, coupled with her outstanding face value, as well as her noble temperament, if she made short videos, it would be extremely appealing to some old colorful people. If Du really took selfies every day, I'm afraid it wouldn't take too long to attract a lot of fans. Just why would Du, as a former princess of the human race, do this? To be honest, it's a bit of a kick in the pants to do so. Of course, Song Tianli is not looking down on the personnel who shoot short videos. Everyone has their own way of living. Not that shooting short videos is bad. Rather, it wasn't quite appropriate to do so in the capacity of the emperor's language. It's inappropriate for the number one head of a country to be scratching his head at a screen every day. Are you planning to take the Netflix route? Song Tianli appeared at Du's side and looked at her as he asked. Tu had been playing with his cell phone for the past few days, so he had been able to understand what the term Netflix meant. Sort of, Whisper replied. Why? Song Tianli asked in disbelief. My father was once the human emperor of the human race, and all of his power came from the human race. The more prestige he has in the human race, the more powerful he will be. While I was asleep, my father passed on the throne of the human emperor to me. So, I am now considered the human emperor of the human race, but I have just appeared in this age, and no one else knows anything about me except you. As the human emperor, I must find a way to make all the people of the human race aware of my existence. After the last few days of learning about your era, I realized that making short videos is the easiest way to let people in God's country know about me. It's also the most effective and convenient way. The more people who know about me, the more my strength, the faster it grows. Emperor Language explained. Hearing her explanation, a flash of realization appeared on Song Tianli's face. He then said, why would Du do such a thing? That's a reason he can understand. Tu. Actually, I can probably understand your current situation, and to be able to understand a little bit of what you're thinking. Although, you do have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. You don't have to push yourself too hard and put yourself under too much pressure. After all, 10,000 years have passed, and the human race has grown up from its initial weakness after the degradation. Although most of them remain weak, there are still so many that have become giants and are supporting the human race. So, if you have something, you can just not carry it on your own. Say it. If I can help you, I will definitely do my best to help you. Song Tianli said to Du. Although true empathy did not exist in this world, he had experienced something similar. When he first crossed over, he was also ignorant of the world and wary of those around him. He is also slowly trying to open his heart and trust the people around him. As of today, there have been quite a few people that he could really trust. When Diyu heard Song Tianli say this, she didn't say anything and just looked at him fixedly. She did have a certain amount of trust in Song Tianli. After all, it was Song Tianli who had awakened her, led her away from the dungeon, and took her in again. However, because she was so unfamiliar with this era, she kept her guard up, both to Song Tianli, nor could he be 100% convinced. It wasn't that she speculated about others with malice, but her experiences prevented her from trusting someone all at once. So how do you want to help me? After a while, T-Whisper asked. Smash it with money, Song Tianli said forcefully. He had an idea as soon as he realized what Diyu was planning to do. Short videos aren't like anything else, and if you're willing to throw money at it, you can get all the people who swipe on short videos to do so, again and again. What do you mean? The emperor's language was puzzled. She already knew what money stood for in this day and age, but she didn't understand how exactly she was supposed to hit it with money. You may not know much about running short videos. Short-form video playback is something that can be paid for. 100 Shenzhou coins can be smashed out for 5,000 plays. If the leverage effect plays out well, 100 Divine State coins can even smash out hundreds of thousands of plays. The users of short videos in God's country are about 600 million to 1 billion. Let's even calculate it at 1 Divine State dollar and by 50 plays. A billion plays is only 20 million. Paying a mere $20 million will make you a household name. Song Tianli analyzed. For others, 20 million is a bit much, but to the Song family, $20 million was nothing. After all, the Song family's nominal young master, Song 13, had been randomly rewarded with millions and millions of dollars before. In a year, I'm afraid that the amount of Divine State coins rewarded out is no less than 100 million. Spending $20 million now to get Imperial word seen by all short-form video users isn't much of a stretch. Tian opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Regarding the things that Song Tianli said, although she didn't listen to too much, but seeing how confident he was, she always felt that it made sense, and that it could definitely be realized. Well, do you think it's okay? Song Tianli asked. If you're truly confident, then do as you wish. Diyu agreed with Song Tianli's approach. Anyway, it wouldn't do her any harm to do so. There was nothing else she could do at the moment. In case it works wonders, it's a windfall. Okay, if you agree, then you'll do as I say, Song Tianli suddenly said with a little bit of excitement. Next, Diyu could do as he wanted and cooperate with him in making short videos. Thinking about it made him a little impatient. Diyu's face value, coupled with her noble temperament and some of his creativity, hadn't directly taken all the users. By then, both men and women will fall under Her Majesty. Diyu. A nickname is needed for short video shoots. Are you just going to call it Imperial language? Or are you going to come up with a different name? Song Tianli then asked. It's called Imperial language. I am the human emperor, so the human race should naturally know my true name. The emperor's words replied. Okay, I get it. Just wait. In 3 days at the most, I'll make the 2 words, Imperial language, spread throughout the entire divine continent. Song Tianli said with confidence. After saying this, he said a word to Diyu and left. He then left and headed to the mall, because he had to buy some clothes, props, and filming tools that he would need for the shoot. The others hadn't seen Diyu, so he needed to be the personal gatekeeper for the size of the clothes and such. Since this doesn't involve Goldfinger, he doesn't have to lay low. Of course, shapeshifting still had to be used. P.S. Note that T-Whisper is only a female character, not the main female character. Chapter 73 3 Short Videos. It didn't take too long for Song Tianli to buy a video camera, a computer, and several sets of costumes. Before he crossed over, he studied computer programming in college. However, he didn't go on to become a programmer after graduation, but stepped into the industry of short videos. At the time, short videos were just emerging, and it was safe to say that everything was winding down. He is very knowledgeable when it comes to word creation because he has been trying to write novels since he was in high school. As a result, was hired as a screenwriter to plan and script short videos. As a behind-the-scenes crew, their team has brought out several internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers. The number of internet celebrities with over 1 million followers is even more numerous. During his working life, he also taught himself several skills such as editing, filming and directing. It's no exaggeration to say that he, alone, can hold up what a team has to do. He just didn't expect that after crossing over to the Divine Land, after many years, he would have to operate his old profession again. For this, Song Tianli was still quite happy. For him, it's not the short videos he shoots, it's the sentiment. T.U. will just shoot 3 short videos in total. First, explain who you are. Next, do whatever I say. After buying the stuff back, Song Tianli said to Diyu. He had come up with the script long before he left for the mall and on his way back. Good. Emperor Language nodded. She really didn't know anything about short videos, so she could only listen to Song Tianli's arrangement. Once everything was ready, Song Tianli began filming. First, video. Two groups of people dressed in black and white were fighting. Among them, the crowd dressed in white kept losing ground and was eventually surrounded by the crowd dressed in black. Darkness will eventually cover the land, and mankind will become slaves. Do you choose to surrender, or die? A man dressed in black and wearing a hideous mask said in an evil tone. There are only humans who die in battle, not slaves who surrender. We vow to die and surrender. A man dressed in white said, swear to surrender. Swear to surrender. The rest shouted in unison. Then we'll send you on your way. Shoot to kill. The man in the mask shouted, as his order was given. The many black-clothed men then rushed towards the white-clothed man. Boom! Right at this moment, a pillar of light descended from the sky and landed in front of the man in black. In an instant, all the black-clothed men who rushed over all flew backwards. Who is the visitor? The man in the mask raised his head and questioned loudly. The queen of the people. The emperor's word. At that moment, a majestic voice appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, a woman wearing a crown on her head and imperial robes descended from the sky. She didn't land fast, but her robes were windless and she looked domineering. We welcome the empress. The white-clothed man at the head of the group hurriedly half-kneeled and said, we greet the queen. We greet the queen. We greet the queen. And the rest of the white-robed men hurriedly shouted in unison. Their voices rose and fell, and although there were only dozens of them, they were imposing. Anyone who offends my human race will be executed even though they are far away. With that, Tu said. He launched an attack on those black-clothed men. For a time, flying sand and stones, the sky and earth changed color, and in the blink of an eye, all of the black-clothed men were all obliterated. From today onwards, the human race is under my guardianship. Tu turned around, looked at the camera, and said in a domineering manner. At this point, the camera gets further and further away from Tu's original, reflecting Tu's dominance, his face value, to the fullest. Song Tianli uses the best lenses and shoots every frame that doubles as wallpaper. This plot might seem a bit cliched if it was on the blue planet, but put it in God's country and it's rather bombastic. The lines are also quite overbearing, and the episode, in a half-truth, explains the identity of Emperor's language. T whisper, we're done with the first video. When I go back and tinker with it a little, it'll be ready for publication. Next, let's start shooting the second video. Song Tianli said. Those black-clothed men and white-clothed men just now were all his doppelgangers. With the alter ego, there's no need to hire a group actor at all. And, all of this without dangling, without special effects, giving a great visual impact. Song Tianli is confident that the plot, filming techniques, filming equipment, money attack, a combination of factors, the emperor language of this video is bound to explode. He could even predict what the comments section would say. The phrases "we welcome the empress" and "those who violate our race will be executed even if they are far away" will surely explode the entire comment section. It's his instinct as a screenwriter who has made multiple breakout videos. Good. Emperor Language nodded. She also thought that the rendition she had just given was quite good. At least it was much better than what she had imagined herself shooting. The second video. The content is much simpler. The emperor's language was armed with a lance and wearing armor, but still wearing a crown on his head. Evil spirits have descended, and the people are not happy. Are you willing to fight with me? The emperor spoke forcefully. Zhang San of Qianzhou, willing to follow the empress. Taimei Kai of Kunzu is willing to follow the empress. Zhang Nan of Burgundy, willing to follow the empress. Li Qiye of Kanzhou, willing to follow the empress. Xin Feng of the Central State, willing to follow the empress. Lin Bei of Sundown State, willing to follow the empress. The many humongous generals played by Song Tianli's bilocations shouted one after another. T Whisper then turned his head and looked at the camera once more. By my strength, by my wish, by my blood, I offer myself as a sacrifice, only for the destruction of the enemy, though I die. Kill, Emperor's speech said, and rushed forward with his lance in hand. Behind him, a multitude of humongous generals followed close behind. Third video content. Du was covered in blood, holding a long spear, half kneeling on the ground, looking seriously injured. She was surrounded by severed limbs and arms, and looked bloody as hell. The empress of the human race, Empyrean language, asks for another battle, she said, leaning on her spear and standing up with great difficulty. Only, just as she stood up, she spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then her body fell straight down. My people, I'm sorry, I tried my best. The lance in Empyrean's hand fell to the ground, and she said with lax eyes, pulling his head slowly away. T Whisper's body collapsed next to the many corpses. When the last end of the shot was finished, A trace of sadness suddenly flashed within Song Tianli's heart, because he feared that one day the scene he had just filmed would become present. The reason he designed such a script was not just to account for the identity of Tu. More importantly, he hoped that if and when that day did come, there would be a lot of people who would follow the imperial word. For the sake of the human race, I have no regrets even though I die. Tragedy is always easy to empathize with. It was just that he was very reluctant to have that last scene become true. Chapter 74, The Source of the Human Emperor's Ability. Du. For the third short video, let's reshoot it with a different script. Suddenly, Song Tianli said to Du. He didn't want the end of Ti to really be that way, so he wanted to rewrite it. Nah, I think the third video is pretty good. This may be my fate in the future. What Song Tianli didn't expect was for Du to refuse. She seemed to sense something and didn't look in a very high mood. No, the third video has to be res hot. It's not your destiny. It's just a script I wrote on a whim. Since it's a script, it can be modified. I'm the writer and the director. So listen to me. The third video is reshot. Song Tianli said very firmly at this time. With a tone like that, it would never occur to anyone who knew him well that he was talking about just a short video. There's no need for that, Emperor's speech said as he shook his head once again. If you don't, then I won't publish the video that was shot earlier. He couldn't beat the imperial language in a fight, so he could only threaten in such a way. Alright then, T-words had to compromise. Refilmed short videos with simpler content. Under a mountain. The crowd was frolicking and relaxing. The camera pulls farther and farther away, eventually appearing on a mountain of breathtaking beauty. The camera slowly moves up from the mountain, and the emperor's language, dressed in emperor's robes, slowly appears. She stood at the top of the hill, overlooking the crowds of people frolicking and playing at the bottom. The people live in peace and happiness. This emperor is satisfied. After saying this, T-Say turned his body, and the camera switched instantly. Originally dressed in imperial robes, Du put on a red dress and danced on top of the mountain. For the dance, T-Whisper had learned. The dance she was doing now was classical and full of flavor, and every move exudes nobility and dominance. It can be said that seconds kill all the dancers in God's country. Tio tells him that this dance is exclusive to their family, also known as the royal dance. Only jump up when something universal happens. Song Tianli took the opportunity to shoot a short video and had a great time. Only after shooting the 3 videos did Song Tianli and Du go back. The footage shot doesn't need special effects, just a little editing, some music, and it's ready to be uploaded. For these, Song Tianli was lightly familiar, so it didn't take long for him to finish editing 3 short videos. The first one uploaded. Naturally, once it was uploaded, he passed on the message to Shanson, and then began the process of dropping money and running the operation. The Song family has made their business so big over the years, so they naturally have their own means. They utilized some means that others couldn't inquire about, and very quickly, Du's video exploded on various short video platforms. As Taiyu's first video went viral, her follower count went through the roof. Looking at the number of fans rubbing up in the background, Song Tianli turned his head to look at Du. How about all this fan growth? Is it working for you? It's working. I can already feel my strength starting to grow. It's just that, because of the people nowadays, they are all too weak, so my strength isn't growing very fast. Emperor Language said. The stronger the people who knew her, the more feedback they gave her, and the faster her strength grew. However, the strength of the people in the divine continent now was far too different compared to the people 10,000 years ago. As a result, the growth of Emperor's Language's strength was not generally slow. The good thing is, it's slow, but it's growing. The people of the divine land are weaker, but they are better in numbers. A little goes a long way, and quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. When enough people know about you, the speed at which your strength grows naturally becomes faster. Song Tianli said. After his previous chat with Empyrean, he knew that in Empyrean's time and their time, the population did not exceed 10 million. And now, the population of the Divine Kingdom, which is more than 1 billion, has increased by hundreds of times. It does add up. Looking at Du, Song Tianli's heart suddenly felt that this ability of Du's was a bit like that of a chosen one. For example, Goldfinger is using his popularity to enhance his strength. The higher the visibility, the faster the strength grows. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that it was like a Goldfinger. Empyrean, you said before that while you were sleeping, your father passed the human emperor throne to you. Is it only after you became a human emperor that you possessed this ability where the more people who know about you, the faster your strength grows? Song Tian ideally thought about it and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yes, according to my father, this ability can only be mastered by successive human emperors. Emperor Language replied. And do you know how this ability was born? Or rather, What is the principle of this ability? Although it's a bit reckless to ask, but he felt that with his relationship with Du nowadays, if he asked, Du shouldn't think much of it. This ability, it was there before my father. Exactly how it was born, I'm not sure. What the principle is, I don't know. The emperor's language questioned the three unknowns. Although she had lived for 180 years, she wouldn't have paid much attention to this at all before because she had never been an adult and was carefree. She, the so-called human emperor, was also unknowingly and passively accepted. So, Song Tianli didn't say anything else. If this ability of the so-called successive human emperors was in fact a golden finger inheritance, then this meant that the golden finger had existed for a very long time. It's not something that's only appeared on the divine continent over the years. According to the information he had gotten, in recent years, Goldfinger had appeared once every 100 years. The number of gold fingers that appear each time is indeterminate. Although between the chosen of God, there was competition, basically encountering, you will die. In the end, the chosen one who survives is not necessarily just the only one, like he and He Tianrui did. Therefore, it was possible that in certain unknown corners of the divine continent, there were still gods chosen who had survived before. They could, of course, have become gods. After all, the divine continent had always been a place where the goal of many cultivators was to become a god. He knew too little information now to analyze anything about this area. Moreover, knowing this kind of thing wouldn't do Song Tianli any good, but rather increase his anxiety for nothing. Life advice, it's hard to be confused. Thus, Song Tianli shook his head, putting all these thoughts in his mind. Behind him, his current level was still a long way from knowing these things. The most important thing for him right now was to find a way to raise his strength. When his strength rose up, the level he was exposed to would naturally be higher. In time, the information that is learned grows. At the moment, he closed his eyes and began to wait for darkness. After dark, he was going to meet Wuxiu Yuan for a while. Chapter 75, Making up a Heavenly Father out of thin air. Darkness crept in, as if the earth had been veiled in black. Tonight the clouds cover the moon, so it's dark. Song Tianli took advantage of the night and quietly left the villa. It didn't take too long for him to arrive near Wuxiu Yuan's house. Still the same as before when he explored the delicious bistro. He split into two doppelgangers, one in front of the other, and headed towards Wuxiu Yuan's house. With his current strength, the doppelganger couldn't be too far away from the main body. Once the distance is too far, the split dissipates. Otherwise, Song Tianli wouldn't have traveled so far on his own, and would have just let his doppelganger come directly. Wuxiu Yuan's family was in a bad condition, living in a place that was not much better than the slum area Song Tianli had lived in before. Although now he had sold the ruby and gotten tens of millions of divine coins. However, he did not purchase a house and continues to live in a ramshackle house. He also knew that becoming too rich all of a sudden would definitely attract some attention. He must first live and develop obscenely. The chosen of God are all old sixes, and that, no one needs to be taught. Song Tianli's doppelganger went through a disguise and entered Wuxiu Yuan's house. At this time, Wuxiu Yuan was still playing the game and looked to be in excellent condition. Since Song Tianli didn't play online games, he didn't recognize what the game on Wuxiu Yuan's computer was. He approached his opponent cautiously, intending to strike a blow. However, at this very moment, all of a sudden, Song Tianli's doppelganger felt that his body was bound by something and was unable to move at all. Meanwhile, Wuxiu Yuan, who was playing the game, sensed something and looked over. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Wuxiu Yuan asked as he looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger. What kind of demonic spell is this? Quickly let go of me or I'll get you killed. Song Tianli said as he revealed a fierce look. His current persona is that of an unsuspecting home invader. He struggled with all his might as he spoke, but he realized that his body wasn't listening to him at all. He was still under his own control, except for his mouth and brain, which were, in every way, fixed. He felt as if he had turned into a rock. Sneaking in here in the middle of the night. I don't think it's a good person. In that case, die. Rage explosion. Wuxiu Yuan said and raised his palm. Only a pillar of blood-red light was seen erupting from his hand. In an instant, Song Tianli's detachment was destroyed. When the split was destroyed, all the information was fed back into Song Tianli's main body. Definitely a divine chosen. This time, Song Tianli raised the possibility of Wuxiu Yuan being a divine chosen to 100%. If he wasn't a chosen one, it was impossible for him to have the means he had just used. Not only was he able to immobilize himself, he was also able to destroy his detachment with the lift of a hand. That strike just now had at the very least the strength of the four hidden realms. Wuxiu Yuan before June 7th was an ordinary person. To be able to have such great strength in such a short period of time, one could only be a chosen of God. If it's the chosen one, let's have some fun. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli said, once again splitting out numerous doppelgangers. He was only here today to test the other party's bottom line, so it was important to force the other party's hand as much as possible. In this way, he could get to know each other better. Song Tianli's split-off doppelganger used the transformation technique and turned into countless black-robed men in black nightclothes. Very quickly, these black-clothed men surrounded all of Wu Xiuyuan's home. Wu Xiuyuan, after our investigation, we have been convinced that you are a chosen of God. Now I'll give you a chance to serve our Heavenly Father. Otherwise, we will kill you on the spot today, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said. It was a reason for action he had just come up with. When he said that, it was easy to think that they were an organization. Since you know I'm the chosen one, how dare you come and seek death? All of you get out before I do, or else I will definitely make you guys have no return. Wu Xiuyuan said with an icy voice. He was extraordinarily puzzled as he said this. He's been keeping a rather low profile for a while now. When did he reveal that he's a chosen one? He thought back carefully on what he had been doing for a while, and it didn't seem like he had done much except play games. Why exactly was the identity of the chosen one revealed? Let us have our way. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Take him down for me, and if he resists, shoot him on sight. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said. His current persona is that of a petty chief. With his command, the other doppelgangers all acted. They didn't charge forward foolishly, but used a variety of different attacks. Only 4 doppelgangers were seen, taking a step forward and forming seals with their hands. At once, the shadows under their feet turned into a rope and headed towards Wu Xiuyuan. It's none other than Kagom's watchword, shadow mimicry. From Naruto, Sung Tenri was able to use the skills of characters from Naruto, not just Naruto's multiple shadow doppelgangers, all the characters' skills he can use. It was only because his current strength was still weak, so some of the more powerful skills could not be used yet, such as Susanoo, such as the true thousands of hands, but some basic skills he could easily use. The 4 doppelgangers used the shadow mimicry technique, from 4 different directions, trying to bind Wu Xiuyuan. There are still 4 doppelgangers, fighting in close quarters and using Kiba Whirlwind. 4 doppelgangers use Tooth Tongue. 4 doppelgangers use Shuriken, and 1 person uses the heart-to-heart technique for control. All in all, the attack of those detachments of Song Tianli gave off a feeling that it really felt like a mysterious and huge organization. Everyone in the organizations has different tactics. In a sense, Song Tianli can also be described as an organization. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was still weak, the energy stored in his detachment was very limited. He directly materialized all the characters in Naruto. At that time, the 12 little powerhouses of Kiba, the successive Naruto, the successive Mizukage, the Wind Shadow, the Earth Shadow, the Dawn Organization, and other famous ninjas. These characters, if they came out with their abilities, ask how many people would be able to stop them. To say he's an organization is a bit of an understatement. Facing the cooperation between Song Tianli's detachments, Wu Xiuyuan did not panic. With a flip of his palm, a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He quickly swung the long sword in his hand, and immediately, a pillar of light broke through the ground, raising layers of airwaves. In an instant, these airwaves and the attacks of Song Tianli's many doppelgangers collided together. Chapter 76, A Match Between the Chosen of God. Boom boom boom. Above the ground, a shocking boom came from the sky. When the attacks of both sides collided together, the surrounding area was instantly overflowing with energy, and all of the earth on the ground was lifted up. In the midst of the energy storm, a silhouette rose up into the sky. It was Wu Xiuyuan. At this moment, a huge Gatling appeared in his hand. He shook his Gatling and swept it wildly at Song Tianli's doppelganger. Ta-da-da-da-da. The Gatling, which was glowing with blue light, didn't give Song Tianli's doppelganger a chance to get close enough to attack. Earthen evasion. Earthen stream wall. Song Tianli's doppelganger, with his palms against the ground, a wall appeared around him, blocking Gatling's attack. Seeing that the attack was blocked by the earth wall, the Gatling in Wu Xiuyuan's hand suddenly turned into a red energy cannon. He pulled the trigger straight away. Boom! A huge column of energy came towards the earthen wall. Triple Rashomon. In the face of such an attack, Song Tianli summoned out the Triple Rashomon. The energy pillar's attack was powerful, but it didn't shatter the Rashomon. And at that moment, from above the sky, a large bird flew down. The colors with Big Bird are a bit dull and look as if they were painted. It's exactly the Super Beast pseudo-painting. At the moment, there were a few people standing on the body of this big bird. They rubbed pills in their hands and smashed them at Wu Xiuyuan. These guys were already close, and it was too late for Wu Xiuyuan to use his energy cannon and Gatling to attack if he wanted to. Just then, the energy cannon in his hand disappeared. In its place, it was the long red blade from before. He quickly swung his longsword, and instantly a huge crossblade aura appeared in front of him. The spiral maru in the hands of Song Tianli's doppelganger collided with the crossblade chi. Boom! The collision of the attacks once again gave off a loud rumbling sound. The energy wave from the collision rippled to Wu Xiuyuan. Pooh! He directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking badly injured. Injured! Song Tianli's main body, which was observing the place from afar with its white eyes, said with a bit of delight. He hadn't expected that Wu Xiuyuan would be injured before the two sides had even exchanged blows. A few more times like this, and Wu Xiuyuan will still be dead? He could already tell that although this Wu Xiuyuan's strength wasn't weak, his combat experience was too poor. Many times, the most correct response was not made. Although Wu Xiuyuan was injured, he had also temporarily escaped from Song Tianli's detachment. Immediately after that, he flipped his palm and a somewhat sweet mineral water bottle appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the lid and took a big gulp. In the next second, his face, which was originally a bit pale, unexpectedly became rosy. Song Tianli saw that the injuries on his body had turned better in an instant. Asterisk 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 with drugs? This thing's effect is a bit similar to the life potion, Song Tianli said with a frown. Of course, of this he was not certain. After all, there are many more like it. So, he had the doppelganger start the attack again. He needed to see more of Wu Xiuyuan's performance and come up with more information. The battle continues. Song Tianli was now at the 5th hidden realm, and his identity possessed the strength of the 4th hidden realm. As for Wu Xiuyuan, he was only at the 4th hidden realm right now, so he was a bit frazzled in the face of the attack from Song Tianli's doppelganger. After another minute of fighting, he was hurt again, and the energy in his body was so depleted that it had basically bottomed out. His figure flickered and he quickly retreated backwards. Backing away, the somewhat sweet mineral water bottle came back out in his hand. When he took a few sips, the injuries on his body disappeared again. At the same time, with a flip of his palm, he took out another Kong Shuifu's mineral water bottle and took a big gulp. After a few sips, the energy in his body, which was already depleted, was filled up. This is a blue potion, isn't it? Song Tianli's essence muttered to itself. From this momentary exchange just now, he was already certain that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was definitely related to the game. This drink that heals wounds and restores blue is like the life and blue potions in the game. Kill! Song Tianli's doppelganger let out a shout, and immediately, the other doppelgangers, once again, rushed towards Wu Xiuyuan. Do you really think I can't do anything about you guys? I was going to live with it for a while, but now I'm not, Wu Xiuyuan said, and with a flip of his palm, he took out a few books. He slapped the books together. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. 5 hidden realms now. This breakthrough is even easier than it was for me. Song Tianli's original body was dumbstruck when it saw this scene. He hadn't expected that Wu Xiuyuan's breakthrough would be accomplished in a split second. He was now a bit unbalanced even with 1,000 times the cultivation speed. He also wanted to break through so comfortably and didn't want to cultivate bitterly every day. However, at this time, he was thinking more about what the book that had just allowed Wu Xiuyuan to make a breakthrough was. What book has such an effect? No good. Someone else is coming. At this time, Song Tianli observed with his white eyes that there were actually other cultivators that were rapidly approaching the place. So, he gave orders to all of his doppelgangers to make a retreat. This sudden scene confused Wu Xiuyuan, who was preparing for a big battle. Why are these people leaving all of a sudden? The battle between them was not divided yet. However, he didn't pursue it either, because he couldn't chase down so many people on his own. Moreover, it would be bad if the other party had set up a trap in order to lure him over. There is something to be said for being poor. It wasn't long after Song Tianli left, when suddenly several black shadows appeared. Not good. I have to slip away. Wu Xiuyuan's figure flickered and disappeared as well. The figures that appeared looked at the place that had turned into ruins with serious faces. Can you find out who was fighting here just now? What a powerful energy fluctuation. And the energy that remains here is extremely strange. I've never seen it before and I can't tell where it came from at all. A man in black said, reporting to the group leader. We haven't found anyone suspicious either. Another black shadow replied. Since there have been no casualties here, forget it. Attention you all. Any cultivator that dares to strike in the city and injure the people will be killed directly without amnesty. The man known as the group leader said. Yes, the others said respectfully. Ever since the Divine Chosen appeared, the 9 great states have not been peaceful. Something like this tonight is definitely not a coincidence. I'm afraid it's going to come up a lot in the future. So keep your eyes peeled. In the meantime, see if you can draw more fresh blood. We're a little busy at this point in the inspection team. Yes. After a few people finished speaking, they turned around and left. They came and left quickly. Chapter 77, Guest Wu Xiuyuan's Golden Finger. After the people from the inspection team left, among the ruins, a silhouette appeared. It was Wu Xiuyuan. It's the Heavenly Father again. And the inspection team. My identity as a chosen of God has been exposed. I can't stay here any longer. Slipping away. Wu Xiuyuan said, then turned around and sped off in the opposite direction of where the inspection team had left. As for his home, he didn't even bother to clean it up. He had been mentally prepared for all of this long after he became a chosen one. He knew that sooner or later, his identity as a chosen of God would be exposed. Someone can always be the oldest 6, but no one can be the oldest 6 all the time. One day, even the most well-groomed old 6 will be exposed for all to see. It's just, a little earlier, a little later. What Wu Xiuyuan didn't expect was that he had been exposed so early. It's like playing a game of chicken and being exposed to the first wave of brush poison before you even get to the final round. After Wu Xiuyuan left, a rock flipped over and one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers drilled out. He had asked his doppelganger to stay behind just to see what kind of people were coming. Also, will Wu Xiuyuan reveal more information? Inspection team, it looks like we'll have to keep a low profile from now on, Song Tianli said. Of the inspection team he was aware. The inspection team was the official organization of the Kyushu, and they existed for one duty, and that was to protect the ordinary people of the land of Kyushu. Ordinary people are too weak for cultivators. If no one cares about their deaths, I'm afraid that it won't take too long for the people of the land of the 9 states to flee away dead or wounded. When that happens, God will be finished. After all, the people are the foundation of a world. A building, without a foundation, might collapse in a gust of wind. Song Tianli wasn't too worried about Wu Xiuyuan's departure. As long as he was still in the 9 great states, with the distribution of the shadows, it would be very easy to find him. He already had a guess about Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger, and as long as he found some convincing evidence, he could be 100% sure. Once Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was identified, then he was a piece of meat on his own plate. As long as Song Tianli was willing, he could eat Wu Xiuyuan in minutes. The night was gloomy, and except for the 2 parties involved, no one knew that a battle between the chosen of God had just taken place under this night. In this battle, no one had the upper hand, and it could be considered a tie. Of course, this was because Song Tianli had only used the doppelganger. If he had joined the fight in his own body, the balance of the battle would have been tilted long ago. However, with Song Tianli's character, it was absolutely impossible to let his main body go down to the battlefield without 100% certainty. It was already late at night when he returned to the villa, and after he manifested more than 100 doppelgangers to cultivate his main body, went to rest. Early the next morning, he received a message on his cell phone. Adventurer Warrior, name of the game. When Song Tianli saw this message, his face was delighted. He had previously asked Shen Sheng to check what game Wu Xiuyuan was playing, and this was the result of the query. So he went to his room, downloaded the game, and played it. The only way to prove your previous suspicions is to be familiar enough with this game. After a period of familiarization, Song Tianli discovered that there were many different characters in this game, playing with swords, guns, knives, crosses, and summoners. Song Tianli first chose a character who played with swords and created a character. He named the character, I Have a Sword. This game is not hard to play and there is a newbie guide. The mode of the game, too, is very simple. Fighting monsters and upgrading. When you enter maps in different places, you will encounter different monsters. After killing these monsters, some items will be dropped. There's equipment, materials, life and blue potions. Anyway, some common items found in the game are there. There are also different rewards for clearing out the monsters in each map. Sometimes, it's just a few simple materials and equipment that adds a little bit of attribute. However, there are times when experience books are rewarded. After using the experience book, the character's experience can be increased. Once the experience value reaches a certain point, the character will upgrade. Upgraded, their own attributes will increase. Experience book. So it's an experience book. Wu Xiuyuan. This time I'll see if you still die. Song Tianli laughed loudly at this time. He hadn't played many games before, so he didn't know much about props like experience books. This was so much so that when he fought with Wu Xiuyuan earlier, he didn't recognize the experience book at first glance. However, he had just played the game for a while and already had some knowledge about it. The skills that Wu Xiuyuan had used before, as well as the items, all looked like props in this game. Now, Song Tianli was 100% certain that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was related to the game. How it was related to the game, though, he wasn't 100% sure at this point. Items and character skills from adventurers and warriors. Or is it turning the virtual into the real? Or maybe it's not just limited to adventurers and warriors. He can materialize items from whatever game he's in. To understand this thoroughly, Song Tianli needed more information. The more detailed information you know about the golden finger, the more favorable it will be for you when you invite the divine referee in the future. If it's just guessing right about Goldfinger, a little bit of something relevant, it's not enough to kill the other person. Thinking of this, Song Tianli continued to play the game. Preferably, he would be able to master this game thoroughly, which would facilitate his judgment. Anyway, he didn't have anything to do right now, so he might as well play the game and relax. Yu Jibo, how dare you go behind my back and do this? Just at this time, a low voice suddenly sounded behind Song Tianli. It startled him so much that goosebumps rose all over his body. He turned his head and found Starlight staring straight at him, and in his eyes, there was indignation. That expression looked as if his girlfriend had cheated on him and was caught in the act. Starlight, don't you know how to knock when you enter a room? And silently, scared me to death, Song Tianli said with a bit of palpitations. He admitted that he had just been careless, so engrossed in the game that he hadn't noticed Starlight's entrance. In the future, he'll have to grow a pair. It was fortunate that it was Starlight. If any other scheming person had come in, wouldn't they have gotten away with it? Of course, another important point is that Starlight is very strong. If he wanted to come in quietly, ordinary people wouldn't really be able to notice. P.S. Happy 520 to everyone. Chapter 78, The Resurrection Coin. Well, Yu Jibo, I treat you like a brother, and you take me. Daisuke, you're playing a game and you didn't even call me? Eating alone? Ha, sure enough, a new generation. Only the new man laughs, not the old man cries. Having a pretty little girl has changed my attitude towards me. I was wrong to pay for it after all, Starlight said in a very pretentious voice. Those who didn't know would have thought that he had been abandoned by Song Tianli. Starlight, can you stop being so bloomy all the time? It's not like you're a yin-yang person. Shady, rotten ass, Song Tianli said. Ha, I'm shady? Is it me who's shifty? Aren't there some people who are bigots? Before, when it was just the two of us, you even cared about me from time to time and asked me about my game level. Ever since that pretty little girl from TU came, I've been a dispensable presence. You've been accompanying people's little girls, shooting videos and editing copy, so you've been very attentive. What about me? What am I now? I'm just a pet for your amusement, to think of and tease twice. When you don't think about it, let it fend for itself, Starlight said in the tone of an idle theater heroine. Starlight, are you seriously ill? If you're sick, I'll take you to see a doctor. Why are you acting like a whiny woman now? Song Tianli said with a bit of good humor and a bit of amusement. He didn't know when Starlight had, well, become like this. Sorry, wrong scene to use. You pretend nothing just happened and I'll do it again. This time, before Starlight could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Song Tianli. Just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. Song Tianli asked bluntly. This game you're playing looks like a lot of fun. I want to play it too. You buy me a computer. This thing, let's call it a computer, Starlight asked. He had brushed up on short videos about computers before, but didn't realize that they could also be used to play games. He had just appeared behind Song Tianli for some time. After watching Wang Clamor play the game Adventurer Warrior for a while, he felt as if it was more fun than King's Pesticide. Wouldn't he be sorry if he didn't play such a fun game? Next time, if you have something to say directly, don't speak in this kind of yin and yang tone again, Song Tianli said a bit helplessly. He realized that Starlight's like this was definitely not caused by having lost her memory. Definitely the way he was meant to be. There's a saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature can't be changed. A person doesn't have a drastic personality change just because they lose their memory. I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you buy me a computer and let me play this game. I can create opportunities for you to heat things up quickly with that little girl. How about I promise to be the best wingman ever? Starlight asked. I'll have someone bring you the computer in a bit. You might as well go play king now. By the way, aren't you going to be the number one in the country? What? Giving up? Song Tianli asked suspiciously. Give up? You're underestimating me too. In 3 days at most, I will surely top the number one rank in the country. 3 days later, I topped the number one position in the country, and this game will be no more difficult for me. So, I thought I'd come to you and ask if there were any other more difficult games I could play. I didn't realize that you were secretly playing by yourself in your room. The most tested thing about King's Pesticide is hand speed and operation ability. And this kind of game, for Starlight, is a little too easy. With only a little time, you can become the number one in the country. So, he wanted a challenge that was a little different. Want to play a difficult game? Okay, then I'll recommend a game. It's called Interstellar. Song Tianli directly recommended what he considered to be one of the hardest games. Is this game hard? I'm not playing if it's not hard, Starlight said with a little bit of arrogance. Let me put it to you this way. There are several games on the market where there is a chain of contempt. Those who play Interstellar look down on those who play Warcraft. Those who play Warcraft look down on those who play Dagger Tower. Those who play Dagger Tower look down on those who play Alliance. Those who play Alliance look down on those who play King Pesticide. The reason why it's looked down upon is that it's not as difficult to operate. You play King Pesticide. At the bottom of this contempt chain. Song Tianli said. What? It's actually the bottom? I've long seen that a game this simple is not worthy of me. So it's the bottom end of the game. I'm going to play Interstellar. And I'm going to kill it in the middle of it. Immediately, Starlight stated that she had lost interest in King Pesticide. Because, even if he took the number 1 spot in the country, he was still just the bottom of the barrel. It's something he can't stand. Why don't you play King first? And when the computer gets here, I'll teach you how to play Interstellar. Although the King is relatively easier. The number 1 in the national service isn't that easy to take. I hope you weren't blowing awesome before. Song Tianli said. Blow powerful? There are thousands of sword immortals in the sky, and they need to lower their eyebrows when they see me. I, the Starlight Emperor, who alone has ruled the ages, need to blow awesome? Just wait. Within 3 days, I will definitely take the number 1 position in the country. I'll never touch Starlight for a second until I take the number 1 spot in the country. Starlight said with confidence. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. We'll see you in 3 days. Starlight said before turning to leave. He fought to take the number 1 position in the country as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't be told by Song Tianli that he was bragging. After waiting for Starlight to leave, Song Tianli continued to play Adventurer Warrior. Although, he was already certain that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was related to this game. The reason why I continue to play now is to familiarize myself with the skills, materials, props, and other things in this game. In the future, if he met Wu Xiuyuan again, he would have a rough idea about his attacks. In this way, you can know your enemy. Only if you know yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles. I'm sprouting. This is a resurrection coin? Suddenly, Song Tianli's eyes widened. Because, when he played the game just now, he completed a quest and got a resurrection coin. Resurrection coins, as the name suggests, are things that come back from the dead. It's something that, while it's a nice prop in the middle of the game, it's not too outrageous. After all, characters in the game, when they die, can be resurrected outside the map. So the resurrection coins are only the icing on the cake. But it would be outrageous if this appeared in the real world. It's something that can bring people back from the dead. P.S. Starting tomorrow with a good update. Chapter 79, Breakthrough. If Wu Xiuyuan possessed the resurrection coin, then his level of danger would have to be enhanced a bit more. And there's 5 seconds of invincibility after resurrecting with resurrection coins. Those 5 seconds can do a lot sometimes. For the strong, not to mention 5 seconds. Sometimes 1 or 2 seconds were enough to reverse the tide of a battle. Besides, since it's a resurrection coin, chances are there's more than one. In case there are a lot of resurrection coins, it's an almost undead existence. This is something that even my Peach cards can't compare to. Song Tianli said enviously. The G-Peach cards also have the ability to resurrect, but there are so few of them. Only 4. When it runs out, it's gone. But resurrection coins are different. Song Tianli just played this game for half a day and got a resurrection coin. If you play for a longer period of time, the amount of resurrection coins that you can get is definitely more. That would really make you a little strong. Just as Song Tianli was thinking about this, suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a familiar number. He didn't hesitate to put it through. Hello, your takeout. A man's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Usually if Qian Sheng had something that needed to be delivered to Song Tianli, he would send a delivery man. This delivery man is a member of the Song family's inner circle. So, Song Tianli manifested a doppelganger and went to get takeout. The takeout was simple. A Xiaolong bao, and 2 eggs. When Song Tianli picked up one of the eggs, he sensed something was wrong. Because, this egg is quite a bit heavier than the average egg. He casually crushed the egg. Sure enough, it wasn't really eggs. Underneath the eggshell was encased a red gemstone. Song Tianli instantly guessed the origin of this gem. This was the same gem that Wu Xiuyuan had previously sold for 10.88 million Shenzhou coins under a different identity. Pink gemstone. The moment he saw the gem, Song Tianli recognized its origin. This is a gemstone used for decoration amongst the adventurer warriors. No added attributes, but very nice. However, the gem in front of me was not exactly the same as the one in the game. This looks as if it's been handled. It's understandable when you think about it. After all, this stuff is from amongst the adventurer warriors. There are few people who play this game. Once the thing appears as it was originally intended, then some people who are more familiar with the game will recognize it. In this way, Wu Xiuyuan may be exposed. Wu Xiuyuan was also an old 6. so he could naturally think of this possibility. So, he used some means to take the look of this pink gem and do something about it. So much so, that even if someone who was more familiar with Adventurer Warrior would not recognize the pink gem after seeing it, at best, I think, it's kind of like that. After all, although pink gems were rare, they were not unheard of in the land of the gods. Now that there is such an extra one, no one usually notices it if they are not particularly concerned about it. Wu Xiaoyuan had never thought to death that there would be Song Tianli, or rather, that there would be such a group of people under Song Tianli, staring at all the abnormal people like a pervert. The first time he struck a gem, he was spotted. Song Tianli had laid out his plans for 20 years, spending the majority of the Song family's fortune to lay shadows in the 9 states. It's not for show. I'm now 80% sure that Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger is to materialize skills or items from within the game Adventurer Warrior into the present. Song Tianli thought silently. Before, he was just sure that Wu Xiaoyuan's golden finger was related to the game, but I don't know if it's related to just one game or all of them. After seeing the pink jewel, he could be sure that there was an 80% chance that it was related to only one game, Adventurer Warrior, because, if it was related to all the games, then Wu Xiaoyuan would not have to go through all the trouble of using some means to change the appearance of the pink gem. He'll just play the game gold miner straight through. That way, he could bring out the gold in the game. Gold is something that is much more common than gemstones. Selling fewer of them wouldn't arouse suspicion in others. Of course, the reason why it's 80% sure, that there are other possibilities. Later, when you see Wu Xiaoyuan again, use your lie detector ability to swindle him. As long as he caught the loopholes in Wu Xiaoyuan's words, he would be able to do so with 100% certainty. Once 100% certain, then Wu Xiaoyuan was nothing more than meat on a slab for Song Tianli. After having 80% certainty, Song Tianli shut the game down. He didn't particularly enjoy playing the game, and had played it before just to have an understanding of Wu Xiaoyuan's gold finger. Now that it's basically established, there's no need for it. Split, disarm. While Song Tianli's main body was playing the game, his doppelganger was hard at work cultivating. Now, having lifted the split, instantly, countless energies surged towards his body. The Qi Mansion is going to become a reality. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Song Tianli suddenly said with a bit of surprise. During this period of time, he had been grasping the time to cultivate, in order to make an early breakthrough. Now it's finally time to break through. 1300 times the speed of cultivation. It really wasn't something to sneeze at. Song Tianli manifested a doppelganger to stay in the room while his main body came into the middle of the basement. Afterwards, he manifested 4 more detachments to guard his 4 directions, and his main body sat down cross-legged and began a breakthrough. To want to break through from the 5 hidden realms to the Qi Fu realm was not an easy task. After all, there was a heavenly gap between the Qi Fu realm and the 5 hidden realms. He took the aura from the 5 divine collections and condensed it into a single center. The situation is a bit like that of 5 rivers in different directions that converge and eventually become the sea. The so-called cohesion of Qi Fu is gathering rivers to form an ocean. However, not all rivers come together to make an ocean. The river is capable of bringing down the coast if it is not tough enough. Once the coast is down, that also means the sea convergence has failed. What Song Tianli had to do now was to utilize the aura in his body to build the coast. To put it simply, it is to take the gas-like aura in the body, compress it, and turn it into a solid form. The solid Qi Mansion is then used to store the liquid form of Reiki. When a cultivator breaks through from the 5 hidden realms to the Qi Fu realm, it is not just the location where the aura is stored that changes. At the same time, the aura changed. The aura went from gas-like to liquid-like. To achieve this, one needs to constantly compress the aura. Chapter 80, Perhaps Death is a New Beginning. Such a breakthrough is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Even the chosen one takes time. For example, Wu Xiaoyuan could instantly break through from the 4 hidden realms to the 5 hidden realms by utilizing his experience book. However, he was unable to utilize the experience book to instantly break through from the 5 hidden realms to the Qi Fu realm. So, it takes enough time and patience to make a breakthrough. The slightest carelessness in the Qi Mansion that had been condensed would collapse. The process, a bit like building dominoes, can only be done one by one. Once one of them goes wrong, the dominoes fall and all the previous efforts go down the drain. Everything can only start again from the beginning. It's a mental, physical test. Luckily, Song Tianli had been meticulous for 20 years, and the last thing he lacked was patience. The minutes ticked by. It's dark and it's light, and it's light and it's dark. It was only after 2 days and 2 nights that Song Tianli opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh of relief, and a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. He finally condensed out his first Qi Fu, the path of cultivation, condensing the divine element, cultivating the 5 Tibetans, gathering the 6 mansions, and treading the divine path. Although Song Tianli had only condensed a Qi mansion, he was still considered to have stepped into a whole new world. The process, however, is not easy. Even the very patient man failed no less than 10 times before he succeeded, because at the very beginning, without any experience, failure is inevitable. As you fail more and more, the experience naturally grows. It's like driving a car. Every veteran driver is run out of miles. A novice driver will naturally become a veteran driver once he or she has run enough journeys. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli said, manifesting a doppelganger. It's a little stronger than the 5 hidden realms, but a little worse than the Chifu realm. Feeling the aura on the doppelganger's body, Song Tianli said, the strength of a bilocation is never comparable to the main body. Previously, when he was in the 4 hidden realms, his doppelganger was only in the 3 hidden realms. At the 5th Tibetan realm, the doppelganger was only at the 4th Tibetan realm. By analogy, by the time he was at the 2nd prefecture realm, the manifested doppelganger should be at the 1st prefecture realm. The good thing is, while the quality is not comparable, the quantity can be quite a bit. At the 5 hidden realms, Song Tianli was able to manifest a split that was able to reach 1,000. Now I don't know how much the disembodied body that was conjured up can reach. Based on his guess, he felt that the split should be no less than 15,000. It might even reach 2,000. It was just a pity that the villa he was in was too small to allow him to give it his all for a bit. Even if there are only 1,500 doppelgangers, I can use all kinds of skill combinations in Naruto and easily challenge them over the levels. Song Tianli fantasized about the scene of his battle. 1,500 doppelgangers, using different skills to cooperate with each other. That scene, it was simply not too spectacular. Even if it was the 3 prefectures realm, I'm afraid it wasn't without a fight. With Song Tianli's current combat power, he was able to be considered a party of power in terms of the land of the 9 states, but he wouldn't dare make a move. For the last thing this world lacks is treacherous people. 2 days in the basement, out for some fresh air, Song Tianli said, disarming the doppelganger and walking out of the basement. Starlight was still playing the game as before. Tio sat in the yard and looked up at the stars. Starlight and Tio seemed to be 2 extremes, one preferring to stay inside the house and the other outside. It was possible that the emperor's language had lain in the coffin for too long, though from memory, it hasn't been long at all. But physically, it was a solid 10,000 years. So, subconsciously, she yearns for freedom and prefers a bit of wide open space. What are you looking at? Song Tianli asked casually. Looking at the stars. Would you say that the stars I see now are the same stars I saw 10,000 years ago? Will they have turnover like humans? T-Whisper asked. Although it's not 100% the same batch, most of the stars in it, and the ones you saw 10,000 years ago, should be the same. Song Tianli replied. How do you know? Emperor Language asked curiously. The stars we see are basically stars. Even the shortest-lived stars have lifetimes of millions of years. Longer-lived stars are capable of lifetimes of tens of billions of years. Take the sun as we see it. Its lifespan, just about 10 billion years. Now, it's almost 5 billion years away. 10,000 human years is a long time. But a star's 10,000 years is a short time. Maybe, it's the same amount of time it takes us to sleep. This knowledge was something he had learned when he was in the Blue Planet, and it seemed that no one in the Divine Continent had bothered to study this. He didn't care if that was exactly the case in the Divine Lands. He spoke directly to the Imperial language. Those stars are pretty long-lived. Then, in the old days, my father said that if people die, they become stars in the sky. I don't know if it's true. If it's true, does that mean that my father and the others exist in a different way? The Emperor's language asked. We haven't really died before now, and who knows, after death, what it's really like. Perhaps death is a new beginning. All deaths are reunions after a long time. When this was said before, Song Tianli hadn't felt it too deeply. But ever since he had traveled to the land of God, he had a different understanding of the words. He was in a car accident while at Blue Star trying to save a stroller that slid down a slope. He was dead on the Blue Planet, but then he appeared again in God's country. This is, in a sense, death is a new beginning. Perhaps others, too, died and traveled to another world and existed in a different way. When Du heard this, he didn't say anything, but he silently chanted these words in his heart. She had a sudden feeling for the words. Someone is coming. At this moment, Du raised his head and said as he looked in a direction. Hearing these words, Song Tianli almost reflexively moved closer to Du. With the big brother sheltering him, even if he was really in danger, he didn't need to worry. However, Song Tianli followed Du's watching gaze for half a day and didn't see anyone appear. Could it be that the Imperial language is hallucinating? Song Tianli said silently in his heart. A few seconds after this thought popped up in his mind, he suddenly saw a dark shadow speeding from far away. His speed was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, he arrived outside their villa. Behind him, there were several others. Speaking of which, these few people, Song Tianli had seen before. Exactly what I saw 2 days ago. Members of the inspection team. Chapter 81, The Man Who Must Kill. The inspection team usually does not pursue a person openly and honestly, as this could easily result in casualties among the people. However, if a chase occurs, it means that the one being chased must have done a lot of evil, carrying at least 10 lives on his back. If Song Tianli was willing to make a move, he would definitely be able to stop the man who was being chased. However, doing so will certainly attract the attention of the inspection team. Such a thing, with Song Tianli's character, naturally he would not do it. Exposing himself is not something old six should do. So, Song Tianli pretended that he didn't see anything. However, he didn't want to go looking for trouble, but trouble was coming toward him of its own accord. The man who was being chased by the inspection team hurriedly sped towards them when he saw Song Tianli and Diyu, who were staying in the courtyard of the villa. 5 hidden realms. Sensing the aura on the visitor, Song Tianli murmured. This person was so young that he had the strength of the 5 hidden realms. Stop him. Seeing the man's target, the inspection team hurriedly shouted loudly. This man they were chasing was extremely perverted, killing people on sight. Now, it seemed that he was planning to take on Song Tianli and Diyu. They couldn't stand by and watch 2 old folk die on their watch. Heavenly See Palm. One of the members of the inspection team shouted and slapped out a palm. At that moment, a huge palm print went towards the man. In the face of such an attack, the man twisted his body and turned his body into a bolt of lightning, walking out in a Z, dodging the attack, and without decreasing his speed, he continued to come towards Song Tianli and Diyu. At the same time, a strong killing aura surged out from his body, looking like he wanted to put the two to death. This person is sick, harboring such murderous intentions towards us without any grievances, Song Tianli said with a frown. It wasn't that he was afraid of the other party, he just didn't want to go out like that, because, when he strikes, he is bound to attract the attention of the inspection team. As he watched, the man was getting closer and closer to Song Tianli and the others. Just when they were no more than 20 meters apart, it was as if the man had suddenly seen something terrifying. Without saying a word, he directly reversed his direction and ran off into the distance. This left Song Tianli in a daze, not knowing what this person was up to. Could it be that he sensed the strength of the emperor's words? So he turned around and ran away? Song Tianli thought in his heart. Thinking about it, he could only think of this possibility. After all, the person who had been raging to put the two to death the last second couldn't have run so fast if he hadn't realized something. This scene confused the members of the inspection team who were pursuing them as well. However, this was good for them. At least they didn't have to worry about the safety of Song Tianli and Diyu. So, once again, they chased after the man. Song Tianli was thinking at this time whether he should go after them and take a look. He wasn't a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but his intuition told him that this man, who was being chased by the patrol group, was most likely a chosen one. Of course, there wasn't much to base this suspicion on, just his gut feeling. If there had to be some basis for that, it was the bizarre scene where he just turned around and ran. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary person who could be chased by members of the inspection team like this. So, he's going to check it out. If the other person was a chosen one, then he could learn a little more about him. If it wasn't the chosen one, it didn't matter. He was just going to check it out and wasn't going to make a move. Imperial language. I'll leave for a while. Song Tianli gave Diyu a word and his body rushed up into the sky. He had now broken through to the Chifu realm and could fly. It was just that this was the first time he had ever flown, and his body was shaking as if he was about to fall off at any moment. Song Tianli had this ability of tenfold efficiency, and his adaptation to flying was extremely fast. In a moment's time, he had thoroughly grasped the knack of flying. So, he used his transformation technique and chased after the inspection team in the direction they had left. The art of multiple shadow splitting. He then manifested 2 doppelgangers. The doppelganger had just appeared in the air and fell towards the ground. This doppelganger is weaker than the main body. It can't fly at all. Split. Disarm. Song Tianli somewhat helplessly disarmed the split. In that case, he would have to rely on his own body for tracking. White eyes, open. He hastily opened his white eyes. At this time, he realized that the range of his white eyes was already 500 meters. It could be said that after breaking through to the Chifu realm, the range of the white eyes had taken a qualitative leap. A range of 500 meters was already large enough, and Song Tianli quickly locked onto the several people speeding across the ground. After observing, he realized that both the people from the inspection team and the man being pursued were all at the 5 hidden realms. However, the man who was being pursued was obviously a little bit stronger personally. However, The inspection team was more numerous, which is why they were able to chase him down. If there was only one person in the inspection team, I'm afraid that by this time, the man who was being pursued would have already started to fight back. Song Tianli also observed with his white eyes that the man had been searching for something as he sped forward. A few minutes later, the man saw an elderly couple who were walking along the side of the road. Without saying a word, he sped off toward the old couple. A murderous aura filled his body, ready to strike at the old couple. This scene was exactly the same as when this man had rushed towards Song Tianli and Du earlier. Why did he have to kill someone? Song Tianli was puzzled. A person could never kill someone for no reason, whether it's because of love, or because of hate. Even if it's to get back at society, there's always a reason. The man was being chased by the inspection team, and it was logical to run for his life. So why would he take the time to kill two passers-by? What's the point of killing? A certain great Ting leader said that the enemy should not be allowed to do what he wants to do, even if it means going to pay his respects. So, this man wanted to kill this old couple, and he preferred not to let the other side succeed. Multiple shadow split technique. Thinking of this, he manifested two doppelgangers, and after using the transformation technique, he went forward to block that man. Shadow mimicry. It's dark now, and the shadows are long. So, using shadow mimicry couldn't be more appropriate. The man seemed to sense a crisis, and when he was just about to make a move, he suddenly twisted his body, dodging Song Tianli's shadow binding. He glanced at Song Tianli's two doppelgangers, and a hint of exasperation flashed in his eyes. He then turned his head to look at the people from the inspection team who were chasing after him, cursed, and hurriedly turned away. Chapter 82 Weird Goldfinger Ability. Seeing this man leave, Song Tianli immediately lifted the split. This left the ever-approaching inspection team in a daze. They had just seen someone here. How come they were gone in the blink of an eye? However, it was too late for them to think about it. At this time, chasing the man was most important. The elderly couple who were strolling along the side of the road would never have thought that they had just teetered on the brink of death. If Song Tianli hadn't stepped in, the two of them would have died. Having stopped him once, I don't know if he will continue to kill, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. If this man is going to continue to kill people, it will seem very unusual. There must be some kind of purpose. This unusual behavior is usually associated with the chosen one. So, he wanted to continue to see what the man would do next. Anyway, he had made up his mind. No matter what the other guy does, he'll find a way to sing against him. Just don't let him get away with it. After both parties had sped forward for some distance, there were three more passers-by, sitting on the side of the road, drinking. Sure enough, the man didn't hesitate to rush towards them after seeing them. Again, if he's a chosen one, then his golden finger must have something to do with killing, Song Tianli guessed. Once again, he split off three doppelgangers and went forward to stop his opponent. That man's perception of danger was exceptionally sensitive, and he sensed it as soon as Song Tianli made a slight move. In the first instance, the choice was made to back away. Who the hell are you? He asked as he looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger after stepping back. Chosen of God, I'm giving you a chance to serve our Heavenly Father. I can spare you from dying, Song Tianli said. When he said this, he didn't really want to make the other party submit, but to test if the other party was a chosen of God. Hidden villain, you don't even dare to show up in your real body. Get two puppets, and you dare to make a fool of yourself in front of me? That man looked at Song Tianli and said disdainfully. When his words came out, Song Tianli's brows frowned slightly. Surprisingly, the other party didn't strike up a conversation, which made it impossible for him to judge whether the other party was a chosen one or not through true or false words. He also didn't expect that the other party would be able to see through his detachment with a single glance. One must know that so far, only Emperor's Speech and Starlight had been able to see through his doppelganger. But what realm were these two people in? And what realm was this man in? The fact that a mere 5 hidden realms realm had separated into its own doppelganger meant only one thing. He must be the chosen one. Different chosen of God have different abilities. Only a divine chosen would have the ability to distinguish his doppelganger with just the strength of the 5th hidden realm. Regarding the chosen of God, Song Tianli naturally came to be interested. Say it again. Submit to our Heavenly Father, or else, die, Song Tianli's doppelganger said with an icy voice. In response to Song Tianli's bilocation's words, that man didn't even bother. He sped off straight into the distance. With Song Tianli's doppelganger around, he wouldn't be able to kill those three people in a short period of time. If we don't leave, the inspection team, they'll catch up with us. When the time comes, it's going to be a pain in the ass. You can't leave. Shadow mimicry. Song Tianli's doppelganger, using an attack, tried to control his opponent. However, as his shadow was about to connect with the other man's shadow, the man twisted his body hastily to avoid it. That was the case last time, and it's still the case this time. If once is a coincidence, then twice, it's basically a given. Song Tianli could be certain that the other party had a strong sense of any subtle danger. That's why it's possible to make the most favorable dodge in a pinch. However, he didn't intend to let the other party off the hook just like that. He just didn't believe that the other party could avoid it once or twice and still avoid it every time. Thus, Song Tianli's three doppelgangers, in a triangle, chased after the man. While pursuing, he used shadow mimicry to try to stop his opponent. If it wasn't for the people from the inspection team chasing after him, Song Tianli would have manifested thousands of doppelgangers. Thousands of doppelgangers using the shadow mimicry technique at the same time. He wanted to see how else his opponent could dodge. However, the man was extremely fast, and the shadow mimicry technique could not be bound at all. It seems that it can only be suppressed with speed, Song Tianli muttered. Then, his three doppelgangers converged. They stood in a zigzag formation. The foremost doppelganger suddenly leapt high into the air. Spiral Maru. The two doppelgangers behind him slapped their palms on top of his feet. With this slap, they used the principle of Spiral Maru. In an instant, it was as if nitrogen boosters had appeared above the feet of the doppelganger at the very front. He was like a feather of an arrow off the string, heading towards the man. The opponent sensed the danger and stomped his feet hard on the ground. At that moment, his body rose up from the ground, dodging Song Tianli's flying detachment. However, Song Tianli's attack was not that simple. He twisted his body and slapped his palm at the man. Bagua empty palm. This is Ninji's move. Only an imperceptible attack was seen heading towards the man. The man sensed the danger, but his body had just leapt up and it was too late to dodge. There was no choice but to hold up a shield over his chest. Bang! In the next second, a booming sound rang out and the man was sent flying. At the same time, the two doppelgangers behind Song Tianli launched an attack. Kiba whirlwind kick. Spiral Maru. Two doppelgangers, launching different attacks. Seeing that the attacks of these two doppelgangers were about to fall on his body, the man was enraged. Really think I'm a bully? Then, after he uttered the word then, suddenly, Song Tianli's attacking doppelganger paused for a moment. In the next second, those two doppelgangers suddenly dissipated. What's going on here? Song Tianli's main body received the information transmitted back from the bilocation with a puzzled expression. Normally, the split would dissipate only when attacked, except when he voluntarily disarmed it. However, in that instant just now, Song Tianli could be certain that his doppelganger hadn't been attacked in any way, but it dissipated. It was a scene that wasn't normally bizarre. Good thing, Song Tianli wasn't an ordinary person. Quickly, he thought of a possibility that the man had just used a golden finger. Only, Song Tianli didn't know what the other party's golden finger was, so he didn't notice the attack just now. Come to think of it, that's the only reason that makes sense. What a weird gold finger, without any signs. If I'm not mistaken, the rank of his gold finger should be first class. As soon as this speculation came out, Song Tianli's face became extraordinarily serious. Chapter 83, Letting Imperial Words Make a Move. There were quite a few chosen of God that Song Tianli had encountered so far. Aberdeen, He Tian Rue, Beastman, Wu Xiu Yuan, and a mysterious Yi Qing Tian. The strength of these people was indeed considered powerful. However, their attacks were traceable to even the most mysterious Yi Qing Tian. However, the only one who attacked very inexplicably was this man just now, and he could see through his detachment at a glance. I guess only a first-class gold finger can do that. In front of the chosen one who had a first-class golden finger, it was considered normal for anything more outrageous to happen. I don't know what your name is, so let's call you Slayer for now. Song Tianli gave the man a name. Since he always likes to kill people for no reason, it's best to call him the Slayer. He decided to have some fun with this Slayer. After the Slayer finished off Song Tianli's doppelganger, he realized that the people from the inspection team had already chased after him. Damn it! He cursed, then his eyes tightened on a few people. I don't want to kill you guys. Why do you keep chasing me? The Slayer said as he looked at a few people from the inspection team. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to kill these few people of the 5 hidden realms. Rather, he can't kill, because, as we all know, the inspection team is most protective. If, on the other hand, he killed these few people, then once the news was transmitted back to the inspection group, the inspection group would definitely send out strong men to surround him. There were countless strong people in the inspection team, and he hadn't grown up yet. Once the inspection team sent strong men to surround him, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Therefore, he was not willing to make a move to kill these few members of the inspection team as a last resort. You homicidal maniac. According to our investigation, the number of people you've killed has exceeded triple digits. Now come back with us to the inspection team to be judged. A member of the inspection team said. Hidden in the shadows. Song Tianli's eyes widened when he heard this. Although he knew that this slayer's gold finger was related to killing people, he hadn't thought that he had already killed so many people. Just what connection can there be between murder and Goldfinger? I don't know. Does he just kill people? Or does he strike down all living things? Song Tianli suddenly had a guess, because he had just suddenly thought of Wu Shouyuan. Wu Shouyuan's golden finger was to take items and skills from the game and bring them into the present world. Would this slayer, then, treat reality like a game? When he kills someone, he accumulates a share of experience. It's the same as killing monsters in the game. When enough experience is accumulated, it will upgrade, which means raising the realm. That's why he's so desperate to kill. So far, hundreds of people have been killed. If that's all there is to it, it's not considered a first-class gold finger. At best, it's a second-class gold finger. However, Song Tianli's intuition told him that this slayer's gold finger shouldn't be that simple. The means by which the slayer had taken out his doppelganger earlier was something he still hadn't figured out. If it was just his guess of Goldfinger, it shouldn't have been such a bizarre tactic. What if I don't go back? Slayer said as he looked at a few of the men from the inspection team. Follow them back to the inspection team. Then he will surely die. Since you're obsessed, don't blame us. Do it, the inspection team said, and made their move. They were seen in a quadrilateral shape, surrounding the slayer. An iron ring appeared on each hand. Lights intertwined above these iron circles, forming a large orange-colored net that covered the sky. Above this large orange net, the sound of electric current came from time to time, giving people an extraordinarily dangerous feeling. Seeing this large net, the slayer was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly agitated. He was extraordinarily sensitive to the perception of danger, and at the first moment he sensed the great crisis that the great net was creating for himself. You forced me to do this, Slayer said in a tone filled with murderous anger. He then stretched out his hands and grabbed at the direction where the four were. Then, there was that familiar word again. Song Tianli utilized his white eyes at this time, carefully observing all of the Slayer's movements, wanting to see, with his golden finger, what was going on. He saw that a strange energy suddenly appeared on one of the members of the inspection team. This energy surged into the place of his heart. In the next second, the vitality in this member's body suddenly disappeared. Bang! That member's body, then, fell straight down, making a collision sound with the ground. As he fell, the large net formed by the four inspection teams shattered. The Slayer flickered and fled off into the distance. Lu Yang, the other members of the inspection team called out the names of their companions, but to no avail. This homicidal maniac is too weird. We must call for backup. Agreed. They were all cultivators of the 5 hidden realms, and it was just too much of a struggle to deal with the Slayers. Not only was it a struggle to chase, but it was equally a struggle to fight. They hadn't even figured out the other side's tactics before their companions were killed. If they wanted to deal with the Slayers, they could only send out members of the Chifu realm. What exactly are the means of this Slayer? Song Tianli pondered as he flew through the air, tracking the other party. He had just made a serious observation, but he still hadn't discovered his opponent's means. Looking at the constantly speeding Slayers, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. In the future, there will be a crossover between them. For sure, when the time comes, there will be no rest for the dead. If he didn't kill him now, then he would have to face even more powerful Slayers in the future. Instead of that, it would be better to nip the danger in the bud now while he was still weak. But he was torn. Divine Chosen had many means, and trying to kill a Divine Chosen was not an easy task. If, this time, he couldn't be killed, then many of his own tactics might be exposed. When you face him again in the future, you may be at a disadvantage. It could be said that Song Tianli was also caught in a dilemma at this time. Whether it came out at this point or not, it had a disadvantage for him. Watching the Slayer run further and further away, Song Tianli slowly clenched his fists. Eventually, the resolve was made, only to see him reach out, stick his palm in his pocket, and pull out his cell phone. He then dialed the phone number of Imperial language. Tio wasn't resting, so she answered the phone quickly. T whisper, I need your help. Can you come here for a second? Song Tianli said. It was risky if he struck out on his own, but he could let Emperor's word do it. The previous Slayer turned and ran when he saw Imperial words. This meant that the Imperial language was a mortal threat to him. In that case, let Emperor's words strike. Chapter 84, Slapping the Divine Chosen to Death. Very quickly, Du arrived at Song Tianli's side. Imperial language. I want you to help me kill someone. It's him. Song Tianli didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly. No, how can I kill innocents indiscriminately? As a human emperor, Du naturally couldn't strike out at people at will. Even though she was in a time that was not theirs, she couldn't just kill people at will. Not indiscriminately. After what I've learned, this man is guilty as hell. He has killed ordinary people by the hundreds. If we let him go on, then there will definitely be more people killed by him. In the future, I'm afraid he'll become a demon that kills countless people when his strength rises. Although Song Tianli was somewhat suspected of utilizing the imperial language, what he said was justified. This slayer was now only at the 5 hidden realms, and had already killed hundreds of people. If he was stronger, then the number of people he killed would only increase. By then, it may be in the tens of thousands, if not millions. If it wasn't for his and Du's extraordinary strength, this slayer would have planned to finish them both off before. Moreover, all the way chasing after him, this slayer killed anyone he saw, without any reason at all. The stronger such a person is, the greater the scourge. Is that true? Imperial speech asked. If Song Tianli's words were true, then the slayer did deserve to die. As the Emperor of Man, she is supposed to rid the people of evil. Seriously, Song Tianli said with a serious expression. However, Emperor's language didn't choose to believe him, and instead, he turned his gaze to the slayer who was speeding forward. Just that glance made the slayer's sweat stand up. He felt an extremely powerful crisis. He looked around quickly, searching for the source of the crisis. However, no matter how much he searched, he found nothing. Who is it? Come out! Slayer shouted. He believed that his perception of danger would never come without a reason. Around yourself, there must be someone. However, no one appeared even though he shouted loudly. At this moment, the Emperor's words floating in the air had golden glowing eyes. She realized that the slayer did have a very heavy blood aura and hundreds of black karmic threads. This means that he did kill hundreds of people. Song Tianli didn't lie. He does deserve to die. Imperial speech said faintly. After saying that, she raised her palm and slapped it down at the slayer. At that moment, a huge palm print fell from the sky. At the same time, the slayer sensed a crisis from above his head and hurriedly looked up. The first thing he saw was the huge palm print that fell from the sky. He wanted to dodge, but the palm print was too big for him to dodge. Under the slayer's desperate eyes, the palm imprint landed on his body. Boom! Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The entire Qianzhou seemed to have been shaken viciously. The slayer was directly slapped into the ground by this slap. Gulp! Song Tianli gulped. So strong, he muttered. He knew that Du was strong, but this glancing blow was too strong. Not to mention that there was only a slayer of the 5 hidden realms. Even if he had already broken through to the Qifu realm, he would surely die in the face of this strike. However, Song Tianli did not relax on this. The chosen are not so easy to kill anymore, and may have the ability to be resurrected. Thus, he manifested 2 doppelgangers and began to look for something at the place where the palm imprint fell. At the same time, he was very alert and on guard, because he was worried that the slayer would suddenly resurrect and then attack himself. After searching for a while, Song Tianli saw an ancient coin. He rushed forward and picked it up. This is divine ruling coins. Looking at the divine ruling coin in his hand, Song Tianli had a bit of disbelief in his eyes. It was a little hard for him to believe, even now, that a chosen one of God had been killed just like that, without being resurrected. When did the chosen one become so untouchable? When he saw the Emperor's words, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that the chosen one was too weak, but that the imperial word was too strong. God's chosen who hadn't grown up were as fragile as paper in front of Du. The doppelganger brought over the divine ruling coin and handed it to Song Tianli's main body. No response? He said with a frown. Last time, he had asked divine ruler to kill the orcs, so his divine ruler coins were nourished. The cost of his golden handshake can be found to be shared and reduced by half. The slayer wasn't killed by him, so how come the divine ruler coins he got were useless? He took the divine ruling coin and studied it while returning to the villa with Tu. He had never been able to accept that the divine ruler coin of a dead chosen one would become a useless object. He was convinced that he just hadn't found the right way to do it. With that in mind, he lay down on his bed and began his research. He realized that there was no way for him to read the Goldfinger rules among the divine ruler coins as he had done before. After studying it for a while, and not studying the doorway, he summoned his divine ruling coin. Just then, he realized that a light emanated from above his divine ruling coin. This light landed on top of that divine ruling coin in his hand. I see. Song Tianli suddenly understood. When a chosen one is killed by an outside force, the divine ruler coin is in a state of no ownership. A divine ruler coin in a state of no ownership goes to sleep. In this way, even if someone else got the divine ruling coin, it would be useless to read the gold finger in the divine ruling coin. However, when the chosen one gets this unowned God ruling coin, he can use his God ruling coin to activate the God ruling coin in his sleep. In this way, it is possible to read the gold finger in the midst of this God-dictated coin. This illustrates the point that what happens between the chosen of God is only relevant to the chosen of God and not to the rest of the world anymore. With the Slayer God's Dictator coin activated, Song Tianli finally smoothly read the gold finger inside. So perverted. No wonder he keeps killing people. Song Tianli muttered. Slayer's Goldfinger is indeed a first-class Goldfinger. He summarized the Goldfinger rules roughly. It is possible to data materialize the combat strength of both sides, and as long as you kill the other side, you will be able to obtain the other side's combat value. If the opponent's battle value is smaller than your own, you can weigh it, and after weighing it, instantly kill it. Possessing this golden finger, one can perceive the threat and malice of any being, in any direction, and initially dodge it in the most favorable way. This Goldfinger is very well understood. It's all about data mining the combat power of both sides. For example, the Chosen One has 10,000 combat power and his opponent has 6,000. If the Chosen One of God kills someone with a combat power of only 6,000, of course, externally enhanced combat power doesn't count. Chapter 85 Retaining the Slayer's Goldfinger. The so-called extra bonus is the combat power that is added up by external objects. If an average adult's combat power counted as 5, then he could reach 10 if he wielded a sword. If he's holding a gun, it could be up to 20. This extra combat power, even if it's added by external objects. A person with this golden finger who kills an adult armed with a gun will only increase his combat power by 5, not by 20. This was why Song Tianli's doppelganger would be seen by the Slayer at a glance. Although Song Tianli's doppelganger wasn't weak in combat, he was only a doppelganger, and even if he killed him, he wouldn't increase his own combat power. Killing even a newborn child increases combat power by a minimum of 1. When seeing a living being with an increasable combat power of 0, that could only mean that he was not a real person. After figuring this out, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. He then said why his doppelganger was recognized. He understood at this time why the Slayer had killed so many people, and why you kill people when you see them. With every person he killed, his strength increased. Honestly, with such a golden finger, it would be easy to fall into a murderous demon if one's mind is not stable. Ordinary people are weak in combat, but it allows the Slayers to rise quickly from a time of weakness. Use quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes. And the Slayer's means of obliterating the doppelganger was to compare the combat power of the two sides. After the match, the bilocation was weak in combat, so it was instantly killed. This would seem like an instant to outsiders, so naturally they couldn't discover the difference. However, those killed by the power of B do not increase the Chosen One's combat power, and with this ability, there is a limit to the number of times you can do it. Come to think of it, this was why the Slayer was reluctant to strike at the Song Tianli split in the beginning. There is no benefit, and it will consume the ratio. At this time, Song Tianli was incomparably grateful inside. Slayer, the gold finger, grows slower in the early stages. Because of their own weakness, the people they were able to kill were also weak. The weaker you are, the less you can fight. Even if you kill it, the less combat power it grows. If the Slayer becomes stronger at a later stage, then he can kill the stronger ones. It's a bit like a snowball, which is very small in the beginning, but as time goes on, the snowball gets bigger. If you give the Slayer enough time, he'll be ridiculously strong. Song Tianli was immensely grateful for his earlier decision. Such an opponent would be extraordinarily tricky to encounter in the future if it's best to kill him in the cradle now. After figuring out the Slayer's gold finger, the next step, naturally, was to find a way to fuse his Divine Ruler coins. Song Tianli took the Slayer's Divine Ruler coin and slowly approached his own Divine Ruler coin. When the two came into contact, a force of attraction appeared above his Divine Ruling coin. In the next second, the Slayer's Divine Ruler coin turned into a stream of light and entered Song Tianli's Divine Ruler coin. At this time, two options appeared in front of Song Tianli. First option, use the Slayer's Divine Dictatorship coin to strengthen your golden handshake and reduce the cost of your ability selection. This was the same result as after Song Tianli killed the orcs before. In this way, Song Tianli's cost after choosing his ability would only be 1/3 if he found someone to share it with. The temptation to suffer only 1/3 of the cost is considered great. Second option, keep the Slayer's gold finger. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli directly chose the second option, the cost of his own gold finger, which he could later reduce by hunting other chosen of God. But the Slayer's gold finger is not to be missed. Once he retained it, then his strength would grow extraordinarily quickly. With Song Tianli's certainty, 3 marks of Divine Ruling coins flashed on his chest. It flickered for a few seconds before hiding. From today onwards, Song Tianli would have 3 golden fingers. He couldn't help but want to laugh at the thought. What was said before was that when the Chosen One comes out of the Chosen City 3 days later, the gold finger and the host will be completely fused. There would be no way to grab the Chosen One's golden handshake. Before, Song Tianli had always thought so, but it doesn't seem so now. As long as the Divine Ruler is not asked to kill the Chosen One, then he will be able to get his Divine Ruler coins, and thus his golden handshake. It was just that it was not an easy thing for an ordinary chosen of God to kill them. After all, there were simply too many means for the chosen of God to save their lives. This time, if it wasn't for Du's hand, Song Tianli really wasn't sure that he would be able to completely kill the Slayer. In some ways, the Slayer died a bit unjustly. Who should I go kill? At this time, Song Tianli was suddenly in a tangle. Naturally, he couldn't just kill people on sight like the Slayer. Let's not talk about it. He has the bare minimum to be a human being and is not that kind of psychopathic murderer. If he really did that, maybe Emperor's language would take a shot at him. Emperor's language had struck out at the Slayer before because he had killed innocents indiscriminately. There were two ways if he wanted to increase his strength in this way. First, go kill some of the worst offenders. Secondly, to kill back some of the people who are trying to kill you. The first method, slightly more reliable. But the guilty don't come to him voluntarily, he needs to find them himself. The second approach, somewhat less so, because, for no reason at all, surely no one would take the initiative to hunt him down, unless he's a victim of his own death. However, death is not in line with his go-way. How can a person who has decided to carry the go-way forward go and actively die? Come to think of it, I can only work with the inspection team, Song Tianli said to himself. The inspection team inspects the 9 states, and what they do is to arrest, or kill people who are doing wrong, and protect the people of the 9 states. They have their own channels to search for the worst offenders. Besides, working with the inspection team would give him an honorable reason to kill, to do the people a favor. Also, it's a way to get involved with the officials and sort of hold on to another leg. Although Starlight and Imperial Word were powerful, they might leave his side at some point. The two of them can hold their thighs for a while, but not for a lifetime. It would be a good option to hug the official leg. The inspection team just happens to have the intention of recruiting new people, so I can go and try. Song Tianli made a decision. Of course, he couldn't just go to the inspection team bright and early. There had to be a suitable opportunity. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Qian Shang, asking him to pay attention to the movements of the inspection team. As soon as there is a message of recruitment found in the inspection team, he is the first to be notified. Chapter 86, Someone Returns the Marriage. After doing this, Song Tianli began to exercise his physical body. He was able to split more and more doppelgangers, and his physical body was still a bit unable to keep up. It seems that there is still a need to find a way to strengthen the physical body. In the previous time, Song Tianli burned his lifespan and increased the speed of enhancing his fleshly body. He burned 11 years of his lifespan, plus 10 times the efficiency of his errand, allowing his fleshly body to improve at a rate of 50 times, and he has only 85 years left to live. Now that he had broken through to the Chifu realm, his lifespan had been extended. Without being killed by an outside force, he could still live for 115 years. His lifespan was extended by 30 years. Thus, he once again burned 15 years of his lifespan and increased the enhancement speed of his fleshly body to almost 100 times. 100 times the rate of flesh enhancement was already not considered slow. After doing this, Song Tianli officially began his physical body workout. This cultivation was done until dawn. After a night's cultivation, his strength had increased quite a bit more. With my current strength, I should be able to use the Flying Thunder God. Try it, Song Tianli said, squatting his body and placing his palms against the basement floor. Very quickly, a Flying Thunder God seal appeared on the floor tiles. He walked out a dozen meters or so before leaving a mark once again. He then used the Flying Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, his body appeared next to the Flying Thunder God seal a dozen meters away. It's fortunate that the strength of the physical body is strong enough, or else the load on the physical body would be too great when using the Flying Thunder God. Song Tianli had just felt that his flesh was being torn by a powerful force during this short movement of a dozen meters. If the strength of his physical body was any weaker, he would definitely be injured. While the skills in Naruto are powerful, not all of them can be used immediately. Many skills required sufficient cultivation or physical support to use. After a few more attempts at spatial jumping, Song Tianli finally had some sense of the Flying Thunder God. He realized that he only had a range of about 100 meters for the Flying Thunder God up until now. Within this range, it's enough for fighting, but it's slightly cockamamie when used to escape, because marking the imprint and then making a space jump so takes too much time. It would be better to just run. Unless, of course, Flying Thor has more range. Of course, there is good news. He could make the positions of the main body and the doppelganger switch at will. This would have been very useful in a head-to-head battle. After familiarizing himself with the skills, Song Tianli walked out of the basement. He was waiting to hear from Shansong to see what kind of recruiting the inspection team was using. The sooner you blend in with the inspection team, the sooner you can get rid of the people in an honorable way. Quickly, Shansong sent a message, but the thing he was talking about wasn't the inspection team recruiting. Someone has come to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage. Seeing this message sent by Qian Shang, Song Tianli was dumbfounded. Withdrawal? Is it with yourself? But he didn't even know he was engaged. His old man knew that he had always been a good idea, so the two of them had spoken long ago about the marriage. His old man won't interfere with his life's work. How come all of a sudden someone comes to withdraw from the marriage? It seems that I have to go back, Song Tianli said somewhat helplessly. The last time he found a reason for Song 13 to kick him out, he hadn't thought of going back anytime soon. I didn't expect this to come out of nowhere. This is too much of a dogfight. He just crossed over and asked his old man if he'd been given a betrothal. His old man swore up and down that there was absolutely nothing. As a result, it's here now. Thus, Song Tianli sent a message to Qian Shang and headed towards the Song family. On the way forward, he used transfiguration to change his appearance. At this time he was a man who looked 25 or 26 years old and a little chubby. In keeping with his persona, he also took and purchased a large bag of snacks to eat as he walked. Very quickly, he arrived at the Song family's front door. I'm your butler Qian's distant nephew. My name is Ma Yunton. I have an appointment with him, please inform me, Song Tianli said to the two men guarding the door of the Song family. He's probably the first person to go back to his house and have to be briefed. He naturally couldn't go back as Song Tianli. After all, he had already been kicked out. So, he entered the Song family again as Qian Shang's distant nephew. Wait a moment. One of the men guarding the entrance to the Song family's house glanced at Song Tianli and walked into the Song family's house. Qian Shang's status in the Song family was extremely high, and when Song Tianli came to see him, these gatekeepers didn't dare to make things difficult at all. Your Song family is quite generous. I'm going to ask my uncle to get me a job in the Song family as well, Song Tianli said while eating chips. When he said this, the other gatekeeper gave him a disdainful look, but didn't say anything. Their Song family wasn't something that any cat or dog could enter. If he didn't know the relationship between him and Qian Shang, he would have spoken sarcastically. Very quickly, Qian Shang walked out with the gatekeeper from earlier. Uncle, it's me, Yun Tung. Seeing Qian Shang come out, Song Tianli hurriedly greeted him and said, You come in with me first, Qian Shang said as he glanced at Song Tianli. He knew that Song Tianli had gone through a disguise, but he hadn't expected to become so thorough. If it wasn't for Song Tianli taking the initiative to welcome him, he wouldn't have recognized him at all. Okay, Uncle, your Song family is so grand, and at a glance you can tell that business is big. I don't know who it is that's so capable, Song Tianli said as he ate his potato chips. Hearing him say that, Qian Shang secretly rolled his eyes. Song Tianli was complimenting himself. 80% of the credit for the Song family being where it is today goes to him. However, the rest of the Song family didn't know this and thought it was a bumpkin entering the city. What the hell is going on? After moving away from the others, Song Tianli lowered his head and asked in a low voice. He hadn't been too clear on the phone before, so he was going to ask for clarification now. What exactly is going on? I don't know. When those people came, they just said they were withdrawing from the marriage. I didn't take any liberties in the young master's absence. I said that the young master is out of the house today and asked them to wait in the parlor for a while first. So, 13 hasn't gone to see them yet. Shansong recounted the current situation as quickly as he could. Fine. Just pass on a message to 13 that you won't know anything about the marriage contract for a while without asking. The other things, wait until we go and meet those people, Song Tianli commanded. Understood, Qian Shang said and went to find Song 13. He went to give Song 13 an explanation of Song Tianli's commands. Song Tianli walked towards the parlor. He wanted to see what kind of person it was, who wanted to withdraw from his marriage. Chapter 87, When Rinbu Rue. When Song Tianli arrived near the parlor, he happened to see one of the Song family's maids carrying tea and walking towards the parlor. Qiu Yu, give me the tea, Song Tianli said as he stepped forward. The maid, who was carrying tea forward, heard the voice and turned her head to look. She realized that she didn't know the person who was speaking and hadn't seen him before. Thus, her eyes were immediately filled with vigilance. How do you know my name? She asked, looking at Song Tianli. Seeing Qiu Yu's wary eyes, Song Tianli stretched out his hands and tapped 3 times above the knuckles of his own index fingers. Young. Seeing this gesture, Autumn Moon instantly understood Song Tianli's identity. Among the Song family's subordinates, other than Qian Shang and Song 13, only Qiu Yu knew his identity. Autumn Moon was ostensibly an underling serving tea and water in the Song family, but in reality, her status in the Song family was very high. She holds half of the dark shadows of the Song family. If it was purely about importance, she was above Song 13. In terms of status, he was only below Qian Shang. That was why she would personally serve tea to the ones in the parlor, because, in this way, it would be an opportunity to find out what the guys were talking about. Unexpectedly, at this time, Song Tianli appeared. Give me the tea. Butler Qian said that he wanted me to send the tea over. Song Tianli said, here. Autumn Moon handed over the tea. With that, Song Tianli carried the tea and headed towards the parlor. Several people, please have some tea. After arriving at the parlor, he was very respectful and placed the tea in front of the several people. He put on the tea while observing a few people. There were 4 people in total. 3 men and 1 woman. Those 3 men, an old man and 2 young men, had extraordinary auras on them. The woman, on the other hand, looked about the same age as Song Tianli, and was born extremely beautiful. There was also an air of nobility about his body, and it was obvious, at a glance, that he was a child of a large family. However, it's far worse than the imperial language. Song Tianli had also wanted to take the opportunity of serving tea to listen to what these few people would say. However, he realized that for a good half a day, the men hadn't said a word. It was as if they were just sitting around waiting for Song 13 to arrive. After Song Tianli served the tea, he didn't leave either, but stood at the door. It didn't take long for Qian Shang and Song 13 to arrive. Gentlemen, this is my Song family's young master, Song 13. Qian Shang introduced the few people. I heard that you are here to withdraw from the marriage? How come this young master doesn't know? When did I have a marriage contract? Song 13 said as he casually sat on the main seat with a big grin. He had to maintain his loser's persona, so naturally he couldn't sit upright. Good. We did come to withdraw from the marriage. This is the previous marriage contract. At this time, that old man took out a marriage contract and said, Song 13 received the marriage contract, but didn't open it at first. There's no rush on the marriage contract. Won't you tell us who you are first? This young master would like to know who exactly is the one with whom I have a marriage contract. His words were mainly to make Song Tianli clear about the identity of the several people. After all, Song Tianli stood in the doorway and couldn't see the content of the marriage contract. It seems that you guys really don't know anything at all. In that case, let's introduce ourselves. We're from the family of the Wendigo in central China. I guess your remote area doesn't know much about the central state. The Wen family is one of the top 10 families in the central state. Whether it's wealth or overall strength, it's not comparable to your tiny Song family. Our young lady, she is even one of the top 10 heavenly prides among the younger generation of the central state. We've inquired about it. Song family's young master Song 13, a wasted loser. It's not even worthy of lifting our young lady's shoes. So I've come here today to withdraw from the marriage. That old man said. They had come to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage. So naturally they had investigated the Song family and Song 13. When he said this, Song Tianli, Qian Shang, and Song 13 all frowned. If you're just here to withdraw from the marriage, then just do it. Why say such insulting things? It's because you're so used to being high and mighty that you have to speak in such an overbearing manner. Or was it just to simply humiliate the Song family? If it was the latter, it meant that some sort of grudge had arisen between the Wen family and the Song family. According to Song Tianli's speculation, there was a possibility that it had something to do with his old man. After all, his old man had traveled to the central state only a short while ago. One of the 10 great celestial pride. Never heard of it, but simply by listening to the name, it should be similar to what the previous top 10 flower leaders should be. Song 13 countered without mercy. The other party had already been so nonchalant, and no matter what kind of attitude the Song family used to treat them, they wouldn't be able to restrain or change. Whether it's commiserating or fawning and making friends, it's all a loss of the Song family's demeanor. Moreover, the other party had insulted the Song family, as well as the Song family's young master so much, so it could only be tit for tat. Unbridled. How dare you insult my lady like that? That old man said loudly. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out of his body. Their young lady was one of the 10 great celestial pride. How could she be compared to someone like the flowerhead? Put together. Urfo realm. Sensing the aura coming from the old man, Song Tianli exclaimed in his heart. He who insults others will be insulted. What? It's fine for your excellency to insult my Song family so much, but it's not fine for my young master to say a few words of truth? Right at this moment, Qian Shang stepped forward and said. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out from his body. 3 mansions realm. Feeling the aura on Qian Shang's body, the old man was shocked in his heart. He hadn't thought that in a small Song family, there was actually an existence of the 3 prefectures realm. One must know that the 3 prefectures realm could be considered strong in the central state. What makes a small Song family have such a strong person? Uncle Wu, back off first. Just as the 2 sides were about to go toe-to-toe, the woman spoke. She had a nice voice, but it was full of distance. Hearing this woman's voice, the old man from earlier put away his aura. To introduce myself, my name is One Run Unreverent. I don't want to say the rest. Song family's young master, Song 13, is uneducated and a complete loser, not worthy of me at all. so this once engaged marriage contract, I will not honor. The purpose of coming here today is also very simple. I need the Song family to issue me a letter of withdrawal. When Ren Buxia stood up and said in a calm tone, her tone was calm, but it gave off an air of command. It's like, it has to be enforced. Not worthy of you? With goods like you, this young master is more than worthy of 10 of you. This inexplicable marriage contract is not recognized by this young master. As for withdrawing from the marriage, whoever made this marriage contract is the one you go to, Song 13 said, directly throwing the marriage certificate in his hand towards Ren Buxia. Chapter 88, Huangfu Shuling. Just now, Song Tianli had given Song 13 the signal to play as he pleased. Therefore, Song 13 was fearless. Seeing that he threw the marriage certificate out, Song Tianli almost shouted outright, well done, the way it was handled. Even he hadn't expected it. Don't look at the marriage certificate. Love it or leave it. If you want to get out of a marriage, you have to go to the person who made the contract. That's only logical. This marriage contract was made by Huangfu Shuling, and now Huangfu Shuling is dead. I can only come to the Song family, Ren Buxia said. Hearing her utter the 4 words Huangfu Shuling, the Song family's parlor instantly fell into a deathly silence. This name was taboo in the Song family. No one dared to mention it freely, because this is Song Tianli's mother. Song Tianli didn't have many memories of his mother. I heard that his mother died in an accident a month after giving birth to him. Exactly because of what accident? Song Tianli was not sure. Because, at that time, he was too small. Even if he was a traveler, he was very vague about the outside world because of his body. So, he knows very little about his mother. When he got a little older, every time he asked his old man about his mother, his old man just said that his mother had died in an accident. But exactly what the accident was due to was never said. Song Tianli had thought that his engagement was something his old man had gotten up to. I didn't realize it was my own mother. You'd better take a look at the marriage certificate. With a wave of Ren Buxio's hand, the marriage certificate flew back. Song 13 grasped the marriage certificate back in his hand. Song Tianli gave him a look, and in an instant, Song 13 understood and opened the marriage certificate. The marriage contract was informal, with only a few words. The son of Huangfu Shuling and the daughter of Ren Buxia are engaged in marriage, and the daughter of Ren Buxia is a concubine. Song 13 directly read out the marriage contract. When these words came out, the Song family, once again, was dumbstruck. Ha ha ha. In the next second, Song 13 burst out laughing. You guys are so arrogant and domineering. I thought you were some kind of great people, but after half a day, you turned out to be just concubines. This young man declares that this is the best joke this young man has seen all year. You are very good, and have succeeded in making this young master laugh. Men, watch the reward, Song 13 said loudly. Song Tianli very cooperatively came to the front of a few people, then took out a few coins and threw them at the feet of a few people. The move was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. In an instant, Ren Buxia and the other 3 people, their anger flared to the sky. A word of advice: don't make any mistakes on your own, or else you will bring about the destruction of the Song family. That old man said. Extinction? Do you guys really think my Song family is made of clay? Use whatever means you have. Why would my Song family be afraid? Chen Shang stepped forward at this time and said, I'm just going to ask you guys once. Are you guys serious about not withdrawing from the marriage? Ren Buxia said. It's not impossible to get out of the marriage if you want to. Since it is you who have repented of your marriage, show the appropriate sincerity. Instead of coming with 2 shoulders and a mouth. Your Yuan family is not one of the top 10 families in the central state. Take out 1,000,000 spirit stones and the marriage will be called off. Qian Shang said again. Song Tianli didn't say anything just now. Just a look and he understood. Such an inexplicable marriage might as well be exchanged for some actual favors. 1,000,000 spirit stones. You guys really dare to ask for a lion's share as well, the old man said. 1,000,000 spirit stones was definitely an astronomical figure in the land of the 9 states. Spirit stones were different from divine state coins and were extraordinarily precious, because the 9 states simply didn't have too many spirit stones. Millions of spirit stones, even for the top 10 families in the central state, could not be taken out at once. Too expensive? Then 1 divine state dollar. Qian Shang said. A concubine is just a concubine. You really think this young master is rare? Such goods, given to this young master may not even want them. Buy it for $1. Song 13 said indifferently. The 2 of them sang in unison, causing a few people at the Winkler's house to burst with anger. 1 divine state coin was nothing, but if this matter were to spread out, it would have a great impact on Ren Buxia's reputation. After all, her marriage was only to a concubine. If only 1 divine state dollar was compensated, it would make people think that Ren Buxia was only worth $1. Wenran's family will make compensation according to my heart, Wenran Wui said, waving his palm, and several large boxes appeared in the parlor. The old man stepped forward and opened these boxes one by one. One of the boxes contained spirit stones, probably around 1,000. A few other boxes, containing some antique paintings and calligraphy, gold bars and bricks. The total value of these things is probably around 300 million divine state coins, which is considered compensation from our Smeller's family. Now please also ask the Song family's young master to write me a letter of withdrawal. You should know that the gap between the two of us is one heavenly and one earthly. If it wasn't for the marriage contract back then, it might have been impossible to cross paths for the rest of our lives, Wenran Bushua said as he looked at Song 13. Indeed, this young master, the lofty swan, is not qualified for anyone to take a bite. It's very good that you have this self-knowledge, Song 13 said as he looked at Wenran Wuxia with a look of praise. Hearing him say this, Wenran Wuxia's fists clenched. This Song 13's speech was too exasperating. She wanted to beat him up so badly. It's been nearly 20 years since my lady died, so why is it that during this time, you have never come to withdraw from the marriage, and now it's here, and if I'm not mistaken, you sniffers have been watching for the last 20 years. Heaven's descent. Are you guys observing whether or not my Song family's young master has become a divine chosen? By now you should have investigated clearly. My young master is not a divine chosen, and therefore, feels that there is no value, therefore specially came to withdraw from the marriage. At this time, Song Tianli stepped forward and said. After saying that, he stood behind Song 13. He'd been thinking about it just now, and it was the biggest possibility he'd come up with. So what if he is? If he's a divine chosen, this young lady can still think highly of him. It's a shame he's a slime that can't hold up a wall, a loser only. What qualifications do you have to be my man? Wenran Buxia? With regard to Song Tianli's speculation, Wenran Wuxia did not deny it at all. A small Song family, they didn't need to put it in their eyes at all. It was the sort of thing she hadn't wanted to state. Since the Song family had guessed it, there was no need for her to hide it. Such a faithless, despicable, shameless, backtracking, forgetful of color, dissimilar, crooked woman, given to this young master for nothing. This young master doesn't even want it. It's just a withdrawal. This young master agrees. Men, pen, ink, paper and ink slabs are waiting. Song 13 agreed to withdraw from the marriage at Song Tianli's gesture. Chapter 89, A Plot Against the Song Family. Soon, there was an underling of the Song family, who brought brushes, ink, paper and ink stones. Song 13 took the paper and started writing. This young master, Song 13, has specially broken off his engagement with Wenran Buyo today. This totaled 20 characters, and Song 13's writing was crooked. It's no exaggeration to say that an elementary school student can write much better than he can. It also fits his uneducated loser persona. For the sake of formality, he also signed his big name. And in duplicate. Come on, sign it. After signing, you guys can stay wherever you want, Song 13 said. Wenran Buxia also ignored Song 13's taunts and stepped forward to write his name on the withdrawal letter. The content of both the marriage letter and the withdrawal letter was very informal. To put it mildly, it's basically the same as when kids are playing house. But Wenran Buxia treasured it so much, it was as if he had to have it. This was something that puzzled Song Tianli. It was reasonable to say that the Song family didn't even know about this marriage contract. The Wen family could completely deny it, and the Song family would not say anything about it. Taking a step back, even if the Song family knew about the marriage contract, with the strength that the Song family had shown, they would not be able to do anything to the Wen family. Why? Must it be this as child's play of a letter of withdrawal? There must be an unknown reason behind this. From now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. Let's go. With a word, Wenran unrepentant left with the few people from Wenran's family. Take away your rags, Song 13 said loudly from behind. He was talking, naturally, about the things in the box. For his words, none of the Smeller's family paid any attention to him and left the Song family straight away. Since they don't want it, put it away. 300 million Shenzhou coins, don't take it for nothing. Song Tianli spoke up at this time. What does young master think about this matter? Chen Shang asked as he turned his head to look at Song Tianli. It's obvious that there must be a hidden agenda in this matter that we don't know about. Have Dark Shadow look into what's happened in Central State over this period of time, and at the same time, look into the Wen family. Song Tianli said. Yes, if we notify today, we should be able to find out the news tomorrow. Qian Shang nodded. By the way, did you get any results from the information I asked you to look up, about the inspection team recruiting? There are results. The inspection group in Shenzhou has set up 3 barriers to face the entire Shenzhou to recruit cultivators. If you can pass these 3 hurdles, you can become a reserve member of the inspection team. Did you find out what the barrier was? Not yet. The details, the inspection team will announce tomorrow. Alright, if you have any news, let me know in time. Song Tianli said and prepared to leave. Aren't you staying in the Song family? Qian Shang asked, looking at Song Tianli with a bit of curiosity. He had thought that Song Tianli should have stayed for a while longer after returning to the Song family as his nephew. I didn't realize that it was going to go so soon. I have other things on my mind. After I leave, the Song family maintains level 2 alert. Song Tianli then said. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed as if something was about to happen, and one run unrepentance withdrawal was just the beginning. It's better to hide out in order not to get involved. Holding tightly to the thighs of the two big brothers, Starlight and Imperial Word. With them, all evil retreats. Yes, Qian Shang nodded. Level 2 alert is already considered a very urgent situation. This was the Song family's highest level of alert besides life and death. After instructing these, Song Tianli walked out of the parlor, intending to leave. When he arrived at the courtyard, he found Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji sparring in the courtyard. Since he and Long Han had left, Song 13's original 4 Vidra were the only 2 left. He, Wu Zizai and Yu Chuanxiu now also did not call themselves the 4 Great Vidra, but rather the worryless 2 generals. To be honest, Song Tianli still kind of missed the time when they were the 4 diamonds before. It was short, but very interesting. Luckily, several of them had previously passed the 4 Seasons Penglai's test and became 4 Seasons Penglai's prospective disciples. It won't be long before they'll be together again at the 4 Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. Neither Song 13 nor Qian Shang had noticed. When Song Tianli left, he left the Flying Thunder God seal in a place that was not easily noticeable. If something really happened to the Song family, he would have the bilocation. Through this Flying Thunder God seal, return to the Song family. That's why he left the Song family just like that. After when Rin Buxie and their group left the Song family, they returned to a hotel. Miss, how is it? That old man asked as he looked at Wenran Wui. We insulted Song 13 so much before, but I feel it very clearly. There is no anger within this Song 13. He seemed to act extraordinarily calm from start to finish. All that so-called big talk of his is basically a put-on. Therefore, I can conclude that Song 13's uneducated and defeated image should be a deliberate disguise on his part. Song 13 is far from being as unpleasant as rumors have it. He's very calculating. Wenran Buxue said. Sure enough, I told you. How could Huangfu Shuling's son really be that mediocre? Song Sihai has returned to the central state, although he's not doing anything at the moment. But from what we know of Song Sihai, he never fights unprepared battles. Since he has returned to the central state, he is bound to stir up countless storms. We'll sit back and watch. Once we find Song Sihai showing weakness, we'll add more fire. Wipe out the Song family, as well as Song 13 completely. That old man said. After we get the withdrawal letter in our hands today, we won't be tied to the Song family anymore. Our previous plan can also start to be implemented. Wenran Unrepentant said. The 2 men who were with them never spoke, either when they were in the Song family's house or in the middle of the hotel. They looked as if they were 2 emotionless robots. With regard to this behavior of these 2 people, Wenran Buxie and the old man, both seemed to have gotten used to it. They would just say whatever they had to say, as if the 2 didn't even exist. Song Tianli guessed though that someone might be targeting the Song family. However, he didn't know exactly who was targeting the Song family. He returned to the villa after leaving the Song family, because he was less than 2 days away from the next random teleportation. He's going to have to settle down and get ready. At the same time, it was also intended to inform Starlight so that he could be prepared. Chapter 90 10 Great Families of the Central State. After Song Tianli returned to the villa, he went to find Starlight. Starlight is still playing the game. Scrapping. Starlight, it is estimated that by tomorrow afternoon, you will suddenly leave the villa and appear in another place. Be prepared, Song Tianli said to Starlight. Doesn't matter, wherever it shows up. It doesn't stop me from playing the game. By the time tomorrow comes around, I'm sure I'll be the number 1 person in the King's Pesticide National Service. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to be a genius. Starlight replied while playing the game. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli gave him a somewhat helpless look. When Starlight played the game, he basically went in his left ear and out his right when other people talked. Don't look at him making a reply. But in fact, a little while later, when his game is over, he won't even know what he said himself. So he didn't bother with Starlight again. What needs to be said, he has said. For the next day, Song Tianli stayed in the villa and didn't go anywhere else. The Song family had also been quiet for the past 2 days, and nothing had happened. Regarding the Wen family, although the Song family had found out a little bit, the information was all very limited. The 10 great families of the central state are very difficult to penetrate. Even though Song Tianli had laid down shadows early on, it was still difficult to find out any useful information. Still, it's a good idea to find out some information. The Wen family was one of the top 10 families in the central state, and could be said to be one of the top 10 most powerful families in the land of the 9 states. The remaining 9 great clans were the Eastern family, the Northern Underworld family, the Bailey family, the Shangguan family, the Shimen family, the Southern Palace family, the Gongyang family, the Wangfu family, and the Eastern Palace family. These 10 families could be said to be the 10 families with the most concentrated power, strength, and wealth in the 9 states. The Zaizans of the 9 states, that is, the administrators of the 9 states, were usually born from these 10 great families. Contested elections are held every 10 years. If a person from any family became a Shizun, then that family immediately shifted into the number 1 family in the 9 regions. The current Shizun, from the Dongfang family, was named Dongfang Tixiong. Therefore, the Dongfang family is now the number 1 family in Kyushu. According to Shadow's investigation, 20 years ago, a shocking event occurred in Central State. At that time, all of the 10 great families were swept away. The entire Central State is a river of blood and mountains of corpses. However, when the dust settled from that incident, the 10 great families chose to remain silent. And, as if making a pact to say nothing about what happened back then, even the Shadow hadn't found out exactly what had happened back then. However, Shadow had found out that what happened back then was still related to a family other than the 10 great families. It can't be with our Song family, right? After reading the information from the shadowy Shadow, Song Tianli muttered to himself, if there was no relationship with the Song family, Wen Renbu Xie, why would he come to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage? What about this marriage contract? Is his mother Huangfu Shuling a member of the Huangfu family? Yet again, something doesn't make sense. When he crossed over, the Song family was just a small family. It wasn't even a big deal in Xianzhou, let alone in Zhengzhou. How could such a clan pose a threat to the 10 great clans? On top of that, the Shadow hadn't actually found out where his old man had gone. Previously, according to Qian Shang, his old man had gone to the Central State, but the Shadow hadn't found out anything. I just want to live a peaceful life and develop obscenely. Why is it so hard? Song Tianli said a bit helplessly. All he wanted was to be a quiet king go, but life was always full of drama. If what happened 20 years ago in Central State really had something to do with the Song family, or his own old man, then he can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. One of these days, it's going to get caught up in it, too. Thinking of this, Song Tianli's heart was inexplicably a bit annoyed. Truth be told, he wasn't a big fan of things being out of his control, but when that happens, there's nothing to be done about it. We can only act in a static manner. Song Tianli took a deep breath and said, he didn't know what the smellers were trying to do, and couldn't find out by looking into it, so he could only be vigilant and silently on guard. However, he also knew that it was not a permanent solution. As the saying goes, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Seeing the countdown in his head, Song Tianli returned to his room, silently waiting for the countdown to end. Meanwhile, in the middle of Starlight's room, Starlight was playing the game passionately. Pentakill. Ha 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 ha. Win this game, I am the No. 1 in the national service. Just ask. And, who else? At this time, Starlight had an extremely arrogant attitude. However, the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. The price Song Tianli shared with him descended this time. As for where Starlight had been transported to, no one knew. It is also uncertain whether there is a signal where the transmission has gone. At the same time, Song Tianli was teleported away. Like the first time he teleported, he disappeared into the room without much feeling. When he reappeared, he found himself in a room full of classical flavor. Before Song Tianli could see the layout of the room clearly, he heard a sharp and panicked cry. He hastily turned around and looked in the direction from which the voice came, and the first thing he saw was 2 large, towering and erect mountains in white. These 2 large mountains were extremely treacherous and not something that ordinary people could climb. Song Tianli just took a look at it and felt his qi and blood fluttering. Just as he was about to enjoy the scenery on the mountain peak, a sharp attack suddenly came towards him. This scared him so much that he hastily stepped back while extending his palm. Kaiten. He used Kaiten and defended. Boom! As he defended, a booming sound rang out. A wave of energy exploded in the air, and the items furnished in the room instantly shattered. This sudden sound instantly aroused the people around them. Not good. We have to sneak out in a hurry. Sensing the aura of the people around him, Song Tianli said in his heart. After saying that, he randomly chose a direction and directly broke the window. White eyes, open. He then opened his white eyes and observed his surroundings. He found that more than 300 meters away in front of him, There was a garden with flowers and trees planted in it. Without any hesitation, he sped towards the middle of the garden. As soon as he was in the middle of the garden, he could quickly hide with his skills. At the same time, behind Song Tianli, people appeared in pursuit. These people were not weak and had the strength of the Sanzang realm. Very quickly, Song Tianli arrived in the middle of the garden. Multiple shadow split technique. Transformation. Chapter 91, Coming to the Donggong family. Song Tianli used the multiple shadow splitting technique to conjure out a doppelganger. At the same time, his main body turned into a stone and landed in the middle of the garden. In doing so, his doppelganger sped forward, drawing away the people behind him who were chasing him. Those who were chasing after Song Tianli didn't realize that they were only chasing after a doppelganger. All the time he waited to draw out a good distance. Song Tian understood. In addition to the diversion, he suddenly disappeared, leaving those chasing him in a daze. They searched around the area for a long time and found no trace of Song Tianli, so they went back to resume their orders. Song Tianli had been meticulously staying in the middle of the garden and didn't dare to show up. Just some of the caretakers had the strength of the Sanzang realm. The others, I'm afraid, are much stronger. Song Tianli had only just broken through to the Chifu realm now, and there were plenty of people who were stronger than him. Therefore, he dared not make a move. After lingering in the middle of the garden for a while, Song Tianli made sure that no one was coming after him before he transformed back into his human body. Of course, he, in this person, was disguised by shapeshifting. He had known that he would be randomly teleported, so naturally he had to disguise himself early. After transforming back into his person, he took out his silent cell phone. Good luck. There's a signal, Song Tianli said with a bit of excitement. Last time he was teleported into the middle of a primitive forest with no signal at all. If he didn't have a decent knowledge base, he wouldn't have been able to tell where he was. For once, there was a signal where he appeared, and that could come to locate him. So he hastily opened the map. This is actually Central State. Song Tianli's eyes instantly widened when he determined the positioning. He had been investigating about the 10 great families of the Central State before, but he didn't realize that he had appeared right in the Central State. This would explain why a family's caretaker had the strength of the Sanzang realm. The Central State was filled with strong people, and aside from the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, the Central State was the place with the most cultivators and the strongest cultivators among the 9 great states, kind of similar to the imperial capital of the blue planet. Among the imperial capitals, there are the most officials, a brick to the head of a division. Since it appeared in the imperial capital, it's just the right time for me to investigate it properly. What exactly happened 20 years ago? And our Song family, is it related or not? Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The art of multiple shadow splitting. He then manifested 4 doppelgangers, heading in 4 different directions. If you want to investigate Zhongzhou, first investigate this family where he appeared. This family had watchful underlings and large gardens, so it was certainly not a small family. Maybe, it's one of the 10 great families. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers ran back in the same direction he had sped from before. If you want to investigate, you naturally have to start with the people. Soon enough, he was back outside the room where he had first appeared. Bunch of losers, can't even catch a single person. What's the use of having you guys? People have inexplicably appeared in my room under your protection, and none of you noticed. Is the next time going to be when he shows up at the end of my bed and cuts off my head? Before you guys find out? Song Tianli heard that a woman was scolding those underlings who had just chased him. By the sound of it, she sounded bad. Come to think of it, Song Tianli appeared without warning and saw a view that he shouldn't have seen. Anyone else would be furious. I'm afraid. Song Tianli looked from the broken window and realized that the person who spoke was not too old, 24 or 25 years old, with white skin, kind of like Tsunade in Naruto. Both the temperament and the body are like. Oni-chan, it's really not that we're incompetent. It's just that guy is so weird. We were about to catch up with him, and all of a sudden, he just disappeared. There's no sign of him. We've searched everywhere else and there's no sign of him. An underling, who looked like he should be the leader, said to the woman. Hearing the leader say that, the woman didn't say they were making excuses for their incompetence. Instead, he frowned, pondering what the leader had just said. This was because it suddenly occurred to her that Song Tianli had also appeared in her room without warning earlier. It's not unreasonable to say that it's disappeared without warning now. Who do you think this sudden appearance, and sudden disappearance, could be? The woman asked, looking at the many subordinates. It's hard to say. This person didn't perform any moves and we can't tell. The leader said. Then can you see his face clearly? The woman asked again. I see it. At that moment, an underling raised his hand and said, good, since you've seen him clearly, go and portray his appearance later. Yes, from now on, double the guards at all corners. Open guards, dark guards, All of them? I don't want a single dead end in the entire Donggong family, the woman said loudly. Understood, the subordinates said in unison. At this time, Song Tianli, who was hiding in Peking, withdrew his eyes. The Donggong family? That's quite a coincidence, Song Tianli muttered. The Donggong family was both one of the top 10 families in the central state and Leng Han's family. The reason why Leng Han was hunted down in the first place was because of the Donggong family. How could Song Tianli not expect that he would be randomly transported to the Donggong family? The Donggong family, as one of the 10 great families, must have known about what happened 20 years ago. So, to find out what happened 20 years ago, the Donggong family is a good entry point. I wonder where Cold Chill is now. Leng Han used to be a member of the Donggong family, so perhaps he knows about what happened 20 years ago, Song Tianli thought in his heart. With that thought, he disengaged the altar and took out his cell phone once again. Help me find out where Leng Han is now. This message, Song Tianli sent to Qian Shang. At first, Leng Han was arranged by the Song family and sent out of Qianzhou. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for the Song family to investigate his trail if they wanted to. Soon after, Shansong replied to the message. Happy Street, Kansas. After seeing the message sent by Qian Shang, a smile hung on Song Tianli's face. Since Leng Han is not in the central state, then from now on, I am Leng Han. No, to be precise, I'm Hikaru Tagusa. The relationship between Hikaru Higashimiya and the Higashimiya family is delicate. Even though they both share the same surname, Donggong, they are not considered family. Yet, there is a specific connection. For this, Donggong Yanlong had already recounted it once back then, and Song Tianli happened to understand it. Therefore, he shouldn't reveal himself if he impersonated Donggong Hikaru. However, Donggong Hikaru's identity was rather sensitive, so there were pros and cons if he impersonated him now. Chapter 92 10 Great Families at Odds. After Song Tianli realized that this was the Donggong family, he didn't immediately appear with Donggong Hikaru's appearance. Instead, he waited quietly. He was waiting for it to get dark. Dark and windy nights make it easier to move around. In the midst of waiting, finally night fell. Multiple shadow split technique. Song Tianli manifested several doppelgangers before using his sneaking skill and heading towards the Donggong family. This sneaking skill is the Black Jedi skill, which allows him to travel under the ground. It's usually hard to spot. Song Tianli could just use this skill to check on the Donggong family. The Donggong family covers an area of dozens of miles, with hundreds of rooms. Absolutely dog big family. As he was sneaking around, he noticed that compared to the daytime, the number of people patrolling, as well as those hiding in the shadows, had increased quite a bit now. If he didn't possess the skill of lurking, he was afraid that he would have been discovered long ago if he hadn't proliferated through the Donggong family with so many doppelgangers. I guess it was following the words of the woman I had seen earlier. This made him a little curious as to who that woman was during the day. At such an age, to have such a big say in the Donggong family. Very quickly, a diversion appeared outside a row of rooms to the west. He heard the sound of someone talking in one of the houses and hurried up. Big brother, do we really want to cooperate with the Gonyang family? A chubby man who looked to be in his 40s asked. The balance between the 10 great clans has lasted for a long time, and now it's time for a change. If we do not seek allies, then others will come against us. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, we should take the initiative. A man who looked to be in his 50s and tall and thin said. The strength between the 10 great families is clear to all of us. There is a gap between the two, but the gap between each other can be said to be minimal. Once they target each other, it will definitely be a lose-lose situation. The chubby man said. Have you already forgotten how our 10 great families came into existence? The tall and thin man asked. Naturally, I remember. It's because of the divine gift from 100 years ago, the fat man replied. It's been almost a month since this divine providence descended, and the chosen are beginning to emerge. You and I couldn't be more clear about how heaven-defying the chosen of God are. The current us is still a top 10 family, but once the chosen of God grows up, in a matter of moments, the so-called top 10 families might fall apart. We have to deploy ahead of time. But even so, why are we going toe-to-toe between the 10 great families? Aren't we supposed to be united as one? Penis, have you been living like a dog all these years? The selection of divine chosen is without warning. How can you guarantee that there are no divine chosen in the other several great clans? If there is, then we will all be stepping stones. We must nip all danger in the bud before the chosen one grows up. The 10 great clans are not destined to coexist with each other. When Song Tianli heard this, he had already understood what the tall and thin man was trying to convey. There are no criteria for the selection of the chosen of God, so the chosen one could be anyone. Maybe one of the 10 great families was the chosen one. If that was really the case, the divine chosen coupled with the resources of the family they were in, that strength would definitely skyrocket. I'm afraid it won't take too long to grow into a party of superpower. Once one of the 10 great clans exceeded the strength of the others by a lot, it would not be willing to be equal to the other few great clans. When the time came, they would definitely find a way to take on the other few great clans. After all, the wealth held by the 10 great families was extremely large, enough to cause anyone's eyes to glaze over. If the 10 great families became the 5 great families, then the remaining few great families, the wealth they possessed, and the power they had increased exponentially. So, those who had the chance would definitely exterminate other clans. Better yet, one family. The only way to prevent this from happening is to get ahead of the game. Because, if you don't do it, someone else will. These 10 great families don't have a good relationship with each other. This is a point that can be utilized. If I show up as Long Han and pose as a chosen of God, then wouldn't that make the Donggong family a target? Song Tianli suddenly had a very bold idea. He appeared as a chosen one, posing as a member of a certain family. Of course, this impersonated member could not only be Lang Han, it could be any member of the 10 great families. For example, the Winkler's house. In this way, the other several great clans would subconsciously take precautions against this clan. After all, no one wanted the family they worked with to have a divine chosen. There was no doubt about the power of the divine chosen, and cooperating with a family that had a divine chosen was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. It may be that at some point, you will be injured by a tiger. Of course, whether or not one's family had a chosen one was another matter. Song Tianli also didn't know if there were any divine chosen among the 10 great families, and if there are a few more. Of course, that was not the most important thing for him to do right now. Rather, it's to find out if there's any connection between what happened 20 years ago and the Song family. If not, it didn't matter if he impersonated the chosen one or not, because the fight between the 10 great families had nothing to do with him. If there was a relationship, then if he didn't impersonate a divine chosen and stir up this muddy water of the 10 great families, then he would be sorry that he had made the trip to the central state. It was just that although he was able to eavesdrop on the conversations of the Donggong family's people, he had no clue for the time being if he wanted to find out anything about what happened 20 years ago. If he didn't take the initiative to look for clues, the people of the 10 great families would definitely not take the initiative to talk about what happened 20 years ago. He now had the feeling that a heavenly dog was eating the moon and had nowhere to put his mouth. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli felt that since the people of the Donggong family would not take the initiative to talk about what happened 20 years ago, then he does something to subconsciously connect these people to what happened 20 years ago. Beat the bushes. I'll appear as an avenger, Song Tian said as he thought about it. He then sent a message to Shan Son. I want information on all the members of the Togong family. Trying to find out the rest of the Donggong family was not an easy task, but if it was just a family member with Shadow's strength, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Not to mention the Shadow, it was some people who had lived in Central State for a longer period of time. I'm afraid that they all had some knowledge about the family members of the 10 great families. In less than 2 minutes, Qian Shang sent information about the Donggong family. Song Tianli took his cell phone and just read it. Chapter 93, Kidnapping Donggong Wufei. When Long Han was being pursued by the Donggong family, Song 13 was involved. Therefore, at that time, Song Tianli had the Shadow investigate the information about the Donggong family. For the members of the Donggong family, they had already figured it out a long time ago. Only, Song Tianli had never checked it out. Now, after he asked Qian Shang for information on the Donggong family, Qian Shang was able to send over the information in just a few minutes. After reading up, Song Tianli realized that the Donggong family was not well off. The current head of the Donggong family was named Donggong Ilong. He had 2 sons, Donggong Qingxian and Donggong Qingyun. Donggong Qingxian was the man Song Tianli had seen earlier, the tall, thin, and 50-something looking man. Donggong Qingyun was the chubby, 40-something looking man. Because they were all cultivators, their actual age, compared to what it looked like, was at least 20 years older. Donggong Qingxian had a daughter and a son, Donggong Wuyo and Donggong Wufei respectively. One of the daughters was the older sister, the Tsunade-like woman that Song Tianli had seen earlier, Donggong Wuyo. She's 28 years old. Donggong Qingyun only had one son, named Donggong Invincible, 24 years old this year. The name Donggong Invincible wasn't called casually. His talent was rare to come across once in 1,000 years. In the central state, it was known as one of the 10 great celestial pride. Although the Donggong family was not well populated, both the previous generation and the young people of this generation were considered to be among the people. For example, Donggong Wuyo, although she was a woman's body, she was a woman's woman. She was the one who took care of all the miscellaneous chores of the Donggong family. It could be said that she was the big housekeeper of the Donggong family, taking care of the Donggong family's affairs in an organized manner. Although his cultivation talent was not as good as Donggong Wufei's, it was also extremely outstanding. Come to think of it, we can only make a move towards Donggong Fearless, Song Tianli muttered. Of the three people in the younger generation of the Donggong family, Donggong Fearless was relatively the least present. It was too risky to lay hands on the other two. After all, one held great power and the other was extremely talented in cultivation. If he laid his hands on Donggong Fearless, it would be a good time to try out the Donggong family's attitude. After having an idea in his mind, he let his doppelganger search the Donggong family. The one he was searching for was, naturally, Donggong Fearless. The Donggong family was large though, with numerous houses. However, Song Tianli also had quite a few doppelgangers, and by using his sneaking skill, he would not be discovered by the others. It didn't take too long for Song Tianli to find Donggong Wufei in the middle of a room's secret chamber. At this moment, he was cultivating 5 hidden realms. Sure enough, you have a great talent for cultivation. Feeling the aura coming from Donggong Wufei's body, Song Tianli said heartily, if Donggong Wufei wasn't a divine chosen, then for him to be able to cultivate to the 5 hidden realms at the age of 23, this talent was already a lot higher than him. I don't know how much higher. If Song Tianli hadn't obtained the golden finger and merely relied on his own cultivation, if he wanted to cultivate to the 5 hidden realms, he would have to be 50 or 60 years old at the very least. For that matter, it's not 100%. In contrast, his cultivation talent really pulls the crotch. Looking at Donggong Wufei who was cultivating, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. If he was practicing, it would be much easier for him to move. Thus, he had his several doppelgangers all appear in the secret room where Donggong Wufei was practicing shadow mimicry. To be on the safe side, he had the 3 doppelgangers from different directions use this skill. Donggong Wufei, who was cultivating, did not even think that he would still be sneak attacked when he was cultivating in the secret room of his own home. Coupled with the fact that the shadow mimicry technique was not a killing move and was extremely stealthy, it was instantly struck. The first thing he did when his body couldn't move was to open his eyes. However, before he could do anything, he felt something that poked him. In the next second, the aura that was originally running in his body was forced to interrupt. Just now, Song Tianli had his doppelganger point at Donggong Invincible. This is the skill of the Hyuga clan. In Naruto, it was also fortunate that Donggong Wufei only had the strength of the 5th hidden realm. If he were a bit stronger, he wouldn't necessarily be successful if he wanted to rely on a sneak attack like this. This alone wasn't enough. Song Tianli's doppelganger also blocked Donggong Wufei's mouth at the first opportunity, preventing him from calling for help. After making sure that he hadn't been spotted by anyone, Song Tianli's main body appeared. He looked at Donggong Wuyo and extended his palm. After his palm grabbed Donggong Wuyo, a swirl suddenly arose within his eyes. Immediately afterward, Donggong Wufei was like a piece of paper, lightly flying into the vortex. What Song Tianli was using right now was none other than divine might space. The god's mighty space was, in some ways, the equivalent of a prison. The good show is on, Song Tianli said as his body slowly sank into the ground. When he reappeared, it was in the courtyard of the Togong family. At that moment, he held dozens of notes in his hands and scattered them casually. The note rose with the wind and blew all over the yard. Song Tianli, who had done all this, didn't leave, but hid in the shadows, observing everything around him. Kidnapping Donggong Wufei was only the first step of his plan. Next, he wanted to see the standard performance of the Donggong family's crowd. Also listen to see if they will say anything about what happened 20 years ago. The notes that Song Tianli had scattered in the courtyard were soon discovered by the crowd patrolling the Donggong family. They picked up the note and glanced at it, and their faces suddenly changed. The leader among the underlings hurriedly ran as fast as he could toward the room on the west side of the courtyard, reporting to the Grand Master. Something has happened. The leader came outside Donggong Qingxuan's room and shouted loudly. Hearing the leader's voice, Donggong Qingxian and Donggong Qingyun walked out of the room. Such a clamor. What kind of behavior is this? Donggong Qingxian said with a cold face. What's going on that's so panicky? Donggong Qingyun asked. Reporting to the 2 lords, young Master Fearless has been kidnapped. It's a note left by the thieves. The leader replied hastily. What? Hearing this, Donggong Qingxian instantly exploded. This is his son. He hurried forward and snatched the note from the leader's hand. Only the note reads, I'll take Donggong Wufei with me in return for what you did back then. Remember, this is just the beginning, not the end. I will liquidate what happened back then, with you little by little. The old man of the year. Seeing the contents on top of this note, Donggong Qingxuan's face became exceptionally ugly. He didn't really have any clue about this deceased person. As one of the top 10 families in the central state, the Donggong family had offended countless people in the course of their development. It's just that the Donggong family is so powerful that some people don't dare to retaliate even if they are disgruntled. Chapter 94, could it be him? The words on the note were a bit ambiguous, which Song Tianli had done on purpose. He knew very well that a family like the Donggong family must have offended many people, intentionally or unintentionally, in the course of its development, because the growth of a family is bound to get in the way of others. A behemoth running up, even if it's careful, will inadvertently crush a lot of things into pieces. It's as if a car is moving along, even if the driver is quick-eyed and dodges such obstacles. Yet, there are still some imperceptible presences that get crushed by cars, twigs, ants, drink bottles. Song Tianli intentionally used such words just to make the Donggong family jump out on their own. He did this without 100% certainty, but it's worth a try. Have you gone to Fearless Room to look around? Dongfang Qingxian looked at the leader and asked. Not yet. As soon as I picked up the note, I came to the two lords. The leader said hastily. Let's go to Fearless Room first. Donggong Qingxian said and took the lead towards the room where Donggong Fearless was. After he arrived outside Donggong Fearless Room, he didn't knock on the door and directly barged in. Fearless, Fearless, Donggong Qingxian shouted loudly. There was no sound coming from the room, so he came to a bookshelf and turned an inkstone on it. Click click click. With a loud sound, the bookshelf in front of Donggong Qingxian moved to one side, revealing a space. He didn't even think about it, he just dashed right in. Donggong Qingyun and the subordinate leader then walked in as well, and after looking around the room, the two of them also entered the secret room behind the bookshelves. After entering the secret room, they saw that Dongfang Qingxian was frowning, observing the secret room. Big brother, what have you found? Donggong Qingyun asked. I just separated from Fearless just before dark. He told me that he's going to close his eyes and cultivate today to see if he can break through to the Chifu realm. So, if the thieves wanted to kidnap Fearless, it must have been in the secret room. However, I have just observed and found that there are no traces of fighting in the secret room. This means that the other party instantly restrained Fearless. Then the opponent's strength must be far above Fearless. At the very least, it's an existence of the second prefecture realm. Dongfang Qingxian analyzed. Needless to say, his analysis does make sense. Song Tianli is indeed a one-trick pony. Although he wasn't at the Erfu realm, he had numerous detachments, and between the many doppelgangers, there were various skills that could be used in conjunction with each other. The combat power was not weaker than those in the second prefecture realm. Therefore, to say that he was an existence of the second prefecture realm was not a wrong deduction. Erfu realm? It's true that there are quite a few people who have trouble with our Donggong family, but there aren't many who have the strength of the second prefecture realm. Moreover, the people who have the guts to dare to strike out at our Donggong family are even fewer. Big brother, do you think it's possible that a few other clans did it? They struck first. Donggong Qingyun analyzed for a while and inquired about his big brother. Impossible. Before Donggong Qingxian could speak, another voice said quite abruptly. Immediately after that, a figure walked in from outside. It was none other than Donggong Wufei's sister, the current head housekeeper of the Donggong family, Donggong Wufei. Why are you so sure? Donggong Qingyun inquired. The other families have the ability to do this, but they would never do it. Let's not talk about it first. The agreement between our 10 great clans doesn't allow us to lay our hands on the juniors, because if they are found out, they may be retaliated against by the other family. There are only 3 of us in the younger generation of our Donggong clan, but the other clans, they are numerous. Once we find out that it was another family that did this, our Donggong family's retaliation is something they simply cannot afford. At that time, both will surely lose, allowing the other clan to reap the benefits. Hearing Donggong Wuyo's analysis, Donggong Qingyun nodded. The agreement between the 10 great families could not be broken at will. Once you break it, you become a target. Also, I just asked the others, and there are a lot of notes like that, and it just showed up not long ago. The person who was able to conceal himself from the Donggong family's many guards, take my little brother away unnoticed, and leave these notes behind, may have strength that far exceeds the second prefecture realm. It's impossible for people from other clans to send out such a strong person at this juncture now. Any family that moves in a different direction now will affect the whole body. Besides, it's only the little brother they're targeting, not me and the second brother. It's possible that this is just a test for our Donggong family, wanting to see our next move. The other 10 great clans, going to such great lengths, couldn't just be for such a purpose. Donggong Wuyo analyzed. Wu Fei, then in your opinion, who could the person who kidnapped Fearless be? Donggong Qingxian asked. The note just now said above that this is just the beginning, and stay name is a deceased person from back in the day. It is clear that this is indeed a retaliation and not an obfuscation by another family. There aren't really many people who have a grudge against the Donggong family and have the ability to retaliate. we can use the process of elimination. Hearing what Donggong Wuyo said, Donggong Qingshan and Donggong Qingyun all fell into deep thought. Indeed, there weren't many people who were capable and had a grudge against the Donggong family. Could it be him? At this moment, Donggong Qingshan suddenly said with wide eyes, "Who is it?" Donggong Wuyo asked. She was only 28 years old and didn't know too much about some of the past events of the Donggong family. Could Big Brother be talking about Song Sihai? Donggong Qingyun asked at this time. Song Sihai? Are you talking about the man who runs 4 Seas Express? Does he have a problem with our Donggong family? Donggong Wuyo asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, hurriedly pricked up his ears. Now, it seemed that the 10 great families did have certain animosities with their Song family amongst themselves. Otherwise, the people of the Donggong family wouldn't have been the first to, when associating the enemy, associate it with his old man. There is indeed a fault, and it's a big one. To be honest, I knew a long time ago that sooner or later, Song Sihai would return to the central state again and strike at us. Donggong Qingshan said. What he said, not only did Song Tianli not understand, Donggong Wuyo likewise did not understand. Why would you guys sit back and let the 4 Seas Express grow if you knew he would take a shot at us? Not obliterating it early? This was what Donggong Wuyo didn't understand the most. It's not the style of the Donggong family to sit back and wait for death. Chapter 95, Song Sihai in the past. It's a simple fact that if one had known that there was a person that would have taken a shot at them later on, the best thing to do, then, is to take him out while he's weak. For example, if Seoul Heavenly Emperor knew that in the future, there would be a kid who shouted "Don't deceive the young and poor" and would be his greatest enemy. Then he would lead all the strongest members of the Seoul Palace to that small town overnight, drive everyone in the Shao family to extinction. The egg yolks are shaking loose. Ants' nests, too, are going to be watered with boiling water. That's why it's so puzzling for the Donggong family to let the 4 Seas Express delivery develop over the years. There are 2 main reasons why they don't make a move. First, 4 Seas Express delivery has grown rapidly and made a lot of money though. But that's all. Money is nothing to the 10 great families. The 10 families are the 10 families with the highest concentration of power, status and wealth. There was no family in the 9 great states that could compare to them. Although the Song family had made a lot of money over the years, there was still a considerable gap compared to the wealth owned by the 10 great families. No matter how much money there was, it was no threat to the 10 great families. What about the second reason? Donggong Wuyo asked. The second reason is because one does not dare. Donggong Qingshan said in a serious tone. Don't dare? Why don't you dare? Donggong Wuyo had thought of many reasons, but the only thing he hadn't thought of was that it was because he didn't dare. That brings us to what happened 20 years ago. At that time, you were still young, so you didn't know what really happened 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Song Sihai appeared out of thin air, like a blazing sun, and wherever he went, others were completely reduced to accompaniments. He is strong, has many treasures, is handsome in appearance, and is also rich in talent, even though there are countless heavenly prides in the central state. But in front of Song Sihai, they are all like grains of rice. Back then, he was truly a sight to behold, high profile and unbeatable, attracting the favor of countless women. At that time, even our 10 great clans paled in front of him. However, how could the central state allow such a powerful person to exist? Thus, our 10 great clans united and rounded up and killed him. It's just that we've tried to overestimate his strength as much as possible, sending out a large number of cultivators to deal with him by all sorts of less than honorable means. But it didn't occur to me that his strength, his undercard is far more terrifying than what we imagined. Thousands of people died at his hands in that battle. These dead people can be the backbone of the great clans. That battle, for the 10 great families, was almost devastating. However, it still didn't take down Song Sihai. In the end, the 10 great families bowed down. A hint of palpitations flashed in Donggong Qingshuan's eyes as he spoke. It's like they're still chilling over what happened back then. What? The 10 great families bowed their heads? Hearing this, Donggong Wuyo could not believe it. What kind of existence were the 10 great clans that they had bowed down to one person at the same time? Song Tianli was also incredulous. He hadn't thought that the old man who looked naive and honest like an honest man would have such a scenic past. What a? It's hard to believe, isn't it? But it is. The 10 great families of the central state, being crushed by one man who can't lift his head. Donggong Qingshuan's words were filled with mockery. And then what? Donggong Wuyo asked. Since the 10 great families had bowed their heads, then why hadn't they heard of Song Sihai's existence all these years? Moreover, Song Sihai left the central state. At that time, although the 10 great families bowed down, Song Sihai is not the kind of person who is merciful. He had planned to decimate the 10 great clans. And that's when Huangfu Shuling stepped forward. She told Song Sihai that she was pregnant with his child, and for the sake of the child, She hoped he wouldn't make any more killings. Of course, it's not a hoodwink. Huangfu Shuling is indeed pregnant with his child. Huangfu Shuling said this partly because she really doesn't want Song Sihai to kill again. The other part of the reason is that the Huangfu family among the 10 great families, that's her family. For the sake of the child and Huangfu Shuling, Song Sihai put away his killing intent, but let the 10 families make reparations. However, Song Sihai doesn't place much value on out-of-body things like money, so the compensation claimed is 1,000 different things. Song Sihai used special means to know the gender of the fetus in Huangfu Shuling's stomach, so he had the 10 great families make a marriage contract to make those little girls who were just born within a year concubines for their own sons. When Song Tianli heard this, it dawned on him. He then said, why would one Rinbu Xia have a marriage contract with himself? And the marriage contract was written as if it were a housewife. And you didn't even have a name. I think it was because his old man hadn't given him a good name at the time. Therefore, the marriage contract is written as the son of Huangfu Shuling. Did that mean that besides one Rinbu Yao, there were other women among the 10 great families that also had engagements with themselves? In addition to this, Song Sihai also asked the 10 great families to compensate for all kinds of heavenly materials, spirit stones and treasures. The matter of the marriage contract is fine, but things like heavenly materials and treasures are definitely hemorrhaging money for the 10 great families. Naturally there are hearts and minds that are reluctant, but it's impossible to beat Song Sihai's by fighting, so we can only use other means. Under the pretext of collecting heavenly materials and treasures, the 10 great clans delayed for a little while and united once again, preparing to secretly strike at Song Sihai. Unusual means won't be able to deal with him, so we can only use some despicable means. In the end, the 10 great families searched for the legendary poison, Celestial 5 Exhaustion. The so-called Celestial 5 Exhaustion is a poison that targets the 5 human organs. Once taken, the human body's 5 organs will rapidly fail, thus poisoning itself to death. The poison is colorless and tasteless, and it can be divided into 5 doses. Only after the 5th dose does it cause a chain reaction. Even if Song Sihai was strong, it would be difficult to detect the poison before it strikes. In the end, the 10 great families succeeded. Song Sihai was seriously injured after taking the Celestial 5 Exhaustion. The people from the 10 great clans have once again surrounded it. At that time, Song Sihai killed his way out of the siege with Huangfu Shuling by virtue of his own strength. Subsequently, nowhere to be found. When we inquired about him again, it was most of a year later. At that time, Huangfu Shuling had already given birth, and Song Sihai looked to be in excellent shape. It's easy to think that he's already dissolved the poison of the Celestial 5 Exhaustion. And so, once again, the 10 great families are on tenterhooks. P.S. Happy June 1st. Chapter 96, Avenge the Killing of One's Mother. Hearing Donggong Qingshuan's account, Song Tianli clenched his fists. He hadn't thought that his old man would be counted so much by these despicable villains. Whether or not his old man asked the 10 great families for this debt, he would never let it go. And then what? Donggong Woyo asked. After we discovered Song Sihai's trail, especially seeing that he was in excellent condition, one of us was on tenterhooks. Fear that he will retaliate against us, wanting to unite to surround him once more, but worried that he's still powerful. After discussion, it was decided to use Huangfu Shuling and his child to force his hand. It just didn't occur to me that Huangfu Shuling's body had a treasure gifted by Song Sihai, which didn't allow us to get our hands on it in the first place, and also alarmed Song Sihai. And so, a great battle, once again, was drawn. During the course of the great battle, we discovered that Song Sihai's strength had dropped quite a bit. I guess it's a small price to pay to fight against the 5 exhaustions of the Celestials. However, those 2 great battles from half a year ago caused the 10 great clans to suffer heavy losses, so they didn't take down Song Sihai in the first place. The battle between the two sides is at a stalemate. As time passes, the wounds on Song Sihai's body are getting more and more severe. The members of the 10 great families, too, are getting fewer and fewer. In the end, while Song Sihai was seriously injured, your grandfather captured Huangfu Shuling as a way to force Song Sihai to give up resistance. What I didn't expect was that Huangfu Shuling was extraordinarily rigid, and in order for Song Sihai not to be implicated by himself, he shouted out, "Take care of our son," and then chose to commit suicide. After Huangfu Shuling's death, Song Sihai went crazy, and after he roared a few times, he slaughtered some more members of the 10 great families. Then he took the opportunity to collect Huangfu Shuling's corpse and left with his own son. When he left a message, "One day, I will make that you pay in blood." Later, when he reappeared, it was in Xianzhou, but this time, the 10 great clans didn't dare to send anyone forward to surround him, because, after the first 2 sieges, the 10 great families have already suffered a great deal of vitality, and I'm afraid that the 10 great families' status will be in jeopardy if they lose some more of their elites. it's possible that it will be replaced by other clans in the central state. So, no further measures were taken against Song Sihai, because who knows, Song Sihai's strength has regressed or gotten stronger. Thus, the 10 great families secretly grew while localizing Song Sihai. After Donggong Qingxuan's words fell, the chamber fell into a deathly silence. Donggong Qingyun knew what happened back then, while Donggong Wuyo was still digesting that series of information just now. To be honest, the shock of this series of information was a bit much for her. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, clenched his fists tightly at this time. He had only wanted to find out if what happened 20 years ago had anything to do with the Song family. I didn't expect to find out how my mother died. What's more, he didn't expect that the Donggong family he had teleported to was the culprit for his mother's death. In the past 20 years, although Song Sihai hadn't said anything, Song Tianli understood at this point. Song Sihai had not targeted the 10 great families all these years, and it should be because of him. His old man promised his mother that he would take care of him as he grew up. Therefore, even though Song Sihai's heart was filled with monstrous hatred, it was hardened and suppressed in order for him to grow up to be a man. That is, until he gets Goldfinger. It was only then that Song Sihai couldn't wait to leave Quanzhou and come to the central state. It was just that for some reason. He had been in the central state for some time, but had never taken action. Perhaps there are scruples, or perhaps they are secretly plotting something. Very quickly, Song Tianli left the Donggong family and traveled to a place where no one was. What should be known, he already knew. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to suppress his inner rage and give away his breath. I'm afraid that would cause a lot of trouble if that happened. Right now, he was still weak and it was not the time to turn against the Donggong family head-on. He was a divine chosen, and as long as he was given enough time to develop, surpassing the 10 great families would only be a matter of time. As much as he wanted to slaughter the people of the 10 great families to avenge his mother and do justice to his old man, however, he knew very well that with his current strength, he was no match for the 10 great families. Still, it's okay to charge a little interest. Thus, with a flash of his body, he arrived in the Divine Might space. Donggong Fearless, who he had previously put away in the Divine Might space, was currently tied to a pillar. When he saw Song Tianli appear, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Dare to kidnap me? Do you know what you will face? Donggong Fearless asked as he looked at Song Tianli. Although he was the one with the least presence in the Donggong family, in terms of status, he was the eldest grandson of the Donggong family. Plus, their Donggong family was already sparsely populated. If something happened to him, then the Donggong family would turn the heavens of the central state upside down to do him justice. In his opinion, Song Tianli kidnapped him for nothing more than money or to blackmail the Donggong family, so he definitely didn't dare to lay his hands on him. Song Tianli slowly walked up to Donggong Fearless and looked down on him. Are all the people from the 10 great families so confident? You're confident, and I like that. After Song Tianli said this, his palm flipped and a dagger appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he directly slashed his dagger across Donggong Fearless' neck. Instantly, a fresh blood sprayed out and scattered in the Divine Might space. Donggong Wufei didn't die immediately as he stared at Song Tianli with wide eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Song Tianli would kidnap him and actually dare to kill him. He also couldn't believe that he, the eldest grandson of the Donggong family, had died just like this. He doesn't even know who killed him. Feeling the vitality in Donggong Wufei's body rapidly draining away, a cruel smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Donggong family, just wait, this is all just the beginning. He had said this before in his note to the Donggong family, but at that time he had only said it on purpose to confuse right and wrong. Now he said this from the heart. The Donggong family was responsible for his mother's death. Vengeance for the killing of his mother is not shared. Although Song Tianli had traveled across the world, his mother carried him to term and gave birth to him. That would be a godsend to him. Therefore, he will never let go of the family that killed his mother. Even though Donggong Wufei was only 3 years old when his mother was killed back then, a father's debt is paid by his son, and a master's debt is paid by his grandson, and this is what he must carry as a son of the Donggong family. Chapter 97, Kidnapped in his sleep. After killing Donggong Wufei, Song Tianli clearly felt that the energy in his body had increased a bit. He took out a mirror and looked at it, and realized that the combat power above his head had increased to 2598 plus from the previous 2000 plus. The reason why Song Tianli's combat power had a plus at the end of it was because, well, his combat power wasn't certain. He possessed too many skills, and the combat power presented by using different skills was different. Previously, this 2000's combat power was only based on his realm. If he uses some means, the combat power will change. At this moment, Song Tianli closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Just now, his combat power had increased by 598, which was equivalent to a quarter of his strength all of a sudden. What a great feeling! He kind of understood at this time why the Slayer had acted like a madman earlier, killing people on sight. It's just so fascinating to see this kind of power boost. Just killing one person boosts your strength by a quarter. So if you kill enough people, wouldn't you be invincible? With such a golden touch, it is indeed easy to sink if one's mind is not strong enough. In that case, 10 great families. Let's have some fun, Song Tianli said meaningfully. It was true that he was not a match for the 10 great clans right now, but he still didn't have any problems dealing with the younger generation of the 10 great clans. He could hunt the younger generation of the 10 great families and then slowly increase his strength. When you are strong enough, then you can deal with the older generation. Thinking of this, Song Tianli left from the divine might space. Right now, it was only the people of the Donggong family who were wary, and the people of the other 9 great families did not yet know about his kidnapping of Donggong Wufei. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this time to kidnap as many as possible. All the other younger generations of the 10 great clans. The reason why it was just a kidnapping and not a kill on the spot. That's because he can't strike these younger generations down in their homes. Let's not talk about the fact that, after the kill, there will be movement and the smell of blood. Once he made a commotion and drew out the powerhouses of the 10 great families, then he might be exposed. Once exposed, then he would be in danger. So, kidnap first. This would also tend to cause panic among the 10 great families if their population kept disappearing. Once they panicked, they would easily disorganize themselves so that Song Tianli could take this opportunity to feel the fish. The water of the 10 great families was too deep, and a way had to be found to muddy the waters. Muddy waters are better for catching fish. Help me investigate the information of all the people of the 10 great families. The more detailed the better. Afterward, Song Tianli sent another message to Qian Shang. If you want to deal with the 10 great families, you naturally need to have an understanding of their personnel first. Previously, Shadow had investigated some information about the 10 great families, but it wasn't detailed enough, and the focus was different. Right now, Song Tianli only needed to investigate the information of each of the personnel of the 10 great families, and in this way, it would be relatively easy. After all, a family's personnel are the easiest to investigate. Received. Soon after, Shan Song had a reply. Deleting the chat with Qian Shang, Song Tianli got busy. The central state was huge, and the places where the 10 great clans lived differed greatly from each other. It was simply unrealistic for him to want to wipe out all the younger generations of the 10 great clans in a short period of time. Not even if he used his doppelganger. Because, once the bilocation is too far away from the main body, it will automatically dissipate. Therefore, Song Tianli intended to start with the closest family to the Donggong family, and the closest to the Donggong family was the Gongyang family. It's about 50 kilometers. Song Tianli didn't take the car in order not to leave any cracks, but used his sneaking skill to travel through the ground. There were too many cameras above the ground, and even if he had used transfiguration to disguise himself, he could easily leave a hole. Just in case, it's safest to travel through the ground, even if it's a little slower. It doesn't matter. The last thing he needs right now is time. The distance of 50 kilometers took Song Tianli 2 hours. Sneaking around in the ground, speed is greatly reduced. When he arrived at the Ram's house, it was after 3 in the morning. At this point in time, basically everyone had gone to bed except for those on watch. Song Tianli infiltrated the Gongyang family with ease. Qian Shang hadn't sent any information about the Ram's family yet, so he didn't know much about the members of the Ram's family yet. However, these big families have their own rules, and there are specific directions for the master to live in and the subordinates to live in. The higher the status of the person, the more elaborate the place where they live, the more elaborate it is. Therefore, Song Tianli determined the approximate residences of the main characters of the Gongyang family based on the characteristics of the buildings. Multiple shadow split technique. He then split off dozens of doppelgangers and went to the room to check on these people. The sleeping crowd was not too alert. Plus, Song Tianli's doppelganger was only surveying and didn't have any killing intent. Coupled with the ability of the sneaking skill to hide the scent was strong enough that even some of the strongest members of the Ram's family didn't notice the presence of the doppelganger. Very quickly, Song Tianli identified the specific residences of some of the young men. At this time, his essence acted. Just in case something happens in the gutter, Song Tianli didn't rashly let his doppelganger barge in after arriving outside these young people's room. He wanted to be sure of the strength of these young men. White eyes, open. Song Tianli opened his white eyes and observed the energy running routes in these people's bodies. It was easy to determine the strength of these people through the energy running routes within their bodies. He only intended to strike at those below the Chifu realm for insurance purposes. As for those above the Chifu realm, there was a certain amount of risk involved, so he still decided not to take that risk for now. After screening, Song Tianli determined to take a shot at the 4 young men. It was still the same as when he had struck out against Donggong Fearless. first using the shadow mimicry technique to bind him, and then using the pointing skill to point him out. Finally, it was received in the divine might space. Since Song Tianli only struck out at people below the Chifu realm, none of the 4 strikes had attracted the attention of the Gongyang family. One would think that the Gongyang family would not have expected that there would be an old 6th, who would not sleep in the middle of the night, to strike at the younger generation of their Gongyang family. After getting his hands on him, Song Tianli left the Gongyang family as fast as he could. He then appeared in the divine might space once again. He didn't directly strike at the 4 people because he wasn't sure if they were all from the Gongyang family. Song Tianli considered himself not to be a good person. However, his retaliation this time was only against the 10 great families. In his opinion, the people of the 10 great families deserved to die, but those outside of the 10 great families, he would not kill. It was his principle of being a man. So, first he had to ask, who these 4 people were. Chapter 98, Some children are children, but some are demons. Song Tianli took out a table and used the transformation technique, acting as Yama. At the moment, he had a leopard's head and ringed eyes, an iron face and gnarled temples, and looked ferocious. He also used the art of multiple shadow separation to split off many doppelgangers, making them take on the appearance of the Undertaker, splitting into 2 columns and standing in front of the table. He took out a piece of slate with the word D engraved on it and slapped it on the table as a shock absorber. Rise the hall! Song Tianli shouted. Mighty! Dang it! The Undertakers on either side of the table used the sticks in their hands, pounding on the ground and mouthing words. Very quickly, the first young man from the Rams family was brought up. He was directly escorted by the 2 Undertakers and knelt on the ground. Who is under the hall? Report your name, Song Tianli said loudly as he looked at the people under the stage. The people who were brought in had never seen such a scene at all, and for a moment, did not react at all. However, after all, he was a member of the Gongyang family and had seen great storms, so he was not bluffed. Who are you people to kidnap me? Do you know who I am? I am the 9th young master of the Gongyang family, the man under the hall said in a haughty tone. After that, he tried to struggle to his feet. However, he had just gotten up when one of the Undertakers swung the stick in his hand and struck at his leg and wrist. Bang! In an instant, the man who had just stood up, once again fell to his knees. This official asks a question and dares to refuse to answer. Men, pull them out first and beat them 50 times, Song Tianli said loudly. The man had revealed himself to be the 9th young master of the Gongyang family, and his identity had basically been established, so a beating was not unjust. Yes, immediately, there were 2 doppelgangers who had turned into Yuan warriors and came behind the man, dragging him down. This left the man in a daze as to how he was going to be beaten after just saying that. Next, Song Tianli said loudly again. Quickly, another man was brought up. Who is under the hall? Report your name. Song Tianli still slapped the slate on the table like before. The remaining 3 members of the Gongyang family saw everything that happened just now clearly. Their companions were to be beaten 50 times for just saying so. It would be, and he could still hear his screams. Therefore, right now, in response to Song Tianli's question, this man didn't dare to have any hesitation at all. He was afraid that he would follow in his companion's footsteps. My name is Gongyang Jilin. I'm the 11th young master of the Gongyang family. Dare I ask if your honor is? The man looked at Song Tianli as he spoke, trying to figure out where, exactly, he was right now. Hell's Yama, your lifespan is over, and this officer has come to judge you for your crimes. Give an honest account of your crimes, and this official, for the sake of your active cooperation, may take a lighter sentence. If you refuse to give an account, you will not blame this official for the great punishment, Song Tianli said in the tone of King Yama. There are also some myths and legends in the land of God, although it is not exactly the same as the Blue Star, but it is more or less the same. He impersonated the King of Hell, and the people of the Gongyang family were unable to recognize him, because they have never died either and don't really know if they will actually meet Yama when they die. Life expectancy is over? Lord Yen Luo. This is impossible. I was alive and well when I was yesterday. Could there be a misunderstanding in this? Gongyang Jilin said hurriedly. If it was bandits or something, he could still raise the Ram family to scare the other side, but he couldn't make threats in the face of the legendary Hell's Yama. Misunderstanding? Hades wants you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep you until the 5th night? It is clearly written in this official's life and death book that Gongyang Jilin's lifespan has expired. Now give a clear account of all your previous crimes, and this official will let you reincarnate with less physical suffering. Otherwise, this official will definitely beat you down to the 18 layers of hell and make you suffer in the 18 layers of hell, Song Tianli said as he waited for Gongyang Jilin with fierce eyes. He had just suddenly thought of an idea, not to kill these young men of the Gongyang family first, but to make their crimes public. He would first destroy the reputation of the Gongyang family and then deal with the Gongyang family. Lord Yin Luo. I was born kind and have never done anything evil. Gongyang Jilin pretended to be pitiful and said, "Bold, how dare you try to deceive this official? Come on people, pull down and beat 100 big boards first." Song Tianli slapped the shocking brick in his hand and said loudly, "Yes." Immediately, two underworlders stepped forward and pulled Ram Jilin toward the distance. Lord Yin Luo. I'll explain. Seeing that these underworlders were planning to come for Rial, Gongyang Jilin hurriedly said. He usually just acted on the reputation of the Gongyang family, and his own bones weren't much harder. Now that he was so frightened by Song Tianli, he immediately wimped out. His ninth brother's screams hadn't stopped now, and he didn't want to do the same. "Say, you guys record," Song Tianli said, giving his doppelganger a wink. The doppelganger immediately took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and started recording. He intended to record all the words spoken by Ramses Jilin. "When I was 10 years old, I pushed one of the Chao children into the lake. I just wanted to see what he looked like when he was drowned. I didn't realize that guy could swim and tried to swim up from the lake, so I took a stick and kept hitting him. Every time he was about to swim up, I beat him down with a stick. After some time he had no strength left and finally drowned." The first thing Gongyang Jilin explained made Song Tianli furious. This scumbag is downright vicious. At a young age, he takes pleasure in killing people. "When I was 14, I fell in love with a girl in my class, and I wanted her to be my girlfriend, but she didn't agree. I've told her I'll give her money. I'll give her lots of money, and she still won't agree. So I lured her into our family's RV at night while school was out and forced myself on her. I killed her to prevent her from telling anyone about me forcing myself on her, and then the body was cremated straight away." As Gongyang Jilin explained, Song Tianli's face became increasingly ugly. He did not think that this Ram Jilin was a dog in human skin, so vicious things can be done. It really is true what they say, some kids are kids, but some kids are evil. Gongyang Jilin explained a lot of things, each of which was enough to make people dismantle him. To be honest, such a person, even if he really killed him with a single slash, Song Tianli felt that it would dirty his divine might space. If there really is an 18 layers of hell, such a person should be knocked down into the 18 layers of hell for eternity. Chapter 99, Acting for Heaven, Rewarding the Good and Punishing the Bad. Song Tianli recorded all the crimes that Gongyang Jilin explained. Finally, he was asked for his cell phone password. He decided that he would use Ram Jilin's cell phone to post all of this incriminating evidence. All of it, on the internet. He wanted to make everyone in the 9 great states see the faces of the Gongyang family members clearly. Next, after interrogating Gongyang Jilin on his charges, Song Tianli had his doppelganger bring up others. To be honest, after interrogating Gongyang Jilin, his subconscious mind told him that the people of the Gongyang family were all human and animalistic. After all, a family that could raise a scum like Ram Jilin could be no good. Sure enough, after the ensuing interrogation, the other two from the Gongyang family both gave their accounts as well. Although the two of them were slightly better than Gongyang Jilin, they were also full of evil. If carrying a human life goes to hell once, these two will go to hell dozens of times less. Similarly, Song Tianli recorded both of these men's crimes on his cell phone. After doing this, Song Tianli didn't hesitate and directly finished off the 4 people. To be honest, even if he didn't have a mother-killing grudge against the Gongyang family, I'm afraid that he wouldn't let them off the hook if he knew what these scumbags had done. Not to mention, having a mother's murder on his own. It was considered Song Tianli's good heart if he didn't break them into pieces. After doing so, Song Tianli had his doppelganger take on the appearance of Donggong Wufei and fabricate some crimes. He had killed Donggong Wufei too dryly before, and hadn't had time to interrogate him. So, I wonder what sins he actually committed. Of course, even if he hadn't committed any sins, he deserved to die just because he was a member of the Donggong family. Furthermore, Song Tianli didn't believe that the person who was able to bully Donggong Yanlong in the first place would be any good. After killing the 4 members of the Gongyang family, Song Tianli's combat power grew from 2598 plus to 4373 plus. According to their strength, these few people from the Gongyang clan were quite a bit less powerful than Donggong Wufei. With a combat power of 4373 plus, it was already close to the Erfu realm. After dawn the next day, Song Tianli used his cell phone to record the video and uploaded it to the major platforms on the internet. For the title of the video, he wrote only 8 words: to act on behalf of heaven, to reward the good and punish the evil. Of course, in doing so, he didn't really intend to do God's work for him. He was just making a gag. At the same time, it gives a misleading message to the 10 great families as well as others who see these messages. He was not doing this to avenge his own personal wrongs, nor to take revenge on the 10 great families, but only to do the right thing for heaven. in order to make the news spread faster and wider. He also used Ram Jilin's cell phone to charge money. When the people of the 9 great states woke up from their slumber, the video of the confession of the several members of the Gongyang family and Donggong Fearless had spread all over the place. Although, the Gongyang family and the Donggong family were extremely quick to react, and at the first time, they took the video that was spreading online and took it down. But still, a lot of people saw it. Some of them even saved. As a result, the internet set off a kind of rhetoric that the Gongyang and Donggong families were evil and morally corrupt. At first, it was just a small group of people talking about it, but as time went on, more and more people joined in. Because the Gongyang and Donggong families had offended many people, intentionally or unintentionally. In the course of their development over the years, these people didn't dare to look for trouble from these two clans during normal times. These two clans were simply too huge, and actively messing with them was a death sentence. However, now that this kind of thing has occurred, they don't mind pushing a family behind the scenes. As time passed, the talk about the Donggong family and the Gongyang family being evil not only didn't diminish, but instead intensified. With the manipulation of some well-intentioned people, it slowly spread to the other 8 clans, being in the same 10 great families. If these 2 great families were like this, then how much better could the other 8 families be? When these remarks on the internet began to ferment, the current head of the Gongyang family, in addition to having people search for the thieves who had kidnapped a few people from the Gongyang family, in the first instance, traveled to the Donggong family. The time before, their 2 clans were ready to join forces and work together. I didn't realize that it was just one night that this had happened. The Rams had reason to suspect that this was someone hammering them. Brother Qing Xian, what do you think about this matter? Gongyang Tengfei, the family head of the Gongyang family, looked at Donggong Qing Xian and asked, to be honest, in the beginning, we speculated that it could be Song Sihai's doing. But now, again, not so sure. Donggong Qing Xian said, Song Sihai? Why are you so skeptical? Gongyang Tengfei was puzzled. The name Song Sihai was just too sensitive for them. Thus, Donggong Qing Xian recounted the matter of his son's disappearance and that someone had left a note. Song Sihai does have a reason to do so, but, from what I know of him, Song Sihai is an extremely arrogant person. He shouldn't use such underhanded means. Even if he really wanted to retaliate against our 10 great families, or against the Donggong family, he wouldn't do so. He will definitely declare war head-on. Ram Tengfei said. Then who does Brother Tengfei think this could be? There are 10 of the 10 great families, so why is it that the children of our 2 families were kidnapped and this happened? Our 2 families were just about to form an alliance when this kind of amount happened. If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. So, I suspect that it's possible that other clans know about our plans and are targeting us. They want to ruin our reputation in this way. Think about it, the person who can unknowingly kidnap the children of our 2 families has an absolutely unfathomable strength. There aren't many clans that can have this kind of strength in the middle of the central state. Gongyang Tengfei analyzed. What Uncle Ram said does have some truth to it, but if it's really the work of other clans, then doesn't it seem too foolish for them to do so? After all, when our 2 families were targeted, the first targets of suspicion were the other few families. If they do this, isn't it equivalent to self-detonation? At this time, Donggong Wuyo said. She was the Donggong family's head butler and had a say in the Donggong family's affairs. What if it's lights out? Thinking we'd suspect them in the first place, so they wouldn't do it. But they're doing the opposite. Besides, all the other 8 clans are possible. We can't simply suspect one. Gongyang Tengfei asked. The most dangerous place is the safest place. By the same token, the least likely person may instead be the most likely. Chapter 100, Infiltrating the Eastern Family. It's true that it's a possibility, but it doesn't rule out that some people have taken advantage of just that, wanting to use this to provoke the relationship between our 10 great clans, so that we can snipe at each other. The person behind the scenes, sitting on the fence. Donggong Wuyo offered a different insight again. For a while, no one could convince anyone. It had to be said that both Donggong Wuyo and Gongyang Tengfei had a point in what they said, and all could be the truth of the matter, without direct evidence. None of them can prove what they say is right. Naturally, there is no way to prove that what the other side is saying is wrong. You guys, is it possible that the Divine Chosen are targeting us? Right at this moment, Donggong Qing Xian suddenly said. The moment his words came out, Donggong Wuyo and Gongyang Tengfei, who were originally arguing, simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. What does that mean? It is well known that the Chosen One has 1,000 golden fingers. No one knows, except the Chosen One himself, what their golden handshake is. If anything, the golden finger of one of the Chosen Ones is to stir up public opinion so as to gain power in the midst of it. Or some other similar golden touch. Our 10 great families are the most talked about families. so he chose to target our 10 great families. It's possible that the divine chosen have some unknown means to be able to kidnap the young children of our two families without the gods realizing it. Donggong Qingxian analyzed. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Donggong Woyo and Gongyang Tengfei said at the same time. It had to be said that what Donggong Qingxian had just said was somewhat close to the truth. Although Song Tianli was not trying to gain power from public opinion, he was indeed the chosen one. So let's summarize. We've analyzed three possibilities so far. The first, by Song Sihai. The second, by several other families. The third, by the chosen of God. Donggong Qingxian summarized and said, I think that there should be a fourth, by unknown forces. Donggong Wuyo added, well, for the time being, count on it. Which of these four possibilities does Brother Tengfei think is the most likely? Donggong Qingxian asked, I think the second and third, most likely. I wonder what Brother Qingxian thinks. Gongyang Tengfei asked rhetorically. I think it's still the first one that's the most likely. The third is second best. The perceived results are different for different people. Because they know so little information now, there is no way to speculate on the outcome based on this limited information. Since we can't come up with a definitive result, we'll just have to gather evidence first. The thieves are targeting our two families, so I think that our two families should make an alliance, finalize it, and then advance and retreat together. What does Brother Tengfei think? Donggong Qingxian asked at this time. I think so. From this day on, our two families will go in and out together. Information exchange. Ram Tengfei said. The water in the central state was too deep. Even as the top 10 families, they did not dare to say that they could see everything clearly. Not to mention, being in the same top 10 clans, the other few clans hated to make them overthrow. After all, too much of a cake for one person to eat, and too little for each person to eat. There were also some clans that were not as strong as the top 10 clans, but they weren't too much weaker either. They hated to replace the 10 great families. And now, there are the chosen ones. It can be said that the situation in the central state is getting more and more chaotic. They have reason to believe that this is all just the beginning. In the face of this situation, it is natural to enlist in a group. After all, unity is strength. Song Tianli probably couldn't have imagined that by merely targeting the Donggong and Gongyang families, he had prompted the two families to ally so quickly. The reason why he kidnapped the people from the Gongyang family before was not just because the Gongyang family was closer to the Donggong family. He had heard the conversation between Donggong Qingxian and Donggong Qingyun when he was in the Donggong family earlier. They intended to ally with the Gongyang family. They just hadn't taken that step yet. Kidnapping people from these two families and striking at the reputation of these two families was to make them suspect the other families. In this way, he was able to fish in troubled waters. The best way to do it is that the snipe will be the one who catches the fish. It's just that it's not an easy thing to create a struggle between these big families. He needed to observe the performance of the 10 great families while formulating a revised plan based on the actual situation. At this moment, regarding the information about the members of the other clans among the 10 great clans, Shen Sheng had already sent it to him. He was reading it carefully. Among the 10 great families, except for the Donggong family, all the other families had thriving populations. The most numerous Beimhua family had close to 100 members among the younger generation. Therefore, the Northmore family was also jokingly referred to by some as the breeder's family, because they are just too fertile. With such a large number of youngsters, naturally the good and the bad were mixed. There are heavenly prides and there are scum, as the Northmore family has always been known to do. There is strength in numbers. With a larger population base, the chances of a heavenly pride appearing were also greater than other clans. This was good news for Song Tianli, because the more the younger generation of the northern underworld family, the more chances he would be able to find if he laid his hands on them. After looking at the members of the 10 great families, Song Tianli began to think. He was thinking that he was continuing to use some means to tie up the younger generation of other clans as he had done before, or a different approach. If he continued to use the previous method, then with the passage of time, the 10 great families would slowly all react to the fact that he was targeting the 10 great families, not the Gongyang and Donggong families. After thinking about it, Song Tianli decided to use the method of graft. If it succeeded, it would surely cause the 10 great families to fight within themselves. Even if he failed, at most he would change back to the method he started with, and there was no great loss for him. After formulating a plan, Song Tianli headed towards the Dongfang family. He didn't come to the Oriental house to kidnap someone or to kill someone. Rather, it was to follow the Eastern 9 days. The name is quite a dominating name, one that sounds like a dragon among men. After all, dragons soar to the 9th heaven and phoenixes dance to the 9th heaven. For those who didn't recognize Dongfang Jiutian, just by hearing this name, I'm afraid that they would think that this person must be an absolute heavenly pride. However, the opposite is true. Eastern Jiutian is cynical and a wastrel. Of course, this waste is not so wasteful that it accomplishes nothing. Rather, compared to the other family's heavenly pride, Dongfang Jiutian could simply be described as mediocre. It's like, a student is always at the bottom of the list in a top class full of schoolboys and schoolmasters. That doesn't mean that this bottom one is as bad as it could be. Chapter 101 Eastern Tisung. The bottom of the list in a top class could be the top of the list in a regular class. This is the case with the 9 East days. Among the many heavenly prides, he appeared inconspicuous, but again, better than average. This is a slightly awkward position to be in. There were two main reasons why Song Tianli had set his sights on the Eastern 9 heavens. First, Dongfang Jiutian was a member of the Dongfang family, and the Dongfang family was the #1 family in the 9 states right now, with the strongest strength. If the Eastern 9 heavens messed up, they would easily be targeted by the other clans. No matter which family, they don't want to see more and more good members of a family. Among the young generation of the Dongfang clan, there was already a Dongfang Shanha who was the #1 heavenly pride of the central state. If another divine chosen one, Dongfang Jiutian, appeared, then the Dongfang family would definitely become a target. At that time, the other clans would definitely join forces to deal with the Eastern family. The meaning was simple. Song Tianli decided to make the Eastern 9 heavens a chosen of God. At the very least, it was important to make the others feel that the Eastern 9 heavens were the chosen of the gods. The second point was because Dongfang Jiutian's presence in the Dongfang family was not high, and not too many people knew him. If he replaced the Eastern 9 heavens for a short period of time, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out. If you wanted to replace the Eastern 9 heavens, you naturally had to have a general understanding of the Eastern 9 heavens, and the only way to get a feel for him is to follow him up close. The Dongfang family was the #1 family in the 9 great states, and the family had many powerful people, so Song Tianli had to be careful enough. The good thing was, he had gotten stronger and was able to use more and more skills, as long as one didn't do anything to kill oneself. Normally, if one sneaked into a clan, it wasn't that easy to be discovered. Through the searches of the doppelganger, Song Tianli spent roughly half an hour, which was how he found Dongfang Jiutian. At this moment, Dongfang Jiutian was sitting in his room cultivating. It could be seen that he was practicing very hard. The more talent you have in the Sanzang realm, the better you are not considered. After observing the energy within Dongfang Jiutian's body with his white eyes, Song Tianli said to himself, Dongfang Jiutian was 22 years old, but he only had the strength of the Sanzang realm. This strength was indeed already considered good when placed on an average person. One must know that Song Tianli was only at the second hidden realm before he obtained the golden finger. Of course, he was 2 years younger than Dongfang Jiutian. However, before obtaining the golden finger, he wasn't certain that he would break through to the Sanzang realm within 2 years. Therefore, Dongfang Jiutian's talent was indeed quite good, but it's going to be a little bit worse than Donggong Wufei. Donggong Wufei was 23 years old, yet he was already at the 5 hidden realms, and it was only one step away from the Chifu realm. Not to mention, Donggong Wufei's talent wasn't too good, and was simply no match for Donggong Wufei. With the resources of the Dongfang family, as well as the teachings of powerful people, Dongfang Jiutian's 22 years of age and strength of the Sanzang realm was indeed considered poor. Looking at Dongfang Jiutian's efforts to cultivate, Song Tianli shook his head. There are a lot of things that don't work just because you try. That $50 doesn't invite as much effort as $100. What's the point of having a genius if effort works? Again, if genius works, what's the point of hanging around? Watching Dongfang Jiutian cultivating, Song Tianli split off a few doppelgangers and went to quietly pry into the Dongfang family's information. With Shadow's ability, being able to inquire about the composition of the Oriental family's personnel was already at its limit. It was basically impossible to find out any other information about the Eastern family. So, it's something he'll have to do on his own. He was still being extra careful, as he had been before. Just now, during the process of sneaking in, he realized that there were too many cultivators of the Chifu realm in the Dongfang family. Every few dozen meters, there was one. If this was anyone else, without white eyes and sneaking skills, it would not be easy to enter the Eastern family. When one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers arrived at the parlor, he found 7 or 8 people sitting in the parlor. All of them are the most powerful people in the Dongfang family. Among them, the one sitting at the main seat was none other than the Dongfang family's family head in the 9 great states seat Zun Dongfang Tieshong. With regards to the Donggong family and the Gongyang family, I'm sure you all already know about it, right? Dongfang Tieshong asked as he looked at the few people at the bottom. His voice was flat, not overbearing in any way. However, it gave off an indescribable majesty. Perhaps it was because he had been a superior for a long time, and there was a kind of dominance in both his body and his eyes. In his presence, many will unconsciously be ashamed of themselves. Even Song Tianli, at first, was a bit afraid to look directly at him. Of course, this was mainly because, now that he was eavesdropping, he didn't dare to look directly at him head-on and could only observe with his afterglow. These powerful people were very keen on the gazes of others. If he kept watching Dongfang Tieshong, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the other party. We just found out, one of the Eastern family said. They also didn't know about it until after they got up in the morning. I'll just ask you, this matter, amongst you, is there anyone involved? Dongfang Tieshong swept over the bodies of several people with a scrutinizing look. No, neither did I. Nope. Several others replied in turn. Hearing these people answer like this, Dongfang Tieshong's face softened slightly and he also withdrew his scrutinizing eyes. No better. Although our Dongfang family is the number one family in the 9 regions, it doesn't mean that we can be carefree. For our Oriental family to have come this far, every step has been like walking on thin ice, with all kinds of caution and care. The Dongfang family may seem powerful, but if you're not careful, you could fall off the abyss of 10,000 feet. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Don't say that you guys don't know what kind of attitude the other several great clans have towards our Dongfang family, but they are all eager to replace us one by one. Dongfang Tieshong said, Family Master, we know it's an eventful time, and we'll be careful with everything. It's only been less than a month since the Divine Providence thing ended, and almost all of the Divine Chosen have chosen to fall silent. But we must be clear that their silence is only temporary. Once they get on their high horse, it's possible that all of us in the Dongfang family will fall into cannon fodder. Dongfang Tieshong said, Family Master, our Eastern family shouldn't be reduced to cannon fodder, right? One person couldn't help but say, Won't? Iron Heart, why are you still so forgetful? Could it be that 20 years ago? What happened to Song Sihai? Hasn't made you remember? Do you think that if our Dongfang family had faced Song Sihai alone 20 years ago, we would have had a chance of winning? Dongfang Tieshong asked. Once his words came out, the Eastern Tieshin who had just asked the question was instantly speechless. Chapter 102, The World's Worthiest Prince. Although it had been 20 years since the incident regarding Song Sihai, and it had ended with the 10 great families being victorious, however, the shadow that Song Sihai had left on them was too deep. 20 years ago, if only one of the 10 great clans had dealt with Song Sihai, then the end of that clan would definitely be destruction. Even if the 10 great clans had joined forces, if they hadn't occupied themselves with some luck, plus some despicable means, the end result remains destruction. One must know that Song Sihai, who was not a divine chosen 20 years ago, nearly overthrew the 10 great families. Now the chosen one has appeared, and there is more than one. If the 10 great families really went against the chosen of God, they might go down the same path as they did 20 years ago. It's just that, this time, it's hard to say whether they'll have the same luck as they did 20 years ago. Pass on my family master's order. From now on, all children of the Eastern family, regardless of gender or status, all work in a low profile. If anyone flaunts it like before, they'll just break their legs and throw them in the woodshed. Save yourself from inviting right and wrong to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Tieshong said loudly to a few people. He was able to become the head of the Dongfang family, able to become the Shizun of the 9 great states. He was not a person with a soft heart. As the saying goes, charity is not a good thing, and righteousness is not a good thing. For Dongfang Tieshong to be in his current position, he was naturally a person with an iron fist. Just breaking both legs had been one of his kinder words. Yes, family master. Regarding Dongfang Tieshong's family lord's order, the others didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. For the Dongfang family to become the number one family in the 9 states, there really is some truth to it. Just this point of being united in following orders alone is not comparable to ordinary clans. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, muttered. His doppelganger then departed and started checking out other places again. The young generation of the Dongfang family. There were 7 people in total, 4 women and 3 men. Among these 7 people, other than Dongfang Jiutian, the other 6 were not weak, especially Oriental Mountain River and Oriental Red. Dongfang Shanha was known as the number 1 heavenly pride in the central state, and the number 1 person of the younger generation in the central state, a leader of his contemporaries. Although Dongfang Honghong was not as good as Dongfang Shanha, her talent was not to be underestimated. She could be said to be the first of the younger generation among the women of the central state. I have to say, the genes of the Eastern family are really strong. Song Tianli's doppelganger discovered Dongfang Shanha while sneaking around the Dongfang family. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha was fighting Dongfang Honghong in the middle of the Dongfang family's martial arts arena. The two of them were holding long swords, their bodies constantly flickering. 3 Mansions Realm. Feeling the aura coming from Dongfang Shanha, Song Tianli said with a bit of incredulity. Without a golden finger, relying on himself to cultivate to the 3 prefectures realm, he was truly worthy of being the no. one heavenly pride of the central state. Hong Hong, you've made rapid progress in the past 2 months. I'm afraid you'll soon break through to the second mansion realm. When the battle between the two was over, Dongfang Shanha said appreciatively to Dongfang Honghong, "It's all because Big Brother taught me well." Dongfang Honghong said with an excited face. Being able to be praised by her own big brother made her even happier than if she had broken through to the second mansion realm. "You're the one who practiced harder. When you make a breakthrough, remember to come find me. I'll protect you," Dongfang Shanha said as he put away the long sword in his hand. From his speech, Song Tianli could easily see that this Dongfang Shanha was gentle and elegant, and quite the elder brother. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. He felt that the poem was dedicated to describing the eastern mountains and rivers. "Thank you, big brother," Dongfang Honghong said gratefully. "You can cultivate here first. I'll go check on the others." "Big brother, in a few days, the heaven's remarkable realm will open. Do you want to go in?" Dongfang Honghong suddenly asked. "Naturally, I'm going to go in and take a look. The heaven's remarkable realm only opens once every 10 years, so if you enter it, you might be able to obtain great opportunities. It's possible for me to go even further and step onto the path of the gods," Dongfang Shanha said with a longing face. On the path of cultivation, one condenses the divine element, cultivates the 5 Tibetans, gathers the 6 mansions, and embarks on the divine path. Whether it was the 5 hidden realms, or the 6 house realms, it was all about laying the foundation. Only by stepping onto the divine path would one be qualified to compete for that chance to become a god. "Okay, I'll go in with Big Brother when the time comes." Song Tianli withdrew his eyes at this time and frowned slightly. What is the Heaven's Pride realm? Unheard of. He knew too little about the central state. This Heaven's Pride realm was the first time he had heard of it. However, listening to what Dongfang Shanha had just said, there were many opportunities in this Heaven's remarkable realm, allowing those who entered to increase their strength greatly. Otherwise, Dongfang Shanha wouldn't have said that entering the Heaven's Pride realm would make it possible to step onto the divine path. Guessing by that name, this should be like a secret realm, and one that only heavenly pride can enter. Song Tianli made a guess. This kind of place, when he was in Blue Star in the past, he had seen it in some movies, TV dramas, novels, and anime, but after coming to the Divine Lands, he had never heard of such a place, so he had always assumed that places like this were made up by the dog writers of Blue Star. I didn't realize that there really was. Now it seems that it was just a shallow level of exposure for him. Come to think of it, although Song Tianli had crossed over and laid out his plans for nearly 20 years, what he could learn was only skin deep. Some of the secrets of the great families were impossible for him to grasp. It was reasonable to not know about the Heaven's Pride realm. After thinking about it, Song Tianli's doppelganger followed behind Dongfang Shanha. Dongfang Shanha's position in the Dongfang family is extremely high, so following him will definitely enable him to find out more secrets. Only, what Song Tianli did not expect was for Dongfang Shanha to walk towards where Dongfang Jiutian was. "Jiutian, are you in there?" Dongfang Shanha knocked on the door of the room and asked. "Big brother, please come in." Dongfang Shanha woke up from his cultivation and said loudly. Hearing Dongfang Jiutian's voice, Dongfang Shanha pushed the door and walked in. "Brother, is something wrong? I just came to ask how your cultivation is going. Any signs of a breakthrough?" "Not yet. Don't be discouraged. Sometimes the more anxious you are, the harder it is to break through instead. The Heaven's remarkable realm will open in a few days, and at that time, you will follow me in. There are countless opportunities in the Heaven's Pride realm, so if you're lucky, you might be able to soar to the heavens." Dongfang Shanha asked. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, sighed inwardly when he saw him. I have to say that Dongfang Shanha is really broad-minded. As a big brother, he's definitely qualified. It's no exaggeration to say that it's totally exemplary to be a big brother. In this respect, the Dongfang family's education for him was extremely successful. It was no wonder that Dongfang Shanha would be the ideal partner for many women in Central State. Chapter 103, The Angry Shangguan Family. It was a pity that Song Tianli and Dongfang Shanha had different positions between them, and it was ultimately difficult to coexist. Otherwise, he would be very willing to make a friend between him and Dongfang Shanha. Life is such that the only thing you can't choose is your birth. When born into a particular family, one is branded with that family. Once branded by this family, then the position is doomed. After the position is predetermined, many things, there is no way to do exactly as one wishes. Big brother, I definitely want to enter the Heaven's Pride realm. You understand. This is my only chance to change my destiny, Dongfang Jiutian said decisively. Either way, he's going to have to wrestle with it. Otherwise, you'll always be a loser in the Eastern family. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what happens, there's still Big Brother. Prepare yourself in these few days. We'll enter the Heaven's Pride realm then. If there is a chance, I will snatch it for you, Dongfang Shanhe said and turned to leave. Seeing his big brother's back as he left, Dongfang Jotian clenched his fist. He also admitted that his big brother was impeccable in every way. However, with such a big brother, you can imagine how much pressure he was under. When people mentioned the Oriental family's supreme pride, they would always mention him, a scum, intentionally or unintentionally. Everywhere he went, he was pointed at. Although, he always puts on a cynical, uncaring face, but how could he really not care? There was just no way around it if he did that. I've had enough of the name of waste. This time, traveling to the heavens' remarkable realm. Either I soar to the heavens, or I'll die inside, Dongfang Jotian said decisively. When Song Tianli heard Dongfang Jotian's words, a playful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He had originally planned to finish off the Eastern Jotian after he had figured out his habits and how he treated everyone, and then replace it. However, he's changed his mind now. He decided to follow Dongfang Jotian into the Heaven's Pride realm and finish him off in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm. Or, take it out moments before entering the secret realm. That way, he could show part of his strength. At that time, even if someone asked, he would have a reason to say that he had a huge chance in the Heaven's remarkable realm, and his strength had soared to the heavens. Such a justification is a perfect fit. As for letting or not letting the Eastern 9 heavens become the chosen of the gods, that would find another time. Thus, for the next period of time during the day, Song Tianli and his doppelganger moved about in the middle of the Dongfang family, observing every move of all the younger generations of the Eastern family. It was no exaggeration to say that his knowledge of these people was more detailed than some of the elders of the Eastern family, because the young men of the Eastern family carried some pretense in front of their elders, but when they are alone, they reveal their truest side. When night fell, Song Tianli left the Eastern house. Since he had decided to use the Dongfang family as a breakthrough point, it was naturally impossible for him to take another shot at the Dongfang family. Therefore, he would travel to other clans and continue to deal with young people from other clans. His current combat power had reached over 4,300. As long as his combat power could reach 5,000, he would be considered to have broken through to the second mansion realm. He decided that he would accomplish that goal tonight. The two closest families to the Dongfang family were the Huangfu family and the Shangwan family. The younger generation of these two clans were similar, both having a dozen or so. These are large families that don't worry about raising children, so they tend to have more children. Like the Dongdong family, it wasn't that they didn't want to have children, but they couldn't, so they were sparsely populated. After thinking about it, Song Tianli decided to head to the Shangwan family. The Huangfu family was his mother's family, and he still hadn't figured out what kind of role the Huangfu family had played in what happened 20 years ago. It would be bad if we dealt with them now, in case it caused a misunderstanding. He decided that after everything was cleared up, if he found out that the Huangfu family was despicable and shameless, then he wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy, even if there is some blood relationship between those people and him. Song Tianli had always felt that the relationship between relatives and loved ones was not determined by blood. Rather, it relies on the attitudes of each other and the frequency of regular walks. Not to mention just relatives, even parents, if they are born but not raised, or if they either beat or scold, then they do not deserve to be parents. No need to treat them with a tolerant heart. People like the Huangfu family, nominally speaking, should be considered Song Tianli's grandparents, uncles, and cousins. However, in the past 20 years, they had never traveled to the Song family. Thus, there could be no kinship between Song Tianli and them. This time, if he hadn't been randomly transported to the central state, he wouldn't have known that he still had such a group of so-called relatives. When he arrived at the Shangwan family, Song Tianli realized that the guards of the Shangwan family were extremely strict. It was several times more stringent than the Gongyang and Donggong families before. I don't know if the Shangwan family was already like this, or if it was because of the heightened wariness after what happened with the Gongyang family and the Donggong family. Luckily, even if the guards were tight, they couldn't stop Song Tianli from sneaking in. After spending about 3 hours, Song Tianli took away 3 of the Shangwan family's younger generation. It was still like treating the Ram family's people, interrogating them first, then taking videos and sending them to various short video platforms when it was done. Also, charging a little more to increase exposure. The process went down, and by the time people woke up and got busy at work, they quickly swiped through the videos. Still as before, things quickly festered online. At this moment, in the Shangwan family's parlor, Shangwan Lu Yun, the head of the Shangwan family, slammed the teacup in his hand to smithereens. Find out for me, who the hell sent these videos, he said angrily, reporting to the family head. These videos, they were all sent out through young Master Jun Xian's account. A butler-like man said, The young master Jun Xiang he spoke of was one of the people Song Tianli had kidnapped. Yesterday, I asked for more guards to be added. Did you guys add them? Shangguan Luyun asked. We've tripled the guards everywhere. Full stop. But all the guards are uninjured and undead. However, no suspicious persons have been found either. The butler said. No suspicious persons were found? Rubbish. Rice bucket. If there are no suspicious persons, tell me, how did Junshou and the others disappear? The video online. How did that come about again? Hearing the family head's words, the butler was momentarily speechless. Ergo, take it easy for a moment. You can't blame the butler and the others at this point. There's something else going on with this. At this time, Shangguan Liuyun's fourth brother came forward and said, Chapter 104, a short silence now. Shangguan Luyun wasn't the kind of person who was brainless and only knew how to get angry. He was just too angry to say that just now. Now he heard his brother's advice and calmed down. Is there anything to be found in the place where Jun Xiang and the few of them disappeared? Shangguan Luyun asked indifferently after sitting on the chair. Reporting to the family head, we found nothing. There was not the slightest sign of a struggle, and everything inside the room was not destroyed. It's as if a few young masters have disappeared into thin air, the butler replied. Hearing this reply, Shangguan Liuyun's brows furrowed. That wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. First it was the Donggong family, then the Gongyang family, and now it's our Shangguan family. What do you guys think? Is it our 10 great clans that are being targeted? Or is it one of the 10 great clans that is up to no good? Shangguan Luyun asked as he looked at the butler and his fourth brother. His elder brother, as well as his third brother, were all killed by Song Sihai 20 years ago. Therefore, the hatred between the Shangguan family and Song Sihai could not be dissolved at all. However, his suspicions were the same as Donggong Qingshuan's and theirs, and the first thing he suspected was the other clans, not Song Sihai. They felt that Song Sihai was not such a person. It's all possible. The information we know is too little to speculate more useful information. Shangguan Liuyang's fourth brother, Shangguan Luyang, said, Actually, we don't know that much information. The ones who were kidnapped from our Shangguan family were Jun Xiang and a few of them. The Donggong family was Donggong Wufei, and the Gongyang family was Gongyang Jilin and the others. Have you not realized that these people have one thing in common? Shangguan Luyun analyzed. They do have something in common. They're all young. That's not the main thing in common. The main thing in common is that their cultivation talent is average and none of them are strong. This means that the person who kidnapped them wasn't too strong. Otherwise, why didn't the other party kidnap Donggong Wufei of the Donggong family? A ram from the Ram family? Our family's Junjie? To retaliate against the 10 great families, wouldn't it be more thorough to retaliate by directly kidnapping their proudest heavenly pride? But, right now, the ones who are kidnapped are those who don't have too much of a presence in the clan. Shangguan Luyun analyzed. To be able to become the head of the Shangguan family, he was naturally not a generalized person, and directly grasped the point of the question. The moment his words came out, Shangguan Luyang and the housekeeper, at the same time, had a look in their eyes. This is something that they really didn't expect. Then what are we going to do next? Shangguan Luyang asked. Wait for what? Wait for the other guy's next shot. If the target of the other party's strike is still among the younger generation of the 10 great clans, the one with weaker talent, then, the inference I just made is basically certain. Hearing Shangguan Luyun say this, Shangguan Luyang and the housekeeper all fell into silence. For now, this seems like the best way to go. If the other party really only struck out at people with poor talent and low strength, then it meant that the other party wasn't too strong either. There are just a few unknown means of being able to avoid the guard surveys. If so, they wouldn't need to be so squeamish. The 10 great families are not so easily taken. At this moment, Song Tianli was hidden in an unknown corner, consolidating his cultivation. After he finished off the 3 men from the Shangguan family, his combat power increased to 5436 plus. After his combat power had broken through to 5000, his strength was raised to the second mansion realm. At this moment, he was condensing a second Shifu within his body, with the added benefit of 10 times the efficiency of the office. It didn't take too long for Song Tianli to successfully open up his second Shi mansion, second mansion realm. Feeling the more surging power within his body, he muttered. After his strength broke through to the second prefecture realm, coupled with his means, he could strike out against practitioners of the first prefecture realm with a tenfold guarantee. It wasn't just limited to below the Chifu realm anymore. This golden finger of combat power stacking was just too buggy. At this rate, it wouldn't take him long to break through to the 6th house realm. Even stepping onto the path of God is not impossible. However, after thinking about it, Song Tianli decided not to take action against the other family members for now, because he had now tied up members of the Donggong family, Gongyang family, and Shangguan family in a row. and had already sort of spooked the snakes. The other clans must already be on guard, and if they continued to strike, they might become a turtle in a jar. With the previous 2 strikes, it could be said that the 10 great clans had been careless, not expecting anyone to strike at them. However, if he continued to strike, there was no guarantee that the 10 great families would not be prepared to be able to become one of the top 10 families of the 9 states. Song Tianli wouldn't dare to have any underestimation even if he was a divine chosen for them. So, just in case, he decided to remain silent for a while. During this period of time, he intended to feel out things about the Heaven's Pride realm. After entering the Heaven's Pride realm, he would then crunch and kill indiscriminately. By then, no one would be able to stop him. And there's no need for scruples. Speaking of which, Song Tianli's luck was indeed quite good. With this decision, he had unintentionally disrupted the Shangwan family's plans. They were waiting for Song Tianli to strike again, but Song Tianli chose to remain silent. In the next few days, no young generation was tied up among the 10 great clans, and the Donggong family, Gongyang family, and Shangwan family had dispatched countless people to search for the missing members of their families in the past few days. However, they searched the carpet for days on end and found nothing. Not to mention suspicious persons, not even other clues were found. This caused the other clans that were paying attention to this matter, one by one, to be surprised as well. It wasn't really surprising that someone was targeting the 10 great families. After all, trees attracted the wind, and the 10 great families had indeed offended quite a few people. However, with the energy of the 10 great families, the inquiries up to this point, they didn't even know who the enemy was. That, in a way, can be a bit unbelievable. Song Tianli had finally figured out what the Heaven's Remarkable Realm was after various follow-up investigations over the past few days. The so-called Heaven's Remarkable Realm was indeed a secret realm that Song Tianli understood. This secret realm was opened up by the Lulishu city of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens for the purpose of selecting outstandingly talented sons and daughters every 10 years. In this way, it was possible for the Lulishu city to constantly have fresh blood. There had always been some sort of connection between Liulisho city and the 10 great families of the central state. In the beginning, Donggong Hikaru was born in Liulishocheng, and was later fostered in the Donggong family in Zhengzhou, and then, after living for a few years, he was picked up and returned to the city of Rurani Shaozhou. The name Heaven's Pride Realm was nothing more than a name given by the 10 great clans themselves. What the real name is called is known only to the people of Rurashuzhou. Chapter 105, The Heaven's Pride Realm is about to begin. Song Tianli's heart still flickered with a hint of hesitation after finding out all this. He wondered if he wanted to enter the Heaven's Pride Realm or not. It wouldn't be good if the people of Rurani Shoqing noticed it. However, after thinking about it, he decided to go in. He was now a prospective disciple of the Four Seasons Panglai, and he would be able to travel to the Four Seasons Panglai once the 3 months were up. Now, there are only 2 months left. Even if it was noticed by the people of Rurani Shoqing, it wouldn't be a hindrance. After he came out of the Heaven's Pride Realm and settled the matter of the 10 great clans, he slipped away. When that time came, the people of Liuli Shocheng would not travel to the Four Seasons Panglai to look for him. There are 2 conditions that need to be met in order to enter the Four Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. First, the age must not exceed 30 years. Since the Heaven's Pride realm was named by the word Heaven's Pride, being too old could not be called Heaven's Pride. After all, the Heaven's Pride realm opened once every 10 years. If the age is over 30, then it means that he has already participated once when he was in his 20s. Such a person, even if he entered the Heaven's Pride realm one more time, he would just be doing nothing. The second point is that credentials are needed. The space gate of the Heaven's Pride realm has a space storm. Without the protection of the credentials of the 10 great families, it was impossible to enter them. If you force your way in, you'll be swept away by the space storm. Song Tianli had been guarding Dongfang Jotian's side for the past 2 days, just to see if any vouchers existed in his body. Seeing that the time for the opening of the Heaven's Remarkable Realm was getting closer and closer, Song Tianli still hadn't seen Dongfang Jotian take out his vouchers. It made him wonder if he shouldn't use some means to force the issue. Well, Song Tianli was lucky. When the Heaven's Remarkable Realm was about to open, Dongfang Jotian brought out the vouchers, because he wants to make sure that the credentials are in his possession and are not damaged. The moment Song Tianli saw the voucher, he acted. Originally, he had planned to wait until he reached the Heaven's Remarkable Realm before he made a move against Dongfang Jotian. Now, can't wait for that time. Only 2 of Song Tianli's doppelgangers appeared behind Dongfang Jotian and used the shadow mimicry technique. With Song Tianli's current strength of the second prefecture realm, there wouldn't be any surprises when dealing with the Sanzang realm's Dongfang Jotian. In just 2 seconds, he had taken down the Eastern 9 heavens and received it into the Divine Might space. He already knew enough about the Eastern Jotian, so he didn't interrogate him like he did with the others. As a precaution, he didn't kill it, but only temporarily imprisoned it in the divine might space. Afterward, Song Tianli turned into the appearance of Dongfang Jiutian, playing with the voucher in his hand. He realized that the voucher had a spatial power on it. He had already gained some insight into the power of space because of practicing the Flying Thunder God. It was the spatial power on top of this voucher that ensured that others would enter the Heaven's Pride realm. Dang dang dang. Just as Song Tianli was playing with the vouchers, all of a sudden, the door to Dongfang Jiutian's room was knocked on. Please come in, Song Tianli said as he learned the voice of the Eastern Jiutian. Transfiguration was not only able to change into a person's appearance, but likewise, it was also able to mimic a person's voice. Young Master Jiutian, the master asked me to send word that he is ready to depart. The subordinate said. Okay, I'll go now, Song Tianli said, making his way down from the bed. From now on, he is the Eastern Jiutian. He had to concentrate on mimicking the Eastern Nine Heavens, and he couldn't let anyone see the slightest break. As long as he waited to enter into the Heaven's Pride realm, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. When Song Tianli arrived at the Dongfang family's parlor, he found that the Dongfang family's crowd, basically, had already gathered. Jiutian, gather faster next time. Don't let everyone wait for you alone. At this time, Dongfang Tiexin said with an unkind face. He was the leader of the Dongfang clan this time, escorting the young generation of the Dongfang clan and heading to the Heaven's Pride realm. Yes, Song Tianli nodded obediently. After his observation over the past few days, he found that Dongfang Jiutian was good-natured and arrogant on the outside, as if he was untouchable, but in the Oriental family, extraordinarily low-key. He never retorted to the usual criticism and education of the rest of the Eastern family, but just obediently said yes, because he knew very well that he didn't have any say at all in the Dongfang family. Cultivation talent is not good, and not smart enough. For the Eastern family, someone like him was a liability. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off, Dongfang Tiexin said, and turned around to board a flying boat. The others followed closely behind. After the crowd had all boarded the flying boat, it moved. The flying boat cut through a stream of light and flew towards a direction in the central state. At the same time, the members of the other 10 great clans were all on flying boats, flying in the same direction. In the middle of the central state, some unknown people were dumbfounded when they saw these flying boats. They had never known that there was such transportation in the 9 states. Some people who are older, however, are not surprised by this, because they saw it 10 years ago. Song Tianli stood on top of the flying boat and silently hid in the corner, trying not to attract the attention of others. This flying boat was also the first time he had seen it. I have to say, the 10 families are a bit of a thing. The ride is very stable and you can't feel any bumps. Very quickly, the flying boat arrived in the sky above one of the highest mountains in the central state, but it did not land, and dead kept circling. We're ready to go down, Dongfang Tiexin said, directly leaping down from the flying boat. This scene left the others on the flying boat dumbfounded. How nice to just jump right in. However, very quickly, it occurred to the crowd that Dongfang Tiexin was already a Chifu realm cultivator long ago and could perform flight. You can't die from jumping from a high altitude. Jiutian, don't worry, you'll go down with me. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha came to Song Tianli's side and said, Thank you big brother, Song Tianli said pretending to be grateful. Only, his mind was in trouble. If he was in close contact with Dongfang Shanha, in case the other party found out that he possessed the strength of the second mansion realm, that would not be good. After all, the flow of energy within a cultivator's body was difficult to conceal. Thinking of this, Song Tianli raised his hand and hurriedly nodded a few times on his body. In an instant, the energy in his body, it didn't flow very well. He used the skills of the Huva clan and punted himself. This was the only way he could think of to change the energy fluctuations within his body. Honestly, utilizing this method to mask the energy fluctuations in one's body hurt. Song Tianli subconsciously frowned. His fists clenched. This scene happened to be clearly seen by Dongfang Shanha. P.S. For those of you who are taking the college entrance exam tomorrow, cheer up. I'll be waiting for you at the site. Chapter 106, A Scenic View, Suitable for a Grave. Jiutian, what's wrong with you? Dongfang Shanha looked at Song Tianli and asked. Hearing his question, Song Tianli's expression gave a start. He hadn't thought that his little action had been seen by the other party. There is a bit of nervousness. He then stammered a bit. You're still weak. You don't know how to fly, and jumping from a high place makes you nervous. You go down with me. Dongfang Shanha didn't think much about this, but said very gently. Thank you big brother, Song Tianli said pretending to be grateful. Thus, Dongfang Shanha took Song Tianli and jumped off the flying boat. At the same time, on top of the flying boats where the Dongfang family was located, as well as the flying boats of the other great families, people were constantly jumping towards the ground. From below, It looked like dumplings in the middle of the sky. The number of celestial pride from each family, as well as the family's protectors, was not small. Song Tianli pretended that he was very nervous as he fell downward and subconsciously grabbed Dongfang Shanha's arm. Dongfang Shanha just glanced at him and didn't stop him. Dongfang Jiutian was only in the Sanzang realm, and it was more than normal for him to have such a performance. After landing on the ground, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief, looking as if he was a bit distraught. His performance was perfectly in line with the realm of the Eastern Nine Heavens. His performance, in that respect, was pretty much spot on. Afterwards, Song Tianli turned his gaze to the surroundings, and he realized that more and more people had appeared at the top of the mountain as time went on. The open space above this mountaintop was huge, tens of thousands of square meters. At this moment, the people from the 10 great clans were standing in different places according to their camps. With just a few cursory sweeps, Song Tianli spotted some people he had seen before. Of course, this having met did not mean that the two sides had met face to face, but rather Song Tianli had met them when they were lurking before. For example, Donggong Woi, Shangguan Jun Kai, Gong Yang Jiqi. These were the leaders of the great clans, and all of them had come at this time. Suddenly, a glint of grimness flashed across Song Tianli's eyes. Warmth won't. He saw that warmth would not, and chanted silently in his mind. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Wenrin Buxia traveling to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage, he really wouldn't have known that there would be a connection between the Song family and the 10 great families. If he didn't know this, then he wouldn't have thought about investigating the events of 20 years ago even if he had been teleported to the Donggong family before. It would definitely leave at the first opportunity and then find a way to return to Qianzhou. Speaking of which, this smells unrepentant was a trigger. It's almost time. Leaders, shall we begin? After a while, Dongfang Tianxin walked up and said, the 10 great clans agreed that each time the Heaven's Pride realm opened, someone from the Shizuan clan would take the lead. That's why Dongfang Tianxin came forward. After his words fell, from each clan, one person stepped forward. Each of them held a token, and when the 10 of them converged together, they jointly activated the token. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from above each token and flew into the sky. 10 different rays of light formed a huge circle. In the next moment, the space within this circle began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Heaven's Pride enters. Dongfang Tianxin shouted loudly. As he shouted, all of the people under the age of 30 from the 10 great clans headed towards the space swirling in the sky. They came to the heel of the circle, and with a mighty jump, they entered the garden. Song Tianli followed behind Dongfang Shanha and headed towards the Heaven's Remarkable Realm. As he leapt up and headed towards the Heaven's Pride realm, it was obvious that he felt a strong pressure as if his body had touched the water. However, before he could do anything, he realized that the credentials he had obtained from the Eastern Nine Heavens erupted with an energy that wrapped around his body. He went through this swirling space without a problem. Without that feeling of the sky spinning, Song Tianli easily arrived in the Heaven's Remarkable Realm. He raised his eyes and realized that this was a large, sheer mountain with dense vegetation and a treacherous terrain. The aura here was many times more dense than the outside world. Just breathing it in was soothing. The corners of Song Tianli's mouth rose slightly at this time. It's a beautiful, scenic place to make graves for the 10 families. According to Feng Shui, burial in such a place will be good for future generations. Provided, of course, that there are offspring. Jiu Tian, follow me. Dongfang Shanha turned to Song Tianli. Big brother, you go first. I want to break in on my own. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he found a random direction and sped off. Jiu Tian, come back. Dongfang Shanha said loudly. Big brother, just leave him alone. People like that, just don't know any better. He's willing to break in. Let him do it. He'll never know how to grow until he hits the wall. He has poor talent, making it seem like we owe him, always drooping his face. Dongfang Ling Tian said with disdain. He had long since grown tired of seeing Dongfang Jiutian. Don't say that. Jiutian just has a sensitive personality. He doesn't have bad intentions. Dongfang Shanha said hurriedly. Both were his brothers, and he didn't want any conflicts to arise between them. Song Tianli hid after leaving for some distance. The reason why he didn't make a move just now was because at this moment, the people from the 10 great clans had just appeared in the Heaven's Remarks realm, and they hadn't dispersed yet. If he made a move, he would definitely become a target. So, he's going to wait a while. Wait for these people to spread out in various corners and then break them down one by one. Very quickly, the people from the 10 great clans scattered in all directions. They were going to search for the chance in here. So naturally, it was impossible for all of them to come together. The Heaven's Pride realm was huge. So in the end, basically everyone had to be separated. Unless, of course, there are a few individual people who have made up their minds to stay together all the time. After waiting for half an hour, Song Tianli came out from his hiding place. Multiple shadow split technique. The heaven's remarkable realm was large enough, so Song Tianli didn't have a care in the world when he used his multiple shadow diversion technique. He also wanted to see how many doppelgangers he could split at most at once. A detachment kept appearing. In the blink of an eye, densely packed detachments spread over half of the forest. This was the first time after Song Tianli broke through to the second prefecture realm that he did his best to perform a split. He was able to split 1,000 doppelgangers when he was at the 5 hidden realms. Now at the Erfu realm, the number of doppelgangers that could be split was even 3,000. These 3,000 doppelgangers, although their strength was a bit weaker than his main body, only having the strength of the first mansion realm, but the numbers are just too high. The younger generations of the 10 great clans combined were less than a tenth of his detachment. Chapter 107, The Hunt begins. The hunt is on. Kill. With a command from Song Tianli's main body, the many doppelgangers charged forward. They were extremely fast and in groups of 10. With a group of 10 people, using various skills to cooperate with each other, it was completely enough to deal with the average person. Unless one meets someone with great strength like Dongfang Shanhe. In Song Tianli's plan, a heavenly pride with strength like Dongfang Shanhe was to be saved for the end. Deal with the other scum first and improve your combat. Although Song Tianli's detachments were in the thousands, they did not charge forward in a vast manner. If one rushed over there in a vast manner, then they would definitely be able to be discovered by the others. He advanced in groups of 10, in pieces, quietly, with the help of the concealment of the trees and the mountains and forests. Ordinary people could not find it at all. Very quickly, a group of Song Tianli's doppelgangers spotted 10 great families' celestial pride. Song Tianli recognized that this was someone from the Shiman family. How are you guys? What have you found? One of Song Tianli's detachments asked as he stepped forward. His doppelganger, naturally, inherited the character of his old six. Despite the numerical advantage, try to sneak in if you can. Try not to fight head-on if you can. Who are you guys? The 2 from the Shiman family asked as they looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger with a puzzled expression. Song Tianli's doppelganger, at this time, had already used the transformation technique and turned into someone else's appearance. No, Simons, a few of us have at least had a drink together before. It's fine if you don't recognize a few of them. How come you don't even recognize me? One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said as he walked towards the 2 people from the Shiman family. All the other doppelgangers, without realizing it, had also surrounded the 2 people from the Shiman family. Have we had a drink together? The one from Simon's family had a puzzled look on his face. He tried hard to recall just now and realized that he had no memory of the person in front of him. Then let me remind you that 3 years ago, on June 7th, we were in a place called Hades. Then, you looked at me as you do now, and I took out a dagger. Think of you as someone who sneaked up on me and stabbed me like that. Song Tianli's doppelganger said and literally took out a dagger. Stabbed at the simians. The opponent sensed the danger and tried to dodge. But at this time, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. He can only watch as the dagger in Song Tianli's doppelganger's hand stabbed towards him. But, without any surprise, the dagger in Song Tianli's doppelganger's hand pierced into the other party's heart. And then, as fast as he could, he peeled the dagger out from where the other person's heart was, and then wiped it toward the neck of the other person in the Shiman family. Nor was there any surprise as the dagger sliced through the other man's neck. It all happened in a flash of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, Song Tianli's doppelganger completed a double kill. At this moment, Song Tianli's main body, which was hidden in the shadows, felt a huge amount of energy that surged into his body. His combat power had increased by almost 1,000 more. Indeed, a horse cannot get fat without night grass, and a man cannot get rich without a fortune. This feeling of empowerment while sitting is just too good to be true. Thinking about the days of bitter cultivation in the past, and then looking at the current method of strength enhancement, it was a world of difference. Song Tianli's bilocations were large enough, so very quickly, a group of his bilocations, in turn, discovered the people from the 10 great clans. This time it was the Rams family. Song Tianli's doppelganger intended to repeat the same trick, continuing to use the method of proximity and then coming as a surprise. However, the people of the Gongyang family appeared to be extra vigilant because of Song Tianli's kidnapping of their family members earlier. Stop. If you have something to say, we don't seem to be familiar with each other. One of the Ram family said. You're not familiar with me. Are you still unfamiliar with Ram Sharen? I'm his best friend. The time before, Song Tianli's doppelganger said, and then launched a direct attack. However, the people of the Gongyang family were prepared and backed away at the first opportunity. However, at this time, it was too late for him to retreat. Song Tianli's 10 detachments had completely surrounded him. Shadow mimicry, Kiba whirlwind kick, the art of heart-to-heart. In an instant, all sorts of control skills, as well as all sorts of attacking skills, went towards the one from the Ram's family. The strength of Song Tianli's doppelganger was already higher than him, and with the cooperation of multiple individuals, he was quickly finished off. Things like this keep happening. Those under the first mansion realm were basically killed by Song Tianli in seconds. Those in the one-house realm would sometimes resist a little, but the end result is also essentially the same. In just over an hour's time, the number of people who had died at the hands of Song Tianli had reached triple digits, and Song Tianli's stacked combat power reached a terrifying 60,000 plus. Together with his previous 5,000 or so, his combat power, now, had reached a staggering 67,452 plus. More than 60,000 combat power had raised his strength to the 5 prefectures realm. To be honest, before getting the golden finger of combat power stacking, he had never thought that his strength could increase so quickly. He believed that as long as he could kill all of the children of the 10 great clans that had entered the Heaven's Pride realm, then his strength would definitely be able to break through above the 6 prefecture realm. That is, stepping onto the path of God. It's already the 5 prefectures realm. There's no need to hide it anymore. It's time to push across, Song Tianli said to himself as he woke up from his cultivation. After the realm breakthrough, he had to spend some time consolidating. Just now, he was disarming his detachment and was consolidating his strength. Multiple shadow split technique. He then began to split again. After his strength reached the 5 prefectures realm, his detachment could already reach 5,000. 5,000 doppelgangers. It's scary to think about. In the blink of an eye, Song Tianli's bilocation was densely packed. Strike! Song Tianli let out a loud shout, and the 5,000 bilocations vastly began to search. This scene quickly caught the attention of the others in the 10 great families. Who are you people? Donggong Woyo asked as he looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger. Kill your people. Song Tianli didn't bother with nonsense and directly launched an attack. Seeing that the situation was not right, Donggong Woyo turned and ran at the first opportunity. Want to go? Too late. To Zotsukuru wall. Song Tianli's 3 doppelgangers' palms rested against the ground, and in an instant, 3 earthen walls rose up, surrounded Donggong Woyo in the middle of it. And then, Song Tianli's other doppelgangers rushed into the enclosure and attacked Donggong Woyo. 3 seconds later, Donggong Woyo collapsed. Sister! Seeing this scene, the distant Donggong Invincible cried out sadly. Chapter 108, 10 Spiritual Treasures. However, Donggong Wui's shouts did not stop Donggong Wui from dying. In just an instant, Donggong Woyo was killed in seconds. Sister! Seeing that his sister was killed, Donggong Peerless shouted once again. His shout made Song Tianli's doppelganger notice him. Without saying a word, Song Tianli's doppelganger directly headed towards Donggong Wufei. Escape! This was Donggong Invincible's first thought. It was impossible for him to fight against so many powerful people on his own. The only way was to converge with the rest of the 10 great clans and work together to fight against these people. Thus, without any hesitation, Donggong Peerless turned around and flew off into the distance. At this time, he had already thought of one thing. I'm afraid that the people who were secretly targeting their 10 great clans before were these people. Only, he wasn't sure how these people had mixed into the Heaven's Pride realm. One must know that outside of the Heaven's Pride realm, there were people from their 10 great clans guarding the exit. At the same time, he was still thinking about how he would be able to tell the people outside about what was happening inside the Heaven's Pride realm. He could get away with it for a while, but not forever. After all, although the Heaven's Remarks realm was large, there were too many people on the other side, and he had nowhere to hide. Seeing the Donggong Peerless who turned around and fled, Song Tianli's doppelganger hastily chose to pursue. However, he didn't go all out in pursuit, but followed far behind. He was going to fish to see if he would find more people from the 10 great families by following Donggong Invincible. Scenes like this were constantly happening in the Heaven's Pride realm. Song Tianli, who had decided to push across, showed no mercy when facing the people from the 10 great clans. The scene was straight up lopsided. In less than an hour's time, hundreds more people from the 10 great families were taken out by Song Tianli. At this point, among the Heaven's Remarkable realm, the remaining Heaven's Remarkables were less than 30. As long as they were taken out again, the younger generation of the 10 great families would basically be considered dead. Of course, there were still some children from the 10 great clans who had not entered the Heaven's Pride realm. At this time, Song Tianli's combat power had already exceeded 100,000, reaching the 6 prefecture realm. The 6 prefectures realm was only one step away from the Divine Path realm. Song Tianli didn't know if he could break through to the Divine Path realm by killing all these people from the Heaven's Remarkable realm. According to the previous trend, it was a bit difficult to break through to the Divine Path realm. As more and more people from the 10 great clans died, the remaining people who still survived finally clung together. At this moment, Song Tianli's thousands of doppelgangers surrounded the remaining 20 or so people in a valley. He realized that those who had survived were the best of the top 10 clans. For example, Dongfang Shanhe, Donggong Invincible, Gong Yang Jiqi, Wan Ran Unrepentant, Shangwan Jun Kai. At the moment, the men were back to back, staring nervously at the people who had surrounded them. No matter what friction the people of the 10 great families had before, at this moment, they were united like never before. Who are you people? Dongfang Shanhe asked as he looked at Song Tianli's detachment that surrounded them. Under the seat of the Heavenly Father of Justice, the envoy of rewarding good and punishing evil. You 10 great clans have done so much evil. We have come here to do justice to you. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said loudly. He said this because he was worried that these people had unknown means. In case they fled, there was no doubt about their identity. Justice Heavenly Father? Never heard of it at all. Dongfang Shanhe muttered to himself. At the same time, he turned his gaze to the others. However, everyone else shook their heads as well. The name Justice Heavenly Father was one that none of them had ever heard of. It's impossible for any righteous Heavenly Father to exist in the 9 great states. This should just be his gimmick. He must be the one who kidnapped my brother and the others before. Shangwan Jun Kai said at this time. I feel the same way. This group is strong. There's no way we're opponents. The most important thing right now is to find a way to notify the outside world, so that all the leaders will bring us out, Donggong Peerless said. However, Song Tianli didn't wait for them to figure out a way before dealing with him. After he had announced himself, he let his doppelganger come towards the rest of the group. Seeing the many doppelgangers that were rapidly attacking, those remaining celestial pride of the 10 great families, each one of them stood tightly on guard, their faces extremely serious. They knew very well that this time could be different from the past when they were sparring with each other. This time, it was a real confrontation. If you're not careful, you'll die. Dragons in all directions. The green lotus fills the sky. Snow drifts on earth. The remaining people from the 10 great clans attacked at the same time. For a time, all sorts of complicated attacks headed towards Song Tianli's many detachments. Desert Burial, Kaido Spiral Shuriken, Chidori, Shadow Mimicry, Suitun Water Dragon Bomb. When it came to fancy attacks, Song Tianli, who was able to materialize Naruto skills, wasn't afraid of anyone at all. The attacks that his thousands of bilocations were capable of sending out were countless. Boom boom boom. A series of attacks rang out continuously, setting off a storm of energy. Pffffffffffff. Many of the 10 great families' celestial pride all spewed out a mouthful of blood when they were swept by this energy storm. And when Song Tianli's doppelgangers were swept by these energy storms, they all turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. It was a pity that this scene was not seen by the 10 great families' celestial pride, because they were all too busy taking care of themselves. How could they have the chance to observe Song Tianli's performance? Subsequently, Song Tianli's other doppelgangers directly charged towards the 10 great families' celestial pride without any regard for life and death. Thunder Cut, Fire Escape, Tooth Tongue. This was followed by a new round of attacks from Song Tianli. In the face of these attacks, the people from the 10 great clans were simply unable to fight. Very quickly, a dozen more people were beheaded by Song Tianli. Just then, a huge sword chi rose from Dongfang Shanhe's body. This sword chi rose up to the sky as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. At the same time, in the other 9 directions, a breath that was strong to the extreme likewise rose. They are, respectively, a sword, an axe, a whip, a bell, a gun, a hammer, a halberd, a club, and a suit of armor. After these 10 powerful auras rose, they instantly washed away all of the attacks sent out by Song Tianli's detachment. At the same time, it destroyed hundreds of his detachments. At this moment, Song Tianli's expression was extraordinarily serious. He had guessed before that there might be undercards in the bodies of these 10 great families' heavenly prides, so he had been playing steadily and hadn't dared to be too reckless. I didn't realize that there was indeed an undercard, and the undercard looks pretty impressive. The reason why there were 10 great clans in the central state instead of 9 great clans, or 11 great clans, was not because the number 10 sounded better, and it's not because it's perfect. Rather, it was because, for each of these 10 great families, they all possessed a spiritual treasure. Chapter 109, The End of the Hors d'oeuvres. These 10 spiritual treasures possessed unimaginable power and were considered the underlying strength of the 10 great clans. With spiritual treasures in their hands, the people of the 10 great families were basically invincible as far as the 9 great states were concerned. The 10 great clans had given these 10 spiritual treasures to the most outstanding prides of their clans. Dongfang Shanhe of the Dongfang family, Gong Yang Jiqi of the Gong Yang family, Shangguan Junkai of the Shangguan family, Donggong Wufei of the Donggong family, Nangong Minglu of the Nangong family, Shiman Wanyang of the Shiman family, Beimen Mengsher of the Beimen family, Bailey Changhong of the Bailey family, Huangfu Isan of the Huangfu family, and Wenrin Xingxin of the Wenrin family. In this way, even if the events of 20 years ago were to repeat themselves again, the 10 great families would really suffer extinction. There will also be bloodlines left behind. Moreover, with the talent of these people, they would be able to revitalize the glory of the family in the future. This group of treacherous people, they didn't even reveal their bottom card until this juncture. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's main body muttered. However, he wasn't about to back down. At the time before, he was able to take out all of these people if he wanted to, because he can use the ratio in the golden finger. The opponent's combat strength was lower than his own, so he could kill him, except that way, he couldn't get the opponent's fighting strength. He got a little greedy and wanted to harvest everyone's fighting strength. So, no use of this ability. Now that these people had taken out their spiritual treasures, their combat power had been augmented, and they were no longer weaker than him. It was impossible for him to rely on this method and finish his opponent off. Now, the only way is to fight. He had numerous cards, so he wouldn't be helpless just because his opponent had taken out a spiritual treasure. He also happened to want to try out whether his unused undercards were useful or not. Susanu, with Song Tianli's soft shout, above all of the doppelgangers, all of them formed a giant skeleton silhouette. The skeleton silhouette was over 10 meters in height, and it was in different colors. The characters that Song Tianli materialized were different for different Sudokus. So, the colors are different. Also, this was only the second stage of Susanu, so the height was only about 10 meters. These gigantic skeleton silhouettes waved their huge palms and slapped down towards the people of the 10 great clans. The 10 heavenly pride of the 10 great families had not even expected that someone would manifest such a terrifying skeleton shadow. However, they knew they had no choice but to fight. The 10 celestial pride who held the 10 spiritual treasures stood at the very front, protecting the few remaining people from the 10 great clans, and using the spiritual treasures to start attacking those skeleton shadows, only to see Dongfang Shanhe slash out with his sword. A powerful sword chi descended from the sky and chopped towards a green skeleton silhouette. The green Suzaku raised his arms to block the falling sword energy. Dang! A loud boom rang out, and the green Suzaku was surprisingly chopped off a large portion of his body with a sword. It then dissipated into the air. This spirit treasure, it's really powerful, Song Tianli murmured. His doppelganger only had the strength of the 5 prefectures realm, while the 10 great celestial pride who held the spiritual treasure had a fighting strength that exceeded that of his main body, and he wasn't surprised that Suzaku had a large portion of his body chopped off by a single sword. The reason why he didn't leave was that he wanted to see if these heavenly prides were able to use these spirit treasures all the time. Although the spiritual treasure was strong, the person who used it, Song Tianli didn't have a little load. He used his many detachments in exchange for an increased load of these heavenly prides. As Dongfang Shanhe unleashed his attack, the others who were holding spiritual treasures also unleashed their attacks. For a while, all kinds of sword shadows, giant axes, spears, and other various attacks, one after another, landed on Suzaku's body. In just a few minutes, the Suzaku, which had surrounded the 10 great families, were all destroyed. Just as quickly, a multitude of more Suzukis appeared. This scene caused numerous heavenly prides, their faces to become extremely ugly. Because they were using spiritual treasures, the consumption was also quite high. I'm afraid it won't last much longer if it continues like this. Have you noticed that these people's attacks at this time are slightly different, but not very different? And after killing them, they directly disappeared into a white smoke, leaving no corpses behind. Dongfang Shanhe said to the other few people. That's right, I also realized that after killing these people, not only did they not bleed, they didn't even have a corpse. Dongfang Peerless echoed. In that case, it only means one thing, we killed half a day, but actually killed no one. Or rather, it's not a real person. This should be a puppet of someone hidden in the shadows or an illusionary doppelganger. Shangguan Junkai said. That means that it looks like we were just surrounded by thousands of people, but in reality, there was only one. But can a person really be so strong? Bailey Changhong analyzed. Divine Chosen, Dongfang Shanhe, Donggong Invincible, and a few others said in unison. It was the only possibility they could think of. They wouldn't have been so skeptical if it was just one person who was stronger. However, this man has too many tricks up his sleeve. There were countless attacks of all kinds of fancy, which was only possible for the chosen. It is a recognized rule in the land of God that if the other party exerts a means that exceeds your perception, then, the possibility that the other party was a chosen of God reached 90%. It's 100% certain that the other party is definitely a chosen one. Only a divine chosen could possibly blend into the Heaven's Pride realm under the joint gaze of so many of our elders. Otherwise, thousands of people mixing into the Heaven's Pride realm. This is simply impossible. Gong Yang Jiqi said in an affirmative tone. No one who could become a 10 great family's reigning spiritual treasure was a cutie pie. This was quickly figured out. Only, what they couldn't figure out was why the other party was targeting their 10 great families. Is it to seek revenge? Or is it because of Goldfinger, wanting to gain power by doing so? They knew too little about Song Tianli, so it wasn't clear why Song Tianli was doing this. All of their guesses counted correctly. Song Tianli was targeting them so much to seek revenge. At the same time, it's about empowerment. You guys are good at guessing, so if you guess right, you won't die. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, saw this scene with a cruel smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. The use of the Suzaku attack just now was just an appetizer. Next, he's going to get real, only to see him flip his palm and take out a few cards. The skills in Naruto, while fancy, are not powerful to perform because they are limited by his own strength. But, his deck is different. His deck is a logic type of ability, but it is not limited by the realm. Chapter 110, The Yellow Dirt Falls into the Crotch of Pants. Hundreds of skeleton Suzaku, once again, headed towards the people of the 10 great clans. Dongfang Shanha and the others once again used the spiritual treasures in their hands to attack. Their eyes scanned their surroundings like radar as they launched their attacks. Since they knew that these were all doppelgangers or puppets, fighting these was just a waste of time and a waste of aura. So, they have to find Song Tianli's real body. As long as the real body could be taken out, then the current predicament would not be broken. Dongfang Shanha and the others had imagined it beautifully, but Song Tianli's true body would not be so easy for them to find. When Dongfang Shanha raised the longsword spirit treasure in his hand to launch an attack, all of a sudden, the longsword in his hand twisted and stabbed at Donggong Wui, who was on the side. Donggong Peerless was concentrating on battling those skeleton Suzaku, and didn't even think that someone would attack him from behind him. Without any defense, he was pierced through his body by the long sword in Dongfang Shanha's hand. Donggong Wufei turned around and looked at Dongfang Shanha with an incredulous look, wanting to say something but nothing came out. The vitality in his body became less and less, and he eventually collapsed on the ground. This scene instantly drew the attention of the others in the 10 great families. Dongfang Shanha, what are you doing? Shangguan Junkai looked at Dongfang Shanha and questioned loudly. At the same time, everyone else pulled away from Dongfang Shanha at a distance in case he suddenly struck out at them. I didn't do it on purpose. The long sword in my hand just now was not under my control at all. Dongfang Shanha was also confused by this sudden scene and hurriedly explained. Only, this explanation of his sounded extremely pale and weak. The long sword had been in his hand all along, and suddenly it was out of control, which fooled the hell out of him. I'm afraid no one in their right mind would believe it. Dongfang Shanha, do you really think we are children? Find a reason, and find something solid. Dongfang Shanha, tell me, is this a conspiracy of your Dongfang family? From the very beginning, the one targeting our other clans wouldn't be your Eastern clan. Is your Oriental family trying to be a monopoly? For a while, the 10 great families' celestial pride all speculated. No, as you all saw before, someone from our Eastern family was also beheaded. I swear, just now, the long sword in my hand did lose control. Dongfang Shanha explained loudly. At this point, it is really a case of yellow mud falling into the crotch of one's pants, which is either shit or not, and cannot be explained at all. He finally knew what it meant to have a mouth to feed. However, it's understandable from other people's point of view. After all, the long sword in his hand was out of control for no reason. He still hadn't figured out why the spiritual treasure in his hand was suddenly out of his control. It's true that the Oriental family is dead, but who knows if it's a bitter trick? Who knows if you guys put on a show? Bailey Changhong said. Who would dare to feel comfortable putting their backs into the hands of someone who has taken a shot at their fellow man at a juncture where their lives are at stake? The human heart is always the scariest. Big brother, our purpose has been accomplished, so why bother talking nonsense with them anymore? Kill them all directly, and our purpose will be completely accomplished. Just at this time, suddenly Dongfang Jotian walked out from amongst the many skeleton Suzaku and looked at Dongfang Shanha and said. His appearance left Dongfang Shanha in a daze. He had previously thought that Dongfang Jotian was afraid that something bad had happened to him. I didn't expect to say something like that as soon as I showed up. Sure enough, it's you guys. What a great Eastern family, actually teasing us around. No wonder my brother and the others were captured silently. I suspected before that it was the work of the 10 great families. I didn't expect that it would be your Eastern family. Dongfang Shanha, your Dongfang family slaughtered so many of our sons and daughters. This is a debt that we must claim back. Shangguan Junkai said angrily. The Dongfang family is planning to slaughter all of the younger generations of our other families, resulting in no one left to succeed them, so that the Dongfang family can be completely dominated by one family. I must say, what a good calculation in viciousness. Bayamo Mangshur looked at Dongfang Shanha with a hateful look. If eyes could kill, then Dongfang Shanha was afraid that he had already been killed by the eyes of hatred. I swear in the name of the Dongfang family that our Dongfang family has never plotted any plans against the 10 great families, Dongfang Shanha said to the others. However, what he said, no one even wanted to believe. Big brother, our purpose has been achieved. There's no need to play along with them anymore. Let's hurry up and kill them for our next plan, Dongfang Jotian said at this time. Hearing his words, Dongfang Shanha turned to look at him. You can't be 9 heavens. Who the hell are you? What is the intention of playing the 9 heavens to sow discord between us? Dongfang Shanha stepped forward and questioned. Big brother, the purpose has been accomplished. Any more acting would be too much. Time is running out. Let's hurry up and do it, Dongfang Jotian said and waved his hand. At that instant, the skeleton Suzaku behind him began to surround the 10 great families' celestial pride once again. However, there was no siege of Eastern Shanha. Acting, naturally, should be a full set. Thief, it's this time of the day and you still want to stir up relations between us. I will kill you today. With a furious roar, Dongfang Shanha charged towards Dongfang Jotian. Dongfang Shanha, after killing so many people from our 10 great families, you still want to leave? Right at this moment, when Ren Xingxue shouted and stopped Dongfang Shanha. In his opinion, Dongfang Shanha looked like he was going to attack Dongfang Jotian, but in reality, wanted to use this opportunity to break away from their encirclement. Then they would join up with the Eastern 9 heavens and besiege them together. Since he had already recognized the other party's plan, how could he let it succeed? Thus, with a long whip in his hand, when Ren Xingxin launched an attack on Dongfang Shanha, although Dongfang Shanha didn't want to fight with Wen Ren Xingxue, he would die if he didn't fight back. After all, Wen Ren Xingxue didn't hold back the slightest bit and was also holding a spiritual treasure. If he's not careful, he'll either die or get hurt. Thus, a battle ensued between Dongfang Shanha and Wen Ren Xingxin. Both sides were holding spiritual treasures with extraordinary attack power. The aftermath of the battle caused dust to roll on the ground and debris to fly. Don't hurt my big brother. Kill! With a roar, Dongfang Jotian charged towards Wen Ren Xingxue. At the same time, the skeleton Suzaku behind him surged over in a frenzy. It looked as if it was going to support the eastern mountains and rivers, and when the rest of the 10 great families saw this, they hurriedly began to intercept. Chapter 111, Killing with a Borrowed Knife, and Taking a Goat by the Hand. Among the 10 great clans, there were a total of 10 people who held spiritual treasures. Now, Dongfang Shanha was on the opposite side, and Donggong Peerless was killed. Therefore, there were only 8 people left holding spiritual treasures. If Wenron Star Soul had another accident, then they would have fewer and fewer allies. Therefore, it was only natural for the remaining people from the 10 great clans to support Wen Ren Xingxin. It was just that there were just too many skeleton Suzaku in front of them, blocking their way. Wenron Star Soul was furious at this time and was bound to decapitate Dongfang Shanha. However, just as he swung the long whip in his hand and unleashed an attack on Dongfang Shanha, all of a sudden, the long whip in his hand disappeared, and by this time, Dongfang Shanha's attack had already fallen down on him. Helpless, there was no time to think about it. When Ren Xing Soul could only use his fastest speed to hold up an energy shield in front of himself, trying to block Dongfang Shanha's attack. Boom! Put! After a loud boom sounded, when Ren Xingxue spewed out a mouthful of blood and his entire body flew backwards. His strength was already lower than Dongfang Shanha's, and he didn't have his spiritual treasure anymore. So, with just one move, he was struck into serious injury. This scene stunned the other celestial pride in the 10 great families. How could they not expect that Wen Ren Xingxue had not made a single move under Dongfang Shanha? Dongfang Shanha, this treacherous person, hides too deeply. Just as Wen Ren Xingxue's body was falling towards the ground, all of a sudden, a water dragon flew out of the ground and swallowed his falling body. Thus, Wen Ren Xingxiang died. Shangwan Jun Kai, Bailey Changhong, why don't you all surrender quickly? Wenron Star Soul is dead. If you guys don't surrender, next, it will be your turn. Dongfang Jotian shouted loudly from the side. Hearing his words, Shangwan Jun Kai and the others didn't chime in, but their faces became extraordinarily ugly. That's not a nice thing to say, but it's true. At this rate, they'll surely die. They relied on their spiritual treasures and couldn't support them for too long. Who the hell are you? Why are you framing my Dongfang family like this? Before Shangwan Jun Kai and the others could speak, Dongfang Shanha shouted loudly. Because of him, Wen Ren Xingxue turned out to be dead. If the death of Donggong Invincible before was caused by the uncontrolled longsword in his hand, however, Wen Ran Xingshue's death was unrelated to him. It was his initiative to attack. Only, what he also couldn't understand was why the spiritual treasure in Wen Ran Xingshue's hand had suddenly disappeared. However, it was certain that the sudden disappearance of the spirit treasure in Wen Ran Xingshue's hand and the sudden lack of control of the spirit treasure in his hand before were the work of the same person. Dongfang Shanhe thought, well, this all naturally had something to do with Song Tianli. The long sword in Dongfang Shanhe's hand was out of control because Song Tianli had used the borrowed sword card. The so-called borrowed knife is to borrow someone else's knife to kill his companion. Although Donggong Invincible was using a sword, the effect was the same. This time, he had used the knife to kill not only Donggong Wufei, but also the united hearts of the many celestial pride of the 10 great families. With just this move, the other family's heavenly pride became suspicious of Dongfang Shanhe. Coupled with the performance of his doppelganger turned Dongfang Zhou, Dongfang Shanhe directly had a mouth to feed. Whoever is confronted with such a situation can't say it in a short time. And Song Tianli wouldn't give them too long to take their time explaining. He fights by surprise. The reason why he chose Dongfang Shanhe was because Dongfang Shanhe was the #1 heavenly pride in the central state, and many people had been jealous of him for a long time. Plus, the Dongfang family was the #1 family in the central state. The combination of these dual identities, choosing him, could instantly scandalize the others. Later, while Dongfang Shanhe and Wanrun Star Soul were fighting, Song Tianli used the Shuani card again. He took the spiritual treasure in Wanrun Xingshue's hand and brought it to him. That's why it came out that way. At this moment, Song Tianli's hands were playing with the 2 spirit treasures, feeling the powerful force contained within them. These 2 spiritual treasures, one belonged to Wen Ran Xingxue and one belonged to Donggong Wufei. After Donggong Wufei was killed by Dongfang Shanhe's uncontrolled longsword, the spiritual treasure in his hand fell to the ground. Song Tianli had the doppelganger use the forward skill at the first opportunity to bring back the spirit treasure. Donggong Invincible's spiritual treasure was a long spear, and Wen Ran Xingshue's a long whip. Not the soft kind of whip, but something like Yuchi Gong's steel whip. Only, Song Tianli didn't see what material the long whip was forged from. Holding these 2 spiritual treasures, Song Tianli felt that his combat had instantly increased by at least double. One must know that he was now in the 6th house realm. The combat power could still be doubled. So one could imagine the power of the spiritual treasures, and one wondered where the 10 great families had gotten them from. Song Tianli's many doppelgangers and the remaining heavenly pride of the 10 great clans continued to fight. He was planning to keep all the Heaven's Pride in the Heaven's Pride realm forever. In this Heaven's Pride realm, the scenery was beautiful and pleasant, so it was not a loss to die here. As time passed, the few remaining celestial pride holding spiritual treasures did not suffer any further damage. Of course, this was mainly because Song Tianli realized that his consumption was a bit high. He had split too many doppelgangers at once, causing the aura in his main body to be insufficient. So, in the next second, he disarmed all of his detachments. The originally noisy Heaven's Pride realm instantly became quiet with the disappearance of the doppelganger. This resulted in all of the attacks from the many heavenly pride of the 10 great families falling short. Huffing and puffing, they panted heavily, obviously exhausted. Eyes tired and weary, he stared around. Why is there suddenly no one? Shangwan Junkai said with a bit of confusion. The other party has split so many doppelgangers, and their consumption isn't small. This will definitely not be able to support it. Bailey Chonghong guessed. I think so. Even if the other party is a divine chosen and has excellent means, I'm afraid that there's no way to maintain consumption for such a long period of time. Beimhua Mengshe replied. As the crowd was talking, they saw Dongfang Shanhe who was walking towards them. Stop! Bailey Chonghong said loudly. Hearing his words, Dongfang Shanhe stood still. I repeat, this matter has nothing to do with my Oriental family. The way that man behaved just now. You guys can think about it carefully. Is it really the style of my Eastern family? It's obvious that he's trying to sow discord and make us suspicious of each other. You are all smart people. If you think carefully, you can always think of some loopholes, right? Dongfang Shanhe said. He felt that these people had to be convinced. Otherwise, not only would they be suspicious of each other in the Heaven's Pride realm, but even after they left the place, they would still have a grudge against each other. Chapter 112, Implementing the 16 Characters of Guerrilla Warfare. It had to be said that Dongfang Shanhe was very well thought out. All conflicts were best resolved in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm. Once they left the Heaven's Pride realm, then this matter would fester, and no one was sure what would happen then. And there was a great possibility that the Eastern family would then become the public enemy of the other families. Because Dongfang Shanhe had thought of this, that was why he had to risk being besieged by these heavenly prides to come and explain himself clearly. He was the #1 heavenly pride of the Dongfang clan, so he naturally had to think about the Dongfang clan. Hearing Dongfang Shanhe's explanation, the crowd began to think about the loopholes in Dongfang Jotian's words just now. To be honest, if they could, they wouldn't want to believe that Dongfang Shanha had betrayed them. It's just that what happened before was so weird. Even if Donggong Invincible was killed by mistake because the longsword in your hand was out of control. And what about Smeller's Star Soul? Don't you dare use the same excuse again, Bailey Changhong asked. On the subject of winking Star Soul, I don't know if you've noticed. Just as Dongfang Shanha was about to explain what happened when one Run Xingxue fought himself, suddenly, 3 figures catapulted up from the ground and launched a sneak attack on Bailey Changhong, Shangwan Jun Kai, and Bainhua Mengshi. These 3 people reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly blocked with the spiritual treasures in their hands. Therefore, the sneak attack of the 3 figures did not succeed. After a missed strike, these 3 figures instantly disappeared. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 of them felt the shocking sensation coming from the top of their arms very clearly, they would have thought that what had just happened was an illusion on their part. They let go of their senses and searched for the person who had just sneaked up on them, but nothing was found. Dongfang Shanha had originally planned to explain Wen Ren Xingshue's previous condition to the 10 great families' heavenly pride, only to be interrupted by this sudden scene. Before he could say anything, he realized that all of the 10 great families' celestial pride were all looking at him vigilantly once again. It's ready to make a move. What happened just now has nothing to do with me. I really don't know them, Dongfang Shanha hurriedly explained. When he saw the expressions on these people's faces, he understood that the 10 great families' celestial pride had mistakenly thought that he had come to attract their attention, and then give the person who had sneaked up on them just now the opportunity to create a moment to sneak up on the crowd. Dongfang Shanha, in this situation today, whether you recognize them or not, it doesn't matter anymore. If you don't want to be surrounded by us, stay away from us. After everything is out, we will ask for an explanation from the Eastern family, Baimo Mengshi said. Whether Dongfang Shanha was involved in the plan against them or not, it no longer mattered. Each one of them was quite consumed, and if they fought with Dongfang Shanha, it would be easy for a lose-lose scenario to occur. Even if, as a final result, they were able to win, it would be a disastrous victory. After all, Dongfang Shanha's reputation as the No. 1 heavenly pride of the central state wasn't just for nothing. Once they had lost both of them, then those hidden in the shadows could possibly attack again and reap the benefits. By then, I'm afraid they'll be dead for sure. Therefore, the best outcome right now was that they didn't make a move against Dongfang Shanha, but they couldn't let him get close either. Everything will wait until after we leave from the Heaven's Pride realm. When the time came, their 9 great clans would unite, and even the Dongfang family would have to give them an explanation. Good. After we leave the Heaven's remarkable realm, our Dongfang family will naturally give you an explanation. After Dongfang Shanha said this, he turned around and walked towards the distance. He knew that nothing he could say now would be of any use. After walking forward for some distance, he sat down in place and began to recover his energy. For that period of time just now, his consumption was also very great. Seeing Dongfang Shanha like this, the other celestial pride of the 10 great families breathed a long sigh of relief inside. Then he also sat down in place and began to tune in. Their consumption was only a little more than Dongfang Shanha's, so they had to recover as well. It would take 2 days for the space gate of the Heaven's Pride realm to open again. As long as they could hold out past 2 days, then they could get out of here. However, they were ultimately thinking too simply. How could Song Tianli just let them temper themselves peacefully like this? A certain great man of the Blue Star had a 16-word policy called the 16 characters of guerrilla warfare. The enemy advances and I retreat. The enemy is stationed and I disturb. The enemy is tired and I fight. The enemy retreats and I pursue. What Song Tianli had to do was to put these 16 words into place. Earlier, when the many heavenly prides took out their spiritual treasures and decapitated his doppelganger, he chose to dismantle the doppelganger, which was considered an enemy advance and a retreat. Then, next, it's the enemy stationed and I'm disturbed. Seeing the 10 great families' pride sit down and begin to temper themselves, a bright smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Thus, he once again split into dozens of doppelgangers and headed towards the other side. Letting the 4 doppelgangers guard his surroundings, Song Tianli's main body began to temper itself. He had consumed a lot, so it was important to grab the time to restore the energy in his body. He had 10 times the efficiency to do his job, and it wouldn't take him long at all to recover. What he was going to have his doppelganger do now was stall for time. When Song Tianli began his mediation, the dozens of doppelgangers he had split off came to the place where the 10 great families' celestial pride was meditating. Boom boom boom, a loud boom rang out, only to see 4 water dragons, from 4 different directions, heading towards the 10 great families' celestial pride. The sound was extremely loud, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This startled the many heavenly prides that were taking a break from their mediation. Immediately, they leapt up from the ground as fast as they could. and attacked the incoming water dragon. Only a few flashes of cold light were seen, and the 4 water dragons were broken. The water dragon turned into a puddle and spilled onto the ground. The 10 great families' celestial pride looked around as if they were on the verge of an attack, wanting to take a look at the person who attacked them. However, they still found nothing. It was so quiet around them that all they could hear was each other's breathing. What is the other party trying to do here? Bailey Changhong asked. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should be planning to constantly intrude on us so that we can't temper ourselves. And the man himself is secretly tuning up. If we don't have a way to recover the energy we consumed, then once we wait for that person to recover, then it's our time to die. Huang Fuisen said after a moment of contemplation. He instantly figured out Song Tianli's plan. I feel the same way. Bei Mo Mengsher nodded in agreement. The other side is in the dark. We are in the light. We're in a situation where we're very passive. There's a little movement and it's a straw man. In that case, the other party only needs to send out 2 or 3 random doppelgangers to keep us in a constant state of nervousness. That's not good. What do you guys think? What should we do? Huang Fuisen said. Chapter 113, 2 Doggy. Although the 10 great families' celestial pride knew Song Tianli's intentions, it didn't mean, however, that they would be able to have a solution to their current predicament. It's like, everyone knows that studying hard will get you into a good college. However, not everyone is able to calm down and study properly. There's a saying that there's no such thing as a heart. The place where Dongfang Shanhe was not harassed by Song Tianli split, because, for the Eastern Mountain River, he had other plans. This is a toolman he intends to use for a long time to come. Therefore, he let Dongfang Shanhe recover the energy in his body. I have an idea. Right at this moment, Gong Yang Jiqi suddenly said. The moment he said this, all the heavenly pride turned their gazes towards him. There are 7 of us now, so we can split into 2 groups, 1 to stand guard and 1 to tune up. Rotate every 20 minutes. Hearing Gong Yang Jiqi say this, the crowd all fell into deep thought. I have to say, this is really the best way to go so far. However, there is also a big problem. The man who transfers is equivalent to putting his life in the hands of the man who stands guard. Which one would not dare to do without great trust? When it comes down to it, we have no choice. I agree so. Shangwan Junkai was the first to say. I agree. Agreed. Several people then chose to agree. Indeed, just like what Shangwan Junkai said, they had no choice. I think we should make a pact. If anyone is unfavorable to the others during the rotational transfer, they will be a public enemy of all of our clans. Huang Fuisen said. Do not blame him for saying so. Is really to know the face of the people, do not know the heart. No one cannot guarantee that. Among them, there is no next Dongfang Shanhe. In case it comes up, then they are dead. So, it's best to be ugly up front. Agreed. I agree. Naturally, the others had no problem with this. After all who are afraid of being stabbed in the back. Next, a few of them resorted to an extremely childish way of deciding on groupers. That's hand on heart. Very quickly, the results came in. Shangwan Junkai, Shiman Wang Yang, and Bei Mengshi were in a group of 3. The 4 of them, Gong Yang Jiqi, Nangong Minglu, Bailey Changhong, and Huang Fuisen, were in a group of 4. The first people to stand guard were Rams Chi and their group of 4. At the moment, the 4 of them stood in a quadrilateral, each facing one direction, vigilantly watching the alignment. The other 3, sitting cross-legged in the quadrilateral formed by the 4 of them, began to regulate their breathing without any distractions. Now that you have made the choice, have enough faith in your companion. Now they grabbed the time to recover a little more energy. Then they would have one more possibility to survive next. A hint of sneer flashed in the eyes of the Song Tianli bilocation hidden in the shadows after seeing this scene. Do you really think that if you make a grouping, you will be completely at ease? Only to see one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers take out a string of 10,000 firecrackers. Don't ask where the firecrackers came from. To ask is to be prepared. After he lit the firecracker, he threw it in the direction where the 10 great celestial pride was. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At once, a stunning firecracker sounded. The sound of firecrackers is not lethal, but it's exceptionally loud, and it's perfect for scaring people. Sure enough, when the firecrackers sounded, Shangwan Junkai, who was in the middle of his transfer, was instantly awakened. The transfer is not, though, to be 100% quiet. However, the least thing that can be done is not to affect one's mind. When the mind is in turmoil, tuning up is something that can be greatly affected. I damn plants. This is too inappropriate. Awakened by the shock, Shangwan Junkai instantly spat out his mouth. In a matter of seconds, a paragraph with an extreme amount of shouting moments spewed out of his mouth. If, say, Song Tianli's doppelganger continued to use other attacks to harass them, although they would still despise it, they wouldn't be so angry. After all, it is reasonable and legal to use such an intrusive approach from the other side's perspective. However, they could not have imagined that firecrackers would be used. Who's a good guy carrying around firecrackers? They had seen some old sixes, but not one that looked like this. It's like a dog king. Although Shiman Wang Yang and Bei Mua Mengshi didn't say anything, the two of them were in the same mood as Shangguan Junkai. They also have a very large string of shouting volume extreme words that they want to express. Continue to temper yourself. Shangguan Junkai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger, and said to the other two, now was not the time to be angry. The most important thing now was to seize the time to recover the aura. So, the three of them sat down once again and began to tune in. The four men standing guard glanced at each other, and a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes. They had thought that Song Tianli's doppelganger would infest, but they hadn't even thought that the other party would use such a method. It's like the dog's mom opening the door for the dog is home. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's doppelganger saw that after Shangguan Junkai and the others sat down to meditate again, he took out some more two kicks. The so-called two kickers are also a type of firecracker. The difference is that a two-kick explosion is extremely loud and makes two sounds. Sung Tenri's doppelganger placed the two kickers in a quiet row. Naruto Hao Fireball Jutsu. He then used the Howling Fireball technique to ignite the two kickers. Just when the quartet's standing guard saw the Howling Fireball, they thought that was all Song Tianli's means of splitting up was. However, very quickly, they realized that from among the Ho fireballs, something like a cannonball flew out. Shopa, 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 Shopa. These second kicks exploded around the many celestial pride with a huge boom. Every time the second kick appeared to rattle, it was as if Shangguan Junkai and the others' hearts were being hammered. Although they didn't just jump up and curse like they did before, their tuning was once again greatly affected. It can be said that the efficiency of toning is less than half of what it would be under normal circumstances. Not even a third of it. The 20 minutes passed quickly, and the quartet that was standing guard switched roles with the trio that was tuning up. That's what they agreed to before. A 20-minute rotation. Shangguan Junkai and the three of them didn't temper themselves well, which couldn't be blamed on Gong Yang Jiqi and the four of them. After all, the four of them were pretty dedicated when they stood guard. You can only blame Song Tianli for being such a dog. When the roles of the 10 great families' celestial pride had swapped, Song Tianli's main body stood up. In those 20 minutes, he was fully tuned in. Next, it was time to hunt again. Chapter 114, Mutual Explosive Charms. 10 times the efficiency of doing things. Song Tianli meditating for 20 minutes was equivalent to someone else meditating for 200 minutes. This had already allowed the energy that had been consumed within his body to be recovered. In comparison, the three of them, Shangguan Junkai, had only 5 or 6 minutes of effective time to truly meditate. Comparing this before and after, the amount of energy that Song Tianli had recovered was far too much compared to the others. Multiple shadow split technique. In an instant, thousands more detachments appeared. They frantically headed towards the 10 great families' celestial pride at an extremely fast speed. From a distance, it looked like a legion, flying in the sky, running underground, and burrowing in the ground. Anyway, there are all kinds of peoples. This scene stunned the many celestial pride who were tuning in and standing guard. How could they not expect that the energy within Song Tianli's body would recover so quickly? Faced with an army of oppressive doppelgangers, they could only be forced to meet the enemy. And so a new round of fighting began. Although Song Tianli's detachment had pressed in with an army, it didn't attack at the first opportunity. Instead, they surrounded the 10 great families' celestial pride. Play a big game, he decided. Let these heavenly pride know. What is surprise? When the 10 great families' celestial pride saw the many doppelgangers that were speeding towards them, each one of them stood tightly on guard, all of them gripping the spiritual treasures in their hands. Among them, Huang Fuisin took advantage of the others' inattention to take an elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, the energy in his body that was originally depleted was replenished. At once, he was refreshed, as if he had been given a new lease of life. Everyone else was all nervously looking at Song Tianli's doppelganger, so no one even noticed this scene. Although it was said that they relied on each other now, each still had their own little calculations. This thing, pills, was too precious. If you share it with someone else, you don't have it. At this time, the others looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger with a puzzled expression. What was Song Tianli's doppelganger trying to do when he didn't attack first after surrounding them? None of the 10 great families' celestial pride dared to slack off. They were certain that Song Tianli's inaction at this time was not intended to spare them. All this is just the calm before the storm. Although it was the first time they had fought with Song Tianli, they already had a great understanding of Song Tianli's dog. How could such a person conduct a fight in a regular manner? He was bound to carry out some sinister masterstroke. The facts proved that what the 10 great families' celestial pride had in mind was correct. After Song Tianli's doppelganger surrounded them, he was indeed brewing a big move. Mutual multiplication initiation charms. In the next second, Song Tianli's many doppelgangers came towards the 10 great families' celestial pride. At the same time, an extremely powerful energy surged out from their bodies. Song Tianli's move, despite its name being called the Mutual Multiplication Explosive Talisman, was not using an explosive talisman to produce an attack. Instead, use a diversion. He used his doppelganger as a detonator, exploding one after the other. The energy contained in the detachment could be too much more than the detonation talisman. Therefore, when the detachments exploded one after another, the stacked power was extremely astonishing. Boom boom boom. Only a series of explosions could be heard continuously. A small mushroom cloud appeared with each boom. The detachments that Song Tianli split off exceeded 5,000, so there are just over 5,000 small mushroom clouds rising. These 5,000 or so mushroom clouds stacked on top of each other, creating an even bigger wave of air. This could numb the 10 great families' heavenly pride. Split explosion. This is just too much of a dog. In an instant, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was swept away. A huge energy storm, mixed with countless boulders, smashed right over towards the 10 great families' celestial pride. These heavenly prides worked together quite well. At the first moment, they backed together as fast as they could, and then used the spiritual treasures in their hands to defend. The spirit treasures contained extremely powerful forces, so they quickly formed a huge energy shield. This energy cover contained the different powers within it. Boom boom boom. A storm of energy continuously crashed on top of the energy shield, emitting earth-shattering booms, and with each impact of the energy storm, the energy shield shook hard. Every tremor was a kind of torture for the 10 great families' heavenly pride, because they were afraid that the energy shield would instantly shatter. Once the energy shield shattered, then what awaited them? I'm afraid, would be death. It had to be said that the energy contained within the spiritual treasure was indeed powerful, and such a strong wave of energy did not shatter the energy shield. However, it wasn't easy for these celestial pride. At this time, except for Huang Fuisen, everyone's face was extraordinarily pale. Although spiritual treasures were powerful, it was the energy in their bodies that was consumed when they activated them. The energy in their bodies hadn't fully recovered. Plus the series of attacks just now were just too powerful. It completely drained the energy from their bodies. To put it simply, they're being bled dry. When the energy storm disappeared, so did the energy shield. Afterwards, all of them sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily as if their bodies had been emptied. Of course, it's not as if, but it does get hollowed out. They didn't even have the strength to raise their hands at this point. The spiritual treasure in his hand was about to lose its grip. Bring it on you. Right at this moment, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers, using the technique of wood escape, wrapped all of the spirit treasures in the hands of these celestials, and then pulled with force. The crowd, who didn't have much strength in the first place, had the spiritual treasures in their hands pulled away in an instant. Except, of course, for Huang Fuisen, because the depletion of energy in his body was not as severe as the others. He had secretly taken the elixir earlier and now had half of the energy left in his body. This scene made Song Tianli's doppelganger a bit puzzled. However, after he used his white eyes to observe the energy within Huang Fuisen's body, he instantly understood. He didn't immediately make a move against the 10 great families' heavenly pride. A heavenly pride without a spiritual treasure was no different from a weakling to him. He decided that he would play another wave of real and fake infernalism. Huang Fuisen, well done. After I kill them, it won't be long before only the Dongfang and Huangfu families will be left in the top 10 families of the central state. All other clans will become a thing of the past. Song Tianli's doppelganger stepped forward at this time and said excitedly in a villain-like tone as he looked at Huang Fuisen. The moment his words came out, Shangwan Junkai and those of them instantly turned their gazes toward Huang Fuisen. They had thought that among them, only one traitor, Dongfang Shanhe, had appeared. I didn't expect that there would be another Huang Fuisen. Chapter 115, Family Guardian. When Shangwan Junkai and the rest of them all looked at Huang Fuisen with skeptical eyes, he was dumbfounded. This was because he hadn't even expected that Song Tianli's doppelganger would suddenly say this. What kind of rant are you spouting? I don't have anything to do with you, and at this point in time, you're still trying to pick a fight between us. His heart is punishable. Huang Fuisen hastily retorted. This kind of thing had to be said clearly, or it would bring unimaginable trouble to the Huangfu family. Yeah, we have nothing to do with each other. Don't know each other at all. Run away. I'm going to pretend to start a hunt for you. As for them, I'll kill them first. Song Tianli looked at Huang Fuisen and pretended to say with a sudden realization. The moment he said this, it caused the other celestial pride of the 10 great clans to look at Huang Fuisen with unfavorable eyes. If it were usual, they were afraid that they wouldn't believe Song Tianli's provocation. But at this point, they couldn't even believe it if they didn't want to. After all, Huang Fuisen's state was clearly much better than theirs. Moreover, the spiritual treasure in his hand was not taken away. If that doesn't tell the story, what does? Facts speak louder than words. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Huang Fuisen instantly understood what they were thinking. I'm in good shape because I just took an elixir that restores energy, he hurriedly explained. I gave you the elixir to take afterward. Why did you take it before? Do you know how precious this one elixir is? If it wasn't for this plan, I wouldn't even bother giving it to you, Song Tianli said with a bit of exasperation. He was kind of seeing the wood for the trees, and the other party had just mentioned the elixir, so he said that the elixir was a gift from himself. The moment his words came out, Huang Fuisen nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. The treasure that their Huangfu family had spent a lot of money to get. When did it become a gift from this guy? Just as Huang Fuisen was still trying to explain something, Song Tianli didn't say any more nonsense. What should be guided he had already guided. Whether the 10 great families' celestial pride believed it or not was their business. He was not to continue with the nonsense. After all, villains die from talking too much. He's not a villain, but he's prone to accidents if he talks too much nonsense. Thus, he directly attacked the people of the 10 great clans. Kaido, Spiral Shuriken, Song Tianli's doppelganger said and threw out a huge ball of energy. In the face of such an attack, other than Huang Fuisen, none of the other celestial pride had any strength left to resist. They had the will to keep fighting, but they had the will to stop. At this time, all the celestial pride made a move at the same time, only to see them reach out and grab at their necks. Above each of their necks, they carried a jade slip. Of course, these jade slips had different traits, but the function on them was the same. At the first moment, they crushed the jade slips in their hands. Instantly, a bubble-like object appeared on their bodies from the inside out, shielding each of them. This move is called Family Guardian. The 10 great families would give family guardianship to the celestial pride that each of them favored. In this way, as long as one crushes the jade slip in a critical situation, they will be able to save their lives. Unless the other party is strong and not weaker than the guardian. Family guardianship requires a small price to pay, so not every celestial pride has one. In the 10 great families, usually only the first heavenly pride of the family possessed a family guardian. Unfortunately, family guardian is not a passive skill and needs to be activated. Donggong Invincible and One Star Soul died too unexpectedly. The two of them didn't anticipate their deaths at all, and they didn't even have time to activate their family guards. Song Tianli's face turned serious when he saw the guards on Shangguan Junkai and the others. He had felt before that the people of the 10 great families were not that easy to kill. It seems so now, but that wasn't what he was contemplating at this time. If he simply wanted to kill these guys, there were ways to do it. For example, using a deck of cards, or compare it with combat power. Now, they could all be without their spirit treasures, and their combat power was simply no match for their own. It would be too easy to just kill someone. He knew very well that it wasn't these younger generations he had to deal with, but more importantly, the others in the 10 great families. What he was contemplating now was that he realized that the actions of these heavenly prides crushing the jade slips just now reminded him of someone. Before he was teleported for the first time, Starlight had given him a jade slip. At that time, Starlight said that if he was in danger, he would crush the jade slip at the first opportunity. He'll be there in the nick of time. He wondered if these heavenly prides of the 10 great families who had crushed their jade slips were also calling out to the person who had given them the slips. If, like Starlight, those who gave them jade slips were able to appear in a very short period of time, then he could be in danger. Although he was now in existence of the 6 prefectures realm, compared to Starlight, the difference was still as bad as Heaven's wrath. If these jade slips, and the jade slips given to him by Starlight served the same purpose, then this meant that it was possible that Starlight was related to the 10 great families. If that's true, it's a complicated situation. After thinking for a little while, Song Tianli decided to withdraw. If they wanted to take out Shangguan Junkai and the others, they would have plenty of opportunities in the outside world. After all, his current strength was much higher than these people. If we don't leave now, if something happens, it's not worth it. This time, he had killed enough people from the 10 great families. Thus, Song Tianli split into several doppelgangers and sped off in different directions. In this way, no one would be able to know his movements. Song Tianli's main body headed towards the place where they had first appeared in the Heaven's remarkable realm. If the space gate of the Heaven's Pride realm opened, he would leave at the first opportunity. When the time comes, take a preemptive strike with the Eastern 9 Heavens. Preconceptions can cloud a person's judgment. Song Tianli then topped the face of the Eastern 9 Heaven and hit it. It was a day or so of waiting. Shangguan Junkai and their family guards only protected them and no one showed up. Song Tianli was a little too careful. However, even if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Killing more people is no better than securing your own life. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, he wasn't willing to take the risk. When the heaven's remarkable realm opened 2 days later, the space door opened once more. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli took his credentials and leapt out of the door of space. To be honest, he wanted to try flying Thunder God's space jump before, but since I wasn't 100% sure, I didn't dare to take the risk. Chapter 116, Dead. All dead. The crowd of the 10 great clans guarding the outside of the Heaven's Pride realm had no idea what was happening in the Heaven's Pride realm. All of them were expecting, at this moment, a huge metamorphosis in their own families, preferably of the fly-by-night variety. After Dongfang Jiutian was the first to appear, the people of the Dongfang family hurriedly greeted them. Jiutian, how was the harvest? Dongfang Tianxin looked at Dongfang Jiutian and asked. Although Dongfang Jiutian's talent was extremely poor and was not well received in the Dongfang family, but no matter what, it's still the Oriental family. As the leader of the Dongfang family this time, Dongfang Tianxin naturally had to inquire. Fourth uncle, dead, all dead, Dongfang Jiutian said in a mournful tone. What died? Dongfang Tianxin asked hurriedly. All of them, except me, are dead. What? How is that possible? Even your big brother is dead? Dongfang Tianxin said incredulously. Dongfang Shanhe was the Dongfang family's #1 heavenly pride and the #1 heavenly pride in the central state. There was not only a spiritual treasure present on his body, but also a family guardian. So how could he die? And why did the others die too? What do you mean? All of them are dead except for you? At this time, the Shangwan family came forward and asked, what exactly happened in the heaven's remarkable realm? The Bailey family's man also came forward and asked, after I entered the heaven's pride realm, originally, Big Brother wanted to bring me along to explore and see if there were any chances. However, I gave it a no because I thought that I can't always rely on my big brother. So I left on my own, wanting to rely on myself to find my chance. Later, I realized that many people with very strange abilities had appeared in the Heaven's Pride realm. They are extremely strong and kill people on sight. Those of us from these clans are no match for them. I saw it with my own eyes. A lot of people were killed. I looked for a place to hide because I was scared. Song Tianli imitated Dongfang Jiutian and said, a lot of people with very bizarre abilities. Aren't we the only ones from the 10 great families in the heaven's remarkable realm? Where did the other people with weird abilities come from? The leader of the Bailey family was puzzled. Even if these people's abilities are very bizarre, this doesn't mean that all of us from the 10 great families are dead. The leader of the Shangwan family said, after hiding for a while, I was a little worried about my big brother and their safety, so I snuck out and wanted to take a look. As it turns out, the corpses in the Heaven's Pride realm are littered with people from our 10 great clans. When I saw Big Brother and the others, I realized that there were only a dozen or so of them left, and they were surrounded by thousands of people. Not a moment later, Dongdong Invincible and One Run Star Soul died. Everyone else isn't in great shape either. So I hid again. Song Tianli said with a bit of horror. What? Invincible is dead? When the people from the Dongdong family heard this, their words were filled with shock. The Star Soul is dead? The people in Hearing's house were equally incredulous. Dongdong Wufei and One Ren Xingxue were the most talented people in their two families, and they also had spiritual treasures and family guards, so how could they die so easily? Yes, they're dead. I saw it with my own eyes, Song Tianli said with great certainty. Then Jun Kai and the others, did you also see them die with your own eyes? The Shangguan family asked. That's not something I've seen with my own eyes. After One Ren Xingxue and Dongdong Wui were killed, I went back into hiding. However, not long after I hid, suddenly there was a loud, earth-shattering boom in the distance. I looked from afar and noticed that the space within a 10,000 meter radius had been leveled. I think Shangguan Jun Kai and my big brother and the others should not survive. There was so much commotion there that I didn't dare to check it out, and I've been hiding at the exit location. When the space door of the heaven's remarkable realm opened again, I hurriedly came out as fast as I could. Song Tianli recounted. The things he said were not things he had seen with his own eyes, but things he had done with his own hands. He played the role of the Eastern Nine Heavens and had an average strength talent, so hiding in danger was more than normal in the eyes of the others. Moreover, he recounted some things, and when the people behind him came out, he recounted them again, making it easier to pit the Dongfang family against the other families, because he left some details out on purpose. Hearing Dongfang Jiutian's words, the many leaders of the 10 great clans, each and every one of them were all dumbfounded, a little difficult to accept this fact. Just at this time, a silhouette suddenly flashed out. It was the Eastern Mountain River. Shanhe, you're still alive? Great! Seeing Dongfang Shanhe, Dongfang Tianxin hurriedly greeted him and said, "Earlier, when he heard Dongfang Jotian's narration, he was already as if his heart was dead. I didn't expect that Dongfang Shanha came out alive." When the leaders of the other clans saw Dongfang Shanha, their faces were delighted with it. Since Dongfang Shanha had come out, it meant that what Dongfang Jotian had just said was not true. He was probably joking with the crowd, and deliberately made up a story to scare them. "Brother Ironheart, your family's children, they're a bit undereducated. Such a thing can be used for a joke." The leader of the Dongdong family couldn't help but say to Dongfang Tianxin, "I've made Brother Chengyun laugh." As Dongfang Tianxin said this, he glared viciously at Dongfang Jotian. "This is the kind of thing that really can't be used for jokes. Nephew Shanha, where are the others?" The leader of the Bailey family asked when he saw that no one else had appeared after a while. Hearing his question, Dongfang Shanha opened his mouth, but nothing came out, because, for a moment, he did not know how he should describe what happened in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm. Seeing Dongfang Shanha's somewhat gulping expression, the others' faces changed. They were thinking, could it be that what Dongfang Jotian had just said was true? Just as this thought had just popped up in their minds, suddenly, from within the Heaven's remarkable realm's space gate, several more figures from their familiar lineage flew out. It was Shangguan Junkai and the others. There were not many scattered people, only 7. This caused the people from the other several clans to all let out a long sigh of relief. Since people were coming out one after another, it meant that things weren't like what Dongfang Jotian had said, that all the remaining people were dead. Moreover, these ones that came out just now, although their eyes revealed fatigue, their overall condition looked quite okay. The reason they were so radiant was because Song Tianli hadn't harassed them for some time before, so they had a tune-up and were back in peak condition. Only, because he was worried that Song Tianli would sneak in again, he didn't dare to rest in peace, and there was weariness in his eyes. Chapter 117, Give my son back his life. Jun Kai. How was the harvest? The leader of the Shangguan family came to Shangguan Junkai and said. Only when he heard his own elder's question did Shangguan Jun raise his head to look at him with extraordinarily serious eyes. For a while, he didn't know how he should speak. Seeing the look in Shangguan Jun's eyes, the leader of the Shangguan family finally realized that something was wrong. In the past, most of the people who came out of the Heaven's remarkable realm, even if some of them had color hanging from their bodies, their brows were flying and their excitement was hard to contain. However, this time, whether it was Dongfang Jotian, who came out first, Dongfang Shanha, and Shangguan Junkai, none of them had happy faces. Oriental Jotian is just, his strength is low, and does not have excessive courage. No harvest is normal, but the others aren't so much. After all, they could all be the pride of each family. The only reason they were able to come out alive was because Song Tianli had shown mercy. Because, he still had to leave these people to target the Eastern family. Once all of these people died out, then he had planned for so long in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm, but he had planned for nothing. Jun Kai, what exactly happened in the Heaven's Pride realm? How come you guys are the only ones who came out? Where are the others? The Shangguan family's leader inquired. He had, by this time, a premonition that something bad was happening. After all, Shangguan Junkai and the few of them had come out for quite a while, but the others never showed up. Aside from a few of us, the rest of them, they're all dead, Shangguan Junkai said after a slight silence. After hearing this, the people from the 10 great clans were once again dumbfounded. Regarding the words of Eastern Jotian, these people could not believe them, but they couldn't disbelieve Shangguan Jun's words. And, the looks on these people's faces already speak for themselves. How could this be? Could it be that what Dongfang Jotian said before was true? The Shangguan family's leader said in shock. Eastern Jotian? Where is he? Shangguan Junkai said hurriedly. Previously, when they were in the Heaven's Pride realm, it could be Dongfang Jotian who had launched an attack against them. He's right here, the Shangguan family's leader said, and pointed to where Song Tianli was before. However, it was only when his finger pointed over that he realized that Dongfang Jotian had already disappeared. Where is the Eastern Jotian man? The Shangguan family's leader asked as he looked at the person next to him. Didn't notice. The others were also confused. After Dongfang Jotian had just come out of the Heaven's remarkable realm, he made the others pay attention for a while. But ever since Dongfang Shanha came out of the Heaven's Pride realm, he was automatically ignored by everyone. Compared to Dongfang Shanha, Dongfang Jotian's words really didn't have much credibility. It was no exaggeration to say that 10 words from Dongfang Jotian could not top one from Dongfang Shanha. Not to mention, a few of Shangguan Junkai and the others came out behind them. So people were focusing on these few people, much less paying attention to Dongfang Jotian. Song Tianli naturally knew Dongfang Jotian's position in these people's hearts, So he took advantage of Dongfang Shanha's appearance to quietly leave after he finished those words and attracted everyone's attention. His true purpose had been accomplished. The more important point of him saying those words before, aside from deliberately concealing something, was to make Dongfang Zhoutian appear in the 10 Great Clans' field of vision. He wanted everyone to know that Dongfang Zhoutian had walked out of the Heaven's Pride realm alive. In this way, combined with the things he did in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm, using Dongfang Zhoutian's identity thing, it would be easy for the Dongfang family to be targeted. If it was only the spiritual treasure in Dongfang Shanha's hands that had gone out of control and killed Donggong Wufei, perhaps the Dongfang family would still have a way to prove his innocence. Of course, Song Tianli didn't know exactly if he could or not. He's just doing a double take. He wanted to make sure that Shangwan Junkai and the rest of them could be certain that the person who had struck out at them in the middle of the Heavens Remarks realm was Dongfang Zhoutian. He had deliberately concealed the fact that Donggong Wufei and Wanren Xingxue had died at the hands of Dongfang Shanha before, just so that the people of the 10 great families would learn the truth from Shangwan Junkai in their mouths. In this way, they felt that they, as members of the Dongfang family, were covering for Dongfang Shanha. This could even increase the suspicion on the Dongfang family, or Dongfang Shanha. Especially the Donggong family and the Wen family would not take it lightly. After all, the other clans had people die, but their number one heavenly pride was still around, and the first heavenly pride of these two families died. Of course, there was also the Huangfu family that was suspected. All the other family spirit treasures were gone. Only the Huangfu family's spirit treasure and the Dongfang family's spirit treasure remained. Coupled with the misleading words that Dongfang Zhoutian had said to Huangfu Yisin in the Heaven's Pride realm, it was also easy for the Huangfu family to be suspected. It could be said that the 10 great families were in a very messy situation right now. It was so chaotic that Song Tianli couldn't say exactly what would happen next. All he has to do now is two things. First, sit back and watch the tigers fight. Let's see if there will be infighting among the 10 great families over these things. Second, hide. Look for opportunities to muddy the waters even more. And then fish in the muck. Wait for the right opportunity to push the envelope. Jun Jie, what the hell is going on? Why are you asking about the Eastern 9 Heavens? The leader of the Shangwan family looked at Shangwan Junkai and asked. In this regard, Shangwan Junkai did not hide anything. All the things that happened in the Tianjiao realm. This included Dongfang Shanha killing Donggong Wui and Wanren Xingxin, as well as what Dongfang Zhoutian said when he appeared later. Occasionally, if something was missed, the Bailey Changhong and the others next to them would add to it. As the few people recounted all the things that had happened in the Heaven's Pride realm, the people from the 10 great clans, although their faces were extremely ugly, none of them interrupted, nor did any of them approach the Oriental family for a claim. It was only after Shangwan Junkai and the few of them had finished recounting all the events in the Heaven's Remarkable realm that the Donggong family and the Wen family made a move. Dongfang Shanha, return my son's life. With a loud shout, Donggong Qingyun sped towards Dongfang Shanha. He hadn't done anything before because he was afraid that there would be some kind of misunderstanding or reversal. However, he had listened to all that had happened from beginning to end, and he had not heard any misunderstanding or reversal. As for what Dongfang Shanha said, the reason that the spiritual treasure was not under control, he did not believe it at all. It wasn't like he hadn't used spirit treasures before, so how could he lose control for good reason? His own son had been murdered, and if he did nothing about it, then he didn't deserve to be a father. Therefore, Donggong Qingyun did not hold back anything with the strike. The moment Shangwan Junkai and the others mentioned that Dongfang Shanha had killed Donggong Wufei and Wanren Xingxin, Dongfang Tiexin felt bad. So, he gave the Oriental family, early on, a wink. Chapter 118 Examining the Heart. Receiving Dongfang Tiexin's wink, the people of the Dongfang family protected Dongfang Shanha without a trace. At this time, seeing Donggong Qingyun launch an attack, Dongfang Tiexin hurriedly moved his body to meet him. Very quickly, the attacks from both sides collided together. Bang! The palms of Dongfang Tiexin and Donggong Qingyun collided together with a loud boom. It was accompanied by a shockwave. This violent shockwave exploded above the mountaintop. This caused the other clans to step back. At the same time, an energy shield was propped up to avoid being affected. And above the mountaintop, there was still a howling wind and flying sand. The bodies of Dongfang Tiexin and Donggong Qingyun simultaneously retreated tens of meters after colliding in the air. There was a small difference in strength between the two, so when they fought, neither one of them took advantage of the situation. Dongfang Tiexin, your Dongfang family killed all of my Donggong family's heavenly pride. Are you planning to be immortal with my Donggong family? In that case, I, Donggong Qingyun, hereby declare that my Donggong family officially declares war on the Dongfang family. Donggong Qingyun said loudly. Among the younger generation of their Donggong family, there were only 3 of them. Donggong Wufei was assassinated while he was in the outside world, and Donggong Wufei and Donggong Wufei were killed in the Heaven's Pride realm. By inference, one was done by the Eastern Zhou Tian and the other by the Eastern Shanhe. In this way, the younger generation of their Donggong family was all dead. Without the younger generation, the Donggong family had no future. What was the point of the Donggong family without a future? Even if it grew to become the #1 family in the central state. Brother Qing Yun, I think there is a misunderstanding in the middle. My Dongfang family and the Donggong family have no grudges. It's impossible to kill someone from the Donggong family. Dongfang Tianxin hurriedly explained patiently. This is something they deserve and must deal with. Otherwise, one would really be subject to the mad retaliation of the Donggong family. After all, a family without a future is bound to become insane. Misunderstanding? Dongfang Shanha killed someone. This is what they saw with their own eyes. Where is the misunderstanding? Dongfang Tianxin, hand over Dongfang Shanha, or else, our two families will not rest in peace. Donggong Qing Yun said, there's no way we're going to hand over the mountains and rivers until the matter is completely cleared up. Shanha, come on, what's going on here? Dongfang Tianxin looked at Dongfang Shanha and asked. He knew Dongfang Shanha extremely well, and knew that he had a generous temperament and would not be able to kill someone for no reason. At that time, I was in the process of decapitating the chosen one's bilocation after we were surrounded by his bilocation. As a result, all of a sudden, the spiritual treasure in my hand was out of my control and stabbed at Donggong Wufei. Dongfang Shanha did not have any sophistry and said matter-of-factly, ridiculous reason. Why didn't everyone else's spirit treasures go out of control but yours? Our 10 great clans all have spirit treasures, but we've never heard of a spirit treasure going out of control. Donggong Qing Yun sneered. I suspect that the chosen one did it. Dongfang Shanha spoke out his suspicions. That chosen of God? You mean the Eastern Zhou Tian? He is also a member of your Eastern family. Donggong Qing Yun said. He definitely can't be someone from our Dongfang family. He must be a divine chosen dressed up in order to provoke the relationship between our 10 great families, at the same time planting evidence against our Oriental family. If he really is the 9 heavens, why didn't he stay here, but left all of them while we weren't paying attention? Dongfang Tianxin said with great certainty. Regardless of whether the divine chosen among the heavens' remarkable realm was Dongfang Zhoutian or not, at this time, they absolutely could not admit it, because, once admitted, it would make the Eastern family a target. Hearing Dongfang Tianxin say this, the crowd fell into deep thought. It had to be said that there was a little bit of truth in what Oriental Tai Xin said. If that was really the case, then if they targeted the Eastern family, wouldn't they have fallen for that divine chosen's treacherous plan? For a while, the people of the 10 great clans all fell into silence. At this point in time, both sides are saying that the mother-in-law is justified and the daughter-in-law is justified. And there is no way for anyone to prove that what the other side is saying is not the truth. No matter what, it's a fact that my son Invincible died at the hands of Dongfang Shanha. There is only one way to prove Dongfang Shanha's innocence. Check your heart. Donggong Qing Yun said. He was angry, but not overwhelmed by anger. He was intent on avenging his son, but he didn't want to be a sword in someone else's hands either. So, he had to get to the bottom of things before he could avenge his son's death. What? A heart test? I disagree. Dongfang Tianxin was the first to object. Heart testing is a very cruel act that verifies the truest thoughts of a person's heart. Of course, if that's all there is to it, that's fine. The bottom line is that there is unimaginable pain to be suffered during the heart test. And, the darker the heart, the greater the pain to be endured. There are no saints or perfect people in this world. Everyone has a dark side. Therefore, the so-called heart test is no different from death by 1,000 cuts. Even if they could eventually carry it off, they would still have a lot of energy. Dongfang Shanha was the #1 heavenly pride of their Dongfang family. How could he watch Dongfang Shanha suffer such pain? If Dongfang Shanha is unable to prove his innocence, then I can only assume that he is the murderer. Donggong Qing Yun said. In any case, he had to get justice for his son. Not bad. My family's star soul also died in his hands. He must give us an explanation. The leader of the Wen family also stepped forward at this time and said. He hadn't said anything during the time before, just to see what the Donggong family would do. Originally, it was thought that the Donggong family and the Dongfang family would engage in a great battle, but unexpectedly, this fellow, Donggong Qing Yun, was extremely tolerant. Neither was overwhelmed by anger in such a situation. His plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight fell through. Dongfang Tianxin, at this point in time, do you think Dongfang Shanha has any choice? The leader of the Bailey family said. Third uncle, I am willing to examine my heart. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha stepped forward and said. Until now, he really had no other choice. Also, he wanted to prove his innocence. This matter was not only about his innocence, but also the innocence of the Eastern family. No matter how painful the process of checking his heart was, he had to do it. Have you really thought about it? Dongfang Tianxin asked as he turned his head to look at Dongfang Shanhe. Think about it, Dongfang Shanhe said decisively. In that case, go ahead, Dongfang Tianxin said. There was a hint of intolerance in his words, but he had no choice. Because, both the Oriental family and the Oriental Mountain River need to be cleared. Chapter 119, Returning to the Eastern House. Seeing that Dongfang Shanhe had agreed to the heart check, the people from the other several great clans, without any nonsense, made way for an open space. Immediately, 2 people each came out from the Dongdong family and the Wen family, and they surrounded Dongfang Shanhe. Afterwards, the 4 of them stretched out their fingers and pointed them at Dongfang Shanhe's body. 2 of them pointed at his forehead and back. The other 2 pointed above each of his 2 temples. After the 4's fingers fell, Dongfang Shanhe's body began to tremble slightly. As time passed, Dongfang Shanhe's body trembled more and more violently. At first glance, it looks as if you've been electrocuted by an electric current. He gritted his teeth as if he was enduring extremely powerful pain. Finally, Dongfang Shanhe couldn't help himself and hissed out in pain. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Tianxin's fists clenched, and his eyes were filled with intolerance. However, this is the only way to prove the innocence of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanhe at the moment. For the next period of time, Dongfang Shanhe continuously let out agonizing howls. Dongfang Shanhe, why did you strike out at Donggong Wufei in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm? Donggong Qingyun inquired. My hand, spirit treasure, is not under control. Dongfang Shanhe replied in a broken voice. That divine chosen, is it Eastern Jiutian? Donggong Qingyun asked again. No, in the Heaven's Pride realm. Have you ever killed anyone from the 10 great families? No. Has your Oriental family made any plans to deal with other families? No. Donggong Qingyun, you've gone too far. Right at this moment, Dongfang Tianxin bellowed and hurriedly came to Dongfang Shanhe's front, grabbing him up and away from Donggong Qingyun and the few of them. Donggong Qingyun had just begun to inquire about some of the secrets of the Pipe East family. Seeing that Dongfang Shanhe had been captured, a trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the others. If Donggong Qingyun asked any further, they would be able to know more secrets about the Dongfang family. Dongfang Shanhe, who had been saved by Dongfang Tianxin, was still trembling in his body at this time, as if he was suffering great pain. Those who haven't experienced this kind of pain can't even imagine it. It's many times more painful than a woman giving birth. After Dongfang Shanhe's body trembled for a while, he suddenly fainted. This is now able to prove Shanhe's innocence, right? Dongfang Tianxin asked as he looked at the several people. The moment he said this, the rest of the 10 great families all fell into silence. Through the heart check just now, they could already be certain that Dongfang Shanhe really didn't intend to kill Donggong Wufei. The person in the middle of the Heaven's remarkable realm was also not Eastern Jiutian. If it wasn't Dongfang Jiutian, then who would the person in the middle of the Heaven's remarkable realm be? Men, search for Dongfang Jiutian for me, Donggong Qingyun said loudly to the people of the Donggong family at this time. According to Shangguan Zhu incised them, the divine chosen amongst the Heaven's remarkable realm had attacked and killed them with the face of Dongfang Jiutian. Moreover, just now, there was indeed a person just like Dongfang Jiutian who came out of the Heaven's remarkable realm. Then, search for the Eastern 9 heavens first. You guys go too. For the Eastern Jiutian, I want to see people alive and dead. The leader of the Wen family followed closely. The Wenren family's number 1 heavenly pride, Wenren Xing Soul, was also dead, and naturally, their Wenren family wouldn't stop. The entire central state, search for the Eastern 9 heavens. Subsequently, the Shangguan family, the Bailey family, and other such families, all gave orders one after another. Although the first heavenly pride of these families had not been killed, none of the other children of the younger generation were left. There was also a blood feud between them and the Chosen One. They didn't know any other information about the Chosen of God, so they could only search for the Eastern Jiutian look-alike first, while the people from the 10 great clans were searching for Dongfang Jiutian. In a rock crevice at the top of the mountain, a silhouette transformed into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. It was none other than Song Tianli's bilocation. Song Tianli, who had disarmed the doppelganger, perceived all the information that the doppelganger had seen. So, he knew everything that was going on at the top of the mountain. This includes the fact that the eastern mountains have cleared themselves through a peculiar way. To be honest, he didn't feel surprised by such an outcome. Instead, he felt that everything was expected. If the 10 great families didn't have some means, it would really be in vain as the 10 great families. Things are getting interesting. There are some things you guys can explain clearly, and there are some things that you can't explain clearly, Song Tianli said and left using his sneaking skill. Soon, the entire central state shook. In the time before, It was only the Dongdong family and the Gongyang family that were acting. This time, the entire 10 great families had acted. This caused the other clans in the central state to speculate as to what had happened to cause the 10 great clans to act at the same time. After Song Tianli returned to the central state, he didn't hide and secretly observe the performance of the 10 great families. Instead, he silently sneaked into the eastern house. What happened before was just part of his plan. It's only now that the plan has to really begin. After he sneaked into the Dongfang family, he arrived in Dongfang Qinkuan's room. In the next second, a swirl arose in one of his eyes. Immediately after that, Dongfang Qinkuan floated out of his eyes and landed on the bed. Afterward, he went to the rooms of the other few people in the Eastern family and released them all from the Divine Might space in turn as well. Since he had made up his mind to frame the Oriental family, he naturally had to put on a full show. Therefore, when he was in the heavens remarkable realm before, for the people from the Eastern family, Song Tianli didn't even kill them. Instead, he knocked him out and locked him up in the Divine Might space. Now back again to the Oriental family and set them free. At that time, once the few of them appeared in the public eye, then the other few clans, naturally, would be able to associate a lot. The Divine Chosen had killed so many people. Why did they only spare the young generation of the Eastern family? To say that there was nothing fishy in this, beating them to death, they wouldn't believe it. At that time, all that was needed was a trigger, and the Dongfang family would surely be attacked by the group. At that point, it was not like Dongfang Shanha, who had come to a heart check and was able to make it clear. After all, the other family's celestial pride had died, while the Eastern family's people were still alive. That's something that no one can change. After doing so, Song Tianli headed to Dongfang Taiying's room. Dongfang Taiying was Dongfang Zhoutian's father. Song Tianli went to find Dongfang Taiying with the intention of having a showdown with him. Of course, it wasn't in Song Tianli's capacity, but in the capacity of Dongfang Zhoutian. When he appeared in Dongfang Taiying's room, he found Dongfang Taiying holding a cup of tea, his brows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Father, Eastern Zhoutian said softly. Hearing his voice, Dongfang Taiying, who was drinking tea, instantly raised his head. Chapter 120 Meeting Tiexiong in the East. When Dongfang Taiying saw Dongfang Zhoutian, he instantly froze. He had thought that this untalented son of his had died, but he did not expect that he would suddenly appear at this time. Just as he was about to step forward and speak to his son, he suddenly thought of what his third brother had said when he returned. Someone had impersonated the Eastern Zhoutian and killed many of the celestial pride among the 10 great families. It was so close that it caused the 10 great families to have a civil war. Who are you? Dongfang Taiying asked as he looked at Song Tianli warily. If he realized that the other party was a fake, he would strike at the first opportunity. Father, it's me, Zhou Tian. As Song Tianli said this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the other party. That's when his eyes turned blood red. Don't be a god. Instantly, Dongfang Taiying's eyes became dull. Bet Tianjin can cast the strongest illusions on a person. Father, I'm your son Dongfang Zhoutian. Don't you remember me? Song Tianli said. Oh yes, you are my son, Dongfang Zhoutian. It was as if Dongfang Taiying suddenly came to a realization. Afterward, his eyes slowly returned to normal, and he looked at Song Tianli with extraordinarily loving eyes. This was Song Tianli's other plan. He had previously observed Dongfang Taiying with his white eyes and knew that he was in existence of the 5 prefectures realm, and that there would not be any accidents when he cast the other heavenly god on him. Once he had Dongfang Taiying as an insider, then he wouldn't be subject to anyone's speculations in the Dongfang family. In this way, he was able to proceed with his plans. Father, let's go see the family head, Song Tianli said to Dongfang Taiying. Good. At this, Dongfang Taiying did not have any opinions. With that, the two of them walked out of the room. As they walked towards Dongfang Tiexiong's study, they happened to see Dongfang Tiexian. Zhou Tian, you still dare to come back? Dongfang Tiexian also saw them and stepped forward to block in front of Song Tianli and said, Third uncle, I know you have a lot of questions. Now come with us to see the family head. If you have any doubts, say them together after meeting the family head. Asking now saves me from having to say it all over again some time later. Song Tianli said to Dongfang Tiexian. He was now in existence of the 6th prefecture realm, while Dongfang Tiexian and Dongfang Taiying were both existences of the 5th prefecture realm. For them, he had no need to be afraid at all. The only thing he couldn't fathom right now was what unknown undercurrents the Dongfang family had. Therefore, he didn't dare to take action against the Eastern family easily. After he had figured out everything about the Eastern family, he would then strike a blow. Very quickly, several people arrived at Dongfang Tiexiong's study and met him. Ninth heaven? It seems we've been underestimating you all along. After Dongfang Tiexiong saw Song Tianli, He was a little surprised but didn't make a fuss. He had already heard Dongfang Tianxin finish talking about what happened in the Heaven's Pride realm before. He had originally thought, too, that the Eastern Jiotian was someone else's fake. Now that he dared to come to see himself, he thought that he should not be a fake. However, he didn't feel relieved, but gave Dongfang Taiying a color. I talked to Jiotian earlier about his childhood. Not to mention, his memory is quite good. He basically remembers everything. Perhaps we've been underestimating the 9 heavens all along. He just has bad talent and lacks an opportunity to soar, Dongfang Taiying said. When he said this, he was hinting to his big brother that he had already verified Dongfang Jiotian's identity and that it wasn't someone else's fake. Hearing Dongfang Taiying say this, Dongfang Tianxiong turned his gaze to Song Tianli. Did you do what happened in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm? He asked bluntly. Yes. Song Tianli didn't hide it either, and admitted it just as bluntly. He showed up at this time to show his hand. You killed those few siblings of yours. All of them? As Dongfang Tianxiong said this, his eyes stared tightly at Song Tianli. No, I just knocked them out. Now I've sent them all back to their rooms. If the family master doesn't believe me, he can send someone to check it out. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Dongfang Tianxiong didn't believe him directly. Someone come, go see if the several young masters, and several young ladies, have returned to their rooms, he said after greeting a subordinate. Yes. After the subordinate left, Dongfang Tianxiong didn't continue talking to Song Tianli, but quietly waited for the subordinate to return. In response, Song Tianli was in no hurry and waited likewise. For a time, the entire study was plunged into a deathly silence. This is a very depressing environment. Dongfang Tianxiong had been observing Song Tianli during this period. In the past, Dongfang Jiotian was very afraid of attracting attention, so whenever the family members gathered, he always hid in a corner that did not attract attention, and always bent over, head down. The current Dongfang Jiotian held his head high, and within his eyes, there was a sense of nonchalance. Such an aura he had only seen on Dongfang Shanhe's body before. It didn't take long for the underlings to report. Reporting to the family master, several young masters and several young ladies, all have returned. I see. Pass on my order to the several young masters and several young ladies that they are not allowed to leave their rooms until they receive an order from me. Also, after you go out in a while, guard the door of the room and don't allow anyone to approach, Dongfang Tianxiong said to his subordinate. Yes. When the subordinates left, Dongfang Tianxiong turned his gaze to Song Tianli. I need a reason. I'm a chosen of God. Song Tianli had already said the reason he had thought of long ago. His decision to bear the identity of the chosen of God was not just because his next plan required the cooperation of the Eastern family. More importantly, he was now in existence of the 6 prefectures realm and possessed the power to defend himself. No one can leave him whenever he wants to. Moreover, this reason was the most appropriate one for the East 9 days to change so much. The world knew that those who possessed a golden finger would be able to change their destiny against the heavens. How do I prove it? Dongfang Tianxiong asked again. Song Tianli didn't say anything, only releasing his body's breath. In an instant, the pressure of a 6 prefecture realm cultivator swept through the entire study. The two of them, Dongfang Tianxin and Dongfang Taiying, felt as if there was an additional mountain on their bodies, making them a bit breathless. It was hard for them to imagine that just the 6th mansion realm would have such a great pressure. Compared to these two, a hint of surprise flashed in Dongfang Tianxiong's eyes, and there was no other expression on his face. It was evident that the pressure of the 6th prefecture realm was nothing to him. Song Tianli did not have any surprises about this. Chapter 121, Showdown. Earlier on, Song Tianli had seen that the fighting strength of Dongfang Tianxiong was above 200,000, and he's only just over 100,000 combatants. In other words, Dongfang Tianxiong was a powerful person of the Divine Path realm. No wonder he was able to become the seat dignitary of the 9 great states. I'm afraid that his talent is no worse than the current Dongfang Shanhe. The pressure on Song Tianli's body came quickly and dispersed quickly. It was only for a few people in the den to feel it, and then it was immediately put away. Although he didn't say anything, Dongfang Tianxiong understood what he meant. If it wasn't a divine chosen, who would be able to raise their strength from the Sanzang realm to the 6th mansion realm in just a few days? Such an elevation speed was unheard of, even for Eastern Tai Xiong, who was a Shizuan. Therefore, Song Tianli's use of such a proof was very convincing. Then why did you kill the younger generation of the 10 great families? Dongfang Tianxiong asked. I hadn't intended to kill them, but my golden fingers pointed to them. Then, I can only say I'm sorry, Song Tianli said as a matter of course. The 10 great families had all stepped on tired corpses and bones to get to where they were now, so they naturally knew that the weak were the strong. When he said that, Dongfang Tianxiong and the others didn't feel anything wrong. Then why did you frame your big brother? Dongfang Tieshang asked again. Killing the younger generation of the 10 great families because of Goldfinger's instructions was understandable to him, but don't understand why you would want to frame Eastern Shanha. If you really want to frame, wouldn't it be better to frame another family? I framed Big Brother in order to clear this matter from our Eastern family. Big Brother doesn't know the slightest thing about me. I'll let him have the suspicion first, though it will briefly aggravate him for a while, but once we prove ourselves innocent, then our Oriental family will be completely cleared of suspicion. I guessed before that when Big Brother leaves the Heaven's Pride realm, he will be examined for his heart. As it turns out, it does. Later, I rushed off before anyone could see me. This gives the impression that, like, I was a thief and so I fled. And it seems I've targeted the Eastern family once again. The more so, after Big Brother's heart examination, the less connection our Oriental family will have with this matter. According to normal logic, a person who constantly frames the Eastern family, that means that that person must have a deep hatred with the Eastern family. It won't occur to them that I'm the one who's been setting up the Oriental family, playing a trick with the lights. Song Tianli explained. In fact, he did a double take. If Dongfang Shanha hadn't been proved innocent before, then he would have gone along with it, making the Dongfang family a target and being attacked by other families. If Dongfang Shanha had confirmed his innocence, then he would be as he is now. You're quite a calculator. I never realized before that you actually have such a heart, Dongfang Tieshong said with a bit of appreciation. This plan of Song Tianli's proved to be feasible. The current situation, although Dongfang Shanha had suffered a little bit, but now the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanha's suspicions were completely cleared. Everyone felt that Dongfang Jotian was already dead, and that he was nothing more than the chosen of the gods posing as one. Who would have thought that the Eastern Jotian was indeed a divine chosen? But it wasn't an imposter anymore. Of course, this was from the perspective of Tieshong in the East. He wouldn't have thought that the Dongfang Jotian who spoke so eloquently in front of him was really an imposter. It was no wonder that Dongfang Tieshong was not cautious. It was really because he simply could not have imagined that Song Tianli would be so bold. Moreover, he's had the other party's identity verified by Dongfang Taiying, and there's no problem. Therefore, he didn't suspect Song Tianli's identity anymore. There are many things that naturally cannot be done without matching strength. And, sometimes, there's just a lack of opportunity. Song Tianli explained. So what's your next plan? Dongfang Tieshang asked. When I was in the Heaven's Pride realm, I also framed Huangfu Yisan, and the Huangfu family. I didn't kill them either. I've decided to send the Huangfu family back quietly, and then inform the other families of the news that the younger generation of the Huangfu family is still alive. Let them be the ones to take the fall. Of course, during this period, the rest of our family, except for Big Brother, will not be able to appear in the limelight. If we can stir up the conflict between the Huangfu family and the other families and make them target each other, then we can reap the benefits. When the time is ripe, then our Dongfang family will step in and sweep the area. Song Tianli planned very well. What he said was also just part of his plan. There were still some plans that he didn't send to tell Tieshong in the East. Why did you choose the royal family? What good would it do you if they were destroyed? Why are you obsessed with exterminating the other clans? Dongfang Tieshong asked again. Choosing the Huangfu family. This is because when I was in the Heaven's Pride realm before, I saw Huangfu Yisan secretly taking pills. It's a stark contrast to the others, and it's just something to capitalize on. As for the benefits to me of destroying the other clans, it's also very simple. My golden finger is related to Qi, and among the 9 states, the 10 great families have the strongest Qi. I can't make a move against our Dongfang family, so I can only make a move against other families. Once I'm able to get my way, then my strength will skyrocket. It will surpass the family head in a very short period of time. At that time, the entire 9 great states will be our Dongfang family's one word. Song Tianli explained. Hearing him say that, the few people in the study all turned their gazes to him. None of them had thought that Dongfang Jotian's ambition was so great. But, for that, they were heartened. Although the Dongfang family was now the number 1 family in the central state, there were many things that even the Dongfang family couldn't do whatever they wanted because of the existence of other families. And there will be a lot of constraints. This first family of theirs was actually called so because of the identity of the Shizuan, Oriental Tieshong. If we were to truly go by the heritage of each family, I'm afraid that the Dongfang family would not be able to rank as the true number 1 family. If they were able to destroy the other families and absorb their heritage, then the Eastern family would be able to become the true number 1 family from now on. For the things that Song Tianli had said, the few of them, Dongfang Tiexin, were all very eager. The clan can assist you if you need anything. Dongfang Tieshong was also a bit moved, so he said to Song Tianli, I'll speak up if I need to. Song Tianli said with a nod. He knew that the identity of the Eastern 9 heavens was considered to be stabilized. The next step was to utilize the Eastern family and deal with the other families. Chapter 122, The Huangfu Family's Intentions. After finishing the showdown with Dongfang Tiexiong, Song Tianli left the study and returned to Dongfang Zhoutian's room. Just as he walked into the room, from the hidden part of the room, a figure walked out. It was the Eastern Zhoutian, or rather, it was Song Tianli's original body that topped the appearance of the Eastern Nine Heavens, to go and meet with Shizun, who was strong and powerful. With Song Tianli's cautious character, it was naturally impossible for him to go in his original body. The Dongfang Zhoutian who had followed Dongfang Taiying before was also nothing more than one of his doppelgangers. On top of that, he was prepared to do both. Once Dongfang Tiexiong recognized his doppelganger, he would flee at the first opportunity if he was unable to convince him. He didn't just mark the Flying Thunder God seal on the outside of the Oriental House, but also the Oriental House hid other doppelgangers. In case he needed to use them, he would let these doppelgangers attract the attention of the Eastern family. That wasn't all. He also had his doppelganger hide near those people from the Eastern family that he had released from the Divine Might space. He'll take these people hostage if things go wrong. In short, he had come to the Eastern family this time to provoke a fight between the 10 great families, not to send them to their deaths. He would never put himself in danger, even if this danger is only a little bit. Luckily, the thing that worried him the most didn't happen. Things came together just as he had planned. That's what's best for him. In order to make sure that Dongfang Tiexiong really didn't have any suspicions about himself, he also had one of his doppelgangers use the sneak skill and hide in the corner of the study to keep an eye on him, because he wanted to see if it was the same as before when Dongfang Tiexiong left his sight. But don't do an open and shut trick with him, outwardly agreeing with his decision. Secretly it was something else. He had to be cautious about these old foxes of the 10 great families. Otherwise, you might be bought and count the money for others. Well, what he feared didn't happen. Dongfang Tiexiong believed his previous words and believed that he was the chosen one. This was to be expected. After all of the plans that Song Tianli had said before were not bad for the Dongfang family. Once it succeeded, it would allow the Dongfang family to completely dominate the scene. Therefore, Dongfang Tiexiong also decided to take a gamble. It is known that only the chosen can deal with the chosen. He had been worried that their Eastern family didn't have any divine chosen. In case they were targeted by divine chosen in the future, then it's very likely that the Oriental family will be reduced to cannon fodder. Now it's good that their Eastern family has a divine chosen as well. Although this chosen one of God wasn't the one he had hoped for the most, it was still a member of their Eastern family. I have to say, the chosen one is hiding too much. It had been so long since the divine providence ended before he realized that Dongfang Zhoutian was a divine chosen. Song Tianli had inquired all about him in order to play the role of Dongfang Zhoutian. Coincidentally, when the divine providence descended, Dongfang Zhoutian happened to be absent from the Dongfang family. This just gave Song Tianli the opportunity to play the role. If Dongfang Zhoutian happened to be in the Dongfang family that day, then wouldn't he be asking for his own death if he posed as a divine chosen? It was because after figuring out all the factors that could potentially be exposed that Song Tianli took on the face of Dongfang Zhoutian and posed as a divine chosen one. After spending some time in the Dongfang family and making sure that nothing bad had happened, Song Tianli left. He's going to front the royal family, the young generation of the Huangfu family. He didn't kill them either, but instead knocked them out and put them away. It wasn't just about framing the Huangfu family, but more importantly, the Huangfu family was his mother's family. He still hadn't figured out what kind of role the Huangfu family had played in this when his mother died 20 years ago. This trip to the Huangfu family was to figure out this matter. According to the previous investigation that Song Tianli had asked Qian Sheng to do, it was discovered that the family head of the Huangfu family was named Huangfu Junlin. In Huangfu Junlin's generation, there were a total of 4. They were Huangfu Junlin, Huangfu Xiaotian, Huangfu Pengcheng, and Huangfu Wanli, and there were 12 of them among the younger generation of the Huangfu family. Among them, the one with the best talent was Huangfu Yisan, known as the first heavenly pride of the Huangfu family. Among the young generation of the Huangfu family, other than the 2 children who were not older than 16, all the other young generation had previously entered the heavens' remarkable realm. And now, only Huangfu Yisan had returned to the Huangfu family unharmed. The others were all locked up in Song Tianli's divine mighty space. When Song Tianli infiltrated the Huangfu family, he found the Huangfu family gathered together, discussing something. Family master, the situation of our 10 great families is very bad right now. That chosen one is in the dark. We are in the light. We simply don't know what he wants to do next. We are now no different from a living target. Huangfu Tianxia said in a serious tone. Then what do you think? What are we going to do now? Huangfu Junlin said with a bit of a bad tone. They've already been screwed over by the chosen one. In the past, the enemies of the Huangfu family could be traced no matter what. But this time, they still didn't know who was targeting their Huangfu family, targeting the 10 great families. Hearing Huangfu Junlin say this, Huangfu Xiaotian instantly fell into silence, because he hadn't come up with a good one either. Family master, if it's not possible, let's ask the main family for help. At this moment, Huangfu Pengcheng suddenly said. When he said this, the crowd's eyes lit up. The 10 great families of the central state all had legacies, and they were inherited from one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, the Lulishu city. As one of the 10 great divine realm cave temples, the strength of the Lulishu city could be imagined. If they made a move, they would definitely have a way to find the people who were secretly dealing with their 10 great clans. No, we don't even know who the other side is so far. How can we ask the Lord's family for help? Once we ask the Lord for help, it only proves our incompetence. We were already unable to raise our heads in front of the Lord's family, and if we do so, we won't have a single word to say in the future. Let's think of something on our own first. Huangfu Junlin said, Big brother, it's precisely because we don't have any way to find the people who are targeting our 10 great clans right now. That's why we have to ask the main family for help. It's not that we're not competitive. It's really that the other party is a chosen of God, and their abilities are truly bizarre. Not to mention our Huangfu family, all of the 10 great families have acted. But so far, nothing has been found. We don't know what the other party is plotting. Maybe, with his next plan, he'll be able to overthrow our Huangfu family. At that time, it will be too late if we ask for help from the main family, Huangfu Pengcheng said. When he said this, the crowd once again fell silent. Chapter 123, Luring Donggong Qingyun. It had to be said that what Huangfu Pengcheng had said was justified. They are in the light. The enemy is in the dark. The enemy was plotting something, and they hadn't the slightest idea. By the time some of the enemy's plans were set in motion, it might be too late for them to adapt. This matter is related to the survival of the Huangfu family. There cannot be a tiny bit of luck, and it's better to be cautious about this kind of thing than to wait until it's too late to regret it. Family master, I agree with Pengcheng's idea of asking for help from the main family. We subfamilies originally didn't have much say in front of the main family. It doesn't lie in such a one time. The most important thing at the moment, save your life is the main thing, Huangfu Xiaotian said. I also agree that this can't be said to be our Huangfu family's incompetence. The other party is a divine chosen, and divine chosen have bizarre means, so it makes sense that we can't see through it. Huangfu Wanli followed closely. Seeing that the people of the family had agreed, Huangfu Junlin's fists clenched as he pondered over the feasibility of this matter. The others didn't push any further, but waited quietly for him to make a decision. Huangfu Junlin was the head of the Huangfu family, and whether or not to ask for help from the main family, this matter was not up to them. In the end, it's the head of the family who has to make the decision. These old sixes, they originally thought that they would rely on themselves, but I didn't expect that they would even ask for foreign aid. Seeing this scene, the Song Tianli bilocation hidden in the shadows couldn't help but spit out in his heart. He only knew that the 10 great divine realm cave temples were very strong, but he didn't know anything about exactly how strong and to what extent they were strong. If one of the 10 great divine realm cave temples, Liuli Shoucheng, made a move, he wasn't sure if it would be able to find him. Maybe there was some unknown way to find him. He was still weak, so if he was found, he might be in danger. So, he's got to get a grip. Alright, early tomorrow morning, we'll ask the main family for help. In the end, Huangfu Junlin made a decision. It would already be late in the evening, and it would be a bit of bad timing to ask for help at this time. With the strength of the Huangfu family, it was still completely fine to support them for a day. Seeing that Huangfu Junlin had made a decision, Song Tianli hurriedly left in the fastest time possible. It was already evening now, and early tomorrow morning the Huangfu family would have to ask for help with Lulishu city. There was only one more night to be able to give him free rein. Once he waited for the Huangfu family to make their plea for help, he planned to withdraw. He was trying to avenge his mother's death, and he also intended to get justice for his dad. But that doesn't mean that he's going to hitch himself up. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He was a chosen one of God, and relying on the golden finger, it was easy for him to raise his strength. As long as he was given enough time, the future top 10 clans would be like ants to him. So, risking one's life is completely unnecessary. After he arrived at the Huangfu family, he quietly placed the divine mighty space, the imprisoned Huangfu family members, in a room. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the Huangfu family and headed to the Donggong family. It was the last night, and he decided to have some fun. Let's just start with the Tagusa family. When he arrived at the Donggong family was silent in a state of sadness. The younger generation of the Donggong family, Donggong Wufei, and Donggong Wufei were all dead. The Donggong family is a white hair to send off a black hair. Cannot be sad. Donggong Qingyun and Donggong Qingshan looked as if they had aged 10 years at once. At this moment, Donggong Qingyun was sitting in the courtyard with a bottle of wine in his hand, using it to drown his sorrows. Perhaps the only way to briefly forget the loss of a son is to get drunk. Just then, he suddenly sensed that a danger was coming towards him. Without any hesitation, he hastily flashed to the side. "Where are the rats? Get the hell out!" He shouted and slapped his palm in the direction where the danger came from. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. Immediately after that, two black-clothed men flew out from the ground, one on the left and one on the right heading straight for him. "Seek death!" Donggong Qingyun shouted and took the initiative to meet him. At this time, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. He was a cultivator of the five-house realm. The two black-robed men who had launched an attack towards him were quickly dispersed by Donggong Qingyun. "This is a diversion? It's that divine chosen," Donggong Qingyun said with extreme certainty. He was certain that the chosen one of God who could split off a split body would definitely not be too far away from him, and must be hiding nearby. So, he let go of his senses and his eyes were like radar, scanning the space around him for the presence of the chosen one. In the previous times, he had never been able to meet up with the divine chosen, and this time when he finally encountered them, he would definitely not let the other party off the hook. Quickly, he realized that a dark shadow had flickered from a hidden corner and sped off into the distance. "Rat! Where to go?" Donggong Qingyun shouted and chased after the black shadow. Very quickly, he realized that a black shadow was speeding towards the outside of the Donggong family at an extremely fast speed. He hurried after them. "Second Master, what exactly happened?" At this time, the Donggong family's guards heard the explosion just now and rushed over. "Divine chosen intruded into my Donggong family at night. Gather the team and follow me in pursuit," Donggong Qingyun said hurriedly. He said simply, and rushed forward to catch up. The man in black just now was very fast. If he didn't follow him a little closer, the other party might have run away. It was so hard to discover the other party's trail, and this time, no matter what, the other party had to be taken down. With Donggong Qingyun's departure, the Donggong family was bustling with activity. In just a few dozen seconds, a large number of people showed up. For some time, the Donggong family had been on alert, and now that they had discovered the situation, they reacted at the first opportunity. "What happened?" Donggong Qingshan inquired after appearing. Reporting to the family master, "The second master has discovered the trace of the divine chosen. At this moment, the lone man has gone after him," the Donggong family's butler said. "Not good. Quick, follow me to support Qingyun," Donggong Qingshan said hurriedly. The chosen one was tricky and he was afraid that his brother was in danger. Thus, Donggong Qingshan led the crowd of the Donggong family and chased after Donggong Qingyun in the direction he had left. The Donggong family was one of the top 10 families in the central state, and there were many experts in the family. Once the chase was launched, it was extremely loud. The black-robed man being chased by Donggong Qingyun was none other than Song Tianli, his alter ego. Of course, he was intentionally revealing a crack, just to lure Donggong Qingyun away. He sped along, keeping his speed neither too fast nor too slow. It made Donggong Qingyun need to rush with all his might in order to catch up, but not lose him. Eventually, he brought Donggong Qingyun to the entrance of the Huangfu family. Chapter 124, Acting. When Song Tianli's doppelganger lured Donggong Qingyun to the entrance of the Huangfu family's home, he did not immediately enter the Huangfu family. Instead, they circled around the royal family. As he turned, he looked back, as if watching, if anyone was tracking him. Donggong Qingyun, who was following Song Tianli's detachment, frowned when he saw that the person he was tracking had arrived in the vicinity of the Huangfu family. He didn't immediately step forward to fight with them, but quietly followed behind Song Tianli's doppelganger, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. After following him around for a while, he realized that Song Tianli's doppelganger had actually entered the Huangfu family. Could it be that this divine chosen is someone from the Huangfu family? Donggong Qingyun said silently in his heart. As this thought rose, he suddenly thought of what Shangguan Junkai and the others had said when he was at the peak of the heaven's remarkable realm earlier. They said that the chosen one had said words that he and Huangfu Yisan were a group. At that time, he thought that it was just a plant by the chosen of God, just like framing Dongfang Shanha, trying to stir up infighting among the 10 great families. But now it seems possible that the other side has played a trick with the lights. This chosen one of God is a member of the Huangfu family. Of course, he couldn't be sure now. Thus, with a flash of his body, he followed into the middle of the Huangfu family. He was going to see the true colors of the chosen one today. After Song Tianli's doppelganger brought Dongfang Qingyun into the Huangfu family, he headed in one direction, the room in this direction. He had previously released the other younger generations of the Huangfu family. His purpose was to let Dongfang Qingyun see these youngsters from the Huangfu family. In that case, the Huangfu family couldn't even explain it if they wanted to. when Dongfang Qingyun followed Song Tianli's doppelganger to the door of a room. He suddenly realized that Song Tianli had disappeared. He heard other voices coming from the room, and, hurrying to the window, looked in through the crack. At this look, his eyes went wide, only to see that among the younger generation of the Huangfu family, those who were thought to be dead, gathered together and said something. A few minutes ago, Song Tianli had asked the doppelganger to wake these people up. Good imperial family, so you're hiding so deeply, killing my son. I will definitely make you pay in blood, Donggong Qingyun said, preparing to break the window. He was, by this time, overcome with rage. What kind of person dares to break into my Huangfu family? At this moment, someone shouted. At the same time, someone attacked Dongfang Qingyun from behind. Facing the attack from behind, Dongfang Qingyun didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly turned over with a palm. Only a huge palm print flew out to meet the opponent's attack. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the originally silent Huangfu family to instantly come alive. Needless to ask, this person who was launching an attack on Donggong Qingyun was none other than Song Tianli's doppelganger. He had lured Donggong Qingyun here so that he could see that the young generation of the Huangfu family that was still alive did not end like this. He wanted to keep Donggong Qingyun in the Huangfu family forever, so that he could deepen the misunderstanding between the two families and thus be immortal. The Donggong family has no evidence of the deaths of Donggong Wufei, Donggong Woyo, and Donggong Wufei, and they don't know who did it. However, if Donggong Qingyun died in the Huangfu family, then the Huangfu family would not be able to say anything at all. His doppelganger had been paying attention, and Donggong Qingxian, leading the Donggong family, was close to arriving. He would kill Donggong Qingyun in front of Donggong Qingxian as a member of Huangfu's family. What's going on? Very quickly, the people of the Huangfu family all moved in as well. The younger generation of the Huangfu family was also attracted by the commotion outside the room and came outside. Be careful, he's going to kill you all, Song Tianli's doppelganger shouted at the Huangfu family. At this moment, he was holding the face of Huangfu Wanli. The real Huangfu Wanli had already been taken down by him and temporarily imprisoned in the Divine Might space. Men, Donggong Qingyun broke into my Huangfu family at night and tried to kill all the young masters and ladies. Kill him, Song Tianli then said to the other subordinates of the Huangfu family who had arrived. Hearing his words, the Huangfu family's subordinates rushed towards Donggong Qingyun without saying a word. They don't need to discern the truth. They just need to follow orders. What a Huangfu family. What a backpedal. Your Huangfu family is really good at calculating, Donggong Qingyun said angrily. He knew why Huangfu Wanli wanted to kill himself. It was because he was worried that he would tell the hidden secrets of the Huangfu family. By then, the Huangfu family would be a target. This was the main camp of the Huangfu family, and if he was alone here, he would definitely suffer. So, it's important to get out in a hurry. Thinking of this, without saying a word, he turned around and fled after slapping out a palm. He's going to spread the word about this to his own family. As he ran, he took out his cell phone and dialed Donggong Qingxuan's number. Big brother, I'm currently in the Huangfu family and I'm being chased by them. Listen to me, that divine chosen is then someone from the Huangfu family. None of the younger generation of the Huangfu family died. Everything in the Heaven's Pride realm was directed by them and done by them. After Dongfang Qingyun said this, he focused on escaping, and Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was pretending to chase him, had a smile on his face when he heard his voice on the phone. He had originally thought that Dongfang Qingyun would wait until he had met Dongfang Qingxian before saying anything, but he hadn't expected that he would actually call and say it. To be honest, calling this operation, even he hadn't thought of it for a moment just now. Now that what needs to be said has been said, it's time to lay down the gauntlet. Thus, Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was wearing the appearance of Huangfu Wanli, increased his attack on Donggong Qingyun. If it was just one-on-one, Donggong Qingyun would not be afraid of one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers. After all, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers was merely at the 5 prefecture realm, and Donggong Qingyun was likewise in existence of the 5 prefecture realm. However, the Huangfu family's people could all be constantly chasing Donggong Qingyun. Song Tianli was just acting like an old six, constantly sneaking in. Very quickly, the people of the Huangfu family surrounded Donggong Qingyun. A great battle has begun. As time passed, the injuries on Donggong Qingyun's body became heavier and heavier. Song Tianli's doppelganger was observing the movements of the Donggong family's personnel while sneaking up on Donggong Qingyun. Finally, Donggong Qingxian led the people of the Donggong family to the door of the Huangfu family. As it happened, under the deliberate guidance of Song Tianli's bilocation, Donggong Qingyun also happened to appear. The time was ripe and Donggong Qingyun's value was at its best. At that moment, Song Tianli moved. He suddenly descended from the sky while the rest of the Huangfu family was attacking Donggong Qingyun. Kiba whirlwind kick. He kicked out directly. Chapter 125, Firefight between the two great clans. Song Tianli's kick landed directly on Donggong Qingyun's head. In an instant, Donggong Qingyun's entire body was kicked out, and his head turned 360 degrees straight up. His corpse landed right in front of Donggong Qingxian and his group. Qingyun! Qingyun! Seeing Donggong Qingyun who landed in front of him, Donggong Qingxian cried out in a sorrowful tone. Donggong Qingyun's eyes were glaring at this time, his eyeballs protruding and flowing with blood and tears, looking dead in the water. Only, he was no longer able to speak. Imperial family, you all deserve to die. I want you to pay for the lives of my second brother, for my son, and for all those who died in my Donggong family. Kill for me. Donggong Qingxian shouted and charged towards the Donggong family. At this moment, he completely lost his mind. The Donggong family was already sparsely populated, and in just a few days' time, he was now the only one left in the Donggong family who had died. The excitement for Donggong Qingxian was simply too great. So, he exploded. Only a powerful aura of the 6 prefecture realms surged out from his body, and in an instant, it swept over everyone in the Huangfu family. He slapped out his palm, and instantly, there were 2 subordinates of the Huangfu family, spitting out blood. Most of the Huangfu family subordinates were existences at the 3rd Tibetan realm, or the 4th Tibetan realm, not very strong and usually relies on numbers to win. Facing the furious Donggong Qingxian, they had no resistance at all. Aside from Donggong Qingxian, there were many other strong people from the Donggong family who joined the battle. These were the people that the Donggong family had secretly cultivated over the years, and among them, there was no lack of strong people of the 4 prefecture realm and 5 prefecture realm. Donggong Qingxian, this time, had brought out all the people he had secretly cultivated. Donggong Qingxian, are you trying to start a war with my Huangfu family? Right at this moment, a loud cry rang out. Immediately after, Huangfu Junlin appeared and slapped his palm at Donggong Qingxian. Sensing the crisis, Donggong Qingxian similarly slapped out his palm. Boom! The palms of the two collided in the air, and a layer of shockwaves immediately swept up with their palms as the center. This shockwave instantly swept across hundreds of meters, and the floor tiles on the ground, all of them, were lifted up layer by layer. For a while, the people from the Huangfu and Donggong families were constantly retreating, and both Huangfu Junlin and Donggong Qingxian simultaneously retreated tens of meters. Huangfu Junlin, you have bullied people too much. The blood debt owed to my Donggong family must be repaid in blood. At this time, Donggong Qingxian hated to the extreme. After saying that, he once again launched an attack towards Huangfu Junlin. When it comes out, it's a desperation move. This caused Huangfu Junlin to be puzzled. He didn't know what had happened that could make Donggong Qingxian put up such a fight. What about the blood money he was talking about? Huangfu Junlin had just appeared, so he didn't know exactly what had happened. Donggong Qingxian, is there some kind of misunderstanding in this? When did my Huangfu family owe a blood debt to the Donggong family? Huangfu Junlin asked as he backed up while beckoning. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood your mom's ass. Today, my Donggong family and your Huangfu family will not rest in death. Donggong Qingxian directly exploded. He had become the head of the Donggong family for many years and had never exploded into foul language. That's a first. As for Huangfu Jun's temporary claim of a misunderstanding, that was simply impossible. Let's not talk about what his brother said, that the chosen one of God was a member of the Huangfu family, killed his son, his daughter, his nephew. Let's say just now, he had watched as Huangfu Wanli killed his own brother. How could it be a misunderstanding when his brother died in front of his eyes? Facing the unforgiving Donggong Qingxian, Huangfu Junlin was also slowly beaten out of his true fire. A clayman still has 3 points of fire. Not to mention, Huangfu Junlin is a family of the Huangfu family. At this moment, he saw that many of the subordinates of the Huangfu family were constantly falling down. These could all be piled up with the resources of the Huangfu family. World, pass on the order of my family head. Yellow Tiger guards out. Huangfu Junlin said. Yes, Huangfu Tiancheng said and turned to leave. The Yellow Tiger guards were one of the Huangfu family's bottom cards, and would not be deployed until it was absolutely necessary. Now that the Donggong family was coming on strong, it was impossible not to make a move. If this continued, I'm afraid that the other guards of the Huangfu family would be slaughtered to death. As Huangfu Junlin passed on the order, the entire Huangfu family shook. Roar! Very quickly, a tiger's roar came from the depths of the Huangfu family. Immediately afterward, countless people wearing yellow battle robes poured out from all parts of the Huangfu family and killed the people of the Donggong family. With them on board, the Huangfu family stabilized the Donggong family's attack. 2 of the top great clans in the central state were fighting, and such a matter could not be hidden from the other clans. Soon, people from other clans came to watch the battle. Do you know what is going on? Why is the Donggong family so frantic to attack the Huangfu family? The Shangguan family asked. I'm not sure, but by the looks of the Donggong family, this is intended to be immortal. I wonder what the royal family has done. I just vaguely heard a sentence that seemed to indicate that the divine chosen who slaughtered the younger generation of our 10 great families was someone from the Huangfu family. What? Hearing this, the other families were stunned. Perhaps this was the only reason that could make the Donggong family attack the Huangfu family so frantically. After all, the younger generation of the Donggong family had all been slaughtered. The Donggong family can be said to have no successor, and now that the murderer is known, it is naturally impossible to let it go. Can this be true? The man from the hearer's house asked. Although there were still people alive in the younger generation of their family, the heavenly prides that had entered his heavenly pride realm in the first place were all dead. Among them, it included the number one heavenly pride of their Wenren family, Wenran Xingxue. I'm not sure if it's true exactly, just speculating based on their words. Let's go ask Donggong Qingxian. Thus, immediately, the people from the other clans came in the direction where Donggong Qingxian and Huangfu Junlin were fighting. This is something they have to figure out. This matter didn't just concern the Donggong family, but also their clans. Only the eyes of the Dongfang family flashed with a hint of dissimilarity as they all felt that they were afraid that this matter could not be unconnected to Dongfang Zhoutian. After all, previously, Dongfang Zhoutian had said before that the Huangfu family was also within his reckoning. He would find a way to make the 10 great families fight amongst themselves. Now that there was a firefight between the Donggong family and the Huangfu family, to say that it wasn't done by Dongfang Zhoutian, they would never believe it. It was just that they were unclear as to how exactly Dongfang Zhoutian had managed to do it. Thinking of this, the Oriental family's figure flashed and followed suit. Do the whole thing. The Oriental family, on the face of it, is also dead. Chapter 126 Breaking into the Huangfu family. During the firefight between the Donggong family and the Huangfu family, Song Tianli took advantage of the chaos and utilized the old six trait to the extreme. He took advantage of the chaos and had a portion of his doppelganger, who turned into the Donggong family's guards, kill the Huangfu family. There was also a part of the doppelganger that turned into a guard of the Huangfu family, killing the Donggong family. These people's combat power was weak though. Even if they were killed, Song Tianli wouldn't get much combat power at a time. However, these guards are numerous and accumulate. When enough people are killed, the combat power gained is a huge amount. After all, Song Tianli, the old sixth, was now eating from both ends. Very quickly, he noticed that the people from the 10 great clans were coming towards Donggong Qingxian and Huangfu Junlin. He didn't dare to lean in too close, but slightly allowed the doppelganger to pull away a little. Kill as many people as you can. Very quickly, several people from the 10 great clans teamed up to stop the attacks of Donggong Qingyun and Huangfu Junlin. Gentlemen, let's be clear about what we have to say, but don't hurt the peace. One of the Bailey family said. Our Donggong family and the Huangfu family are immortal. There is no such thing as peace. Get out of my way. Or else, don't blame me for not being polite. Donggong Qingxian had already been taken over by anger at this time, and did not even think about whether or not saying this would offend people from other clans. Regarding his words, although the people from the 10 great clans sounded uncomfortable, they also knew that Donggong Qingxian did not have much sense left at this point in time, so they did not pursue the matter. Brother Qingxian, smooth out your chi first. It's not too late to fight after we've said what we have to say. Can you tell us why the Donggong family is like this? The Bailey family inquired. Brother Junlin, I wonder what exactly your Huangfu family has done to make Brother Qingxian so unconcerned. At the same time, someone from the Shangguan family inquired about Huangfu Junlin. I don't know anything. I only saw that Donggong Junlin led the Donggong family and directly attacked my Huangfu family, and when I questioned him about why, he wouldn't say. He just wanted to be immortalized with my Huangfu family. Huangfu Junlin said. He wasn't lying, he really didn't know anything at the moment. Put your mother's ass on the line. You guys are really capable of being framers. The despicable, shameless, nasty and dirty things that your Huangfu family does, do you really think that no one knows about it? Donggong Qingxian once again exploded in foul language. Donggong Qingxian, then tell me, what exactly has my Huangfu family done? Huangfu Junlin questioned. How could he stand being scolded like that to his face? This period of time, the divine chosen that's been making a lot of noise. Don't tell me that it's not someone from your Huangfu family? Your Huangfu family's younger generation. On the surface it looks as if all of them died in the Heaven's Pride realm. In fact, all alive in plain sight, but designed to kill my son, my daughter, my nephew, and the younger members of other families. This matter, Huangfu Junlin, do you recognize it or not? Donggong Qingxian questioned. Pure nonsense. Of the younger generation of my Huangfu family, other than Isin, everyone else also died in the Heavenly Pride realm. Don't throw dirty water on my Huangfu family, Huangfu Junlin said hurriedly. If this matter was finalized, then their Huangfu family would definitely become a target. Throwing dirt? This is what my second brother saw with his own eyes. And for that, you killed my second brother to silence him. At the moment, his body is still lying there. Your Huangfu family, you still presume to deceive us, Donggong Qingxian said and pointed in a direction. The people of the Bailey family followed the direction he pointed and saw Donggong Qingyun's corpse. He hurriedly went forward to check and found that it was indeed Donggong Qingyun, not someone else impersonating him. It is indeed Donggong Qingyun, the Bailey family's man said with certainty. The moment his words came out, the people from the other clans all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ever since that battle 20 years ago, the 10 great families had never had an important person die in all these years. Although between the 10 great clans, there was quite a bit of friction, the ones who died were insignificant little people. This was the first time a figure of such status as Donggong Qingyun had died. They instantly believed Donggong Qingshuan's words. After all, given the Donggong family's current situation, they would not falsely accuse the Huangfu family at the cost of Donggong Qingyun's life. That meant that the Huangfu family was really the family where the divine chosen were. If that's the case, then they had nothing to do with it. After all, many of their family's younger generation had also died in the Heaven's Pride realm. There are no chosen in our family. The reason why Donggong Qingyun died was because he infiltrated my Huangfu family and tried to attack and kill our family. He admitted with his own mouth that jealousy arose in his heart because of the death of Donggong Invincible. So, want all the other families' heavenly pride to die as well. At this time, the Song Tianli splitter who topped Huangfu Wanli's face stepped forward and said, he would first speak up for the Huangfu family, and then he would push the envelope and find a way to provoke more families into fighting. His words shook the others a bit. This reason did make sense. After all, Donggong Qingyun only had one son, Donggong Wufei. His death must have been a great stimulus to it. Otherwise, it was indeed impossible to explain why Donggong Qingyun had appeared in the Huangfu family. Fart. Tonight, the divine chosen infiltrated my Donggong family and tried to turn against my second brother, but failed. So, my second brother went after the chosen one. This pursuit led right to the Huangfu family, and saw a scene where the young generation of the Huangfu family was still alive. As a result, they were discovered by the Huangfu family, and in order to prevent my second brother from passing on the truth of the matter, they chose to kill and silence him. If you all don't believe me, you can enter the Huangfu family to find out if the young generation of the Huangfu family is still alive, Donggong Qingxian hurriedly said. Hearing him say that, the other clans looked at each other. Indeed, to prove whether what Donggong Qingxian had said was true or false, one only needed to enter the Huangfu family to take a look and see if the younger generation of their family were all still alive. If he was alive, then it would prove that what Donggong Qingxian had said was true. Instead, it was Huangfu Junlin's words that were true. Thus, a few people moved their bodies and were about to break into the Huangfu family to find out what was going on. Stop! What kind of place do you guys think my Huangfu family is? Breaking in whenever you want? Without our permission. If you dare to enter the Huangfu family, you will not blame us for being impolite. At this moment, Huangfu Wanli stepped forward to stop a few people and said in an unkind tone. His demeanor looked a little tense. Chapter 127. Huangfu Wanli's nervous expression was seen by the people from the 10 great clans. This made them feel that Huangfu Wanli was a bit too nervous, like he was a thief. Brother under heaven, if you really want to intercept us, that would prove that what Brother Qingxian said is true. The Shangguan family member asked. Wanting to make a mistake is not a good idea. My Huangfu family walks the talk and sits the walk. There's absolutely no way I would do something like that. Just that. As a top 10 family in the central state, is my Huangfu family not something you can just break into just because you want to? If we let you guys in, then in the future, if other people want to enter the Huangfu family, won't they just find a reason to do so? You are also all people from the 10 great families. If someone wanted to break into your home, would you be willing to do so? Huangfu Wanli said loudly. His words were so justified that no one else could find fault with them. However, in Song Tianli's opinion, even if there was a valid reason, it was still just a reason. The people of the 10 great families had never been reasonable people. So, that reason, it's not going to stop them. At this moment, the more he spoke for the Huangfu family, the more angry he would be after seeing the young generation of the Huangfu family in a moment. At that time, their anger towards the Huangfu family would be even stronger. It's like a spring that can only produce greater deformation when given a certain amount of pressure. Brother Wanli, this matter concerns our great clans. We are bound to go in and take a look. If we really didn't find anything, we'll make amends to the Huangfu family again. The Bailey family said. They were clear that Huangfu Wanli had a point, but they weren't being reasonable right now, only telling the truth. If you don't want to see it, Then you have something in mind. The more they're not allowed to see it, the more they want to see it. Good. Then come on in, everyone. If you find nothing, you won't blame my Huangfu family for being unforgiving. At this time, Huangfu Junlin spoke out. He didn't know about the younger generation of the Huangfu family still being alive, so he said with a clear conscience. In his opinion, although it was rude for these people to barge into the Huangfu family, it was the only way to prove the innocence of the Huangfu family when it came down to it. Family master, we can't let them in. Hearing this, before the others could say anything, Huangfu Wanli, played by Song Tianli, hurriedly said. His expression looked as if he was in a hurry. Fourth brother, it's okay. We have a clear conscience and have no need to fear, Huangfu Junlin said in an extremely firm tone. Hearing him say that he had a clear conscience, Song Tianli almost laughed out loud. If Huangfu Junlin really knew the current situation of the Huangfu family, I wonder if he would still be able to say such words. In a moment, when the people from the 10 great families entered the Huangfu family and saw those who were supposed to be dead, I wonder if Huangfu Junlin felt that his face was swollen. Let's go in, the Shangwan family said to the other families. After saying that, they didn't enter through the gate, but flew straight in. After all, if they were to enter through the gate, then the Huangfu family would be well prepared. I'm afraid, once they hid the young generation of the Huangfu family somewhere, it would not be an easy task for them to find them. The battle has just begun, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The battle between the two sides stopped briefly just now because of the addition of these few people, but it's only temporary. Next, an even more intense battle will break out. The people from the 10 great families didn't know where those young people from the Huangfu family were, but he knew he'll be a beacon of light in the night, for these people, to show the way. The people from the 10 great clans instantly released their senses after entering the Huangfu family. They were sensing the human scent. As soon as you notice someone somewhere, you'll be the first to go up and check it out. This is a bit of a dumb way to do it, but it's the most effective way. Meanwhile, in the room where those young men from the Huangfu family were, they each looked at each other, because none of them are currently in the clear. Their memories were still stuck. They were in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm. They were attacked, and then they didn't know anything else. When they woke up again, they were back at the imperial household. To be honest, they had thought that they were dead this time, but they didn't expect to return to the Huangfu family just like this. Before they had the chance to say or do anything, they heard the sounds of battle coming from the Huangfu family. This was followed by a loud noise. They were just discussing how they survived. Several young masters, several young ladies. You guys quickly hide with me first. At this moment, an underling of the Huangfu family appeared and said hurriedly. This underling was also one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers. Why? We just got back, Huangfu Yichan asked suspiciously. It's too late to explain. You guys quickly find a place to hide, or else if the others find out, it will bring about the end of the Huangfu family. This is an order from the family head, Song Tianli's doppelganger said in an urgent voice. Good. Although they didn't know why, since it was the order of the family head, they definitely obeyed. Thus, they followed Song Tianli's doppelganger towards a hidden underground base of the Huangfu family. Soon enough, it was in the middle of the secret base. This place, even in the Huangfu family, not many people knew about it. Song Tianli had inadvertently discovered it while lurking earlier. Right at this moment, Song Tianli's doppelganger took advantage of a few people's inattention and hurriedly sent out an attack at the ground. There was a slight thud. This sudden sound, although subtle, attracted the attention of those few people from the 10 great families. They hurriedly flew in that direction as fast as they could. In a matter of seconds, several people arrived over the base, sensing some human scent. Exhausting cloud poem. The Shangwan family member let out a soft shout and directly slapped out a poem. In an instant, the stones above the ground were directly lifted layer by layer. Eventually, the entire underground base was fully exposed. The first thing the people from the 10 great clans saw was the young men from the Huangfu family who had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They may not be able to name these people, or match these people's names to their own. However, they could tell at a glance that these people were the younger generation of the Huangfu family. All present, none dead. Then that means that what Brother Qing Xian just said is true. The divine chosen. It's in the Huangfu family, the Shangwan family's man said as he looked at the younger generation of the Huangfu family. What is going on here? Huangfu Junlin said at this time with a puzzled expression. The young generation of the Huangfu family. It's fine if they're alive, but why doesn't he, who is the head of the family, know anything about it? Huangfu Junlin, aren't you going to give us an explanation for this? The people from Wen's family turned to look at Huangfu Junlin and questioned. No. One heavenly pride of the Wen family had died in the heavenly pride realm, so he had to seek justice. Chapter 128, Killing Important People. Huangfu Junlin was also stunned by the scene before him. He hadn't thought that all the young men of their Huangfu family were still alive, but were all hidden in this secret base. It would have been fine if it was just that, but they were also discovered by the other clans. Now that's real yellow mud in your pants. It's not shit. Wanli, what exactly is going on here? Huangfu Junlin asked as he looked at his younger brother. Huangfu Wanli. Based on his brother's behavior earlier, he was certain that his brother knew about this. I'm not really sure. It's as if a few of them came out of nowhere. Huangfu Wanli hurriedly waved his hand and said, what he had to do had already been done. And next, it was up to the performance of the crowd of the 10 great families. Only when the water became muddy again would he be able to fish in it. Huangfu Junlin, at this point in time, you are still acting. Really think we people are cuties? The Shangwan family roared loudly. In their opinion, Huangfu Junlin was only pretending to be confused at this time. Everyone, we really don't know about this matter. Huangfu Junlin still wanted to explain. However, the people of the 10 great families, in the face of this mountain of hard evidence, they were too lazy to listen to his excuses anymore. Huangfu Junlin, return my son's life. With a loud shout, the Bailey family attacked Huangfu Junlin. There were also quite a few deaths among the younger generation of the Bailey family. As the Bailey family made their move, the other families also started to make their moves. And, not only did they do it, but one by one they sent out a call for help. Since they knew that the Huangfu family was the family where the divine chosen were, they naturally wouldn't do nothing. Even if the Huangfu family didn't kill the younger generation of the 10 great families, they would still turn on the Huangfu family. The 10 great families absolutely could not possess divine chosen, or else the balance that the 10 great families had formed over the years would definitely be broken. They had turned on the Huangfu family not entirely because they had discovered that the younger generation of their family were all still alive. They just happened to be going along for the ride. Wanli, what is going on here? Huangfu Junlin asked as he looked at his brother. Family master, I'm not sure. I couldn't sleep earlier, so I was going to take a walk around the yard. I didn't expect to happen to see Donggong Qingyun planning to attack and kill those juniors, so I happened to stop him. As a result, he tried to kill me, and in this moment of haste, I struck a little too hard and accidentally killed him. Just in time, Donggong Qingxian then brought someone. What followed is all known to Big Brother. Huangfu Wanli recounted what happened in the briefest of terms. Song Tianli's role-playing was successful at this point, and so far no one had noticed his fake identity. Our Huangfu family is being counted. Although he knew this, Huangfu Junlin knew very well that the people of the 10 great families would not believe it when this was said. Or rather, a reluctance to go into detail. Moreover, at this moment, the attacks of the 10 great clans had already arrived at his side. Wanli, I'm afraid my Huangfu family will suffer today. You take those kids, and some resources and leave. Preserve the bloodline for my Huangfu family. Huangfu Junlin said. What about you? I'm the head of the Huangfu family, so naturally I have to live and die with my family. There was a sentence that Huangfu Junlin didn't say. If he didn't die, the people from the other clans, they wouldn't stop. Big brother, I'm not leaving. I will also live and die with the Huangfu family. Song Tianli said loudly. Wanli, this is not the time for heavy emotions. We must preserve the bloodline for the Huangfu family. That's an order. After Huangfu Junlin said that, he charged towards the rest of the 10 great clans. The battle was already about to begin, and there was no time for them to talk much. Seeing Huangfu Junlin leave, a smile hung on Song Tianli's face. Wouldn't it be fun to hand over the descendants of the Huangfu family to him? However, the people of the Huangfu family couldn't die right now, and the 10 great families support, but they hadn't even arrived yet. Big brother, I will preserve the bloodline for my Huangfu family. Song Tianli shouted and turned to leave. Those people from the Huangfu family that he had just released, he was now going to take them away again. With the strength of the Huangfu family, there wouldn't be too many casualties until the support from the 10 great families arrived. Even if people would die, it would only be minor people like guards. Something like this couldn't hurt the 10 great families. He's going to make a big deal out of it. Thus, Song Tianli had his doppelganger play the role of the Huangfu family and launched a sneak attack on the important figures of the 10 great families. As long as these people died, those people from the 10 great families would naturally give the Huangfu family immortality. It's like the Tagusa family. After he killed Donggong Qingyun, Donggong Qingxian was overcome with anger and regardless, he wanted to be immortal with the Huangfu family. The other families thought the same thing. Therefore, he found one of the Shangwan family and used the shadow imitation technique on him. This person from the Shangwan clan, who was originally fighting other people, didn't even notice that someone would use a skill like shadow mimicry. After all, the battlefield was just too chaotic. What it would look like underfoot, no one even noticed. Quickly, he was immobilized by shadow mimicry. Such a skill caused him to stall his movements for a moment. However, A moment of mastery is enough to make a lot of things happen. He was instantly punched away by his opponent, a member of the Huangfu family. As he fell towards the ground, Song Tianli's doppelganger moved. He appeared behind the Shangguan family and extended his palm. Thunder flashed from his fingertips. Goken hands. In an instant, the palm of Song Tianli's alter ego was directly aimed at the Shangguan family, pulling out a heart. The opponent's heart, in an instant, shattered. As of this moment, this person from the Shangguan family was too dead to die. Hose. Another person from the Shangguan family shouted loudly after seeing this scene. After Song Tianli scored a hit, he hurriedly disappeared into the crowd as fast as he could. As time went on, more and more people died. Song Tianli killed another person from the Gongyang family and another from the Northern Underworld family. As for the guards of the Huangfu family and the Donggong family, they were killed by his doppelganger, killing multiple of them. This increased his combat power by a large margin. Right now, his combat power had reached over 130,000. He knew that this was just the beginning. After all, the reinforcements from the other clans had yet to arrive. The real tussle has not yet begun completely. Just now, it could only be considered a warm-up. Finally, as Song Tianli waited, the other clans came. Hordes of people came from all directions and surrounded the Huangfu family. Chapter 129, Confronting the 9 Great Families with One's Own Strength. After seeing this scene, those people from the various great clans who were originally fighting with the Huangfu family's crowd all headed to where their family's reinforcements were. All of them recounted the matter of the Huangfu family in the shortest possible time. The Gongyang family, Shangguan family, and Beimhua family were enraged when they learned that someone from their family had died in the Huangfu family. Today, we will definitely step on the Huangfu family to avenge 8th brother. The people from the Gongyang family roared in anger. What a good Huangfu family, to use our 10 great families as a pedal. What? The chosen one of God is from the Huangfu family? There would be no need for the Huangfu family to exist. Hearing their own family members' narrations, the people of the 10 great clans all reacted fiercely, their bodies bubbling with murderous aura. Gentlemen, there is a misunderstanding. My Huangfu family was framed. We have never plotted against you all. Taking advantage of this brief truce, Huangfu Junlin hurriedly explained. Through the battle just now, he was exhausted by this time. The aura in his body was also depleted. He wanted to see if he could take the opportunity to explain more. All of you, follow me to kill and avenge the 8th master. Kill me. However, the people from the other clans didn't even pay attention to Huangfu Junlin and led their respective clanspeople, then rushed towards the Huangfu family. Looking at the raging crowd, Huangfu Junlin sighed. He knew that any more explanations would be useless at this point. Only, so far, he still didn't know who, exactly, was targeting their Huangfu family. They, the Huangfu family, were simply more unjust than Sinus. Thinking of this, Huangfu Junlin flipped his palm and took out an elixir and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the aura in his body, which was originally about to be depleted, was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Back when he was in the Heaven's Pride realm, Huangfu Yisan had taken a similar elixir. As the family head of the Huangfu family, he naturally had such an elixir. There's no way out now but to fight to the death. They had planned to ask the Lord's family for help early tomorrow morning, but they hadn't expected something like this to happen this evening. It's really the world. The big gut. What he wanted to know most right now was who was secretly framing their Huangfu family. Otherwise, he will not die in peace. Without giving Huangfu Junlin much time to think, the personnel from the 10 great families had already arrived in front of Huangfu's family. And with that, a great battle was once again drawn. The 9 great clans joining forces was naturally not something the Huangfu family could fight against. Both the number of underlings and the top cultivators were much worse. You guys are bullying people too much. Right at this moment, a sudden furious voice rang out. In the next second, all of a sudden, countless densely packed silhouettes appeared in the middle of the Huangfu family. These people, numbering over 5,000, they appeared so abruptly that it was as if they had fallen from the sky. Divine Chosen One's bilocation? Seeing this scene, everyone present instantly came to a conclusion in their hearts. They had already heard from their own people about the Chosen One's detachment. These Divine Chosen's bilocations were extremely powerful, but once they were attacked, they would disappear. They would like to learn whether this Divine Chosen One was really so powerful. Thus, what was originally a battle between the 10 great families and the Huangfu family slowly turned into a battle between the 10 great families and Song Tianli's doppelganger. The people of the Huangfu family are just doing some auxiliary behaviors. This sudden scene left Huangfu Junlin in a daze. He had thought that their Huangfu family was being targeted. Unexpectedly, their Huangfu family really did have a divine chosen to help them fight against the 10 great families. Could it be that God's chosen is really someone from my Huangfu family? If so, I wonder who it is. Huangfu Junlin said silently in his heart. He was, at this point, not sure if their Huangfu family really had a divine chosen. Then even if their Huangfu family died or were injured today, as long as the divine chosen could live, it would be worth it. After all, as long as the chosen one of God was alive and given enough more time, sooner or later, their Huangfu family would stand at the very top of the 9 regions. However, what Huangfu Junlin did not know was that the reason why Song Tianli had used his detachment to deal with the people of the 10 great families was not to help the Huangfu family, nor was it because the Imperials were his mother's family. The only reason he did this was because he didn't want the Huangfu family to perish too quickly. Because, once the Huangfu family's people died out, then the battle between the 10 great families would be over. That way, he wouldn't have any way to continue reaping the benefits of combat. This time, the people from the 10 great families who came to deal with the Huangfu family were not weak, but they did not send out their underpinnings. He dealt with it perfectly. His combat power would get a surge if he killed all of them and harvested their combat power. That way, even if he confronted the people of the 10 great families head-on, he would still have some certainty. Now that it was like this, it would be best if he could kill all of these people. Even if he can't be killed, the Huangfu family will take the blame. Absolutely no one will contact him, so he is safe. Just like that, Song Tianli began to fight against the alliance of the 9 great clans with his own strength. The people of the Dongfang family had always thought that Song Tianli was their Dongfang family's Dongfang Jiutian, so the people who came to support them were all targeting the Huangfu family. It didn't go against Song Tianli's doppelganger. Song Tianli was currently at the existence of the 6 prefecture realm, while his doppelgangers all had the strength of the 5 prefecture realm. Although the detachment would dissipate once it was attacked, a detachment of more than 5,005 prefecture realms was also extremely terrifying. Since he had already decided to fight the people of the 10 great clans in such a way, Song Tianli didn't hide anything. At this point in time, he attacked as simply and brutally as possible. Sandstorm Burial, Otama Spiral Maru, Susanu, Thunder Cut, Suitun Water Dragon Bomb. With each of Song Tianli's bilocations, he was using a different attack. These attacks were extremely bizarre, and people from the 10 great clans had basically never seen them before. So, they just started responding with their hands full. In less than a minute, Song Tianli was like the god of death, reaping hundreds of lives. These people were not strong, but there were 300 or 400 of them. There are some, even up to 500. This wave of harvesting increased Song Tianli's combat power by more than 40,000. At this moment, his combat power had reached 180,000. According to Song Tianli's speculation, I'm afraid that after reaching 200,000 combat power, he would be able to break through to another realm, and the next realm of the 6 prefectures realm. That could be the Divine Path realm. It was just that he didn't know much about the specific divisions of the Divine Path realm, because there were very few cultivators of the Divine Path realm in the 9 states. Therefore, even with the Song clan's intelligence, there wasn't much information about the Divine Path realm. Chapter 130 Breakthrough. Breaking through from the 5 hidden realms to the Chifu realm. Song Tianli mastered flight. Then breaking through from the Chifu realm to the Divine Path realm would definitely have a qualitative change as well. After all, this was a big realm boost. Song Tianli didn't know what would happen after he broke through to the Divine Path realm. So, he was still quite looking forward to it at this point. 200,000 fighting men. Close at hand. Toothed tongue. 8 trigrams and 64 palms. Kiba whirlwind kick. Sankan hands. Thunder pear hot knife. Song Tianli's various layers of attacks were countless. However, for the 10 great families to be able to stand for so many years, they were naturally not drunkards, and still had 2 brushes. After the initial hand-wringing, he had now basically adapted to Song Tianli's attacks. One could only see the people from the 10 great clans forming a huge formation. These formations connected these people into a hole, each hole, like a giant beast. In that case, it would be much more difficult for Song Tian Ideal to behead them. In that case, we can only use a big move, Song Tianli's main body said, and it moved away from the Huangfu family as fast as it could. Mutual multiplication detonation charms. This move had been used by Song Tianli back when he was in the Heavenly Pride realm. He used his own detachment as a detonation charm and kept blowing himself up. The explosion of an altar is an attack. Thousands of detachments exploding at the same time. That was thousands of attacks. The main thing is that these attacks stack. When these attacks were stacked, the effect was extremely terrifying. Boom 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 boom. Only a series of explosions could be heard, continuously, instantly, with the Huangfu family as the center. A terrifying wave of energy continuously swept out to the surroundings. Whether it was the people from the Huangfu family or the people from the 10 great families, all of them were affected. In an instant, the huge beast formed by those guards of the 10 great families directly fell apart. Poo poo poo. One by one, those guards spat out blood from their mouths. There were some weaker people who died instantly. Those who were slightly stronger were not dead, but one by one, they were also seriously injured. Among them were some of the more important figures in the 10 great families. In addition to the casualties, the entire Huangfu family was almost leveled by the explosions that had just been superimposed. The Huangfu family, one of the top 10 families in the central state, had disappeared. After the shockwaves from the explosion cleared, the people from the 10 great clans began to search for anyone from the Huangfu family who still survived. Since he had already acted this time, he must drive the Huangfu family to extinction. Things are either not done or they are done. This has always been the code of conduct for the 10 great families. However, they realized that after a portion of the Huangfu clan's people had died, the remaining portion of them all seemed to have disappeared. Huangfu Junlin had his people take advantage of the great battle just now to move all the important people of the Huangfu family. Statewide manhunt. So, the 10 great families quickly gave another order. Just like that, the remaining 9 great clans began to drive the people of the Huangfu family to extinction. The Huangfu family, once one of the 10 great families, was now a thing of the past. This is something that no one thought about until yesterday. Song Tianli had thought to take advantage of the chaos and continue killing the people from the 10 great families. However, he realized that ever since his combat power broke through to 200,000, it was as if something was about to be birthed in his body. This forced him to give up his pursuit of the people of the 10 great clans and began to make a breakthrough with all his might. After reaching 200,000 combat power, they reached another realm. Song Tianli had to consolidate now. Otherwise, it would easily result in an unstable foundation. This was a lifelong event, so he can only give up his assault on the members of the 10 great families for the time being. Anywhere else would be easily searched for. So, just to be on the safe side, Song Tianli returned to the Dongfang family. The people of the Dongfang family had already accepted the fact that he was Dongfang Zhoutian, so he could live in the Dongfang family with the appearance of Dongfang Zhoutian. Even if the people of the Dongfang family guessed that he was the one who did what happened tonight, they wouldn't target him. He could consolidate his realm in the Eastern family with peace of mind. Not to mention, when he returned to the Oriental house, he did so unknowingly, without anyone noticing at all. Song Tianli arrived at Dongfang Zhoutian's bedroom, then split into 4 doppelgangers and had them guard his surroundings before he began his cultivation. At this time, he realized that the 6 chi mansions in his body formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, a ball of light was birthed. A peculiar aura was emanating from the light mass. Song Tianli also didn't know what this peculiar ball of light was. The only thing he could do now was to run the aura in the 6 Chifu according to instinct. If only someone could instruct me, Song Tianli muttered. You don't have to figure it out on your own if you have someone to point it out. It was a pity that he didn't know any cultivators above the Divine Path realm. Dongfang Tieshon was a powerful person of the Divine Path realm, but Song Tianli couldn't go and ask him about it. Because, when you come into contact with such a strong person, it's easy to reveal more than you can say. Anyway, he wasn't in a particular hurry right now, and with his tenfold efficiency, he could just take his time figuring it out. As the aura ran through his body, he began to immerse himself, slowly sensing. The path of cultivation is like building a building on a flat surface. There is definitely a pattern to follow. No matter how many layers are constructed, the underlying laws remain the same. And, the construction is all stacked one on top of the other, which is never going to change even if the construction is extremely fast. So, Song Tianli began to observe. From the 5 divine deposits at the very beginning, to the 6 chi mansions that were opened up, as well as, by now, the ball of light wrapped around the center of the Chifu. He realized that they were all connected by connections. The divine collection is fundamental. Just like the foundation of the earth, the divine collection is also the source of all power. In a sense, the sacred cache is the water pump, and the Chifu that opens up is like a reservoir. When the reservoir is big enough, it should be about to be farmed. Song Tianli guessed. According to his guess, what was birthed in the light mass should be the next stage. When the thing in the light mass was completely birthed, then it also meant that he had successfully stepped into the next stage of cultivation. Thus, Song Tianli quieted his mind and began to mobilize the Chifu to start speeding up the conception of the light mass. As time went on, the light mass grew larger and larger, giving the impression as if something was about to break out of the ground. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the light mass directly exploded. An unknown object flew out from the mass of light and went straight to Song Tianli's brain. Boom! Instantly, a loud boom came from within Song Tianli's brain. Chapter 131 Essence Divine Power. The bombardment in Song Tianli's head wasn't his brain being blown apart. Instead, it was a huge wave of information that rushed into his brain. At this moment, he was rapidly digesting this huge amount of information. After a while, Song Tianli was able to digest all the information generated within his brain. Instinctive divine ability, Song Long Rage. Song Tianli muttered. After one's strength broke through to the divine path realm, one would comprehend an innate divine ability. This divine power of life of Song Tianli's was to gather the energy of his entire body to form a circling pale dragon. It can sweep everything within a radius of thousands of meters. However, after this strike, if he didn't kill the enemy, he would basically be finished himself. This was because this strike would consume all the aura in the body. It was a desperate move, so to speak. It's all or nothing. It should never be used as a last resort. The cultivator's innate aptitude are all like this. Until the last resort. Absolutely will not use. An original fate avatar is one that is related to one's own destiny. At this time, Song Tianli took out a mirror and checked his combat strength. He realized that his combat power had actually reached 240,000. This has surpassed T Sung in the East. One must know that when he had checked on Eastern Tai Xiong before, his combat power was only about 210,000. He was now 30,000 higher than his opponent. In other words, if he wanted to, he could use the skill then to kill Tie Xiong in the East instantly. Only, Song Tianli didn't want to do that. This was because if he was able to kill Dongfang Tie Xiong openly and honestly, then his combat power would be able to grow to 450,000. It's a qualitative leap. However, Song Tianli also knew that it was hard and difficult to kill Dongfang Tie Xiong in an honorable manner. Dongfang Tie Xiong, as the head of the Dongfang family and as the Shizun of the 9 great states, to say that he didn't have a bit of a bottom card, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. If the other party had played all their cards, I'm afraid that it would be Song Tianli who wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage of them. Once the first strike failed, it would be even harder to kill it again. Unless, of course, one's strength gets skyrocketed. Taking out his cell phone and looking at the time, Song Tianli realized that he had actually spent 3 days on this consolidation of his realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed a tenfold efficiency boost, I'm afraid that he would have to shut down for at least a month. There's only 1 day left until the next random teleportation. Song Tianli glanced at the countdown in his mind and muttered, a day is not too much to say. If you use it to sleep, your eyes close and pass. Still able to do a lot of things if you do things. For example, in just 1 day's time before, the Wang Fu family, one of the top 10 families, had become a thing of the past. Now that there was still 1 day left, Song Tianli was able to do a lot of things as usual. He walked out of Dongfang Jotian's room and headed towards Dongfang Taiying's room. His seclusion this time lasted for 3 days. He wanted to inquire how the situation of the 10 great clans had been during these 3 days. The reason why he went looking for Dongfang Taiying was because Dongfang Taiying had previously been subjected to an illusion spell by him using the other heavenly god. The current Dongfang Taiying was 100% loyal to him. Soon after, he met Dongfang Taiying. In these 3 days, how are the people from the 10 great families doing? Song Tianli asked bluntly. During these 3 days, the other great clans have launched a full-scale manhunt for the Huangfu family. The current Huangfu family has completely disappeared from the central state. Although a lot of people from the Huangfu family died, their roots weren't affected too much. The people from the Huangfu family, with the help of the Huangfu family's commercial channels, have already left the central state. As for where they will go, the people from the 10 great clans haven't found out yet. Dongfang Tiexiong narrated. The Huangfu family didn't die completely. Some of the main members are still around. Will they ask the main family for help? Song Tianli asked. If the Huangfu family had really asked for help from the main family of Lulishu City, then the appearance of someone from the Huangfu family of Lulishu City would definitely change the current situation in the central state. They left the central state, and trying to ask the Lord's family for help is not something that can be done so easily. If the 10 great families want to ask for help from the main family, or to communicate, they must use the heavenly ladder. Once they use the heavenly ladder, they will definitely be detected. When the time comes, the other clans will naturally step in. Hearing Dongfang Tiexiong's explanation, Song Tianli's heart let out a sigh of relief. In other words, it was impossible for the Huangfu family to ask for help from the main family without alerting the other families. And once the commotion was made, the other clans naturally stepped in. At that time, they would still not be able to ask the Lord's family for help. Then what are the people from the 10 great families doing in the last few days? Song Tianli asked again. These past few days, the great clans have been extraordinarily quiet. In the previous battle, the great clans suffered considerable losses. Lately, I guess it's all been recuperating. However, all of them are secretly investigating the news of the chosen of God. After all, as long as the divine chosen don't die, their hearts won't be able to settle down. Dongfang Taiying said. Then I'll add more fire. Song Tianli said and turned to leave. Previously, If he hadn't been in a hurry to consolidate his realm, he wouldn't have let those people from the 10 great families leave in peace. Now that he had broken through to the Divine Path realm, then it was time to be arrogant. Of course, this arrogance was only relative to before. It wasn't that, to strut to the 10 great families. After leaving the Dongfang family, Song Tianli traveled to the Beimhua family. There was no particular reason for traveling to the Northern Meditation House. It was simply because they were the closest to the Eastern House. When Song Tianli arrived at the Beimhua family, he directly used the multiple shadow diversion technique. In an instant, dozens of doppelgangers, using the art of sneaking, headed out into the surroundings. What Song Tianli did before was just a small fight. For the retaliation of the 10 great families, it now officially begins. Dozens of Song Tianli's doppelgangers stalked up in the Northern Meditation House. Whenever he saw a disciple of the Northern Underworld family, Song Tianli would launch a sneak attack. His doppelganger was now at the strength of the 6th prefecture realm. If he launched a sneak attack, as long as he didn't run into people like the North Underworld family head, basically no one would be able to dodge his attack. Unbeknownst to the people of the North Mediterranean family, the shadow of death had already enveloped the entire North Mediterranean family. Time passed by minute, and the number of people from the North Evil family who died under Song Tianli's hands increased. The strong smell of blood finally caused some strong people to attack. After checking it out, they were surprised to find that the Northmore family had actually bled out. This time, the entire Northmore family blew up, and without hesitation, Song Tianli hurriedly left as fast as he could. He's got a lot of catching up to do to get to the next one. Chapter 132, Confronting the Bailey Family. After leaving the Beimhua family, Song Tianli traveled to the Shimen family. The families he chose to travel to, with no particular and meaning, were the closest. What happened in the North Mediterranean family was so short that it hadn't spread yet. The other clans didn't know what had happened to the North Underworld clan, so they didn't have much to defend themselves against. Thus, Song Tianli used the same method as before and began to attack and kill the Shimen family. By the time the people of the Shimen family noticed the smell of blood, he left again in a hurry and headed to the Shangguan family. For the next period of time, Song Tianli directly transformed into a time management master. He scheduled his time to attack and kill as many members of the 10 great families as possible, before they got the news. By the time the other clans got the news of the attack and killings of the people of the Northern Meditation clan, Song Tianli had already gone to the 4 clans. At this time, his combat power increased to 280,000. This feeling of growing strength is so mesmerizing. Song Tianli felt like he didn't want to stop at all. If he patronized 2 more clans, he would be able to break through to 300,000 combat power. It's a qualitative leap. When Song Tianli arrived at the Bailey family, he found that the Bailey family was heavily guarded and the people inside were like enemies. He knew that relying on sneak attacks was definitely out of the question. At this point, he wasn't going to sneak up on them. Multiple shadow split technique. Thus, he split into numerous doppelgangers and directly launched a frontal attack on the Bailey family's people. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Bailey family shouted. At the same time, a bell sounded continuously. In an instant, the entire Bailey family acted. They formed a large formation and began to fight against Song Tianli. Who exactly are you? Bailey Guanri, the Bailey family's family head, questioned. I am a messenger from hell. You have done many evil deeds, and I have come to overpower you. Song Tianli responded. Just one sentence. 2. Then, with his many detachments, he began to attack. Red Tiger Guards, move out, Bailey Guanri said loudly. The Red Tiger Guards were one of the Bailey family's bottom cards, and were not generally deployed when it came to the family's life and death. The Red Tiger Guard was like an overwhelmingly fierce tiger that had begun to weave its way through Song Tianli's detachment. Wherever they went, even a 6th prefecture realm doppelganger would be unable to resist. Song Tianli had long known that in a head-on battle, the 10 great clans would definitely have unknown undercurrents. Red Tiger Guards, let's show you the giant formation. Suzaku, 3rd form. With Song Tianli's soft shout, a single gigantic silhouette over 30 meters tall appeared. This is none other than the 3rd form of Susanoo. That wasn't all. This was only part of Song Tianli's attack. The art of multiplication. His doppelganger then quickly grew larger again. One by one, the tops are like mountains. Kazuna no Jutsu. A giant wooden man appeared out of nowhere and attacked. For a while, all sorts of attacks constantly appeared. The Red Tiger Guards of the Bailey family were no match at all. Seeing this situation, Bailey Canry's eyes became anxious. Even if I have to pay a little price today, I will leave you behind forever. Fan cage formation. Rise. With a loud shout, he flipped his palm and brought out a 1-foot-sized formation flag. For a time, the entire Bailey family shook. Not good. We absolutely cannot let him activate the grand formation. Song Tianli, who had been keeping an eye on Bailey Guanri, said silently in his heart. His sixth sense told him that the attack that Bailey Guanji was about to activate would be extraordinarily powerful. There's a chance it could hurt him. Such a thing, Song Tianli would not allow. So he used Goldfinger. He had just observed that Bailey Guanri's combat strength was over 190,000. Fighting head-on, it's not always possible to kill in a short period of time. But with Goldfinger, it's a complete second. As Song Tianli's golden finger was unleashed, Bailey Guanri's movements instantly stopped. The formation flag in his hand fell to the ground with it, and his body slowly fell forward. Family head! Family head! Seeing this scene, the people of the Bailey family hurriedly went forward and shouted loudly. It was a pity that by this time, the vitality in Bailey Guanri's body had completely dissipated. No matter how much the people of the Bailey family shouted, Bailey Guanji did not respond. Taking this opportunity, Song Tianli had his doppelganger use the sneak skill to secretly pick up the formation flag that had fallen to the ground. This thing was the bottom card of the Bailey family. It could not be gotten by the rest of the Bailey family. It's a pity that I have over 100,000 combat power, Song Tianli said with a look of regret. If he relied on himself to kill Bailey Guanji, then his combat power would get a surge. It's just a shame that he wasn't given that chance. With the death of Bailey Guanri, the Bailey family was thrown into chaos. A bit of a group without a leader. The head of the family was the backbone of a family, and without the presence of the head of the family, no one else knew what to do. Just then, Bailey Guanyang stood out. He was Bailey Guanji's younger brother, and still had some authority in the Bailey family. Everyone, on my command, gather, Bailey Guanyang shouted. With his order, the people of the Bailey family gradually found their backbone. Song Tianli was wondering if he should take out Bailey Guanyang as well. It was just that Bailey Guanyang's fighting strength was also over 100,000, so it was a bit too sad to die like that. Ultimately, he decided to see what happens first. He was still able to handle these people from the current Bailey family. Moreover, the formation flag was already in his hands. Something that could be a threat to him didn't exist anymore. As time went on, more and more people died in the Bailey family. The faces of the Bailey family's people were also becoming more and more ugly. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before all of the Bailey family died. Thinking of this, Bailey Guanyang suddenly sped towards the innermost part of the Bailey family at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that Song Tianli didn't even react. No good. We have to stop him. Although he didn't know exactly what Bailey Guanyang was going to do, the other party definitely had an ulterior motive for suddenly leaving. It's like the words spoken by Grandmaster Ding, no matter what he's going for, even if it's to pay his respects, he can't be allowed to get away with it. The enemy wants to do it, whatever it is, and it's right to find a way to keep them from doing it. Thus, Song Tianli's two doppelgangers hurriedly chased after him as fast as they could. Quickly, Song Tianli realized that Bailey Guanyang had been running into the Bailey family's ancestral hall. As fast as he could, he twisted the two plaques. The wall in front of the shrine then moved to the side and a hole appeared. Without any hesitation, he jumped right in. Song Tianli's doppelganger, too, hurriedly followed. Chapter 133, respectfully inviting the ancestors to come out of the gate. After following Bailey Guanyang into the entrance of the cave, Song Tianli's doppelganger realized that the aura inside was exceptionally abundant. It was at least 10 times denser than the outside world. What appeared before him was a long passage. The passage was slightly dim and looked a bit eerie. Song Tianli realized that Bailey Guanyang followed the passageway and quickly sped forward. Without hesitation, his two doppelgangers chased forward as fast as they could. Anyway, it's a diversion, and there's no fear of death, so it's just straight up Mang. After passing through the passageway, what eventually appeared in front of Song Tianli was a huge basement. Not only was there an abundance of spiritual qi in this basement, but it was also filled with formations. Incompetent descendant Bailey Guanyang respectfully invites all the old ancestors to come out. Bailey Guanyang shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, Song Tianli realized that the other party had come to shake people. Dayu Spiral Maru. Without any nonsense, Song Tianli directly launched his attack, an oversized Spiral Maru, heading for the basement. He didn't even look clearly, in the middle of the basement, to see who actually existed. Before directly launching his attack, he was all about catching the other side off guard. As Otama Spiral Maru headed towards the basement, suddenly a cold light flashed in the middle of the basement. Immediately afterward, Song Tianli's doppelganger realized that the attack he had sent out was like a soap bubble that was directly punctured, and that bilocation of his was also decimated. After the Ojama Spiral Maru shattered, the energy generated, surprisingly, dissipated very calmly into the basement without setting off any shockwaves. At this time, Song Tianli's second doppelganger finally arrived in the middle of the basement and got a good look at the entirety of the basement. In the middle of this basement sat 5 old men. These old men were dirty and looked like beggars. However, an extremely terrifying aura flashed from the body of one of the old men. It must have been him who struck just now. So, a fluctuating aura arose from the body. It's much stronger than my main body, Song Tianli's doppelganger said silently in his heart as he felt the fluctuations in the aura coming from the old man. He didn't make another move because he knew that even if he did, he couldn't possibly do any harm to these people. All he had to do now was to learn as much as he could about these people while this doppelganger was still around. He was able to surmise the identity of these old men through Bailey Guanyang's words just now. Bailey Guanyang called the other party old ancestor, so he thought that it must be someone from the Bailey family. All along, the ones in charge of the Bailey family had been Bailey Guanji and the others, and these people are only in their 60s and 70s. 60 or 70 years old is not too old among ordinary people, not to mention the practitioners. A cultivator like those in the 6th prefecture realm would be able to live for at least 150 years without any accidents. Cultivators above the 6th prefecture realm could easily live to be 200 years old. Then the question arises, where did the elders of Bailey Canry and the rest of them go? Now that he saw these people, Song Tianli instantly understood. These people were hidden in the basement of the Bailey family's ancestral hall, acting as the Bailey family's underbelly. If the Bailey family didn't meet their doom, they wouldn't make a move. Now the Bailey family's people were looking to be killed off by their own. So Bailey Guanyang went to invite the Bailey family's underbelly. It was just that Song Tianli was curious as to why the previous Huangfu family hadn't allowed their family's underpinnings to step in when they were attacked, since they were also a top 10 family. Is it a scruple or is there some other reason? This was something that Song Tianli was currently unclear about. Perhaps it will become clear later. What happened? At this time, the old man who had just made a move spoke. His voice sounded a little raspy and not particularly clear yet. As soon as I heard it, I knew it had been a long time since I'd spoken. Greetings to all the elder ancestors. Our Bailey family has been attacked by the Divine Chosen, and now the members of the family are on the verge of dying out. Even the head of the family, he, for some unknown reason, suddenly died. That's why I've come here to ask all the old ancestors to make a move and kill the incoming enemy. Bailey Guanyang said. By strong enemy, do you mean him? That old man said and grabbed at the direction where Song Tianli's doppelganger was. In an instant, the pursuing Song Tianli's detachment flew towards the other party uncontrollably. Quickly, his neck was grabbed in his hands. Song Tianli's doppelganger struggled with all his might, but the other party's palms were like pincers, firmly imprisoning his neck. Old ancestor, he's just a doppelganger, not the true body of a chosen of God. The true body of the chosen of God. We have not seen it so far. Bailey Guanyang said. Old-timers, much ado about nothing. You Bailey family has done so much evil and brutalized the innocent. You are destined to die without a burial place. We have come here to reward the good and punish the bad. If you know what's good for you, surrender. Otherwise, when Lord Heavenly Father descends, you will be sent down to the 18 layers of hell. Song Tianli's doppelganger said loudly. By saying that, he was making up an identity for himself and confusing the other side's thinking. That way, no one could reach him. Of course, as for whether the other party believed it or not, it was none of his business. That was just smooth talk on his part. It's best if you believe it, and you have nothing to lose if you don't. Noisy. When the old man heard Song Tianli's doppelganger say that, his palm instantly exerted force. In the next second, Song Tianli's doppelganger turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. This is the chosen one's alter ego? Sure is a bit of a gateway, the old man said indifferently. Gentlemen, the Bailey family has suffered a great calamity. It's time for us old undead to step in. This old man said to the others. Hearing his words, the other old men in the basement all rose. Outside, the disciples of the Bailey family were fighting in a bloodbath, and if they delayed for one more second, one of the Bailey family's disciples might be killed. So, they have to hurry. Thus, the 5 old men hurriedly sped towards the outside of the Bailey family at top speed, while the 5 old men were heading towards the outside of the Bailey family. Song Tianli's main body had long escaped. The moment his doppelganger used the Great Jade Spiral Maru to attack those old men and was instantly killed. He knew that these old men were not something he could deal with. At that time, he left his doppelganger to fight the people of the Bailey family, while his main body directly used the Flying Thunder God and left the Bailey family, heading towards the Dongfang family. These great clans really weren't so easy to exterminate. However, he already had a rough idea of the strength of these people. Just give him another 10 days this month and he'll be able to surpass them. At that time, as long as the 10 great clans didn't ask for help from Liulisho City, he would have nothing to fear. Chapter 134, The Mighty Bailey Family Ancestor. Right now, Song Tianli's strength was still not enough in front of these old men. Therefore, he could only live and develop obscenely for the time being. Song Tianli's main body sped towards the Dongfang clan at top speed, while his doppelganger, for the time being, stayed in the Bailey clan and continued to fight. Being able to kill one more person enhanced his fighting strength a little. However, Song Tianli's doppelganger didn't exist for too long. His main body had just left for a short while when those old monsters in the basement of the Bailey family appeared. People of the Bailey family, close in on me, the old man shouted. As his voice shouted, the crowd of the Bailey family hurriedly drew closer to the direction he was in with great speed. Quickly, it came to him, and Song Tianli's other doppelgangers surrounded all of them. Seeing that the people of the Bailey family had gathered, the old man made his move. With a flash of his figure, his entire body rose up from the ground, his body flying higher and higher. Blood waved divine curse. With a loud shout, he slapped his palm in the direction where Song Tianli's doppelganger was. Immediately, a chain-like attack flew out from his palm. These chains were like blood pythons that had come to life, opening their bloody mouths and whistling at Song Tianli. In the face of such an attack, Song Tianli's bilocations hurriedly gathered together and launched their attacks at the same time. Oversized Jade Spiral Maru, Tozotsukuru Wall, Sandstorm Burial. Song Tianli used a series of attacks, trying to block the old man's attacks. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great, and these attacks he sent out were as fragile as soap bubbles. Upon contact with the red chain link, it was instantly dispersed. Afterward, those chain locks continued their remaining momentum, whistling toward the many doppelgangers. Without any resistance at all, Song Tianli's bilocation was pierced through his body by the chain lock. Afterward, these detachments, one after another, turned into white smoke and disappeared. With this move alone, Song Tianli's detachment was destroyed for the most part. After seeing this scene, Song Tianli's other doppelgangers, without any hesitation, turned around and ran. It was something he had planned before. Leave after you've had your way with these guys. In this way, not only would he be able to buy time for his main body, he would also be able to give these people an illusion. Thought he was running because he was scared after the encounter. Thus, the many detachments, from all directions, sped off into the distance. Since he decided to run, he naturally increased his speed to the extreme. Nearly 1,000 doppelgangers sped off in different directions at the same time, and it was really impossible to tell which one was the real one. At that moment, the 5 old men who came out of the basement moved. Only 5 old men were seen flying in 5 different directions. Fan cage, rise. These 5 old men did the same action, and then with the Bailey family as the center, a green light was constantly used above the ground. These rays of light were like ocean waves, rippling toward the direction in which Song Tianli's many doppelgangers had gone far away. The green light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with Song Tianli's doppelganger. Before Song Tianli's doppelganger could make any moves, it was all bound by the green light. In just a few tens of seconds, all of Song Tianli's doppelgangers were tied up. Then, these green rays of light quickly contracted and came towards the 5 old men. I'd like to see who you are that you dare to target my Bailey family. As the old man spoke, he manipulated those green rays and launched an attack on Song Tianli's doppelganger, only to see those green rays of light turn into a spike, piercing through the bodies of Song Tianli's many doppelgangers. For every one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers that was pierced through, that doppelganger would turn into white smoke and disappear. In just a few seconds, all of the bound doppelgangers were all pierced by green spikes. How is that possible? No real body? Seeing this scene, that old man was confused. He had thought that one of these doppelgangers must be Song Tianli's true body. All the other diversions are used to confuse people. Unexpectedly, his real body was not hidden in the detachment. Elder Ancestor, this divine chosen one will disguise himself as someone else. I think it's very likely that he disguised himself as someone else and is hiding amongst the crowd of our Bailey family. At this time, Bailey Guanyang said, needless to say, there was a good chance that this guess of his was true. At first, Song Tianli did think this way, but he was worried that these old monsters of the Bailey family had some unusual means, so he didn't dare to gamble and directly chose to leave. For the time being, hiding in the Donggong house was the best option. A few more hours and he'd be randomly teleported again. At that time, the sky would be high enough for birds to fly, the sea would be wide enough for fish to leap, and it would basically be impossible for the people of the 10 great families to capture him. Although the 10 great families hadn't been overthrown this time, they had already suffered heavy losses. That's all for now. He would come back to completely overthrow the 10 great families after his strength had increased a little more. At that time, even if a strong person like these old ancestors of the Bailey family appeared, he would have no fear. Those people would only be stepping stones to getting stronger themselves. Hiding in our 100-mile house? Darkness under the lamp? The old ancestor of the Bailey family frowned when he heard Bailey Guanyang's narration. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. From that point of view, it's a real possibility. All of you listen to the order. 3 of you will be in a group and ask each other about the Bailey family. Anyone who can't answer, report it at the first opportunity. The Bailey family's old ancestor said to the crowd. Hearing him say that, those who survived split into 3 groups as fast as they could and started asking questions. Only, after half a dozen questions, there was no one suspicious. Everyone's questions were answered by the other person. Could it be? Suddenly, the Bailey family's old ancestor thought of a possibility. In the next second, without any hesitation, he directly slapped out his palm. Boom! Bang bang bang. The people of the Bailey family, all of them flew backwards, spraying a mouthful of blood in the air. Old ancestor, why is this? Bailey Guanyang hurriedly inquired after seeing this scene. I just suspected that the other party was using a doppelganger as a cover so that they could answer questions about each other. His doppelganger will dissipate when attacked, so I want to see if any of our Bailey family members are mixed in with his doppelganger. Fortunately, among them, there are no bilocations from the other side. The Bailey family's old ancestor explained. It was just that since they were among the crowd of the Bailey family, Song Tianli did not blend in. So, where did he go? Could it be underground? Suddenly, the old ancestor of the Bailey family thought of another possibility. Chapter 135, The Nodding Lamp. You few, check the underground of the Bailey family. The old ancestor of the Bailey family said to a few other old men. Hearing him say that, those few old men then began to utilize their senses to probe the ground of the Bailey family. As long as there was a living person, with their strength, they were sure to be able to detect it. As it turned out, however, they were doomed to disappointment. Song Tianli wasn't hiding underground in the Bailey family. Could it be that he will disappear out of thin air? The old ancestor of the Bailey family said with a frown. He was certain that none of the Bailey family's all Song Tianli's bilocations had fled after his appearance. So why would there be no true body in existence? Old ancestor, do you think it's possible that divine chosen has used some sort of means to leave the Bailey family? He is a divine chosen. It makes sense that he has some unknown means. Bailey Guanyang stepped forward and said. Fair enough. The Bailey family's ancestor nodded. If the other party had truly already left the Bailey family, trying to locate them would not be an easy task. After all, the entire central state has more than 300 million people. Song Tianli also knew how to disguise himself. So if he found a random place and hid amongst the crowd, it would be basically impossible to find him. As things stand, we can only use the not breath lamp. At this time, another old man stepped forward and said, breath binding lamp? This not breath lamp can only be used one last time. Do we really have to use it now? The Bailey family's old ancestor said. Although the not breath lamp is a treasure, it is after all an out-of-body object. And now our Bailey family has reached the point of life and death. If not at this time, when? Hearing this, the Bailey family's old ancestor fell into a short silence. That does make sense. The Bailey family had already reached the point of survival, so don't care if the number of times the not breath lamp was used was the last time. The most important thing now was to find and kill the enemies of the Bailey family. Since the other party was a divine chosen, if he was given enough time, he would definitely grow to a very terrifying level. At that time, it would truly bring about the end of the Bailey family. Even they, I'm afraid, can't stop it. Thinking of this, the Bailey family's old ancestor flipped his palm and a small lamp made of jade appeared in his hand. This small lamp was only the size of a palm and looked as white as jade. Strangely enough, there is no wick. The greatest function of the not breath lamp is to collect the scent left behind when a certain person appears. The breaths are then used as fuel to burn and point in the direction of where the owner of the breath is located. Song Tianli had left thousands of doppelgangers in the Bailey family before. Although, now that these doppelgangers had been killed, the aura from the doppelgangers would not disappear for a moment. Thus, the Bailey family's old ancestor began to use the not breath lamp to collect the aura about Song Tianli. Usually, to collect a person's scent, one must have the person's personal clothing, or something that has been used for a long time, as a medium. Otherwise, everyone would have left their scent in the air, and there would be no way to know which scent was that of the target person. It's too much of a hassle to go through them one by one. They didn't have any items that Song Tianli had used, or his clothing, but didn't find it to be a hassle. because there were thousands of the same scent in the Bailey family. This must be Song Tianli's scent. Song Tianli didn't even know that the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers was good though, especially when it came to fighting. It was simply not too buggy. However, there are drawbacks. Like right now, after collecting all the scents left behind by Song Tianli and the Bailey family, the not breath lamp lit up. At the same time, a direction is guided. Once the breath collected in this not breath lamp is burned clean, the not breath lamp can't be used anymore. So, let's hurry up, the Bailey family's old ancestor said. Good. A few others nodded. Guan Yue, you stay behind to settle the people of the family. I'll accompany a few old ancestors on a trip. Bailey Guanyang said to a person next to him. The head of the Bailey family is dead, and now he's in charge. After all, a few old ancestors didn't care. Okay, too. The man next to him nodded. Thus, Bailey Guanyang and a few of the Bailey family's old ancestors rushed up into the sky and flew forward, following the guidance of the nodding breath lamp. As he flew, Bailey Guanyang's brows furrowed. Why? What have you discovered? The Bailey family's old ancestor asked curiously. There's nothing special to discover. It's just that the direction we're advancing in now seems to be the direction of the Eastern family. The Eastern family? Could it be that the chosen one of God is from the Eastern family? It shouldn't be. As far as we know, that divine chosen is a member of the Wangfu family. How could he appear in the Eastern family? Maybe it's just a coincidence. We'll find out when we get there. A few people said as they continued to fly. As they came over the Eastern home, they saw the not rest lights blinking. The junction light is blinking. That means the target is nearby. It's really in the Eastern family. Seeing this scene, Bailey Guanyang's face turned ugly. If it were any other place, they could still break in and just kill people. But it's not a good idea if it's the Eastern family. Old ancestor, what do we do? Bailey Guanyang inquired. So what if it's someone from the Eastern family? After killing so many people from our Bailey family, will they be able to stop? We have to go and get a statement. Go, follow me down, the Bailey family's old ancestor said, and flew towards the Eastern family. At the same time, a few old ancestors of the Dongfang clan sensed the aura of a few people and hurriedly flew out from the secret chamber of the Dongfang clan. It's hard to hide your breath between strong people, because, when a cultivator reaches a certain realm, he or she will form an echo with the small between heaven and earth. Unless one's realm was nullified, the echo would not go away. This echo does not go away. Then people of comparable strength, as well as those higher than themselves, will be able to detect it. What are the several of you doing here in my Dongfang clan? The old ancestor of the Dongfang clan asked. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged out of his body. It instantly woke up everyone in the Eastern family. Sensing the aura of their own ancestors, Dongfang Tiexiong and the others hurriedly flew out from their respective rooms. With that, a standoff was formed. Dongfang Dinghong, old me doesn't want to beat around the bush with you, nor do I want to talk too much nonsense with you guys. Hand over the murderer of my 100-mile family's crowd, or don't blame us for being impolite. The old ancestor of the Bailey family said. The murderer of all of your Bailey family? What evidence is there to prove that it was my Oriental family's men who did it? Dongfang Jinghong didn't know what was going on, but that didn't stop him from defending his own family. As an elder ancestor, no matter what happened, in the first instance, it was natural to protect one of your own. Otherwise, wouldn't this old ancestor be in vain? Chapter 136, Exposed. Stalling. You want proof? Don't tell me you don't recognize this not-breathing lamp. Its function should be clear to you, and we followed its guidance to the Eastern house. This means that the murderer is someone from your Dongfang family. The Bailey family's old ancestor raised the nodding breath lamp up and looked at Dongfang Jinghong and said. As soon as his words came out, Dongfang Jinghong frowned. Lumpy light is something he does recognize and knows what it does. He knew that with the presence of the naughty breath lamp, he couldn't even find an excuse if he wanted to cheat. Tai Xiong. In the direction that the nodding breath lamp is guiding, whose residence is it? Dongfang Jinghong asked. It was still not 100% certain that the person that the naughty breath lamp was referring to was someone from their Eastern family. It's possible that the other party is just hiding in the Oriental house. If that was really the case, then their Dongfang family would be taking the blame for someone else. So it's something he has to figure out. At the very least, it was necessary to know whether the person to whom the naughty breath lamp referred was a member of the Eastern family or not. It seems to be Tai Ying's son, Dongfang Tiexiong said. In fact, his heart was already certain that the person the not breath lamp was referring to was Dongfang Jiutian. After all, Dongfang Jiutian had already confessed to him earlier that he was a chosen of God. Moreover, Dongfang Jiutian had said before that he would make the 10 great clans fight against each other. This had been well proven before, and the Huanfu family had now left the central state. And according to the news he had gotten, people from several clans had died quite a bit. No one ever knew that it was all the work of the Eastern Nine Heaven. It was estimated that Dongfang Jotian had not expected that the Bailey family would have the existence of the not breath lamp and had chased after the Dongfang family. You let him come out. Let's ask him first. Dongfang Dinghong said. Good. Dongfang Tieshong said and headed towards Dongfang Jotian's room. As he flew, he thought about what would be the best thing to do next. After all, once Dongfang Jotian's identity was exposed, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble to the Dongfang family. A proper way must be thought of. Whether or not the other party is a member of my Oriental family is still unclear. So, we have to figure it out. Dongfang Jinghong said as he looked at the Bailey family's ancestor. At the same time, he was also thinking about what he would do if the people who killed the people of the Bailey family were really from their Dongfang family. Handing it over straight away. That's certainly not possible. To be able to kill the younger generation of the many people of the Bailey family, and to draw out the pursuit of these old guys, there is no doubt about the strength and talent, and in the future, it will definitely be the most brilliant existence of the Eastern family. People like that can't be left alone. Even if you have to use some means, you have to keep the person alive. The reason why he asked Dongfang Tieshong to personally go ahead and take a look was to give him room to maneuver. Let them think of a response while they're in the room. Neither will it involve the Oriental family, nor will it turn people over. Dang it. Jiu Tian, are you in there? Dongfang Tieshong asked as he knocked on the room. Family master, I'm here. At that moment, a voice came out from the room. At the same time, the door to the room was opened, and Dongfang Jotian appeared in front of Dongfang Tieshong. The Bailey family is coming after us, and what you've done is exposed. Now I'll ask you one thing. The people of the Bailey family, did you kill them or not? Dongfang Tieshong asked in a low voice. Seeing that Dongfang Tieshong was inquiring and not making a move right off the bat, Song Tianli then understood that the other party was trying to bail him out. It was understandable when you thought about it. After all, he was now the chosen one. It was not easy for the Dongfang family to have a divine chosen, so how could they not protect it? He nodded at the thought. It's true that I killed them, but I've never shown my true colors. How did they find this place? Song Tianli inquired. That, he really didn't understand. Having asked this time, he couldn't allow himself to make the same mistake next time. They used the not breath light. Now is not the time to talk about that. They've been looking for it. Now think about how you're going to be able to keep you while setting aside the Dongfang family's relationship. Dongfang Tieshong said. Hearing Dongfang Tieshong say this, Song Tianli's heart revealed a cold smile. How is it possible to set aside the relationship with the Oriental family? He had done so much before just to pull the Eastern family down and make the 10 great families fight each other. If the Dongfang family skimmed off, then wouldn't he have been working for nothing for a while? But that can't be said outright. Family master, I have a way to leave the Eastern family, and at that time, even they won't be able to stop me. I need a little time, though. Therefore, I hope that the family head and all the old ancestors can help me stall for a little bit of time. When the time comes, I'll take it upon myself to set aside the Dongfang family's relationship with me. Song Tian ideally thought about it and said, Stalling? How long do you need? Dongfang Tieshong asked. If it was just a matter of delaying a little bit of time, with the strength of the Dongfang family, it would still be able to do it easily. 20 minutes. 20 more minutes and he would be randomly teleported again. If it's only 20 minutes, that's time we can stall. Now, you come out with me first. Hearing Song Tianli's words, Dongfang Tieshong inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. 20 minutes was not difficult to achieve with the strength of the Eastern family. Just like that, Song Tianli followed Dongfang Tieshong towards the outside. In order to stall for time, neither of them chose to fly. With the appearance of Dongfang Tieshong and Song Tianli, the nodding breath lamp in the Bailey family's old man's hand flickered rapidly. This means that the target is getting closer. Seeing this scene, the Bailey family's old ancestor flew towards the two. As for Dongfang Jinghong and the few of them, they followed closely behind. They wanted to prevent the Bailey family's people from suddenly striking. It's you, Dongfang Jotian. Bailey Guanyang's eyes widened after seeing that the person the not breathing lamp was pointing at was actually Dongfang Jotian. Although Dongfang Jotian was a junior, he still recognized him at a glance. It's because the Eastern Nine Heavens are famous. Not famous for being too talented. Quite the opposite. Famous for being too bad. Every person in the Dongfang family was a dragon among men. But Dongfang Jotian was the only exception. That's why his reputation as a scrapper became famous in the central state. Cranes can be famous, in the same way that chickens can be famous. It was just that Bailey Guanyang had never thought that Dongfang Jotian, the famous scum of the central state, would be a divine chosen, and also killed so many people from the 10 great families. You're the one who killed so many people from my Bailey family? The Bailey family's old ancestor looked at Dongfang Jotian and asked, What are you guys talking about? I can't quite hear you. I've been staying at home lately, I've never gone out. How could I kill someone? Song Tianli started acting up. Chapter 137. All he had to do now was stall. So pull at the limit to his heart's content. Little child of the Dongfang family, you don't have to pretend to be innocent. This not breath lamp has collected the scent you left behind in the 100 Miles family, and that can't be fooled. You have to pay a price for killing someone from my Bailey family. The old ancestor of the Bailey family said loudly. If it wasn't for a few of them from the Eastern Scarecrow, they would have done it long ago. Therefore, he turned his gaze back to the Eastern surprise several people. Dongfang Ginghong, the not breath light has indicated that he is the murderer of my Dongfang family. I'll ask you one thing now, to deliver or not to deliver? Hearing the Bailey family's old ancestor's question, Dongfang Jinghong turned his head to look at Dongfang Zhoutian. He had just picked up on Tiesheng Dongfang's lips to stall for time. Although he didn't know what their exact plan was, he was willing to trust Tiesheng Dongfang. Just one not breathing light doesn't mean anything. It just represents a person's scent, and a person's clothing, the items they use regularly, are tainted with his scent. How do you prove that you didn't use clothing as a medium when you used the nodding lamp? Dongfang Jinghong asked. If you guys can't come up with any other evidence to prove that I struck down someone from the Bailey family, then it's a crime of desire. Song Tianli followed suit. He knew that the Bailey family had cameras and such, but he didn't show up at the Bailey family with the face of Dongfang Zhoutian. So, there is no fear of the other side coming up with a video. Taking a step back, even if the other side could produce a video, he would not admit it. He's sticking to one point right now, dead set against it. This not breathing lamp is evidence of that. Dongfang Ginghong, we didn't come here this time to discuss with you, the murderer of my Eastern family. No matter what, we must take him down. If you hand him over, we will immediately retreat. But if you do not deliver, then fight. Hundreds of people from my Bailey family cannot die in vain. Your Dongfang family must pay in blood. The old ancestor of the Bailey family said loudly. They're not the government. They don't need 100% proof. Do you guys really think that our Eastern family is made of clay? Talking to you all properly, do you not think that we are afraid of you, the Bailey family? If you guys want to fight, then fight. Dongfang Jinghong was also a violent temper, not at all afraid of the Bailey family. As soon as his words came out, both sides immediately went sword fighting. It looked like a big battle was about to start. Just then, all of a sudden, a number of figures flew in from the distance. It was the old ancestors and family heads of the other clans who had come. The many old ancestors of the Bailey family flew over Central State in a high-profile manner, which couldn't even think of not attracting others' attention. They all wanted to know what exactly the Bailey family's old ancestor was trying to do. It was just that they hadn't expected that the Bailey family's oldest ancestor had gone toe-to-toe with the Dongfang family's people. They were curious to know what was going on. You're just in time, and it's just as well that you know about this. Guan Yang, tell them about the matter. The Bailey family's old ancestor said as he looked at the people from the great clans who had come. Hearing this, Bailey Guanyang stepped forward and began to tell the crowd what had happened. There was no exaggeration in what he said. It was a very objective account of what happened. The Dongfang clan wanted to stall for time now, so they didn't block the Bailey clan's people. It also takes several minutes to tell a story. When the people from the other great clans heard Bailey Guanyang's narration, each of their faces turned ugly. Several of them, too, were attacked by the chosen of God today. Although the losses weren't as bad as the Bailey family, a lot of people had died. Can this be true? The Baimwa family's old ancestor inquired. Naturally, when it is true, this not breath lamp senior should recognize it. It is pointing to the 9 heavens in the east at the moment. This can't fool anyone, Bailey Guanyang said, pointing at the nodding breath lamp in the hand of his own old ancestor. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, and indeed found the wick of the not breath lamp pointing to the 9 eastern skies. I thought that the divine chosen was someone from the Huangfu family, but I didn't realize that it was someone from the Dongfang family pretending to be someone from the Dongfang family. Dongfang family, you guys are really good at calculating. Letting us and the Huangfu family fight it out in blood while you reap the benefits. It seems that what happened in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm before was all true. Eastern Mountain River wasn't planted either. At this time, the family head of the Northern Meditation family said, in the previous times, they all thought that Dongfang Zhoutian was being impersonated, so they planted evidence to frame Dongfang Shanha. But now, not only did Dongfang Zhoutian appear alive in the Dongfang family, but his breath was also captured by the Bailey family's not breath lamp. It's basically been kind of ironclad. Everything in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm is a plant. When Shanhai came out from the Heaven's remarkable realm, people from all the great clans had conducted a heart test on him, and at that time, Shanha's innocence had already been proven. Dongfang Tiesheng was saying, then who knows what tactics you have used to fool the heart check? Or, your plan wasn't told to Dongfang Shanha, so he doesn't know anything. Now that Dongfang Jiutian is still alive, this is ironclad evidence. How can you sophistically argue? The family head of the northern underworld family said, you clans are really calculating, finding excuses to drive the Huangfu family away from the central state. And now you want to drive away my Dongfang family in the same way? If you guys want to dominate the central state, you can just go to war with my Dongfang clan directly. There's no need to use such a despicable excuse. My Dongfang family is not at the mercy of random people. Anyone who wants to do harm to my eastern family will definitely fight them to the death. Even if my Dongfang family disappears like this, we will still bite off a piece of each other's flesh. Dongfang Tixiong said forcefully. At this moment, he displayed the domineering aura on Shizuan to the fullest. However, he had just secretly returned Song Tianli's wink. It meant that if he had any way to help the Oriental family get rid of suspicion, he would seize the time to use it. The 20 minutes are almost up. Dongfang Tixiong, don't steal concepts. The fact that the Eastern Nine Heavens had their breath captured by the not breath lamp is ironclad proof. Is your Eastern family making up its mind to harbor him? Or is this originally a plot by your Eastern family? Bailey Guanyang said loudly. Ha 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 ha. Just as they were at sword point with each other, suddenly Song Tianli laughed out loud. He laughed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Speaking of which, at this moment, Dongfang Jiutian was the main character. These people are here today because of him. Dongfang Jiutian, what are you laughing at? Bailey Guanyang asked. What they just said doesn't seem funny. Chapter 138, Threats Before Leaving. I'm laughing at you guys being really ridiculous. I've been carrying the name of a waste for many years, but I didn't expect to be the main character today. Worth it. Song Tianli said extremely inexplicably. No one had figured out what he was going to say or do. The people from the great clans didn't say anything. They just quietly looked at Dongfang Jiutian, wanting to see what he would do next. What he would do. You guys say I'm the chosen one. Well, I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I admit I'm the chosen one. You say that I have killed many people, and I also admit that all the people from your great clans were killed by mine. Anything else you guys want me to admit? I'll admit it. You guys don't have to make all kinds of excuses anymore. I'm tired for all of you. Song Tianli's expression looked as if he had swung for the fences, not even bothering to explain. Dongfang Jiutian, don't think that you'll be able to get away with your crimes just because you look like this. You killed hundreds of people in my Bailey family. Even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces, it would still be hard to eliminate my heart's hatred. Bailey Guanyang said angrily. I have a way to take the edge off, and it can be done in a matter of moments. Do you want to give it a try? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. A small smile played at the corner of his mouth as he said this. Dongfang Jiutian, you don't want to play tricks. For some reason, a bad premonition surged in Bailey Guanyang's heart. How could I pull a stunt when so many of you are watching me? I'm just trying to help people out, so you can get rid of your hatred. Song Tianli said with a smile. He then said silently in his heart. He used his golden finger and weighed his fighting strength against Bailey Guanyang's. Bailey Guanyang only had a combat power of over 100,000, while his combat power was already close to 300,000. In an instant, Bailey Guanyang's body stiffened, and the vitality in his body began to dissipate. The next second, his body fell straight forward. This sudden scene left everyone present dumbfounded. They simply don't know what happened. Bailey Guanyang just now well and good, talking in the middle of the air. How the blink of an eye collapsed. The Bailey family's old ancestor first went up to check Bailey Guanyang's condition and found that there was no vitality left in his body at all. In other words, Bailey Guanyang was murdered under their noses. It's you. It was your doing, the Bailey family's old ancestor said as he raised his head to look at Song Tianli. Senior, don't blackmail me. I'm standing here for good reason, but I haven't done anything. You have to have a little basis for your bloodshed. You can't just open your mouth. You should think about it. If he suddenly collapsed, if he was seriously ill. At the same time, Senior hurriedly went back to properly investigate the rest of the Bailey family. It's not good if it's a genetic disease, or an infectious disease. Early detection, early treatment, Song Tianli said indifferently. If you want to make a person eliminate the hatred in his heart, just solve this person. Then he will naturally have no hatred in his heart. It's like, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person asking the problem. It's that simple. Song Tianli had just said that he would help Bailey Guanyang resolve his heartfelt hatred. Now, Bailey Guanyang would not have any heartfelt hatred. He's as good as his word. This bizarre scene caused everyone present to be alarmed. Meanwhile, chills ran down his back, whether it was someone from another family, or someone from the Eastern family. It's the unknown that scares people the most. Killing a Bailey Guanyang was nothing. Many people present were able to kill him. However, Killing him without God's knowledge in front of so many people would be too terrifying. With their perceptions, none of them had discovered how Bailey Guanyang had died. Wouldn't that mean that if the other party could kill Bailey Guanyang, they could also kill them? At this point, they could be 100% certain that Song Tianli was a chosen of God. Only the chosen one has such a bizarre ability. Killing my Bailey family in front of me. Do you really think that there is no one in my Bailey family? Dongfang Jiutian, I will make you pay in blood. The old ancestor of the Bailey family said with hatred. He said as he stood up. At this time, he was ready to take a shot at Song Tianli. Old man Bailey, have you really thought about it? Are you sure you want to strike at me? Do you know what kind of consequences you will face once you strike? Song Tianli asked loudly. I'd like to know what the consequences could be. To Song Tianli, the Bailey family's old ancestor didn't have the slightest fear at all. Because, if Song Tianli was strong enough, then just do it directly. Why bother talking so much nonsense with them? The more he said so much, the more it proved that Song Tianli was strong on the outside. At this point in time, he hadn't grown up and was simply too much for them to handle. Good. Very good. Since you all know that I am the chosen one, you should know very well what the greatest characteristic of the chosen one is. Growing fast and hard to kill. If you strike out at me now, it means that you're going to be immortal with me, with the Eastern family. Once you fail to kill me today, then anyone who strikes out at me will surely be subjected to my insane retaliation in the future. Are you guys sure that you can afford my retaliation? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. Then I will kill you today. The Bailey family's old ancestor didn't talk any more nonsense and didn't give Song Tianli time to show off his mouth. Instead, he directly struck out at him. The moment he struck, Song Tianli's figure flickered and disappeared, appearing 100 meters away. He was using the Flying Thunder God technique to make a space jump. This scene, again, dazzled the crowd, because they hadn't even realized how Song Tianli had disappeared. Listen up, all of your great clans, but anyone from the Dongfang family is missing a hair of sweat. I'm going to put that on your heads. When I return again, I will decimate all of you clans, one after the other. What I said, God can't keep it, Song Tianli said loudly. After saying these words, his mouth silently said one. It was a countdown to a random transmission in his head. Hearing these words from Song Tianli, the faces of the people from the great clans instantly turned ugly. Song Tianli dared to threaten them, but offhand, there doesn't seem to be anything they can do about it. Seek death. The Bailey family's old ancestor directly attacked again. However, just as his attack was sent out, Song Tianli disappeared once again. In response, the Bailey family's old ancestor didn't have any surprises, but instead let go of his senses to look for traces of Song Tianli. Chapter 139, The Eastern Family's Response. When Song Tianli had used the Flying Thunder God earlier, he had only shifted a distance of 100 meters. Therefore, in his opinion, the distance Song Tianli had flashed this time was almost 100 meters. Even if there is some reservation, it won't be much more than that. And with his strength, he could sense any changes within a radius of 1,000 meters very clearly. Last time, the only reason Song Tianli had dodged his attack was because he had no defense and didn't know that Song Tianli had such a skill. Now he's getting serious. Only, this time, he was destined to be disappointed. Sung Tenri used the Flying Thunder God last time and made a transfer. This time, it's a random teleportation. Therefore, after half a day of sensing, the Bailey family's old ancestor did not discover Song Tianli's figure. This caused his frown to grow tighter and tighter. It was hard for him to accept that Song Tianli had just disappeared and vanished right under his nose. The chosen one. Is it really that weird? When he thought of the threat that Dongfang Jiutian had posed to them before he disappeared, the Bailey family's old ancestor, his face was extremely ugly. Because, that is something that is quite possible to achieve. The speed at which the chosen of God grows is not something that can be imagined by ordinary people. Thinking of this, they turned their gazes to the rest of the Eastern family. At this time, the faces of the people of the Eastern family were exceptionally ugly. The words that Dongfang Jiutian said before he left did not set aside his relationship with the Dongfang family. Instead, because of his words, he made the people from the other clans transfer their hatred to the Eastern clan. They could already envision exactly what those clansmen would do next. It would definitely be used as an excuse to turn on the Eastern family. They couldn't figure out why Dongfang Jiutian did this, whether he hadn't thought of this, or whether he did it on purpose. If it's just not expected, that's fine. However, if it was done on purpose, then Dongfang Jiutian's intentions were a bit sinister. They had to be a bit skeptical about the identity of Dongfang Jiutian. In the short span of a few seconds, the Eastern family thought a lot. Thinking of this, Eastern Tiexiang spoke. Outrageous! How dare you speak out of turn? In my capacity as the head of the Dongfang family, I declare that from now on, Dongfang Jiutian will be stripped of his identity as a son of the Dongfang family. From now on, His life and death will have nothing to do with the Eastern family. Dongfang Tiexiong was worthy of being a Shizuan, and reacted extremely quickly, hurrying to announce so. Dongfang Tiexiong, do you think you can set aside the relationship between the Dongfang family and Dongfang Zhoutian by saying so? Dongfang Zhoutian killed hundreds of my Bailey family members and murdered my Bailey family head. This is something that your Dongfang family must give our family an explanation for. If we don't give an explanation today, then I, the Bailey family, will definitely be immortal with the Dongfang family. The Bailey family's old ancestor said loudly. Dongfang Zhoutian killed my Wendigo family's heavenly pride. The Dongfang family must also give us an explanation for this matter. And my North Mediterranean family, my Ram family, my Shangwan family. For a while, all the clans were seeking justice from the Eastern family. Previously, when targeting the Wangfu family, only the great clans had sent out their elites, and the old ancestors of the great clans hadn't appeared. And at this moment, the old ancestors of all the great clans could have all appeared. Therefore, the crisis facing the Dongfang family was even more serious than the Wangfu family before. Although the Huangfu family was forced to leave the central state, and the family had lost quite a few elites. Perversely, the underpinnings are still there. No matter which one of the 9 states they appeared in, they were all strong dragons, giant-level existences. Therefore, the Huangfu family's situation would not be too bad. However, the Dongfang family was different. If these families really joined forces to strike at the Dongfang family, then the Dongfang family would not be able to escape like the Huangfu family. There was only one end result. The great clans would exterminate the Eastern family after paying some price. And a small portion of the members of the Oriental family fled away. And from then on, they went into hiding, keeping their hatred in mind, and looking for a chance to rise again and take revenge. This was a situation that Song Tianli had taken great pains to bring about. It could be said that Song Tianli had lurked in the Dongfang family for so long when the heaven's remarkable realm had not yet opened. For this moment, now, at last, it has been facilitated. It's just a shame that he didn't get to see his masterpiece in person because of the random teleportation. There was also no way to take advantage of the chaos of the great clans and fish in the water. The faces of the people of the Dongfang family all became super ugly at this time, as they all thought of this possibility. If today's incident is not handled well, the Eastern family will perish. Guys, I'll give you an explanation for this. However, I ask you to think carefully. It is very likely that Dongfang Zhoutian is not a member of my Dongfang family. If he was, there's no way he would have said something like that, and he wouldn't have put my Eastern family in this position. I think that this is a provocation, just like how the great clans targeted the Wangfu family before. Dongfang Tiexiong said loudly. Regardless of whether Dongfang Zhoutian was a member of their Dongfang family or not, regardless of what purpose he had, at this time, Dongfang Tiexiong treated him as a provocateur. It had to be said that Dongfang Tiexiong still had a couple of skills to be able to become a Shizun. A moment's reflection is all that matters. However, even if this was the truth, the other families would not recognize it. Their great clans had suffered heavy losses in recent times, with countless deaths and injuries. Except for the time when such losses were caused when targeting Song Sihai 20 years ago, there had never been such losses at any other time. Dongfang Tiexiong, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that you could make us back off just by saying something like that, would you? The Shangwan family said. The account they were looking for was not a word from Tiexiong in the east. Although Dongfang Zhoutian is not a member of my Dongfang family, my Dongfang family failed to recognize his identity in time, allowing him to do wrong with the face of my Dongfang family's son. For this reason, my Dongfang family is willing to compensate each of the great family's 10 billion Kyushu coins, plus 1 million spirit stones, Dongfang Tiexiong said with extreme seriousness. He knew he couldn't do it without hemorrhaging money this time. 1 million spirit stones might not seem like much, but in reality, this was already the greatest sincerity that the Dongfang family could come up with. Because the spirit stones that existed in the 9 great states were particularly small, 90% of them were passed down from the 10 great divine realm cave heavens. Therefore, 1 million spirit stones per family was definitely considered the greatest sincerity for the Eastern family. This was something that the people of the great clans understood, so they fell into silence for a while. The lives of hundreds of people in my Bailey family, not to mention, among them, there is also my Bailey family head. Can't it be compensated by some spirit stones? Blood debts need to be paid with blood, the Bailey family's old ancestor exclaimed. Their Bailey family had lost too much this time, and no amount of spirit stones could make up for it. Chapter 140, The Visitor from Heaven. Dongfang Jinghong's temper was not a particularly good kind of person, and now that he heard the Bailey family's oldest ancestor speak so nonchalantly, immediately, his anger flared up. Old man Bailey, if you want to fight, then let's fight. What does my Eastern family have to fear? I'd like to see. Wanting to deal with my Dongfang family, How many of you will stay here amongst the people who came here today? Dongfang Jinghong said without showing any weakness. As soon as his words came out, at once, the atmosphere between the two sides, once again, became tense with swords. For the Dongfang family to be the number one family in the 9 states, it naturally had its own heritage. Although it was impossible to be the opponent of so many families united, it was impossible for these families to drive the Eastern family to extinction without paying some price. As for what it will cost, that's no one's guess without a fight. Moreover, the location they were in now was the location of the Eastern family. On someone's turf, there may be unknown traps. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was getting tense, Dongfang Tieshon didn't speak again. He didn't blame old ancestor for having such a strong attitude just now. He had just expressed their sincerity on behalf of the Dongfang family and their willingness to pay the price. This means that their Eastern family has softened and is willing to pay compensation. However, it didn't mean that their Dongfang family would be at the mercy of others. The performance of Dongfang Jinghong just now was another attitude of their Dongfang family. When the other families saw the Dongfang family in this state, all of them didn't say anything and just looked at Dongfang Jinghong and the Bailey family's old ancestor. They knew that the Eastern family was sincere. Now, they would see what the Bailey family's old ancestor would do. If the Bailey family's ancestor was planning to go to war with the Dongfang family, they wouldn't mind helping out. However, it's up to the Bailey family to take the lead on this one. After all, the Bailey family had the worst casualties. With the Bailey family taking the lead and involving the Oriental Surprise and a few of them, it would still be easy for them to deal with the rest of the Oriental family with the strength of these families. If the people of the Bailey family were unwilling to fight in the lead, then there might be accidents if those of them moved. No matter who among them had an accident, it would be a huge loss for the family they were in. Seeing these few family members in this state, the Bailey family's old ancestor silently cursed a Mamma Mia in his heart. As an old man, he naturally knew what was in the hearts of these people. At the moment, they're riding a bit of a tiger. Let's fight. The Bailey family will surely cause great losses if they fight the first battle. When that happens, there is a chance that someone else will reap the benefits. They, the Bailey family, had already suffered a huge loss. If they caused another huge loss, then I'm afraid their Bailey family is not far from extinction. Let's not fight. It's come to that. If it ended like this with a lot of thunder and little rain, their Bailey family would inevitably be laughed at. Dongfang Jinghong, come and fight. In the end, the Bailey clan's old ancestor let out a roar and charged up towards Dongfang Jinghong. It's that time of year. You can't afford not to fight. Regardless of the outcome, fight first. With the Bailey family's old man's move, the original atmosphere of saber rattling was gone. In its place were waves of energy from the Great War, and Dongfang Jinghong directly greeted him. Having reached this point, they naturally couldn't show any fear. As the two of them made their moves, several underlings from the Bailey and Dongfang families also made their moves one after another. And when the people from the other families saw that the Bailey family had already made their move, they didn't have any hesitation and followed suit and started to surround the people from the Eastern family. As the saying goes, one hair moves the whole body. At this moment, other than the Eastern family, the other families could be said to be one, both in terms of interest and hatred. After all, Song Tianli had previously struck down for the people of all the great clans. Just like that, a battle for the ages had begun. This time, the battle was even more intense than the two previous great battles that Song Tianli had set off. In the previous battle, the ancestors of each family had not made any moves. Unfortunately, Song Tianli wasn't here this time. Otherwise, it would have been more or less able to sneak up on one or two old ancestors successfully. Once they were killed, then he would be able to gain access to the opponent's combat power. In this way, his strength could be said to have instantly skyrocketed. Song Tianli did not know about the end of the Dongfang family. He was teleported away after his random teleportation countdown ended earlier. When he reappeared, it was on a stage filled with lights. To his confusion, a tsunami of cheers came from the stage after he appeared. It left him with a puzzled look on his face, wondering what had happened. However, after listening to the people around him, he finally realized what was going on. A few minutes ago, the host, holding a microphone, stood under a spotlight above the stage, surrounded by darkness and not clearly visible. Good afternoon, dear viewers. Next, you will see a visual feast of magic. The greatest magician of the 9 states, Lu Yushu, will bring you his own heart magic trick called the Heavenly Visitor. Unlike in the past, this is a magic show with no cover and will be performed in front of 7 or 8 cameras and thousands of spectators. Next, please welcome the magician, Mr. Lu. As the host made the announcement, a man with a mask, a black cape, and white gloves slowly walked out. His appearance made it impossible to tell if he was male or female, old or young. When Lu Yuichi appeared, he slightly bowed to the stage, looking very gentlemanly. In the next second, he snapped his fingers, and countless flower petals fell from the sky. The petals are fluttering and beautiful. A red light flashed as the petals fell. A red magic wand appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, some sparse applause rang out from the stage. Such a trick can be done by many magicians. Lights on. At this time, Lu Yushu spoke. Moments after his voice fell, the entire stage was like daylight. Guys, next, watch carefully with wide eyes. The great transformation, about to begin. After Lu Yushu said this, he waved his magic wand. In the next second, Song Tianli appeared out of thin air. This sudden scene caused the audience on stage to first freeze. And then, thunderous applause rang out. Just now, after Lu Yushan's reminder, they could see clearly that there was nothing around the stage. Song Tianli really came out of nowhere. None of them, among them, had discovered the way Song Tianli had appeared. Even the cameras on stage were quick to do a replay. However, there was still no breakage found. P.S. Don't find this chapter boring. Voltron. Chapter 141, I am the one summoned by my master. At this time, not only the audience under the stage was dumbfounded, even Lu Shou, who was a magician, was also dumbfounded, because he had just casually waved his magic wand. He hadn't officially started performing magic yet. How did Song Tianli appear? However, the magician's reaction was extremely fast. Although Song Tianli was not the person he had planned for, the effect was better than he had expected. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the magic show. Welcome, everyone, to look through the camera and find the breaks. With a single word, Lu Yu slightly saluted and turned around to walk towards the stage. Song Tianli looked at Lu Yuan who had stepped down from the stage, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Afterward, he followed Lu Shou's example and slightly saluted, walking off the stage and following Lu Shou's lead. He had just used his white eyes at the first moment when he saw the masked, cloak-shrouded Lu Yushan, and performed a penetrating vision. He realized that the magician was actually a woman, and extremely good-looking. Of course, the reason why Song Tianli followed her was not because of her looks. The Song family was one of the 3 great families in Qianzhou. Anyhow, he could find any woman, however beautiful, if he wanted to. The reason why he followed Lu Yushan was because he realized that underneath the mask, it was a familiar face. By familiarity, I don't mean that the parties know each other. Rather, it means that Song Tianli knows her. This person was none other than Lu Yuro, the singer and movie queen known in all 9 states. Song Tianli didn't pay much attention to things in the entertainment industry, but he knew all about this Lu Yuro. One could imagine how hot Lu Yuro was among the 9 states. She was known as God's face and was the dream girl of countless boys. It's just that, instead of being her own movie and song queen, why would she cover up her face to be a magician? If it was a request from the company or the show, it would be fine for her to make a guest appearance as a magician. But based on Song Tianli's observation, it was clearly not the case. No one knew anything about Lu's identity as a magician. So the question arises, why did Yu Yuro wear a mask and impersonate a magician? The first thing you can be sure of is that she's not in it for the money. With her fame, it would be too easy to make money for that. Secondly, it's not about fame either, because her fame is enough. Although they didn't dare to say that she was a household name, more than 80% of the people in the 9 states were aware of her existence. Not for money, not for fame. Why dress up as a magician and come to such a stage? Moreover, Song Tianli also saw that there was actually something present inside this Lu Yuro's body, blocking the white eyes peeps. This prevented him from discovering his opponent's true strength. Anyone who was able to block out the prying eyes of the white eyes was not a simple character. Moreover, Lu Yuro's behavior was a bit perverse. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. This indirectly shows that Lu Yuro must have an ulterior motive for doing this. Song Tianli's first reaction, the chosen one, because, usually, there are 2 kinds of people who will do unusual things. The first type, the brainiacs, some of whom call themselves performance artists. The second, the chosen of God. Lu Yuro was able to become a singing queen and a movie queen, so naturally she wouldn't be out of her mind. So, the second one is extremely likely. Speaking of which, it had been a while since Song Tianli had encountered a chosen of God. For some time, he had been busy targeting the 10 great clans and raising his strength. Didn't even bother to focus on anything else. Unexpectedly, just after being randomly teleported, he encountered a suspected chosen one. Of course, he wasn't 100% sure if it was. Exactly. Lu Yuro sensed Song Tianli who was following her, and when she got out of the ring, she intentionally headed towards a remote place. Song Tianli could see that the other party was deliberately leading him there. After a moment's thought, he followed. With his current strength at the Divine Path realm, above these 9 states, as long as he didn't run into someone at the level of the 10 great families' ancestors, no one would be his opponent. Taking a step back, if he was unlucky and really encountered those old ancestor-like people, he was also certain that he would leave peacefully. As his strength continued to grow, the number of times he used his bottom card became less and less. Finally, the two came to a place where there was no one else. At this time, Lu Yuro suddenly stopped and turned around to stare at Song Tianli. Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear on stage? Lu Yuron looked at Song Tianli and asked. At the same time, she silently mobilized the aura in her body. It's as if they're going to attack at any moment. Hearing her question, Song Tianli suddenly flashed a brilliant light in his eyes, because he had just thought of a funnier way to do it. Master, did you summon me here? Why are you asking who I am? Song Tianli said indifferently. If the other party was a chosen of God, then he would definitely disrupt the other party's rhythm by saying so, playing for a surprise. If he was able to stay by the other party's side, then he would be able to have an extremely secretive understanding of him. This cry of master made Lu Yuro instantly look confused. Master? What are you babbling about? When did I summon you here? Lu Yuro was indeed confused, with a face of disbelief. She didn't trust Song Tianli. She had clearly done nothing just now, and Song Tianli appeared in front of her without any warning. There was no way that she had summoned him. Besides, she knows for sure if she has such an ability. Master, I'm a student of Shrek Academy. I was originally practicing, when all of a sudden, I was enveloped by a power, and then I inexplicably appeared here. After appearing here, an additional contractual power was added to my body, allowing me to recognize my master as my master. Song Tianli explained. What is Shrek Academy? Lu Yuro asked. Master, Shrek Academy is one of the most famous academies in Blue Star, recruiting students every 3 years. Every cadet recruited is a supreme talent. That's why Shrek Cadets is also known as Tenjiao Academy. Song Tianli blurted out. In that case, you're also an absolute heavenly pride? Lu Yuro asked. Without realizing it, she believed what Song Tianli said. She hadn't been a magician for very long and didn't have a complete understanding of her abilities. That's why it was unconsciously trusting Song Tianli. However, she wasn't 100% convinced yet, and at the moment, it was still in the testing phase. Sort of. I am a second-year student of Shrek Academy, ranked 7th amongst the hundreds of second-year heavenly prides. The top 7 of us are known as the second-year Shrek 7. Among them, the top-ranked person is named Tang Si Rui. The person who ranks second is named Xiao Huahua. Song Tianli spoke as if he was a chatterbox, talking to himself. Chapter 142, Becoming Lu Yuro's Bodyguard. Stop. Did I ask you? You said so much? Lu Yuro said loudly at this time. She hadn't expected to summon a chatterbox. The master didn't ask, and I should have said so. For my master, I can't hide anything, Song Tianli said with a serious face. Since there won't be any hiding, I'll ask you a few questions, Lu Yuro said as she looked at Song Tianli. Master, please, what's your name? How old? My name is Yujiwa. I'm 19 years old. I'm 182 years old. I weigh 154. My favorite thing to do is to collect hidden weapons, and my greatest ambition is to become a Naruto. As if introducing himself, Song Tianli started another series of self-introductions. Stop. I didn't ask you anything else. I asked for your name and age. Next, you say whatever I ask you, and no answers to things you haven't been asked. Did you hear me? Lu Yuro said. Yes. Do you know about the Divine Continent? Or the 10 Great Divine Realm Cave Heavens? Never heard of it. What is this blue star you were talking about? Blue Star is located in the solar system and is one of the sun's 9 planets. What's the solar system again? The solar system is located in the Milky Way galaxy, roughly 26,400,000 light-years from the center of the galaxy. What's a light-year again? Enlightened Master. A light-year is a unit of length, meaning the distance traveled by light for a year is known as a light-year. The speed of light can still be measured? Yes. The speed of light is 3 times 10 8 times square meters per second, or 3 billion meters per second. You blue star people, you can even measure the speed of light? My god, 3 billion meters per second. All this knowledge that Song Tianli spoke of was not available in the land of God. This made Lu Yuro shocked beyond measure while increasing her trust in him. After all, the average person couldn't even imagine what the concept of 3 billion meters in a second was. After the short conversation with Song Tianli just now, she could be certain that Song Tianli was from the other world. After all, the questions she had just asked were off the cuff, relying on fabrication, unable to make up these loophole-free lies. Yu Ji Bo, are you executing 100% of my orders? Lu Yuro asked. I don't really want to carry it out 100%, but I have the power of the contract in me, making it impossible for me to resist my master's orders. Otherwise, I will die, Song Tianli said. You slap yourself. Pop. As soon as Lu Yuro's words fell, Song Tianli didn't say a word and lifted his hand to give himself a big bout. He's tough enough on himself to play the part. This slap just now showed no mercy at all. However, this slap also made Lu Yuro's trust in him multiply. Originally, because of Song Tianli's narration of the otherworldly things, it made Lu Yuro have a great deal of trust in him. This unhesitating, unmerciful slap thoroughly convinced Lu Yuro that Song Tianli was summoned by himself to follow his orders. Hiss! It was at this time that Song Tianli sucked in a mouthful of cold air before covering the corner of his mouth with a pained look. Looks like a bit of an afterthought. His reaction, obviously, was to be half a beat slow. The action flies ahead, the brain catches up behind. This was one of the major reasons why Lu Yuro believed that Song Tianli had been summoned by her. It was a pity that it was all a disguise for Song Tianli. How strong are you? Lu Yuro asked again. As strong as a 3-story building? Song Tianli replied. Can it fly? Will. Fly one and I'll see. Hearing Lu Yuro's order, Song Tianli instantly rose up in the air. Being able to fly, this was the sign of a Chifu realm powerhouse. He was already at the Divine Path realm now, and exposing the strength of the Chifu realm didn't get in the way. What realm are you in? I'm a Do Wang. Do Wang? Forget it. I guess the two worlds have different cultivation systems. Since you were summoned by me, you will follow me from today. By the way, can you drive? Driving? You mean driving? I will. Whether it's an ox cart, a donkey cart, a horse cart, a foreign beast cart, I can drive them all, Song Tianli said with great confidence. Only, this reply of his caused Lu Yuro to have a black line on her face. The cars she's talking about are not these primitive forms of transportation. She didn't say much, though, because, when Song Tianli said those means of transportation, she knew that Song Tianli definitely wouldn't be able to drive. For the next period of time, you'll be my bodyguard for now, Lu Yuro said after some thought. She's a big star, and while she's not weak, there are a few things she's uncomfortable doing on her own. Now that Song Tianli was there, then there were many things that didn't need to be done by her. Yes, master. As Song Tianli said this, a trace of imperceptible smugness flashed in his eyes. Although this Lu Yuro had a little bit of heart and wasn't that kind of stupid white sweet, she was too simple. Perhaps she had lived the first half of her life too happily, too well, so her defenses against people are only on the surface. This is good news for him. After all, it was a good thing to be able to stay by Lu Yuro's side. He could observe Lu Yuro up close to determine if she was a chosen of God. If so, then he'd have to take a closer look at what the other guy's gold finger was. If not, it didn't matter. He had nothing to do now anyway. It was possible to follow Lu Yuro while silently raising his strength. It was getting close to the 3 months left by the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance. He'd see if he could raise his strength, once again, by a large margin before traveling to the 4 seasons Panglai. That way, he had a little more power to defend himself. After all, the 4 seasons Panglai was one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, and there were countless strong people inside. If he didn't have some strength, he might get bullied. For times Panglai was not like the 9 great states, and if he was bullied there was no one to help him. All he could rely on was himself. Just like that, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuro away. During this time, Lu Yuro waved the magic wand in her hand, and in an instant, the cloak as well as the mask on her body all disappeared. In its place, a sky blue tracksuit. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli pretended to stare blankly. I didn't realize the owner was so beautiful. It's not much better than our Shrek Academy's #1 beauty. Song Tianli pretended to say to himself. What? Is your Shrek Academy's #1 beauty especially pretty? Lu Yuro asked. Girls always subconsciously pay attention to women who are prettier than they are. Her name is Medusa, and she is very, very beautiful, not unlike her master. It's just that she belongs to the Imperial Sister model, while the master belongs to the Jade Lady model. The beauty of the two of you is different, Song Tianli said in a very sincere tone. Chapter 143, Being an Instrumentality. Although before this, Song Tianli had seen videos, photos, and posters of Lu Yuro, he had also observed it with his white eyes just now, but Lu Yuro's beauty still left him a little awestruck. Lu Yuro belongs to the kind of people who are not photogenic. Photos and videos cannot bring out her beauty completely, because there are some things that just can't be conveyed by video or photos alone. Do you have a picture, or portrait, of Medusa? Lu Yuro looked at Song Tianli and asked. She also wanted to see how beautiful someone who could make Song Tianli praise her so much and was on par with her in terms of beauty was. This one doesn't. Song Tianli shook his head. Medusa was a character he had seen in the anime when he was on the Blue Planet. He made it up, so to speak, and naturally there was no way to come up with a portrait of her. When he said that, he was just teasing Lu Yuro. No even. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yuro. This world we live in is called the Divine Land, and where we are now is the Jinzhou among the 9 great states. As for the other things, I'll tell you slowly, Lu Yuro said. The fact that Song Tianli was from an otherworldly world was not something she wanted to be known by others. Therefore, it is important to give it a clear perception and understanding of the world they live in as soon as possible. Yes, Master, Song Tianli said. I'll go ahead and get you a cell phone so we can get in touch. Master, I'm not hungry, so there's no need to get me a chicken. The cell phone isn't the same chicken you ate. Anyway, you'll find out later. Thus, after Lu Yuro went through a disguise, she led Song Tianli to the mall. She bought Song Tianli a series of things she felt she could use. This is a cell phone, so small, like a little block of bricks. What's the point of it, though, if you can't use it to attack? Song Tianli flipped around and looked at his phone, pretending to look ignorant. This made Lu Yuro very helpless, so she had to teach him to use the cell phone step by step. That easy? It's not difficult for me at all. So he played with himself. Any way you look at it, it looks like someone who hasn't seen the world. If I bring this back, then I'll be the hottest boy in Shrek Academy. At that time, even Medusa will have to give me an extra glance. Song Tianli muttered to himself, Master, when will you send me back? He then raised his head and looked at Lu Yuro and asked. He had a look on his face like he was saying, you hurry up and send me back. I'm going to show off my phone to my friends will show off my phone. There's no rush to go back yet. You'll get a feel for our world first. There's more to our world than cell phones. There's a lot more that exists that you've never heard of. Lu Yuro actually didn't know how she should send Song Tianli back. So, she used the word drag. Song Tianli was a tool man to her. It's a tool person she doesn't use for nothing, so she can put it off for a day. However, because of these behaviors of Song Tianli, she was already convinced about Song Tianli coming from an otherworldly world. Only someone from the other world would be the way they are now. In fact, in a sense, Song Tianli did come from a different world. Only, he was not summoned by Lu Yuro. Just like that, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuro back to the hotel. Auntie, where on earth have you been for some time? I've been looking for you like crazy. You don't answer your phone calls, you don't reply to your messages. As soon as the two of them returned to the hotel, Lu Yuro's manager, Wang Ye, rushed forward to gush. Sister Ye, I'm just going out for a walk. There's nothing to worry about. It's not the first time, Lu Yuro said without a care in the world. Auntie always walking by the river. There's no such thing as not wetting your shoes. You're not that lucky every time. In case if fans or paparazzi find out, you'll be in danger. Lu Yuro's manager said in a worried tone. If it were any other star, she wouldn't even stoop that low. But Lu Yuro was different. She is the queen of songs and the queen of movies. It was definitely considered their company's money tree, and could even be said to be the linchpin of the sea. If she has a problem, then the whole company will be greatly implicated. Got it. Yeah, I'll pay attention next time. I'm going to take a shower first. You arrange your room for him, right next to mine, Lu Yuro said and pointed at Song Tianli behind her. It had happened more than once, and she was used to it. It's just that she had a reason for not having to go out. There is no way to avoid something like this. It was only at this time that Lu Yuro's agent saw Song Tianli's presence. Yuro, she's not your boyfriend, is she? Lu Yuro's manager asked a bit incredulously. With Lu Yuro's popularity nowadays, if she announced a romance, or rumors spread, that's going to have a huge impact on her fame. After all, a large portion of her many fans are fans of her face. Fans are irrational a lot of the time. They can't accept that their idol has a significant other. No, as of today, he's my bodyguard. He is responsible for my safety. The other bodyguards, you can tell them to stay away from me, Lu Yuro said. Although she didn't know exactly how strong Song Tianli was, but being able to fly, that was already a sign of the Chifu realm. The Chifu realm was a very good strength for the land of the 9 states. It was so much more powerful than those bodyguards she currently had. Lu Yuro's agent heard that Song Tianli was only a bodyguard and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. However, she saw that Song Tianli looked young and handsome. She was a bit skeptical that this was Lu Yuro lying to her. In fact, this was the boyfriend that Lu Yuro had found herself, only for him to pose as a bodyguard. As Lu Yuro's manager, she would never allow this to happen. Yuro, you should know clearly how important your well-being is. You can't have just anyone acting as your bodyguard. However, since he was your choice, I can't just dismiss it. Tell you what, let him take on a couple of the current bodyguards. If he wins, stay and protect you. If he loses, then he'll just have to be asked to leave. Of course, I'll give him a sum of money, Lu Yuro's agent said. Yes, Lu Yuro didn't have any opinions on this point. She was aware of the strength of her bodyguard. It was impossible for them to be Song Tianli's opponents. This time, she could also see just how strong Song Tianli was. Get a feel for Song Tianli. Chapter 144, Lu Yuro's strange behavior. Seeing Lu Yuro agree, a smile appeared on her agent's face. Quickly, she summoned her bodyguard. There are 4 in total. These 4 people's temples were slightly bulging, and it was clear that they had practiced martial arts since they were young. Yu Jibo, you cut a deal with them. Just point it out. Don't hurt their lives. Lu Yuro said. Understood, Song Tianli said, placing his cell phone in his pocket. He looked at the 4 bodyguards and held up a finger. What does this mean? Lu Yuro's agent asked in confusion. It should be resolved with just one move. Lu Yuro explained. Not a move. A finger. Against little trash like them. 1 finger is enough. Song Tianli added from the side. Kid, how dare you call me trash? A bodyguard said angrily. No, I'm not taking it personally. I mean, the few of you are trash, Song Tianli said without mercy. Hearing these words, the 4 bodyguards instantly couldn't hold back and directly rushed towards Song Tianli. Facing the 4 bodyguards coming towards him, Song Tianli slowly raised a finger. Great desolate imprisoning skyfinger. He let out a soft yell, which, of course, he shouted off the top of his head. However, power surged above his fingers. Immediately afterward, a powerful fingerprint flew out from above his finger. Faced with the flying fingerprints, the 4 bodyguards instantly changed their faces. It was because they could feel the powerful energy that filled the top of this fingerprint, as if it was able to suppress everything. Thus, the 4 of them hurriedly teamed up to lay down an energy shield to protect them. Boom! After an earth-shattering boom rang out, the energy shield that the 4 bodyguards had teamed up to put up instantly shattered. Poof! In the next second, the 4 of them simultaneously spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. That's it? Unbeatable, Song Tianli said disdainfully. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Lu Yuro's face. She had known before that Song Tianli's strength wasn't weak, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. These 4 bodyguards of his were all existences of the 5 hidden realms. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to catch a single move from Song Tianli. The 4 bodyguards struggled to get up from the ground, giving Song Tianli a scowling look. The 4 of them joined forces, but they were unable to block Song Tianli's move. They could see that the other party hadn't used their full strength just now. If they used their full strength, they would be able to kill them in one move. Song Tianli's strength was a bit scary as hell. Sister Ya, we're too weak to protect Miss Lu. Farewell on this. At this time, one of the bodyguards looked at Lu Yuro's manager and said, they were defeated by a single move, so they really didn't have the face to stay. Wait, you guys have worked hard to protect Yuro for this period of time. I'll transfer $1 million to you as a hard-working fee for you. By the way, go to the hospital to see the injuries. Wanya said as he looked at the 4. These 4 were not weak, and although they now had Song Tianli, there was no need to offend them. As an agent, learn to try to play nice with everyone. These bodyguards had been protecting Lu Yuro before and knew quite a lot about her. They shouldn't go out and bullshit if you get in good with them. Thank you, Sister Ya, a bodyguard said gratefully. They work as bodyguards for people for money. Now that Wanya was willing to give them money, they naturally wouldn't refuse. After receiving the money, the 4 bodyguards turned around and left, and Wanya turned his gaze to Song Tianli. Song Tianli was playing with his cell phone by himself, as if he was an outsider. At the moment he was swiping through the jitterbugs, searching for the right choice of ability for him. For some time, he had been busy, either busy cultivating or busy counting the people of the 10 great clans. Didn't even bother to brush up on Shakeology, which would be a natural thing to catch up on. Of course, one of the most important reasons was because those existing abilities of Song Tianli were already enough for him. When fighting, he has the quest skills from Naruto. If he cultivated, he could split into hundreds of doppelgangers to cultivate at the same time, and with 10 times the efficiency of his work, his speed was able to increase by thousands of times. And, by killing someone, he can plunder the other person's combat power. The increase in strength aspect is as fast as it can be. For staying alive, he had dozens of other cards. To be honest, he didn't really seem to have any abilities that he desperately needed right now. Still, it's always nice to have new abilities. So, he's going to grab some time and brush up on his short videos. Yuro, can he be trusted? Wanya came to Lu Yuro's side and asked. Lu Yuro's identity was too sensitive. If she was just strong and not trustworthy, then she couldn't stay. Don't worry, he's trustworthy, Lu Yuro said with great certainty. From her point of view, Song Tianli was the one who addressed her as his master. So naturally, there was no one more trustworthy than him. Ness. At this moment, Song Tianli suddenly said excitedly. This voice of his instantly caught Lu Yuro and Wanya's attention. Yuro, why do I feel that he's a little less cerebral? Wanya couldn't help but ask when he saw Song Tianli's silly appearance. He grew up cultivating and seldom had contact with the outside world, so he's not quite the same as the average person. Lu Yuro gave Song Tianli an excuse. He was from the other world, and could indeed be said to be, well, different from the average person. Both the insights and the thinking are different. Yu Zhibua, it's time to rest, Lu Yuro hollered. Okay, Lord, boss. Although Song Tianli was swiping the short video, he wasn't immersed in it. He had one mind and two minds, focusing on this conversation between Lu Yuro and Wang Ya. So, when Lu Yuro called out to him, he acted out another wave. He pretended to almost yell out master, but changed it to boss at the critical moment. This was specifically requested by Lu Yuro when she came back. It was indeed unseemly to be heard calling Song Tianli her master. Just like that, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuro's side, completely acting as a bodyguard. Song Tianli's room was next door to Lu Yuro's, and he lay on the bed, observing the other party with his white eyes. So far, he still wasn't sure if Lu Yuro was a chosen of God or not, because Lu Yuro didn't show anything unusual. But there's still a long time ahead, and there are always all sorts of clues to be found. At this moment, Song Tianli observed that Lu Yuro was lying on the bed with a pile of scripts by her side. She's a movie queen. It's not unusual for her to read scripts. However, Song Tianli discovered something very interesting. For each script, Lu Yuro didn't read it in detail, but rather scanned it quickly at a glance. A script with dozens of pages of A4 paper stapled together would take less than 20 seconds for Lu Yuro to skim through. With this look, she doesn't look like she's reading a script. She's looking for something. Chapter 145, A New Choice of Abilities. Song Tianli didn't say anything when he saw this scene and just stared at Lu Yuro quietly. He wanted to see what Lu Yuro would do next. Under Song Tianli's gaze, a stack of nearly 20 centimeter thick basics was turned over by Lu Yuro in less than half an hour. She threw the last of her scripts on the bed and lay back down with a look of helplessness on her face. How come it doesn't fit? These scripts are either at too low a level, like a weakling, or they don't move the first war god of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. This span is too big, Lu Yuro muttered to herself. Song Tianli frowned slightly when he saw the scene. It stands to reason that as an actor, if you want to go through with a story, you should look at the content of the script to see if it's good enough and if the story is moving enough. These comments made by Lu Yuro just now didn't seem like comments on the script at all. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and began to look up the movies and dramas that Lu Yuro had acted in. Of course, the main query is for movies and TV shows that appeared after June 8th, because if Lu Yuro really was the chosen one, then she wouldn't be able to start using the golden finger until after June 8th. So, if there was anything unusual about her, it was from June 8th onward. After checking on the internet, Song Tianli really found an unusual place. After June 8th, Lu Yuro only has 2 dramas on the air. Lu Yuro, in the middle of one of these plays, plays the role of a magician disguised as a magician. When he saw the introduction of this plot, Song Tianli instantly got goosebumps. He felt like he'd found his blind spot. After all, when he first met Lu Yuro was playing the magician. It is impossible to say that there is no connection between the two, but one play alone doesn't mean much. So, Song Tianli continued to browse. Lu Yuro's second play had extremely poor word of mouth and was scolded by netizens to the point where she almost went into self-imposed isolation, because this movie can be considered bad in terms of plot, production, or the acting of the others. The rating on one platform, only 3.6 out of 5. With a rating like that, it could be considered dead last in the entire movie and television industry. Many people feel that Lu Yuro, a movie queen, is cutting her own feathers by taking on such a drama. Some people also said that Lu Yuro took this drama purely for the sake of money, because a large part of the investment in this drama has become Lu Yuro's paycheck. Some movie critics scolded Lu Yuro. Song Tianli paid no attention to these tirades. He turned on the movie, which had only a 3.6 rating, and watched it. After just 5 minutes of watching it, he had the urge to turn it off. This can't even be described as a bad movie. It's just hot. However, in order to understand Lu Yuro a little bit more, he still forced himself to endure the discomfort and watched the entire movie all the way through at several times the speed. The whole movie is told in a very simple way, with Lu Yuro playing the role of a young sister of a sword clan. In the beginning, it was not very strong, but with the successive deaths of her master, her brother, she begins to run away. During her escape, she had some strange encounters and made rapid progress. He eventually killed his enemy with his hands and avenged his master and brother. I have grown tremendously myself. The show is very dogmatic and the plot is very retarded. From an actor's point of view, if it wasn't for the money, one really wouldn't take on this kind of script. However, Lu Yuro is not short of money or fame, and to take on such a play is very puzzling. As the saying goes, anomalies are demons. Lu Yuro must have her own agenda for doing such an unorthodox thing. What the specific purpose was, Song Tianlian did not know yet. However, following Lu Yuro's side, he would always know. If Lu Yuro was the chosen one, then what she did must have something to do with the golden finger. Through observation, Song Tianli realized that Lu Yuro had a look of disappointment on her face after going through all the scripts. She then headed to the bathroom and got ready to take a shower. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli hurriedly closed his blank eyes. Nonchalance, 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 he said hastily. It wasn't that he didn't have any thoughts about beautiful women. It was really that Lu Yuro was a bit too beautiful. If he really saw her bathing, Song Tianli was worried that his desire would overcome his reason and he wouldn't be able to control himself. In case he did something irrational and was discovered by the other party, then there would be no way for him to continue to stay by Lu Yuro's side and observe if she was a chosen of God. Seeing Lu Yuro start to take a shower, Song Tianli took out his cell phone and continued to brush up on short videos. After a long time of swiping, he finally reached a multiple-choice question that had him a bit stumped. If you are allowed to have the peak ability of the most powerful person you know, from your own ancestry, however, you can't be in close contact with a woman for 10 years. The greater the degree of contact, the more serious the injury is, and once the negative distance contact is made, you will die. Are you willing to do so? When Song Tianli saw this scene, his brows furrowed. 10 years without negative distance contact with a woman was something he was able to do, but he didn't know anything about his family's ancestors. I don't know. He has some great ancestry, and there seems to be no way to examine it. After thinking about it, he chose to be willing. It was because his dad, Song Si-hai, was able to make the entire top 10 families hold their heads up with his own strength 20 years ago. I don't think it's weak. He didn't know any great people in his ancestry, but his dad was kind of his ancestor. If that's not possible, it's okay for him to have his dad's powers. Of course, he'd have to find his dad and ask him how strong his dad's peak strength was, and if it exceeded his current one. If it exceeds that, then he's a blood moneymaker with this ability. Other than that, he could ask his dad. Does his dad know if they have any cowboy bigots in their ancestry? If there was, it might be a surprise for him. When Song Tianli chose willing, something like an input box appeared in his mind. In this and an input box, you can enter the name of your ancestor. It's just a shame that he knows so little about his own ancestors now and will have to wait until he meets his dad. However, the cost of this ability had already presented itself to him. He could clearly perceive it. The good news was that he had previously acquired the Orc's Divine Ruling Coin, which would cut his cost in half. 10 years of not being able to be intimate with a woman turned into 5 years, and the extent of the injury, likewise, shrunk by half. For example, a kiss that would break all 4 limbs has now become 2 limbs. In other words, within 5 years, starting today, Song Tianli cannot get too close to a woman. Unless, of course, he could take out a few more chosen and use their divine ruler coins to reduce the cost of the ability post-choice. Chapter 146 Lu Yuro, who was interested in her profession. Song Tianli had a feeling that if he hunted enough chosen of God, sooner or later, the cost of his ability to choose is negligible. I don't know what kind of people are descending on Goldfinger. This current situation is a typical way for them, the chosen of God, to engage in internecine warfare. It's like raising a parasite. The one who survives in the end is the strongest compulsion. And it's out of body. If you don't kill others, once they know the identity of the chosen one, they will try to kill you as well. This was also why, after Song Tianli encountered a chosen of God, he would try to do everything he could to figure out the other party's golden finger and then cut them down. If he doesn't kill them now, he'll be feeding a tiger. When they grew up in the future, once they encountered it, then he was leaving himself an opponent. By then, he might be the one to die. After getting a satisfactory ability, Song Tianli also closed his eyes and rested very much. He didn't detach his detachment to be on guard because he was worried that Lu Yuro sensed that there was more than one person in his room. So far, he wasn't sure what exactly Lu Yuro was capable of. Therefore, did not dare to expose too much in front of Lu Yuro. Early the next morning, Song Tianli got up. As a bodyguard, it's natural to be competent. Boss, where are we going next? Song Tianli asked. Going to the set, shooting a movie. Lu Yuro replied. As an actor, acting is natural. With that, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuro to the set. Today is Lu Yuro's first day on a new crew. They're filming a drama called Eternal Night. Among them, Lu Yuro is the female number 1 in this drama. And the female one's doppelganger is a rune master. The so-called talisman masters are those who use talisman seals to attack others. Those with a low realm inscribe talismanic seals on paper. Powerful people carve talismanic seals into space. The most powerful talisman masters can use heaven and earth as paper. Another new occupation. Song Tianli muttered. He realized that since June 8th, The roles that Lu Yuro had appeared in seemed to be different in every play. The first play, a magician, is also a wizard. The second play, a practitioner with a sword. The third play, a rune master. Filming is an extremely boring thing, especially this kind of scene that can fly away from the sky. The reason is that most of this kind of theater relies on post-production special effects. It would have been extra awkward to watch live. Song Tianli only stared slightly for a moment before withdrawing his eyes. The scene, it's just so awkward. He felt that he was now able to thumb his foot and snap out 3 rooms. Actors aren't that good, and it's not easy to make sure you don't laugh. So he made small talk with the staff member next to him. Let me ask you guys an intelligence test. Do you know how many steps it takes to load an elephant into a refrigerator? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Lu Yuro's makeup artist next to him. 5 steps? No. 3 steps? How does that make sense? To fit an elephant in the refrigerator. The first step, open the door. Step 2, put the elephant in the room. Step 3, close the refrigerator door. Ha 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 ha, what a crap question this is. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Lu Yuro's makeup artist couldn't help but burst out laughing despite her cursing mouth. And do you know how many steps it takes to put a giraffe in the refrigerator? Tianli Song asked. 3 steps too. Wrong, it's 4 steps. Step 1, open the refrigerator door. Step 2, take the elephant out. Step 3, put the giraffe in. Step 4, close the refrigerator door. Ha ha ha, Bo, you get another one out. I've got the hang of it. I just can't believe I'm not right. Which animal didn't go to the animal convention in the forest? Moose, because moose are lost. Wrong, it's a giraffe, because the giraffe is still in the fridge? Ha ha ha. While Lu Yuro was filming, Song Tianli used some of Blue Star's little jokes and some brain teasers to make all of Lu Yuro's makeup artists laugh. And, as time goes on, more and more people are getting involved. When Lu Yuro returned from filming, she saw many people surrounding Song Tianli. Bo, tell me another one. Bo, I want to hear the story of the doujinshi transforming into a horse. I want to hear the story of my brother-in-law chasing the sun. The people who surrounded Song Tianli were talking, making Song Tianli tell stories. What are you guys talking about? Lu Yuro asked curiously at this time. Hearing his voice, the crowd surrounding Song Tianli instantly all scattered in all directions. What are you telling them? Lu Yuro looked at Song Tianli and asked. It's about a story of a fighting horse. This is the story of a group of alchemists, taking place in the Kanglin continent, where there is no fancy magic, only fighting chi rehearsed to its peak. Song Tianli simply recounted the story of the fighting chi transforming into a horse. The more Lu Yuro listened, the brighter her eyes became, and the more intense the delight in her eyes became. This story is so interesting. Bo, can you write this story as a script? This story would be a hit if it were made. Of course, I won't let you write for nothing. I'll pay you for it. Lu Yuro asked a little nervously. No problem. Are you going to play the female lead in it? Song Tianli asked curiously. Instead of playing the female lead, you take the male lead in this and change it to a female. I'll play him. Lu Yuro said with certainty. If this were to change the protagonist to a woman, the coolness above would be a little bit worse. Song Tianli stared closely at Lu Yuro as he said this. The reason he talked so much with those makeup artists was to arouse Lu Yuro's curiosity. Then as a matter of course, he made the Douchi transformation horse appear in front of Lu Yuro, because he wanted to verify a suspicion of his own. It doesn't matter, just go ahead and write. Stories like this, girls like to read them too. To this, Lu Yuro didn't care at all. Okay, no problem. I know so many stories besides the fights that turn into horses. For example, the Geishur divine doctor, the Jedi physician, the Jedi gun god. Song Tianli said the names of several kinds of stories in one breath. These, all of them, were novels that he had read when he was in Blue Star. What these novels have in common is that the protagonist of each one has a different profession. He realized that Lu Yuro seemed to be extraordinarily interested in the occupation of the protagonist in the story. So, he deliberately said this to verify this guess of his. Hearing the string of names that Song Tianli spoke out, Lu Yuro stared at him closely as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Chapter 147, Testing Lu Yuro. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Facing Lu Yuro's greedy eyes, Song Tianli pretended to be afraid and asked, You seem to know a lot of stories? Lu Yuro looked at Song Tianli and asked, Yes, when I was in Shrek Academy, I was the king of stories, and I've read a lot of stories from above the Blue Star. It's no exaggeration to say that all of you people combined may not even know as many stories as I do, Song Tianli said in a smug tone. Hearing him say that, Lu Yuro smiled even more happily. She had thought that Song Tianli had good strength and could only be a toolman. I didn't realize there were surprises. You write down all the stories you know for me, Lu Yuro said hurriedly. Write it all down? That would take years. I write 8,000 words a day, and it would take at least a year to finish a story. When Song Tianli said this, his eyes were firmly fixed on Lu Yuro. He wanted to see if Lu Yuro was that desperate for time. After all, the chosen of God had to make time to improve their strength. Really, if you're only writing one story a year, it's yellow. As expected, when she heard Song Tianli say that she would only be able to finish writing a story in a year, Lu Yuro, who originally had a smiling face, changed her face slightly. Tell you what, you write the story you know, as briefly as you can. The plot, it doesn't need to be too exciting, as long as the story is well told. Some unnecessary plots are saved when they can be. It's best to finish with a few tens of thousands of words, and try not to exceed 100,000 words, Lu Yuro said. But then the point of the story is gone. Song Tianli asked. That doesn't matter. Just need the story to be complete, Lu Yuro said without a care in the world. Okay, then I need a pen and paper. Song Tianli agreed. He was now 90% certain that Lu Yuro was the chosen one, and his gold finger is related to the main character in the story. It could be the protagonist's profession or the protagonist's ability. At this point, it's not 100% certain. So, he still needs some trial and error. There's a computer at Ye's place, so you can just write on it. I'm not very good with that thing. I'll stick with pen and paper. Hearing Song Tianli say this, Lu Yuro remembered that Song Tianli came from a different world. It's normal to not be too good with things from this world. However, what she didn't know was that besides Song Tianli saying this because he wanted to maintain his persona, the more important thing was to stall for time. Writing a story with pen and paper is slower and allows for scribbling. Sister Ye, get me a stack of A4 paper and 2 pens over here, Lu Yuro said to her agent. When Song Tianli got a pen and paper, he thought a little and started writing. The first story he was going to write was The Fighting Horse. Synopsis: there is no fancy magic here. There is only fighting chi that is practiced to its peak. Yu Zhibua. Remember to write the main characters of the story, all as females, Lu Yuro admonished. Boss, you can rest assured that I'll do my job, Song Tianli said with confidence. Seeing his confident eyes, Lu Yuro didn't say anything more, drank some water, and continued to go to the movie. As an actress, she is dedicated. Song Tianli looked at Lu Yuro, who continued to go to the movie, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. His harvest was still quite large, and in just one day of following behind Lu Yuro, he had already gotten so much information. The next thing to do is to take your previous guesses and put them to the test. If you want to verify it, it's not possible at this point in time. There are too many people on the set. As a cultivator, but you can't just strike out at ordinary people. It would attract the inspection team. The main responsibility of the inspection team was to balance the relationship between cultivators and ordinary people. The inspection team made a rule that cultivators can't strike at ordinary people. Once you find out, you'll be hunted down by the inspection team. So often, it's a dark and stormy night, a day of murder and fire. While Lu Yuro was filming, Song Tianli took a pen and paper and wrote Fighting Chi Transformation Horse. For the Fighting Spirit Transformation Horse, he only remembered the general plot, so he made up his own as he recalled it. The good thing is, in 2 lives, he's built up a good writing skill. Night, creeping in. During the day, Song Tianli used A4 paper to write 6,000 words on the fighting horse. Of course, it's not as tedious as the original novel, which is the fast-forward version. In just 6,000 words, the old carry-on grandfather makes an appearance and expounds on the profession of alchemist. When Lu Yuro saw the story written by Song Tianli, she was extremely satisfied. He bought Song Tianli a lot of delicious food and told him to keep writing, speed up the process, and hurry to finish. After Song Tianli returned to his room, he didn't move his pen at the first opportunity, but used the art of sneaking and left. Multiple shadow split technique. After leaving the hotel, he came to an unoccupied place and manifested multiple doppelgangers. Tonight, he planned to test Lu Yuro. The reason why he hadn't summoned his doppelganger in the hotel was because he was worried about being perceived by Lu Yuro. Sometimes, it's better to be a little bit of a pain in the ass than to be insured. Song Tianli wasn't in a hurry anyway, so it didn't matter if it was a bit of trouble. After manifesting his doppelganger, Song Tianli then returned to the hotel and began to renew his Do Chi transformation horse. After about 10 minutes, he stopped his pen. It's about time. After his words fell, all of a sudden, 2 silhouettes came speeding from the distance, heading straight for the room where Lu Yuro was. At this moment, Lu Yuro was taking a bath, and those 2 figures passed through the window and entered her room. Who? Lu Yuro, who was taking a bath, sensed that someone had barged in and hurriedly shouted out. At the same time, as fast as he could, he wrapped himself in a bath towel and rushed out of the bathroom. Ms. Lu, we don't want to hurt you. If you are sensible, come with us, one of them said. Who are you guys? Lu Yuro said as she looked at the two. She knocked on the wall as she spoke. Our young master is extraordinarily in love with Miss Lu, so he sent the two of us to come and bring Miss Lu back. Please also cooperate a little more with Ms. Lu so that she doesn't get hurt. The man continued. Lu Yuro was the dream girl of many people, and it was more than normal for someone to hit on her, so this reasoning is valid. You guys tell me who your young master is first. If it's famous, I don't mind having something with him, Lu Yuro said with a smile. She's stalling. She didn't want to expose her strength until it was absolutely necessary. She stalled for a moment, hoping that Song Tianli would catch on and come from next door. Chapter 148, The Mighty Lu Yuro. Who our young master is, Miss Lu will naturally know after she goes back with us. Miss Lu, I'm offended, the two men said and came towards Lu Yuro, facing the two people rushing towards her. Lu Yuro's eyes did not show any panic. It was because she had sensed that Song Tianli had appeared. Scram! Sure enough, right at this moment, a furious voice rang out. Immediately after, a figure blocked in front of Lu Yuro, and against the two people who rushed over. It was a flying kick. Bang! Bang! After two collision sounds rang out, the two people who had rushed towards Lu Yuro all flew out backwards. After those two's feet slid out a distance on the ground, they looked at Lu Yuro warily. At this moment, there was a majestic man standing in front of Lu Yuro. It was Song Tianli. What kind of curmudgeon dares to strike at my master? Die for little master, Song Tianli said and attacked the two. Those two men ignored Song Tianli's tirade, as they both gave each other a wink, and they rushed towards Song Tianli, one on the left and one on the right. Thus, the three of them fought in the middle of Lu Yuro's room. Song Tianli's attack was very simple, just using the simplest punches, and the two men all pulled out daggers. Bull Demon Fist, Song Tianli shouted casually. Seeing the cold light above the dagger, he didn't hesitate and quickly swung his fist. At that moment, a fist mark flashed continuously. Bang bang bang. Only a series of collision sounds rang out continuously. The items furnished in Lu Yuro's room all shattered in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the two dagger-wielding men were losing ground. The point is solid. Withdraw, one of the men said. After saying that, the two of them hurriedly backed up and instantly jumped out of the window. Little thief, where to go? Song Tianli roared angrily and flew out after him. Yu Zhibua, no need to chase, Lu Yuro shouted loudly from behind. It was a pity that she was too late to speak. Song Tianli had already flown out of the window by this time. Looking too beautiful is also a kind of trouble, Lu Yuro said to herself. She didn't have any of the panic of going through a fight, just a bit of distress on her face. Such a thing. In fact, she had experienced it in the old days. It's just that, in the past, these people who wanted to do something bad to her wouldn't have broken into the hotel so blatantly. Instead, they used connections on all sides to force her hand. I didn't expect this one to be so blatant. What had just happened seemed long, but it was only a few dozen seconds. Neither the hotel, nor Lu Yuro's agent had reacted yet. Lu Yuro ignored the mess in the house and turned right toward the bathroom. She was halfway through the shower and there was still foam on her head and body that she had to wash off quickly. However, just at this time, two more figures jumped in from among the windows. Young master is really skillful, knowing that she is surrounded by powerful bodyguards. Now that the bodyguards are distracted, we can easily get our hands on them, those two men said. Once again, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards Lu Yuro. This caused Lu Yuro's brows to furrow. She hadn't expected there to be a second wave, but at this time, Yu Jibo had gone after the two men from earlier, and there was no one left to protect her. Stop, you guys don't come over, Lu Yuro said loudly. Only, her words were not heeded by those two. Why are you forcing me? Seeing that the two were unmoved, Lu Yuro said softly. She snapped her fingers as she said this. In an instant, a magic staff appeared in her hand. This scene caused the two men who rushed over to frown slightly, because the thing they saw appear in Lu Yuro's hand was a magic staff, not a magic wand. The magic wand thing is basically all over the place, but magic wands, well, they're pretty much non-existent. Only to see Lu Yuro holding the magic staff, her mouth recited the words, and then waved it. With the wave of the magic staff, a huge fireball headed towards Song Tianli's two doppelgangers. That's right, whether it was the person who intended to kidnap Lu Yuro at the very beginning, or the two people who appeared later, they were all Song Tianli's doppelgangers. It's all a play he made up and directed. In order to do so, test Lu Yuro's bottom line. Lu Yuro used a magic attack, which was the same as her main character's ability in the middle of the first drama that aired after June 8th. Based on Song Tianli's understanding of this world, it seemed that there was no such profession as a magician among the 9 states. There were quite a few skills that could send out fireball spells, but there were not many that could send them out in such a way. Magic attacks that are made out of thin air. The average person doesn't have the ability to do that. Something like creating something out of nothing is something only the chosen one can do. Water transportation, water dragon bomb. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers used a compatible water attribute attack. When the two attacks collided together, instantly a large amount of water vapor appeared in the room. Just as Song Tianli's doppelganger was about to launch another attack, he suddenly realized that a cold light had appeared amidst the mass of water vapor. This is Sword Chi. Sensing the incoming cold light, Song Tianli's doppelganger made a judgment while retreating. Inside the second drama aired by Lu Yuro, she plays a person who cultivates swords. Therefore, at this moment, she cast out her sword chi. It all makes sense. I don't know. Next, will she make a rune seal? Song Tianli's doppelganger thought silently in his heart. For that matter, he didn't know. Because rune seals were the talisman master's specialty. In order to use them, one must first become a talisman master. And Lu Yuro's third movie and TV drama is being filmed and hasn't been aired yet. It didn't air, so I don't know if there's no way for Lu Yuzhua to use the abilities of the characters inside the movie or TV show. It would also be an extremely useful piece of information to know. Thinking of this, Song Tianli's doppelganger quickly retreated. Points are solid. Withdraw. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said to the other. The two doppelgangers then hurriedly flew out of the hotel's window as fast as they could. He'd learned enough for tonight. Fighting with Lu Yuro any longer would easily invite trouble for himself, because there's a chance that a member of the patrol group might show up. Moreover, they had just caused such a big commotion that they had already attracted the attention of others. Seeing Song Tianli's two doppelgangers leave, Lu Yuro didn't chase after them. It was enough for her to repel the thieves. If we pursue, we might encounter a trap. People are wicked, and it's possible that the other side has already set a trap and is waiting for her to get into it. Chapter 149 Absorbing Popularity. Alas! After thinking of this possibility, Lu Yuro let out a long sigh. This was the first time she had ever fought someone, and she knew that from today onwards, her identity as a cultivator had been exposed. It was possible that her divine chosen's detachment, too, might not be able to hide. She had to plan ahead. Bang! At this time, the door to Lu Yuro's room was pushed open and her manager rushed in. Yuro, what happened? Are you okay? Wang Ya asked nervously. The battle just now lasted just over a minute. It took her less than 2 minutes from hearing the commotion to appearing in Lu Yuro's room. She didn't even wear shoes because she was in a hurry. I'm fine. Lu Yuro waved her hand. As she spoke, Song Tianli flew in from outside the window. He seemed to have a hint of smugness on his face at this point. Tiny mole cricket, how dare you fight with me? Death is not enough. Boss, I killed all those too. Song Tianli said somewhat invitingly. Only, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, his brow furrowed, for he saw that the room was a mess. It's not the same as when he left. Boss, this is. So, he wanted to open his mouth to ask Lu Yuro what happened. Although he knew all about what was going on here, he had to ask what he needed to ask to get the show on the road. However, Song Tianli was interrupted by Lu Yuro just as he called out an epithet. We'll talk about this later. Sister Ya, first report this matter to the hotel and the inspection team, and say that we were attacked by unknown cultivators. Arrange another presidential suite. Yu Zhibua, you move in with me, Lu Yuro said to Wang Ya and Song Tianli. Good. Wang Ya nodded. After she said that, she turned around and went to make arrangements. She had guessed what had happened from the mess and destruction of the room. She hadn't expected anyone to be so bold. After seeing Wang Ya leave, Lu Yuro turned her gaze to Song Tianli. Yu Jiwa, from now on, you won't move an inch from my side. Even if I go to the bathroom, you have to guard the door. If something like tonight happens again, after you repel the incoming enemy, do not pursue. Everything is based on my safety. Understand? Lu Yuro said as she looked at Song Tianli. Next, she decided to keep her hands to herself if she could, because the more you do it, the more you are exposed. And Yu Jibo is not weak. He's strong enough to handle normal enemies. If, however, she encountered an enemy that she really couldn't fight, then she could only choose to flee. Never make a move until it's absolutely necessary. As a divine chosen, when she encountered ordinary cultivators, even if they were strong, she was not afraid. Even if she couldn't fight, she had the ability to save her life. But then she was afraid of meeting the chosen one. Once the chosen of God sensed everything about her through their encounters with her, she would be in danger. It had to be said that Lu Yuro's thinking was indeed very thorough. Only, unfortunately, it was too late. What she didn't know, Max's oldest six, had shown up early, and she was extremely trusting. Boss, don't worry. From now on, as long as I'm alive, no one will be able to harm a hair on your head. I, Yu Ji Bo, swear to guard my boss to the death. Song Tianli spoke forcefully. I believe you. Lu Yuro's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude as she looked at Song Tianli. Luckily, she had summoned Song Tianli yesterday without her knowledge. It gave her a big boost. Very quickly, Wanya arranged the presidential suite. In the presidential suite, there were several rooms. Song Tianli was in the living room outside, and Lu Yuro was in the bedroom inside. At this moment, Song Tianli was lying on top of the sofa, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. From the current information he had, Lu Yuro was 100% a chosen of God. Also, she has a peculiar golden touch. According to Song Tianli's speculation, any movie or television show she had acted in, whether it was a movie or a television show, she would be able to obtain the ability, or occupation, of the corresponding character. Whether it was specifically an ability, or a profession, Song Tianli wasn't sure. He favors careers. At the very beginning when he met Lu Yuro was still playing the role of a magician. It doesn't seem necessary to play as a magician if you're acquiring its powers, because the character of the first play that Lu Yuro acted in was a magician dressed as a magician. Why would you want to play a magician again if you just gained the ability to be a wizard or a magician? After thinking about it, Song Tianli felt that there was a possibility that the acquisition of the occupation was not quite complete and was lacking. Therefore, Lu Yuro was going to dress up as a magician again to make up for the missing profession. Of course, whether it was or not, Song Tianli wasn't sure. It was all a guess on his part. He wasn't 100% sure. Since it's a guess, it's possible to guess wrong. That was why, instead of immediately striking out at Lu Yuro, he continued to follow her around. For the next few days, Song Tianli followed Lu Yuro's side. He continued to compose his Do-Chi transformation horse while observing Lu Yuro, and apart from filming, Lu Yuro just stayed in her room all the time. She stayed in her room, not sleeping, but practicing. Only, the way she cultivated was not by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth like Song Tianli did. Instead, it absorbs an unseen energy. If Song Tianli didn't possess white eyes, he wouldn't have been able to perceive this energy at all. This is a bit like the energy He Tianrui absorbed. Song Tianli said to himself, He Tianrui is the chef of the delicious bistro, who was taken under his wing. In the beginning, He Tianrui's golden finger was to absorb the popularity in them through the customer's recognition of the delicious bistro's food. Now these energies that Lu Yuro had absorbed were also somewhat like popularity. Where does her popularity come from? Song Tianli pondered. Popularity, as the name suggests, is possessed by people. The popularity that He Tianrui absorbed was generated after the customers of the delicious bistro recognized the food he made. Then the popularity on Lu Yuro should be similar. Of course, she's not going to cook, but she's the queen of the song and the queen of the movie. Her fans for sure recognize her. It is likely, then, that the popularity was absorbed from these fans. Her popularity is basically a household name in the 9 states, and her fan base is extremely large. If she absorbed popularity from these people, then her strength would naturally grow extremely fast. When they exchanged blows before, Song Tianli discovered that Lu Yuro possessed the strength of at least the 5 prefecture realm. This was only the exposed ones, and he couldn't say exactly how strong the unexposed ones were. With such a huge fan base, it makes sense that her strength has grown so quickly. Chapter 150 Song Tianli's various speculations. Something suddenly occurred to Song Tianli. Actor, or singer is also a profession. If Lu Yuro's golden finger was related to career play, then these 2 careers that she played were undoubtedly very outstanding. After all, it's in character. If it was said that when Lu Yuro's playing degree for a certain profession, after reaching a certain level, she would receive a certain reward, then the 2 professions she played, singer and actress, must have brought her very rich rewards. What exactly was the reward? Song Tianli did not know, but according to the nature of Goldfinger's urine, the rewards given are usually extraordinary. It made sense that Lu Yuro possessed the strength of at least the 5 prefectures realm. Maybe it would be stronger. The strength shown before was just what he wanted to show him. It is a well-known fact that the chosen of God are treacherous people. Thinking of this, Song Tianli was suddenly grateful beyond measure that he had not rashly struck out at Lu Yuro head-on, but had only tried it out sideways. If you strike head-on, there's a good chance you'll get hit. I don't know how well she's done playing completion in her profession as a magician. For some time now, she has not even thought of acting as a magician again, and it is thought that the playing of the magician should have been consummated, or nearly consummated. Thinking of this, Song Tianli opened his cell phone and started searching online about the videos of the Heavenly Visitor and the Great Changing Man. Not to mention, this search came up with quite a few. These scenes were very familiar to him, the very same ones he had suddenly appeared on stage earlier. He had seen many videos of the host trying to find a break in this magic trick. However, many bloggers say a lot of things but don't tell the whole story. So, he started flipping through the reviews. This isn't magic, is it? This is magic. Agreeing with upstairs. It's magic cloaked in magic. Otherwise, how could there be no breakage at all? Lu is worthy of being the fastest rising and most famous magician in the 9 states. Lu Yu's hand is a bullseye, voice breaking. Looking at the comments, Song Tianli came to a realization. This festive Lu Yuro's magician was already famous in the 9 states. Her fame, in the magician's world, is no less than that of her singer in the singer's world. Therefore, Lu Yuro doesn't have to play the magician anymore. The magician doesn't have to go as a magician. I don't know if I need to play as a wizard. The two professions are in the same play. Potentially, and only one needs to be played successfully. Then, if my guess is correct, then Lu Yuro must be playing the swordsman profession. But she hasn't done anything in a while. Did I guess wrong? She doesn't need to play? As Song Tianli lay on the sofa, many thoughts appeared in his mind. So far, he's been making guesses based on the information he already has. There were many possibilities he guessed at, but none of them were 100% certain. To take down Lu Yuro 100%, he still needed some more information. Just as Song Tianli was rambling and making all sorts of guesses, the door to Lu Yuro's room opened. Yu Jibo, come in for a moment, she said in a soft voice. This voice made Song Tianli inexplicably think of the scene where the goblin called out to Elder Tang. He stood up and slowly walked towards Lu Yuro's room. He felt as if he was about to enter not a bedroom, but a goblin's cave. Gently shaking his head to get rid of some unwarranted thoughts, Song Tianli walked into the middle of Lu Yuro's room. Boss, what are you doing dressed like that? Song Tianli asked. He realized that Lu Yuro was wearing a loose nightclothes, making it impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman underneath the nightclothes. Here, put it on and go out with me for a bit later, Lu Yuro said as she handed Song Tianli a set of nightclothes. What are we going to do here? Song Tianli asked while wearing his nightclothes. In fact, by this time, he had some sort of conjecture in his mind. Lu Yuro was most likely going to play the role of a swordsman at this time and go on a chivalrous journey. Don't ask what you shouldn't, and I'll tell you what you should know. After you walk out of this room, you'll only grow ears, not a mouth. Understand? Lu Yuro did not explain, but said with a serious expression. Yes, master, Song Tianli also said in a serious tone. When Song Tianli had also put on his nightclothes, Lu Yuro opened the window. Go, she said, and with a flash of her body, she jumped out the window. Of course, she didn't fall, because, with her current strength, she was also already able to fly. Song Tianli followed closely behind. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he had to get verification before he could know what exactly Lu Yuro was going to do. Just like that, he followed behind Lu Yuro without saying a word. Just now, since Lu Yuro had said that after he left the room, he would only grow ears and not a mouth, then he will be an obedient follower. Lu Yuro, who appeared outside, didn't wander around the world like a headless fly. She just closed her eyes and felt it carefully. After about 10 seconds or so, she looked in one direction. Follow me, she said to Song Tianli. After saying that, she flew off in a direction. Song Tianli followed closely behind. He also let go of his senses, but sensed nothing. He knew that this should be Lu Yuro's golden finger, or the golden finger brought with it, a unique ability. After about 2 minutes of flying, the two arrived in the middle of an alley. At this moment, in the middle of this alley, there were 2 men, stopping 2 women who were a bit drunk and dressed extraordinarily cool. The 2 men, every now and then, reached out and grabbed and groped at the 2 women's bodies. The 2 women, who were originally a bit drunk, seemed to have completely sobered up by this time, and kept backing up, blocking the harassment of the 2 men. Dressing so slutty in the middle of the night, isn't it just to seduce men? Brother is here, what are you hiding for? One of the men said while touching. You guys get out of here, do it again and we'll call the police. A woman said as she pulled in a sob. Call the police. Hold me, the man said and lunged at one of the women. Get out of my way. Hurry up and get out of my way. The woman being held shouted loudly while struggling hard. However, her strength was too little, and her struggles were to no avail. Her so-called struggles just turned the man on even more. Quickly, a piece of clothing on the woman's body was torn off. All of a sudden, the top half of her body was down to her most flattering clothes. If it's a little more, it's going to be a spring break. Chapter 151 Freedom of Dress for Women. Beauty, don't be envious, brother is here too. The other man, too, was not idle. Just as he lunged towards the remaining woman, suddenly Lu Yuro descended from the sky. She kicked directly above the first man's chest. Then, raising his palm, he slapped the other one right across the face. Immediately, the 2 men, all of them, flew out. Lu Yuro didn't show any mercy, so these 2 men were injured more severely. The man who was kicked in the chest had at least 2 broken ribs. The man who was slapped on the face, half of his face, directly swelled up. If I see you two committing adultery again, I will make your lives worse than death. Scram! Lu Yuro said as she looked at the two men who had fallen to the ground. Her voice was disguised, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. Yes. The two men didn't dare to put a hard word in, said, and hurriedly helped each other and left. Many thanks to this hero. I wonder what the hero calls himself. The woman who was saved looked at Lu Yuro and asked, "My name is Jian Wu Xin. Don't you two ever wear such revealing clothes or drink on a big night again? It's easy to be targeted by unsuspecting people," Lu Yuro said as she looked at the two. However, upon hearing her reminder, the two women instantly exploded. Nowadays, society is free to dress. You should be advising those shameless men not to commit adultery, not telling us both to wear less and not drink. Hearing this woman say this, Lu Yuro was thunderstruck. If the two of them get their way today, then they are criminals. You're asking me to talk to criminals about propriety and honor? You two are hilarious, and I advise you not to stand on a dangerous wall. In turn, you ask me why I don't go and advise dangerous walls. Lu Yuro really didn't understand this woman's brain circuit. It's not always possible to wear a lot of clothes without being violated, and it's not always possible to be wrapped up tight without being violated. Bad guys don't have a bottom line, and it has nothing to do with how much clothing they wear. This society should teach men more not to sin, instead of restricting what girls can wear. The woman continued. Ridiculous. How can this society convince criminals when it can't even convince people like you? You feel free to dress, so you do. You can wear it however you want. You can even go out without it. Only, if you are violated again, don't blame others for not admonishing you. Lu Yuro left after saying this. She couldn't help but curse. She thought, if she kept talking to a woman like that, a person, can be stupid, but not stupid. Sometimes stupid people are worse than criminals. Seeing Lu Yuro leave, the woman cursed and muttered in a low voice, not knowing what she was saying. Her expression looked indignant. After Lu Yuro left, she once again flew into the air. Yu Jibo, why do you think there are people like that? I kindly advised her to put on more clothes to save herself from being hurt, and she says the opposite, that she has the freedom to dress. Lu Yuro couldn't help but spit at Song Tianli. At these words, Song Tianli didn't answer as if he hadn't heard them. After waiting for half a day and not waiting for Song Tianli's following, Lu Yuro turned her head to look at him. Why don't you say something? Song Tianli pointed to his mouth and then waved his hand. It means, before I go out. Didn't you say, after I go out? I have only my ears and not my mouth. You can say what I ask. Lu Yuro couldn't help but say. She didn't expect that Song Tianli would be obedient to this extent. I think it's something that can be summarized in one sentence. Still haven't gotten the short end of the stick. Such a man, once he has been taught a hard lesson by the present world, is more useful than all admonition. Those unsuspecting men who violate women are not really a conflict between men and women. There is no contradiction between men and women. It's also not a conflict between the strong and the vulnerable. It's a conflict between criminals and ordinary people. There's certainly nothing wrong with persuading men not to commit crimes. According to the woman's logic just now, what's problematic is that there are people who he's a criminal and can't be referred to as simply a man or a woman. With criminals, persuasion is useless. If it worked, with the education that mankind has implemented so far, there could be no criminals. Song Tianli was watching the whole thing just now, so he spoke out his point of view. Hearing him say that, Lu Yuro nodded. Indeed, this is not a conflict between men and women. It's a contradiction between criminals and non-criminals. It's like, if you know a person is a murderer, the first thing you would do when you see him is to try to get away from him. When you know that one person in a group of people is a criminal and could strike and kill at any time, the first thing that should be on the minds of almost all people is how to protect themselves, instead of counseling murderers not to kill. In the next period of time, Lu Yuro carried out a few more acts of bravery. She seemed to be able to sense such things, so she didn't need to deliberately look for them. She closed her eyes and felt carefully, and was able to tell where there was injustice. Every time, after seeing justice, the name she left behind was swordless. During this period, Song Tianli just silently followed behind Lu Yuro without making a move. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to make a move, but that Lu Yuro didn't want him to make a move. Of course, Song Tianli wasn't idle either. He opened his white eyes and carefully observed as Lu Yuro struck. He found that Lu Yuro reported Jian Wu Xian's name after she had seen justice. Soon, an energy pours out of the bodies of those who have been saved. What Song Tianli had previously understood as popularity surged towards Lu Yuro's body. However, the number of people that Lu Yuro saved was really too few, so the popularity that poured into her body was pitifully small. If we follow this trend, then the next thing Lu Yuro should do is to promote the name Sword Heartless. just like the magician Lu Yushan. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Lu Yu's name was basically on the verge of becoming a household name. When Jian Wuxin's name, too, reached this kind of level, then Lu Yuro's strength would definitely take another qualitative leap. If Lu Yuro really did this, then Song Tianli would even have a great understanding of her golden finger. At that time, if he made a move to target Lu Yuro, he wouldn't dare to say that he had 100% certainty. At the very least, 70 to 80% certainty was still possible. Coupled with his acting skills and bluffing, there shouldn't be much of a problem taking down Lu Yuro. Chapter 152, Facing Lu Yuro. What Song Tianli had to do now was to wait. He wanted to see if Lu Yuro would, next, do what he thought she would do. If it did, then he was going to have to step in as well. There were countless gods chosen on the divine lands, and he couldn't spend all of his time on Lu Yuro alone. It had been a while since he left Xianzhou, and he didn't know how Starlight and Imperial language were doing. Neither of these two knew much about the real world, and without him watching, something might happen. However, thought there should be none. Luckily, before he left, he explained to Qian Sheng to secretly help look after it. If something was really wrong, Shansong would definitely contact him. Moreover, with the strength of the two, if something was to happen, it would be someone else who had something to do. Absolutely nothing will happen to them. Among the 9 great states, Song Tianli didn't think anyone could harm them. Following behind Lu Yuro, he watched her carry out a night of chivalry, just like a swordsman. Only when the next day was almost dawn did Lu Yuro bring Song Tianli back to the hotel. "Boss, you let me follow you, why don't you let me make a move again?" Song Tianli asked knowingly. "I'm just trying to get a taste of what it's like to be a warrior woman, and if you're out of the way, won't that be an inexperienced experience for me?" Lu Yuro said what she had long thought of saying. For that matter, she had known that Song Tianli would inquire about it. So that's how it is. Song Tianli nodded his head as he pretended to come to a realization. "You're not allowed to tell anyone what we both did tonight, including Sister Ye," Lu Yuro admonished. "Understood. It's a little secret between the two of us." When the next day rolled around, Lu Yuro continued filming and became that soft-looking actress again, as if she couldn't take care of herself. "Perhaps it's time for me to make a move," Song Tianli said silently. Taking advantage of the time Lu Yuro was filming, he took a serious inventory of what Lu Yuro had done. He felt that he had basically learned what he needed to know. Knowing any more about it seems quite unnecessary. After thinking about it, he decided that he would seek a showdown with Lu Yuro this evening. "Let's see if we can take her in." When the daytime shooting was over, Lu Yuro took out her nightclothes in the evening and greeted Song Tianli to go to see justice together. In response, Song Tianli had a little more certainty within his heart. When Lu Yuro led Song Tianli to finish teaching a group of bandits who had stopped and robbed them, she planned to head to another place to continue seeing justice. Suddenly, a couple of men blocked both of their paths. It was none other than Song Tianli's several bilocations. This place they were in now was deliberately chosen by Song Tianli. There were very few people coming and going here, and even if a fight broke out, no one else would show up for a short while. "Boss, I think these guys are coming from a bad place," Song Tianli said to Lu Yuro. "It looks like the same people who attacked me the other night. We'll see what happens. If we can beat them, we'll beat them. If we can't, we'll run," Lu Yuro whispered. She didn't want to expose too much of her strength, so she tried not to make a move if she could. "Tai, who are you people? What do you have to say about blocking our way?" Song Tianli took a step forward and blocked in front of Lu Yuro, looking at his doppelganger and asking, "We're looking for her. It has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Song Tianli's doppelganger pointed at Lu Yuro and said. His tone didn't waver and seemed a bit cold and unfeeling. "Our boss's business is my business. If you guys have anything you want to say to our boss, you have to say it to me first," Song Tianli said righteously. Seeing Song Tianli defending himself so well, Lu Yuro's heart was still quite touched. After all, there was no previous acquaintance between her and Song Tianli, and it was only under the yin and yang that the two had such a relationship now. "You're not qualified. Lu Yuro, come forward and speak. We don't want to get into a fight with you. We just have some things we want to say to you," Song Tianli's doppelganger said loudly. "Like I said, our boss's business is my business. If you have something you want to say to our boss, you have to say it to me first," Song Tianli said as a powerful aura surged out of his body, sweeping toward those people. He didn't use his full strength, only exposing the strength of the 4 prefectures' realm. Facing the aura on him, Song Tianli's bilocation was simply fearless. Instantly, a powerful aura also surged out from his body. Rokufu realm. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, Song Tianli's main body directly retreated 3 steps in a row, staring at his doppelganger with a face of horror. "I have to say," he wrote and directed the script with a sense of detail pulled together. "Boss, these people are a bit strong. I'm afraid I'm no match. We have to find a way to escape. Boss, I'll hold it for you. You find a chance to evacuate. Song Tianli turned his head and whispered to Lu Yuro. Good. In response, Lu Yuro didn't have any indecision, but nodded her head dryly. She had just felt the aura from Song Tianli's split and knew that they were strong. If it was just one person, she was not afraid. However, there were 5 or 6 people on the other side, and she didn't know if there were others in the shadows. At this point in time, we can only die the death of a friend. Just give her a little more time, and her strength will increase tremendously. When the time comes, there's no need to fear these people at all. That bitch is pretty relentless. I worked so hard for my life and didn't say anything about pretending to be polite with me. Song Tianli's essence mentally spat. Scumbags, come and fight. He ignored Lu Yuro and instead looked at his main body and shouted loudly. And Lu Yuro observed the surroundings, looking for and a route to leave. Divine chosen Lu Yuro, if you intend to flee, you won't blame me for invoking divine judgment. At this moment, Song Tianli's doppelganger said loudly. Lu Yuro, who was originally prepared to flee, heard these words and her body instantly stiffened. She had thought that these people had just found out about her big star status and hit on her. It hadn't occurred to me that the identity of her chosen one was known. And if the other party dared to come looking for himself, that meant that the other party had no small amount of certainty. Thus, she gave up her intention to flee and turned around, looking at Song Tianli's doppelganger head on. This is something that has to be dealt with. Who are you? Lu Yuro asked as she looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger. The first messenger under Dao de Tianzun, the chosen one of God. Luffy. Song Tianli's doppelganger spoke out his identity. It was a statement he'd been thinking about for a long time. Sure enough, it's the chosen of God. Hearing the other party announce themselves, Lu Yuro said inwardly, as the same chosen of God, the other party dared to blatantly expose themselves as chosen of God. To do so is either wrong in the head or emboldened. She preferred the second. Chapter 153 Lu Yuro invites the divine judge. In Lu Yuro's opinion, the other party was in the dark and she was in the light. And with the other side emboldened, the situation was bad for her. She didn't realize how much the other side had grasped about her situation. Was the comment about inviting God to judge her just said to scare her? Or did he really have a handle on her? What are you talking about? What chosen of God? Lu Yuro pretended that she didn't understand Song Tianli's alter ego's words. Lu Yuro, there's no need to pretend. I know everything about you. For example, after you became the chosen one on June 8th, you aired your first movie or TV show. You play a magician disguised as a magician in a movie or TV show, and your gold finger is to materialize the abilities of the character in the movie or TV show. Later you played the magician and named yourself Lu Yushu. Then you came next to the second play, and after this play, you became a master with a sword. At the same time, your original status as a singer and actor has allowed you to be recognized by a large number of fans from whom you have absorbed a great deal of popularity. So, you've made a quantum leap in strength. For example, it's now infinitely close to the divine path realm, but it has never broken through. Do you need me to continue? Song Tianli's doppelganger's eyes were filled with playfulness as he spoke. These words of his made Lu Yuro's face become super ugly, because the information that the other party said was perfectly in line with her gold finger. She hadn't thought that the other party's mastery of her golden fingers had reached this point. All this time, she thought she was hiding it very well. I didn't realize that it was like being stripped naked and exposed so thoroughly. For a second, she was in a cold sweat. She knew very well that as long as the other party invited the divine judge, she would basically be ruined. What God's chosen? What invitation to God's ruling? Ooh-hoo. If you want to fight, let's fight. It's not a good man to be afraid of you. At this moment, Song Tianli's main body said loudly, Yu Ji Bo, from the otherworldly Shrek Academy, summoned here by Lu Yuro. You think you're hiding well? Song Tianli's doppelganger said again. Once his words came out, Lu Yuro's eyes widened once again. It was even if the other party knew all of her information, but they even knew where Yu Ji Bo came from. Yu Ji Bo followed her, except for the name she informed the others. Otherwise, she didn't reveal a single thing. Your golden finger. Could it be that you are able to look through a person's biography? Lu Yuro asked as she looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger. Other than that, she couldn't think of a reason why the other woman would know so much about her. It's none of your business. I've come to beckon you down by order of Lord Celestial. If you don't want to die, then submit to Lord Heavenly Father. Song Tianli's doppelganger said. Hearing him say that, Lu Yuro didn't say anything else, but just stared at him with unblinking eyes. At this time, her eyes were extraordinarily complicated. Not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Yuro, my patience has a limit. I'll give you one last chance. Submit, or die. Song Tianli's doppelganger said with an aggravated tone. Since you guys know me so well, I don't seem to have any other options. I choose. Please God judge. When Lu Yuro said this, she suddenly placed her palm on her chest. Immediately after that, her mind moved and her divine ruling coin appeared in her hand. Without any hesitation, she directly unleashed divine ruling. Instead of putting your fate in each other's hands, let go. In case it works, then everything will be reversed. Only to see the divine ruling coin in Lu Yuro's hand turn into a stream of light and fly towards Song Tianli's doppelganger. However, when this stream of light was about to touch Song Tianli's doppelganger, it suddenly reversed its direction and headed off in the direction she herself was in. What's going on? Is he not the chosen one? You deliberately said that just now to lie to me? Lu Yuro's heart said silently. Boss, be careful. Right at this moment, Song Tianli shouted and hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Yuro. In an instant, the stream of light entered his body. This sudden scene made Lu Yuro's brain not turn a corner for a while. This divine ruling coin is just for inviting divine ruling. It's not an attack. How can they still be blocked by others? Before she could think about all this, the scene in front of her began to change. At the same time, all of Song Tianli's detachments, all of them, disappeared. The scene in front of Song Tianli also changed. According to the rules of the divine ruling coin, once the divine ruling coin was activated to request a divine ruling, it would automatically connect with the divine chosen within a 100-meter radius. If there was only one divine chosen in a 100-mile radius, even if it wasn't locked, this divine ruling would fall on the other party's head. If there were two divine chosen within a 100-meter radius, then it would be necessary for the owner of the divine ruler coin to perform a lock. When Lu Yuro used the divine ruling coin to invite divine ruling, Song Tianli knew that eventually that stream of light would fall on his head. So, he teased Lu Yuro a bit at the last minute. As the scene in front of them changed, both of them appeared in front of a huge idol at the same time. At this time, Song Tianli, too, had regained his original appearance. Lu Yuro looked at the unfamiliar face across from her. She felt as if her CPU was going to burn, and she still hadn't figured out what was going on. Why did the streams of God's tailored coins fly into Yujibo's body? The person who appeared on top of the divine ruling stage. Why was it an unfamiliar face? What? Haven't you figured out the reason for this by now? Seeing Lu Yuro's confused look, Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuro didn't say anything, frowning and thinking about the whole thing. There is not a single stupid person who can become a chosen one. It only takes one bold guess to figure out what's going on. It's you? You're Yujibo? Lu Yuro asked as she looked at Song Tianli on the opposite side of the divine ruling stage. Honestly, she was shocked by her own ballsy guess, because, in her heart, Yujibo had always been someone from the other world. You guess. Although Lu Yuro guessed the truth, Song Tianli didn't admit it. So it's you. You've been following me around. So basically know everything about me. Yujibo, you're hiding really deep. Lu Yuro said with an angry face. She had the good sense to bring another chosen one with her. The divine ruling begins. Please name the other party's golden finger. At this time, the idol looked at Lu Yuro and spoke. Once he said this, Song Tianli and Lu Yuro all fell into silence. Speaking of which, Song Tianli had, to others, performed several invocation cuts, but it was the first time that he was asked to be a divine judge. Chapter 154, The Price of Guessing the Wrong Golden Finger. Song Tianli realized that while the idol was speaking, he couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even blink his eyelids, and it was as if his entire body had turned into a statue. Not just the body this way, but even the soul. The feeling is like you've become a lamb to the slaughter. All it takes is for someone else to come down with a knife and he's dead in the water. At this moment, Lu Yuro's face was also exceptionally ugly, because at the very beginning, she thought that the reason why the other party knew so much information about her was because the other party possessed the golden finger that could see through other people's biographies. However, later, she realized that the reason why the other party knew so much information about her was because the other party had been following her around in the disguise of Yujibo. Oftentimes, it was she who took the initiative to expose her information to the other side. For example, taking Song Tianli on a chivalrous journey. For example, this vest of her own magician, Lu Yushu, was also exposed by her on her own initiative. Speaking of which, one could only blame Song Tianli's cry of master in the beginning for being too disorienting, and the ability to make up stories was just too strong, making her believe that Song Tianli was really from the other world. Please name the other side's golden handshake. If you don't say it within 10 seconds, it's considered wrong. 10, 9, the idol said, starting the countdown. As long as the countdown ended and Lu Yuro didn't open her mouth to speak, then the punishment would descend. God's referee is not something you can just hire. Asking for a divine ruler is a risk, and once you succeed, then you will be rewarded with the other party's divine ruler coins. However, if one guesses wrongly, then the person who initiated the divine judgment will also be greatly punished. Therefore, Usually, without 100% certainty, no chosen one would dare to easily unleash divine ruling, even if one took a gamble like when Song Tianli first encountered that divine chosen called Yasumoto. One still needed to possess at least 80% certainty. Listening to the countdown of the idol, Lu Yuro's face became another ugly point. The time before, she had unleashed divine ruling with the intention of taking a shot, but after realizing that the Ujibo beside her is the chosen one, she doesn't even have the heart to fight, because she knew that it was impossible to guess the other side's golden handshake out of thin air. However, it had come to this, so she could only make wild guesses. It's like, for example, trying to get a fill-in-the-blank question that you can't understand the title of, and you can imagine the difficulty involved in getting it right. His gold finger is rewarded by disguising himself and simply convincing others to trust him completely. Unable to do anything else, Lu Yuro casually stated a guess based on Song Tianli's behavior over the past few days. The answer is 100% wrong. God's chosen obliterate. The idol spoke. As he spoke, Lu Yuro's soul began to dissipate. No! Lu Yuro roared in despair and unwillingness. Her divine coin of judgment transformed into a stream of light and once again came towards Song Tianli. As the stream of light entered Song Tianli's body, he felt the scene in front of him change. After he opened his eyes, he realized that his soul had returned to his body. After he turned around, he found Lu Yuro still looking puzzled. Only, at this time, she was dull-eyed, and there wasn't a hint of anger in her eyes. He knew that Lu Yuro's soul had been overwritten, and now only a body remained. Howling fireball technique. Song Tianli's mouth opened and a huge fireball erupted from his mouth. The fireball enveloped Lu Yuro's body. In just a few seconds, Lu Yuro's body turned into flying ash and completely disappeared. Thus, a generation of singer and movie queen, the national goddess, completely disappeared from this world. I'm sorry, but as a chosen of God, I have no choice. Looking at the direction Lu Yuro disappeared, Song Tianli muttered. If he could, he didn't want to kill Lu Yuro. After all, there was no hatred between them. The only people to blame are the chosen ones, the ones who handed out the golden handshake, who want them to kill each other. If he didn't kill the other guy might kill him at some point in the future. As the saying goes, dead friends don't die poor. When you have the chance, it's natural to make the first move. Luckily, Song Tianli wasn't the type of person who was a mother-in-law. That's all he said, and inside he wasn't particularly sorry. I'm a little demon, free and clear, killing people without salt. Afterward, he hummed a song as he flew in the direction of Qianzhou. Lu Yuro's matter ended here. As for what would happen after she disappeared, it was none of his business. In the 9 states, people die or go missing every day due to various circumstances. He'd been away from home for nearly 20 days, and it was time to go back. To be honest, he hadn't seen them for nearly 20 days, and he really missed Emperor's language and Starlight a bit. He didn't have to worry about security or anything else in that villa they lived in. It was safe to say that staying around those two big guys was the most relaxed he'd ever been. As he flew towards Qianzhou, Song Tianli began to study his divine ruler coin. Because, after Lu Yuro guessed his golden finger wrongly, his golden finger was once again replenished. The cost of his golden handshake must have been lowered again. I don't know how much it's been lowered. When he thought of this, he was a bit impatient to check his divine ruler coins. The cost of his golden handshake, he realized, had shrunk by half again. Take the side effect of random teleportation. His previous random teleportation time was 14 days, and now after absorbing Lu Yuro's divine ruler coins, it had become 28 days. It's geometrically increasing. To be honest, Song Tianli was really worried before that this cost of random teleportation was just a stack of 7 days and 7 days. From 14 days of random teleportation to 21 days. In that case, the fact that he had killed even more chosen of God had left him with no ripples inside. As it is, the cost of Goldfinger is reduced geometrically. So if the next random teleportation happens, then it should be 56 days for a round. The next time then it will be 112 days. As long as he killed enough chosen of God, then sooner or later, the cost of his golden handshake would, sooner or later, converge to 0. When the cost tends to 0, then his golden handshake will be completely invincible. In previous times, he had seen some powerful ability choices, but they were too costly for him to choose. If the cost tends to 0, then these powerful abilities are at his disposal. To all of you chosen ones that you will meet in the future, I apologize in advance. Your lives, I want them, Song Tianli said to himself. There was a flash of excitement in his words. With Song Tianli's current strength, it didn't take too much time if he returned to Qianzhou from Jinzhou. In less than 2 hours, he was back at the villa where he lived. Starlight, Imperial language, your emperor has returned, Song Tianli shouted loudly. However, after his words fell, there was no response from inside the villa. Chapter 155 Imperial words and Starlight have disappeared. There was no response from the villa, which caused Song Tianli's brows to furrow. With the strength of Du and Starlight, it was impossible that he hadn't heard him when he spoke so loudly. The lack of response now only meant that the two were not in the villa. Sure enough, when Song Tianli returned to the villa and searched carefully, he did not find the two of them. He took out his cell phone and dialed both of them. However, the end result shows nothing but unavailability. This caused Song Tianli's frown to grow tighter and tighter. These two had traveled somewhere, and it was surprising that the phone was unavailable. With the conveniences of today's society, the first thing to rule out is a dead cell phone. After all, places to rent rechargeables are everywhere these days. Before Song Tianli left, not only did he transfer a lot of money to the two, but he also told them these things. Neither of them were stupid. Even if they couldn't operate it, then they could find someone to ask. After all, the mouth under the nose is there to ask questions, not to get angry. The cell phone could not be reached, which meant that the two should be in a place where there was no signal. And in this society, there are plenty of signal base stations and very few places where there is no signal. This meant that the two were most likely not in the 9 states. After thinking about this, Song Tianli began to look around the villa again. He wanted to see if the two had left him any other messages. Eventually, he found an envelope in Tu's room. It reads, Song Tianli's personal message. Is it really leaving? Looking at the envelope, Song Tianli muttered to himself. He then opened the envelope. Song Tianli, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left. I'm grateful to you for bringing me out of the middle of the dungeon, and for taking care of me for some time now, which has given me great insight into this society today. I won't say anything more about gratitude. I'll make a thank you if I get the chance in the future. If there's no chance, then I'll just have to say I'm sorry. You know who I am, and I have my own mission to do. Earlier, as I absorbed more and more earthly power, I sensed more and more clearly what I should do next. So, I left. I was going to say a proper goodbye to you, but you never came back. So I used this. I hope we'll see each other again someday. If I can see you again, I'll give you a present. This concludes the letter of the Emperor's language. Empyrean, what exactly have you sensed that you must do? Song Tianli thought in his heart. If anyone else had said that, he wouldn't have believed it. But the imperial language is different, because Du was the current human emperor. As a human emperor, it was natural to have a different perception of humans and the society in which they lived. He then went back to Starlight's room to see if Starlight had left a similar envelope. However, he searched for half a day and found nothing. This Starlight didn't say anything about leaving a message when she left. Not polite anymore. Oh, Song Tianli muttered. He then took on the identity and face of Qian Shang's distant nephew and traveled to the Song family once again. Having left Qianzhou for more than 20 days, he had to go back and see how the Song family was doing as well. Soon after, he met Qian Shang in Song 13. Uncle Qian, when did the people in the villa leave? Song Tianli asked. The woman left 10 days ago. The man, who left on the same day as the young master, and then never returned. Before Song Tianli left, he asked Qian Shang to arrange for someone to bring food to Du and Xingguang every day. Also, get to know the two men side by side. Therefore, Qian Shang was quite knowledgeable about the whereabouts of the two. Starlight left on the same day as me? Song Tianli's eyes widened. He had been randomly teleported away from Starlight in the first place. It can be very thought-provoking if the Starlight never returns. Don't look at the fact that Song Tianli was now at the Divine Path realm, but he felt that he still wasn't good enough in front of Starlight. Then, with Starlight's strength, no matter which corner of the 9 great states he was teleported to, half a day would be enough time for him to rush back. Even if a little hiccup happened in the middle of the day, it's back anyhow. However, according to Shanson's account, Starlight never returned. Well, there are 2 possibilities. The first, after Starlight is teleported away, doesn't want to come back. In the second, Starlight was teleported somewhere so dangerous that he couldn't come back even if he wanted to. If it was the second, then to put it mildly, it was Song Tianli who was a bit sorry for him. After all, the cost of this random teleportation was something he sought to share with Starlight. Starlight, I'm sorry. When you come back, I'll make it up to you, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. How has the Song family been doing for some time now? Song Tianli didn't ask about Starlight and Emperor's words anymore, but instead asked about the Song family. No matter what, he was the master of the Song family. For some time now, the family head has not appeared. Plus, 13's persona is that of a loser who can't be helped. So the Zhang family and the Han family hit on the Song family. However, they don't know what the family head has gone to do, and can't fathom the Song family's situation today. As a result, they didn't dare to make a big show of attacking the Song family's business, but instead tested it out bit by bit. It looks like it's planning to boil a frog in warm water. If the Song family can't detect their movements in time, by the time we react, it will be too late by then. Qiansheng briefly reported on the Song family's situation. The Zheng family and the Han family were one of the three great families of Qinzhou alongside the Song family, just two groups of clowns. Don't worry about it. In response, Song Tianli did not take it to heart at all. The reason why there were three great families in Qinzhou was not because of how strong the Zhang and Han families were, but because Song Tianli and Song Sihai needed these two families as cover. A three-legged race is better than a one-legged pattern, because a three-legged race represents the constraints of having other families. But it's a different story when one family is the only one. As the saying goes, the gun strikes the head, and it is easy to be jealous of one's own family and invite the villain to count on them. Regarding this point, Song Tianli and Song Sihai were both clear about it, which was why the Zhang and Han families were able to exist for so many years. It could be said that the reason the Zhang and Han families existed was because the Song family was willing to let them exist. Now the Zhang family and the Han family were trying to hit up the Song family, which was completely suicidal. Taking a step back, even if the Zhang and Han families were extremely powerful, Song Tianli was not afraid in the slightest, because, no matter how powerful these two clans were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than the top 10 clans in the central state. Chapter 156, What Song Sihai Left Behind. When he was in the central state, Song Tianli had toyed with the 10 great families with his own strength. To be honest, if the 10 great clans didn't have those old ancestors as their backbone, the 10 great clans combined wouldn't be enough for him to play with alone. He could overthrow the 10 great clans with his own strength. Even after the 10 great families were completely destroyed, no one knew why, and no one knows that it was him who did it. A small Zhang family and Han family. If they hadn't taken the initiative to provoke them, Song Tianli wouldn't even bother to bully them. Since they want to die, let's fulfill them, Song Tianli said in a slightly murderous voice. Speaking of which, he still had a score to settle with the Zhang family. In the beginning, after he had just become a chosen one, when Goldfinger was exposed, he had been chased by the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family's people didn't know his identity, it was a fact that they were after him. It was just that, all along, he had been too lazy to find trouble with the Zhang family. After all, this was the family he had purposely left behind in the first place. Now, he didn't feel the need. It's just a little mouse that dares to jump up and down. Just shoot it dead. Young master, what are you going to do? Chen Shang asked as he looked at Song Tianli. The last time they met, he could still vaguely feel the strength of his young master, but this time when they met, he couldn't feel anything. Song Tianli seemed as unfathomable as the ocean. Again, it seems to be like a small stream that you can see through at a glance. Which one exactly? Shansong couldn't say, but he knew that his young master was even more powerful than before. This is good for the Song family. Pretend a week of stalemate, and then kill him with a swift and deadly blow. Young master, why the week-long stalemate? This is something that Shansong doesn't quite understand. In another 10 days or so, the 3-month period given to prospective disciples by the 4 seasons of Panglai to leave the earthly world behind will be up. At that time, 13 and I will have to leave Qianzhou and head to the 4 seasons Panglai. Once we leave, there might be other forces that will miss the Song family. If it's just the Han and Zhang families, it's really not enough to fear. But there is the fear of a fierce dragon. Therefore, we must show our strength. And when the time comes, even if there is a fierce dragon crossing the river, it will still have to weigh whether or not 2 of its front teeth will be chipped off if it takes a bite out of our Song family. It's important to keep your head down and develop obscenely. For sure. However, it is necessary to show your strength when appropriate. Vipers often hide in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But tigers never appear in a big way, and as usual, wherever they go, all beasts avoid them. All the old 6s were merely underpowered. No one wants to be the oldest 6 if they are strong enough. Understood. Qian Shang nodded. Young master, what are your next plans? Song 13 asked at this time. For this period of time, I will first live in the Song family as Uncle Qian's nephew. Over at the villa. Uncle Qian, you send someone to keep an eye on it and see if those 2 will come back. If they return, notify me at the first opportunity. Song Tianli made a simple arrangement. There was no need for him to return to the villa when Emperor's words and Starlight were not there. Yes, Qian Shang nodded again. By the way, do you have any news about my old man? Song Tianli then asked. Earlier, he heard Qian Shang say that his old man had traveled to the central state. After learning about what happened to his old man, he thought that his old man had traveled to the central state in order to wait for an opportunity to seek revenge on the people of the 10 great families. However, in the previous period of time, he had made so much noise in the central state, and there was no sign of his old man. This means that his old man isn't necessarily in the middle of the state. We have not heard from his lordship for a long time. We also used a unique code word, but we have not been able to reach his lordship. So, we don't know at this point. exactly where the Lord is. However, before his lordship left, he once left two things for the young master. He said that if the young master is strong enough, he'll let me bring these two things out to the young master. I think that with young master's current strength, it should be fine. Please wait a moment. Young master, Shansong said and turned away. Something left behind by Pops? Regarding this, Song Tianli really didn't know. Very quickly, Qian Shang brought the things that Song Sihai had left behind. A lamp, and a jade slip. This lamp is called the lamp of life. Master said that if this light stays on, it means he's still alive. The brighter the flame of this lamp, the better his condition. Conversely, the fainter the flame, the worse his condition. Qian Shang said, handing the life lamp and jade slip to Song Tianli. At the moment, the lamp of this life light is very strong and looks powerful. This means that Song Sihai is in a very good state right now. After understanding this, Song Tianli's heart let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite worried after not hearing from Song Sihai for a while. What is this jade slip? Song Tianli then asked. The master said that if he lives, you don't need to pay attention to this jade slip. If one day, it is found that he is dead, or the lamp of the life lantern is very weak, you will read all the contents in the jade slip. He left some messages for you in the jade slip. Qian Shang replied. After hearing this, Song Tianli didn't say anything. Why must we wait for something to happen to our own old man before we can read the contents of this jade slip? Can't you read it now? What happens when you read it? Thinking of this, Song Tianli didn't have any hesitation and sent his own divine thoughts, probing towards the jade slip. Very quickly, he realized that there was a layer of prohibition on the surface of this jade slip. He felt a familiar aura from above this prohibition. It was set up by his old man. If, on the other hand, his old man died, the prohibition on this would naturally disappear. If his old man's breath weakened, so would the power of the ban. He could forcefully impact the prohibition on this away, but trying to shock it away now is not an easy task, because Song Tianli realized that the prohibition on it was surprisingly much stronger than his current strength. With his current strength, he could not even break the prohibition on this open. Besides these, does Pops have any other words left for me? Song Tianli looked at Qian Shang and asked. No more. No more? He's that relieved of me? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. For that matter, I once asked his lordship. His lordship says that, in many ways, he thinks you're older than even he is. When it comes to sparing your life, it's unrivaled. So he has nothing against you. You'll live whether he's there or not. Shansong said. Bullshit, Song Sihai the asshole. Suddenly, Song Tianli let out a loud curse. This left Qian Shang and Song 13 in a daze. Chapter 157, Starlight falls from the sky again. For good reason. Why did Song Tianli scold his old man? In the hearts of the crowd, all along, Song Tianli had been a gentle person who never cursed easily. Now, to scold your own old man like that. What Qian Shang didn't know was that the reason Song Tianli cursed like this was because he felt that it was fucked up for his old man to do so. Although he had crossed over into his mother's womb and had grown up with Song Sihai. For this father, he recognized from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, since the two of them were father and son, they should face whatever happened together. However, looking at the current situation, Song Sihai clearly intended to face everything on his own, and nothing was going to be told to him. Perhaps one day, after Song Sihai died, he would be able to know everything that had happened to his old man. This time, if he hadn't been randomly transported to the central state, he wouldn't have known that those things had happened to his old man 20 years ago. His own mom died that way. He felt that apart from the matter of the 10 great families, there were many things that his old man was hiding from him. Like, where he came from, his family. You know, there was no golden finger coming down 20 years ago. Song Sihai would be able to have the strength to fight against the 10 great families with his own strength, which he wouldn't have for no reason. Either you have a miraculous encounter or you start practicing from a young age. Strange encounters were something that Song Tianli didn't really believe in too much. He preferred to believe that Song Sihai had outstanding talent and had cultivated since he was a child. Then, to be able to have that much strength, there must have been guidance from predecessors, as well as the accumulation of vast amounts of resources. These, Song Sihai alone, could not do. Since ancient times, the poor have been rich in literature. Without a certain family background, it was difficult to go out a long distance in the martial arts path. 13. You've been doing a bit of preparing in the last few days as well. In a few days, we'll have to head to Four Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. We don't know much about the Four Seasons Pomp and Circumstance, and this trip is fraught with uncertainty as to when we'll be back again. So, we have to be prepared for everything. Song Tianli said to Song 13. Yes, young master. Song 13 nodded. The Four Seasons Penglai was one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens. and being able to travel to the Four Seasons Panglai was something that many people couldn't envy. However, those who were able to travel to the Four Seasons of Panglai were all the pride of heaven, the pick of the 10,000 miles. With such people in the same place, the competition must also be extremely strong. Competition can be brutal when it's too much. It's possible that it's the weakest of the weak and you die. If we have to face such a situation in the future, it is natural to make some preparations, both mentally and physically. Song 13. As the Song family's apparent young master, naturally had to make some arrangements when he was leaving. It was enough for Song 13 to take charge of such a small matter. There was no need for Song Tianli to make any more plans. Nothing special happened over the next few days. The only thing that the Song family needed to be aware of was that the Zhang family and the Han family were eating away at the Song family's industry bit by bit. At this moment, standing on the roof of a tall building in the Song family's estate, Song Tianli overlooked the entire Qianzhou. The breeze ruffled the not-so-long bangs in front of his forehead. When the wind picks up, let the Zhang and Han families go bankrupt. Uncle Qian, do it, Song Tianli said lightly with his hands behind his back. Yes, Qian Sheng said and turned to leave. After he left, Song Tianli stretched out his hand and looked at the sky through the cracks in his fingers. The moon and stars were sparse in the sky, and the clouds were dark, but the whistling wind could be heard whistling incessantly. The heights are too cold. This was the most intuitive feeling Song Tianli had at this time. The higher you stand, the higher the wind and the lower the temperature. Ha! Just then, he suddenly realized that a bright light fell from the sky like a comet falling. Familiar, not just familiar, he muttered. This scene reminded him of when he and Starlight first met. When Starlight fell from the sky like this, without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he flew in the direction where the bright light fell. With Song Tianli's current strength, he was extremely fast and could fly out hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. But the bright light crashed to the ground faster. By the time he flew in that direction, the bright light had crashed to the ground. At once, it smashed a big pit out of the ground, and it lifted all the floor tiles of the ground layer by layer. Wind escape. Song Tianli waved his palm, and a fierce wind blew up. In an instant, all the dust splattered on the ground was blown away. Another one? It can't be Starlight, can it? Song Tianli muttered to himself as he flew towards the large pit. My plants are really Starlight. When Song Tianli saw the face of the person in the pit clearly, he couldn't help but say a word of nationalism. He hadn't expected the Starlight to appear in such a way again. It's a coincidence, or a gift, or maybe it's some kind of skill. Ahem. At that moment, the sound of Starlight coughing came from the pit. This coughing spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood directly. It was obvious that Starlight was seriously injured. Never mind. Who's blaming me for this? With that, Song Tianli took out the wine card and threw it towards Starlight. He was the one who put the cost of random teleportation on Starlight in the first place. Only then is Starlight randomly teleported away. In a sense, the fact that Starlight was now seriously injured had a lot to do with him. Therefore, he couldn't be petty and used the wine card to heal Starlight's injuries. As the injuries on his body improved, Starlight's aura improved as well. Starlight, where have you been for a while? Song Tianli asked as he stepped forward. I'm just pissed off to say the least. I was about to become the #1 in the pesticide country before, and as long as I can win the last hand, I'm the #1 that deserves it. As a result, I don't know what happened, but I suddenly appeared in a place with no signal. Not only is the game unplayable, but you're being attacked by a horde of creatures that look whimpering and quacking like big bugs. I had no choice but to battle them. Who'd have thought? Those big bugs, the more you kill, the more you get. There's no end to killing. There's no end to killing at all. I know, if I keep killing like this, I'm sure I'll die of exhaustion. So, I had to run away. I run, they chase, and I have to stop and fight them every now and then. That's how it was, until not long ago, when I broke through space and left that weird place. I don't even know when I lost my cell phone. Exactly what pisses me off. Starlight couldn't help but huff and puff. I don't know if he was angry that he lost his cell phone or that he was suddenly teleported to that weird place, causing him to not win the last game and miss out on the title of #1 person in the country. Perhaps, it's both. Chapter 158, The Origin of Starlight. Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli's heart said an apology. It's fine. It's just a cell phone. I'll give you another one. He then pretended to be generous and said, he didn't know exactly what kind of situation made Starlight angry, so he pretended that the other man was angry because he lost his cell phone. At times like this, try to change the subject. Then what we said before. You'll take me to play Interstellar after I become the #1 in pesticide national service. It's because of unforeseen circumstances that I didn't become the #1 person in the pesticide country, but you can't count me out. Starlight said hastily. He's got the game on his mind after all. Okay, count on you doing that. After I buy a computer, I'll take you to play Starlight. Song Tianli coaxed Starlight like a child. That's good. Being able to play the game. For him, other unpleasant things could be completely forgotten. So the two flew towards the villa where they lived before. Starlight, what you just said, the ones you fought with, were some big bug-like existences. Where exactly did you appear before? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure exactly where. A long way from here. Anyway, above the sky. You don't have to worry about them showing up. Starlight's words didn't let Song Tianli's heart slacken. This was because, just now, he suddenly thought of the high-dimensional calamity that Emperor's words had spoken of earlier. 10,000 years ago, disaster befell the land of God. It was hailed as the second higher dimensional calamity by Emperor Whisper's father, who was the Emperor of Man at the time. However, according to the Emperor's words, there was a first high-dimensional tribulation that had descended before this second high-dimensional tribulation. This first high-dimensional plague. There are bugs. Starlight had just mentioned large bug-like beings and killing them. There are great similarities between the two. It's possible it's the same creature. If that's true, it's a bit of a bad situation. Song Tianli worrying about this now was a bit of a self-inflicted pain for him. When the sky falls, there's a tall man to hold it. Not to mention others, there were also the 10 great God realm cave heavens. In the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, the mysteries were incomparable and there were countless strong people, and no many secrets that the world does not know. When a power, or a person is powerful to a certain point, they have to take on certain responsibilities, sometimes actively, sometimes passively. It's like the saying goes, the greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Okay, I'm not worried, Song Tianli said with a smile. This time, when I was fighting those big bugs, I suddenly remembered something. Just then, Starlight suddenly said, "What do you remember? Knowing who you are?" Song Tianli asked curiously. Starlight has lost her memory and remembers nothing but instinct. Thinking back a bit, I remember that I once fought those big bug-like creatures as well. Seems like the last time I was injured, before I met you, I was fighting them. I don't really remember if it was exactly or not. Just these bits and pieces flashed through my mind when I was fighting them this time. Oh, that's right, and I remember. My name is Prince Dongdong. After Starlight said the last sentence, she flew forward. However, Song Tianli, who heard his words, stiffened his body and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. This expression on his face was not because Starlight's real name was called Prince. The word Prince was a good laugh, but it was his last name that made him care more. The surname Dongdong was a bit sensitive for Song Tianli. After all, when he was in the central state before, the first family he appeared in was the Dongdong family. Moreover, the first person he killed was also a member of the Dongdong family. Could it be that Starlight is from the Dongdong family? This thought popped into Song Tianli's mind. However, this was quickly dismissed by him. The reason is twofold. First, he had previously asked Qin Shang to check the information on the personnel of the Dongdong family. The Dongdong family doesn't have a person named Prince Dongdong. Secondly, Starlight's strength was extremely strong, much stronger than him at the Divine Path realm. Moreover, Starlight looked to be in her 30s or 40s. There was no way the Dongdong family could have produced such an outstanding personnel. It wasn't that Song Tianli was underestimating them. It was really that they couldn't possibly have this ability. Well, there's only one possibility. The Starlight came from the 10 Great Divine Realm Caves Lulishu City, the main home of the Dongdong family. According to what Long Han had said before, all of the 10 major families in the central state were nothing more than subfamilies, side branches. The real main house is in the city of Lurishu. Come to think of it, only a place like Liuli Shoucheng, one of the 10 Great Divine Realm Cave Heavens, could have a strong person like Starlight exist. Therefore, Song Tianli was basically certain that the Starlight should have come from Lulishu City. If that was true, the relationship between him and Starlight was a bit delicate. The relationship between him and the 10 great families of the central state could basically be considered immortal. After all, if the 10 great families of the central state knew what he had done in the central state this time, they would definitely find a way to whip him into shape and set his bones on fire. It was just that the hatred between the 10 great families of the central state and him. I wondered if it would extend to Lulishu City. If the main family of Lulishu City wanted to avenge the branch family in the central state, then they would face each other sooner or later. When the time came, he and Starlight were in danger of being on opposite sides. What is this called? It's better than not knowing, Song Tianli said a bit helplessly. If he didn't know Starlight's name, he could be very open with it. However, now that we know where the other side is coming from, for a moment, he didn't know what kind of mindset to use with Starlight. Continuing as before is clearly impossible. With his character, since he knew where the other party came from, even if the other party hadn't recovered his memories yet, it was impossible for him to be unguarded. Fear not. Fear not. However, with Starlight's strength, the other party would definitely be able to sense it if he set up a defense inside. It's an awkward position to be in right now. After thinking about it, Song Tianli decided to pretend that he didn't know anything for a while, because, in a few days, he would be traveling to the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance. When the time comes, it will naturally separate from the Starlight. Even if Starlight was from the Liulisho city, I'm sure he wouldn't be able to casually enter the 4 seasons Panglai, which was also one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens. After a period of time, with the many golden fingers he now possessed, his strength would definitely grow tremendously. At that time, even if the two sides went head to head, he wouldn't necessarily be weaker than Starlight. Besides, right now, Starlight hasn't recovered her memory yet. Taking a step back, even if he regained his memories, Liuli Shoucheng wouldn't necessarily be able to give the Central States branch a go. Based on the conversation between Huangfu's family members back then, Song Tianli realized that the relationship between the subfamily and the main family was not as amicable as he had thought. Chapter 159, The Conspiracy of the Zhang and Han Families. Starlight, have you ever heard of Liulisho City? After catching up with Starlight, Song Tianli inquired. Even though he already knew the other's name, he still called him Starlight. He had given him that name, and he had saved Starlight's life twice. To put it mildly, he called Starlight's name to remind him that even if you regain your memories, you can't be gracious. Glazed Shoucheng? It's a bit familiar, like I've heard of it somewhere, Starlight said with a frown. However, he thought about it for half a day, but he couldn't come up with anything. The good thing is, he's not the kind of guy who likes to take the bull by the horns. It didn't come up, so he didn't want to get rid of it. Compared to this, he was more concerned about how much fun Interstellar was. As Song Tianli had said earlier, he can't wait a bit longer. Song Tianli was not petty. After returning to the villa, he had someone send a highly configured desktop computer, and then taught Starlight to play Interstellar. Interstellar was indeed difficult to play, and Starlight had only scratched the surface after following Song Tianli for half a day. However, he wasn't discouraged in any way, but instead was extraordinarily interested. Games are fun when they are difficult. If it's too easy, it's pretty pointless. While Starlight played the game, Song Tianli began to cultivate. He had relied on the golden finger of killing for some time, allowing his strength to skyrocket. Now that he had quieted his mind and utilized his alter ego to cultivate, it was honestly quite difficult. This is just like, used to take the high-speed train to catch the road. Now all of a sudden let's start to take the donkey cart. Naturally a little unacceptable. However, Song Tianli was also clear that the Slayer as a golden finger could not be relied upon all the time. If he didn't have a bottom line, sooner or later, he would turn into a killing machine that only knew how to kill. At that point, he won't be him anymore. Besides, once he killed too many people and attracted a superpower, it wouldn't be a matter of slapping him to death in minutes. His luck can't always be that good. So, quieting your mind and practicing is a skill that must be learned. The good thing was, even if he quieted his mind to cultivate, the speed of cultivation would not be too slow. He was now at the Divine Path realm, and was able to split off more than 10,000 doppelgangers. The number of doppelgangers that could be used for cultivation had also reached more than 200. Coupled with the tenfold efficiency, his cultivation speed was able to reach more than 2,000 times. The rate of growth of the physical body is still a bit too slow. Must speed up again. Song Tianli muttered. Burn 15 years of life to enhance the ability to strengthen the physical body. After thinking about it, Song Tianli once again burned 15 years of his lifespan. He was now at a quarter of the cost of Goldfinger that he had been at the beginning. Therefore, the result he was able to achieve by burning 15 years of his lifespan was also enhanced fourfold. This ability of his is to strengthen a certain ability by 1% for every day of life he burns. After absorbing the divine ruler coins of other chosen, the cost became a quarter of the original. This means that for every 0.25 days of life burned, you are able to strengthen some ability by 1%. He had used all of those 15 years to enhance the strength of his physical body. A day's life enhancement of 4%. A year is 14. 6 times 15 years, that's 219 times. Together with the 100 times from before, Song Tianli's fleshly body was now able to enhance at a rate of almost 320 times. It could be said that he was able to strengthen his physical body with a little exercise now. However, it would be some time before he could continue to make breakthroughs. After all, the cultivation speed after the Divine Path realm would slow down a lot. When the next day at noon, the major platforms in Xianzhou began to push out information about the Zhang and Han families. Once the Song family made their move, these two families didn't have much resistance at all. It's not even a day old and it's kind of hard to hold on to. They knew very well that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before their two families were finished. Thus, at this time, The heads of the Zhang family and the Han family gathered together to discuss countermeasures. I really didn't expect the Song family to hide so deeply. Our two families don't have any resistance at all. If this continues, in 2 days at most, our two families will be completely finished. I wonder what Brother Han has in mind. Zhang Jinda, the head of the Zhang family, asked. After he asked this, Han Zixing, the head of the Han clan, didn't speak immediately. It took a while before he spoke. During this period, it was as if some big decision was being made. Relying on business tactics, even if our two families were to join forces, it would be impossible for us to be a match for the Song family. I'm sure Brother Jinda is also aware of this. Therefore, if our two families want to survive the Song family's counterattack, there is only one way out for today. A desperate attempt to get to the root of the problem. Han Zixing said. Although he said it in a subtle way, Zhang Jinda heard and understood what he was planning to do. By solving the problem at the root, that naturally meant solving the people who were fighting against their two families. To be honest, that's what I meant. The Song family is hiding too deeply. It's impossible for us to be its opponent alone. Only if our two families join forces, so that we can have a glimmer of life. As Zhang Jinda said this, a hint of murderous aura flashed in his eyes. As long as everyone in the Song family is dead, then there's no one who can make decisions. By that time, the Song family would have no way to implement any more tactics in business. Good. Then at 11 o'clock this evening, our two families pour in. I hope that Brother Jinda will not have any reservations. Han Zixing said. To be honest, he was quite worried about the Zhang family's people, who only sent a small portion of them in order to preserve their strength, or make a show of it when traveling to Song's house. When the time comes, let the Song family and their Han family fight it out, and the Zhang family will reap the benefits. Please don't worry about this, Brother Han. I still understand the reasoning behind the death of lips and teeth. If the Han family is destroyed by the Song family, this is not a good thing for our Zhang family. It's possible that next, it'll be our chapter family's turn. Zhang Jinda said hurriedly. Once the Han family was destroyed, then the Song family would naturally not spare their Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family was also involved in this cannibalization of the Song family's business. Then let's have a good cooperation, Han Zixing said. Have fun working together. After the two conspired, they went back to their homes to make arrangements. If you want to mobilize the power of the family, you have to ask the head of the family to step in. What the two of them didn't know, however, was this. The countermeasures they had discussed were already known to Song Tianli and Qiansheng before it was even dark. The shadowy shadows that the Song family had set up years ago and used to gather intelligence were no drunkards. As one of the three great families in Qianzhou, when the Song family arranged for the dark shadows, the Zhang family and the Han family were the key targets of care. After all, they were the two clans that had the most serious conflict of interest with the Song family at that time. Chapter 160, Sitting on the Enemy's Doorstep. At this moment, as Song Tianli and Qiansheng looked at this intelligence handed over by Shadow, a smile appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Catch a turtle in a jar, close the door and beat the dog. The two men then spoke in unison. Although they are not talking about the same idiom, the intended meaning is the same. Young master, then I'll go make arrangements. After Qiansheng finished speaking, he was ready to leave. No, I'll make the arrangements for the night. Song Tianli stopped him. Although the strength of the Zhang family and the Han family was not comparable to the top 10 families in the central state, but there were still quite a few cultivators from these two families. If he killed them, then his combat power would go up another notch. A mosquito is still meat. For such a combatant that was delivered to the door, it was a waste not to eat it. A little goes a long way. Since young master has made arrangements, I will wait and see. Although he was a bit surprised that Song Tianli still had manpower that he didn't even know about, Qiansheng didn't say much. In the end, he was only the Song family's butler, and all he had to do was carry out his master's orders. What should he do and what should he not do? He has to have it in his mind yet. Night, creeping in. Soon the time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. The Song family was still the same as usual. Other than arranging for someone to keep watch, everyone else had already gone to sleep. At this moment, Song Tianli was sitting on a stone table in the courtyard. He had a tea set in front of him and was leisurely sipping his tea. Shansong sat across from him, looking around every now and then. Why aren't they here yet? He asked a little eagerly. Uncle Qian, don't be in a hurry. They'll come. No, it's already here, Song Tianli said indifferently. Hearing him say that, Qiansheng hurriedly turned his gaze toward the Song family's compound. Sure enough, the next moment, he noticed countless black-clothed men tumbling in from outside the courtyard wall. Some of them flew in. This meant that they were in the Chifu realm. After these people entered the Song family, they split into 4 parts and wanted to attack the Song family. It was only at this time that they realized that in the Song family, Although the lights were brightly lit, there weren't many people in the compound. It made them look puzzled. They instinctively sensed something was wrong, but with things at this point, there was no room for backtracking. Today, all they can do is throw their weight around. It's all or nothing. There are more people coming than I thought. It seems that the family heads of the Zhang and Han families have made a great determination, Song Tianli said after drinking a cup of tea. As he was speaking, the people from the Zhang Han two families rushed over in this direction where they were. Zhang family master, Han family master, you're a bit late, Song Tianli said as he looked at the two men in black in front of him. He had just watched the crowd with his white eyes, so he recognized the two family heads in their night clothes. You guys knew we were coming? Zhang Jinda couldn't help but ask. Naturally, we know. Otherwise, we wouldn't be waiting here. Since you two are here, would you like to sit down and have a drink? I'm afraid that the next time I drink it, I'll have to wait for my next life, Song Tianli said, pointing at the teacups on top of the stone table. Who are you? Zhang Jinda asked as he looked at Song Tianli. With his understanding of the Song family, there were a total of 3 people who were the masters of the Song family. Song Sihai, Song 13, Qian Shang. He had no impression of Song Tianli. However, looking at Qian Shang's attitude at this moment, he was extraordinarily respectful towards this person. Moreover, the other person was sitting in the main seat. This showed that Song Tianli was an important person in the Song family. Yet, they actually don't know anything about it. Just this alone is beyond their control. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, are you guys sure you don't want to sit down and have a drink? This is good tea. Tens of thousands of pounds, Song Tianli said indifferently. Whoever you are, you must die today. Without any more nonsense, Zhang Jinda waved his palm, and immediately, the crowd behind him rushed towards Song Tianli and Qian Shang. As long as they were able to take down Qian Shang, the Song family would be equivalent to having one less huge booster. Since you're in such a hurry to die, let's be on our way. Kill, leave no one behind, he said in a very flat tone. As his words fell, in an instant, countless people with masks appeared from all sides of the Song family. When these people saw the people from the Zhang and Han families, they directly attacked. Masked men. It's you guys, Zhang Jinda suddenly exclaimed. Back when the divine providence had just descended and after the location of the divine chosen had been revealed, the people of the Zhang clan had once surrounded and killed a divine chosen. However, just as they surrounded the chosen one of God and attacked him, suddenly, a group of black-robed men with masks were killed out. They were extremely strong and quickly killed the Zhang family's people. Only a handful of them escaped and returned to the chapter house to report the matter to him. Since then, those masked men disappeared completely and never reappeared. He had always thought that these people were from other states and only appeared in Xianzhou because of the chosen of God. I didn't expect that these people would be from the Song family. The Song family not only hide so deeply in business, but the manpower they cultivate in secret, surprisingly, is also so many. Beyond that, there's one more thing. In the beginning, those masked men appeared to help that chosen one. That means that the Song family possesses the chosen of God. This candidate for God's chosen one first ruled out Song 13, because when the location of the chosen of God was first revealed, Song 13 stood on the main street and shouted, "Chosen one, come to this young master." If he were the chosen one, he would have been exposed long ago. So, in that case, there's only one person left. It's you? Zhang Jinda asked incredulously as he looked at Song Tianli. Pretty good head on your shoulders to have thought of that. It's just that it's already too late. So pay attention in your next life, Song Tianli said while drinking tea. While he was speaking, those wearing masks, against the black-robed men of the Zhang Han two families, launched a strike. In front of the masked man, these two families didn't have any resistance at all. Because, these masked men weren't the ones Song Tianli had trained from childhood, but rather his doppelgangers. Killing these people was going to increase the combat power. So naturally, Song Tianli wouldn't miss it for nothing. The reason why he had these doppelgangers appear with masks was to deter those who were secretly harboring ill intentions towards the Song family. After all, the Song family did have such a team. When Zhang Jinda heard Song Tianli say that, he clenched his teeth and rushed towards him. He knew that the people of the Zhang and Han families didn't have much of a chance of winning against these powerful masked men. For today, there is only one way to turn the tide against the wind. Chapter 161, Starlight's Anomaly. Shoot the man first. Capture the thief first. As long as they were able to take down Song Tianli and Qian Shang, they weren't afraid that the Song family wouldn't throw in the towel. Brother Han, take them both. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinda shouted at the Han family's family head. Thus, the two of them rushed towards Song Tianli and Qian Shang at the same time. There is nothing wrong with Chapter Kindred's idea. It was a pity that they had underestimated Song Tianli's strength too much. Facing the two people rushing towards him, Song Tianli casually threw the teacup in his hand. Bang! The teacup turned into a stream of light and landed on top of Zhang Jinda's chest with a bang. Put! Zhang Jinda sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew backwards. He felt that a small teacup had shattered his heart all at once. He struggled twice, his head tilted, and the vitality in his body was completely cut off. Seeing this scene, Han Zixing, who had originally rushed towards Song Tianli, turned his head and ran without saying a word. It would be foolish to charge up in the face of a strong person who could kill them in seconds. However, with his strength, he couldn't run away in front of Song Tianli. With a wave of Song Tianli's palm, another teacup flew out and smashed into Han Zixing's back. Put! After Han Zixing spewed out a mouthful of blood, he also lost his life just like Zhang Jinda. In just the blink of an eye, the patriarchs of two of the three great clans in Xianzhou had fallen in this way. These two might not understand until they died that, being the same three great families in Xianzhou, why the Song family was so much stronger than their two families. With the deaths of these two people, the people of the Zhanghan two families instantly lost their backbone. Plus, between them and Song Tianli's doppelganger, there was too much of a difference in strength, so they didn't last too long at all before they were all slaughtered cleanly. Uncle Qian, I'll leave the rest of the Zhang and Han families to you. Song Tianli waved his hand as he spoke. In an instant, those wearing masks disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Quietly they go, as quietly they come. With a wave of his sleeve, he left only corpses everywhere. Yes, Qian Shang said respectfully. At this time, the way he looked at Song Tianli had changed greatly from before. Before, Song Tianli gave him the feeling that he was just resourceful, good at disguise, good at hiding, and able to take one step and see several steps. However, the powerful strength that Song Tianli had displayed today had shocked him. Zhang Jinda and Han Zixing had the same strength as him at the Sanfu realm anyways. However, such strength didn't even make it through a single move in front of Song Tianli. Couldn't even get Song Tianli to take him seriously. Just waved his hand and utilized the teacup to kill the two. Moreover, those who wore masks were extremely strong. The people brought by the Zhang and Han families were all killed, while they didn't suffer a single casualty. It's just horrible. Song Tianli didn't get involved in what happened next, because the cultivators with a bit of strength from the Zhang Han and Han families had basically all died. The others are minor characters who are dispensable, and it's enough for Rich Sang to take a shot at them. When the next day, the great clans of Qianzhou knew that the Zhang and Han families had been destroyed by the Song family, they were all shocked. They had always thought that the three great families were a three-legged situation. I didn't realize that the other two combined weren't enough for the Song family to play with. As a result, the leaders of all the great clans all handed out invitations to the Song family and sent gifts. This was because they were afraid that the Song family would look at them with displeasure and destroy them as well. For these invitations, the Song family rebuffed all of them, but the gifts were accepted as they were. At the same time, a message was brought to these people. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I'll eliminate them. The moment these words came out, the people from all the great clans in Xianzhou all let out a sigh of relief. These words showed the attitude of the Song family. A few days ago, the Zhang and Han families joined forces to eat up the Song family's industry, and they more or less knew about it. Now that the Zhang and Han families have been exterminated, this is considered retaliation by the Song family. As long as they didn't provoke the Song family shouldn't be heartless enough to deal with them. After this incident, the Song family was considered to have completely deterred the major clans in Xianzhou. The Song family had naturally become, well deservedly, the number one family in Xianzhou. For this, Song Tianli didn't care, because, before this, the Song family was the first family in Xianzhou that deserved to be there. It's just that they didn't expose this in order to keep a low profile. At this moment, Song Tianli focused on another matter. Lang Han had once again returned to Qianzhou. Back then, when he was being chased by assassins sent by the Donggong family, the Song family had put on a show with him in order not to be implicated and drove him out of the Song family. Later, the Song family used their own channels to send it out of Qianzhou. Whether Lang Han was alive or dead after that, Song Tianli didn't pay attention anymore. After all, they were only meeting each other in passing, and their feelings for each other were not considered to be that good. Unexpectedly, a few months passed and Lang Han once again returned to Qianzhou. Song Tianli also knew why he had come. At first, Venerable Spring had given them, the prospective disciples who had passed the test, 3 months to deal with worldly matters, and now the 3-month period was about to come to an end. Lang Han naturally had to return to Qianzhou to save himself from missing the time to travel to Four Seasons Panglai. At this moment, Song Tianli stayed in the villa, looking at the message sent by Qian Shang, about Lang Han. He was pondering whether or not to go meet Lang Han and ask him about the matter of the division of the main family of Lulishu City and the top 10 families of the central state. At this time, he saw Starlight walk out of the house. It made him extraordinarily strange. Mind you, Starlight is now a proper internet addict. There just doesn't seem to be anything else for him to do other than play games. Now how to shed out of the house. What's wrong, Starlight? Did you run into any problems playing the game? Song Tianli asked with concern. That's not true. It's just that I was just playing a game and suddenly my heart skipped a beat. I feel as if something is going on that's keeping me from concentrating. But what exactly happened? I can't say. Anyway, it's very strange. Starlight poured herself a glass of water as she spoke. Then can you sense, roughly, what aspect of the matter? Song Tianli asked. Normally, a powerful cultivator would not feel this way. Once you have this feeling, it means that something really relevant to you is happening. But what could be the thing that could be related to Starlight? Could it be that the people of lurid Shaozhou descended? Thinking of this, suddenly Song Tianli seemed to have thought of something. He remembered very clearly when Leng Han had said that he had once lived in Liulishu City for a while. It was only later after something happened that he fled Liulishu City. Chapter 162 Cold and Cold Punching Starlight. Song Tianli was now certain that the Starlight was coming from Liulishu City. Leng Han had also once resided in Liulishu City and was considered a member of Liulishu City. It was possible, then, that Cold Chill and Starlight knew each other. Therefore, when Lang Chen appeared, Starlight had an inner sense. The more he thought about this possibility, the more Song Tianli felt that it could be the truth. It would be interesting to see if these two knew each other. Starlight, have you ever heard of the name Donggong Hikaru? Song Tian Ideal asked after some thought. Togong Hikaru, what a familiar name. Starlight's mouth read. It was just that he couldn't kind of remember exactly where he'd heard that name before. Since the years sound familiar, then the two must know each other. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Where is Donggong Hikaru? I want to meet him. At this moment, Starlight looked at Song Tianli and said, Alright, I'll arrange it. At this, Song Tianli did not refuse. He had a favor for Starlight, and he counted it as a favor for Cold. If these two knew each other, they would never turn against him. Only, he was afraid that there was some kind of grudge between these two. If there is a hatred between the two of them father to hurt each other just fine. Rain me no melon. Since Song Tianli inwardly pondered. Okay, I hear you, Starlight said. So, Song Tianli left the villa and went to look for Leng Han. At this moment, Leng Han was eating noodles in a noodle shop. He had a mouthful of pasta and a mouthful of garlic. Eating pasta without garlic is half the flavor. At this time, Song Tianli walked in from outside and sat across from him. Boss, a bowl of big plate chicken with noodles. He's paying, Song Tianli said as he pointed at Leng Han. When his words came out, the boss glanced at Cold Chill with a bit of difficulty. He had to get the consent of the people. Otherwise he could not do anything if a random person came in and said so, and the other party did not recognize it. Alright, boss, put it on my tab, Leng Han said as he glanced at the boss. Song Tianli didn't have a disguise, so he recognized him at once. How have these past few months been? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Leng Han. It's okay, I didn't encounter any big trouble, Leng Han said as he ate his noodles. Then you mustn't thank me. What? Did you come to me today so I could thank you? That's not true. It's just that I want to take you to someone you could possibly recognize. See who? Leng Han raised his head to look at Song Tianli at this time. In Qianzhou, to say that he knew people, there was only Song 13, as well as Song Tianli, Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji. Other than that, he didn't know anyone. However, listening to Song Tianli's tone, the people he wanted to take himself to see were clearly not these few. Otherwise, it wouldn't have said it was possible to recognize someone from the Donggong family. Song Tianli said indifferently. After he said this, he stared closely at Leng Han, wanting to see what he had to show, because Leng Han and the Donggong family don't deal with each other. As far as I know, the Donggong family is in big trouble. Some time ago, the Donggong family suffered numerous deaths and injuries. They don't have the heart to find trouble with me right now, Leng Han said. He had just wondered if Song Tianli had colluded with the Donggong family to catch him. Quickly, however, he dismissed it, because, if Song Tianli and the Donggong family colluded, then the person who came today would not be Song Tianli alone. Besides, he was right about that point he just said. The people of the Donggong family didn't have the heart to pay attention to him right now. I just want to take you to someone who has amnesia. But he thought your name sounded familiar. So, he wants to meet you. What's his name? Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. Dang. Hearing the words Eastern Palace Crown Prince, the chopsticks in Leng Han's hand instantly fell out of his hand, dropping onto the table with a crisp crash. In response, he didn't pay any attention to it, but only raised his head and looked at Song Tianli with an incredulous look. What did you say his name was? Leng Han asked with an extremely serious expression. Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, Song Tianli repeated. Judging from Cold's reaction, he should recognize Starlight and should be familiar with it. I just don't know what the relationship is between the two of them. I'll go with you to meet him. Go now. Lon Han couldn't care less about eating and said hurriedly, Boss, I'll pack up my big plate chicken with noodles and take it with me. Song Tianli said hurriedly. Just like that, Lon Han followed Song Tianli away. Soon enough, the two appeared at the villa. At this time, Cold Chill saw from afar, on a chair in the courtyard of the villa, there was a man with an inch hair. Starlight started out with long hair, then was taken by Song Tianli to get a short haircut. Seeing this man, Lon Han's body shook and his fists slowly clenched. He then slowly made his way towards Starlight. At the same time, as if sensing something, Starlight stood up from her chair and looked in the direction where Lon Han was. Both men walked toward each other at the same time. Not knowing what was going to happen next, Song Tianli sat down at one of the side tables and opened his packed large plate of chicken with noodles and ate it. As an eater, eating is still more important. He saw that Starlight and Cold Chill quickly came together and stood still at the same time when they were 2 meters apart. Your name is Prince Dongdong? The first to speak was Lon Han. His expression was very cold, and his eyes surprisingly carried a kind of hatred. Yes, I didn't remember who I was before, but 2 days ago, I remembered that my name is Prince Dongdong. Who are you and why do I get a very familiar feeling? I think I've seen you somewhere before, Starlight asked. Hearing his question, Cold Chill did not return. He only saw his body flash, raised his fist, and punched Starlight's stomach viciously. Lon Han's strength was much worse than Starlight's, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to hit Starlight. However, Starlight did not dodge in the face of Cold Chill's attack, letting his fists fall on his body. Moreover, in order to prevent the energy in his body from shocking Lon Han, he controlled the energy in his body. Bang! Starlight was instantly sent flying a good distance away by Lon Han's punch. His feet skidded across the ground for a dozen meters before he stopped his body. No way! Taking a beating on purpose? That's not Starlight's style. These two can't be father and son, can they? I don't think so. For one thing, they don't both look the same. There's basically no resemblance. Secondly, Lon Han said before that his old man is dead. Song Tianli mumbled as he ate his noodles. So far, he hadn't guessed the relationship between the two either. Chapter 163, Recognition of Father and Son. Since you can't guess, just keep reading. He knew very well that it wouldn't be long before the truth of the matter came out in front of him. Lon Han didn't stop there after he punched Starlight away. With a flash of his body, he once again came in front of Starlight and kept swinging his fists. This time, Starlight wasn't as passive as before. He held out a hand and kept dodging and blocking. However, he never counterattacked, allowing Lon Han to unleash his attacks on him. Song Tianli also saw that although Lon Han was constantly attacking Starlight, he didn't strike. When he attacked Starlight like this, it was more like he was taking out his anger and venting. It was just that Song Tianli didn't know what he was out of breath for. Cold attacked Starlight for a while, and probably got tired and stopped attacking. He then stood in front of Starlight and looked at him. Father! In the next second, Lon Han knelt down at the Starlight, then shouted with a sobbing voice, My plants! What a father and son! Seeing this scene, Song Tianli was instantly dumbfounded. He had thought before that the two couldn't be father and son, but he hadn't realized that he had looked away. It's possible that Cold Chill looks like Mom. Father? Are you my son? Starlight said with a slightly stiff expression. Although he had lost his memory, he had swiped through quite a few short videos during his previous period of following Song Tianli's life. Naturally, he knew what the word father stood for. He hadn't even thought of it himself, but he had a son. Yes, you are my father, and I am your son, Hikaru Togashi. I thought that you had really died in battle, but I didn't realize that you were still alive. Child, pay homage to father, Lon Han said and bowed down to Starlight. He had always thought his father was dead. After all, that's what everyone in Rurushu Castle said. So from a young age, he was known as a wild child without a father or a mother. He had fantasized more than once about having his parents stand up for him when he was being bullied. But it was all just a fantasy after all. His father was dead. He was just a wild child without a father or a mother. And no one would stand up, stand in his way, and do his bidding. The only thing he could rely on was himself. And that's what he's been doing all these years. Do everything yourself and never rely on others as long as you can do it yourself. But now, his own father, who had originally been dead for many years, had appeared in front of him. It reminded him of his own aggravation over the last 20 years. If his father was still alive, why didn't he show up? Why did he let him suffer and suffer? So, he made a move towards Starlight. Dongdong Hikaru, my son, I remember. Hikaru, my little Hikaru. I didn't realize you'd grown so big. Starlight was elated, saddened, and chagrined at this point. In short, he had an extraordinarily complicated look on his face. At this time, little by little, his lost memories began to return. Quickly, he remembered the past completely. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch cold chill. However, he realized that the son he remembered, and the son in front of him, were completely different. Not being there for his son's upbringing was a dereliction of duty on his part as a father. It's my failure as a father. Hikaru, I'm sorry for not being able to grow up with you for so many years, Starlight said while stroking Lung Han's head. Father, it's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. From today on, I'm no longer a wild child, Lung Han said with a drawn-out cry. This was a scene that had appeared countless times in his dreams, and today it had finally materialized. Hearing the words wild seed, Starlight felt that her heart was stabbed hard by something. He knew that his son must have grown up with those two words. How have you been all these years? Starlight asked. I'm fine. Lung Han didn't say what had happened to him. When one grows up, one always learns to report good news to one's parents. Good shit. Starlight, you are unaware of how miserable your son has been all these years. Song Tianli stepped forward at this time and said. Song Tianli. Lung Han seemed to know what Song Tianli was going to say, so he hurriedly stopped it. Lung Han, they've been bullying you for over 20 years, and it's just as well that your father wasn't there before. Now that your father is back, shouldn't he do you justice for what happened to you over the last 20 years? Starlight and I have known each other for a while, and I feel that it is necessary to let him know about these things. If you don't want to say it, then I'll say it for you, Song Tianli said, turning his gaze towards Starlight. So, he told Starlight all about what Lung Han had told him earlier, the bullying he had been subjected to since he was a child, as well as his life experiences. The more Starlight listened, the more grim his face became. Good, that's great. I've born and died for Lulishu Castle, and they're treating my son like this. Let my son drink expired milk, eat expired food and be bullied at will. You guys are really good. Hikaru, don't worry, the grievances you suffered in the past, I will get them all back for you one by one. There's also the Central States branch. Since they sent assassins after you, there's no need for them to exist anymore. As Starlight said this, an extremely dense murderous aura surged out of his body. These killing auras were almost materializing. It was hard to imagine how many people he had killed before. Hearing Starlight say that, a smile appeared in Song Tianli's heart. To be able to cause a little trouble for the 10 great families of the Central State, as well as the Liulisho city, this was something he was very willing to see. This wasn't exactly using Starlight. He was just informing him of the truth. As a father, it is necessary to seek justice for his son. Father, I am content to have you back. Other than that, I don't want it anymore. I'm now a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai. In a couple of days, I'll be able to head to 4 times Pompeii to report. Lun Han said at this time. How can the son of my crown prince of the Eastern Palace go to 4 seasons Panglai to be a tiny outer disciple? You as my son, that will enjoy supreme honor. You don't need to go to 4-time pontiff. Follow me to Liuli Shoucheng in a moment. What belongs to you? No one can snatch it away. Starlight's tone was filled with dominance at this time. There's no need for that, is there? Cold Chill said. He didn't know how strong his father was, but he knew that there were countless strong people in Lulishu City. If his father traveled to Liulisho City to seek justice for him, it would be bad if the other party had no shame and struck out at his father. He'd had a hard time having a father, and he didn't want to lose it again. The past was the past, and he didn't want to pursue it any further. He's doing fine as he is. Very much so. After Starlight said this, he turned his gaze to Song Tianli. Chapter 164, 4 times Pompeii comes to town. Starlight had regained his memory by this time, so his eyes were completely different from before. Before, his eyes were pure and clean. There was a story in his eyes now. Song Tianli, thanks a lot. You saved my life twice and helped me get my son back. In the future, if you ever need my help, no matter the mountain of daggers or the sea of flames, I, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, will definitely go through fire and water, Starlight said in a firm tone. Instead of calling Song Tianli Yujibwa, he called him Song Tianli. This meant that he already knew Song Tianli's identity. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli smiled. He had done so much before, not for the sake of holding favors, but also so that he could befriend a powerful person like Starlight. Now, it could be considered to have served its purpose. Me too. You saved my father twice, helped me once, and reunited us as father and son. This favor will be remembered. If you ever need to use me, just a word. I will definitely go through fire and daggers. Lun Han said at this time. You two are very kind. It's a kind of fate that I can meet your father and son separately. If I need it in the future, I won't be polite. Song Tianli said with a smile. Thanks for your hospitality during this time. I'll take Hikoro away for now. Keep the jade slip I gave you earlier. If there is something you need me for, just crush the slip. I'll show up myself. After Starlight finished speaking, she left with cold. He's regained his memory and can't wait to get justice for his son. When he thought of the humiliation his son had suffered for the past 20 years, he was so enraged that he couldn't wait to kill everyone in Lulishu City. Seeing the Starlight father and son leave, Song Tianli took a deep breath. I have to say, this thing called karma is indeed very magical. He met the father and son in a different way. The things that should be dealt with in Shenzhou are pretty much taken care of. Now it's time to wait in peace for the arrival of the people from the 4 seasons of Penglai. Song Tianli said to himself. Lun Han was taken away by Starlight and headed to Liuli Shoucheng. It was naturally impossible to travel to the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance again. According to what Starlight had said, even if they traveled to the 4 seasons of Penglai, they would still only be outer disciples. Cold was different from the past. With Starlight around, a small outer disciple could no longer accommodate him. At this, Song Tianli didn't care. Everyone had their own different destinies, and becoming an outer disciple of the 4 seasons Penglai was not necessarily good or bad. Different choices lead to different outcomes in the future. Although he was a divine chosen, Song Tianli still planned to travel to the 4 seasons Penglai. This was because the 10 great divine realm cave heavens were the most mysterious and powerful places in the divine land. If you want to grow your strength quickly, you must travel to the 10 great divine realm cave heavens. Otherwise, even if one had a golden finger like Song Tianli, their strength would stop after rising to a certain point. Even if he had the golden finger of killing, the killing gold finger, which enhances combat power as long as you can kill someone with less combat power than yourself. However, with Song Tianli's current strength, the increased combat power from killing an average cultivator was basically dispensable to him, unless it's reckless and kills a large number of practitioners. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. It's just that this would really reduce Song Tianli to a murderous fiend. Slaying tens of thousands of ordinary people couldn't catch up to slaying a divine path realm cultivator. Therefore, it was more appropriate to kill the practitioner. For the next few days, Song Tianli didn't go anywhere. Just practice in the villa while waiting for the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance personnel to show up. He didn't have to wait too long, and on the 3rd day, the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance descended. The person leading the group was still Venerable Spring. Their descent this time was not as silent as their first appearance. This time, they appeared with great commotion, because they were traveling in a kind of huge flying boat. This flying boat covered the sky. When it appeared in the sky above Qinzhou, it plunged half of Qinzhou into dimness. I am Venerable Spring of the 4 seasons of Penglai. The 3-month period has come and gone, and I have come to fetch you to the 4 seasons of Penglai. On my command, all disciples who have passed the test, input spiritual energy into the jade tags that symbolize your identity. With the sound of Venerable Spring's voice, all corners of Qinzhou became lively. Mom, Venerable Chun from the 4 seasons of Pompeii is here to pick us up. Ha ha ha, finally, I can't wait. Dad, Mom, take care of yourselves. Kids gone. Grandma, take care of yourselves from now on when I'm not around. Different people have different mindsets. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Afterwards, one by one, they all took out the jade tags that had been issued by Venerable Spring at the beginning, and inputted spiritual energy into them. In the next second, a ball of light erupted from above the spiritual energy and wrapped the owner of the jade tablet. And then, these people, all of them, flew towards the flying boat in the sky. Included in this were Song Tianli, Song 13, Yu Chuanqiu, and Wu Ziji. After Song Tianli was surrounded by the ball of light, he sensed that the ball of light was actually a very soft energy. The energy dragged his entire body. If he fought back, he was able to break free. Of course, naturally, he wouldn't resist. Very quickly, silhouettes after silhouettes took off from the ground and arrived on top of the flying boat. They looked at each other in disbelief, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar people around them. The time before, they had met. Some people who knew each other well, naturally gathered together. Song Tianli. At this time, Song 13 shouted as he waved at Song Tianli. Next to him were Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli walked towards the three. Seeing Song Tianli who was walking towards them, Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji both looked at each other with complex expressions in their eyes. When he was in the Song family, Song Tianli and the Song family didn't have a very pleasant falling out. Why was Song 13 so enthusiastic when he saw Song Tianli? However, there was no grudge between the two of them and Song Tianli, and since Song 13 had greeted them with a good face, they naturally wouldn't speak ill of them. Long time no see. The two took the initiative to greet Song Tianli enthusiastically. Long time no see. Song Tianli responded in return. In fact, he had seen Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji several times. It was just that these two didn't know it was him. The reason Song Tianli left the Song family in the first place was because I put on a show with him. And Cold Chill too. I sent secret missions to them. It was used that way on purpose. Back then, Lang Han didn't steal from me either. Song 13 explained from the side. Chapter 165 Barrier in the Sky. After hearing Song 13's explanation, Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zzz came to a realization. They just said that it was a bit inexplicable that Lang Han and Song Tianli left in the first place. Turns out it was an act. Then this is the time for our 4 great Vajra to kill big again, Yu Chuanqiu said with a bit of excitement. He still kind of missed the short period of time when they had the 4 diamonds together. Where's Lang Han? Lang Han isn't here. We're missing one of the 4 great Vajra. Wu Zi looked around, searching for Lang Han's figure. Song 13 also turned his gaze to Song Tianli. He had received news earlier that Lang Han had returned to Qianzhou, so how come he hadn't boarded the flying boat? Lang Han was originally from Liulishuo City, and is now presumed to have returned to Liulishuo City. Song Tianli explained. What? He's from Rorani Shoucheng? This guy, he's hiding really deep. I told you how he was so good. When we were at the auditions, he seemed to know everything. It wouldn't be surprising if he's from Liulishuo City, Yu Chuanqiu said with a bit of surprise and a bit of realization. Everyone, quiet. Just as a few people were about to say something, Venerable Spring snapped. Instantly, everyone stayed quiet. In the beginning, I issued down 212 jade tags, and nowadays, there are only 205 people who have boarded the spirit boat. That means there are 7 people who, for whatever reason, missed out on this one. Whatever the reason, if you miss it, you miss it, and we're not going to wait for them. This is your first lesson in becoming a Shugenja. Oftentimes, there is only one chance, and once you miss it, it's no more. We are about to leave for the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance. Whatever you see and whatever happens during this period is normal. No need to make a fuss. Depart. With a command from Venerable Spring, the flying boat flew. The flying boat was the subconscious name of the Qianzhou crowd, and Venerable Spring called it a spirit boat. Above the spirit boat, the spell formation flickered, holding it up as it flew. In the beginning, the spirit boat was not fast, but as time passed, the spirit boat became faster and faster, and many people felt the sensation of weightlessness. Some people with low strength, who hadn't reached the Chifu realm yet, hadn't flown. This weightlessness was extraordinarily difficult for them. Soon enough, a number of people's stomachs began to turn. Uncle Chung, do we not care about them? At this time, a female disciple of the 4 seasons Pang Lai next to him looked at Venerable Spring and asked, never mind, if you can't even endure this bit of too much pain, what's the point of cultivating the gods? Just go home and farm while you can. Besides, it's the kind of thing they always have to go through. Spit and they'll get used to it. Venerable Spring said without a care in the world. That's not what I meant. I mean, with so many of them puking together, they'll dirty the spirit boat. How disgusting is that? The female disciple said. Got dirty. Let them clean up after themselves. This doesn't matter. You guys record the ones who didn't vomit during the process. Venerable Spring said. Those who didn't vomit were either strong-minded or strong enough to be used to flying. Either way, it's worth cultivating. It's not absolute, but it's certainly a way to screen for heavenly talent. Song Tianli, why don't you have any reaction? Wu Ziqing vomited for half a day, feeling like he was about to vomit out his bile. He saw Song Tianli, who actually didn't have any reaction, and asked, I grew up playing with items like the sledgehammer and the pirate ship. So, this situation just makes me a little hard to throw up. Song Tianli casually found a reason. While he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, he was told to force himself to throw up and die, which he couldn't do. And, as he had just observed, not everyone had thrown up. There are still some people, like him. He didn't look out of place with this look. Slowly, over time, the crowd finally calmed down. Like Venerable Spring said, you get used to it when you throw up. Now, these people are used to it. At this time, the crowd looked beyond the spirit boat. They realized that the spirit boat was flying higher and higher, and the 9 states were already basically close to being invisible. Very quickly, they flew through the clouds and came to the very top of the 9 states. At that moment, the crowd saw that there was a barrier in the middle of the sky above the 9 states. The barrier was light blue in color and looked like the color of the sky, blending in with it. You can't really see it unless you look closely. The color of the sky we see, it can't be the color of this barrier, right? Yu Chuanqiu asked in a curious tone this time. Very likely. Wu Zi nodded. The sky is supposed to be blue, and it's possible that this barrier maps the color of the sky. It can't be that the sky mapped the color of the barrier. Song Tianli explained this time. According to the physics he learned on the blue planet, the sky is blue-colored because sunlight is made up of 7 types of light. The higher frequencies of the 7 types of light are green, cyan, blue, and violet, and the higher light frequencies are most easily scattered by air molecules and dust in the air. So most of the green, cyan, blue, and violet light in the sunlight passing through the atmosphere is scattered. The proportion of purple in the solar spectrum itself is relatively small, coupled with the fact that most of the purple light and ultraviolet light is absorbed by the ozone layer, and the rest is predominantly greenish-blue, so the sky takes on an azure color. Why? Yu Chuanxiu inquired in confusion. There is no such scientific explanation in the 9 states, so he doesn't get it. I guessed, Song Tianli said indifferently. While the two were talking, a ball of light suddenly erupted from the front of the spirit boat. Immediately afterward, the glow wrapped around the entire spirit boat. The spirit boat wrapped in light seemed to assimilate with the barrier in the sky as it slowly penetrated it. On top of the spirit boat, Song Tianli and the others didn't feel any bumps. I wonder if this barrier can be broken through by human power, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Although he could fly, he had never tried to fly so high. So I don't know if one can get through this barrier. After the spirit boat passed through the barrier, Song Tianli and the others clearly felt that the spirit boat lurched. After the spirit boat flew forward for some distance, a violent energy storm appeared around the spirit boat. These energy storms invaded the spirit boat. However, the spirit boat was not harmed in any way due to the protection of the light mass. This energy storm is a bit terrifying. Trying to fight it with human power is not an easy task. Even if I were 10 times stronger now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The others, too, were stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 166 Arriving at the 4 Seasons of Penglai. Many people have fantasized about what lies beyond the sky. Today, they've seen it. It was just that the scene beyond the sky was a bit different from what they had imagined. They imagined the sky beyond to be romantic and beautiful. The fact of the matter is that the stars are full of crises. If it wasn't for the protection of the spirit boat, all of them would have died. At this moment, everyone looked at the energy storm in the sky with fear. The spirit boat was already extremely huge, covering the sky while in the sky above Qianzhou. But now, in the midst of the huge energy storm, the huge flying boat was just like a child, being played with at will. This scene is like the scene of a killer whale headbutting a sea turtle in the middle of the ocean. Search for it if you don't understand it. It's particularly interesting. Fortunately, the spirit boat was protected by an energy shield on top of it, and even if they were casually toyed with by the energy storm, the people within the spirit boat were not injured. Only, once again, they experienced the sensation of a crazy sledgehammer. Many people were used to the feeling of weightlessness, but this time, it was even worse. As a result, the many prospective disciples of the 4 Seasons of Penglai began to vomit again. Even Song Tianli felt a very strong discomfort. However, he held back. The people of 4 Seasons Pompeii seemed to be used to this, so there was nothing unusual about it. They just looked at the crowd with smiles on their faces, without any intention of stepping forward to help. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the spirit boat flew out of the range of the energy storm, and calm was restored to the spirit boat. All the prospective disciples of the 4 Seasons of Penglai snuggled together, panting heavily. The feeling they just had was too unbearable, and they never wanted to experience it a second time. We've arrived. Just then, Venerable Spring said faintly. Hearing him say that, the crowd, who were still a bit half-dead, hurriedly struggled to stand up from the spirit boat. They kind of couldn't wait to see what the legendary 4 Seasons of Penglai was really like. Looking around, an immense and incomparable island appeared before their eyes. This island was no better than any of the 9 states. Moreover, the most peculiar thing was that the island was divided into 4 parts above, in 4 colors. They are green, red, yellow, and white. These 4 colors, don't they symbolize the 4 seasons? Yu Chuanxiu said at this time. 4 Seasons Penglai. I'm sure this name won't be given casually. It must have a deep meaning. The 4 seasons can also be referred to as the 4 seasons. So I guess that's where the name 4 Seasons Penglai comes from. Wu Zi said. You few little ones guessed correctly. The origin of the name 4 Seasons Penglai is because of Penglai Island's unique distribution of seasons. Venerable Spring spoke at this time. While the crowd was talking, the spirit boat began to land. The huge spirit boat landed on top of a huge square. The crowd raised their eyes and realized that beside them, there were also 3 spirit boats. It was almost identical to the spirit boat they were traveling in. The only difference was, on top of their spirit boat, there was the word spring. On the other 3 spirit boats, there were the words summer, autumn and winter. At that moment, a piece of the spirit beast's plywood fell down, extending to the ground. Everyone, get off the spirit boat. Venerable Spring's voice rang out. Upon hearing his voice, The disciples of the four-time Pang Lai directly flew down from the top of the spirit boat, and Sung Tianli they headed for the ground from the falling plywood. Song Tianli could have flown, but he didn't want to attract attention, so he chose to walk down like the others. At the same time, Venerable Spring also flew up, heading towards a high platform. On top of this high platform stood about 10 people. Island Master, I'm back, Venerable Spring said. How many people have returned this time? An immortal-looking old man asked. A total of 205. That's not so little. Let's start measuring the spirit root next. Zuan Lai, you preside next. The old man known as the Island Lord said to a young man who looked to be in his 20s next to him. Yes, Islander, Zuan I said, and walked forward. Hopefully, a few supreme celestial pride will appear. Island Master, you could have said before that if there is a supreme heavenly pride, you have to let me pick it first. A man in a white robe said. On what grounds? You Winter Mountain disciples are considered to be more numerous, while we Autumn Mountain disciples are fewer, so it's only right that we Autumn Mountain should be the first to choose, right? A man wearing a yellow robe said. That's what the Islander promised me. Islander, you promised him? No. When did I say yes? Why don't I know? Islander, you said that after your last drink, you can't keep your word. How can you take anything you say after drinking seriously? For a while, several people on the high platform argued, and the man called Zuanlai came to the very front of Song Tianli and his group. To introduce myself, my name is Zuanlai. I'm our Pang Lai Outer Disciple Deacon, responsible for all things for Outer Disciples. On behalf of Pang Lai, I welcome you. Now, conduct the spiritual root test. Many of you may not even know what a spiritual root is, so I'll briefly introduce it. Hearing Zuanlai say that, Song Tianli and those of them all frowned slightly, because they really don't know what a spiritual root is. This was a term that they had also heard for the first time. As we all know, we cultivators have only one goal, and that is to cultivate into a god. Therefore, we, the cultivators, are again made into god cultivators. And the path of god cultivation is about talent and chance. Chance is predestined by heaven. It depends on personal fortune. Those who are deeply blessed are prone to opportunities. Those who are blessed with shallow fortune may lose even the chance that comes to them. That's something we can't force. But the gift, the sky is the limit. And the goodness or badness of one's talent is determined by the spirit root. Spiritual roots go from low to high, 1st grade, 2nd grade, all the way up to 9th grade. You guys were able to pass Master Chun's selection, so I'm sure the grade of your spiritual roots aren't low. But, exactly how strong it is, I guess you yourselves are not very clear. So, next, we're going to have a spiritual root test. If you can be chosen by whichever mountain master, then you may become our Pang Lai's personal disciples. All of you have just arrived and do not yet know much about Pang Lai. I'll be brief. Hearing these introductions from Zuanlai, Song Tianli was unconsciously a bit sleepy. He felt that Zuanlai's speech at this moment was a bit like the school leader's speech every time the school year started. It's more like an old lady's shroud, stinky and long. It could be that all leaders like to beat the bush. Chapter 167, Spiritual Roots Test. For Zuanlai's speech, Song Tianli roughly summarized it. The 4 seasons of Pang Lai are divided into 4 main mountains, namely, Spring Mountain, Summer Mountain, Autumn Mountain, and Winter Mountain. The highest administrators of each mountain are the Mountain Lords, the ones on the high platform, and under the Mountain Lords, there were the elders of each mountain. The number of elders varies from mountain to mountain. Both Mountain Lords and elders could collect disciples, and these disciples were called true disciples. Among the many disciples, the true disciples were the highest in status. Below the true disciples were the inner disciples. That is, disciples who were able to enter the major main mountains for cultivation. Most of these were not able to worship a teacher, but the elders of each mountain, or the mountain masters would occasionally give them lessons. In other words, they were able to reach the elders and mountain lords of the mountains. Moreover, they were still able to receive some spirit stones, feats and the like every month. It's not too much, but it's not too little either. Below the inner disciples were the outer disciples. Outer disciples were unable to enter the 4 main mountains to cultivate, and could only stay in other parts of the 4 seasons Pang Lai. The resources that are available are earned and need to be exchanged for labor. It's the equivalent of working for money at 4 seasons Pompeii. Below the outer disciples were the miscellaneous disciples. They were considered to be the lowest level of the entire 4 seasons Pang Lai, and were basically people who didn't have spiritual roots, or whose spiritual roots were of extremely low grade. They are responsible for some of the chores of the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance, like cooking, cleaning, scrubbing toilets and such. The number of miscellaneous disciples, in the 4 seasons of Pang Lai, was the largest, because 4 seasons Pompeii is huge. There's a lot to do. People like Song Tianli and the others who had already been selected once by Venerable Spring basically wouldn't be reduced to miscellaneous disciples. To be able to pass the selection of Venerable Spring, there was always something. At the very least, one would become an outer disciple. If the spiritual root grade was highest enough, it was possible to become an inner disciple or even a true disciple. I've just said so much, and you guys should have some idea about Pang Lai. Now I announce the start of the spiritual root test, Zuan Lai said loudly. With the sound of his voice, there were instantly a few people, carrying 4 tables, coming in front of the crowd. Above each table was a basketball-sized crystal ball. This is the spiritual root test ball. To test your spiritual root, you only need to place your hands on it. You line up in 4 columns, one by one, Zuan Lai said loudly. After his words fell, Song Tianli and his group, very consciously, lined up in 4 columns. It's a bit tense and exciting. I don't know how many grades of spiritual roots I'll be. Yu Chunqiu whispered at this time. That's definitely a 9th grade spiritual root, directly becoming a true disciple. Wu Zi said from the side. Old Wu, don't worry, if I become a true disciple, I will definitely cover you. Yu Chunqiu was not modest. Instead, he patted Wu Ziji's shoulder and said, hug the big brother's thigh. Wu Zizi said cooperatively. Song Tianli didn't say anything. He knew that his spirit root grade shouldn't be too high. He had known since he was a child that he had an average talent for cultivation. Estimatedly, one could just become an outer disciple. Very quickly, the spiritual root test for the first wave of people began. Lu Ziyuan, 5th grade spiritual root, as an outer disciple. Next to the spiritual root test ball, a disciple of the 4 seasons Pang Lai stood and shouted. What? 5th grade spiritual root, or an outer disciple? Are the requirements for becoming an inner disciple and a true disciple so high? I'm suddenly nervous. Lu Ziyuan and I have about the same cultivation talent. I feel like I'll just be an outer disciple. For a while, there was a lot of talk. Yang Ning, 6th grade spiritual root, as an inner disciple. Another voice rang out. There's only a difference of 1 grade between a 5th grade spiritual root and a 6th grade spiritual root, and the treatment is completely different. I'm not looking to become a true disciple, just an inner disciple. Wang Fei, 4th grade spiritual root, as an outer disciple. Zhao Jiaowang, 7th grade spiritual root, as an inner disciple. Above the high platform, the brows of the many mountain lords were slightly furrowed. The average qualification of these children is good. It's just that there's no top heavenly pride. A 7th grade spiritual root isn't bad. Mountain Lord Autumn, do you want to accept a disciple with a 7th grade spiritual root? Mountain Lord Winter asked with a smile. If you want to become my disciple, even if it's not a 9th grade spiritual root, it has to be an 8th grade spiritual root. 9th grade spiritual roots were extremely rare, and could be said to be truly 1 in a billion. You don't meet one for years. Therefore, often, an 8th grade spiritual root was already enough to make the various mountain lords grab their heads. Sun Ao, 8th grade spiritual root, as an inner disciple. Upon hearing this voice, the 4 mountain lords who had been fighting just a moment ago instantly disappeared in place. An 8th grade spiritual root was enough for them to compete. At this moment, everyone was looking at Sun Ao with a bit of envy, because he was the person with the highest spiritual root grade. Tested out. In his current position, Sun Ao himself was overjoyed. Before he had time to be happy, he suddenly felt that his wrist was grabbed. Immediately afterward, he saw that a man wearing a yellow robe appeared in front of him. Sun Ao, Old Master Qiushan Mountain, are you willing to worship Old Master as your teacher? Autumn Mountain Lord looked at Sun Ao and asked. Sun Ao hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he was a bit dazed for a while. He hadn't expected that a mountain lord would want to take him as a disciple. Sun Ao, Autumn Mountain is the poorest main mountain. There's no future in following him. You'd better worship me. I am the master of Xia Mountain. Our Xia Mountain is the richest. At this time, a man wearing a red robe appeared on the other side of Sun Ao and said, Bullshit, where are we poor in Autumn Mountain? The Autumn Mountain Lord said, You two run really fast. Forget it, we won't fight anymore. Sun Ao let you guys have it. Seeing this scene, Spring Mountain Lord and Winter Mountain Lord couldn't help but say, they acted just a little late and were shortchanged. The first person with an 8th grade spiritual root. They wouldn't argue. They believed that there were other disciples with 8th grade spiritual roots behind them. After all, the spiritual root test had only just begun. Sun Ao, have you thought about who to choose? I'll go with the Summer Mountain Mountain Master. Sun Ao said subconsciously. He didn't know much about the 4 main mountains, but the Summer Mountain Master had said that they were the richest in Summer Mountain. Then pick the richest. Sure, at least you won't suffer from poverty. Ha 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 ha. Autumn Mountain Lord. I'm sorry, the Summer Mountain Lord said with a smile. You kid has no vision. Autumn Mountain Lord said with a bit of exasperation. Pei Dongyang, 9th grade spiritual root. As an inner disciple. That's when another voice rang out. In the next second, the Spring Mountain Lord and Winter Mountain Lord arrived in front of Pei Dongyang as fast as they could. And when the Autumn Mountain Lord looked at Sun Ao in front of him, he instantly felt that he wasn't cute at all anymore. There was still a gap between an 8th grade spiritual root and a 9th grade spiritual root. Chapter 168 Song Tianli's Spiritual Roots. Sun Ao had just promised the Xia Mountain Lord. If the Xia Mountain Lord went to rob Pei Dongyang with a few other mountain lords, it would be a bit of a stretch. However, if he didn't go and grab it, a disciple with a 9th grade spiritual root would be missed just like that, and he would definitely regret it. For a while, the Summer Mountain Lord was caught in a dilemma. Forget it, you can't be too greedy, Sun Ao. Since you chose me, then from today onwards, I am your master. The master worship ceremony will be held tomorrow, Mountain Lord Xia said as he looked at Sun Ao. Yes, master, Sun Ao said with an excited face. To be able to worship a mountain lord as his teacher was a great blessing for him. He knew that from this day on, his fate was completely different. Pei Dongyang was snatched by the fastest acting Winter Mountain Lord, so Pei Dongyang became a true disciple of Winter Mountain. And it's still the Mountain Lord's true legacy. With the appearance of a 9th grade spiritual root, the other spiritual roots looked a bit dull. Even if, later on, an 8th grade spiritual root appeared again, the competition among the several mountain lords was not as strong as before. However, there is a snatch and grab. It's just that the further back you go, the more peaceful the fight becomes. Soon enough, it was Song Tianli and a few of them. Yu Chuanqiu, 6th grade spiritual root, as an inner disciple. Wu Zizai, 7th grade spirit root, for inner disciple. Song 13, 7th grade spiritual root, as an inner disciple. Song Tianli, 5th grade spiritual root, as an outer disciple. Upon hearing the spiritual roots of the four, Song 13 and the three of them, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Song Tianli. None of them had expected Song Tianli to become an outer disciple with only a 5th grade spiritual root. The gap between the outer disciples and the inner disciples would grow wider and wider. Young. At this time, Song 13 came to Song Tianli's side wanting to comfort him. However, before the words could be uttered, they were interrupted by Song Tianli. You're good, worthy of being my chosen one. Your spirit root is actually 2 grades higher than mine. Song Tianli patted Song Xii's shoulder and said, this scene didn't seem like much to the others, but it made Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizi's eyes widen. Why did they feel as if the two had switched identities? Chuanqiu, Zizi, congratulations. Song Tianli then turned his head back to Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizi. Boss, don't be discouraged. The three of us will cover you. Yu Chuanqiu said. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. This outer disciple is enough for me. Song Tianli said to the two with a smile. He didn't say that as a relief, but he really thought it. He was the chosen one and wasn't exactly looking for attention. Among the outer disciples, there were no more powerful disciples, so no one would notice him. He's just in time for one. If the spiritual root grade was too high, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing to be taken in as a disciple by all the great mountain lords competing for them, because he had just observed these mountain lords with his white eyes, and he realized that the energy within these mountain lords was extremely huge. The difference between him and it was like the difference between the light of a grain of rice and the sun and the moon. Even the killing Goldfinger couldn't see through their combat power. This showed that the combat power of these mountain lords exceeded him by too much. Seeing that Song Tianli was so open-minded, Yu Chuanqiu and the others didn't say anything else. He Tianrui, 9th grade spiritual root, as an inner disciple. At this moment, another voice rang out. Hearing this name, a smile hung at the corner of Song Tianli's mouth. He Tianrui was the owner and chef of the previous delicious bistro and a chosen one. Moreover, he had already been taken in by Song Tianli. Song Tianli had read about his god's ruling coin and understood his golden finger. As long as he was willing, he could ask the divine judge to destroy He Tianrui in minutes. Only, upon learning that he had also become a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai, Song Tianli did not ask the divine judge to kill him. He decided to keep He Tianrui as a cover for himself. In hindsight, this was an extraordinarily wise decision on his part. He Tianrui possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, and without any surprises, he would become the disciple of a certain mountain lord. With him around, it would be a lot easier for himself if he did things in 4 seasons Panglai in the future. As expected, upon hearing about another 9th grade spiritual root, the 4 great mountain lords began a mad scramble, including the Winter Mountain Lord who had previously been as strong as Pei Dongyang, a 9th grade spirit root. For these, Song Tianli did not pay too much attention. He valued, more than anything else, the way he was going to live next in the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance. He could feel that the aura above this square alone was 100 times that of the 9 states. I wonder how abundant the aura is in those places that specialize in cultivation. Cultivating in such a place would definitely result in twice the effort with half the effort. Very quickly, the crowd's spiritual root tests were completed. Among them, those with 9th grade spiritual roots, there were 2. For those with 8th grade spiritual roots, there were 7 of them. These people, basically, would become the true disciples of the 4 seasons of Penglai. It was either the Mountain Lord's true disciple or the Elder's true disciples. At this time, the island master of 4 times Pompeii stepped forward and looked at the crowd. From today onwards, you are disciples of the 4 seasons of Penglai. Some of you have become true disciples, some have become inner disciples, and some have become outer disciples. Just because this is where you started doesn't mean this is where you'll end up. The identity of our disciples in the 4 seasons of Penglai is never fixed. Being an outer disciple today doesn't mean being an outer disciple forever. Likewise, being a true disciple today doesn't mean that he will remain a true disciple in the future. God cultivators, by nature, act against the heavens, and everyone must be resigned to their fate. You can all be better. And if you're not satisfied with the status quo, then try to make a difference. Since the establishment of the 4 seasons of Penglai, many legendary figures have risen from the minutiae. For example, one of the most legendary seniors of our 4-time Penglai was originally a miscellaneous disciple. Rising from the humble beginnings, step by step he made it to the top, becoming one of the most legendary figures in the 4 seasons of Penglai. Likewise, the outer disciples, the inner disciples have similar characters. So, I hope you guys don't get ahead of yourselves and work hard to cultivate and change yourselves, the island master said as he stood above and looked at the crowd. He said this in a way that made many people's blood boil, especially some of the outer disciples. They felt that as long as they worked hard on their cultivation, they could also be like that legendary senior. Only a very few people smiled and didn't say anything. It's not that easy to go against the grain. Oftentimes, there are many things that can't be achieved just by trying. $50 is not as much of an effort as $100 is inviting. As the saying goes, if hard work works, what's the point of having talent? There's a poisonous chicken soup saying that goes like this: you're not as good as someone else who's just messing around when you're trying to be the best you can be. Effort can only determine the lower limit, but the upper limit still depends on talent. Chapter 169, I am the chosen one. Of course, these words can just be thought about in one's mind, not spoken. A lot of things are said that can't be said even if you know it in your heart. I know you young people, you all like to hide. And a beautiful name for the bottom card. Young people have to be young and wild. Remember what I said. You can be as wild as you want in 4 seasons pomp and circumstance. The more you guys flail, the more I like it. In the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance, you must remember one word: contend. Struggle for status. Struggle for resources. Struggle for merit and contribution. If you can't do that, then you can only mingle and wait for death. The island master said loudly once again. In the path of cultivation, it is impossible to always be good to people. If you don't fight, you will fall behind. And if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Therefore, the 4 seasons Penglai was encouraging disciples to compete with each other, among themselves. I've said all that needs to be said, and now I'll say one last thing. If there is a divine chosen among you, you may come forward directly. I will take him as a disciple and make him a holy son of the 4 seasons Penglai, pouring out the resources of the island and cultivating him extremely. All the people looked at each other in disbelief as soon as the island master said this. The chosen are not quite the same as them. The chosen all have golden fingers and can take shortcuts. It was only that all the chosen of God were old 6, and could not easily reveal their identity as chosen of God. At this time, Song Tianli turned his gaze to He Tianrui. He wanted to see if the other side would step up. He realized that He Tianrui didn't seem to have any intention of recognizing his identity as a chosen of God. Island master, I'm a divine chosen. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. With the sound of his voice, he instantly attracted everyone's attention, including the gazes of Song Tianli and the others, as well as all the mountain lords, elders, and island lords. The crowd realized that the speaker was a man in his 20s. He looked plain and unassuming. Placed in the middle of the crowd, Zhou He, 5th grade spiritual root. The person who had just tested his spiritual roots in 4 times Pompeii remembered the results of his spiritual root test just now. How do you prove it? The island master asked as he looked at Zhou He. The chosen one has the golden finger. It's not like saying you're the chosen one is the chosen one. One has to take proof. I will prove it to the island master after he accepts me as his disciple, Zhou He said. However, when this was said, many people began to be skeptical. It wasn't like the word chosen was written on the face of the chosen, and there was really no way to prove it without taking out the divine ruler coin. However, if you are not a chosen one, you don't even know the chosen ones have divine ruler coins. Even if Joey did take out the divine ruling coin, the others wouldn't be able to confirm his identity. Don't bother, take my move. Right at this moment, Xuanlai shouted and launched an attack towards Zhou. If Zhou was truly a divine chosen, then the 3 months he spent in the 9 great states was enough for him to make great progress in his strength. Even if they couldn't reach the divine path realm, at the very least, they possessed the strength of the Chifu realm. The strength was a great deal higher than that of the other new disciples. Therefore, he only used the strength of the Sanfu realm. Facing Xuanlai's attack, Zhou was not too intimidated. He put his fingers together and waved them. At once, a sword chi flew out of his hand and, this sword chi was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through everything. The 5 prefectures realm. Sensing the aura coming from Zhou's body, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Xuanlai also sensed the strength of this attack, so he increased his attack. With the strength of the 3 prefectures realm, he simply couldn't receive Zhou's attack. Therefore, he had also raised his strength to the 5 prefectures realm. Boom! A loud noise from a collision came out. Thump! 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 Xuanlai took several steps back in a row before stabilizing his body, and Zhou took 2 steps back. In terms of the outcome of the fight, no one took advantage, but Xuanlai took a few more steps back. In other words, in the exchange just now, he had slightly lost the battle. This had to do with the fact that he had hastily raised his attack power from the Sanfu realm to the Wufu realm. However, this also showed that Zhou was strong enough. In the 9 great states, it wasn't as if someone of Zhou's age couldn't cultivate to the 5 prefectures realm. However, with his 5th grade spirit root talent, if he wanted to have this strength at this age, unless he had a great encounter. But the thing about strange encounters is that they don't just happen. Outside of excluding the possibility of strange encounters, if one wanted to cultivate to the 5 prefectures realm at this age with the talent of a 5th grade spirit root, one would have to be a divine chosen and rely on a golden finger to do so. Then, that meant that there was a real possibility that Zhou was a chosen of God. It's a bit interesting, I just don't know what his golden finger will be, Song Tenli said silently in his heart as he looked at Zhou. He was a bit puzzled that this Zhou was a cutie. Why did he reveal his identity as a chosen of God? When the identity of the chosen one was revealed, it was easy for others to notice. And once he became an existence that everyone was watching, then it was easy for others to speculate about his golden handshake based on his daily behavior. And once his gold finger is guessed, then he will surely die. He didn't know that Zhou was doing this intentionally and had other plans. Or was it because the island master had said that all God's chosen would be taken in as his disciples? Therefore, Zhou couldn't wait to become the island master's true disciple. Which one exactly? Song Tianli didn't know, but he remembered Zhou as a person. Song Tianli could be certain that there were definitely more than just Zhou He Tian Rui, and him, the 3 divine chosen. Among the 4 seasons Pang Lai, there are definitely other chosen ones. It's better to live with it. Song Tianli made up his mind. Before he had a clear grasp of everything in 4 seasons Pang Lai, he absolutely couldn't make a wave. He will carry the way of go to the end. Good. I'll take you. At this time, the island master stepped forward and looked at Zhou, saying, "Thank you, island master." Zhou said respectfully, "Are there any other divine chosen?" The island lord looked at Song Tianli and the others again at this time and asked. This time, however, not a single person stepped forward. Seeing that no one had stepped forward, the island master turned his gaze to Xuanlai. "I declare this spiritual root test over." Hearing this, the crowd's slightly tense demeanor loosened. Whatever the spiritual root, the dust has settled. Next, it's up to you to make your own destiny. I declare that our welcome ceremony for the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance begins exactly as it should, Xuanlai said. Only he said this with an impish smile on his face. There's a welcome ceremony. How nice. The many new disciples under the stage said with a little bit of joy. They had thought that after coming to the 4 seasons of Pang Lai, they would be reduced to the lowest level of existence and be bullied at will. After all, there were countless powerful people in the 4 seasons of Pang Lai. I didn't realize that they were treated far better than they thought they would be. Chapter 170, Alternative Welcome Ceremony. Just as the crowd was getting excited, suddenly a huge vortex appeared above them. This vortex produced a powerful devouring force, and in an instant, swallowed all the new disciples. All of them. This included those disciples with 8th and 9th grade spiritual roots, as well as the divine chosen. Zhou. Facing this devouring force, Song Tianli could actually use the flying thunder god to escape, but he didn't. He remembered what Xuanlai had said. Zun said that the next step was the welcome ceremony. Guess the welcome wasn't as nice as they thought it would be. After a period of heavenly rotation, Song Tianli and the others appeared in the middle of a mountain forest. What exactly is this place? The crowd said with puzzled faces. A strange mountain forest that seems to have the scent of quite a few wild beasts. One person said, "This is the Valley of the Beasts." A word of warning. It is extremely dangerous with wild beasts all over the place. Your next, primary task, is to find a way to survive, and slay as many beasts as possible. For every beast you kill, there will be a record above your disciple jade tags. In the end, you will be ranked. The disciples who rank in the top 10 will receive mysterious rewards. Likewise, disciples who rank in the bottom 10s will have unknown punishments. All you new disciples, try to live. Good luck. At this time, Xuanlai's voice sounded above the heads of the crowd. After his words fell, suddenly a balloon-like object fell from the sky. The object fell above the ground and shattered instantly. Immediately afterward, a peculiar smell began to fill the air. It's a little tangy, with a little bit of stink mixed in. What's this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Not good. This is beast-attracting powder. It will attract wild beasts. Everyone run. One person recognized this thing and hurriedly shouted loudly. Hearing his words, the crowd didn't hesitate and hurriedly ran in all directions. However, they were still a step slow. Roar! Ah! Hiss! From all around them, the hissing of wild beasts was constantly heard. At the same time, the ground shook violently. Song Tianli's figure flickered and arrived next to Song 13. Song 13 was his chosen one. He naturally couldn't watch anything happen to Song 13. Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji came to the side of the two at this time. After all, they are acquaintances, and they were all on good terms before, so they were able to have each other to fall back on. They couldn't tell the direction either, so they all chose a random direction. Only, it didn't take long to run forward before a herd of wild beasts appeared in front of them. Most of them are beasts of the Sanzang realm and the Suzang realm. We can completely deal with them by cooperating with each other, Song Tianli said to a few people. At this point in time, they were back to back together. Okay, I'll go first, Wu Zizi said. After he said this, he pulled out some bottles and jars from his pocket and threw them towards the beasts. The bottles and cans directly burst apart the moment they touched the ground. For a while, various powders filled the wild beasts. These powders, which caused so much pain to the many beasts, began to rampage. Immediately after that, Wu Zizi waved his palm and a huge fishing net was thrown out by him. Large nets netted the rampaging beasts. Yu Chuanqiu seemed to have known that this would happen, as he held a brick engraved with the word virtue and smashed it towards the beasts while the net fell. The two of them had been together for 3 months and had gotten to know each other very well. Moreover, the two had worked together many times in the past and had gotten quite good at it. It's no exaggeration to say that when the other guy puckers his ass, he knows what he's going to fart. Yu Chuanqiu entered the wild beasts with the slate, as if he was a tiger entering a herd of sheep, frantically smashing the slate towards the heads of those beasts. Bang! 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 A series of loud bangs went on and on. Each ringing sound was accompanied by the fall of a beast. 13. Let's strike too. There's no need to keep your hand, Song Tianli said to Song 13. Earlier in the square, the islander said that in the 4 seasons of Pompeii, it must be contested. The only way to have resources and status is to fight for it. Therefore, without revealing his identity as a chosen of God, Song Tianli also had the ability to fight as much as possible. The appearance of them, the new disciples, in this place was the work of the 4 seasons Panglai crowd. He was sure that someone was watching their performance from the shadows. After measuring the spiritual roots, the crowd was divided into true disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. But like the islander said, once divided, doesn't mean dead so for life. With good behavior, this could all change. This wasn't Xianzhou. There was no need for Song 13 to be in hiding. Understood, Song 13 said and headed towards the beasts. At the same time, the aura on his body, all of it, unfolded. The 5 hidden realms. For Song 13 to be chosen by Song Tianli, his talent was naturally good. This was also proved when the spiritual root was tested before. The 7th grade spiritual root. Although it wasn't an 8th or 9th grade spiritual root, it was already pretty good. Over the years in the Song family, Song 13 was a playboy second son on the surface, but behind the scenes, he was more hardworking than many others. Otherwise, one wouldn't possess the strength of the 5 hidden realms, because it's the only way to shock the world one day when his dude side can't be disguised anymore. With Song 13 joining them, the pressure on Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji plummeted. The two of them were shocked that Song 13 possessed the strength of the 5 hidden realms, but then they thought about it and felt in the middle of cleaning it up. They had speculated before that Song 13's foppishness was possibly just a disguise. Now, that proves just that. Song Tianli wasn't idle either. He didn't reveal his strength, but he was the best at picking up the slack. He had a dagger in his hand and wandered behind a few people. When he finds a beast that is alone and badly injured, he is the first to make amends. The 4 of them were also considered to be working quite well together. so the first wave of beasts that came towards them were all killed by them in just a few minutes. Have you guys ever felt that these beasts came too coincidentally? Yu Chuanqiu said as he looked at the several people. It's already obvious that these beasts are the work of the 4 times Pampas. For us to fight these beasts, Wu Zi said. Why? Are they trying to kill us? Yu Chuanqiu asked in disbelief. Us scum. If they really wanted to kill us, they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. One slap from any random person and all of us will surely die. And what are they doing this for? Yu Chuanqiu couldn't figure out why he had to make a crisis out of a good welcome ceremony. Chapter 171, Encountering Wolves. They do this for 2 reasons. First, to give us a kick in the pants and make it clear that we're just a bunch of scum. If you don't cultivate hard, if you're not careful, you could become the rations of wild beasts. Secondly, it's trying to feel us out and see what we're capable of and how we perform. Maybe they are, by this time, watching us from the shadows. What made Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji more surprised was that it was Song 13 who said this. The 2 men turned their heads to look at him in disbelief. This young master is heavenly. Is it strange to say this? Seeing the expressions on the 2 men's faces, Song 13 knew what they were thinking and replied. It would have been strange to have said all this before, but now that I say it, it's not surprising at all. Wu Zi said. They could also see that Song 13 no longer intended to disguise himself. Cultivation is not camouflaged anymore, and the persona is naturally not maintained. I think that there is a third point. Many of us just bury our heads in cultivation and have not experienced the baptism of life and death. The island master said before that god cultivators are supposed to act against the heavens. We'll definitely have to go through life and death tests in the future, so let's get used to it in advance. Song Tianli said at this time. Don't rule it out. Several people nodded. Then what are we going to do now? Yu Chuanqiu asked as he looked at the several people. Contend. Song Tianli said. Contend? What do you mean? Wu Zizai and the few of them had a questioning face at the same time, not knowing what Song Tian ideal was talking about. Didn't Deacon Zuanlai say earlier that we should kill as many beasts as possible, and the top 10 in points will be rewarded, while the next 10 will be punished? Since that's the case, why don't we go and fight for this top 10 place? Song Tianli said as he looked at the several people. Hearing his words, a few people's hearts shook. To be honest, when Deacon Zuanlai said that there would be rewards for the top 10, they never thought of going to compete. It was because among the newborn disciples this time, there was 1 divine chosen, 2 with 9th grade spiritual roots, and 7 with 8th grade spiritual roots. Not to mention, there were some powerful, but excessively low-profile old Inbi hidden in the crowd. It was too hard for them to get a top 10 finish. Can we compete? Yu Chuanqiu asked with a bit less confidence. If you don't go for it, how do you know you won't get it? If there are 10 people in the top 10, why can't there be 4 of us? Here, the competition is to kill beasts, not to compare the level of spirit roots. Slaying beasts relies on cultivation and brains, and when we join together, we don't necessarily lose. Fight it. We still have a chance. Even if we don't wrestle anything, we haven't lost anything. If we don't put up a fight, we risk being in the bottom 10. When the time comes, it's anyone's guess as to what end they'll face. Hearing Song Tianli say this, the other 3 all fell into a short silence. Boss is right. If you don't take a chance, you'll never have a chance. Fight for it. Bike to motorcycle. Song 13 was the first to stand out in support of Song Tianli. I agree. Yu Chuanqiu nodded. So how are we going to distribute the beasts we kill? Deacon Zuanlai said that a beast only has 1 point. Wu Zizi asked. That's easy. Each to their own if they fight. Split evenly if you work together. If one collaboration doesn't manage to average out, then make up for it in the next one. In this way, during the process of cooperation, the difference in points between each other will be at most 1 point. Song Tianli said. If that's the case, I agree. Wu Zizi also agreed. Once that was established, the alliance of 4 was official. They trusted each other quite a bit compared to their alliances with the others. After all, it's all acquaintances. And so, the 4 of them began to wander around this beast valley. Soon enough, they saw that a pack of wild wolves was coming in the direction they were in. The strength of this wild wolf was only at the Sanzang realm, but it was numerous. Song Tianli and the few of them, once they were surrounded, they would be in dire straits. Of course, the premise was that Song Tianli didn't make a move. Be careful. Wolves are pack animals. A wolf pack. There will be a wolf king present. Yu Chuanqiu said. The terrain here is too flat for fighting wolves. Let's go to the pass in front and use the terrain to our advantage to fight. Song Tianli said. The reason why he had cooperated with Song 13 and the few of them, aside from the fact that he intended to utilize the few of them and hide his identity for a bit, a more important point was the desire to use this opportunity to help a few people, especially Song 13. What rewards the top 10 in points would receive? Song Tianli wasn't sure, but it's safe to assume that the rewards of the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance won't be too stingy. Once the reward is claimed, it is possible to be ahead of the other disciples, one step ahead of the other. At this point, he wondered what it would take to help a few people kill the beast without moving. With his strength, it was easy to tackle these beasts, but wanting to make Song 13 and the others kill the beasts without realizing it was not an easy task. When Song 13 and the others heard Song Tianli's words, they all ran towards the nearby pass. The defile was gourd-shaped and, at its narrowest point, only 2 meters. If Song Tianli and the few of them guarded this place, they could face the wolves directly. Each time, they would only have to face 3 coyotes at most, because the number of wolves that can pass at once is 3. Any more than that and it gets stuck. Once it's stuck, it's meat on the slab. Fighting, sometimes it's not just about fighting strength, but also about timing. At this moment, Song Tianli and the others were occupying the advantageous factor. Thus, a battle between man and wolf began. Where the pass was, it was guarded by Song 13, Yu Chuanqiu, Wu Zizai and the 3 of them. Whenever a coyote charged towards them, they would be killed. The wolves were only at the strength of the Sanzang realm, and once they lost their numerical advantage, they were too much for Song 13 and the others to handle. After all, Song 13 was at the strength of the 5 hidden realms, Wu Zizai and Yu Chunqiu. Both of them were at the 4 hidden realms. The 3 men guarded the pass with a great sense of dominance. Just then, a wolf whistle came out. Hearing this wolf whistle, the numerous wild wolves began to retreat. Run, 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 the Wolf King is coming, Song Tianli said to a few people. The reason why he told a few people to run fast was because he could see clearly with his white eyes. This Wolf King was in existence of the First Mansion Realm. A beast of the First Mansion Realm could no longer be called a beast. According to Song Tianli's understanding, once a beast broke through from the Divine Hidden Realm to the Chi Fu Realm, it could be called a demonic beast. Chapter 172, discussing communication with the Wolf King. The biggest difference between a wild beast and a demonic beast was the presence or absence of a spirit. Beasts below the Chi Fu realm had a little bit of strength, but they weren't strong. They have not opened up their spiritual minds and basically rely on instinct to do things. But the demonic beasts that broke through to the Chi Fu realm formed a demonic nucleus in their bodies, and this was the only way to completely open up their spiritual intelligence. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the spirituality. Song 13 and the few of them, the highest strength was only at the 5 hidden realms. Facing a Wolf King of the First Mansion Realm, there was no chance of winning at all. This was a large realm gap that could not be bridged by relying on the number of people. If Song Tianli didn't make a move, facing the Wolf King, Song 13 and the few of them would definitely die. Song 13 had unconditional trust in Song Tianli, so after hearing his voice, he turned and ran at the first opportunity. Wu Zizi is also the kind of person who listens to people and eats their fill, so he also quickly turned around and ran away. As for Yu Chuanqiu, it was slightly reckless. He was having a blast, killing coyotes over and over again, happy as can be. Just now, for a while, several points had been gained. Hearing Song Tianli's words didn't intend to retreat. However, when he saw Wu Zizi and Song 13 turn around and run, he followed suit, because, on his own, he couldn't face the entire wolf pack. Seeing that the trio had run forward, Song Tianli's body leapt high into the air and slammed his fist into the stone wall above the pass. Boom! After hearing only a loud boom, the stone wall above the pass began to collapse. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the falling stones blocked the 2-meter wide pass. All of them. After doing this, Song Tianli then chased after Song 13 and the others. He actually knew very well that doing so would only slightly slow down the pursuit of the pack of wolves. I'm afraid, it won't take long for the Wolf King to impact the defile, which is blocked by stones. Open! Sure enough, at that time, after a few people ran out 100 meters, there was a booming sound from behind them. A massive energy cannon-like objects impacted the stones blocking the pass. Straight away, the many wild wolves once again frantically chased towards Song 13 and the others. This Wolf King's so strong. I'm afraid we're no match once we come after them. What to do? Yu Chuanqiu felt the energy fluctuations behind him and asked a few people. We definitely can't outrun the wolves. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they catch up with us. We must find a way to get rid of them. Wu Zizi followed suit. So far, he hadn't come up with anything good. There's only one thing to do when it comes down to it. Borrow a knife to kill. Song Tianli said at this time. Borrow a knife? Borrow whose knife? Wu Zizi asked. The other disciples' swords. Of course, the strength of those people can't be underestimated. Not to mention, that divine chosen, Zhou He, is an existence of the 5 prefecture realm. He faced the Wolf King and was able to instantly kill him in seconds. I'm almost certain that without any surprises, he's the first place winner this time. Song 13 said as he looked at the two. Song Tianli didn't say anything at this time. He was thinking about whether he wanted to, or not, fight for this first place. If he decided to fight, Zhou He would definitely be no match for him. Only, that would easily expose him. After all, it only possessed a 5th grade spirit root. A person with a 5th grade spiritual root, if he pressed a divine chosen, this is highly questionable. Therefore, Song Tian ideally wanted to not expose his identity as a chosen of God, and had to find a reasonable and legal way that everyone could accept. At most, let them say, this guy got lucky. After thinking about it, Song Tianli thought of a possibility. Slay a beast or demonic beast cub. It was just that demonic beasts or beast cubs were not so easy to find. They were to stay in this beast valley for enough time to last 3 days. So there's no rush right now. It is imperative to get out of the current dilemma. As I recall, Zhou He seemed to have run in this direction earlier. Song Tianli said as he pointed in a direction. He had memorized Zhou He's escape route before, as he had been thinking about messing with Zhou He from the very beginning. Okay, then we'll go this way. With that, Song Tianli and the few of them sped towards the direction where Zhou He was. What Song 13 and the 3 of them didn't know was that Song Tianli heading in the direction Zhou He was in wasn't just to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He also wanted to take a closer look at Zhou He to see what the golden finger he possessed had to do with anything. If he could take out Zhou He and get his divine ruler coin, then the cost of his gold finger would be reduced by half again. So, reaching out to Zhou He is very necessary. At the same time, he was still pondering whether or not to have Song 13 go after Zhou He and report back to himself about his situation. A wolf whistle came again. With great speed, the Wolf King blocked the path of several people. It's over. We're too slow, Yu Chuanqiu said. Attention! For every demonic beast of the first mansion realm that you kill, you will receive 100 points, 500 points for the Erfu realm, 2,000 points for the Sanfu realm, 5,000 points for the Fourfold realm, 10,000 points for the 5 prefectures realm, 50,000 points for the 6th house realm. Right at this moment, the voice of Deacon Zuanlai once again resounded in the Beast Valley. Hearing this sound, many of the Divine Hidden Realm disciples all let out a wail. It's only 1 point for killing a beast. And killing a demonic beast, even the lowest level of the first mansion realm demonic beast, would cost 100 points. If one was able to kill a 6 prefecture realm demonic beast, that would be 50,000 points. If you were to simply kill wild beasts, you would have to kill 50,000 of them to reach 50,000 points. It was impossible for an ordinary divine hidden realm disciple to kill a 6 prefecture realm demonic beast. In other words, the so-called top 10 places were all for those in the Chifu realm. The others, their strength is too low. The only thing they can compete for is if they aren't in the bottom 10. Lord Wolf King, I know you can hear me. How about we talk it over? How about if you don't kill us and we take you to kill the others? Song Tianli said at this time, looking at the Wolf King. The moment his words came out, Song 13 and the 3 of them all looked at him with an incredulous look. How could they not have expected that Song Tianli would be able to say such words? However, what was even more outrageous was that they actually saw the Wolf King nod. It really is outrageous, mother opening the door for outrageous to the core. Alright, then I'll take you there, Song Tianli said hurriedly. In fact, it looked like he had just casually spoken like that, but in reality, he had used the skills of the Inuzuka family from Naruto. The Inuzuka clan is able to communicate with dogs and are friendly. In Song Tianli's opinion, the dog would be a close relative to the wolf, so the communication should be similar. So, he held out to try it out. I didn't realize that it really worked. Chapter 173, Shameless Man. But all of this was a bit unbelievable to Song 13 and the few of them. What they didn't know was that Song Tianli had also prepared a backhand. If communication didn't work, he planned to use illusion. Because it was only an illusion that could be silent and didn't attract the attention of others. With that, Song Tianli took the Wolf King of the First Mansion Realm, and Song 13 and the others, and headed towards the others. For everyone else, Song Tianli ignored them as he headed straight for Zhou He. The Wolf King was extraordinarily trusting of Song Tianli at this time, and didn't even think that he would do anything else. The demonic beasts of the First Mansion Realm, although they already had a spirit, their spirit was not high. It's also the equivalent of being a 10-year-old or so and trusting people easily. Very quickly, Song Tianli and his group saw Zhou He, who was slaughtering the beasts. Wolf King, that's him, Song Tianli said, pointing a finger at Zhou He. Without any hesitation, the Wolf King directly charged towards Zhou He. ******, don't know how to die. When Zhou He saw the Wolf King that was charging towards him, Zhou He's eyes narrowed and a trace of killing aura flashed across his body. He then brought his index and middle fingers together and gave a quick wave. Instantly, A sword chi burst out from above his finger and headed towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King hadn't expected that He would be able to deliver such a powerful attack. So, hastily, he stepped back. Only, it was still a little too slow in retreating, and the sword chi that Joey sent out landed on its body. The Wolf King let out a long whine in pain, and instantly suffered serious injuries and lost his fighting strength. How dare you hurt someone? Right at this moment, Song Tianli let out a loud shout and charged towards the Wolf King. At some point, he had a dagger in his hand. He raised his dagger and stabbed it at the badly wounded Wolf King. The Wolf King had already lost its fighting strength at this point, and it hadn't even occurred to him that Song Tianli would take a shot at it. In an instant, the Wolf King Senior brothers, don't worry, this has already been solved by me, Song Tianli said as he looked at the people around him. Shameless, so fucking shameless. I've never seen such a brazen man. No Billy, how did he have the nerve to say it? All the people around who saw the scene couldn't help but spit out their words. If they hadn't witnessed the entire process and only watched the last scene, they would have really thought that Song Tianli was a person who looked out for his master and brothers. This Wolf King is a demonic beast of the first mansion realm. Killing it will earn you 100 points. At this time, someone suddenly said loudly, "My plants, 100 points. No wonder this person is so brazen. This is 100 points. We have to kill 100 beasts to get 100 points." The others, too, came back to their senses. Joey frowned slightly when he heard the murmurs of the people around him. He then walked towards Song Tianli. He came in front of Song Tianli and looked at him coldly. He was about the same size as Song Tianli, but at this time, he gave off a feeling of condescension. "You're using me?" He asked as he looked at Song Tianli. "Where is this coming from, senior brother He? I am helping senior brother He to share the burden. Senior brother He is the one who does great things. He should go and kill those demonic beasts that are even stronger. This kind of small demonic beast, there's no need for senior brother He to make a move," Song Tianli said in a very humble tone. Swindle sounded as if he was bragging about He. "You think I'm a cutie? Do you think I'm a cutie? That I'd fall for a couple of lines from you? I told you, no one can use me. Anyone who takes advantage of me pays the price. For the sake of being a fellow disciple, I won't kill you, but a mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin cannot be escaped." After He said this, he struck out at Song Tianli. With a wave of his palm, a sword chi flew out from the tip of his finger and came towards Song Tianli. In the face of such an attack, Song Tianli hurriedly propped up an energy shield in front of himself. Only, the energy shield he had held up shattered in an instant, and then, the sword chi landed on Song Tianli's chest, and his entire body flew backwards. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood even after he fell to the ground. "Boss!" Seeing this scene, Song 13 rushed forward to help Song Tianli up and said with concern. Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji also came to his side with worried faces. At the same time, the two looked at He with a hostile look. "He, don't you think you've gone too far? To have struck out so viciously?" Yu Chuanqiu couldn't help but say. "Excessive? It's not excessive for you to utilize me to deal with a demonic beast of this mansion realm? So much for utilizing, and making a mulligan that cost me 100 points. This is a debt I have yet to settle with you? You guys still dare to say that I'm excessive?" He looked at Yu Chuanqiu and asked rhetorically. For a moment, Yu Chuanqiu was speechless. "Because, people tell the truth. We know your strength. It's easy to deal with a demonic beast of the first mansion realm, so kindly lure the demonic beasts here for you to slay. Whoever thought that you didn't manage to kill it in one blow? Song Tianli, this is what made up for it. How can this be an exploit? We're doing this for your own good, and it's not even if you don't appreciate it. You even struck and injured Song Tianli. How unreasonable," Wu Zi said at this time. He was worthy of being from the lowest level of society, and this kind of sophistry made He not know how to refute it for a while. "Whether or not you use me, you know yourselves. Listen to me. If you dare to use me, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. He's the example. This time, I only injured him. Next time, I will directly kill him." He swept the people around him with his eyes and said loudly. Anyone who was swept by his eyes all unconsciously avoided his sight. He's strength was too much stronger than them. Seeing the performance of the people around him, He nodded with satisfaction. He loved the feeling of being in the limelight, but the crowd didn't dare to make a fuss. It made him feel very enjoyable. Afterwards, his entire body rose up into the air and began to search for the demonic beast. Song Tianli's actions just now also reminded him, there was no point in killing these weak beasts. After all, it was only possible to gain 1 point for killing one. It was nowhere near as fast as killing demonic beasts to gain points. Even if they couldn't kill a demonic beast of the 5th prefecture realm, then a demonic beast below the 5th prefecture realm, killing just any one of them, would be able to be worth a number of wild beasts. If one was able to kill a demonic beast of the 4 prefectures realm, that would be 5,000 points. If one was able to kill a demonic beast of the 5th prefecture realm, that would be 10,000 points. I just don't know if there are many Chifu realm demonic beasts in this beast valley. Chapter 173, Deliberate Injury. 3 purposes. Seeing that Zhou He had left, Yu Chuanxiu and the few of them, only then did they turn their gaze towards Song Tianli. Boss, are you alright? Song 13 asked with concern. From the looks of it, Song Tianli was seriously injured. Above his chest, there was a sword wound of more than 20 centimeters, and his face was pale and looked weak. I'm fine. This is just a superficial wound. I'll be fine after resting for a while, Song Tianli said as he looked at the several people. He was certainly telling the truth. The current situation can be said to have been guided by him. In order to act realistically, he had just deliberately forced out a mouthful of blood to make his face pale. He had already thought that if he had robbed Zhou Crane's monster, Zhou Crane would definitely not take it lying down. He deliberately allowed Zhou He to injure himself for 2 main purposes. For the first purpose, he wanted to find out what Zhou He's attack was like and if there was anything special about it. After verifying, he realized that the sword chi emitted by Zhou He was extremely sharp. This sword chi stayed on the surface of his skin, and it even eroded his skin. If one's strength was truly at the divine hidden realm, I'm afraid it would take a long time to get rid of these sword chi. For the second purpose, he wanted to see how Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji performed. For Song 13, he naturally had complete faith. After all, Song 13 was someone he had handpicked. However, he had little certainty about Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji. As the saying goes, it's hard to paint the skin of a tiger, and it's hard to know the face of a man without knowing his heart. Some people are normally righteous, but once a situation unfavorable to their side arises, there will be all sorts of betrayal and demonization, and they will try their best to clear the air. He wanted to see if Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji were such people. If so, then I'm sorry to say that the love affair between them is over. Song Tianli didn't want the people around him to give themselves a backstabbing at some point. So far, so good for these two. It didn't draw a line with himself just because Zhou He was a chosen of God and powerful. In that case, when he ate the meat, he didn't mind taking the 2 of them to have some soup. In fact, he had a third purpose. When he was wounded, he could cover his tracks. This first place, he was going to fight for it after all. I can't stay with you guys for the rest of the day. I already have 100 points, so I don't think I'll be one of the bottom 10. You guys have to cheer up. Song Tianli then said to the several people. Boss, it's not good for you to stay here alone. Song 13 couldn't help but say. Now that Song Tianli was seriously injured, he didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone. Song Tianli, you seize the time to heal your wounds. We're here to guard you, Yu Chuanxiu said. We've killed quite a few coyotes before. We'll be fine in a short time. Just heal at ease. You're our military. We're still waiting for your advice. Wu Zizi also said to Song Tianli. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. These two have a few pet peeves, but they are well worth deeper friendships, all while thinking about guarding yourself in such a situation. Alright, I'll hurry up and heal my wounds. In response, Song Tianli didn't push back and closed his eyes as he began to heal his wounds. Healing he was faking. He didn't need to heal. With his ability to do things 10 times more efficiently, the injuries on his body, even if he didn't take the initiative to heal, it wouldn't take long for them to heal. Once you actively heal your wounds, that healing is so fast. He still needed to cover his tracks now, and didn't need his injuries to heal immediately. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli split his own doppelganger and split into the ground. His main body was here pretending to heal, and his doppelganger was going to get into trouble. His doppelganger used the art of sneaking and headed off into the distance. With the strength of Song 13 and the few of them, they weren't able to discover Song Tianli's departing doppelganger. Song Tianli split off 4 doppelgangers and headed in 4 different directions. One of the doppelgangers chased after Zhou He. Zhou He had injured him, and although he had staged the injury, this revenge could not go unrewarded. If he could kill Zhou He on this, it would be a good thing for him. Zhou He was only at the 5th house realm, while his doppelganger was at the 6th house realm. It was not impossible to kill Zhou He. It was just that the Divine Chosen had quite a lot of tricks up their sleeves, and it wasn't something that could be killed just because their cultivation level was a cut above. Song Tianli's purpose this time, too, was not to kill Zhou He, but to teach him a lesson and force out as many of his cards as possible. From there, you can tell what his golden touch has to do with anything. Very quickly, Song Tianli's doppelganger caught up with Zhou He, who was searching for demonic beasts. He stopped in front of Zhou He and looked at him with an unkind look. Of course, the current one was disguised by a transformation technique, so Zhou He couldn't recognize him. Something wrong? Zhou He asked as he looked at Song Tianli who blocked his way. "Cho Ha? The chosen one? You're arrogant. Ha? I'll see if the divine chosen are really that powerful today," Song Tianli said as he looked at Zhou He. High rollers always have to exchange pleasantries almost before they officially fight. The main reason Song Tianli exchanged pleasantries was to know more about Zhou He, because there are two sides to people. There are some people who are one thing in crowds and another in private. Not to mention others, but himself. The way he is in front of people is a disguise. Chances are what you see is just what someone else wants you to see. Want to learn my methods? Are you worthy? Zhou He was as arrogant as ever. Worthy or not? You'll soon find out. Are you ready for death? After Song Tianli finished speaking, his body moved and he charged towards Zhou He. Instead of a fancy attack, he went straight into a physical fight. Zhou He saw what he was planning to do, so he greeted him as well. So, the two of them started a physical battle back and forth. Only, as soon as they exchanged hands, Zhou He's face became serious. It was because he realized that Song Tianli was actually in existence of the 6 prefecture realm. The 6 prefectures realm, but it was one small realm stronger than him. Kiba whirlwind kick. Song Tianli jumped, twisted his body, and kicked out. In an instant, Zhou He's body kicked off. His body fell directly onto the ground, smashing out a large crater. The chosen one. That's it? Unbearable. Song Tianli stood above, looking at Zhou He, who was smashed to the ground, and said mockingly. In fact, he knew that even though Zhou He was slammed to the ground by his kick, but in reality, Zhou He didn't suffer multiple injuries. It's not even a skin wound. He's just rising his own spirits by saying that. Whether or not he could kill Zhou He was not important. What was important was that the momentum could not be lost. Chapter 174, A Brief Encounter with Zhou He. Sure enough, just as Song Tianli's words fell, the ground exploded with a bang and a figure rose into the sky. At this time, Zhou He's entire body exuded an extremely stern and chilling aura. If the previous Zhou He was a sword in its scabbard, then now, it was the sharp edge coming out of its sheath. A sword can only be sharp when it is sheathed. Good. I can't believe I underestimated you. I'd like to see how much weight you have. Take my sword. Zhou He's index and middle fingers came together, and an illusory sword shadow formed at his fingertips. At this moment, the clothes on his body were windless. His surroundings were filled with a stern sword aura, as if he was about to tear through space. Moon shift. In the next moment, he swung the illusory longsword in his hand. A superb sword chi slashed in Song Tianli's direction. Seeing such an attack, Song Tianli made a crouch and placed his palms against the ground. Triple Rashomon. With a soft shout from him, 3 huge gates rose from the ground. A huge sword chi landed on top of the 3 gates. Boom boom boom. A series of booms rang out continuously. All of a sudden, the ground was splattered with debris and dust. Mist escape. Just then, a voice came. Immediately afterward, a large amount of mist appeared in the space where Zhou He was. These fogs blocked his vision, making him unable to see his surroundings clearly, but his perception was still there. He clearly sensed that an attack had appeared at his feet. Without even thinking about it, he slashed out with his sword once again. Only a 10-meter-long sword chi was seen descending downwards. Boom! A water dragon was directly split in 2 by this sword chi. Just then, a flying knife flew towards him. Zhou He raised the sword in his hand and slashed at the flying dagger. However, just as his long sword was about to land on top of the flying dagger, suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him. It was Song Tianli. After he let the fog obscure Zhou He's vision, he used the water dragon bomb. He didn't use this move to hit Zhou He, just to distract him, and then used the flying thunder god. He marked the seal on top of the dart and utilized the flying thunder god technique to jump in front of Zhou He. In one of his hands, he also carried a spiral maru. Zhou He was shocked when he saw this scene, because he hadn't even realized how Song Tianli had appeared in front of him. It was obviously too late for him if he backed away at this point. If he moves, he has to accelerate from 0, and Song Tianli himself was in the middle of a high-speed movement, so naturally he couldn't dodge it. Moonflower pouring. At the emergency moment, countless densely packed sword chi erupted from Zhou He's body. These sword chi spread out in all directions like blooming flowers. In response, Song Tianli didn't back down in any way. He balled up his spiral pill and slammed it directly towards Zhou He. There always had to be a head-on collision. Otherwise, it was hard to understand just how strong Zhou He's attacks were. Boom! The attacks from both sides completely collided together. Instantly, a powerful energy storm was created with the place of collision as the center. This energy storm created a powerful shockwave that spread out to the surroundings. Song Tianli and Zhou He were simultaneously lifted out by the shockwaves generated. The two men backed up hundreds of meters in the air. In the next second, Song Tianli's doppelganger suddenly disappeared, because he had just been hit by a very small shockwave. If it was his original body, an attack like this wouldn't even be enough to harm him. However, the fact that the doppelganger would disappear if it was attacked was something that Song Tianli could not change at the moment. When Zhou sensed that Song Tianli had disappeared, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he stared wide-eyed and completely let go of his senses, searching for Song Tianli's figure. He felt that Song Tianli was definitely brewing some kind of plot when he suddenly disappeared, perhaps hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to sneak up on him. At this time, the fog that Song Tianli had condensed earlier had completely disappeared. He looked around vigilantly, his expression looking particularly tense. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have thought, he's a bit baffled. Song Tianli was unaware of what had happened after his bilocation had disappeared. It's a pity that a detachment can't force out Zhou's bottom card. Next time, 10 detachments can be used. Song Tianli, who was pretending to heal his wounds, said silently in his heart. At the same time, his other 3 doppelgangers could all reap the rewards. The other 3 doppelgangers, they didn't go to surround Zhou, but instead searched for the demonic beast. In this beast valley, the number of demonic beasts was not very large. The people of 4 times Pompeii knew that these new disciples would not be too strong. 90%. All of them were at the strength of the divine hidden realm. There were only a very few people who had reached the Chifu realm. If there were too many demonic beasts, then these freshman disciples would be in danger. The purpose of the 4 times Pompous was to let these disciples experience the ferocity of wild beasts and demonic beasts, not to kill them. So, there weren't many demonic beasts that were too strong. The Wolf King that was killed by Song Tianli before was already considered one of the strongest demonic beasts. Because of this, Song Tianli's doppelganger searched for half a day and didn't find any demonic beasts that were too strong. However, he found a large number of beasts, so he began to attack the beasts. He launched an attack while driving them away, heading in the direction where Song 13 and the others were. The purpose of Song Tianli's detachment was not to kill these beasts, but for Song 13 and the others to kill them. In this way, Song 13 and his group were able to pick up the slack. By then, getting into the top 10 shouldn't be too much of a problem. Did you guys hear anything? Song 13 suddenly looked at Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji and asked, "Voices? What sound?" Yu Chuanxiu asked suspiciously. "There is indeed a sound. It seems to be getting closer to us," Wu Zi said at this time. He heard the ground shake. The 3 men stood up hastily. What happened? Song Tianli also woke up from his healing and looked at the several people and asked. "There's a herd of wild beasts," Song 13 said. By this time, they had seen, at their 11th hour, a large herd of wild beasts, coming in the direction in which they were. "Over here too," Wu Zizi said, pointing at their 2 o'clock direction. "Is this a beast wave happening? Let's run," Yu Chuanxiu said hurriedly. "Wait, look guys, these beasts seem to be charging towards each other," Song Tianli said. Hearing him say that, several people frowned at the beast in front of them. Sure enough, as they watched, the 2 beasts charged toward each other. Chapter 175, Luck of the Draw. As the 2 beasts rushed towards each other, soon after, there was a clash. This conflict spread to the entire herd. It didn't take long for many of the beasts in the 2 herds to be seriously injured and fall to the ground. They're not dead, but there's no fight left in them. Of course, there wasn't really such a coincidence. This was all the result of Song Tianli's bilocation, which was secretly manipulating the situation. He controlled the 2 beasts of the group and charged towards each other. It is also controlled so that when these beasts clash, they do not cause widespread death. Because, he had to let Song 13 and the few of them kill these beasts before he could do so. That way, it can be considered their points. Snipes and clams, what are you waiting for? Go pick up the pieces. At this moment, Song Tianli shouted at Song 13 and the 3 of them. It was only when they heard his shout that the 3 of them came back to their senses and hurriedly sped towards the beasts. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A leak in the sky. Gotta hurry while no one else exists around. With that, the 4 rushed into the beasts and started mending. The original beasts had basically lost their fighting strength, so the 4 of them could be said to have killed these heavily injured beasts without any effort. The situation here naturally caught the attention of the other disciples. Only, when they arrived here, Song 13 and his group had already harvested the lives of all the beasts of the beast group. All of them. How could they be so strong? Seeing the mountains of corpses piled up in front of them, the rushing disciples were in disbelief. It was really hard for them to believe that these few people with little strength could kill so many beasts. It's just so far off the original spectrum. I was just up high and saw what happened here. The 2 great groups of beasts are not sure what kind of madness they have gone into, and they are mixing and fighting. As a result, one by one, all of them were seriously injured. And then let these few people pick up the advantage. A disciple who witnessed the entire process recounted to the others. After he saw this, he rushed in and tried to come and get a piece of the action. but it's still a step too late. My plants. Even this? What kind of luck did these guys have, that they could run into this kind of thing? I fought to the death to kill a dozen beasts. These guys pick up so much. They're all sons of Chi, right? The others, one by one, said with a very unbalanced heart. Anyone who knew about this would be jealous of their chickens. I'm afraid. However, jealousy was jealousy. This kind of luck made things happen. They couldn't envy it. This top 10. Whoever loves to be a pawn goes. I don't care about it, a person said with a bit of exasperation. He then turned away. Seeing him like this, the others glanced at Song Tianli and the few of them and turned to leave as well. It's useless to be envious and jealous. You can only think of ways to kill more beasts. Although Song Tianli was the first to charge into the midst of the beasts, in reality, not many beasts were killed by him. This was because he had already killed a wolf king of the first mansion realm before and gained 100 points. Moreover, it was too easy if he wanted to kill the beast with his strength. If he killed a few less, Song 13 and the others would be able to kill a few more. That way, a few people were able to get a little more points. Boss, a few of us are in your good graces. If I hadn't stayed behind to guard you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to pick up this big leak, Song 13 said excitedly. Yeah. This may be, there is a time in your life to have it, and there is no time in your life to force it, Yu Chuanxiu said from the side. Wu Zizi didn't say anything, but the elation on his face was undisguised. By killing these beasts, it's basically impossible for us to fall inside the bottom 10. This time, we can really compete for the top 10, Song Tianli said. Yes, first place is something we probably won't be able to compete for, but the probability of getting the top 10 is high, Yu Chuanxiu said. What do we do next? Wu Zizi looked at Song Tianli and asked. After fighting for so long, aren't you guys hungry? Song Tianli suddenly looked at the several people and asked. Hearing him say that, a few people then remembered that they hadn't eaten for a long time. With so many carcasses of wild beasts here, we can have a meal of all kinds of wild game, Song Tianli said. Eat? I'm starving out of energy, Yu Chuanxiu said. Highly mentally stressed before, they didn't feel hungry. Now relax and feel hungry. Each of them thought that they could eat a cow. Let's do it this way. We'll each roast a type of beast and see who's a bit better at it, Wu Zizi proposed at this moment. I think so, Yu Chuanxiu nodded. No one is obligated to cook for anyone else, so it's best if everyone roasts a type of meat. That gives them 4 delicious flavors each. With that, the 4 moved. I'm good at things like cooking. I wonder if I can join. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Song 13 raised their eyes and realized that the person speaking was none other than Yi Tianrui, the chef of the delicious bistro. Of course, this identity was currently known only to Song Tianli. It's him. The others also recognized Yi Tianrui. This was because when he was tested for his spiritual roots before, he was a 9th grade spiritual root. They didn't understand why a possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root would take the initiative to accost them. Yeah, since you're good at cooking, I'll leave the cooking to you. Just as the other 3 were about to refuse, Song Tianli spoke up. It's a little hard to believe for the others. Based on their understanding of Song Tianli, they knew that he had a hard time trusting someone. How can you trust a stranger like Yi Tianrui so much? Besides, the 4 of them were fine, so why would they let another person join them for no reason? Thanks a lot, Yi Tianrui said as he looked at Song Tianli. It was just that he had an interesting look in his eyes, and when he looked at Song Tianli, there was always an indescribable deep meaning. After Yi Tianrui finished speaking, there was no nonsense. From the many groups of beasts that had been killed by a few people, they picked out some beasts with tasty meat and got busy. With his culinary mastery, he quickly made a number of fragrant and touching roasts. It smells so good. Yu Chuanxiu couldn't help but say. This scent, déjà vu. You're not the chef of Delicious Bistro, are you? Wu Zizi looked at Yi Tianrui and asked. It was a scent that he had only ever smelled when he was at the Delicious Bistro. It's me. At this, Yi Tianrui didn't deny it. Ha ha ha, we're in for a treat, Wu Zi said excitedly. Chapter 176, Yi Tianrui Showdown. A few of you try it. The seasoning is limited, and the flavor is slightly less than it was at the Tasty Bistro. Everyone will just eat, Yi Tianrui said. Humble. It's so much better than the cooking of a few of us. As Yu Chuanxiu said that, he couldn't wait to cut off a piece of meat and prepared to take a big bite. Song 13 and Wu Zizi did not start eating first, but looked at Yu Chuanxiu who was ready to take a big bite. This scene was also discovered by Yu Chuanxiu. You guys eat. What are you looking at me for? He asked with a puzzled look on his face. Little you can't wait to eat it. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Wu Zi said with a smile. The moment his words came out, Yu Chuanxiu's face instantly froze. It was true that he hadn't thought about it so much just now. For a while, he held the meat in his hand. neither eating nor not eating. He had too much trust in He Tianrui and didn't even think that he would poison him. This is in case if it is really poisoned. Won't he die for sure? He's still too simple. However, they felt it was unlikely to be poisoned. A person with a 9th grade spiritual root wouldn't use such a method if he wanted to deal with them. It's just that nothing is certain. After all, you can't know what you know. Before figuring out He Tianrui's true purpose, they didn't dare to easily eat what he made. A few of you are really not avoiding people when you talk, He Tianrui said. He said this, but there was no embarrassment on his face, because, if it were up to him, he'd likely think the same thing. Eat? What are you waiting for? Where there are so many bad intentions. I said, don't worry about eating. Song Tianli stepped forward at this time and said. When he finished, he cut off a large piece of roasted meat with his dagger and took a large bite. Through He Tianrui's eyes just now, he could already tell. I'm afraid that the other party has already recognized that he was the chosen one who took him in at that time. Although he didn't know what method the other party had used, the other party was also a chosen of God, and there were quite a few methods. It wasn't really surprising to recognize him. It's fine if his identity is revealed, as long as his golden touch is not, and as far as he could tell, he didn't believe that anyone would be able to guess his golden handshake. Seeing that Song Tianli had started eating, Wu Zizi and Song 13 didn't hesitate any longer and also took a big bite. If one were to talk about cooking skills alone, I'm afraid there are not many people in the entire Divine Kingdom who can compare to He Tianrui. Seeing the crowd start eating, He Tianrui also cut off a piece of roasted meat. He didn't sit down to eat immediately, but instead walked towards Song Tianli. Afterwards, he sat down next to Song Tianli. I haven't seen you in a few months. You've gotten a lot stronger, he said after taking a bite of the roasted meat. You know it's me? Song Tianli asked. Got it. I have to say, you're hiding it pretty well. If it wasn't for the recent progress in strength, I really wouldn't have been able to determine that that person was you. Now, He Tianrui's strength had also reached the 5 prefectures realm, only one step away from being able to break through to the 6 prefectures realm. One must know that when Song Tianli had previously taken him in, he was only at the Sanzang realm. To be able to make such progress in just a few months, it had to be said that He Tianrui was worthy of being a chosen of God. Now that you know it's me, you haven't thought of secretly shitting on me? After all, your lifeblood is in my hands. Once you succeed, you won't be held by me. Song Tianli asked. It did cross my mind, but then I gave up. People like us, I understand. It's not that easy to be shady, and if it doesn't work out, I'll be the one who dies. It's too risky to shade you. It's better to show your hand, He Tianrui said. He did think about secretly taking out Song Tianli while he didn't know that he had discovered his identity as a chosen of God. Only, such a thought was quickly dismissed by him. He was a chosen of God and naturally knew how difficult it was to kill a chosen of God without knowing the chosen of God's golden finger. If, however, he couldn't kill him with a single blow, then Song Tianli would definitely not let him go. He didn't want to die, so he didn't do anything rash. Instead, he chose to have a showdown with Song Tianli. He was now overwhelmed by the fact that he had shown his hand, because, as soon as Song Tianli ate the roasted meat he made just now, he probably sensed Song Tianli's strength. Song Tianli's current strength was far too strong compared to him. A very wise choice, Song Tianli said with a smile. These two didn't avoid Song 13 and the others with their conversation. However, at this time, the three of them were dumbfounded. They could understand every word Song Tianli and He Tianrui said, but together, they didn't know what it meant. However, they could already tell that these two knew each other. Since they know each other, there is no reason to harm them. They can eat their roasts without fear. Young master, tell us both the truth. What exactly is Song Tianli? At this time, Wu Zizi suddenly looked at Song 13 and asked. Through Song Tianli and Song 13's previous time together, they had already discovered that these two had an extraordinary relationship. Moreover, it seemed as if Song 13 was always intentionally or unintentionally dominated by Song Tianli. You guess. Song 13 just laughed and didn't answer. The answer to that question could not be spoken by him in any way. Even if the two were truly trustworthy, there should have been Song Tianli to tell them. It seems that the one who hides the deepest is still him. I've felt before that he's not as simple as he seems. This feeling is even stronger now, Wu Zizi said as he glanced at Song Tianli. Old Wu, what are you talking about? What isn't as simple as it seems? Yu Chuanqiu asked in disbelief. He wondered why he suddenly couldn't understand anyone around him when they spoke. What step is he not following? You guess. Wu Zizi looked at Yu Chuanqiu and said with a smile. I don't know. What's the name? Just then, He Tianrui looked at Song Tianli and asked. He had only met Song Tianli and didn't know what his name was. Song Tianli. Song Tianli spoke out his name. What are your plans for the rest of the day? What do you want me to do? This first place, I naturally have to fight for it. Even if you don't come to me today, I'll come to you. I intend to ask you to help me. Or you could say that I'm helping you. Song Tianli did not hide his purpose. He finished the entire roast in his hand as he spoke. The moment he said this, He Tianrui instantly understood. Song Tianli was planning to hide his strength. Otherwise, with his current strength, why would he ask for his help? And at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from He Tianrui's body. A breakthrough so soon? Seeing this scene, Song Tianli hurriedly stood up and protected him behind him. Chapter 167, Breaking Through, Killing the Marsh. Song Tianli knew about He Tianrui's golden finger. As long as there are diners eating the food he makes, he can draw energy from those diners. The higher the status, position, and strength of the diner, the higher the energy he draws in. At the time before, he was just one step away from the 6th mansion realm. Song Tianli's strength was strong now, and he was already in existence at the Divine Path realm. Having eaten the roasted meat he made just now, He Tianrui naturally drew a large amount of energy from Song Tianli's body, so he broke through all of a sudden. No, he made a breakthrough here? This is too easy, isn't it? Yu Chuanxiu said incredulously as he looked at He Tianrui. When he was cultivating, he couldn't be more clear about how difficult it was to break through. But He Tianrui was chatting with Song Tianli, chatting about his breakthrough. Simply off the mark. If Yu Chuanxiu had known the identity of He Tianrui's divine chosen, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been so surprised. It was considered normal for the chosen of God to break through under any kind of circumstances, because no one knew what the other party's golden finger was, and naturally, they didn't know the other party's cultivation method. A word, a smile, a bite of food could be an opportunity for the chosen one to break through. Maybe he had some kind of epiphany just now. Song Tianli found a reason for He Tianrui. Cultivators, sometimes it's reasonable to break through when you have an epiphany. The aura on him is so powerful. No weaker than Zhou He, Wu Zizi said. As he said this, he suddenly seemed to think of something and his expression changed. Zhou He was a divine chosen. That was why he was strong. A crushing existence compared to the other disciples. Then why is He Tianrui so strong? Is he also a chosen one? Or was it because he possessed a 9th grade spiritual root? Wu Zizi didn't know which reason He Tianrui possessed such a strong strength. It would be a lot more interesting if he was also the chosen one. Song Tianli actually knew a divine chosen. So wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in 4 seasons Panglai in the future? Taking a step back, even if He Tianrui wasn't a divine chosen, he was still the possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root. The personal disciple of the mountain master. As usual, you can walk sideways. A person with an 8th grade spiritual root? That meant he only possessed the potential of an 8th grade spiritual root. But the possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root didn't mean that he only possessed the potential of a 9th grade spiritual root. It's like, if a person scores a 95 on a test, it means they are only capable of scoring a 95. But when a person takes 100, it's because the perfect score is only 100. It doesn't mean that they are only 100. The scent of He Tianrui's breakthrough quickly drew the attention of some nearby disciples. They're all headed this way. Our boss is in the middle of a breakthrough, and no one is allowed to approach. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. At this time, Song Tianli said loudly, it's Lord Spring Mountain's personal disciple, He Tianrui, the possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root. Worthy of being a 9th grade spiritual root? This is a breakthrough? The 5 prefectures realm. It really calls for despair. The crowd looked at He Tianrui, who was in the middle of a breakthrough, and each one of them murmured, but none of them went forward to disturb them. Interrupting another person's breakthrough was a big feud, and they didn't want to be hated by He Tianrui. It was not a good thing to be grudged by a mountain lord's personal heirloom, the possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root. They're just coming to see it, too. He Tianrui, the possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root? Very good. I'll let you know that the so-called 9th grade spiritual roots are unbeatable in front of the divine chosen. You and the others, in the end, will only become my stepping stones. At this time, Zhou He also appeared, and he muttered. He liked the feeling of being in the limelight, but didn't like it when it was shared with others. So he will trample underfoot all those who share the limelight with him. He would let everyone know that he was the number one among the disciples of this generation. He's going to get first place in this points competition. Thinking of this, he flashed his body and flew off into the distance. He wanted to kill as many demonic beasts as possible while He Tianrui was making a breakthrough. No matter what, this first place, he must obtain. The others didn't linger too long. After all, watching others break through could only satisfy their curiosity. There was no other benefit. About an hour later, He Tianrui's breakthrough was complete. Thanks a lot. He stood up and said gratefully to Song Tianli. This gratitude of his is twofold. The first point was to thank Song Tianli for protecting him just now. allowing him to not be disturbed by other people while he was making his breakthrough. The second point was to thank Song Tianli for eating the barbecued meat he made earlier, allowing him to draw in a little bit of energy, which allowed him to make a breakthrough. But Song Tianli knew about his golden finger, and still ate the roasted meat he made. There was a deliberate effort to help him. You're welcome. Now that you've broken through to the 6th mansion realm, you're much more certain of taking first place. Let's go. It's time for us to move, Song Tianli said. The decision he just made helped He Tianrui take first place. If there are item-based prizes, then let He Tianrui give them to him. If it's a non-itemized prize, then let He Tianrui find a way to transfer it to him. If it really can't be transferred, it's okay to let He Tianrui take advantage of it. After all, the other side is kind of one of our own. Also, he's thought of a script. Once He Tianrui won first place, transfer the reward to him, and if others asked, say that his and He Tianrui were cousins. His own father, when he was trying to save He Tianrui, accidentally died. He wants to repay himself. It's easier for others to be convinced by such a reasoning. In this way, it would basically not reveal his strength. I wondered how Song Sihai would feel when he found out that Song Tianli had said he had passed away just for a first place reward. Okay, just like that, Song Tianli and his original group of 4 became the current group of 5. This group of 5 was ostensibly dominated by He Tianrui. After all, he was the strongest and had the highest spirit root grade. But in reality, it was dominated by Song Tianli, just that outsiders didn't know it. Song Tianli's doppelganger had searched for beasts and demonic beasts in the Beast Valley before, so he had a pretty good understanding of the Beast Valley's beast division. Soon, he led a few people and came to a swamp. He had seen earlier that a large number of wild beasts inhabited this swamp. Moreover, there was a demonic beast of the 4 prefectures realm. If he was able to kill this 4 prefectures realm demonic beast, He Tianrui would be able to gain 5,000 points. In this way, it is possible to get substantially ahead of the others. The demonic beasts here are only at the 4 prefectures realm. There's no need to be careful. Just crush them. Song Tianli transmitted his voice to He Tianrui. When he heard the transmission, He Tianrui didn't have any hesitation and flew up with a flash of his body. He reached out and slashed at the swamp. Only a tens of meters long blade chi was seen exploding in the middle of the swamp. Chapter 178. When the blade chi sent out by He Tianrui exploded in the middle of the swamp, it could be said to have injured a piece of it. It was because there was more than just that 4 prefectures realm demonic beast living in this swamp. There are some other weaker beasts. Roar! Very quickly, a low roar came from the middle of the swamp. Immediately afterward, a huge figure rushed up from the middle of the swamp. It was a huge crocodile over 5 meters long. It twisted its body and headed towards He Tianrui. Behind it were a number of small crocodiles, and some other beasts that live in the water. For example, otters, water voles, and water shrews. Come alive, Song Tianli said as he looked at the beasts. These were all beasts below the Chifu realm, so it was just right to let Song 13 and the others deal with them. And with that, a battle began. Only, this battle was doomed from the start. That crocodile, too, was only at the 4 prefecture realm, while He Tianrui was now in existence at the 6 prefecture realm. Against it, it's a breeze. As for those little guys that Song 13 and the others dealt with, they were also quickly taken out. Because of that, Song Tianli used the shadow mimicry technique to make those beasts have a short pause at the most crucial time of the battle. In a battle of life and death, a tiny pause is enough to separate the winner from the loser. In less than 10 minutes, the crowd had resolved the battle. In this wave, He Tianrui harvested 5,000 points. Song 13 and the others also gained dozens of points. The toughness of the battle between the two sides was basically about the same. However, the difference between each other's gains is not normally large. This caused Song 13 and the few of them to be very unbalanced inside. However, unbalanced as they were, they didn't say anything. After all, He Tianrui was able to harvest 5,000 points, which was based on merit. If they were to deal with a demonic beast of the 4 prefectures realm, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. There are as many bowls as there are meals. Don't be envious. Next, a few of them took out a few more demonic beasts' lairs as they had done. At this time, He Tianrui's points had already exceeded 20,000. As for Song 13 and the rest of them, they had only just passed 200. That's a 100-fold difference. Attention! Attention! The scoreboard is about to open. Please pay attention to all disciples and check. Just at this time, Zuanai's voice came again. Hearing this voice, the people in the Beast Valley were confused, not knowing what the opening of the scoreboard was for at this time. Before Zun came, he said they would stay here long enough for 3 days. It's only been 1 day. How come the standings are open? Is it time to decide who's in first place? By opening the scoreboard now, could it be that the many disciples are going to fight each other? Song Tianli suddenly had a guess. He had seen it before. The people of the 4 times Pampas were very good at making things happen. It's not very surprising that there is such a move. 10 seconds after Zuanai's words fell, suddenly, a huge curtain of light appeared in the sky. This light screen would allow one to be in any corner of the Beast Valley, and it would be enough to see clearly. Above the light screen were the names of the many disciples, as well as the points they possessed. First place, Hetian Rue, 21, 198 points. Second place, White Luck, 10, 524 points. Third place, Zhou He, 10, 425 points. Fourth place, Pei Dongyang, 691 points. Fifth place, Song Tianli, 372 points. Sixth place, Wu Zizai, 286 points. Seventh place, Song 13, 279 points. Eighth place, Yu Chuanqiu, 266 points. Ninth place, Sun Ao, 122 points. 10th place, Su Bai, 118 points. When the crowd saw this list, they were directly confused, because at the top of this list are individuals with too many points between them, especially after the top 3 and 4th place. 10th place is even less than a fraction of the 1st place. 3rd and 4th place simply fell off a cliff. From 5 figures, all of a sudden, down to 3 figures. When you think about it, this phenomenon is actually normal. The top 3 must be Chi Fu realm existences. They could get several thousand points for killing a demonic beast. How could those below the Chi Fu realm compare? Pei Dongyang is also a 9th grade spiritual root. How come he only has over 600 points? Yu Chuanqiu muttered as he looked at the points ranking. Hearing him say that, Wu Zizi turned his gaze to Yitian Rue. Indeed, both being 9th grade spiritual roots, it was reasonable to say that even if Yitian Rue was a little stronger than Pei Dongyang, he shouldn't be that much stronger. Unless, Yitian Rue wasn't just a 9th grade spiritual root, he had other identities. Like the Chosen One, Wu Zi had suspected that Hetian Rue was a chosen of God when he was there before. It's basically 90% sure now. However, there was nothing he could do even if he knew that Hetian Rue was a chosen of God. Because, again, he's not the chosen one. Who is this second ranked by Yun? Surprisingly, he's still ahead of Zhou He. He then looked at the person ranked second and didn't know whether he was talking to himself or asking the person next to him. This question was not only strange to Wu Zizi, but also strange to the others. To say that Hetian Rue won the first place, it was quite justifiable. After all, he was a 9th grade spiritual root. However, for Bai Yun, many people simply didn't remember who he was, and it was surprising that he could have more than 10,000 points and be ranked ahead of Divine Chosen Zhou He. I wonder if this Bai Yun is a Divine Chosen. Song Tianli thought silently in his heart. He decided to keep a good eye on White Luck for a while in the future. Meanwhile, Zhou He looked at the leaderboards with an extremely ugly face. He was determined to fight for first place, but he didn't expect that he would be overwhelmed by 2 people. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. There are 2 days left until this welcoming ceremony is over. For the next 2 days, everyone mind your ID tags. If it is snatched by others, the points on it can also be transferred. Zuanlai's voice sounded again. His words appeared to be a reminder to the crowd to keep an eye on their identity cards, but in reality, he was telling them that other people's identity cards could be snatched. Once you grab it, then the ranking above the leaderboard, which is now available, can be changed. Hetian Rue, Bai Yun, you two wait. I'll take this first place, Zhou He said, and his body rose into the air as he searched for the others. With his strength, he was the topmost existence among these disciples and could be said to be fearless. He had just made an extremely bold decision. He intended to ransack all the disciples in the entire Beast Valley, including Bai Yun and Hetian Rue. In that case, the first place this time must be his. If Song Tianli knew what he was thinking, he would definitely give a thumbs up and a compliment. Chapter 179 White Fortune with Weak Strength. After Song Tianli crossed over to the Divine Lands, he began to develop obscenely. This time, it was 20 years. After becoming a chosen one, he was even more meticulous. Therefore, he was a bit puzzled as to why Zhou He, who was also a chosen of God, was so flamboyant. In everyone's perception, the chosen one hides when he can. Never admit that you are the chosen one until the very end. But Zhou He went in the opposite direction. He wondered if Zhou He didn't want to die. Or is he simply not afraid of exposing his gold finger? What exactly Zhou He thought, Song Tianli didn't know, but he firmly believed in the saying that God wants to make a man perish, but must first make him mad. Next, it's not our battlefield. Let's find a place to hide. As long as we can stay alive until the end, the top 10 basically can't run away. Moreover, we might even have a chance to reap the benefits. At this time, Song Tianli said to Song 13 and a few other people, who had no problem with what he was doing, had no problem with it. A few of them were aware of how much water they were holding now that they were able to enter the top 10. It started out as 2 packs of beasts fighting, and they picked up the slack once. Later, it was to follow He Tianrui's side and have some soup. If he relied on himself, he would never be able to make it into the top 10. Then I'm meticulous too? He Tianrui asked. No need. You are at the strength of the 6 prefecture realm, and amongst these many disciples, your strength can be considered the strongest. Even if the others teamed up, they wouldn't necessarily be your match. So you can show up bright and early and rob people on sight. If you alone are able to grab all the points from the others, all of them, then the first place is not only more insured, and a few of us can go even further with our rankings, Song Tianli said. Hearing him say that, a trace of delight flashed across the faces of Song 13 and the few of them. Yeah, if you grab all the points from Bai Yun, Zhou He, and Pei Donyang, then our ranking will automatically move forward, Wu Zi said excitedly. Instead of imploding and consuming yourself, find a way to eliminate others. In that case, I'll give it a try. It's just that other people must be thinking the same thing you are, and there must already be a lot of people in hiding. It's not an easy task for me to find them out. This was what was most difficult for He Tianrui. Do your best, Song Tianli said. He planned to use white eyes to assist He Tianrui in the dark, but he couldn't say this out loud. He couldn't let Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji know that he had such an ability, although he knew that sooner or later, his identity as a chosen of God would be exposed. But not now. You guys hide. I'm leaving first, He Tianrui said, then turned around and flew off into the distance. You guys come with me? I know where the best place to hide is, Song Tianli said and walked forward. He took advantage of a few people's inattention to split off a doppelganger and utilized the art of forward movement to follow He Tianrui. Next to it, in the middle of the river, a man with a tube was hidden in the water. Someone dug a hole under the rock in front of us, above the 3rd branch of the tree on the left, under the observation of the white eyes. Anyone hidden in any nook and cranny of the Gara could be found by him. With Song Tianli's assistance, wherever He Tianrui passed by, all the people were ransacked. Someone else who did the same thing was Choha. At this point, he was ranked over White Luck, who was in 2nd place. The crowd looked at the light curtain list in the sky that changed from time to time, and one was extremely emotional. They knew that in the end, the first place belonged to Zhou He and He Tianrui. I'm afraid it was between Zhou He and He Tianrui. Demons and devils leave. Demons and devils leave. When He Tianrui passed by a bush, he heard a chanting voice from among the bushes. This didn't require Song Tianli to observe with his white eyes, but He Tianrui discovered it himself. What person? Come out! He Tianrui shouted loudly at the grass. Big brother, don't hit me! I'll come out! I'll come out! Hearing He Tianrui's voice, the man in the bushes hurriedly said. Song Tianli, who had utilized the art of sneaking to hide in the shadows, also looked towards the grass. As the two of them watched, a thin, small woman crawled out from among the grass. That's right, it crawled out. She looked dark and thin, 5 feet 5 inches at most, like she was malnourished. For her, Song Tianli had no impression. Hand over your identity card. He Tianrui didn't bother with nonsense with the other party and said bluntly. That skinny and small woman also didn't ink. Directly took out her identity card and handed it to He Tianrui. When He Tianrui took the other party's identity card and prepared to transfer the other party's points to himself, he suddenly froze. This was because he realized that the other party actually had more than 10,000 points. Among all the disciples, there were only 3 who had more than 10,000 points. He Tianrui, Zhou He, Bai Yun. For Zhou He, He Tianrui knew him. After all, he was so high profile when he tested his spiritual roots before. Then there's only one person left. You're Bai Yun? He Tianrui asked. Is me. White Luck nodded timidly. You're so weak? He Tianrui subconsciously asked. He had previously thought that Bai Yun was a man, but he hadn't expected it to be a little girl. Of course, it doesn't matter. He thought the White Luck was a strong man, and possibly a chosen one. Even if they weren't chosen of God, their strength wouldn't be too weak. After all, to get 10,000 points, at the very least, one had killed 2 demonic beasts of the 4 prefecture realm, or 1 demonic beast of the 5 prefecture realm. However, he sensed that this Bai Yun was only at the Sanzang realm. With this strength, among the many disciples, they were basically the bottom of the wave. It is not too strong, White Luck said a bit nervously. Then how did you get these 10,000 points? He Tianrui asked curiously. To say a few points, it's still possible to work hard and take your chances, but tens of thousands of points are not useful for effort. I was just plain lucky. When we first appeared here, we weren't being chased by a large group of wild beasts. I was a bit scared and panicked, so I just found a random direction and kept running. It went on and on for a long time, and eventually came to the edge of a cliff. At that time, I suddenly saw that there were two demonic beasts fighting. Afraid of being caught in the wave, I hid and watched them in secret. Later, the two demonic beasts fought and then all of them fell. At that time, I didn't know if they were alive or not, so I picked up two rocks and smashed them towards them. When I saw they weren't responding, I threw them a couple more times. As a result, I don't know what happened, but on top of my identity card, there were 10,000 extra points. Bai Yun explained. Hearing this explanation from her, He Tianrui and Song Tianli frowned at the same time. Chapter 180, White Luck with Two Faces. This explanation from White Luck sounded a bit unbelievable, even unbelievable. But other than this possibility, Song Tianli and He Tianrui couldn't think of any other possibilities, because Song Tianli, whether he was observing with his white eyes or checking his combat strength with his golden finger of killing, found that Bai Yun's strength was only in the Sanzang realm. The strength of the Sanzang realm could not be two demonic beasts of the four prefectures realm. Deriving a bit from White Luck's explanation, one could understand the reasoning. Song Tianli had basically figured out the principle of identity card points. Whoever delivers the last blow before the demonic beast dies, then the points go to them. It's kind of like painting a boss in a game and grabbing the monster on the last hit. For example, before Song Tianli, he robbed Zhou He's monster, and it was normal to have two demonic beasts fighting because demonic beasts would engage in a land grab. After the two demonic beasts were both defeated because of the fight, Bai Yun appeared. She didn't know if the two demonic beasts were dead or not, so she smashed at them with a rock. The two demonic beasts at that time were only seriously injured and did not die. However, after the stone that White Luck smashed through landed on their bodies, they died. The damage caused by the stone to the two demonic beasts was extraordinarily limited, but when the stone landed on the bodies of the two demonic beasts, it was ruled that the final blow was done by Bai Yun. Then, when the two four prefectures realm demonic beasts died, it was natural that Bai Yun got the points. No, there's a loophole in your words. Just then, He Tianrui suddenly looked at Bai Yun and said, "Loophole? What loopholes?" Bai Yun asked a bit puzzled. "If what you're saying is true, then you should only get 10,000 points. But, right now, your points are over 10,500. And where did you get this extra 500 or so points? If there were only a few extra points, you could still say you killed them. But this is over 500 extra points. How do you explain it?" He Tianrui looked at Bai Yun and asked. This was something that Song Tianli had also discovered, and he had wanted to send a voice transmission to He Tianrui to ask him about it. I didn't realize that he had found it too. I haven't killed a single demonic beast from start to finish. At that time, after I smashed the two demonic beasts with a stone, I saw that they didn't react in any way, so I got brave and headed for them. As a result, I had just gotten to their bodies when suddenly the ground shook. Immediately afterward, the ground on the side of the cliff shattered. Together with the corpses of those two demonic beasts, I fell towards the bottom of the cliff at the same time. In the process of falling, I grabbed onto a vine above a cliff, and that's how I didn't fall. But the broken ground and the corpses of those two demonic beasts all fell below the cliff. When I followed the vines and climbed down to the bottom of the cliff, I realized that the bodies of some more beasts had appeared at the bottom of the cliff. My guess is that those beasts might not have been very lucky and happened to be smashed to death by the falling rocks and the corpses of those two demonic beasts. That's it. I've gained over 500 more points, Bai Yun explained. Hearing this, He Tianrui and Song Tianli fell into silence at the same time. It had to be said that although White Luck's words sounded a bit ridiculous, it was still possible. It can't be helped that people are lucky. Luck is something that simply cannot be envied. Song Tianli had deliberately arranged a scene earlier to allow Song 13 and the others to pick up the pieces. However, compared to Bai Yun, it was far worse. People should be damned and goods should be thrown away. He Tianrui didn't speak again and directly transferred the points on top of Bai Yun's identity card to his own identity card. Afterwards, after returning the identity card to Bai Yun, he turned around and left. He had worked hard to end the nests of 4 demonic beasts to get more than 20,000 points. People run around randomly, get lost, and get 10,000 plus. Staying any longer, he felt a little unbalanced within him. Song Tianli saw He Tianrui leave, but he didn't leave. Just hide in the shadows and observe White Luck. He always felt that what White Luck had said was a bit too weird, so he wanted to see what White Luck was like when no one else was around. A person usually carries on a disguise in front of others and removes the disguise when he is by himself. He saw that after He Tianrui left, Bai Yun directly found a rock and sat down. Now that I don't have any more points either, it doesn't matter even if I meet someone else. The others who want to steal my points won't have to. Then I can stop hiding. I can come out in the open. As if he was very happy at this time, Bai Yun hung his identity plate directly on his waist without the slightest intention of hiding it. Seeing her in this state, Song Tianli's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that I'm overthinking and being too neurotic? Song Tianli muttered to himself. After observing for another 5 minutes, he realized that Bai Yun really didn't have any abnormalities, and only then did he chase after He Tianrui. After Song Tianli left, a smile of triumph suddenly appeared on Bai Yun's face. Ha ha ha, fooled them. Still want to fight with this lady? Just these little trash. Not a one at all. It's naive to think that just because someone is hiding in the shadows, they can escape my lady's survey. These two aren't weak. My strength has risen by a large margin again. Bai Yun suddenly smiled and muttered to himself at this time. Her expression at this time, instead of the cowering before, was like a cunning fox. At the same time, the points on top of her identity card changed from 0 to 21048. That's double what it was before. However, her points didn't show up on top of the light screen. That would be very bizarre. If Song Tianli had seen this scene, he would have been dumbfounded. All along, he had been the one teasing others, using various means to conceal his identity. I didn't expect to be teased by someone else this time. Of course, the main reason for this was also because White Luck hadn't said this to him directly. He was just a bystander. If those words just now, Bai Yun had said them to him and not to He Tianrui, then he would definitely be able to tell the difference. Because, well, he's got a conceptual ability too. In the beginning, the first ability he acquired through his golden finger. If someone tells him a lie, then $100 will arrive in his payment wallet. With the string of words Bai Yun had just said, I'm afraid Song Tianli's payment wallet could arrive at least $1,000. It's just a shame that the ability is such that someone tells you a lie and you pay your wallet to arrive at $100. Instead, someone tells a lie and you pay your wallet to arrive at $100. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Chapter 181, He Tianrui vs. Zhou He. After Song Tianli and He Tianrui left White Luck, they robbed some more people of their points. A few minutes later, the two of them were in the middle of a forest when they suddenly encountered Zhou He. Of course, Song Tianli was still hiding in the shadows, so Zhou He only saw He Tianrui. He Tianrui, very good. I just settled Pei Dongyang. Now it's your turn. If you're sensible, hand over your identity card yourself or you'll end up miserable. Zhou He looked at He Tianrui and said arrogantly. Coincidentally, that's what I wanted to say. He Tianrui wasn't the least bit afraid. Not to mention, his realm was one small realm higher than Zhou He. Even if the two had the same realm of strength, he would not be afraid in the slightest. Zhou He is a chosen one of God. Moreover, he had a Song Tianli following him in the middle. Song Tianli was even more powerful than him. He didn't believe that the two of them still couldn't take down Zhou He. Since you won't hand it over yourself, I can only snatch it after beating you up. I hope your strength, which is as hard as your mouth, won't let me down too much. Zhou He still said arrogantly. I give you the same for this one. To be honest, I'd been unhappy with your arrogant look for a long time. He Tianrui said truthfully. So what if it's not cool? I just love watching you, looking at me and not being able to fuck me. You come and hit me, Zhou He said in a very beat up manner. Since you have such a bitchy request, I'll fulfill it. He Tianrui said and charged towards Zhou He. Zhou He was able to sense the powerful aura on He Tianrui's body and didn't hold back. It is possible to defy the enemy in tactics, but it is important to emphasize the enemy in action. Seeing He Tianrui who rushed over, Zhou He's expression became serious. At the first opportunity, he brought his index and middle fingers together and gave a quick wave. At that moment, a sharp sword chi headed towards He Tianrui. Facing such an attack from Zhou He, He Tianrui extended his palm. He used his hand as a sword and chopped the bones. He droned softly. A blade chi emanated from his hand and clashed with the sword chi. The attacks of these two were very similar. Only the difference was that one was good at swordsmanship and the other was good at bladesmanship. Boom! A loud boom rang out, and both of their bodies backed up at the same time. At once, above the ground, dust flew and debris splashed. Many of the surrounding trees were snapped off. In this first round of exchanges, the two could be said to be indistinguishable. With the strength of the 5 prefectures realm and being able to deliver such an attack, no wonder he's so arrogant, He Tianrui muttered. He realized that Zhou He could actually cross the level of the challenge. It wasn't strange that as a chosen one of God he could pass a level crossing challenge. However, He Tianrui was also a chosen one of God. Facing a chosen one and still being able to cross the line, that's a bit of a strong fight. Really? Sword 1. A strike that didn't succeed. Zhou He unleashed a big move at the first opportunity. Only a huge sword shadow flew out from his body and stabbed straight towards He Tianrui. This sword shadow was 10 meters long, and its shocking power was not bad. Fish-scented meat shreds. In the face of such an attack, He Tianrui wasn't afraid in the slightest. With a soft gulp, he swung his palm, only to see countless densely packed blade chi continuously flying out from above his palm. Every blade chi collided with the giant sword, and every time the blade chi collided with the sword shadow would be brought down a small portion. When the countless channels of blade chi kept crashing on top of the giant sword shadow, it was as if the sword shadow had been sliced into countless pieces the size of a shred of meat. Eventually, these strands of meat dissipated into the air. What kind of gong method are you using? Joey looked at Etienne-Rouet and asked after seeing this scene. He hadn't expected that Etienne-Rouet's fighting strength was much stronger than he had imagined. And it's a little spooky. Although he hadn't put out his full strength yet, he was certain that Etienne-Rouet had likewise not put out his full strength. Guess right and I'll tell you, Etienne-Rouet said with a smile. Seeing him like this, Joey didn't say anything and launched another attack. Kenji. Two huge sword shadows flew out from his body, one on the left and one on the right toward Etienne-Rouet. Kung Pao Chicken. In the face of such an attack, Etienne-Rouet remained unperturbed. Above his swinging palm, a cold light constantly flashed. After a number of cold lights and two sword chi collided together, nothing happened. The two huge sword shadows continued to head towards Etienne-Rouet. However, just as the two huge sword shadows were about to land on Etienne-Rouet's body, suddenly those two huge sword shadows collapsed. Note that it's collapsed, not shattered. The reason why it was said to have collapsed was because the two sword shadows had turned into a piece by piece, like a Rubik's Cube that had been taken apart. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, was a bit surprised when he saw Etienne-Rouet's combat moves. He'd fought the other side before, but quickly told the story of Goldfinger, and at that time, both of them were weak. Therefore, he never knew that Etienne-Rouet's fighting style was actually like this. Etienne-Rouet's golden finger was related to cooking, so his attacks, likewise, were somewhat related to cooking. When he actually cooks, he will use a variety of dishes as ingredients. Different dishes are handled differently. The fight is similar. He could use his opponent's various attacks as ingredients and treat them as if they were dishes. That's why the opponent's attack turns into shredded meat and small pieces. You're very good at defusing moves. Then I'd like to see how much you can defuse. Sword 10. 10 huge sword shadows flew out, heading towards Etienne-Rouet. These 10 sword shadows locked onto all the directions Etienne-Rouet could dodge. Garlic chrysanthemum. Unsurprisingly, Etienne-Rouet's move diffused Shohei's attack again. Sword 22. Boneless chicken claws. No matter what kind of attack Shohei unleashed, Etienne-Rouet was able to easily neutralize it. However, he didn't have the ability, either, to unleash any other attack power. The battle between the two could be said to be evenly matched, with no one being able to help anyone. Although the battle between these two was intense, both of them obviously had reservations and didn't bring out their skills. Is this fear of exposing his golden finger? Song Tianli thought in secret. Shohei had been emitting sword chi, but he had never been seen to take out a real sword. Etienne-Rouet's weapons are kitchen knives and cookware. But, again, these he did not take out. This can't go on like this. After meeting Shohei, naturally, we have to find a way to force out his golden finger. It's a small fight that makes no sense at all. In a moment, I'll secretly assist you and push Shohei to the brink as much as possible. Let's see what his bottom card actually is. At this time, Song Tianli said to Etienne-Rouet. Hearing this, Etienne-Rouet nodded slightly. Chapter 182 Shohei's Sword. In fact, Etienne-Rouet also knew that their previous battle seemed intense, but it was actually just a small fight. As a chosen one of God, there was absolutely no way that the means were only this much. It's just that he didn't want to expose his golden finger completely either. It couldn't be helped that Song Tianli knew about the golden finger, and Song Tianli didn't intend to kill him. However, when the golden finger was known by other chosen ones, people would not be merciful. Therefore, he was not willing to expose anything related to his fingers until it was absolutely necessary. In the previous battle, although there were all sorts of fish-flavored meat threads in Kung Pao chicken, in reality, whether it was Song Tianli or Shohei, all they were able to see were just the attacks that they had sent out. Not really sure what the names of these attacks are. Now he heard Song Tianli's voice transmission to cooperate with him to force out Shohei's golden finger. This actually has a great deal of certainty to it. If two divine chosen, and with both realms higher than the other, couldn't force out the other's golden finger, then the two of them would be too much of a loser. Thus, with a flash of his body, he once again headed towards Shohei. He's in the light. Song Tianli is in the dark. It was definitely able to make Shohei defenseless. Explosive fried little rooster. Etienne-Rouet increased his attack. Instantly, Shohei felt as if a scorching heat had suddenly appeared around him, making his skin burn. He felt as if he was in a huge furnace. What Shohei didn't know was that he wasn't in a giant furnace right now, but within a giant pot. Etienne-Rouet used his ability to turn the space around Shohei into a huge pot. At this moment, Shohei was like an ingredient that was constantly tossing and turning in a pot. More accurately, like a chicken that's been flipped. That's because the name of the dish is popcorn rooster. I have a sword that can move mountains. Just then, He moved. His body exuded a stern sword aura, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a giant sword. What he didn't notice was that as he launched his attack, there was a black shadow that came slowly towards him. When he was about to drop the attack, he suddenly felt that he couldn't move his body. It's like being imprisoned by something. He looked down with all his might and realized that a black shadow had, at some point, appeared on his body. He struggled hard, but the black shadow firmly bound his body, preventing him from moving at all. At that moment, Tianrui's attack had already fallen towards him. If he was still like he was now, not making any defense, once he was attacked by Tianrui's attack, then he would be seriously injured without dying. Sword come, break me. Faced with such a situation, He let out a loud shout. There was a buzzing sound, and a cold light flew out from his body. When this cold light appeared, it seemed as if space was torn apart. The cold light transformed into a long sword and landed in Joey's hand. At the same time, the black shadow that was wrapped around his body unexpectedly shattered like glass. Not good. Seeing this situation, Tianrui let out a cry, then hurriedly retreated backwards as fast as he could. Want to back out now? It's too late. One sword moving mountain, He bellowed as he unleashed his attack. Similarly, a sword chi flew out from his hand. It was just that this sword chi was too much stronger than the previous one. This sword chi, as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Wherever it went, all evils avoided it. In the face of such a situation, Tianrui's expression was extraordinarily serious. He knew that this was Joey's true strength. In the face of such an attack, he would definitely suffer a great loss if he remained as he was before. In that case, come on, he said softly. After he said this, two things also appeared in his hands, a kitchen knife and a pan. Only the pan in his hand rose against the wind and covered the sky in the blink of an eye. The huge pan slapped directly at the sword she sent out by Joey. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out, instantly spreading across half of the Beast Valley. Almost all of the disciples heard the collision, and with the place where the two of their attacks collided as the center, a wave of energy that was terrifying to the extreme swept towards the surroundings. I'm sprouting. This attack is way too strong compared to the 6th prefecture realm. Seeing this situation, Song Tianli's doppelganger hurriedly sped off into the distance. If it were his own body, he wouldn't have dodged it. However, his doppelganger's strength was already inferior to that of his main body. Plus, once he was attacked, he would disappear. So at this point, it's all about running. It had to be said that the attack power of a chosen of God was really strong if they exploded at full strength. Don't look at Song Tianli's battles, big and small. He had already experienced them quite a few times. However, every time he used his doppelganger to attack, his own main body was always meticulous, except for the day when the golden finger was exposed and he fled. He had exerted it at full strength, but other times, he had never attacked at full strength. Therefore, he didn't know just how strong he would be if he attacked with his full strength. As Song Tianli's fled, those shockwaves that were generated swept crazily towards the surroundings. Very quickly, the trees within a circle of several hundred meters were cut off. The rocks on the ground were reduced to pieces. He and Tianrui simultaneously retreated hundreds of meters. A large pit of hundreds of meters appeared in front of the two. So that's how it is. You're also a divine chosen? At this moment, He looked at Tianrui and said, other than the divine chosen, he couldn't think of anyone else who could fight him to this point with the strength of the 6th prefecture realm. Because, when he fights over a level, it's never over a level. As long as there wasn't a large gap between realms, if he exerted himself at full strength, he could use the strength of the 1st mansion realm to fight against a 6th mansion realm cultivator without losing. Now that he was at the 5th prefecture realm, it wouldn't be too much trouble at all for him to deal with a normal 6th prefecture realm cultivator. However, Tianrui was able to face him without losing any ground. Come to think of it, there was only one possibility that the other party was also a chosen one. Do you think that only the chosen of God are capable of delivering such an attack? A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you really think that just because you're a chosen of God, you can be blind to everything? This world, it's far more complicated than you think. As Tianrui said these words, he turned his gaze to the long sword in Joey's hand. The long sword was as black as ink, and even from a long distance away, one could feel the cold aura on it. This was definitely not a mortal sword. Song Tianli hid in the shadows, similarly observing the long sword in Joey's hand. He was certain that the most powerful craftsman in the 9 great states could not create this sword. I'm afraid even 4 seasons pomp and circumstance can't do that. In that case, there is only one possibility. Chapter 183, Fighting Joey again. Song Tianli could be certain that this longsword in Joey's hand was a divine chosen item. Could it be that his golden finger is this sword? Song Tianli thought silently in his heart. The chosen one's golden handshake is divided into 3 levels. From low to high they are items, logic, and concepts. This sword in Zhou hand was too unusual. No such awesome object is allowed to exist in the land of God. The chopper and pan in He Tianrui's hand were also items of the chosen one, but judging from the grade alone, these 2 items, there was no way to compare them to the longsword in Zhou's hand. Moreover, the items in He Tianrui's hands were basically for auxiliary use. The increase in combat power is also very limited. However, the longsword in Zhou's hand directly increased his combat power by more than 10 times. Such an increase was horrifying. Only, even if he guessed this possibility, Song Tianli didn't dare to be sure. He didn't know if that was the case exactly. If he guessed wrong, then he would end up in a bad way. Like Song Tianli, He Tianrui had the same speculation. Of course, he wasn't sure. Everything was fine if they guessed correctly, but once they guessed wrongly, the result that awaited them would be miserable. Their current understanding of Zhou was still very limited, and they didn't know if the way Zhou was acting right now was really like this, or if he was purposely disguising himself to show them. It is well established that the chosen of God are all old sixes. With the sudden appearance of such a blatant being like Zhou, there was no way for them to judge, because no one dares to risk their lives. No more guessing for now. I'm not going to hide. I'll go straight for it. Let's see if we can't forcefully kill him. Song Tianli transmitted his voice to He Tianrui. Emperor's language had struck before and proved to be capable of forcibly killing a chosen of God. It's up to you to be strong enough. Hearing Song Tianli's words, He Tianrui nodded. With the combat power Zhou had just displayed, it was simply impossible for him to kill him alone. The most you can do is get out in one piece. However, if the 2 of them were to strike together, that would be impossible to say. The probability of killing Zhou is still quite high. After Song Tianli's doppelganger lifted himself, his main body knew everything that had happened in the meantime. Bai Yun, Zhou, last time it was just a single detachment to play with you. This time, I'll see how you can withstand these thousands of detachments. Song Tianli's main body casually made an excuse and left the hiding place. Afterwards, he came towards where He Tianrui was at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, He Tianrui and Zhou were already fighting. Multiple shadow split technique. When Song Tianli arrived, the main body was once again hidden. However, thousands of detachments instantly appeared in the space where the 2 were. This caused the 2 people who were originally fighting together to stop at the same time, and they had no idea what was going on. He Tianrui, find an opening to attack him yourself. I'll go first. Song Tianli transmitted his voice to He Tianrui. Hearing this, He Tianrui realized that these doppelgangers were all Song Tianli. He had seen Song Tianli's doppelganger before, but there were only 2 of them. He hadn't expected that Song Tianli would be able to split into so many doppelgangers. Each of the doppelgangers was an existence of the 6 prefecture realm, which was simply too terrifying. Suitun Water Dragon Bomb, Naruto Hao Fireball Jutsu, Susanoo, Kazuna Kiryu no Jutsu, Sandstorm Burial, Consistent Hand, Oversized Jade Spiral Maru. Song Tianli's many doppelgangers fought in a complete feast of art. Each detachment was a different kind of attack. These attacks came from all directions, toward Zhou. The assortment of attacks dazzled Zhou and He Tianrui. I didn't realize that he was so strong. If I don't stay in the kitchen god realm, I'm afraid I'll die for sure. He Tianrui muttered. Dream on. If you want to kill me, I have a sword that can move mountains. I have a sword that can reclaim the sea. Zhou didn't dare to have any reservations anymore and began to unleash his most powerful attack. He could sense that the other party was truly trying to kill him. Moreover, he could also see that to be able to have such an attack, the other party must also be a divine chosen. However, he didn't realize that this chosen of God was Song Tianli. He still thought that this was all He Tianrui's tactic. After all, around here, only He Tianrui was fighting him. He also recognized that one person had attacked him a day earlier. The attacks that he used out were some of the attacks that these doppelgangers were casting. That meant that the person who attacked him a day ago was none other than He Tianrui. In that case, everything is in order. He Tianrui was also a divine chosen, so he had asked his doppelganger to feel himself out before. As Zhou attacked, a destructive sword chi, centered on him, spread out to the surroundings. Those detachments of Song Tianli, as well as those attacks sent out by his detachments, were directly split in 2 by these sword chi. The powerful sword chi seemed to be able to destroy everything. Zhou was in the center, like a devil god descending into the world. Majestic. Song Tianli's many doppelgangers, as well as his various attacks, were simply unable to come close. However, such a scene did not last too long. Zhou had previously fought with He Tianrui and had consumed a lot. Plus, he was now constantly launching such powerful attacks. So very quickly, The aura in his body was close to being depleted. But Song Tianli himself was a divine path realm cultivator. Plus, he also possessed the ability to do things 10 times more efficiently. The speed at which he recovered his aura was also not comparable to Zhou He. After half a day of fighting, his doppelganger was still charging forward and back towards Zhou He. Gradually, Zhou He became a bit overwhelmed. Just then, a dart with a special mark came towards Zhou He. When Zhou He saw this dart, his pupils contracted hard. Because, this scene is déjà vu. Previously, Song Tianli had used such a move when he used that one detachment to test him. Sure enough, in the next second, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers appeared in front of him. At the same time, he was holding up a huge spiral pill in his hand. Super large jade spiral maru. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers held the great jade spiral pill, and it smashed down on Zhou He. Imperial sword art. Facing this attack, it was too late for Zhou He to dodge. At the last moment, he threw the long sword in his hand. The long sword that was thrown out did not fall down, but instead turned into a stream of light and flew towards Song Tianli's doppelganger who was holding the great jade spiral maru. Very quickly, the attacks from both sides collided together. Chapter 184, Zhou He is gone. Zhou He's sword royalty was so strong that he instantly pierced through Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was holding the great jade spiral maru, along with the great jade spiral maru. However, after this bilocation of Song Tianli's disappeared, countless of his bilocations appeared above the sky. In the hands of each of the doppelgangers, they held up an Otama spiral pill. Thousands of doppelgangers, with thousands of Otama spiral pills, slammed down on him. The strike just now was just a feint. Now was the main event. Imperial sword art. Sword net. In the face of such an attack, the long sword that flew out quickly split up. 2 out of 2, 4 out of 2, 8 out of 4, 16 out of 8. In the blink of an eye, countless densely packed sword shadows appeared. These sword shadows intertwined with each other, forming a large net-like existence that blocked Zhou He's front. Sung Tenri's many doppelgangers, holding the great jade spiral maru, kept landing on top of the sword net. Boom boom boom. Only a loud boom could be heard. Continuously. It's no exaggeration to say that every single Ojama spiral maru is enough to shatter mountains and rocks. However, in the face of this sword net, there was actually nothing that could be done. This sword net was extraordinarily sturdy, and after numerous attacks landed on it, it surprisingly only made the sword net tremble for a moment. However, what Zhou He did not know was that these attacks were still feints. The art of heart to heart. This mind-turning technique would be an easy trick to fall for if you were not defended. Zhou He was only concerned with fending off the thousands of visible attacks in the sky. There was no defense against this unseen attack. So, it was an instant hit. Song Tianli's doppelganger, maneuvering Zhou He, had his palms reaching for his chest. He wasn't trying to kill Zhou He, but he was trying to read the gold finger on top of his divine ruler coin. If he knew about Zhou He's golden finger, then Zhou He was just a piece of meat on the board. Sword come, Zhou He said with extreme difficulty. There was no way for him to dissolve the heart-turning heart technique for a while. He also knew what would await him if the golden finger rule above his god ruling coin was known by others. So, no matter what, make sure to protect your god's tailoring coin. Thus, he couldn't care less about using his longsword to parry Song Tianli's other attacks. With Zhou He's call, the sword net composed of countless sword shadows instantly dissipated. A stream of light flew toward him and returned to his palm. In an instant, the heart-to-heart technique was broken. Good chance. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was attacking Zhou He, but saw an opportunity. They once again held the Ojama spiral maru and slammed it towards Zhou Crane. Boom, 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 one after another. The great jade spiral pills smashed into Zhou Crane's body. The only thing Zhou He could do at this time was to defend as much as possible to ensure that he wasn't killed. In the end, Zhou He was only at the 5 prefectures realm after all. Song Tianli, on the other hand, was an existence of the divine path realm, and his doppelgangers were all at the 6 prefecture realm as well. Coupled with the fact that his fighting style was simply too bizarre, even Zhou He, who was able to fight at a transgressive level, could only be passively beaten. Seeing that Zhou He could only passively defend anymore, Song Tianli increased his attack. He just couldn't believe that Zhou He could keep defending himself, as long as his attacks continued continuously. Even if Zhou He was possessed by a turtle shell, he believed that he would be able to break it. Chidori, Karen, Amaterasu, teeth through teeth, Kiba whirlwind kick. Song Tianli's attacks never stopped, whether they were powerful or less powerful. As long as it was an attack, he kept falling. Ka! Finally, sometime later, a crisp cracking sound came. The protective shield laid down by Zhou He was finally broken. Dai, Kaze, oversized jade spiral shuriken. Inferno Suzanoki Kakuga Tsuchimikado. These two moves were moves that could be fused with each other and would multiply in power. Tianrui's eyes widened as the two moves fused together to form an even more powerful attack. He couldn't believe that after the fusion of the two skills, they had fused into such a powerful attack. If this move were to fall afterward, it would definitely produce an extremely violent energy that would ripple across a large area. So, without any hesitation, he turned around and retreated towards the distance. His eyes were always on the battlefield. Fighting like that has to be a lesson to be learned. Earlier, Song Tianli had sent him a voice message, telling him to find an opportunity to attack Zhou He. However, in the battle just now, Song Tianli's doppelgangers had taken the initiative and were numerous. He didn't find any suitable attack opportunities at all. Song Tianli alone was enough to crush the opponent. Tianrui was only shocked, but Zhou He was as if his heart was dead, because he knew very well that he couldn't block such a powerful move. No! He roared in despair. Only, the roar didn't change his end. Song Tianli's attack still landed on his body. Boom! Only an earth-shattering boom was heard. The earth was lifted layer by layer. Like a huge stone, it was thrown into a calm lake, stirring up countless waves. Only, instead of waves, the ground stirred up waves of stone. The stone formed the ground like a ripple, pounding away in circles into the distance. Even Song Tianli's main body was constantly retreating. The ripple effect of this strike was quite a bit larger than he had imagined. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it turned into ruins. Trees disappeared. Rocks shattered. Even being bombarded by hundreds of missiles wouldn't necessarily cause that kind of damage. Zhou He is gone? At this moment, Song Tianli suddenly murmured. He could be certain that Zhou He would definitely not be able to block the blow he had just delivered. But now, after observing the day with his white eyes, he didn't find Zhou He's figure. To say that he had been blasted to the point where there was not even a crumb left, that was absolutely impossible. Even if he killed Zhou He, he would still leave some of the bodies behind. But now, nothing. I just saw that at the last moment. Zhou He disappeared into a white light. Tianrui came to one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers at this time and said, "Is a chosen of God really that hard to kill?" In such a situation, all of them let him escape. Song Tianli said a bit helplessly. He had thought that Zhou He would surely die this time. Unexpectedly, it still failed to kill it. The reason why he was so sure that Zhou He wasn't dead was because his fighting strength hadn't increased. If Zhou He really died, his fighting strength would definitely increase. And the other side's God's ruling coin. It's going to show up, too. What is this? Suddenly, Song Tianli saw a white light appear where Zhou He was just now. His doppelganger rushed forward and grabbed the white light. Only when he grasped it in his hand did he see that it was Zhou He's identity card. Chapter 185 Rewards for the top 10 on the points ranking list. The top of Zhou He's identity card clearly showed 18,796 points. Aside from his own 10,000 points, the remaining points were all the ones he had grabbed over the period of time. Why did he lose his identity jade token here when others have disappeared? Did you accidentally leave it here? Song Tianli said with a frown. Only, it's an answer that no one can give him at the moment. However, Zhou Crane's identity jade token was left here. So these points, they could be theirs. Here, transfer them all to you. Song Tianli said as he handed Zhou He's identity card to Tianrui. All for me. Ha! Tianrui said with a bit of surprise. He had thought that since Song Tianli was planning to take out Zhou He on his own, it should be because he was no longer planning to hide. I didn't expect to give myself all of Zhou He's points. As I said before, this time it's about pushing you to the number 1 spot. I can't be exposed. Song Tianli's doppelganger said. Hearing him say this, Tianrui didn't push back and took Zhou He's identity card, transferring the points on it, all to himself. In an instant, his points went from over 20,000 to 42,674. At the same time, his points on the light screen also underwent a synchronized change, over 40,000 points. A well-deserved first place. I believe that it is impossible for anyone else to surpass him. And Song Tianli, with 372 points, is in second place. Before that, he was only fifth. After that, he became second without killing a single beast or robbing a single person. Because the few places in front of him were either snatched by Tianrui or by Zhou He. Second place, third place, fourth place is gone. So he's second. So the two weren't going to keep busy. They were just going to swing for the fences and enjoy themselves. They decided that they would spend the rest of the day eating some barbecue and chatting. Not just the two of them, but most of the others, too, worked hard to save up points for a long time, only to be robbed on the way out the door. Who can stand this kind of thing? So, everyone else, too, swung for the fences. They all have the same mentality. As long as I don't have points, no one else can rob me. After some time had passed, Zuanai's voice sounded again. Due to the excessive number of deaths this time, the 3-day welcome ceremony ends early. All return and distribute rewards. With the sound of his voice, the identity cards of the disciples who still survived in the Beast Valley all emitted a white light. Immediately afterward, these white lights wrapped around them and they flew towards the sky. And above the sky, an energy vortex appeared. The many disciples all flew into this energy vortex. After a short period of dizziness, Song Tianli realized that they had already returned to the square above the one where they had landed at the very beginning. Beside them, there were some disciples standing. Among them, there is Zhou He. This puzzled the crowd. Why are people who are already dead still alive? Congratulations, you all survived to the end. Some of you may be surprised why some of the people you killed have appeared next to you. It's not surprising, and it's not an ability to raise the dead. Because the space where the Beast Valley is located was opened up by our 4 seasons Panglai ancestors using a special ability. If you die in there, you don't really die. You get teleported out. So these people you killed are still standing next to you. Hearing Zuanlai's explanation, the crowd came to a realization. A trace of delight flashed across Song Tianli's face at this time. In other words, he had actually killed Zhou He when he was in the Beast Valley. It was only because of the special nature of the Beast Valley that the other party didn't really die. This proved that Zhou He, the chosen of God, could be killed by him. It didn't matter if they didn't kill him this time. They would just find another chance. As long as he was able to kill him, he was sure that there would be no shortage of opportunities to do so. What he had been worried about before was that Zhou He, the chosen of God, had too many tricks up his sleeve and escaped at a crucial time. Now it seems that his tactics are no better. Compared to the others, it really has been strong, but it's nothing compared to him. Next, hand out the rewards for the top 10. Those whose names I read. Come forward. First place, He Tianrui. Second place, Song Tianli. Third place, Wu Ziwei. Fourth place, Song 13. Fifth place, Yu Chuanqiu. The top 5 places in the standings were rounded up by Song Tianli and the 5 of them. It was just that He Tianrui had over 40,000 points. Song Tianli, a few of them, only had a few hundred points. That's not a half a star difference. First place, rewarded with a marrow cleansing elixir. 2 merit laws of your own choosing from the treasure pavilion. 1,000 contribution value, and a handful of lower grade spirit weapons. Second place, rewarded with a marrow cleansing elixir. A merit law of your own choosing from the treasure pavilion, and a contribution value of 500. Third place, rewarded with a marrow cleansing elixir. A cultivation elixir, and a contribution value of 200. Fourth place, rewarded with a marrow cleansing pill, a small returning pill, and a contribution value of 100. Fifth place, rewarded with a marrow cleansing pill, a yang replenishing pill, and a contribution value of 50. As for those at the back, the rewards are getting smaller and smaller. Regarding these rewards, Song Tianli and the others currently did not know what they represented. But the reward for He Tianrui, the first place winner, wasn't quite the same as the others, and was clearly extraordinary, inferior spiritual weapon. I wonder if it's a spiritual treasure owned by the 10 great families of the central state that I know of. Song Tianli's heart said silently. Previously, when he was in the central state, he had snatched 8 pieces of spiritual treasures from among the 10 great clans. If he was willing at that time, it was possible to grab 10 pieces. Only, for the sake of some plan, he didn't do that. Those spirit treasures were able to enhance one's combat power and contain terrifying energies within them. The two have similar names and are most likely the same thing. But, whether it is or not, we just have to wait until we see it to find out. Very quickly, Zuanlai handed out the rewards for the top 10. This marrow cleansing elixir will be taken after you have settled down and returned to your own quarters. Right, there's one more thing. Among the top 10 this time, if there are any outer disciples, they can be directly promoted to inner disciples. Hearing Zuanlai's words, Song 13 and the few of them, all of them turned their gazes towards Song Tianli, because, among the few of them, only Song Tianli was an outer disciple. They had thought that they were afraid that they would be separated from Song Tianli next. I didn't expect to be promoted because of this points race. In that case, a few of them, again, could stay together. Other than the personal disciples, the other disciples choose the 4 main mountains they want to join. At these words, the crowd all pondered. Chapter 186, Choosing the Main Mountain. The crowd didn't know much about the 4 seasons of Panglai, so they didn't know the strengths and weaknesses of the 4 main mountains. Now they are asked to make a choice, and they can only go by their feelings. Boss, which main mountain did you choose? Song 13 asked. I like spring, so I'll go with Spring Mountain. Song Tianshi said after some thought. He really didn't mean anything special by choosing Spring Hill. If he had to say one, Other than liking spring, he had a pretty good impression of Venerable Spring. He didn't know if there was a connection between Venerable Spring and Spring Mountain, but he decided to just go with it. Boss chose Spring Mountain, so I'll choose Spring Mountain as well. Song 13 was the first to state his position. We don't know anything about the 4 main mountains, so let's join together. Yu Chuanqiu said. A few of them were pretty close to each other, and if something happened, they could still have a care together. After all, this 4 seasons of Penglai was not like the 9 great states. Good. In response, Wu Zizi likewise nodded. Just like that, Song Tianli and the 4 of them made a decision at the same time. Afterward, they turned their gazes to He Tianrui. I was accepted as a disciple by the Winter Mountain Lord. I can only choose the Winter Mountain, He Tianrui said. Hearing him say this, the crowd remembered that He Tianrui had previously been accepted as a personal disciple by the Winter Mountain Lord because he had measured a 9th grade spiritual root. His status was different from the others. He was now a pro-disciple. As for Song Tianli and the few of them, they were merely inner disciples. If one were to look at the current status alone, He Tianrui's status, compared to them, was a level higher. Winter Mountain is Winter Mountain. If we have time in the future, we'll go find you to play, Song Tianli said. Good. He Tianrui nodded. By the way, this is for you. As we agreed before, I'll give you the first place prize if you win first place. He Tianrui handed the lower grade spirit weapon he had obtained, as well as the 1,000 contribution points that had been assigned to the top of the identity plate, to Song Tianli. As for the thing called marrow cleansing pill, everyone had it, so there was no need to give it. Song Tianli took the spirit weapon and studied it, realizing that this lower grade spirit weapon was the same as the spirit treasure he had robbed from the 10 great families. The stuff is the same, just called different things. In other words, he now had 8 inferior grade spiritual weapons. Keep this. As for this contribution point, you keep it as well. We don't know what the contribution points are for yet. Let's wait until we figure it out. Song Tianli was generous and returned these things, again, to He Tianrui. He did this for 2 purposes. First, He Tianrui was the first place winner this time. If all these things were given to him, it would be easy for the others to notice. He didn't know much about the 4 seasons of Penglai right now, so if he could keep a low profile, he should still try to keep a low profile. If He Tianrui's lower grade spirit weapon was gone, he would still have to make up a reason. Often one lie has to be rounded up with a million lies. It may be that any one of these lies will be exposed. Second, he follows a principle. If you want a horse to run, you have to give it more grass. He Tianrui was now his toolman, but toolmen also had human rights and couldn't be squeezed too much. What if the squeeze is so bad that it blinds the toolman's mind and makes him do something extreme? Lower grade spirit weapons were dispensable to Song Tianli. Therefore, it was nothing to give such a thing to He Tianrui. As expected, He Tianrui's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw that Song Tianli had returned the lower grade spirit weapon to him. You really don't want it? He asked, a little uncertain. No, use it yourself. Song Tianli would never tell He Tianrui that he didn't want it because there were too many lower grade spirit weapons. Please ask the disciples who have chosen the main mountain to stand together according to the different choices. At this moment, Zuanlai's voice came again. Song Tianli and Song 13 they traveled to where Spring Mountain was. He Tianrui went to where Winter Hill was. Previously it was a welcoming ceremony, but now the many disciples. It was time to really begin to touch and understand the 4 seasons of Penglai. Song Tianli and the others stood where the Spring Mountain disciples were, and soon, they saw several streams of light coming from far away and landing in front of them. It was a few disciples in green robes. However, their strength was too much stronger than Song 13 and the others. Song Tianli looked around and realized that these few people all possessed the strength of the Divine Path realm. They say that there are countless strong people in the 10 great Divine Realm cave temples, but I didn't expect that just a few disciples would have the strength of the Divine Path realm. Song Tianli's heart said silently, the Divine Path realm could basically reign supreme in the 9 great states. Aside from the many old ancestors of the 10 great clans, Song Tianli hadn't seen a strong person of the Divine Path realm anywhere else. It could be imagined how scarce a powerful person of the Divine Path realm was in the 9 great states. My name is Xin Hanyu. You can call me Senior Brother Hanyu. Next, all of you, except for the personal disciples, I will be responsible for teaching the techniques, skills, and answering questions. You could say that I'm your number 1 person in charge at Spring Hill. Anything happens to you guys? First thing, remember to call me. These people next to me are also your senior brothers and sisters. They are my assistants, responsible for assisting me in my teaching. Xin Hanyu stood at the front and said expressionlessly. He seems a little high-strung. However, it was very handsome and had the air of a nobleman. This made the few female disciples who chose Spring Mountain couldn't help but be a bit flamboyant. the love of beauty is shared by all. Men love beautiful women. And likewise, women love handsome men. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. The others simultaneously arched their hands and bent down respectfully. Song Tianli also didn't expect these people to make such a unified move without consulting, without bending over. He looked a bit of a crane. This caused those few disciples, subconsciously, to turn their gazes towards him, so he hastily arched his hand and bent his back. Wow! What a handsome senior brother! Senior brother Hongyu. This senior brother's handsomeness is not inferior to yours in the slightest. Oh! At this moment, the only female disciple among the several Divine Path Realm disciples looked at Song Tianli and said, indeed, Song Tianli's face value was considered to be at the front of the line even when looking at the entire Qianzhou's younger generation. It's just that in the past, he didn't show his full face in order not to draw attention to himself. It was breezy here in Spring Mountain, so that blew up his hair, revealing his entire face. What a coincidence that this scene happened to be seen by that world. Mo Ling, pay attention to your image. Xin Hongyu couldn't help but transmit his voice. Senior brother Hongyu, you're so boring. This little senior brother is quite fun as far as I can see. We need to meet more often in the future. Mo Ling looked at Song Tianli and revealed a smile. Song Tianli didn't know in the slightest that just because he had moved a little later than the others just now, he had been missed by a beautiful woman. Chapter 187, Song 13's Discovery. Next, we head to Spring Mountain. Those who can fly, follow us. Those who can't fly, follow us on the ground. Remember the route you are advancing on. From now on this will be your only way in and out of Spring Hill. After Xin Hongyu finished speaking, he flew forward. The other Divine Path Realm disciples followed behind him. They weren't flying fast enough for Song Tianli and the others to keep up. Song Tianli and his group hurriedly ran forward, fearing that if they were a little slower, Xin Hongyu and the others would fly far away. Just as the crowd quickly ran forward, suddenly one of them rose up in the air. It was Zhou He. Song Tianli hadn't noticed before that Zhou He was actually in the group heading to Spring Mountain. He remembered that Zhou He hadn't been accepted as a personal disciple by the island master, so how could he have appeared in the group heading to Spring Mountain? Could it be because Zhou He didn't win first place among the previous welcome ceremony and was stripped of his status as a personal disciple by the island master? Normally, this shouldn't be. Choosing Spring Mountain is just right. Find a chance to get you killed. Song Tianli looked at Zhou He's back, a hint of killing aura flashing in his eyes. As long as he got Zhou He killed, he would be able to get another divine ruling coin. This would cut the cost of his golden handshake in half again. He didn't fool around, and honestly, like the others, ran on the ground. At the same time, he watched the others, wanting to see if there were any other familiar people. Quickly, he spotted one person. White Luck once occupied second place in the table. However, she was later robbed of her points by He Tianrui and dropped down to the second position. Song Tianli realized that this Bai Yun's presence was quite low. If he hadn't seen the other man, he wouldn't have thought of her at all. However, at the moment, Bai Yun didn't show anything unusual, so Song Tianli just knew about her. Just like that, Song Tianli and the rest of them, the new disciples, began to run towards Spring Mountain. Spring Mountain is known as a mountain, but it is very large. The so-called mountain is not really a very strict designation. Technically, mountains should be called ranges. Mountains are rows of hills extending in one direction to form raised and elevated sections. Therefore, Spring Mountain can also be referred to as the Spring Mountain Range, and the residence of the many disciples was at the main peak of the Spring Mountain Range. The so-called peaks are the prominent spires of mountains. The peak is part of the mountain. The main peak, the highest peak in this mountain range. Song Tianli and the rest of the disciples, if they wanted to travel to the main peak, they had to go over several mountains before they could reach it. Even if they were cultivators, running for a long time was a bit overwhelming. By the time they arrived at the main peak, one of them was exhausted. It's no exaggeration to say that at this point they were panting like pugs. Except for the weakly crane, Zhou He possessed the strength of the 5 prefectures realm, and he had flown all the way here, looking leisurely. Of course, among the crowd, Song Tianli's gasping was something he faked. He had meticulously worked for the past 20 years, and had perfected his acting skills in all aspects, so that ordinary people could not tell. Besides, he was treating this run as a physical practice, and it wasn't exactly an act. He's like Rock Lee in Naruto, practicing with a weight. In this way, it was conducive to the growth of the strength of his physical body. Some of the abilities he had stacked before would allow him to exercise his physical abilities 100-fold. Practicing and cultivating like this on a regular basis was actually something he was quite happy about. Boss, I've discovered something very interesting. Just at this time, Song 13 suddenly came to Song Tianli's side and said, "What is it?" Song Tianli asked curiously, "Do you see that thin and small woman not far away?" Song 13 said, pointing in a direction to his right. Song Tianli raised his eyes and realized that what Song 13 was referring to was actually Bai Yun. What's wrong with her? You're not looking at her, are you? Song Tianli suddenly asked. Although White Luck was dark and thin, his appearance wasn't ugly and his face was quite delicate. It wouldn't be a surprise if Song 13 really liked this type of woman. After all, to each his own. Boss, what are you babbling about? I just noticed that her panting was slightly unnatural, as if she was faking it. I'll bet it's also a master of pretending to be a pig. Her true strength is definitely not weak, Song 13 said in a very certain tone. Impossible. She's just at the strength of the Sanzang realm. Are you overthinking this? Song Tianli said. He had surveyed Bai Yun's strength before, and both observing with his white eyes and checking his opponent's combat strength showed that she was only at the Sanzang realm. Boss, you know me. What I'm best at is observing words, and I can be sure that I'm at least 80% sure of this judgment, Song 13 said again. The reason why Song Tianli had chosen Song 13 to act as his double in the first place was because he had discovered that Song 13 was good at reading people's words. He could easily tell what a person's expression was trying to convey. It is also able to tell what a person wants to do next based on their demeanor. Several times before, when Song Tianli pretended to be a dog's leg for Song Tianli, the two of them worked together quite well. When Song Tian Ideal wanted to make any decision, Song 13 was able to immediately comprehend it. Hearing Song 13's affirmative tone, Song Tianli sized up Bai Yun with his afterglow. Although he currently didn't see anything abnormal about this Bai Yun, he trusted Song 13, knowing that he wouldn't do it without a fight. If he said that, he must have a reason for saying it. Looks like I'll have to pay a little attention to this White Luck in the future. Come to think of it, the things she said before, when she was in the Valley of the Beasts, were indeed too much of a coincidence. Can one's luck really be that good? Song Tianli's heart said. While he was thinking about all this, Xin Hanyu once again came over the heads of the crowd. From today onwards, you are the 4 Seasons Pang Lai, and official disciples of our Spring Mountain. This is a basic introduction about our 4 Seasons Pang Lai. You each have a copy, Xin Hanyu said, waving his palm. At once, dozens of pamphlets flew out from his hands. These pamphlets were very precise and flew to every new disciple. See those little yards not far from you? The outer disciples are the small white courtyard at the edge, and the inner disciples are the small blue courtyard in the center. The protege, for the golden courtyard in the center. Zhou He, you are the island master's own disciple, and the island master allows you to study as much as you want on the 4 main mountains. Since you were the first to choose Spring Mountain, the status is the same as the Spring Mountain master's personal heirloom. Now, all of you, according to your status, choose your yard. With Xin Hangyu's order, the many disciples all acted. Chapter 188 Getting Started Manual. Hearing Xin Hangyu's words, Song Tianli also understood why Zhou He was in Spring Mountain. How did he feel that although the island master had accepted Zhou He as a disciple, he did not want to teach himself, so a form of free range is used to give him the freedom to grow wild. The beauty of it is that there are 4 main mountains to choose from. I don't know if it was because all island masters were like this for their disciples, or because Zhou He was a chosen of God. Boss, let's go. Let's go choose a courtyard, Song 13 said. For times Pompeii was quite atmospheric. Both inner disciples and outer disciples had their own separate courtyards. It's just a different location. Of course, in addition to the different locations, the richness of the aura in the courtyard was also different. Song Tianli casually chose a small courtyard and entered it. He realized that there seemed to be something like a formation on the outside of this courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the aura was dozens of times denser than the aura outside the courtyard. He surveyed the courtyard as fast as he could and realized that amongst this courtyard, the sparrow was small. Bedroom, kitchen, living room, retreat, bathroom. The only thing it doesn't have is an outhouse. If I cultivate in this, my cultivation speed is hundreds of times faster than in the 9 great states. No wonder there are countless strong people in the 10 great divine realm cave heavens. In such an environment, even a pig wouldn't be too slow in its cultivation speed. There must be some other places in 4 Seasons Pang Lai where the aura is even more dense than amongst these small courtyards. Looks like we're going to have to get to know the 4 Seasons pomp and circumstance. As Song Tianli spoke, he took out the booklet that Xin Hanyu had previously distributed to everyone. Just see the cover of the booklet, written in 4 big words, Introductory Manual. Turning to the first page, it describes the origins of the 4 Seasons pomp and circumstance. The 4 Seasons Pang Lai, like the other 9 divine realm cave heavens, was established by the gods. That's why it's known as the 10 great divine realm cave heavens. The ancestor of the 4 seasons of Pang Lai is named Lu Zhu. 4 Seasons Pang Lai actually has 5 main peaks, in addition to the 4 main peaks of spring, summer, fall and winter. This is where the island master of 4 Seasons Pang Lai resides, and unusual disciples are not allowed to enter without permission. Above the entry manual. In addition to the introduction of the 4 seasons of Panglai, it also introduced the disciples' cultivation. Disciples of the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance must wear the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance costume. Disciples of different main mountains have different colors of clothing. Spring mountains are green, summer mountains are red, fall mountains are yellow, and winter mountains are white. Moreover, these outfits have different color schemes depending on the level of the disciple. In the case of Spring Hill, though, all the disciples' clothing was green, but the collar and cuffs are a different color. White for outer disciples, blue for inner disciples, and gold for pro-disciples. In this way, it would be easy to distinguish the disciple's rank based on the color of his clothes. Previously, the top 10 disciples on the scoreboard were rewarded with contribution points that could be used to exchange for pills, techniques, and spirit weapons. Different things required different contribution points. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as there were enough contribution points, one could exchange them for anything for cultivation at 4 Seasons Pompeii. And it's easy to earn contribution points. You can receive the issued tasks, and the corresponding contribution points are different for different task levels. If other things are done to benefit 4 Seasons Panglai, or to benefit each of the main mountains, they will be rewarded separately. In a word, as long as one is strong enough to earn contribution points, it is not difficult. The stronger you are, the easier it is to earn contribution points. The next 2 pages of the manual also describe a bit about what the various elixirs do. For example, the Peiyuan Dan can cultivate the root of the body and strengthen the energy. The little reducing pill, which can heal injuries. The marrow cleansing pills that were previously rewarded to Song Tianli and their top 10 winners could cleanse the body of impurities. The marrow cleansing pill was the most important pill that one should take after becoming a disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai. Because, only after the impurities in the body were cleaned out, cultivation could be done with half the effort. The more impurities in one's body, the slower the speed of cultivation. Seeing the introduction of the marrow cleansing pill, Song Tianli came to a sudden realization. Without any hesitation, he took out the marrow cleansing pill and ate it. He kind of couldn't wait to see how many impurities were in his body. As the marrow cleansing pill was taken, Song Tianli clearly felt as if there was something swimming around in his body. Along with the aura in his body, it began to run. Thus, after Song Tianli split a doppelganger to guard himself, he began to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Song Tianli opened his eyes. What a stench! Suddenly, he smelled a foul odor. He raised his hands to look at them and realized that on the surface of his body, there was a thick, dark, grease-like layer. Could this be the impurities in my body? It's a bit disgusting, Song Tianli said and walked towards the bathroom. The good thing is, there is a bathroom right here in the house, so you don't have to go anywhere else. After taking a bath, Song Tianli changed into the clothes of a Spring Mountain disciple. Take a shower and feel refreshed. After taking the marrow cleansing pill just now, he realized that his strength had refined quite a bit, along with an increase in combat power. His current combat power was on the verge of reaching 400,000. However, there was still no hint of breaking through to the second level of the divine path. After reading the introductory manual, Song Tianli had a relatively clear and comprehensive perception of the cultivation system. As the saying goes, condense the divine element, cultivate the 5 Tibetans, gather the 6 mansions, and tread the divine path. This is really talking about just 3 realms. Cultivating the 5 Tibetans. This is the first great realm, known as the Divine Tibet Realm. Only, this divine hidden realm was subdivided into 5 subrealms, the first hidden realm, the second hidden realm, and all the way up to the 5th hidden realm. The same goes for the gathering of the 6 mansions, with the great realm being the Qi Mansion realm. The minor realms were divided into the first mansion realm, the second mansion realm, and all the way up to the 6th mansion realm. But the divine path realm was different. At the divine path realm, this was considered a true step into cultivation, with the qualifications to cultivate a god. Therefore, the divine path realm was divided into 9 paths, or you could say 9 levels, because of the divine path realm, all the way to the first heaven, between the second level of the divine path and the first level of the divine path. Don't look at it as a difference of only 1 level, but in reality, the gap between the 2 was like a heavenly rift. Only after cultivating to the 9th level of the divine path would one be qualified to become a god. Song Tian Ideal still had a long way to go before stepping into the second level of the divine path. Grandma, I thought I was already far ahead, but I didn't realize that I've only just reached the starting point. He laid down on the bed a bit depressed and took out his cell phone. Just as he was subconsciously preparing to swipe the short video, he suddenly realized that there was no net at 4 times Pompeii. Without a net, he can't swipe short videos. Without a way to swipe short videos, then he had no way to use his gold finger to make his ability choices. It's over. Barbecue is over. Song Tianli laid down on the bed a bit lifelessly, staring at the roof with dull eyes. Without the short video, he felt afraid that his golden finger was useless. Chapter 189, Gathering of Inner Sect Disciples. The thought that his golden finger was about to lose its usefulness made Song Tianli sad. Without the golden finger, what kind of chosen one is he then? Fortunately, there are still 2 other golden fingers to use. Song Tianli reassured himself. Without the gold finger for ability selection, he still has the Naruto skill tool cash finger, as well as the killing gold finger. With these 2 golden fingers present, his strength could still rub off on him. If anyone else knew what Song Tianli was thinking, they would definitely beat him up. It's not pure Versailles. 1 gold finger doesn't work anymore. And surprisingly there are 2 gold fingers available. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Thinking of this, Song Tianli walked towards the cultivation room once again as if he had resurrected in place. This cultivation room is a bit small. It can accommodate up to 10 bilocations, he said with a frown. He was now able to use over 100 doppelgangers to cultivate at the same time. And the cultivation room was definitely not enough. It was estimated that the people who built the cultivation room at 4 times Pompeii wouldn't have thought that there would be someone who would be able to use multiple doppelgangers for cultivation. It seems that the only way to practice is to sit in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. I just don't know if using so many doppelgangers to cultivate at the same time will cause any great commotion. Forget it, we can only try bit by bit, Song Tianli said to himself. After saying that, he split into 100 doppelgangers. One of the doppelgangers came into the courtyard, because he wanted to observe if Song Tianli would cause a relatively large commotion during his cultivation. If it will, then he needs to be told to stop it in a hurry. If you won't, then you can continue to practice. Thus, Song Tianli began to cultivate. He first used only 10 doppelgangers, which were all in the cultivation room. Coupled with the fact that he was 10 times more efficient in his work, 10 detached cultivations were equivalent to 100 times the speed of cultivation. As Song Tianli's cultivation began, the aura in the small courtyard slowly surged towards him. Although his cultivation speed was fast, the aura in the small courtyard was thick enough for his 10 bilocations to cultivate, and it was still more than enough. Thus, Song Tianli began to increase the speed of his detachment's cultivation again. 20 roads, 30 roads, 50 roads. In the end, when the split exceeded 80, in the middle of the small courtyard, a change occurred and a storm of aura was formed. Seeing the situation, the frightened Song Tianli hastily disarmed his other detachments. Sure enough, as the other doppelgangers disappeared, the energy aura in the courtyard vanished. Thus, Song Tianli fixed the number of scores for the final cultivation at 75. In this way, coupled with his tenfold efficiency in doing things, then his cultivation speed was equivalent to a 750 times enhancement. 750 times the cultivation speed wasn't slow anymore. But Song Tianli wasn't satisfied with that. Because he is not his limit. Since you have to cultivate, you always have to reach the limit. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli decided to head to Song 13's small courtyard. If all of these small courtyards had the same level of aura concentration, then Song 13's small courtyard would also be able to hold almost 75 doppelgangers. It's basically his current limit. However, as the strength of his fleshly body increased in the future, his limit would definitely keep increasing. Therefore, Song Tianli had to think of other ways. Today was the first day of coming to Spring Mountain, so Song Tianli was in no hurry to cultivate. Familiarize yourself with the environment first and get a pretty good idea of Spring Mountain before anything else. Thus, Song Tianli did not head to Song 13's small courtyard. After being busy for several days in the middle of the Beast Valley before, he was still quite tired, and he directly laid down on the bed. I don't know how long he had slept, but Song Tianli was awakened by a clamor. All inner disciples, gather at the Thousand Waves Hall. This voice, directly in Song Tianli's ears, rang like a thunderclap. Originally sleepy, he instantly woke up. So he got up in a hurry and walked out of the small courtyard. The Hall of 1,000 Waves, he knew where it was. It was described on top of the previous enrollment manual. Boss, good morning. After walking out of the small courtyard, Song 13 greeted him. Song 13's small courtyard was just across from Song Tianli's. Yu Chuanqiu's and Wu Ziji's small courtyards were on his right and opposite right respectively. Together, the crowd sped towards the Thousand Waves Hall. A few minutes later, everyone stood at the entrance to the Thousand Waves Hall. Starting with the first one, chime in. Xin Hanyu stood at the front of the crowd and said loudly, 1, 2, 28. Originally there were more than 200 people who came together to the Four Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. These 200 people were divided into the 4 main mountains. Only some of them were outer disciples. The ones assembled now, on the other hand, were the inner disciples, so there were only 28 of them. As the last person finished his report, Xin Hanyu withdrew his eyes. In your class, there are 28 of you. Honestly, it's so much more than I thought it would be. But that's okay, I'll slowly weed some of you out. Once eliminated, then one can only become an outer disciple. If an outer disciple performs well, he will also become an inner disciple. Whether it's in the other main mountains of the 4 seasons of Panglai or in our spring mountain, one word is mainly emphasized: competition. Only by contending can we have the resources and our strength progress at a rapid pace. We have tests every so often. Those who fail will be penalized or eliminated. Now, everyone enter the first floor of the Thousand Waves Hall and find a seat. We begin our first cultivation lecture. Xin Hanyu said loudly. The crowd had no choice but to obey his words. They were only new disciples now and had no say in the matter. What others say, they do. Senior brother Hanyu, what is the second level of this Thousand Waves Hall? Someone asked curiously. Just now, they saw that this Thousand Waves Hall, towering over the clouds, had at least 20 to 30 floors. The second tier is the senior brothers and sisters who are 1 year ahead of you. You should not think that you disciples are the only ones in Spring Mountain. There are thousands of disciples in Spring Mountain. It's just that you've just entered Spring Mountain and haven't seen them yet. Hearing Xin Hanyu's words, the crowd's eyes widened. A good number of people did think that Spring Mountain only had these 200 or so disciples of theirs who had come from the 9 great states. However, thinking about it, the 4-time Panglai had already existed for many years, so how could it be that there were only these disciples of theirs? They're the ones who took it for granted. Senior brother Hanyu, how many years does the 4 seasons Panglai recruit disciples? The man asked again. Recruit every 5 years. Xin Hanyu replied patiently instead. It was just this answer of his that made the crowd gasp inwardly. Once every 5 years, if you enroll 200 people at a time, that's at least 4,000 disciples recruited over the course of 100 years. Chapter 190, The Origin of the 10 Great Divine Realm Cave Heavens. After Song Tianli and the 20 or so of them entered the first floor of the Thousand Waves Hall, they carefully surveyed it. These tables, unlike those in the schools of the 9 states, are of the short variety. Behind the low table was a futon, and the crowd needed to sit on the floor. At the very front, there was a huge crystal plate-like thing. Sit anywhere you want, Xin Hanyu said as he looked at the crowd. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli and the others began to look for their favored location. Some people liked to sit in the front, some people liked to sit in the back. So, there was no conflict over the seat. When the crowd was seated, Xin Hanyu began the first lesson of initiation. For this first lesson, let's not talk about cultivation, but rather about the perception of what it means to be a god cultivator. One of you, tell us what a god cultivator is. Or what do you think is the 4 seasons of Panglai and the 10 great divine realms of Cave Heaven? Hearing him ask that, the crowd kind of looked at each other. This question, at first glance, doesn't seem to make much sense. Cultivators of the gods go against the heavens and grow their strength by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. As for the 4 seasons of Panglai, it's just a name for a power. When the builder of the 4 seasons Panglai named it 4 seasons Panglai, that's why it's called 4 seasons Panglai. The 10 great god realm cave heavens were created by 10 gods, and it is said that there are countless secret treasures within each of them. Zhou He was the first to stand up and said, guess that's what most of you know. You always say that you go against the sky, but do you know what the sky is? Just to go against the heavens? The heavens are well and truly there. One didn't invite you, the other didn't provoke you, so why go against the heavens? I can tell you very clearly that the sky doesn't need to be reversed. The path of cultivation is equivalent to climbing an endlessly high mountain. You start climbing from the first step at the bottom of the hill and you can keep climbing as long as you can. During this time, there may be conflicts with other climbers, but there will be no conflict with the mountain. Mountains don't care, exactly, how high you can climb. Therefore, in the future, in the process of cultivation, you may not cry out against the heavens. Hearing this, the crowd all fell into deep thought, because in the past, when they were in the 9 great states, they had heard the most, that cultivators were the ones who went against the heavens and fought against fate. They didn't know where the claim came from, but everyone said so, and they assumed so. Come to think of it, Xin Hanyu was indeed right. They only know the name heaven, but without even knowing exactly what heaven is, they cry out against it. This, then, is ridiculous. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens were indeed founded by 10 deities. But do you know why these 10 deities created the 10 great divine realm cave heavens? There are probably many of you who are wondering why the place where you lived before is called the divine continent, or the divine land. But the truth is, there are only 9 states. You guys have no idea what this so-called divine state is. Xin Hanyu continued. The crowd all nodded in agreement at this point. They simply don't know why God's country, the once vast and boundless divine continent, didn't just include the current 9 states. as well as the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, but also some other continents. Above the divine land, there are countless gods. That's why it's been made a divine state. It's just that later, something happened and the divine kingdom was forced to divide. Part of it stayed where it was and became the 9 states that it is now. There is also a part that was moved up into the sky by someone using great powers. This part that was moved up to the sky was divided into 10 parts. The 10 great god realm cave heavens that you know. And then there's the part that just shatters. When he heard this, Song Tianli's brows furrowed slightly. It was because he suddenly thought of some of the things that Emperor's words had recounted to him earlier. More than 10,000 years ago, when the second higher dimensional calamity descended, the human emperor of the time divided the people of the divine land into 2 parts. Partly, it puts them in a deep sleep, like T-whisper. The other part of it made them leave the land of God to find another way out. Du and those of them who had fallen into a deep sleep. Song Tianli knew that Du was the only one who had survived. The others, all dead. The other part, however, is still unaccounted for. Now, Song Tianli had reason to suspect that the so-called 10 great divine realm caves were the ones who had left from the divine lands back then to find another way out. Of course, he only suspected it, and he wasn't sure if it was or not. This world, it's not as beautiful as you think it is. There are always dangers that encroach on the world that you are unaware of. And the 10 great divine realm cave heavens form a superb formation that protects the current 9 great states, all the while fending off dangers of which you are unaware. Senior brother Hongyu, when you talk about the dangers we don't know about, do you mean demonic beasts? I once read in an ancient book that powerful demonic beasts can swallow mountains and rivers, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. And demonic beasts, they like to feed on humans, so they are always immortal with humans. One person couldn't help but inquire, demonic beasts, sort of part of it, but not all. What the real danger is, you will know later when you are stronger. The current you are too weak to know this, and there is no benefit in knowing this. I tell you this only to let you know that this world is filled with great crises. Just because you've become disciples of the 4 seasons of Penglai doesn't mean that you'll be resting on your laurels from now on. Instead, you will have responsibilities on your shoulders that you have not had before. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. If you don't cultivate hard, you might have to face these crises that day. At that time, if you are not strong enough, you will surely die. Xin Hongyu said in a somewhat serious tone. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the Thousand Waves Hall became a bit heavy. Of course, these are not things you should be thinking about right now. Your current strength is too weak. To put it mildly, you're not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Alright, now, let's officially start the lesson. Seeing the slightly heavy look on the crowd's faces, Xin Hongyu said. The crowd adjusted their emotions and turned their attention to him once again. They knew that next, Xin Hongyu was going to start telling them about cultivation. Although all the people present had cultivated, the techniques they cultivated were very complicated, and their grades were bound to be low. It simply couldn't be compared to the 4 seasons of Penglai's feats. They were next able to learn the true feats of the 4 seasons of Penglai. The crowd was very excited about this. Chapter 191, 5 Great Professions, New Abilities. If you want to cultivate, you must first have a clear perception of the path of cultivation. God cultivators, there are a total of 5 major professions, which are Battle Master, Alchemist, Weapon Refiner, Talisman Master, and Array Master. These 5 professions are easy to understand. Battle Masters, they exist to fight, nothing but fighting, or fighting. Therefore, the Battle Master is also one of the most powerful of the 5 professions. The second type of alchemist is the one who makes pills. As for pills, you should have some understanding of them by now. The introductory manuals that were handed out earlier have a rough account of them above. Alchemists and the next 3 professions can all be credited as supporting professions. If it's purely about combat power, there's definitely no way for an alchemist to compare to a battlemaster. Of course, juggling both careers doesn't count. Refiner, refining spirit weapons, defensive spirit weapons, offensive spirit weapons, all of them. A talisman master is one who refines talisman seals. Different runes serve different purposes. For example, some runes can increase speed, some can increase strength, and some can be invisible. Formation masters, that's what they use to set up formations. Formations can trap, kill, and block enemies, as well as gather aura. In the hut you chose earlier, there is a spirit gathering array that can gather spiritual chi. For the rest of your cultivation, we will choose different occupations for you based on the talent you have shown. Hearing this, the crowd finally had a rough understanding of the 5 major professions in the cultivation path. Next, those of them, they will become battle masters, alchemists, formation masters, different people, different tendencies, Song Tianli was also thinking about which of these 5 professions he would choose. First of all, the battle master is definitely an option. Because, in the future, he will certainly have to fight less. He also had to deal with attacks from other chosen of God, and it was definitely not possible to not be strong in battle. Alchemists make pills, and pills were able to be exchanged at 4 seasons Panglai as long as one had the money. Or should I say as long as one had the contribution points. Artifact refiners, talisman masters, and the spirit weapons and talisman seals that they produce are the same. Only a formation master could have a strong increase on him. Therefore, if possible, he planned to become a battle master come formation master. Next, Xin Hanyu began to teach about cultivation. The first thing he taught the crowd was a technique called the spring transformation technique. This technique, the basic technique of Spring Mountain, could be practiced by any disciple of Spring Mountain. The only difference was that the inner disciples were carefully explained by a senior brother like Xin Hanyu. Questions from the crowd will be answered promptly. The outer disciples, on the other hand, have been explained, though, however, these people who teach are like teachers of some courses in the university, who turn around and walk away after lecturing, without any lingering at all. Therefore, even if these outer disciples had doubts, they could only figure it out on their own without anyone answering their questions. As for pro-disciples, the treatment was even better, taught one-on-one by the mountain masters, the elders themselves. A one-on-one professor is definitely a lot more effective than a one-to-many professor. Song Tianli listened to Xin Hanyu's teachings and struggled to understand. It was just that he found it surprisingly difficult to understand. For this spring transformation technique for a moment, it was simply incomprehensible. So profound. Even if I have 10 times the efficiency to do my job, I can only understand a little bit of the skin for the time being. I wonder how much the others have understood. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He planned to communicate with Song 13 and the others in a while. He wanted to see if this spring transformation technique was too profound or if his talent was limited. Very quickly, a couple of hours passed. That's the end of today's lecture. When you go back today, digest what I just told you. If you have any questions, you can ask me during the lecture tomorrow. After Xin Hanyu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Song Tianli and the others all left the Thousand Waves Hall as well, heading towards their own small courtyards. On the way back, the 4 of them, Song Tianli, Song 13, Yu Chuanqiu, and Wu Ziji, exchanged insights. Through the exchange, Song Tianli realized that among the 4 of them, the one who had the deepest understanding of the spring transformation technique was surprisingly Wu Ziji. It was a little hard to accept even in his mind. You know, he had the ability to do things 10 times more efficiently, but he was still not even close to Wu Zizai. It had to be said that Wu Zizi's perception was a little too good. In the path of cultivation, in addition to talent, enlightenment was equally important. If only I could read it once and comprehend this technique, Song 13 said with a bit of longing. There's no such thing as a good thing in this world. Even if it does, there's still a price to pay. In this world, there is never a free lunch. Yu Chuanqiu said, if it really allows me to do this, it's not impossible to pay some price. Song 13 said without a care in the world. Then tell me, what price are you willing to pay? Wu Zi asked curiously. If I am allowed to have the ability to comprehend feats by reading them once, I would be willing to be a poor man for the rest of my life. Song 13 said, Che, why don't you say that you won't touch a woman for the rest of your life? Yu Chuanqiu said a bit breathlessly. For the first half of his life, he could have been a poor man. Boss, if I let you have the ability to comprehend a gongfu after reading it once, would you be willing to not touch a woman for the rest of your life? At this moment, Song 13 suddenly looked at Song Tianli and said. When Song Tianli heard this, he suddenly froze. Because his gold finger worked, the option appeared in front of him. If you were to have the ability to comprehend a gong method after reading it once, would you be willing to remain untouched by women for the rest of your life? Note, a lifetime means 102 years. With Song Tianli's current strength at the first level of the divine path, under normal circumstances, his lifespan was able to reach over 150 years. However, he was now 20 years old, plus he had used 30 years of his lifespan to enhance a certain ability before. So now there are only 102 years left to live. Willing? Of course. Song Tianli said hurriedly. He had thought that without his cell phone to swipe short videos, he would not be able to do much with this golden finger of his. I didn't expect Song 13 to give him a choice. As he said willing, a strange energy surged into his mind. He realized that what he didn't understand before in the spring transformation technique taught by Xin Hanyu was now instantly clear. This delighted him. And he also realized that the cost was not 102 years, but an eighth of 102 years. Because he had gotten 3 divine ruler coins before, the price he had borne shortened to 1/3 of 2. That's 12. 75 years. Chapter 192, The Drinking Old Man at the Gate of the Treasure Pavilion. 12. 75 years without touching a woman. It couldn't be easier for Song Tianli. The price of his previous golden handshake was that the closer he came into contact with a woman within 5 years, the more pain he suffered. Once negative distance contact is made, death is certain. Now the cost of this is somewhat similar. Of course, this touching a woman also means touching a woman at a negative distance, not being touched by a woman. If it's a matter of touching it and dying, then he's bound to die. Unfortunately, it's all ifs. Song 13 said with a bit of regret. What he didn't know was that with one sentence, he had given Song Tianli the ability to look at the gongfu once and comprehend it all. Hearing Song 13's words, Song Tianli smiled without saying anything. For others it was an if, but for him it was a fact. After having this ability, if he traveled to the place where the Four Seasons Panglai collected feats, it wouldn't be a crunchy mess to kill. The thought of it excited him to no end. He had previously won second place in the points list, and one of the rewards was that he could go to the treasure pavilion and pick a technique on his own. He decided that he would travel tomorrow. However, there were only 7 days left for him to randomly teleport. He didn't know where he would be randomly transported to this time. In case he was randomly teleported back to the 9 great states, he didn't know that he would still be able to return. Therefore, before this, he must make a trip to the treasure pavilion and, as much as possible, learn some feats. If they were really teleported somewhere else, then it would be considered not a wasted trip to Four Seasons Panglai. Very quickly, Song Tianli and the others returned to their small courtyard. Today, Xin Hanyu had recounted a lot of problems with cultivation, and they had to digest it. You can't rely on others for this kind of thing. You can only rely on yourself. At this moment, Song Tianli stood in the middle of his small courtyard, eyes closed, running the aura in his body according to the route of the spring transformation technique. The current him had a very thorough understanding of this gongfu. It was no exaggeration to say that his comprehension was no weaker than anyone who had cultivated the spring transformation technique to great completion. Turn clouds into rain. Rain come. Song Tianli stood in the middle of the small courtyard and drank softly. Soon, above his head, a large amount of water vapor gathered and a small cloud formed. This cloud, with a diameter of just over 3 meters, looked very miniature. A few seconds later, rain descended above the clouds. It worked, Song Tianli said excitedly, although he knew that nothing would go wrong. The moment the transformation of clouds into rain actually succeeded, the joy within him could not be suppressed. The so-called spring transformation technique is to simulate everything in spring. Just now, what he sent down was the spring rain. Spring rain was as expensive as oil, and if he took this ability and brought it to the 9 states, it would be no different from a miracle. What's missing is that the cloud is a little too small. A cloud 3 meters in diameter rains down less than a larger bared water gun. However, this was because Song Tianli had only used the strength of the Sanzang realm. What he was disguising now was the Sanzang realm. If he used the strength of the Divine Path realm, then the size of this cloud would be enhanced by at least 300 to 500 times. Turn the seed into a seedling and thrive, Song Tianli said, throwing out a handful of seeds in his hand. This was what Xin Hanyu had distributed to the crowd earlier for them to go back and practice the spring transformation technique. After these seeds were thrown to the ground, they began to take root and sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds of work, it grew from a tiny seed into a vine that was more than 2 meters long. It worked too, Song Tianli said excitedly. This ability that used to be godly to him, he now possessed. Simple. I have to go to the treasure pavilion now. With that, Song Tianli left his small courtyard and headed in the direction where the treasure pavilion was located. On top of the introductory manual that was previously distributed, the locations of the various palaces of the Four Seasons of Panglai, the main mountain, and other places were labeled. Song Tianli's sense of direction was good, and after looking at the map twice, he probably just memorized it. So, based on his memory, it didn't take him too long to arrive at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, there was a gazebo, and in the middle of the gazebo, there was an old man, holding a wine gourd, leaning on a pillar, leisurely savoring the wine. Hello old man, I would like to ask, do I need any credentials to enter this treasure pavilion? Song Tianli came next to the old man and said politely. Based on his previous experience of reading novels in Blue Star, these hidden treasure pavilions that looked at the gates were usually unfathomable. Especially, people who like to drink and hang a wine gourd. Such a person is definitely an absolute master. Therefore, Song Tianli was very polite. Sure enough, when he heard Song Tianli say that, the old man lifted one eye and glanced at him. The young man is quite polite. New here? The old man looked at Song Tianli and asked. Yes, just getting started, Song Tianli said humbly. You have to have a warrant to get into the treasure house. Do you have a warrant? The old drinker asked. A warrant? Doesn't seem to be one. Elder, I was the second place winner of this new disciple points list, and the reward at that time was that I could enter the treasure pavilion and choose a technique. How am I going to honor this one? Song Tianli asked again. So, bring out your disciple identity card, the drinking old man said. Yes. Song Tianli didn't hesitate, and at the first moment, took out his identity card, only to see that the old man scratched his hand on it, and a number 1 on it disappeared. Well, you go on in. Remember, you can only pick one merit law, the old man admonished. Old man, I don't know much about the techniques in here, and picking them out might take a little time. I wonder if there is a time limit to enter the treasure pavilion. Song Tianli asked. For 6 hours, you can go through it as much as you want. After 6 hours, you must leave. When you leave, you can only take one gongfu with you. It is always necessary to go through more and more, because without going through it, there is no way to know whether you are suitable for practicing this set of gongfu. This rule of the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance is very humane. Okay, thanks old man. Then I'm going in. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he walked towards the treasure pavilion. Interesting little guy, the old man said, and continued to drink his wine. Although Song Tianli was polite, that was all for the old man. Over the years, he had guarded the treasure pavilion and had seen all kinds of people of all shapes and sizes. A polite disciple, while easy on the heart, was not worth paying attention to. For him, it was better to drink than to pay attention to others. Chapter 193 Immersion in Books. After Song Tianli pushed open the door of the treasure pavilion, a strong scent of books immediately hit his face. What appeared before him was a huge incomparable space. The space was 10 meters high and covered an area the size of a soccer field. It is divided into many zones inside. Song Tianli quickly browsed through the layout inside, and there were feats for all 5 professions. I'll just pick formation-related books first, Song Tianli said to himself. Books on combat were not really necessary for him to read. Because of the many skills of the characters in Naruto already, he fights with extreme means. But in terms of formations, he was still a white boy, not knowing a thing. Therefore, it would be best for the current him to start understanding the formation aspect first. As for the combat feats, I'll come back later when I have time. After choosing his target, Song Tianli headed towards the formation area. He roughly estimated and found that there were at least 500 books related to formations. If he were to look at them one by one, he certainly wouldn't be able to finish them in those 6 hours. So he picked it out too. Basic Theory of Formation Composition. This has to be read. With that, Song Tianli took down a book from the shelf. The Formation Grade Marker. This has to be read as well. So, Song Tianli took down another book from the shelf. This one seems like it needs to be seen. That has to be seen too. Very quickly, in just under 10 minutes, he had picked 10 books related to formations. Overwhelmingly, it's all about the basics. With only 2 books, it's a bit more involved. So, Song Tianli found a corner and began to sit down and watch. Could this little guy be trying to follow the path of formations? The choice of books is quite appropriate. At this moment, the old man outside the treasure pavilion murmured. Only, after he said that, he withdrew his eyes. To him, as long as Song Tianli didn't destroy the hidden treasure pavilion, he couldn't care less about what he liked to see. Song Tianli sat in the corner and looked at the books at a very fast speed. He found that even when he read a book at a glance, he could thoroughly memorize all that he had read. I didn't realize that this ability has also spawned the ability to forget. I don't know if it's just useful for reading books or if it's useful for everything. It would actually be quite painful to go through everything and forget everything. Song Tianli remembered that having too good a memory was actually a disease. This disease of too good a memory may be incomprehensible to the average person, and may even be envied, but only the people involved know how painful this disease can be. Very quickly, Song Tianli finished reading the first merit law. He roughly estimated the time and it took almost half an hour. In other words, Song Tianli could read 12 of the same books in 6 hours. In this way, not only would he be able to finish the 10 books he had chosen now, he would even be able to read 2 more. Grab another copy when you leave. If he comprehended all 13 of these books, how come? Song Tianli would be able to be an Array Master Initiate. The Array Master Initiation looked as if it was at a very low level, but Song Tianli had only used it for 6 hours. 6 hours is all it takes to take a profession, from novice to beginner. I'm afraid this will scare many people if they say it. The average persons, with the exception of the Battle Master, the other 4 professions, wanted to spend at least half a year from a small beginner to an introductory. At the very least, I'm afraid it would take at least 3 months, even for a natural talent. Song Tianli only used 6 hours, which was simply terrifying as hell. And so the minutes ticked by. Song Tianli stayed in the corner, immersed in a book. Have you chosen yet, little one? It's time to leave. Right at this moment, an old voice came into Song Tianli's ears. He heard the owner of the voice, the same old man at the door. Alright, I'll leave now. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he stood up. He then took his previously taken books and put them all in their place. Eventually, took a copy of the complete book of formations and left. This complete book of formations contained numerous formations from the 1st to the 9th grade. Song Tianli decided to take it back and try it out to see if he could set these formations up. After coming out of the treasure pavilion, Song Tianli once again walked towards the old man who was drinking. Old man, I took this book, he said as he displayed the book he had taken. You like formations a lot? The old man asked. Yes, I was mesmerized when I heard senior brother Hong Yu talk about formation masters earlier. So, while you have the reward of picking a merit law, come and pick a formation-related merit law, Song Tianli said truthfully. These days, there aren't many people who are interested in formations. Formation master is an extremely money-burning profession, and without a certain amount of family money, it's hard for the average person to be productive. You have to be mentally prepared. The old drinker said kindly. I'm already mentally prepared, and through reading books about formation-related books just now, I've already decided that I'll walk the path of formations to the end. These words, Song Tianli was from the bottom of his heart, because, through his understanding of formations just now, he realized that as long as he gave the formation master enough time, he could pit and kill a lot of people who were much stronger than him. This was something that the battle master, alchemist, weapon refiner, and talisman master could not compare to. Formation masters were extremely helpful in cultivation, killing and trapping enemies. A great formation master can change the sky and move mountains and seas with the power of nature. In a sense, the array maker was like a fulcrum. Quote from a certain philosopher of the blue planet, give me a fulcrum and I will warp the entire planet. The best thing that a formation master can do is to make a four-pronged approach. Hearing Song Tianli say this, a smile appeared at the corner of the drinking old man's mouth. He then raised his palm and made a grasping motion in the direction where the treasure pavilion was located. In the next second, a book flew out from among the hidden treasures. This is for you. The drinking old man then threw the books to Song Tianli. Song Tianli took the book and realized that it was none other than the basic theory of formation composition that he had read before. You've read this book before, so I'm sure you have some idea of what it tells. That book you took, the complete book of formations, is not suitable for you to read right now. I'll give you this book. Take it back and study it. If you are able to digest all the contents above this book within 7 days, I will send you a creation. The drinking old man said. Old man, you're looking down on people too much. I've read the top of this book and it's not that hard to digest it all. It wouldn't take 7 days at all. 3 days at most, Song Tianli said. He could already tell that this old man was not simple. As it was, he deliberately drew a wave of his attention. Chapter 194, Bayun suspected of taking the marrow cleansing pill. As expected, Song Tianli's words drew the attention of the drinking old man. Young man, when you do something, you have to know how to keep your feet on the ground. It's not a good habit to be overly ambitious, the old drinker said. When he said 7 days just now, it was already a figure he had spoken after deep thought, because he knew how difficult it was for the average person to digest the top of this book thoroughly. He said 7 days and a test for Song Tianli. Who would have thought that this very polite young man would be so arrogant? Old man, I've never been one to brag. What if I mastered all the contents of this book within 3 days? Song Tianli asked with a smile. He was going to dig a hole for the old drinker. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring the other party, he would have said right now that he had mastered the contents of the book. It's just that it would be so shocking. He'd better try to keep a low profile. If you can digest and master all the contents of this book within 3 days, I will send a heavenly creation. The drinking old man said. Yes, a gentleman's word is his bond. Old man, we'll see you in 3 days. With that, Song Tianli turned around and left. Alright, 3 days later, I'll still be here waiting for you, the old drinker said to Song Tianli's back. He wanted to see if Song Tianli was truly talented or if he was just talking big. After bidding farewell to the drinking old man, Song Tianli returned to his small courtyard. He didn't start practicing his formations as a new day of classes began again. The crowd once again traveled to the Thousand Waves Hall. The lesson is still conducted by Xin Hongyu as it was yesterday. Song Tianli looked a bit bored because he already had a thorough understanding of the spring transformation technique. When you're bored, you always have to find something to do for yourself. Thus, Song Tianli opened his white eyes and observed the people in the Thousand Waves Hall. From Xin Hongyu to the other disciples, each and every one of them he was carefully observing. The main thing to observe is the energy in their bodies and what is special about them. Song Tianli realized that the energy in Xin Hanyu's body was much more massive than the energy in his body, and it was extremely pure, with almost no impurities. This should be the reason for taking the marrow cleansing pill, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The marrow cleansing pill could remove the impurities from the body, thus speeding up the speed of cultivation. According to the amount of energy in Xin Hanyu's body, Xin Hanyu should have the strength of the second level of the divine path. It was a realm above him, to be able to give them, the disciples, a lesson. They always had to have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. Afterward, Song Tianli turned his gaze back to Zhou. Zhou is the chosen one. There should be something different. He realized that the aura in Zhou's body was full of aggression and was sharp. This could be related to the gongfu he practiced. Because the attack he cast was just very sharp, the aura in his body, however, was not pure enough, and there were still quite a lot of impurities. He wondered how he would be able to take out Zhou without God realizing it. It was just that Zhou was now the island master's personal disciple, and after taking him out, he didn't know if he would get into trouble. He then turned his gaze to the other disciples. Basically, all disciples are the same, with a lot of impurities in their bodies. The aura of the 9 states was not abundant, and the air was filled with various scents. These people of theirs had lived in the 9 great states for a long time, and it was more than normal for them to have all sorts of impurities in their bodies. Just as Song Tianli turned his gaze toward Bai Yun, he suddenly frowned slightly. It was because he realized that the aura within Bai Yun's body was very pure. This seems to be the effect of taking the marrow cleansing pill, Song Tianli muttered inwardly. He had taken the marrow cleansing pill before, so he knew what it was like to take it. Not only do you get rid of the impurities in your body, but your body skin is much smoother. Thus, he watched Bai Yun more carefully. He realized that the surface of White Luck's skin did change, but not as noticeably as his. Is it not a marrow cleanser? But if it's not the marrow cleansing pill, then why has the aura in her body become pure? But if she really took the marrow cleansing pill, then where exactly did she get it from? These two questions welled up within Song Tianli's heart. When he had met Bai Yun before, he had observed the other party with his white eyes and realized that the other party was only at the Sanzong realm and still had quite a lot of impurities of aura in his body. Becoming a disciple of Spring Mountain, the impurities in his body had disappeared by more than 90% in just 2 days. And other than the marrow cleansing pill, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. 13 also said before that this Bai Yun is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but he's actually very strong. Now it seems that 13 should not have looked away. There is indeed a secret hidden in this Bai Yun, Song Tianli said silently inwardly. He was now extremely interested in anyone who was hiding a secret. Because there are secrets, it could mean she is the chosen one. If the other person is a chosen one, then it's possible to guess the other person's golden handshake based on her day-to-day behavior. He had decided to keep an eye on White Luck from today onwards. If White Luck was the chosen one, then he would definitely figure out the other party's golden finger. Bang bang! Just as Song Tianli was thinking about all this, suddenly Xin Hanyu knocked on the table in front of him. This brought his thoughts, which had been anchored, back to him in a hurry. Gentlemen, I want you to listen carefully. Everything I say and tell is related to your practice. On a more serious note, it's all about your lives. Without great strength, you will surely die in the future. After a month, I will test your success in cultivation, and if it doesn't meet my expectations, don't blame me for making punishments. Like Song Tianli, there are many others whose minds are anchored. Although it was said that Xin Hanyu was telling about cultivation, it wasn't too different from having classes at school. Some people, are born to doze off when they listen to a lecture. Senior brother Hanyu, can't we just go straight to actual combat practice? One person couldn't help but say, actual combat practice? You guys haven't even learned the theory and you want to practice in real combat? Without the support of theory, the so-called real-world practice is all in the air, and without the theory to back it up, real-world practice, it doesn't do much at all. Only by learning the theory thoroughly, so that when practicing in real life, you can combine theory and real life. In this way, it is only when the actual battle is fought that there will be some insights and the strength will be improved. Xin Hanyu said with a bit of hatred, cultivation is supposed to be a boring thing, especially theory. Yet, the importance of theory, again, is unquestionable. Xin Hanyu had a long way to go if he wanted to teach these disciples. Chapter 195, Taunting Zhou. Every responsible instructor hates to impart all the knowledge in his or her head to his or her students. It's just a pity that every trainee's ability to understand, to be enlightened, is different. Some learn fast, some learn slow. Next, I'll invite 2 disciples to come up to the stage and show the results of your learning over the past 2 days. First place, Zhou. Zhou, you're a divine chosen. I'd like to see how enlightened you are as a divine chosen. Xin Hanyu said as he looked at Zhou. Hearing this, Zhou He did not hesitate and directly walked towards the front. He took a few seeds from a container on the podium in front of him, transformed the seed into a plant and thrive. Zhou He executed the spring transformation technique and used his aura to catalyze the seed. The seed in his hand trembled under his urging. After a few seconds, the shells of those seeds fell off and a shoot grew. The shoots began to grow slowly. This scene caused all the disciples to look at Zhou He in shock. For this kind of attention, Zhou He was enjoying himself and a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the seed in Zhou He's hand grew to an inch and stopped. It looked like the shoot that was on top of the head of the slow goat. On top of the shoot. Put. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli couldn't help but laugh. He laughed loudly. In the middle of this silent palace, it seemed particularly shrill. The originally smug Zhou He, hearing Song Tianli's laughter, looked at him with a hateful gaze. He remembered Song Tianli, who was the one who had used him to kill a demonic beast back in Beast Valley. Ultimately, robbing yourself of points. In the past few days, he hadn't bothered to settle the score with Song Tianli, and he didn't expect Song Tianli to dare to mock him now. He must teach Song Tianli a lesson. What are you laughing at? Zhou He looked at Song Tianli and asked. I saw how confident you were just now, and I thought that you could make this kind of sub grow at least a meter. I didn't realize, after all that effort, that thing of yours was only so small. Song Tianli said, and gestured with his index finger and thumb hand. Those who know he's talking about sprouting seeds. For those who didn't know, they thought he was talking about some indescribable part. Perhaps he was making a double entendre. Xin Hanyu did not understand Song Tianli's words, but Zhou He, who was also inculcated by the network, understood Song Tianli's reference. Who are you to mock me? You come up and try. Zhou He said loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was teaching a class right now, he would let Song Tianli know why the flowers were so red. Senior brother Hongyu, can I go on stage? Song Tianli looked at Xin Hanyu and asked. Yes, Xin Hanyu said with a nod. It was his favorite scene to see. The most encouraged thing in the 4 seasons of Panglai is to fight, whether it is an open fight or a secret fight, because, only by fighting each other can we make rapid progress. He also wanted to see what point Song Tianli had reached in his mastery of the spring transformation technique, going so far as to mock Zhou He. To be honest, Zhou He was able to make the seed germinate and grow to 1 inch in just less than 2 days. His enlightenment was already considered very good. He hadn't checked them all yet, but he was certain. Among the disciples sitting at the bottom, there was a part of them that couldn't even make the seeds germinate, not to mention, grow to 1 inch. Watch this, little trash. After Song Tianli got on stage, he spoke to Zhou He and picked up a few seeds, flower seeds for plants that thrive. As Song Tianli prodded, the seed in his hand vibrated rapidly. A few seconds later, the seed broke out of its shell and slowly grew. As the crowd watched, the seeds grew to 2 inches before they stopped. This was naturally the result of Song Tianli's deliberate control. With his current comprehension of the spring transformation technique, he could make the seeds grow to several meters in seconds. But that would be too shocking and completely unnecessary. Little trash. See, 2 inches. Yours is only that little. And mine, it's more than just 1 inch more than yours. Rather, it's twice as much as you. You know, twice as much. Song Tianli looked at Zhou He at this time and said in a very mocking tone, he's a bit of a killjoy. He did do this on purpose, in order to piss Zhou He off half to death, because only then would Zhou He come after him, and he would be able to find a way to take Zhou He, the chosen one of God, out. That's why he used such murderous methods plus taunting. As expected, hearing Song Tianli's words, Zhou He's face was unsightly. He stared viciously at Song Tianli, itching to break him into pieces and skin him. It was as if this was the only way to vent his hatred. He was in the limelight a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, he became the object of ridicule. That's a quick punch in the face. A slap in the face is a joke. Boss, bullseye. Song 13 said happily. He was happy for Song Tianli to have such a long face. Although Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji didn't say anything, their eyes were also filled with shock. They had tried it before. How hard it was to get seeds to germinate. I didn't realize that Song Tianli had been able to make the seeds grow up to 2 inches. At that moment, even Xin Hanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Anyone else want to try? He asked, looking at the other cadets. I'll try, Yu Chuanqiu said and walked towards the top of the podium. Flower seeds for plants that thrive. He prodded it with his aura for half a day, and the seed only just broke through the shell and didn't grow. This was far worse than Song Tianli and Zhou He. All of you come up here and try it out, so that you can have a clear idea about your cultivation process. It can also be discovered that there is a gap between yourself and the others. Xin Hanyu said. Thus, for the next period of time, all of the many disciples began to try. Most people's results were similar to Yu Chuanqiu's. A few failed to germinate the seeds, there are only a very few that have managed to grow the seeds. Aside from Zhou He and Song Tianli, only Wu Zizi made the seeds grow to a little over an inch. This was not as good as Song Tianli, but it was a bit better than Zhou He. During this time, Song Tianli had been secretly observing Bai Yun. He realized that Bai Yun had also only made the seeds break out of their shells, with the same result as Yu Chuanxiu's. However, after Bai Yun finished her demonstration and returned to her seat, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This smirk was just in time for Song Tianli to catch it. At the sight of the smile, his eyebrows twitched, because he finally saw that this Bai Yun and he were definitely in the same boat. This fellow traveler is a person in the Gaudio. Chapter 196, Zhou He comes to the door. As a member of the Go Dao, Song Tianli was naturally most familiar with the signature movements of those in the Go Dao. That's a winning smile after achieving something. This triumphant smile would certainly not be visible to the average person if they didn't stare. And even if you see it, you don't know what it means. However, Song Tianli was more than familiar with such a smile. Because this smile he also showed often. He was certain that just now, Bai Yun must have achieved some sort of purpose and fooled the others. After thinking about it, he felt that it should be the time when White Luck prodded the seed and it only sprouted. This made everyone think that her comprehension of the spring transformation technique was just like that. So, she gave a winning smile. If she's hiding, then she's capable of so much more. Looks like there's a chance to try her out. If her strength exceeds the Chi Fu realm, then she must be a divine chosen without a doubt. Then the next step is to guess what her golden finger is. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. After testing Bai Yun's strength, if Bai Yun's strength wasn't too strong, then there would be no need to speculate about her golden finger. He was going to see if he could kill it by force. After the lesson was completed and finished, Song Tianli and the few of them headed towards their small courtyard. Only, just after walking to the door, he found Zhou He standing in his doorway, waiting for him. Something wrong? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Zhou He. It's nothing big, just that I don't like the look of you and want to beat you up, Zhou He said, and with a flash of his figure, he came towards Song Tianli. Wait, he shouted in a hurry. However, his shouts did not make Zhou He stop. Seeing Zhou He in this state, Song Tianli was indeed tempted to stop holding back and directly beat him up fatly, but he knew he couldn't, because he had no idea how many divine chosen there were in the 4 times of pomp and circumstance. If he exposed his strength, he would be a target. It was likely that all the other chosen of God were secretly planning to deal with him. After all, it was only his second day in Spring Mountain, and together with Zhou he had already discovered 2 divine chosen. There's no telling how many there are that haven't been discovered. Greetings, Island Master. Just then, Song 13 suddenly said. Hearing this voice, Zhou He's body immediately stopped. If it had been anyone else, he could have ignored it, but for the islander he couldn't ignore it. Not to mention the fact that the island master was his current master. Even if he wasn't his master, I'm afraid that he was still the strongest person in the 4 seasons of Panglai, and he didn't dare to disrespect him. So, after stopping his body, he turned around, ready to greet the islander. Only, after he turned around, he found nothing. He knew that he had been tricked. Before he could react, he realized that a figure, which had sped past his side, had entered Song Tianli's small courtyard. Song Tianli, can you hide from the first day but not the 15th? Zhou He's expression at this time was very upset because he had just been teased. One's own small courtyard was private territory, and it was difficult for ordinary people to enter it without the owner's permission. As long as Song Tianli didn't allow it, even if Zhou He possessed the strength of the 5 prefectures realm, he wouldn't be able to enter. This ensured that in the unlikely event that the owner of the small courtyard was practicing, he would not be disturbed by a sudden intruder. Zhou He, you dare to make a move on me? With our relationship with He Tianrui, if you dare to make a move against me, aren't you afraid that He Tianrui will find you in trouble? Song Tianli looked at Zhou He and asked. Hearing the 3 words He Tianrui, Zhou He's expression froze. Previously, when he was in Beast Valley, he and He Tianrui had gone head-to-head. The result was that he lost, and lost very thoroughly. If it wasn't for the special nature of Beast Valley's rules, he was afraid that he would already be dead. Therefore, he had a subconscious fear of He Tianrui. He was treating Song Tianli's bilocation at that time as He Tianrui's bilocation. He had always thought that it was all because He Tianrui had defeated him. After all, the first place in the scoreboard that time was He Tianrui. What about He Tianrui? Sooner or later, I'll kill him like a chicken. Although he was incredibly jealous in his heart, Zhou He wouldn't admit it on the surface. And there is absolutely no way to admit it. A dead duck's mouth. I'm only afraid that certain people are already scared to death in their hearts. Zhou He, I'm telling you, if you dare to touch a hair on my head, I'll have He Tianrui beat you to death. He's my cousin, and my dad saved his life. You should know exactly what he is. If he kills you, you will have died in vain. Do you think the island master will avenge you? Song Tenli said as he looked at Zhou He. Do you think I'm afraid of him? When I break through to the divine path realm, the first one to die will be him. The second to die is you. You have the guts to hide for the rest of your life. Zhou He said and turned to leave. Song Tianli stayed inside the small courtyard, and he couldn't do anything about it. It's just a waste of time to stand guard. Today, they were used by Song 13 and Song Tianli in a small way, allowing the two of them to dodge a bullet. But, after all, small minds are only small minds, and they won't always work. Seeing Zhou He leave, a trace of thick killing intent flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. In a head-on fight, he was capable of killing Zhou He. However, it would be a bit difficult for him to kill the other party without a sound. We can only rely on formations. After thinking for half a day, Song Tianli said, highly advanced formations could form a realm of their own, and when the time came, no one knew what would happen inside. As long as he could construct a formation like this, he could introduce Zhou He into it. At that time, Zhou He would be the meat on his plate. He can ravage as much as he wants. After figuring this out, Song Tianli returned to his house and began his research on formations. He had already read 12 books on the feats of formation before. With that newly acquired ability of his, he was able to comprehend the kung fu very thoroughly after reading it once. He was now very knowledgeable about formations. It's just that there's a lack of hands-on practice. So, he's going to start connecting with hands-on practice now. Setting up a formation requires the use of spirit stones, but unfortunately, I only have a few spirit stones on me. These spirit stones can only arrange simple spirit stones, and to set up powerful and profound formations, one must have a large amount of spirit stones. However, for spirit stones, I am rather lacking. The top priority is to get a large amount of spirit stones, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The spirit stones he possessed were still something the Song family had managed to get with great difficulty earlier. It simply couldn't withstand his squandering, so it was urgent to get spiritual stones. With his current knowledge of the 4 seasons of Panglai, it was not an easy task to get his hands on spirit stones. Should we, first, learn alchemy and earn some spirit stones before setting up formations? Song Tianli suddenly had such an idea. Chapter 197, The Exchange of the 4 Seasons of Pompeii. Just as quickly, this idea was dismissed by Song Tianli. This was because he currently didn't know who he was going to sell the elixir to even after he had refined it. Not to mention, when it came to alchemy, it didn't just require spirit medicines, but also a furnace. All of these things can be purchased at the cost of spirit stones. He didn't have any spirit stones now. After thinking for a while longer, in the end, Song Tianli decided that he would sell 2 spirit weapons. Anyway, he now had 8 spirit weapons in his hand. Even if he sold 2 of them, it wouldn't be in the way. It wouldn't affect him too much. It's so happily decided, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't be bothered to practice his formations, and instead headed to the department store of 4 Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. The so-called department stores are somewhat similar to department stores in the 9 states. Only the things here are all kinds of pills, weapons, and talismans. Overall, this is a huge place to trade. Basically everything that is available for trade. Many of the newly arrived disciples had no spirit stones in their hands and no treasures. Here, a lot of them haven't been here yet. When Song Tianli arrived at the exchange, a man soon walked up. This fellow Daoist, what do you need to order? The boy looked at Song Tianli and asked. His expression wasn't exactly humble or respectful. The main one is not a humble one. Come to think of it, anyone who could come here was a disciple of the 4 Seasons of Pomp and Circumstance, although some were inner disciples and some were outer disciples. However, they were all disciples of the 4 Seasons of Panglai, and no one was much more noble than anyone else. It's my first time here, so I'll get to know it first, Song Tianli said. Is Daoist friend a new disciple? The boy asked. Yes, Song Tianli did not hide anything about this, because there's no need to hide such things. When you were in the secular world before, you were a merchant's son, right? The boy looked at Song Tianli and asked. What makes it so? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. The Song family does do business. Only a merchant's son could see the extraordinary nature of the exchange in such a short time. And Daoist friend is the first of all the new disciples to appear here. Hearing the boy explain this, Song Tianli came to a sudden realization. Fellow Daoist should not be an ordinary boy from the exchange, right? Although Song Tianli was inquiring, it was a very certain tone. It was because he had just observed this little boy, and he realized that this little boy actually had the strength of a divine path second sky. This was a small realm higher than him. How could such a person be an ordinary boy? I am an inner disciple of Winter Mountain, and to put it mildly, I should be considered your senior brother, 1 term above you. My name is Ryushita. The boy looked to introduce himself. He felt that Song Tianli was able to be the first to come to the exchange, so there must be something extraordinary about him, so he had a befriending and knowing heart. Great name. My name is Song Tianli, an inner disciple of Spring Mountain. Upon hearing Lu Shimai's name, Song Tianli had given a thumbs up within himself. The name, alone, gives the impression of sitting on the fence. Since this is fellow Taoist Song Tianli's first time at the exchange, I'll give a general introduction. The exchange is divided into two main sections. The first is the shipping area and the other is the incoming area. The meaning is also very simple. The shipping area, which is the selling out of things from the exchange toward the selling out. The incoming area is where you acquire other people's stuff. And there are all sorts of things involved in the exchange. Pills, spirit weapons, talisman seals, contribution points, occupational sense, heavenly materials. It's no exaggeration to say that anything that would normally be used for cultivation can be bought or sold here. Lu Xiaohui explained. Contribution points can also be bought and sold? Song Tianli asked with a bit of surprise. Yes, if a disciple wants to sell it, 1 contribution point can be sold for 3 spirit stones. If you want to buy it, 10 spirit stones buy 1 contribution point. Lu Xiaohui replied. This round trip netted 7 spirit stones. A windfall. This is licensed from above, right? Suddenly, Song Tianli asked. As expected of a merchant's son, he reacted so quickly. If the top doesn't allow it, how can the exchange trade contribution points? Lu Xiaohui said appreciatively. Also, this exchange could only be run by someone from above. The average disciple doesn't have this ability either. I'd like to ask, how many spirit stones per pill if I buy the marrow cleansing pill? 20 spirit stones. That expensive? One must know that according to what Xin Hanyu had said earlier, they, the inner disciples, were only paid 10 spirit stones a month. If you want to buy a marrow cleansing pill, you need to save up for 2 months. However, the rewards from the previous leaderboards seem like a big deal now. Like the first place winner, He Tian Rue, was rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. If you sell it out, you can sell it for 3,000 spirit stones. Compared to that, a marrow cleansing pill seemed like nothing at all. He was also rewarded with 500 contribution points back then, which could also be sold for 1,500 spirit stones. In that case, it's quite a reward. This marrow cleansing elixir is just an introductory elixir. It's not considered expensive. Fellow Taoist has just started, and may not know much about this elixir. The grades of pills, from low to high, are, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 9th grade. The price of one of the first grades is basically similar, around 20 spirit stones, except, of course, for individual rare elixirs. Of course, the potion also depends on the color. The better the color, the higher the price of the elixir. However, it won't exceed 25 spirit stones. 2nd to 5th grade pills. Basically, for every additional grade, the price increases tenfold. As for pills above the 6th grade, they are rarely sold, and basically as soon as they show up, they get snatched up. It can come at a price. Each of these pills is an astronomical amount. If you want to refine an elixir of the 6th grade or higher, you must prepare 3 medicinal ingredients yourself according to the prescription and go to an alchemist of the 6th grade or higher to refine it. It's sort of a rule for alchemists. Ryu Shita narrated. This elixir is indeed expensive. Song Tianli muttered. He had thought that he would be able to have 1,500 spirit stones if he sold his contribution points. It's kind of an objective income. As a result, he couldn't even afford a 3rd grade elixir. Anyone who is an alchemist, one is rich as hell. Especially the high-level alchemists. All of them are dirt poor and inhuman. Lu Xiaohui also said in an envious tone. Hearing his words, Song Tianli made up his mind. He had to become an alchemist first. In this 4 seasons Pang Lai, spirit stones are the currency in circulation. For something like circulating currency, it's natural to have more of it. Just like when he was in Xianzhou, it was only after he had money that he was able to make the Song family like that. Money isn't everything, but it's nothing without it. Chapter 198, Free Complete Book of Spiritual Medicines. Money can solve 99% of the things in this world. When Song Tianli was in Xianzhou, he was able to develop the Song family from a small family to one of the 3 great families in Xianzhou. He couldn't have been more clear about that. As long as he had spirit stones, he could do a lot of things. Senior brother, I wonder what the price of a lower grade spirit weapon is if you sell it out. Song Tianli asked. Instead of addressing Lu Xiaohui as Dao friend again, he addressed him as senior brother. This shows that he intends to draw closer to the other side. If a lower grade spirit weapon is sold outside, it can almost fetch around 10,000 spirit stones. Depending on the characteristics of the spirit weapon, there will be fluctuations. Usually the fluctuations aren't too big, and it's only a 10% difference between the top and bottom. If it's a mid-grade spirit weapon, it can be sold for 100,000 spirit stones, and the fluctuation is around 10%. Top-grade spirit weapons are around $1 million, and extreme-grade spirit weapons are around $10 million. Lu Xiaohui roughly introduced the price. In other words, Song Tianli would be able to get almost 10,000 spirit stones if he sold a spiritual weapon. In his current situation, 10,000 spirit stones were enough. This senior brother, I intend to sell a lower-grade spirit weapon, and please introduce me. Okay, you're coming with me. So, Song Tianli followed Lu Xiaohui and headed towards the incoming goods area. He sold a hammer because hammers were something that he couldn't use. After evaluating the hammer, it was sold for 10,500 spirit stones. You can purchase a little something else first if you want. We'll settle up after all the transactions have been completed. Ryu Shimochi continued. Good. With that, Song Tianli began to turn around in the exchange, looking for what you need. In the end, he bought an alchemy furnace and spent 2,500 spirit stones. If you want to become an alchemist, you can't do it without an alchemy furnace. As for the spiritual herbs needed for alchemy, Song Tianli decided to pick them himself. The 4 seasons of Pompeii can be more than just 4 main mountains. In addition to these 4 main mountains, there are also large mountain ranges connected. The mountain range was vast and sprawling, with an abundance of spiritual energy and countless spiritual medicines growing. Song Tianli had just taken a rough look at them, and these spirit medicines, even the ones of a lower grade, would cost tens or hundreds of spirit stones per plant. And when refining pills, the spirit stones needed to be used were not just 1 or 2 plants. Therefore, if he used spirit stones to purchase spirit medicines, the expenses for this spirit medicines would also be a large sum of money. That's the kind of money you can't let them earn. If you went to pick spirit medicine by yourself, you would not only be able to fulfill your own cultivation, but you could even sell a portion of the extra to the exchange in exchange for spirit stones. It's literally a 1-2 punch. Right now, the only problem was that Song Tianli didn't recognize a few plants at all with regards to spirit medicines. There were some that he had only heard of by name. There were some that he didn't even know the names of. And then there are others, where his name doesn't match the object. So, if you want to pick herbs, you must first familiarize yourself with the elixir. Senior brother, are there any books here that specialize in spirit medicines? Song Tianli looked at Lu Xiaohui and asked. Yes, here. With that, Lu Xiaohui brought a copy of the complete book of spiritual medicines from on top of a bookshelf not far away and handed it to Song Tianli. How many spirit stones are these? Free. What? Free? Why is it free? Song Tianli didn't quite understand this point. He had thought that everything in the middle of this exchange was ridiculously expensive, but he didn't realize that there were free things. However, he also thought of the saying that in this world, it was the free things that were the most expensive. So, he's going to inquire about it. This book was compiled by the predecessors of the 4 seasons of Pomp and Circumstance. Being able to recognize all of the spirit medicines on this will be of great help in the future. Whether it's picking medicines or refining pills. Whether it's the sale of spirit medicines or the sale of refined pills. This is a good thing for the exchange. A book is only worth how many spirit stones? As long as spirit medicines and elixirs can circulate in the exchange, the value of books will naturally return. It was only when he heard Ryushida's explanation that Song Tianli came to his senses. It had to be said that although he had gotten a free copy of the complete book of spiritual medicine, which seemed like a small profit, the exchange was never a loss. Elder brother, I've already bought what I should have bought. Now it's time for me to go, Sung Tenri said as he looked at Ryushida. After he got the 8,000 spirit stones underneath him, he left the exchange directly. He wasn't in a hurry to pick up medicines because he simply didn't know how to concoct pills yet. He had already read more than a dozen books on the subject of formations. Because of his ability to comprehend at a glance, it caused him to already be very knowledgeable about formations. However, he hadn't had any contact with books on alchemy techniques. Right now, the most important thing was to start learning the techniques in alchemy. It was just that he had already used up the chance to pick a merit law, and now there was no way to enter the treasure pavilion again. He Tianrui has the opportunity to pick 2 techniques. I wonder if he can let me have one. Entering the treasure pavilion is up to that old drinking man. If we can get on good terms with him, we might be able to enter the treasure pavilion as well. No more. I can turn a blind eye when he Tianrui lets a chance to pick a merit technique go to me. Song Tianli said to himself. It's not hard to say that it's hard to get along with someone, and it's not easy to say that it's easy to get along with someone. In the final analysis, it can be summarized in 4 words, pitching in. He didn't know much about the old man drinker, but he was able to tell that the old man drinker liked to drink. To make wine, Song Tianli really didn't have a clue. First, there are no ingredients for brewing. Second, the wine he makes is not really as good as someone's home brew. After all, This is the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance. Maybe there is a great wine. Delivering wine doesn't work, so then you have to deliver food. The next drink. And when it came to cooking, I'm afraid that no one in 4 seasons Pang Lai could compare to Yi Tianrui. He had eaten 4 seasons Pompeii's meals before, and although they weren't considered bad, they weren't as good as Yi Tianrui's handiwork. I'll go find Yi Tianrui tomorrow and ask him to prepare some dishes for me to drink. Song Tianli made this decision. He then proceeded to the Thousand Waves Hall once again, because a new day of instruction is about to begin. When Song Tianli arrived at the Thousand Waves Hall, he found that the other disciples had already arrived. By coincidence, he came in just in time to meet Zhou He. Song Tianli, you're good at hiding. I'd like to see how long you can hide, Zhou He said in an icy tone as he looked at Song Tianli. He couldn't make a move in the middle of this Thousand Waves Hall. Otherwise, he would have already made a move. What do you care about me? Song Tianli said and headed for his seat. When he came to the heel of his seat, he saw Song 13, who was beside him with a swollen nose. Chapter 199 Mo Ling who changes her face when she says she changes her face. Song 13's appearance was very miserable at this time. Not only were both eyes swollen into panda eyes, but there were bruises on many parts of his body. Breath was disorganized, breathing rapidly, and at a glance, he was badly injured. Zhou He did this? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Song 13. Aha! Song 13 nodded. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hide this from Song Tianli. Zhou He held a grudge after being teased by Song 13 out loud yesterday when he intended to teach Song Tianli a lesson. In order to prevent Song Tianli and Song 13 from leaving early in the morning, Zhou He got up early and ambushed them near the two's small courtyard. Song Tianli did not come out from the middle of the small courtyard because he had traveled to the exchange. So, Zhou He didn't wait for him. However, Song 13 came out. After Zhou He saw Song 13, he directly attacked him without saying a word. With Song 13's strength, he was naturally no match for Zhou He. Very quickly, he was severely injured. In order not to miss the class, Song 13 still dragged his severely injured body and came to the class. He also swore within his heart that he would definitely seek revenge on Zhou He. You won't get this beating for nothing. I'll help you get your revenge. Song Tianli stepped forward and patted Song Xii's shoulder. He and Song 13 were considered to have grown up since childhood, and over the years, Song 13 had been posing as the Song family's young master, and was one of the people he trusted the most. Now that Song 13 was being beaten up, it was naturally impossible for him to sit back and watch. It was just as well that there were now spirit stones to set up formations as well. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Song 13 raised his head and gave him a look with a look. It wasn't that he was surprised that Song Tianliang would help him avenge his death. This was expected of him. The reason why he revealed a strange look was because he realized that when Song Tianli patted him on the shoulder just now, from within his palm, a stream of pure energy was transmitted over. This pure energy was rapidly healing the injuries in his body. In a short period of time, the injuries in his body were healed. Only, the face is still bruised. This was something that Song Tianli had deliberately left in place, because, if Song 13's face was healed by him, it would easily attract other people's attention. Thanks, boss. Boss, I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation, Song 13 said gratefully. He had known for a long time that Song Tianli was not an ordinary person, and he had suspected that his own young master was also a chosen of God. After all, many of the things he had come into contact with proved the matter of Song Tianli being a chosen of God. It's just a shame that there's no 100% certainty. By the time Song Tianli treated him just now, he could ascertain that Song Tianli was the divine chosen, and his strength was definitely not weaker than Zhou He. It was just that he understood Song Tianli's character. It will never be exposed until it is absolutely necessary. That's why he said that later, that he would be fine after a few days of recuperation. It was to persuade Song Tianli not to give up on stoicism because of him. A little impatience is a big plan. This is what Song Tianli once handed him. Don't worry about me. I know in my heart, Song Tianli said as he smiled at Song 13. After working with Song 13 for so many years, he naturally knew what Song 13 meant, so he gave him a reassuring look. He had planned to move Zhou He. For this reason, he had begun to learn about formations and sell his spirit weapons. Now, it's just speeding up the process a little bit. He had planned to wait until the 3 days he had agreed to with the old man who was drinking had passed before finishing off Zhou He, but now it seemed that he couldn't wait 3 days. Since I can't wait 3 days, I'll do it sooner. At that moment, there was a hint of a murderous aura in his eyes as he looked at Zhou He. Honestly, he hadn't wanted to take someone out this badly in a long time. He then began to think about how he was going to lure Zhou He to the place where he had set up the formation. The biggest drawback of the formation is that it doesn't move. A little less maneuverable from that point on. While Song Tianli was thinking about all this, a woman suddenly walked in from the Thousand Waves Hall. This woman, Song Tianli, whom they had met before, was the same woman who had greeted them with Xin Hanyu before. The name is Mo Ling. Mo Ling walked into the Thousand Waves Hall with an expressionless face and looked at the noisy multitude of trainees. The many trainees also felt the gaze of Inkling's big and instantly quieted down. Senior brother Hanyu has already told you a lot about the spring transformation technique. So, there will be no lecture on the spring transformation technique today. Starting today, you will learn a new course each day. Each corresponds to the 5 major professions, plus the spring transformation technique that senior brother Hanyu has imparted to you. 6 days total, 6 classes. You will be in cycles of 7 days each, and on the 7th day you will be given free time to organize yourselves. Hearing Mo Ling's words, the corner of Song Tianli's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't thought about the fact that he'd been 99 6 times a day when he was at Blue Star. After crossing over to the land of God, he became the young master of the Song family, and originally thought that he would completely get rid of the 996. Unexpectedly, after coming from Qianzhou to Four Seasons Panglai, it was starting to be 996 again. While this 996 is not about going to work, but about getting stronger, it's essentially pretty much the same. He won't be able to get rid of the social animal in his life. Luckily, with his ability to read it over and over, the pressure shouldn't be too great. Even if he works 6 shifts, he still has plenty of time to do what he wants to do. The ability I'm going to impart to you is alchemy. You should all know that pills can be used for healing, for cultivation, for breakthroughs, and even for fighting. Mo Ling began the narration. Except, when she said that, the crowd was a little dumbfounded. Pills can still be used for battle? Song Tianli subconsciously asked out loud. He was ready to involve himself in the realm of elixirs, but never knew that elixirs could actually be used in combat. Aren't all potions auxiliary items? I hate being interrupted when I'm talking. If you guys have any questions, wait until I'm done before asking. Mo Ling said with an extremely serious expression. There was still an icy aura emanating from his body when he said this. It's as if a fight is about to break out at the drop of a hat. This made the crowd shudder in their hearts. Joey heard out that the person who just spoke was Song Tianli, and a hint of gloating flashed in his eyes. Except for handsome and handsome men. Of course. In the next second, Mo Ling suddenly revealed a smile and said, her somewhat erratic nature had the crowd in stitches. They didn't know which aspect was the true side of Inkling. Hearing her words, the crowd all involuntarily looked towards Song Tianli. I have to say, Song Tianli is really handsome. Among all of them, Song Tianli could definitely be considered the number 1 in terms of face value alone. The love of beauty is shared by all. It's not unusual to be able to get people to open their nets. Chapter 200. Mo Ling opens a small stove. I'll answer Song Tianli's doubts about whether or not elixirs can be used in battle. I'm pretty sure I can tell you that elixirs can, indeed, be used in battle. Of course, not all elixirs can be used in battle. Rather, it's a specific elixir, such as, for example, the explosive flame elixir. This elixir has 2 ways of fighting. The first one is to directly throw the explosive flame dan as if it were a concealed weapon, and when the explosive flame dan comes into contact with another object, it will explode. This kind of explosion is no weaker than the full force of some god cultivators. As for exactly how strong it is, it depends on how many grades of explosive flame dan it is. The second way of fighting is to form a dan formation with explosive flame dan. This needs to be matched with a formation, and those who don't know about formations can't do it. With the cooperation of the formation, the power of the explosive flame pill can be maximized. Hearing Mo Ling's explanation, the crowd finally came to a realization. Song Tianli instantly heard it. The first type of combat, which would be the equivalent of a grenade, or a missile. As for the second way, that's even easier. In order to set up a formation, one must use an item that has energy. It is not necessary to have a spirit stone. Spirit stones are usually used, and that's because they are the easiest to obtain and the most common. Therefore, it was extremely convenient if you used a spirit stone. The explosive flame dan also contained a large amount of energy, so naturally, it could also be used to set up formations. It was just that usually, elixirs were too precious, and no one was extravagant enough to use elixirs to set up formations. The most important thing to know, if you want to learn alchemy, is to know what alchemy is. The so-called alchemy is actually a process of removing the dross and leaving the essence. Elixir is a concentration of spiritual medicine and a reaction between many kinds of spiritual medicine. If you want to become a qualified alchemist, you must master the principles of alchemy, and some changes in the alchemy process. So let's start teaching from the basics, Inkling said, and began teaching in earnest. It had to be said that those who could be chosen to teach the many inner disciples still had 2 skills. Inkling's teaching was so clear and lucid that many people were nodding their heads every now and then. Among the crowd, Only Song Tianli had his head lowered, flipping through the alchemy-related books that had been handed out not too long ago on his own. Although Mo Ling's teaching was good, he had to take care of the vast majority of his disciples, so his progress was slow. Song Tianli relied on his ability to comprehend once and began to learn on his own. Song Tianli, stand up and say, what is the most important thing in the alchemy process? At this time, Mo Ling said loudly. She had just looked around and realized that Song Tianli was the only one doing nothing and not listening to the lecture. Even if you're handsome, you can't look like this. She hated uneducated people. The most important thing in the alchemy process is harmonization. Depending on the reaction between the elixirs, the alchemist makes a reconciliation at any time, to make sure there's no blowing up of the furnace, and destruction of the elixir. According to the Dan formula, take all the spirit medicines and maintain them at a balanced point. Song Tianli stood up and said, this was mentioned in the book he had just read. He told it roughly, according to his own language. Hearing Song Tianli's answer, a hint of surprise flashed across Mo Ling's eyes. He hadn't expected that Song Tianli would understand so thoroughly. Good answer. I see you have the potential to become an alchemist. After the lecture is over in a while, stay and wait for me, Mo Ling said with a smile. She then proceeded to begin the narrative. Very quickly, a couple of hours passed. Inkling's lecture was finally over. Song Tianli stayed as the other party had said before. Senior brother's enlightenment is good. His understanding of the alchemy aspect is not in the least bit better than me back then. Did you understand all the knowledge that senior sister narrated just now? If you have any doubts, you can ask me questions now, and I'll give you a little kickstart. Mo Ling said as she came to Song Tianli's side and threw a wink at him. Many thanks senior sister. I understand everything, Song Tianli said thankfully, although he didn't know exactly what Mo Ling was going to do. Since the other party was willing to give himself a small meal, it was always a good intention. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know any better. Do you really understand all of it? Mo Ling asked as she said this, coming up to Song Tianli's face and staring into his eyes. Yes, all understood, Song Tianli said as he took a step back. Then let me ask you a few questions, the demon spirit said, and began to ask questions. They were all questions that she had recounted in her previous lectures. Song Tianli answered all of these questions. Not bad, not bad. You have a very solid grasp of theory. I just don't know if it's going to go wrong when it actually does. Alchemy is not just about learning the theory, but more importantly, it is about practical exercises. After all, the purpose of learning was to refine pills. No matter how well the theory was learned, if you couldn't concoct the elixir, it was all on paper. I'll try my best, Song Tianli said. He didn't know what he should say. After all, he wasn't really familiar with Mo Ling. In the future, if you have any questions about alchemy that you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Here, this is senior sister's summoning jade slip, the devil spirit said and slipped a piece of summoning jade slip into Song Tianli's hand. Many thanks, senior sister, Song Tianli said gratefully once again. It's not just about alchemy. If you want to ask your senior sister out for a round of sightseeing and enjoying the scenery, that's also possible. As the demon spirit said that, he actually stretched out his hand, ready to give Song Tianli's face a pinch. This frightened Song Tianli into hastily backing away. See how scared you are. Senior sister is not a demonic beast. Cultivate well and strive to step into the divine path realm as soon as possible. Only after stepping into the divine path realm can one be considered to have truly stepped into the path of cultivation, Mo Ling said. Senior brother understands. For this, Song Tianli was very clear. The realm of divine path realm wasn't called the divine path realm for nothing. Only by stepping onto the divine path realm would one be qualified to move towards the goal of becoming a god. If one couldn't even cultivate at the divine path realm, then they were wastrels and might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Senior sister is watching over you. Mo Ling said and turned to leave. Only Song Tianli was left alone in the middle of the Thousand Waves Hall. A bit puzzled. This bitch isn't looking at me, is she? He suddenly said to himself. With his handsome appearance, being looked at by a woman was not something to be fussed over. Although the god cultivation world was all about the strongest, there was still that part of the world that looked at faces. It's possible that Inkling is one such person. Of course, whether it was or not, Song Tianli wasn't sure at the moment. He hoped, however, that it had better not be. Chapter 201, The Little Girl Looking for a Duel. Song Tianli has two abilities at the cost of both being unable to be intimate with a woman. It wouldn't be a good thing if they were really targeted by the Inkling. Once something happens, it's bad for him. Women are all tigers. Run as far away as you can, Song Tianli said and walked out of the Thousand Waves Hall. He had intended to find an opportunity to get Zhou He killed, and after being delayed for a short while by Mo Ling just now, Zhou He had already disappeared. Just let you bounce around for a while longer. When I'm done with these 2 days, then I'll get you killed. Song Tianli said to himself. He then headed for Winter Mountain as fast as he could. His trip to Winter Mountain this time was mainly to look for He Tianrui. There is no restriction on the movement of disciples among the Four Seasons Panglai, nor is it disallowed that disciples between different main mountains cannot meet. In the midst of waiting, He Tianrui walked out from atop Winter Mountain. What do you want me to do when you look for me? He Tianrui asked as he opened the door. He knew very well that Song Tianli definitely wouldn't be looking for him just to make small talk. Between the two of them, it was far from good. I want you to help me make a few portions of wine dishes. Song Tianli also said bluntly. Making a downer? He Tianrui's eyes widened at once. He had thought that Song Tianli was looking for him in order to ask for the contribution points he had on him, spirit weapons and the like. Any less, he'd be asked to kill someone. For example, Choha. I didn't realize that it was meant to be a downer. It was kinda unexpected. Yes, this next wine dish is quite important to me, so take out all your abilities and make a few more. Song Tianli said. Okay, then wait for me for a while. He Tianrui said and left. For him, making a few dishes for drinks would be a breeze. After He Tianrui finished speaking, he turned around and left. Seeing He Tianrui leave, Song Tianli found a rock on the side and sat down. Shortly after he sat down, he felt something approaching underneath him. He hastily collected his mind and used his white eyes to look underground. He saw a very smaller figure, traveling underground. Quickly, it came to his feet and crashed into the stone below his ass. Agu! The figure underground then screamed miserably and came out of the ground. This drilled right into Song Tianli's arms. Instantly, both sides were wide-eyed. Bold, how dare you hug this young lady? At this moment, the person in Song Tianli's arms shouted loudly. Okay, no more hugs then, Song Tianli said, his hand loosening. The man in his arms dropped to the ground and fell on his ass. It was a little girl who looked to be 5 or 6 years old and was as cute as a doll. Ouch, that hurts. You people don't talk about martial virtues. It's not even enough to put a rock here to sneak up on this lady, and now you dare to throw this lady out. I want a duel with you, the little girl said. Looking for a duel with me? Ha ha ha. Alright, little friend, go and play, Song Tianli said as he looked at the other party. Instead of being angry, he found the little friend particularly interesting. Although it was a mouthful of this lady, it didn't give the impression of being brutal. Instead, it's kind of cute. Won't you accept my lady's challenge? Coward, the little girl said angrily as she looked at Song Tianli. What? You really want to challenge me? Then I won't show any mercy. And, if you lose, you can't cry, Song Tianli said as he looked at the little girl. This young lady is not going to cry. Since you have agreed to my lady's challenge, let's duel quickly. As the little girl said, she flipped her palm and brought out a short sword. The short sword was about as long as chopsticks and looked very pocketable. Little girl, since you don't care about yourself, I'll teach you to be a man. Come and fight, Song Tianli said and hooked his finger at the little girl. He happened to be bored, so he teased the little girl. Seeing him in this state, the little girl's figure flashed and she swung the short sword in her hand, charging towards Song Tianli. This little girl wasn't weak and had the strength of the Sanzang realm. This could be not much weaker than many new disciples. Certainly not a match for Song Tianli. Song Tianli stretched out a finger and directly a brain crash, popping it on the little girl's forehead. He didn't push too hard, but it was enough to hurt the little girl a little. Pissed off my lady, sneaking up on me again. The lotus flower roams the sky, the little girl said, shouting and quickly swinging the short sword in her hand. In an instant, several sword shadows came towards Song Tianli. In the face of this attack, Song Tianli casually stretched out 2 fingers and clamped down on the swinging short sword. In the next second, the little girl felt a pain in her wrist, which made her subconsciously release the short sword in her hand. At this time, the little girl couldn't care less about the pain and looked at Song Tianli with an incredulous face. How did you become so powerful? The little girl looked at Song Tianli and asked, what is this? To think that back then, I fought 3,000 emperors alone with only one hand, and pushed across 19 states with both palms. Wherever you go, all spirits worship and all emperors kneel to welcome you. What a sight it was. There are thousands of sword gods in the sky, but even they need to lower their eyebrows when they see me. Would I say anything about this? Song Tianli said in a lone voice. Normally, he was always thinking of keeping a low profile, this time rounding up a pretense in front of this 5 or 6-year-old girl. The little girl didn't see through his pretense. At this moment, she looked at Song Tianli with a face of adoration. Fighting 3,000 emperors alone with only one hand, pushing across 19 states with both palms. Awesome, boss, teach me to cultivate. I also want to become as powerful as you. At this moment, the little girl suddenly stepped forward to keep Song Tianli's thighs and said with a sincere face. Seeing the little girl like this, Song Tianli suddenly felt a sense of guilt. I can't believe he just lied to a little kid. I just lied to you. I'm actually quite weak. Song Tianli spoke the truth. Impossible. You can even defeat me. How can you be weak? When I was in Winter Mountain, from the mountain master elders down to the ordinary disciples, not a single person was my opponent. But I can't even walk a single move in front of you. And you say you're lying to me? That's impossible. You're the strong one. Hearing the little girl's words, Song Tianli cried and laughed a little. Although he didn't know exactly how it was, the little girl's statement that none of the people from the mountain master elders down to the ordinary disciples were her opponents was absurd. The biggest possibility is that people are thinking that this little girl is cuter or comes from an unusual background and people are giving in to her. As a result, this little girl doesn't get it, so she thinks she's the best. Chapter 202, The Little Girl with the Biggest Generation. I'm just a scum. Any random person here can crush me with their hands. Song Tianli hurriedly explained. Boss, I got you. Are you practicing the red dust? That's why you deliberately disguised yourself as an ordinary disciple. What the stories say is really true. There really are such strong people. I didn't think I'd run into it. Don't worry, you boss. I won't tell anyone, the little girl said, suddenly revealing a snickering smile, as if she had found some rare treasure. She was convinced that Song Tianli was the superpower. No matter how much Song Tianli explained, it was useless. The stubbornness of children, sometimes, is hard to be changed. People have always believed only what they wanted to believe. Anyway, I told you, I'm a slag. Believe it or not. Song Tianli didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. Boss, teach me to cultivate. I also want to be like you. Fighting 3,000 emperors alone with only one hand and pushing across 19 states with both palms. And also, there are thousands of sword gods in the sky, and they need to lower their eyebrows when they see you. What kind of dominance is all this? The little girl adored Song Tianli to the extreme at this point. What were you doing and how did you get out of the ground? And hit a rock? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity, which sort of changed the subject. I'm practicing the earth escape among the 5 elements escape technique. It's just that a bit of cultivation isn't in place yet. And just now, while advancing, I didn't sense the appearance of a stone in front of me. Boss, do you know how to earthworm? Teach me. I'm not skilled enough to master it. The little girl asked. I don't know how to earthbend. I will only eat. Song Tianli said. The earth recluse that he would have, and the earth recluse that this little girl was talking about, were not the same thing at all. The earth escape he'll be using is the earth flow wall. He did know the art of sneaking, which was somewhat similar to this little girl's earth escape. However, there was no way he could teach this ability to the other side. Of course, he wouldn't teach it even if he could. So far, he didn't even know who this little girl was, and it was impossible for him to pull out his heart just based on the fact that the other party called him boss twice. Boss, you're trying to trick me again. I'm sure you do. You just won't teach me. It's okay. I know that you want to hide yourself, boss, and get along with others as an ordinary disciple. I can understand that, the little girl said without a care in the world. The way she was acting now was kind of like what those little girls in the entertainment industry acted like after seeing their idols. Even if their idol says something bad about them, they will find a reason to explain it to the other person. For example, saying their idol's acting sucks. They'll make excuses, which are emotions that don't rejoice. In short, all sorts of odd reasons can be found. While the two were talking, He Tianrui arrived from the mountain. His eyes widened when he saw the little girl. Greetings, senior aunt. In the next second, He Tianrui bowed to the little girl and said very respectfully. This scene left Song Tianli dumbfounded. A little girl who turned out to be He Tianrui's senior aunt. One must know that He Tianrui was the personal disciple of the Winter Mountain Lord, but he had to call a little girl his senior aunt. No need to be polite. The little girl waved her hand and said casually, Senior aunt? This little girl's seniority is so high? Song Tianli looked at He Tianrui and asked, This is my master's own sister. In terms of seniority, I do have to address the other party as a senior aunt. How did you two meet? He Tianrui asked curiously. He just went back to the time of making a few dishes of wine. How come Song Tianli got acquainted with one of the people they couldn't afford to mess with in Winter Mountain? It was a little boring waiting for you here earlier. This little girl appeared out of nowhere to challenge me. I looked at the little girl as being quite fun, so I accompanied her for a while. Song Tianli said truthfully. There was no conflict. Was there? He Tianrui asked. No, that's good. If there's a confrontation, you're on your own. Neither my master, nor my master's father will let you go. He Tianrui said. No way? My master and my master's father were very protective of their children. So anyone who has bullied my master's aunt, they will teach him to be a man. Hearing He Tianrui say this, Song Tianli suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If this were to let the Winter Mountain Lord know that he had just given this little girl several headbutts, then wouldn't he be finished? A Mountain Lord could do nothing if he intended to do something to himself. You give me this stuff first, Song Tianli said to He Tianrui. He Tianrui waved his palm, and instantly, 2 large food boxes appeared on the ground. I made a total of 8 dishes, each of which is suitable for wine. Thanks a lot, Song Tianli said and put away the 2 food boxes. If there's nothing else, I'm off. See you later. See you later, Senior Aunt, He Tianrui said and turned to leave. Boss, what goodies did this nephew of mine just give you? The little girl asked. He Tianrui's cooking is especially good, so I asked him to help me make a few dishes for drinks. Song Tianli didn't hide it. I understand. Honoring you. Boss, you still say you're normal. This master nephew of mine is my brother's personal disciple, and for all of them to be so dutiful to you, they must have also discovered something extraordinary about you. Boss, just admit it, you can't hide it from me. The little girl looked at Song Tianli, and her eyes were filled with wisdom. You said before that you'd let me teach you to cultivate. On second thought, it's not impossible, but there is one condition, Song Tianli said. Boss, you said it. Hearing him say that, the little girl immediately said with 2 glowing eyes, as long as Song Tianli promised to teach her cultivation, she could agree to any conditions. I'll teach you to cultivate, but you can't reveal my existence to anyone, including your brother, your father and all these people. If you can do it, I'll teach you an extremely powerful move. Song Tianli did this because he wanted to lull this little girl into not telling the truth about his previous incident of flicking a brain crash at the little girl. In that case, Winter Mountain's Mountain Lord, and Winter Mountain's Lord's father, shouldn't find themselves in trouble. Boss, don't worry, I will never reveal your existence to anyone, I swear. The little girl swore. In that case, I'll teach you a trick. This move is called Spiral Maru. I'll show you how it works first, so watch. As Song Tianli said that, he rolled a pill and slowly approached the rock he was just sitting on. As Spiral Maru approached, the stone appeared as if it had been chipped, and little by little a vortex appeared. Chapter 203, The Drinking Old Man's Shock. When Song Tianli shoved the spiral pill into the stone was directly pierced through. Awesome, the little girl said with a look of adoration. It wouldn't be hard to just break the stone, but trying to pierce the stone can take some control. At the very least, it wasn't something that could be done with the strength of the Sanzang realm. You can practice it quickly if you're talented. This move, it's just the initial state. You can also add different elements to it once you've practiced this move. Whether it's the 5 elements, or the elements of wind and thunder. Once the elements are added, then the power of this move will skyrocket many times over. I'll show you again. So watch. As Song Tianli spoke, he once again condensed a spiral pill. This is the most basic stance. Now, I'm going to inject the wind element into it. Song Tianli's words had just fallen, when suddenly the spiral pill changed. What had been a spinning orb now grew sharp, like a sharp blade. These sharp blades kept spinning and emitted a buzzing sound. This move is able to be thrown straight out, Song Tianli said, throwing the spiral shuriken in his hand. Out. He scaled it down so it wasn't very powerful. Boom. A slight boom came. Just now it was only a miniature version of the attack. If the scale is expanded, this move can destroy the heavens and the earth. This last sentence was made up by Song Tianli. Awesome, boss. Don't worry, I will definitely learn well, the little girl said with an excited face. This was the first time she had seen this novel attack. Okay, then I'll give you some tips on how to do the spiral pill. Since you have decided to teach the other person, naturally you have to let them learn. In this way, the agreement between them can only be honored. As for later, whether or not someone else will see something, that will come later. At that time, it was still unknown whether he was in the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance or not. If you can hide for a while, you can hide for a while. The little girl studied very carefully, and she tried to memorize every word Song Tianli said. She couldn't afford to fail to learn from the boss's impartation. Well, I've told you the trick. As for whether or not you can practice it, it's up to you. You can practice on your own. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he turned around and very away. Boss, my name is Xiao Dance. What's your name? The little girl shouted at Song Tianli's back. However, after hearing this, Song Tianli once again sped up and did not answer the other party's question. He didn't want to have anything to do with this little girl in the future. Seeing that Song Tianli didn't answer herself, the little girl didn't feel any unhappiness. Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely practice Spiral Maru. Sooner or later, I'll be as good as you. After the little girl finished speaking, she lowered her head and began to study the spiral pill. It was the first ability her boss had taught her, and she had to learn it. If she couldn't even learn this, her boss would definitely not pass on any more moves to her in the future. Song Tianli didn't know that this little girl had practiced very hard with the move he had casually dispatched. After returning to Spring Hill, it was time for another lesson. Song Tianli realized that he wanted a lot more to do lately, and he simply couldn't keep himself busy. He wondered if he should use his doppelganger and have him take his lessons for him while his main body went off to do something he wanted to do. Only, he was worried that his doppelganger would be seen by some of the strongest people in the 4 seasons of Penglai. After all, both the original Emperor's Language and Starlight could see it. He decided to live with it for a while longer before making a decision. Today's lecture was about Formation 1. With regards to formations, Song Tianli had already gotten started in the past few days, and it was already able to set up some simple formations. For example, a simple spirit gathering formation could be easily set up. What was imparted in the classroom was just some basic formation knowledge, all of which he had already mastered in its entirety. Therefore, he was a bit distracted at the lecture on the formation method. Today was the time he had agreed with the old man who was drinking, and after the lecture was over in a while, he had to head to the treasure pavilion. After an agonizing wait, the lecture finally ended. Song Tianli couldn't wait to rush out of the Thousand Waves Hall and sped towards the Tibetan scripture pavilion. This made Joey's teeth itch with anger. He had planned to teach Song Tianli a good lesson in the past 2 days, but he never found the opportunity. I didn't find Song Tianli the day before yesterday, so I beat up Song 13. Yesterday, he had planned to teach Song Tianli a lesson, but it turned out that Song Tianli was left behind by Mo Ling. In front of Mo Ling, he didn't dare to make a move. Today, he had intended to teach Song Tianli a lesson, but he didn't expect that. Before he could react, Song Tianli ran out of the Thousand Waves Hall. When he chased out, he realized that Song Tianli had already disappeared without a trace. Count on you to run fast. It's just that, if you can hide from the first day, can you hide from the 15th? Joe, he muttered. However, what he didn't know was that Song Tianli had a bit too much to do in the past 2 days and couldn't spare any time at all. Otherwise, he'll be the one in bad luck. Song Tianli sped along, and it didn't take him long to arrive outside the hidden scripture pavilion. You're here? The drinking old man asked as he looked at Song Tianli. Yes, I'm coming. You shouldn't have come, since a pact has been made. I'll come forward myself. Do you realize what you're facing? Naturally, I know. How dare you come knowing that? If you dare to come, you're not afraid. Song Tianli and the drinking old man limit pulled for a while, talking a bunch of inexplicable nonsense. Since you're here, then our previous bet will continue. Next, it is up to me to start considering your formation-related knowledge. Don't worry, I'll only ask what I know from that one book. I won't go over the top. After taking a sip of his drink, the old man began his inquiry. It was just that no matter what kind of questions he faced, Song Tianli was able to answer them all. The more the drinking old man asked, the brighter his eyes became. He realized that Song Tianli could have not only memorized this knowledge, but also looked as if he had already integrated it. You can't give such an accurate answer without years of dedicated research. Have you come into contact with formations before, and have already gained deep attainments in regards to them? Is that why you made this bet with me? The old drinker asked as he looked at Song Tianli. Other than that, it was hard for him to believe that a person would really be able to understand the formation method so thoroughly, in such a short period of time. The first time I came into contact with formations was 3 days ago. Before that, with regards to the array technique, I had merely heard of the name. Song Tianli said truthfully. His words caused the drinking old man to frown. Chapter 204, Breaking Through 3 Levels. If that was really the case, then Song Tianli's enlightenment in the Tao of formations was truly amazing. You swear on your own Tao heart that what you just said is true. The old man who was drinking looked at Song Tianli and said, Good. I swear by my own Tao heart that what I just said is all true. If there is half a lie, there is no place to die. Song Tianli also went out on a limb. Hearing him swear, the drinking old man's eyes became serious. Since Song Tianli dared to swear, it meant that the things he had just said were true. God cultivators, no one dared to swear with their Tao heart at will, for once the word is not spoken, the vow that is spoken is fulfilled. Not necessarily now, but sooner or later, it will definitely happen. For a person to have such an understanding of the way of formations in just 3 days, the talent could be completely described as demonic. When you tested your spiritual roots before, what grade of spiritual root were you? The drinking old man suddenly looked at Song Tianli and asked. 5th grade. Song Tianli replied truthfully. It's only the 5th grade. Ha! The 5th grade spiritual root is a bit low after all. However, if enlightenment is good enough, it can indeed make up for this. The old drinker muttered to himself. Go, you and the old man go somewhere. The old drinker said, directly grabbing Song Tianli's shoulder, and left. His speed was extremely fast, so much so that with Song Tianli's strength, he didn't even react. Song Tianli didn't dare to resist, letting the drinking old man grab him and advance. As far as he could see, this old man had no malicious intent towards him. If there was malice, with the strength of the other party, he could be dead in minutes. After being grabbed by the drinking old man and flying for a long time, the two of them arrived on top of a mountain peak. On top of this mountain peak, there was a huge statue. The statue gave off a sense of historical vicissitudes, and at a glance, one could tell that it had been there for many years. This is one of the ancestors of our 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance. Back then, he cultivated the Tao of formation to an extremely profound level, and there was no one in the entire god cultivation realm who could rival him. Later, he left all of his inheritance in this statue. Over the years, there have been many disciples coming and going from the 4 seasons of Penglai. Although there are quite a few people that have comprehended quite a bit of knowledge about formations from above this statue, none of them have been able to obtain the entirety of their ancestors' legacy. You're quite talented in the art of formations, so I brought you here today to try and see if you can obtain your ancestors' formation inheritance, the drinking old man said to Song Tianli. Hearing the other party say this, a flash of fire suddenly flashed through Song Tianli's eyes. A strong person who could make this old man esteem him must be very powerful. If he was able to obtain this ancestor's inheritance, coupled with his skill of reading it once and knowing it, then his attainments in the art of formations would be unrivaled. What do I have to do? Song Tianli asked. It's simple. Go up and put your hand against the statue and don't let go. Song Tianli followed the old man's words and came to the statue, extending a hand and touching it. When his palm touched the statue, he realized that it was cool, and the surface seemed to be a bit astringent because of the wind and sun. Other than that, there was no feeling. Don't be in a hurry. Let it go a little longer, the old drinker said. As time passed, Song Tianli felt that a devouring force was coming from above the statue. The next moment, he went into a trance. He felt as if his soul had been pulled into another dimension. Song Tianli looked around and realized that what appeared in front of him was a long corridor. This corridor was filled with all sorts of formations. Only, they were all the most basic formations, and those who had slightly practiced the art of formations would be able to see these formations, break through 3 levels and get the inheritance. At the same time, an old voice rang out. How do I break in? Song Tianli asked. First level, within 1 incense stick, pass through the corridor. That old voice sounded again. Hearing these words, Song Tianli took large strides forward after observing the formations in the corridor. Soon enough, he came into contact with the first formation. This formation is a trap formation. Faced with the most basic formation like this, Song Tianli took 3 steps across and stepped out of the formation. Quickly, he welcomed the second formation. This formation was a killing formation, only with very little power. Song Tianli took 5 steps this time. As he kept moving forward, the difficulty of the formations didn't increase, but the number of them did. It's kind of like adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing within 10, which any normal person can do correctly if they have enough time. But when time is tight enough, it's easy to make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you will be trapped or injured by the formation. Then it will not be possible to pass through the corridor within the allotted time. This level not only tested the visitor's understanding of the basics of formations, but also his or her ability to react. Reactivity was not fast enough. That is, if the knowledge of formations was rich enough, it could not be cracked. The good thing was, none of this was anything to Song Tianli. Quickly, he crossed the corridor. Eventually, it came to a puddle. In the midst of this puddle, there were all kinds of stones, big and small, piled up. First pass. Second level, patch up the formation. If you leave the pool within 2 incense sticks, you will be considered cleared. This level, the test was for the application of formations. It was far from enough to be able to crack the formation, but one must also be able to apply it. Only, such a test was still very easy for Song Tianli. He had already thoroughly integrated the knowledge of those formations he had read about, and the application of these basic formations, when operated, was not difficult at all. It only took less than an incense stick of time for him to complete the formation by moving the stones in the pool. The moment the formation was replenished, multiple whirlpools appeared above the ground, and the water that had accumulated on the ground slowly flowed into the whirlpools. Level 2. Pass. Third level. Comprehend the formation and get the golden flag. Very quickly, countless small floating flags appeared above Song Tianli's head. Among these small flags was a golden one. These little flags are constantly changing, and so are the positions of the golden pieces. These flags change extremely fast and are extremely complex. I'm afraid that even with the ability to forget, it would be difficult to memorize. There is, however, a certain regularity in the way these flags change. The If one can grasp this law of reversion, one will naturally be able to know the next change in the flag. Song Tianli's eyes always stared at the flag without blinking, and in just a short while, he could see the pattern of the flag's movement. Thus, he took a step out and headed towards the golden chess piece. Chapter 205, Do you know who I am? With Song Tianli's step, the pieces in front of him moved like turbulence. If this was touched by these turbulences, then one would definitely be seriously injured. In the face of such a situation, Song Tianli did not have any fear. Instead, just close your eyes. As he closed his eyes, in his mind, he kept deducing the changes in those flags. Based on what he deduced, his feet stepped up. The turbulence formed by those flags brushed against Song Tianli's body from time to time, but it never touched him, and as Song Tianli walked, he got closer and closer to the golden chess pieces. Just when he was only a step away from the golden flag, all of a sudden, the golden flag shot up into the sky and flew to the roof, and the other flags fell to the ground in an instant as if they had lost the support of their strength. No more, no less, exactly 360 flags. Tenli Song tries to jump up and get the roof piece. However, he realized that it was as if it had been placed under confinement, and he couldn't jump at all. He could only walk. This idea of him jumping up to get the flag was dashed straight away. The third level is comprehending formations. Does it mean that I'm going to be allowed to use these flags and set up another identical formation out? Song Tianli thought silently in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it was the only possibility. So, he began to pick up those flags that had fallen to the ground and started the formation. He had basically grasped the laws of that previous formation. It wasn't difficult to set up an identical formation. It's just that 360 flags would require 360 knots, which would take a bit of time. Time passed by, and Song Tianli never slowed down in arranging the flags. After he had placed the last flag, suddenly the turbulence that had disappeared earlier reappeared. At the same time, a powerful suction force was created in this turbulence, sucking down the golden flag that flew above the roof. Song Tianli was just below the flag, and he reached out and grabbed the golden flag. The moment he grabbed the golden flag, the turbulence around him instantly disappeared and the ground shook once more. Song Tianli clearly felt that the ground he was standing on was rising, just like an elevator. In response, he didn't move, just waited quietly. About 10 seconds later, Song Tianli appeared in a palace. This palace wasn't big, but in the very center stood a statue. The statue was identical to the one he had run his hands over when he was outside. The 3 hurdles have been passed. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then you can obtain my inheritance. That voice rang out again. Hearing these words, Song Tianli looked around and found that below the statue, a futon half a meter in diameter was placed. If you want to kowtow, you should kneel on top of a futon. Then there were 2 choices placed before Song Tianli now. He kowtows or he doesn't. In the last number of years, he has never kowtowed to anyone. Even his own old man, Song Sihai, he had never kowtowed. Now to kowtow to a stranger. I wonder if he can take it. If you can really obtain the inheritance, kowtow to it. They say a man has gold in his knees. And now, it's time to cash in. With that, Song Tianli walked towards the futon. He was a man of honor, but he was also a pragmatic man. Being a human being, sometimes you can't even give up the inheritance that comes to you for the sake of dignity. After figuring this out, Song Tianli directly knelt down on top of the futon and began to earnestly kowtow 3 times. When the 3 heads ended, from above the statue in front of him, a ray of light shot out and into Song Tianli's forehead. Song Tianli felt very clearly that an extremely large amount of information had flooded into his mind. Hiss! This sudden scene caused him to let out a cry of pain. Quickly, though, he gritted his teeth and held on. He knew that he was receiving his inheritance at the moment. It hurt a little, but it wasn't a loss at all. I don't know how long it took, but when Song Tianli was in pain until he was covered in cold sweat, the inheritance finally ended. He closed his eyes and quickly digested the huge stream of information he had just gotten in his mind. Only, before he had time to digest it all, he felt as if his soul was spinning heavenward. In the next second, he hastily opened his eyes. The palm was also removed from above the statue in the outside world. Well, did you accept the inheritance? The old drinker came forward at this time and asked. How long has it been? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. He had been in the space of the inheritance for at least 2 hours. I don't know how much time has passed in the outside world. Almost 2 hours. Have you obtained the inheritance or not? The old drinker asked. Aha! Song Tianli nodded. Now it seems that the time in the outside world and in the inheritance space is basically the same. Really? Seeing Song Tianli nodding his head, the drinking old man hurriedly stepped forward to grab his hand and asked. He had only brought Song Tianli here with the mindset of giving it a try. It hadn't occurred to him that Song Tianli would be able to actually obtain this inheritance. After all, There have been many people who have come here in further years. The Four Seasons Panglai people don't lie to the Four Seasons Panglai people, Song Tianli said with certainty. Good, good, good. The old drinker excitedly said 3 good words in a row. I could hear that he was genuinely happy. Happier than Song Tianli himself. What do you think? How much of this inheritance can you currently comprehend? The drinking old man then inquired. The formations inside the inheritance can basically be comprehended. But since I'm too weak, I'm afraid that there are very few formations that I can set up. Song Tian Ideal thought about it and said truthfully. Comprehending a formation did not mean that one could set it up. This was because some higher grade formations needed to rely on strong strength. Without great strength, it's nothing more than paper. It's like opening a valve and letting the water flow out. But there must be the power to open the valve. If you can't unscrew the valve, then even if you know this, it won't help. It doesn't matter. As long as one comprehends the formations, sooner or later, their strength will be able to rise up one day. Even piling it up with pills will be able to raise your strength up. The old drinker said, Elder, there's something I don't know. I have obtained this inheritance. Why does Senior look happier than me? This was something that Song Tian Ideal did not understand. He had gained benefits, but this old man had gained nothing. Kid, do you know who the old man is? Suddenly, the drinking old man looked at Song Tianli and asked. Chapter 206, Worshipping Su Tiangong. Song Tianli frowned when the drinking old man said this. To be honest, he didn't really know who the other person was. Although he knew that the other party was the one guarding the treasure pavilion, his strength should be very strong. But exactly who it was, he didn't know. Dare I ask if the old man is? Song Tianli asked tentatively. Old Su Tiangong. After the old drinker said this, he had a haughty look on his face, as if waiting for Song Tianli's adoration. However, he saw that Song Tianli had a blank look on his face. So it's your old man. I've heard of your senior's name for a long time. It's really better to hear about it than to see it, and to meet it is even better than to hear about it. Song Tianli's reaction was quite fast, and he hurriedly said in a complimentary manner, it's just that, with this reaction, he's a bit of a phony, as one can tell at first glance. Well, if you haven't heard it, don't play it. The acting is not good at all. Su Tiangong said with a look of disgust. Seniors, forgive me, I haven't joined the Four Seasons Panglai for a few days, so I don't know much about the many seniors of the Four Seasons Panglai yet. Song Tianli said. The only big names he had met so far were the Four Mountain Lords, and the Island Lord. He had only seen them, and didn't even know what they were called. The other hidden greats, he hadn't even heard of them. It doesn't matter if you don't know about the old man. You now comprehend the inheritance that you have received well and strive to raise your strength up as soon as possible. Remember one thing, this inheritance that you have obtained is very important to the Four Seasons Panglai, and even to the entire God cultivation realm. Seeing that you're wearing Spring Mountain's disciples' attire, and that you're a 5th grade spiritual root, it should just be an inner disciple of Spring Mountain. Su Tiangong asked. Yes. Song Tianli nodded. You're a new disciple. You should be studying the spring transformation technique, as well as understanding the contents of the Dan Pill formation. Tell you what, in the future, you should not go forward to the Thousand Waves Hall to study and follow me. Su Tiangong looked as if he knew everything about Spring Mountain very well. Following Senior. Will this work? Song Tianli asked with a frown. What's not to like? It's a deal. Over in Spring Hill. I'll give you the word. If you follow me, not only will you be able to rapidly increase your strength, but you will also be able to implement the inheritance that you have obtained. Quickly. If you had to figure it out on your own, you'd have to wait for the monkey to go. Old man can't wait that long. Alright then, listen to Elder. After Song Tianshi thought about it, it seemed like a bit of a waste of time for him to stay in the Thousand Waves Hall. You should be able to learn a lot by following Su Tiangong. Although he didn't know who Su Tiangong was at the moment, he could be certain that the other party's status in Four Seasons Panglai was not low. By studying with him himself, he was somewhat of a pro-disciple. And you look reluctant? Do you know that as long as Lao Fu is willing? With a single word, thousands of disciples are willing to follow Lao Fu and beg for his guidance? Seeing Song Tianli's begrudging look, Su Tiangong came to lose his temper. No. The boy is more than willing to be able to study under Senior. This is a blessing that my kid has cultivated over several lifetimes. Song Tianli hurriedly complimented. That's more like it. Since you're willing to learn under the old man, would you like to worship the old man as your teacher? Su Tiangong looked at Song Tianli and said seriously. He had never taken on a disciple, and Song Tianli had received the inheritance from his ancestor and was qualified to be his disciple. Can you walk sideways in Four Seasons Horai when you're your disciple? Hearing Song Tianli ask this, Su Tiangong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He felt like he was looking away a bit. When he first met Song Tianli, He thought the young man was very polite. Why are you acting like a jerk now? My disciple, among the younger generation, can completely walk sideways, but it's up to you. You can beat the other disciples every day if you can. If you're not as skillful as you are, old me won't give you a head start. Su Tiangong said. If he were his disciple, he would still have to fox and rely on him to come out. He couldn't afford to lose this one. Including the island master's personal disciples? Song Tianli asked. He's going to deal with Zhou He, so he's going to ask for a little clarification. Included. Alright, in that case, I am willing to worship Senior as my teacher. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. With that, Song Tianli knelt down to Su Tiangong. Good. I don't focus on that false formality either. If you kowtow to me 3 times, we'll be considered to have the name of master and disciple. Su Tiangong said. Song Tianli respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Good. You are the only disciple of the old man. This gift of worship, the old man won't be too shabby either. This one's for you. This one's for you. And this one's for you too. Su Tiangong said as he stuffed various things into Song Tianli. There are pills, spiritual weapons, and space rings. There were also some things that Song Tianli didn't recognize very well either. I have to say, this master is indeed very generous and generous. Thank you, master, Song Tianli said with a smile. For these things, he comes and goes. He wasn't very clear about the price of this elixir, but he was clear about the price of spirit weapons. A lower grade spirit weapon was worth 10,000 spirit stones. Alright, we're going back, Su Tiangong said, grabbing Song Tianli once again and rushing up into the sky. A few minutes later, the two returned to the entrance of the treasure house. You go back and pack your things and meet me here tomorrow. Yes, master. After Song Tianli said that, he turned around and left. At this point, the smile on his face was unabashed. It was a great trip out. However, just after running a few steps, he suddenly thought of something so well that he ran back again. By the way, master, these are the dishes I prepared for you to drink. Try them. As Song Tianli said, he waved his palm and 2 food boxes appeared above the ground. It was he who asked He Tianrui to do it. I forgot to take it out earlier and remembered just now when I was getting ready to leave. You brat. You have a heart. Su Tiangong's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. There were many people who knew about his love of drinking, but Song Tianli was the first one to prepare a downer for him. And the fact that Song Tianli was taking it out now meant that he had prepared it before. It's not because it was prepared for you after you worshipped yourself as a teacher. It's still a pretty big gap between the two. Master, you'll taste it later. If you like it, I'll prepare it for you later. Take your time to eat. I'll go back first, Song Tianli said and sped forward once again. Seeing Song Tianli leave, Su Tiangong waved his palm and the lid on top of the food box flew up. Smells good. It's appetizing, Su Tiangong said and savored it. Chapter 207, Setting up a Formation to Kill Zhou He. Song Tianli was on his way back. Taking stock of his harvest this time, he realized that his master had given him a total of 10 bottles of Peiyuan Dan and 1 bottle of Shaoyan Dan. Peiyuan Dan is used for cultivation. The lesser returning Dan is used to heal wounds. These 10 bottles of pills added up to at least 5,000 spirit stones or more. He then opened the Qiankuan ring his master had given him. My plants, master atmosphere. When Song Tianli saw what was in the middle of the Qiankuan ring, he instantly burst out a mouthful of national essence, because amongst this Qiankuan ring, there were at least 100,000 spirit stones. You know, that's 100,000 spirit stones, not 100,000 Kyushu coins. He had made up his mind. This master's thigh, he was going to hug it. It's probably because master knows that I need to use spirit stones when I practice formations. That's why I was given so many spirit stones. This was the only possibility Song Tianli thought of. Quickly, he returned to the small courtyard. He realized that Song 13 and the others had already gone to class. He was already late if he went now, so he decided not to go either. He then turned his gaze to Zhou He's small courtyard. Previously, Zhou He always wanted to find trouble with him, and he had even injured Song 13. He had wanted to take this revenge for a long time, but he just hadn't found the opportunity. I don't have to go to class today, so it's the perfect time to settle the matter of Zhou He once and for all. He used the art of sneaking and arrived at the entrance of Zhou He's small courtyard. In each small courtyard, there were formations present to prevent others from entering. If it were before, it really wouldn't have been easy for Song Tian Ideal to enter it. But now, this formation was a virtual nullity to him, who had already received the inheritance from his ancestor. He circled around the formation and then fiddled with it a few times, and a loophole appeared on top of the formation in Zhou He's small courtyard. With a flash of his body, he entered it. Zhou He, I'm here waiting for you to come back. As Song Tianli said that, he began to set up the formation. He wanted to kill Zhou He, so naturally he couldn't make too much noise. Therefore, the first thing to set up was the concealment array. He hadn't set up this formation before, but it wasn't difficult for him who had received the inheritance. When he acted, it was as if he had already set up this kind of formation countless times, skillfully. In less than 10 minutes, his great concealment formation was set up. It's not enough just to have a concealment array. I'll set up another set of trap formations. I can't let him get out of it easily. Set up another killing formation. It's best to kill them directly using the killing formation without having to do it yourself. With my strength at the first level of the divine path, the strongest killing formations I can set up should be the 7 killing formations and 8 consecutive kills. These 2 killing formations are similar in power. 8 kills in a row, by the numbers, is powerful. That's why I'm choosing the 7 killing formation. Song Tianli said to himself. Having made his decision, he went about his business. He had already made up his mind that if he couldn't kill Zhou He using the formation, then he would do it himself. This 7 killing formation was carefully arranged by him, and its power far exceeded that of the first level of the divine path. Under normal circumstances, killing a cultivator of the 5 prefectures realm was easy. Only, Zhou He was a chosen of God, so he was a little less sure. No matter what, Zhou He will die today. After making all the preparations, Song Tianli began to wait. Luckily, he didn't have to wait too long before Zhou He returned. Zhou He, who had walked into his small courtyard, did not find anything out of the ordinary. This Thousand Waves Hall's curriculum is just too tedious, and it doesn't seem to be of much help to me. If this goes on, it's basically impossible for me to rapidly increase my strength. It seems that I have to inquire to ask Master if I can use other ways to learn. Zhou He muttered to himself as he walked towards the house. Just as he walked to the center of the courtyard, he suddenly felt a storm of energy arise around him, as if something had come to life. It was Song Tianli who activated the 3 formations. Zhou He's reaction was quick, and with a flip of his palm, a long sword appeared in his hand. Who was pretending to be a god? Get out here! Zhou He shouted loudly as he held his long sword. Song Tianli didn't pay any attention to Zhou He's shouts. Zhou He, savor the feast I prepared for you. 7 kill formation. Kill. With Song Tianli's soft drink, everything in the small courtyard began to change. 7 killings, greedy wolf, broken army, rise. In the 7 killings formation, 3 killing machines appeared from 3 different directions of Zhou He. As soon as these 3 killing machines appeared, they locked onto Zhou He. Zhou He felt his sweaty hairs shrug as the long sword in his hand buzzed continuously. Both reminded him that he was facing a life and death crisis. Sword 27, Zhou He said loudly. At the same time, he swung the long sword in his hand. Countless sword chi burst out from above the long sword in his hand, meeting the 3 killing machines that he could not see, but could feel. Boom boom boom. The booming sound of collision resounded in the 7 killing formation. It was just that the raging energy kept on invading Zhou He. He could only hold up an energy shield to fend it off. White tiger, present. Song Tianli let out a soft shout, and a huge white tiger silhouette appeared out of thin air, pouncing towards Zhou He. Sword 28. Zhou He hurriedly launched another attack. Green dragon. Now. Vermilion bird. Now. Xuanwu. Now. The 7 killings formation's attack was far from over. The meaning of the so-called 7 killing formation was a formation that contains 7 killing moves. For every additional killing move, the power of the formation doubled. When all 7 killing moves appeared, the power of the 7 killing formation was considered to have reached its extreme. If the power of the formation when the first killing move appeared was counted as 1, then when all 7 killing moves appeared, the power of that formation would have reached 64. Such power was not something that an ordinary person could resist. Song Tianli saw that in this small amount of time, Zhou He was already in a very sorry state. Not only were the clothes on his body tattered and torn, but there were also many deep and shallow injuries of various sizes on his body. If this continues, Zhou He will die soon. Excalibur, unseal. At that moment, Zhou He used the long sword in his own hand and slashed across the palm of his hand. In the next moment, an extremely powerful energy erupted from above the long sword in his hand. This energy surpassed the first level of the divine path, causing Song Tianli to be a bit shocked. A sword to open the sky. Zhou He let out a loud shout and danced the long sword in his hand, slashing toward the sky above. He was going to use this sword to split the formation. Boom! Ka! After a booming sound, the 7 kill formation instantly shattered. So strong, Song Tianli said with a bit of heartbreak. He hadn't expected that Zhou He, with the strength of the 5 prefectures realm, would be able to break through the formation he had set up with all his might. Not bad for the chosen one. Chapter 208, Fighting Zhou He. Luckily, Song Tianli had a second hand to prepare. When the 7 kill formation was broken, Song Tianli activated the trapped formation at the first opportunity. Only, All this was not discovered by Zhou. Finally broken, Zhou said with a long sigh of relief. By this time, he was exhausted, and the aura in his body was all drained, but he knew that the person who wanted to kill him must still be hiding in the shadows, so he couldn't fall yet. Who the hell is pretending to be a god? Get out here, Zhou said in an angry voice. He could see that the person who set up the killing array just now was really trying to put him to death. He wondered who, exactly, hated himself so much. After thinking about it, he felt that Song Tianli and Song 13 were the most likely. However, these two were too weak to have the ability to lay down a formation. All of them, came from the 9 states. With regards to the knowledge of formations, it was only when Mo Ling gave a lecture that he recounted a little bit. Many people have only just learned a little bit about what a formation is. As for how to set up the formation, they were not clear at all. However, that formation just now was extremely powerful. It was impossible to lay out a formation like that without years of immersion. From this, it could be deduced that the people who wanted to kill themselves should be the other disciples of the 4 seasons Pang Lai. However, after Zhou's voice fell, no one appeared. All there was an attack. Sandstorm burial. Countless sands appeared above the ground, surging madly towards Zhou. He Tianrui. Seeing the sand, Zhou was instantly dumbfounded. It was because this attack, which he had seen before, was exactly He Tianrui's move. After half a day, it turned out to be He Tianrui who wanted to kill him. In an instant, he figured out the reason why He Tianrui wanted to kill him. Both he and the other party were chosen of God, and chosen of God were not destined to coexist with each other. Therefore, He Tianrui had reasons why he had to kill him. This one identity was enough for God's chosen and God's chosen to fight each other, without any hatred as well as grudges. Sword 1. Facing the many sands used, Zhou's figure moved and hurriedly rose up in the air. At the same time, a sword slashed out. Only a huge sword sheet was seen chopping down towards the ground. As Zhou rose up in the air, the sand on the ground directly rose up and continued to surge towards Zhou. And above Zhou Crane, a number of figures appeared, and one by one, each of them held a large jade spiral maru, and they smashed down on Zhou Crane. Boom! Zhou had just slashed out with his sword, splitting those sands on the ground that were surging towards him into 2 halves, and he was too late to defend himself against the Otama spiral maru that fell over his head. In his haste, he had no choice but to raise his long sword and block it above his head. Without any surprises, the Otama spiral maru landed on top of the long sword. Boom! A deafening boom rang out, and Zhou's body directly fell towards the ground like a cannonball. Bang! His body smashed directly on top of the ground. Instantly, a huge deep pit was smashed out of the ground, and the remaining figure in the sky, holding the Otama spiral maru, continued to smash down towards the ground. Boom boom! A series of booms continued to ring out, one after the other. With these sounds, the ground was being constantly destroyed. Layer upon layer of airwaves raged through the formations in the small courtyard. Right in the midst of the raging airwaves, a figure stumbled and flew out. It was Zhou. He was extraordinarily wretched at this time. His body was tattered and torn, his face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Looks like a bad injury. His figure was as fast as it could be as he sped towards the outside of his small courtyard. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he would surely die. As long as he left the small courtyard, such a big commotion would surely be able to attract the attention of the rest of the 4 seasons Pang Lai. Although the 4 seasons Pang Lai allowed for fights between disciples, it did not allow disciples to kill each other in time. Those who were able to enter the 4 seasons of Pang Lai were all reasonably talented. In the future, once they grow up, they might be the giants of the 4 seasons of Pang Lai. Until they grew up, whoever was killed would be a loss to 4 seasons Pang Lai in the future. Zhou's calculations were loud, but he hadn't calculated at all that Song Tianli had not only set up a concealment array, a killing array, but also a trapping array. At this moment, he was constantly speeding in the direction of the small courtyard, but no matter how fast he was never able to come to the edge of the small courtyard. He knew that this must be He Tianrui's trick. One sword opens the sky. Zhou roared once again and swung the long sword in his hand. Another sharp sword chi shot up into the sky, trying to split the formation that was trapping him. However, the aura in his body had long since been depleted, and the power of this move was much less powerful than the previous one. Moreover, what was blocking him now was a trapped formation, which withstood attacks that were much stronger than the previous killing formation. Thus, his sword just now did not split the trapped formation. Amaterasu. Just then, a black flame appeared on his body, burning his body. Ah! Zhou let out a scream of pain. Thunder cut. 2 figures appeared. A lightning bolt connected to their hands and sliced towards Zhou's body. Zhou sensed the crisis and hurriedly held his long sword upright in front of him. After the lightning and the longsword came into contact, there was a constant crackling sound. However, it never cut off the longsword in Zhou hand. Right at this moment, a dart with a special mark appeared behind Zhou. In the next second, a figure appeared behind him. He stretched out his palm and pierced through at Zhou's heart. Zhou sensed the crisis, and it was too late if he wanted to dodge from the side. Because, as long as he moved a little bit, he was afraid that the lightning in front of him would directly cut his body in half. Since you can't move to either side, you have to do it from above. Just as he was about to leap away, he realized that a silhouette had appeared underneath his feet at an unknown time, directly grabbing his feet. This time, Zhou was completely flustered, because, with both feet grabbed, there was no way for him to dodge anymore. However, it's not over. Above his head, a man fell from the sky. The man balled up a spiral pill in each of his left and right hands and slammed it down on his head. 4 directions with 4 different attacks. Regardless of that one, as long as it hit him, he would surely die. Divine Sword. Explode. At this critical moment, Zhou let out a shout. In an instant, the long sword in his hand directly erupted into an incomparably powerful wave of energy. This energy wave spread out to the surroundings like a mushroom cloud. Chapter 209 killed Zhou. In an instant, Zhou's attacks from all 4 directions were instantly destroyed by this mushroom cloud-like wave of energy. However, Zhou, who was in the very center of the energy wave, didn't feel good either, and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured, and this time, he was even more injured. At this time, his breath was shriveled to the extreme. It's like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Shadow Mimicry. Instant kill. Before he could take a breath, 2 more attacks appeared. Zhou forcefully braced his body, trying to avoid these 2 attacks, but he realized that he couldn't move his body at all. He felt as if his body weighed 10,000 pounds and was not under his control at all. In the next second, a cold light flashed. Zhou clearly saw that his head was getting farther and farther away from his body. My head seems to be flying. This was Zhou's last thought. Immediately afterward, his brain completely lost consciousness, seeing that Zhou's corpse was separated. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, let out a long sigh of relief. However, he didn't come out immediately, but instead, he had 2 doppelgangers appear, looking for something around Zhou's corpse. Very quickly, he saw that from above Zhou's corpse, a divine ruling coin floated out. Dead. Finally, the moment he saw the divine ruling coin, Song Tianli was certain that Zhou was completely dead. In Zhou's hand, he was still holding the long sword. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers came forward and tried to pick up the long sword in his hand. It was just that he realized that the long sword was as heavy as Tarzan, and he couldn't hold it at all. How could it be so heavy? Song Tianli's doppelganger said with a bit of disbelief. The doppelganger also had the strength of the 6 prefectures realm, and thousands of pounds could be as light as nothing in front of him. I can't believe I can't hold a sword. Subsequently, 2 more detachments went up and tried to pick up the long sword, only for them to realize that it never moved. This should be Zhou's golden finger. If I'm not mistaken, this Zhou's golden finger should be a sword. He's so wild. It's only a 3rd-class gold finger in the district. Song Tianli muttered. A 3rd-class gold finger is an item. There were quite a few chosen of God he had dealt with, and most of them possessed 2nd-class gold fingers. This was the first time he had encountered a 3rd-class gold finger. Sure enough, the more half-assed you are, the more you dance. A 3rd-class gold finger dared to be so arrogant as to appear in plain sight. Then, Song Tianli's main body appeared and took Zhou's divine ruling coin in his hands. He brought it close to his God-dictated coin. Instantly, a powerful devouring force appeared above his divine ruling coin. Very quickly, it devoured Zhou's divine ruling coin. There was no option to appear after devouring Zhou's divine ruler coin like before. This time, Zhou's divine ruler coin directly turned into nutrients, nourishing Song Tianli's divine ruler coin. Song Tianli clearly felt that the cost of his golden finger had been shortened by half again. In this way, his cost was only 1/16 of what it had been. Only 1/16 of the price to be born, some of which, he felt, could be born outright. The 5-day countdown in his mind also turned into 33 days. These 33 days were enough for him to do a lot of things in the 4 seasons Panglai. In addition to this, Song Tianli also felt that he and the longsword held in Zhou's hand were mentally connected. Sword come, he cried out softly. In an instant, the long sword in Zhou's hand, which originally weighed as much as 1,000,000 pounds, turned into a stream of light and flew into his hand. Good sword, Song Tianli said from the bottom of his heart. Having obtained Zhou's divine ruling coin, Song Tianli naturally understood his golden finger. His gold finger is this sword. With this sword, the understanding of the Tao of the sword could be improved 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. With this sword, even a little cutie can also turn into a swordsmanship genius. Moreover, in this long sword, it was able to store aura. Normally, the aura was constantly channeled into it. When you need to use it, mobilize it from inside and explode with great power. The more aura that is stored, the stronger the power that can be exploded. If you compare stored auras to dynamite, the larger the quantity of explosives, the greater the power generated when it explodes. This was also why the previous Johei was able to erupt the attack power of a Divine Path First Sky, or even a Divine Path Second Sky, with the strength of the 5 Prefecture realm. It was all he had accumulated little by little over such a long period of time. On top of that, the long sword, too, was a growable weapon. The simple understanding is that what kind of realm its owner possesses, it will be able to correspondingly grow to what kind of realm the weapon is. The stronger the master, the stronger it is. Previously, its owner was Johei, and now Song Tianli had absorbed Johei's divine ruling coin. Then its owner becomes Song Tianli. Very well, you'll follow me from now on. I won't let you down, Song Tianli said and put away the divine sword. That just now seemed like a long time, but it was only a little while. Song Tianli knew that he had to leave in a hurry. Otherwise, it would be bad if the others found out. No breath of himself could remain in Johei's small courtyard. Therefore, Song Tianli first erased the traces left behind by the formation. At the same time, using the skill Earthflow Wall, he repaired the damaged ground, transformed clouds into rain. He then used the spring transformation technique to quickly condense a cloud in the middle of the small courtyard. Rain rained down above the clouds. Immediately above the ground, tender green grass grew. If someone were to show up here right now, it would be impossible to tell that a battle had just been fought to the best of their ability here. If the people of 4 times Panglai knew that the spring transformation technique they taught to their new disciples had become a body-destroying technique, they didn't know how they would feel. After doing all of this and making sure that there were no traces of his presence left behind, Song Tianli left Johei's small courtyard with a flash of his body. Quietly he went. As quietly he came. A wave of the sleeve leaves only a cloud behind. Taken along with it was the body of Johei. No one knew that Johei, the island master's personal disciple, the divine chosen, had died in his small courtyard just like that. Soon enough, another lecture from Spring Hill began. When Song Tianli and the others arrived at the Thousand Waves Hall, they naturally didn't find Johei's figure. I can't believe this guy didn't show up. I wonder what's going on. At this time, Song 13 looked at Johei's seat and asked with a curious expression. In the past, Johei was very active in class. Who knows? Song Tianli said. Report. Just then, a voice came from the entrance of the Thousand Waves Hall. At the same time, a figure walked in. It was Johei. Chapter 210, The Drinking Old Man's True Identity. Seeing the appearing Johei, Song Tianli's face was devoid of any expression. Johei was already dead, and the divine ruling coins were all obtained by Song Tianli. The person who came to the Thousand Waves Hall now naturally couldn't be the real Johei. This Johei was the one Song Tianli had the doppelganger play. He had killed Johei and didn't want anyone to find out yet, so he first used his doppelganger to play the role of Johei for a while, giving him a reasonable reason to leave. Johei, the lesson has begun. You hurry back to your seat and sit down, the elder brother who was teaching said. No need. I came here today to tell elder brother. I don't think there's much to learn at all in the middle of Spring Hill. All this you teach is useless. So, I've decided to leave Spring Hill. Plan to head to Summer Hill, Fall Hill and Winter Hill to check it out. If these few places don't have anything I want to learn either, I'll go back to my master. Johei said nonchalantly. He was able to speak such words, and in such a lofty and unassailable manner, that the crowd did not make a fuss, because Johei is such an arrogant and domineering person, thinking that just because they are the chosen one, they can do whatever they want. Since you've decided, then go ahead. The senior brother who taught the class didn't have any reservations either. To him, although Johei was a divine chosen, he was basically not much different from a shitstirrer. It's good to see such a person leave, so as not to have one mouse shit spoil the pot of soup. Farewell. Johei finished speaking and directly turned around to leave. Boss, what do you think Johei is planning to do? Song 13 inquired Song Tianli who was next to him. He was naturally happy that Johei was able to leave, because then he wouldn't have to face Johei every day. And who knows you? Perhaps he simply feels that Spring Mountain's temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like him. Song Tianli said in a very flat tone. He must never tell anyone about killing Johei. Even Song 13 couldn't do it, because who knows, it would be checked by others. He could now drag it out for a day. He first made Johei disappear for a period of time, and then used his doppelganger to make him appear from time to time. That way, no one should be suspicious for a short time. After all, the previous order from the island master was that Johei had the right to choose to travel to any of the 4 main mountains. So much for giving him an opening. When Johei disappeared now, The people of Spring Mountain probably thought that he had traveled to the other 3 main mountains, and the people on the other 3 main mountains would think that he was still at Spring Mountain. He had already obtained Zhou divine sword Golden Finger, and as long as he didn't run into someone of the Starlight and Emperor's language's caliber, no one should be able to recognize his doppelganger. When the lecture was over, Song Tianli stayed behind. Elder brother, he shouted hurriedly at the teaching senior brother. What's wrong, senior brother? Do you have a question you don't understand to ask me? The senior brother who was teaching asked. That's not true. I just want to ask senior brother about someone. Does senior brother know about senior Su Tiangong? Su Tiangong was the old drinking man, Song Tianli's current master. Only, Song Tianli had no idea what his master was, so he wanted his senior brother to inquire about it today. Where did you know this name from? The teaching elder brother inquired as he glanced at Song Tianli with a bit of surprise. This name would not be known to the general public. Where did Song Tianli, a new disciple, hear it from? I learned about it unintentionally, so I've come to ask about senior brother. Song Tianli casually found a reason. Senior Su Tiangong. He's the #1 formation master of our 4 seasons Panglai. Remember, it's the entire 4 seasons pomp and circumstance, not us. Spring Mountain. He doesn't hold any position, but, in terms of enemy seniority, he's still above our current island master. Moreover, his position is not weaker than the island master in the slightest. The teaching senior replied. So powerful. Song Tianli was dumbstruck. Although he knew that the status of the old man who drank alcohol should not be low, but how could he not expect that his seniority was even above that of the island lord? Now that he had worshipped the other party as his master, wouldn't that mean that he was now of the same seniority as the island master? If that was really the case, then Song 13 and the rest of them could all be considered their own disciples and grandchildren. Suddenly, he's super doubled up. Thank you, senior brother. I know, Song Tianli said happily and left. He also had to go to his master today, as they had agreed before. When Song Tianli arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he found Su Tiangong still lazily leaning in the pavilion at the entrance of the treasure pavilion as he had done in the past, sipping a small drink. Greetings, master, Song Tianli said politely as he stepped forward. Are you done with your business? Su Tiangong asked indifferently. It's over. In that case, follow me to my 1,000-blade peak. Tianli, this strength of yours has to be raised up quickly. In the future, going in and out of the 1,000-blade peak, not knowing how to fly is not an option. Su Tiangong said. The 4 seasons Panglai was vast and sprawling. If one relied on one's legs to walk, then I'm afraid it would take a long time to travel from one place to another. Master, I won't hide it from you, but I can actually fly, Song Tianli said after thinking for a moment. For times Pompeii was too big, and relying on legs to sprint and catch up was indeed too slow. It was something he'd learned the hard way over the past 2 days. Therefore, it was time to expose the strength of the Chifu realm. Anyway, now that he had Su Tiangong as a backer, if other people inquired about it in the future, anything could be pushed onto him. You can fly? You broke through to the Chifu realm? Su Tiangong asked with a bit of surprise. Before that, it was the Chifu realm. It's just that I was worried about encountering any unexpected trouble in 4 times Pompeii, so I disguised myself as the divine hidden realm. Song Tianli said truthfully. I don't know. You little guys, one by one, who you learned it from, both like to keep their strength hidden. This provides some security. But sometimes it's too much comfort. That's not a good thing. The main theme of the 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance has only one word, competition. This doesn't just mean that there is competition between the disciples, but more importantly, it's about giving the disciples the belief that they are invincible in the world if they give up their lives. The stronger the belief in invincibility, the faster the strength grows. The fight is not just to be fought with fellow disciples, but likewise, it's to be fought with the entire heavenly pride of the God cultivation realm. You can't grow a big tree in a greenhouse. A God cultivator who hasn't experienced the wind and rain and wandered through life and death will always be just a flower in a greenhouse, Su Tiangong said. Hearing this, Song Tianli did not snort inwardly. He pondered the meaning of those words. Chapter 211, Stimulating Su Tiangong. The word contention was a word that Song Tianli had heard countless times since he came to 4 times Pompeii. The senior brothers and sisters of the 4 times Panglai had said it. The masters of the mountains had said it. And even the island masters had said it. Now, his master said the same thing. The 4 seasons pomp and circumstance has existed for so many years, and this thrust has been enforced for so many years. This shows that the main idea is absolutely relevant and necessary. Perhaps it really should be contested. Tianli, you are my disciple, and I have only one request of you. Whatever it is, I don't ask you to do your best, but I do ask you to do your best. If you can be the first in that world, you will never be the second. Remember, don't be afraid to be sharp. The sharper the better in the Four Seasons pomp and circumstance. Keeping a low profile only takes the fight out of yourself. Without a fighting spirit, you're not destined to accomplish much in the future. You are extremely perceptive. I feel that, without me saying too much, you should be able to comprehend. Su Tiangong once again said very seriously. My disciple keeps this in mind. Song Tianli nodded. Alright, since you can fly, then you can follow. After Su Tiangong said this, his entire body rose up into the air and flew off into the distance. Song Tianli hurriedly followed. In the beginning, everything was fine. However, as time passed, Song Tianli realized that Su Tiangong's speed was getting faster and faster. If he doesn't keep accelerating, he's going to get left behind. But if he continued to accelerate, he would expose more and more of his strength. After dwelling on it for 2 seconds, Song Tianli increased his speed. Since Su Tiangong had said that he wanted to be sharp, then he would show his sharpness. Good boy. Just now really wasn't your limit. Seeing that Song Tianli had once again increased his speed, Su Tiangong laughed and said, although Song Tianli said that he was an existence of the Chifu realm, Su Tiangong guessed that since this kid liked to hide so much, then maybe the Chifu realm wasn't his limit, so he gave it a try. Sure enough, he realized that Song Tianli's speed had increased once again. By the looks of it, it should have the strength of the 6th prefecture realm. After trying, Su Tiangong realized that Song Tianli's speed was almost around the 6th mansion realm. Song Tianli was a divine chosen, and after a disguise, it would be difficult for even a strong person to see through his true strength. Although he had decided to expose some of his strength, he was so used to being a treacherous person that it was impossible for him to expose all of it at once. The 6th mansion realm was already enough. Soon enough, the two arrived over a not-so-tall mountain peak. This mountain peak, compared to the 4 main mountains, was much worse. However, Song Tianli had just gotten closer when he sensed that there were countless formations on top of this peak. Come to think of it, how could the residence of a formation master not have the presence of a formation? Here, take this. There's a forbidden air formation here, so if you don't hold it, it'll be easy to fall. Just then, Su Tiangong threw over a jade tablet. On top of the jade plate, a tiny formation was engraved. If you take it, you won't be affected by the forbidden space formation. This place is called Thousand Blade Peak, and it's surrounded by crags all around, with only a narrow mountain path. Without my consent, even if the island master came, he wouldn't be able to land directly on top of Thousand Blade Peak, and would have to go up the mountain from that path at the bottom. Su Tiangong introduced Song Tianli. Master, awesome. Song Tianli gave a small pat on the back. You comprehend the inheritance you've received well, and when the time comes, setting up a forbidden space formation like this will be a breeze. With your current eyesight, take a closer look and be able to tell how many formations there are on this mountain. Su Tiangong inquired. This was a small test for Song Tianli, not to mention the forbidden air spell formation. On top of that, there's a 5th grade spirit gathering formation, a 7th grade heaven burying formation, a 7th grade misty spirit formation, and a 7th grade concealment formation. Song Tianli said as he observed. Hearing him say that, a flash of shock flashed across Su Tiangong's eyes. Good brat, this bit of master's tactics has even been seen by you. Being able to discern the 5th grade spirit gathering formation, Su Tiangong was not surprised. He didn't expect that Song Tianli would even be able to see the 3 7th grade formations, especially the 7th grade concealment array. The greatest feature of the concealment array was concealment. If it was that easy to see, it would really be called that for nothing. Master, are you a 7th grade formation master? Song Tianli asked at this time. He saw that on top of this 1000 blade peak, the highest grade formation was only 7th grade. Therefore, he felt that Su Tiangong was a 7th grade array master. Yes, peak 7th grade. There's only one step away from being an 8th grade formation master. But this step, how could it be taken? Su Tiangong said with a bit of emotion. He had been stuck at the peak of the 7th grade for many years, but had never been able to break through. He needed an opportunity for an epiphany, but it was an opportunity that could never be found. Master, you're a bit garbage then. The most powerful array master is of the 9th grade. You're only of the 7th grade, not a star and a half difference. Song Tianli said with a little tiny contempt. Su Tiangong instantly exploded when he heard this. Brat, can you talk? Old me is a hallowed 7th grade formation master, the number 1 formation master of the 4 seasons Pang Lai. Even if we look at the entire god cultivation realm, it's a phoenix-like existence. In the entire god cultivation realm, there are no more than a handful of 7th grade formation masters, and there isn't even one 8th grade formation master. If Laozi breaks through to the 8th rank, then Laozi will be the number 1 formation master in the cultivation god realm. Understand? Su Tiangong said in an almost growling voice. With these words, he wasn't just lashing out at Song Tianli, he He was also venting out his depression of not having made a breakthrough for so many years. Sure enough, after venting, he was much more comfortable inside. Oh, so it is. Then the formation masters in the entire god cultivation realm are all a bit trashy. Song Tianli's words were not surprising, and one sentence once again ignited Su Tiangong's like fire. Kid, I think you're a toad-hitting hatchet, what a big mouth. You'd be beaten to death in minutes if you told that. When the time comes, even I won't be able to save you. Su Tiangong said angrily. Master, watch this. In 3 years at most, I will definitely become a 9th grade formation master. Song Tianli said with confidence. As soon as his words came out, Su Tiangong fell silent and looked at him with a strange look. A man's man. A mouthful of spit is a nail. Not with bragging, Su Tiangong said as he looked at Song Tianli. Master, Song Tianli, never brag. If I say something, I will fulfill it. You'll see, 3 years from now, if I don't become a 9th grade formation master, I'll let my master be struck by the heavens with 5 thunderbolts. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, Su Tiangong directly exploded in anger. Chapter 212, The Art of 3 Rooms in a Room. The reason why Song Tianli kept irritating Su Tiangong and making his anger grow was to deliberately provoke the other party. He wanted to see what the other man was like when he was angry. Everyone is capable of disguise, and usually only when they are angry, they lose their mind and act like they really are. Song Tianli's purpose was to see Su Tiangong's true appearance. If, in the midst of his anger, Su Tiangong still didn't show too much of a nasty side, it meant that he was trustworthy. In the future, Song Tianli's trust in him would increase little by little. Instead, Sun Tian will retain his trust as long as possible. So far, Song Tianli was quite satisfied with Su Tiangong's performance. Su Tiangong didn't realize that Song Tianli had so many hard eyes. All have their own agenda in provoking him. He was infuriated by Song Tianli, and without saying anything, he directly fatally beat Song Tianli. It's still useful to have an apprentice. Beating him up makes me feel much better inside. Su Tiangong muttered. Master, you don't speak of martial virtues, bullying a 20-year-old comrade like me, Song Tianli said accusingly. As long as he could see Su Tiangong's truest side, he would admit to being beaten up. Let's beat you to death before it's too late. If I go on like this, sooner or later, I'll be so angry with you that I can live 100 years less, Su Tiangong said without a trace of anger. Master, if you beat me to death, when you die in the future, who will collect your corpse? If there's no one to collect your body, you'll be a lonely soul. At this time, Song Tianli was taking the spirit of not being afraid of death to the extreme. It makes sense to get a beating. Su Tiangong would only be terrifying if he could endure it. Although it was a fight, compared to the cold and clear Thousand Blade Peak in the past, the current Thousand Blade Peak was considered to be alive. After Song Tianli landed at the top of the mountain, he realized that there were only 3 grass huts at the top of the mountain. On top of that, the hayloft is a bit run down. If you lie down in it at night, you will be able to see the sky full of stars. Master, isn't this grass hut a little too shabby? Song Tianli asked. Broken is a bit broken, but god cultivators like us don't have to care about the environment. What we need is to cultivate our hearts. We can completely use the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, Su Tiangong said. He could stay in the middle of the pavilion's gazebo for a long time, so naturally he didn't care what the residents looked like. Besides, after reaching his realm, he didn't place much value on things outside of his body. Master, you're not making an excuse for your laziness, are you? Song Tianli asked tentatively. This Thousand Blade Peak of mine is just like this. If you like to live here or not, don't live here and get lost. If you want a nice house, build it yourself. There are trees all down that hill, so feel free to cut them down. Well, familiarize yourself with your surroundings and leave me alone if you have nothing to do. Su Tiangong didn't know if he was annoyed by Song Tianli's comment on the center of the matter, or if he was really angry, and walked directly into his house. This old man has an okay personality, much better than I expected. I'll give you a 5-star review for now, Song Tianli said to himself as he looked at Su Tiangong, who had walked into the thatched hut. He then turned his gaze to his surroundings. He realized that the thatched huts had not been occupied for a long time. If you want to live in it, you'll not only have to fix the roof, but you'll also have to reorganize the inside. Song Tianli entered the hut and turned around, realizing that there was nothing of value in the hut, so he decided that he didn't want this hut and everything inside it. After he stepped out of the hut, his mouth opened and he spat out a huge fireball. Instantly, this fireball set the hut ablaze. Brat, what are you doing? Su Tiangong sensed the situation outside and asked loudly. Master, didn't you say that if I want to live in a good house, let me build it myself? How am I going to build this place if I don't clean it up? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. As soon as his words came out, Su Tiangong was suddenly speechless. Those were indeed his words. Master, I'll help you rebuild your house as well. Soon, Song Tianli said. No need, Su Tiangong said without a good breath before turning around and walking into the house once again. He had already made up his mind that even if Song Tianli demolished Thousand Blade Peak, he wouldn't go out. Save yourself from being pissed off by this retrograde. After Su Tiangong walked into his house, he also laid down a soundproof formation. Even if Song Tianli was out there where Jia haunted the sea, he couldn't be disturbed. You don't live there, I live there myself. With that, he turned his gaze to the burning thatched hut. He realized that the thatched hut was just about to burn out. After waiting for a short while, Song Tianli moved. Water transportation, water flow wall. He used Suiton to hose down the entire area where the thatched hut had burned. Tuzotsukuru wall. He then used his earth escape to level the ground around him. Tuzo 3 chambers of technique. In the end, Song Tianli used Yamato's jutsu. At once, a small 2-story building rose up. At first, while watching Naruto, Song Tianli was envious of Yamato's ninjutsu. With this jutsu, building a house is a matter of minutes. Naruto fans have a joke that is very interesting. The first generation of Kazuna to fight the world. Yamato Kazuna to engage in green. Yamato's ninjutsu is so good for landscaping and building houses that it just doesn't come in handy. I didn't realize that one day he would use this trick. Not bad, not bad. Walking into the constructed house and looking around, Song Tianli's eyes flashed with a very satisfied look. The newly constructed rooms are bright, spacious and comfortable. In short, he was very pleased. This courtyard needs to be remodeled too, Song Tianli said and busied himself again. He circled a yard around it. With stones, a fence was built. After doing so, he nodded in satisfaction. Can't help but feel good about my masterpiece. Only, when he turned his head, he saw the thatched hut where his master lived. The thatched hut was out of place with everything he had set up now. It's a bit like a straight tarmac road, walking along and suddenly a muddy path appears. It's a feeling that's off-putting. He was tempted to just knock down the thatched hut his master was in at once, but at the moment his master was in there doing something unknown. He was worried that if he did this, he would annoy Su Tiangong and get beaten up. Earlier, when he had deliberately made Su Tiangong angry, Song Tianli had done so in order to see what his master was like when he was angry. Now, he didn't want to get punched in the face for no reason either. After all, it's not like he's masochistic. Chapter 213 Island Master visits Thousand Blade Peak. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind, Song Tianli said and turned around to enter his house. In the future, this would be one's residence. So naturally, one would have to set it up. In the future, he could feel free to cultivate here. With the richness of the aura here, even if he used hundreds of doppelgangers, it wouldn't cause too much commotion. Song Tianli, get your ass out here. After a while, suddenly Su Tiangong's words rang out from outside the house. What's wrong, master? Song Tianli asked with a puzzled expression after he walked out of the house. He saw that his master's face was not looking good, as if he was getting very angry. When he saw Song Tianli come out, he took out a willow and whipped it at Song Tianli. Seeing his master like this, Song Tianli could only hold his head and flee. Master, what's wrong with you? Tell me. You're coming up with an output without saying a word. Even if you're letting me die, you have to let me die with a clear understanding, Song Tianli asked while escaping. For once, he really didn't know why his master had hit him. And you have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? You fixed up your own house so well. You don't know how to help your master rebuild one? Do you have filial piety? Do you have a conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Su Tiangong said as he whipped Song Tianli. This reason made Song Tianli extremely speechless. Master, wasn't it you who said it would be fine for you to live in a thatched hut? Don't care about the environment at all. It's mainly about cultivating the mind. Song Tianli asked rhetorically. If I say I don't care about the environment, you can just not do it. And I said I'm an 8th grade formation master? Am I? Su Tiangong said. He didn't think anything of it, but when he came out of the house and saw that Song Tianli lived in such a nice house, not only was it north-south, but it was also spacious and bright. And in contrast, the thatched hut was really a piece of trash. It made him extremely unbalanced in his heart. Since you have this ability to build a house, don't you know how to be filial to your master? He was just being polite and courteous. Doesn't Song Tianli know what humility means? Master, I was wrong. I'll help you rebuild it. Song Tianli didn't rush his mouth anymore and hastily admitted his mistake. He knew that it would be useless for him to utter his excuses even to the flowers today. Su Tiangong was able to casually find a reason to beat him up. The situation was not as good as the others, and it was his own master, so he could only bow his head and admit his mistake. At this point, it doesn't matter whose fault this is. What matters is Song Tianli's attitude. It's kind of like getting a date. Girls are always brutally angry. If you get angry, she'll get even more angry. Ultimately, it rises to the issue of your attitude. So, at this point, it's time to be like coaxing your girlfriend to admit you're wrong first. That's more like it. You have 2 hours to build me a house exactly like yours. But I want 3 layers. 1 less layer and I'll beat you up, Su Tiangong said. He hadn't been so grumpy, but Song Tianli had found all sorts of reasons to piss him off, and it was like he had opened the door to a new world after he beat Song Tianli up. He thought that it was nice to beat up Song Tianli every now and then. If Song Tianli knew that he was the one who had unlocked this attribute of Su Tiangong, he didn't know how he would feel. Got it, Master, Song Tianli said with a reluctant face. I'm going out first, I'll be back in 2 hours. So work for me. I hope that when I return, I'll be able to see the houses that have been built. After Su Tiangong said that, he rushed away into the sky. Master, just wait, if I don't drain you dry, my name won't be Song Tianli, Song Tianli said indignantly. By draining, he didn't mean the indescribable kind between a man and a woman. By draining, he meant getting all of Su Tiangong's treasures, bit by bit, into his hands. Tozotsukuru wall, Kazuna 3 rooms, 3 floors, 3 little houses jutsu. With Song Tianli's movements, very quickly, a small 3-story house rose up. It was 1 level higher than Song Tianli's house. All of this, before and after, took Song Tianli less than 2 minutes. If Su Tiangong saw this scene, would he drop his lower pressure in surprise? After all, the ability to build a house directly like this was not something that 4 seasons of pomp and circumstance had ever possessed. After building the house, Song Tianli returned to his house. He's going to start practicing. Speaking of which, he hadn't practiced properly for several days. Multiple shadow split technique. Soon enough, there were more than 200 detachments in his 3 rooms. Song Tianli sat down cross-legged, and he began to cultivate. As he cultivated, the aura above the Thousand Blade Peak surged towards him crazily. Thousand Blade Peak had a 5th-grade spirit gathering formation set up by Su Tiangong, so the aura on the mountain was dense enough. Even if Song Tianli cultivated with 200 doppelgangers at the same time, coupled with 10 times the efficiency of his work, it wouldn't be in the way. This cultivation was 2 hours. It was because Su Tiangong had said that he would be back in 2 hours. Song Tianli didn't want Su Tiangong to know right now that he was able to use such a way to cultivate, so he stopped. During these 2 hours of cultivation just now, his strength had grown tremendously. He felt that he was very close to the 2nd level of the divine path. Maybe, after practicing once or twice more, he would be able to break through. You can finally touch the threshold of the 2nd level of the divine path. 1 divine path, 1 heaven. It really is true, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the 1st level of the divine path, and during this period of time, he hadn't practiced much and had killed some people, but there was never any sign of a breakthrough. The aura of Thousand Blade Peak was many times denser than that of his small courtyard, and coupled with his various iterations of his ability to add up, the 2 hours he cultivated here topped the hundreds of hours he cultivated in his small courtyard, not to mention, how much higher than the continent of Kyushu. Walking out of his small courtyard, Song Tianli waited for a while and did not see Su Tiangong return. This old man can't be lying to me, can he? Saying that you work in 2 hours is actually meant to keep me from slacking off when I build my house. Ginger is still old and hot. Ah, I was actually tricked. After Song Tianli realized this, he said somewhat helplessly, Senior Su, are you there? Just then, a voice rang out from above. This is the Island Master. Song Tianli was quite familiar with this voice. It was because when he and Song 13 and the others had just arrived at the 4-time Penglai, they had met the Island Master and heard him speak. Song Tianli looked up and found a figure floating above the sky not far away. It's none other than the Islander. Because of the air banning formation, the Islander didn't dare to approach the sky above Thousand Blade Peak. Chapter 214 Island Master's Senior Brother. At first, Su Tiangong had said that the Thousand Blade Peak's air banning formation could not be helped even if the Island Master came. You can only walk up the trail from the base of the mountain. At that time, Song Tianli thought that it was possible that his master was bragging. Now it seems as if this is true. Island Master. My master, he's not here. Song Tianli shouted in the direction where the Island Master was. The Island Master froze when he heard Song Tianli's words, because he simply didn't know when Su Tiangong had, in fact, taken on a disciple. He wanted to see just what kind of disciple Su Tiangong had taken in. One must know that in the past, it wasn't as if they hadn't advised Su Tiangong to take on a disciple to carry on his mantle. Among them, there was no lack of some prideful celestials who possessed 9th-grade spiritual roots. However, for these people, Su Tiangong was unable to look at any of them, and said that they were a bunch of losers. This has happened more than once, and each time, the result has been pretty much the same. So slowly, they stopped advising. They had always thought that it was impossible for Su Tiangong to take on a disciple in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, without their knowledge, he had taken in a disciple. Therefore, he had to take a look to see what kind of supreme demon was able to enter Su Tiangong's eyes. Thus, the islander landed directly at the foot of Thousand Blade Peak. Afterwards, he increased his speed to the extreme and sped along that mountain path towards the summit of Thousand Blade Peak. Even though he couldn't fly, the islander's speed wasn't something that could be compared to an ordinary person. In just a minute's time, he arrived at the peak of Thousand Blade Peak. "Greetings, Island Lord." Seeing the Island Lord appear, Song Tianli bowed respectfully. Although according to generation, he and the islander were of the same generation, but it was because of his master, not because of him. In the face of the islander, the respect that is due can't be missing. "Are you Master Su's disciple?" the island master asked as he looked at Song Tianli. "Yes, why do I see you look a bit familiar? Have we met somewhere before?" As the islander asked this, he carefully observed Song Tianli. He realized that Song Tianli was only at the fourth hidden realm. This strength, what exactly did Su Tiangong see in it? Could it be that his spiritual roots were extraordinary? However, hopefully, even if it was a ninth grade spiritual root, Su Tiangong would not be willing to look at it more than once. No matter how he looked at it, Song Tianli was ordinary to the extreme. Enlightening Island Master, I am a new disciple this year. We've met before when we arrived at the Four Seasons Panglai in our spirit boat. Hearing Song Tianli's reminder, the Island Lord instantly came to a realization. He said he looked familiar, so he'd actually seen it before. Although, there were quite a few disciples with Song Tianli at that time. As the Island Master, he was obligated to carefully observe every new disciple and try to memorize their appearance. Song Tianli was good looking, and at that time, the islander even looked at him twice more, so now he felt very familiar. After Song Tianli's reminder, he instantly remembered. "How many grades of spiritual roots are you?" the Island Master asked again. "5th grade. Song Tianli replied truthfully. It was only this reply of his that made the islander's eyes widen once more. According to the division of the Four Seasons of Panglai, a 5th grade spiritual root was also an outer disciple. He was a bit puzzled that Su Tiangong had let go of a supreme talent with a 9th grade spiritual root, but had accepted a disciple with a 5th grade spiritual root. Could it be that there was something extraordinary about this 5th grade spirit root? "Where's Master Su?" the Island Master asked as he looked at Song Tianli. Regarding the matter of why Su Tiangong had taken on an apprentice, in his opinion, asking Song Tianli was probably a waste of time, but he still had to ask Su Tiangong. "Master, his old man left more than 2 hours ago, and didn't say exactly where he went. I don't know what the Island Master has to find him for. If the matter is not very urgent, I can help the Island Master with the relay," Song Tianli said in an unassuming manner. "When Elder Su comes back, you tell him that the Void God Realm's formations are having a little problem and need him to make repairs. Or, you tell him to come and see me," the islander said. "Yes, the disciple will certainly convey it. Although I don't know exactly what the reason is, since Master Su has accepted you as his disciple. Then in terms of seniority, we are of the same generation. In the future, when you see me, you don't have to perform the ritual of a disciple, nor do you have to call yourself a disciple. Just refer to yourself as Senior Brother," the Island Master said as he looked at Song Tianli. "Yes, Island Master Senior Brother." Song Tianli wasn't polite either. With the islander's certification, he could really super double up from there. Upon hearing this title from Song Tianli, the Island Master's brows frowned slightly, because in the past, people either called themselves Island Master or Senior Brother. After so many years, it was the first time that someone had called himself Island Master Senior Brother, and it felt a bit awkward. However, the Island Master didn't say anything about this. After all, Song Tianli's name-calling was correct. "Remember to relay my words to Master Su. I'll leave first. Greetings, Senior Island Master." From start to finish, Song Tianli acted with great respect and showed no highlights. There was no difference between his appearance and those ordinary to the core disciples. Ultimately, Song Tianli was different from Zhou He, and no matter what, he couldn't do anything that wild. After waiting for about 2 more hours, Su Tiangong finally returned. "Master, you're finally back. I missed you to death." Seeing Su Tiangong return, Song Tianli hurriedly greeted him. "Have a conversation. Don't give me this look. Disgusting." Su Tiangong hastily took a step back and said. Although he hadn't known Song Tianli for a long time, he could already tell that Song Tianli was definitely not as honest as he was when he first met him. This brat looks honest on the surface, but in reality he has a belly full of bad intentions. Being so enthusiastic now, there must already be some ulterior motive. "Master, it's been almost 5 hours since you left Thousand Blade Peak. Do you know how I've spent the last 5 hours? Do you know how much I've missed you?" The last words you left before you left, No, the commands you left behind. I didn't dare to neglect them in the slightest. Look, this is the house I built for you, and my hands are worn out. Do you know how much I've paid for this? Song Tianli was on the verge of tears as he spoke. For those who didn't know, they would have thought that Su Tiangong was no longer around. If you have something to say it. If you have a fart, don't give me this, Su Tiangong said with a black line on his head. This is a plan to give him away. This rebel of his own. He suddenly regretted, a little, taking on this disciple. When we first met, he was so polite and civilized. It's only been a short time since the original. Sure enough, people can disguise themselves, and even he, the old man, hid his eyes. Master, you went out there for so long, didn't you bring me any gifts? Song Tianli finally stated his purpose. Chapter 215 Void God Realm. Song Tianli's previous comment about draining his master bit by bit wasn't just a casual remark. He was going to put in action. Today this is just the beginning. Here, take it and get out of my face. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Su Tiangong took out something and threw it at him with a disgusted expression. As long as Song Tianli doesn't cry and mourn like he did just now, a gift is a gift. Think of it as buying a clean slate and saving him the heartache. Song Tianli took the item Su Tiangong threw at him and looked at it, realizing that it was a lower-grade spirit weapon. Thank you, Master, Song Tianli said with a grateful face. Although he only got a lower-grade spiritual weapon this time, he would have a long life ahead of him. Little by little, we can always get all of his master's treasures. If Su Tiangong knew Song Tianli's thoughts, he didn't know if he would just beat him up violently. When the time comes, it's sure to come as a surprise. You little brat, I'm not even dead yet, and you're thinking about my stuff. Song Tianli, who had achieved his goal, returned to normal at this time. Master, the island master came looking for you earlier. He said that the Void God Realm's formations had a little problem and asked you to go fix it. Void God Realm? Hearing this place, Su Tiangong's brows furrowed. Master, what is this Void God Realm? Song Tianli asked. It was the first time he had heard of this place. A place that could make the island master and his master pay so much attention to it was certainly not an ordinary existence. The Void God Realm is a space opened up by the 10 great God Realm cave heavens joining together. It allows one's divine soul to enter it and experience it as a divine soul. Although it's a divine soul that enters, in a sense, it's not much different from the real body. However, usually, in the Void God Realm, one does not die, and once the divine soul is heavily damaged, one will be transported out at the first opportunity. The reason I just said normally, that's because there are special circumstances. If a person possesses an ability or treasure that targets the divine soul, they can extinguish another person's divine soul. Once the divine soul is destroyed, then the person is basically dead. Of the two, the divine soul and the physical body, the divine soul is the root of a person. Hearing Su Tiangong's narration, a grand world appeared in Song Tianli's mind. This world is full of light, and the heavenly pride is gathered. In a sense, this world is kind of like a cloud world, between the virtual and the real. Master, can I travel to the cloud world? No. Can I travel to the Void God Realm? Song Tianli looked at Su Tiangong and asked. If he was able to travel to the Void God Realm, then his golden finger of killing might work. In this way, his strength would be able to continue to skyrocket. No, you're too weak. If you want to travel to the Void God Realm, you have to have at least the strength of the first level of the divine path. Otherwise, the divine soul would be torn apart by the power of the Void God Realm before anything could be done, Su Tiangong said. Hearing these words, the corners of Song Tianli's mouth stiffened. Is cultivation really stuck this dead? Tenri, practice hard. You only have a 5th grade spiritual root. Even with the aid of pills, it will take a long time to break through to the divine path realm. The 6 prefectures realm and the divine path realm seem to be just one step away from each other. But in reality, the gap between the two is like a heavenly rift. When you break through to the divine path realm, I'll take you into the Void God realm, Su Tiangong said. But, Master, I'm already at the divine path realm. As Song Tianli said this, a powerful aura surged out of his body. Feeling the aura of the first level of the divine path on Song Tianli's body, the corners of Su Tiangong's mouth twitched. When he first encountered Song Tianli, the strength Song Tianli displayed was only at the Sanzang realm. Later, when the two of them traveled to Thousand Blade Peak, Song Tianli himself said that he already possessed the strength of the Chifu realm. Today, knowing that one had to be at the first level of the divine path to enter the Void God realm, he displayed the aura of the first level of the divine path. Then if tomorrow, because of some matter, a divine path 2nd level strength was needed, then would Song Tianli have a divine path 2nd level strength again? Tell me honestly, what realm are you in? Su Tiangong asked as he looked at Song Tianli. Master, I'm just at the first level of the divine path. Song Tianli said very sincerely. This time, he didn't lie because this was already his truest cultivation. I'll believe the hell out of you. I'll check it out myself if you don't tell the truth, Su Tiangong said, stepping forward and grabbing Song Tianli's wrist, channeling a strand of aura from his body into his body. Very quickly, this strand of aura followed Song Tianli's meridians into his dantian. In this way, Song Tianli's true cultivation would be fully exposed to Su Tiangong's eyes. It was rude to check someone's cultivation in such a way, because then no one else has a single secret to keep. If Su Tiangong treated others like this, then they would just flip out, and it would be considered a loss for Su Tiangong. This behavior is similar to stripping someone naked and viewing their body. It was just Song Tianli who was his disciple, and it was not easy for Song Tianli to say anything when he did this. This time it's not a lie. After checking it out, Su Tiangong said as he looked at Song Tianli with an unexpected look, Master, I'm your dearest disciple, and you don't even believe me. My heart hurts. Is there still trust in this world? Where is the trust between people? As a master, to not believe in one's disciple. Is there such a master in this world? Song Tianli said in a pained tone. Okay, stop acting. I'll take you into the void god realm, Su Tiangong said without a trace of anger. Thank you, master. Hearing these words, Song Tianli's original grief-stricken appearance instantly disappeared without a trace. You're a dog's face, changing at the drop of a hat, Su Tiangong said with a bit of speechlessness. What kind of disciple did he take in? How could he be a human being with such no bottom line? How did you cultivate? With a mere 5th grade spiritual root, at such an age, you've actually cultivated to the first level of the divine path. This is a bit unconventional. Su Tiangong looked at Song Tianli and asked, cultivation, isn't that just having hands? Does this still require any talent? Song Tianli said with a feigned look of bewilderment. He looked very beaten up in that look. Tianli, honestly, are you a divine chosen? Su Tiangong suddenly looked at Song Tianli and asked. For someone from the 9 great states with a talent of only a 5th grade spiritual root to be able to cultivate to the first level of the divine path at such an age, he couldn't think of any other reason other than this possibility. Divine chosen? Master, you're also underestimating me too much. I'm the son of heaven's destiny. How can I be compared to a mere divine chosen? Regarding this speculation from Su Tiangong, Song Tianli was not the least bit flustered as he had long thought that Su Tiangong would ask this. Chapter 216, Fighting with the Master. When Song Tianli decided to reveal his cultivation, he had already thought that his master might guess about him being a divine chosen. He had previously been trying to use all sorts of ways to piss Su Tiangong off, just to see Su Tiangong's character. After his trial and error, he could initially determine that Su Tiangong's character was still quite good, even when he was so angry that he was about to explode. He just punched him and cursed him, and it wasn't hard. The Chosen One's golden finger could not be snatched away by anyone other than the Chosen One now. And even if one's master knew that one was a chosen one, it would be no big deal. Of course, regarding the identity of the chosen of God, even if his master had all sorts of speculations, he wouldn't admit it positively. As long as he doesn't admit to it, then the thing doesn't count as getting a yes. As long as his master didn't take a shot at him, then there was nothing he could do about it. If it really came to the worst kind of point and his master took a shot at him, he had thought of a way back. With the many means he had now, there was no problem with staying alive. The big deal is, after escaping, to leave the Four Seasons pomp and circumstance for a while. Go is a family affair for him and doesn't have much of an impact on his life. And he could use this to use the golden finger of killing to enhance his strength. Of course, it would be best if his master didn't take a shot at him. It could be said that Song Tianli had prepared for the best and the worst. After his analysis, the benefits of his doing so far outweighed the disadvantages. Su Tiangong smiled disdainfully when he heard Song Tianli's lame excuse. Just you? Still the son of heaven's destiny. Why don't you say that you are heaven's destiny? Su Tiangong said with contempt. However, his heart was already 80% certain about Song Tianli's identity as a chosen of God. He didn't really think of anything in particular. It was more, well, excitement. After all, it was still quite pleasing to have a chosen of God as a disciple. The divine chosen were the ones who created miracles, and would surely be able to carry forward the Tao of formation. Earlier in the day, Song Tianli said that he wanted to become a 9th grade formation master within 3 years. If he really is the chosen one, it's not out of the question. Master, I, the son of heaven's destiny, beat the money and deliver the creation. Song Tianli said. Hit the money right, here you go. Su Tiangong said, directly kicking out. He was inexplicably a little excited at the thought that he would be able to beat up a chosen of God from time to time in the future. Song Tianli seemed to have thought that Su Tianli would kick him with his foot. So after the words were said, he hastily jumped backward, and his master didn't kick him. Come over here and let me kick your ass. Otherwise, I won't take you to the Void God realm. Su Tiangong looked at Song Tianli and said, Master, if you don't take me with you, I'll go cry for you. The kind that cries from Spring Hill to Winter Hill and cries at everyone. In response to Su Tiangong's threat, Song Tianli didn't take it to heart at all and instead made a counter-threat. Su Tiangong was speechless at Song Tianli's threat, because from what he's known for a while, this little brat, he can really do something like this. Master, in terms of being shameless and having a low lower limit, you're really no match for me. Master, a word of advice, you'd better admit defeat, Song Tianli said a bit smugly. Hearing this, Su Tiangong had a black line on his face. A person is shameless and has a low bottom line, and that's worth showing off? You're right. In terms of having a low lower limit, I am indeed inferior to you, Su Tiangong said. If Song Tianli really gave him a funeral cry, crying from Spring Mountain to Winter Mountain, then his old face would be disgraced, and I'm afraid that he would be reduced to the laughingstock of 4 seasons Panglai. Master, are you planning to admit defeat? Song Tianli asked. Ha! Hearing Song Tianli say that, Su Tiangong let out a mocking smile. In the next second, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction where Song Tianli was. At that moment, Song Tianli felt his body flying towards Su Tiangong without any control. He struggled with all his might, but nothing helped. His strength was far too inferior to Su Tiangong. Of course, if he used Goldfinger's skill, he would be able to dodge it, but he didn't want to expose that to his master. A piece of the sky in 4 hours of Panglai, inquiring to find out who is the master. Playing scoundrel with me, are you good enough? And I cried in mourning, from Spring Hill to Winter Hill, crying at everyone. I'll break both of your legs right now and chain you up with a dog chain. Let's see if you can still go. Su Tiangong shouted angrily while kicking with his feet. It had to be said that Song Tianli's ability to anger people was really strong. He thought he was pretty well cultivated, and in this short while, he was exasperated and moved his hands several times. Master, I was wrong. Wrong. Don't hit your face, Song Tianli said as he protected his face with both hands. He didn't realize that his master, an old family man, didn't speak of martial virtues, couldn't talk his way out of it, and went so far as to use force to crush it. It's too late to admit you're wrong. I'll let you know today why the flowers are so red, Su Tiangong said as he continued to kick Song Tianli. Song Tianli had no choice but to do his best to protect his face. He didn't rely on his face for food, but he couldn't break it either. However, Su Tiangong realized this, and instead of kicking Song Tianli anywhere else, he kicked at that face of Song Tianli. Song Tianli could only dodge as much as possible. Half an hour later, Song Tianli dustily followed behind Su Tiangong, as if he had been beaten by 500 people in a poker game. The encounter between master and disciple was ultimately slightly better because of the master's superior strength. At this time, Su Tiangong brought Song Tianli with him to head to the Void God realm. Of course, before that, they'd have to make a trip to the islander. The island master said that there was a problem with the Void God realm's formations. Su Tiangong was the #1 formation master of the 4 seasons Panglai, and things like repairing formations naturally fell on his head. Very quickly, Song Tianli followed his master and arrived at the place where the 4 seasons Panglai islander resided. This is not only the highest place in 4 seasons Horai, but also the center of the whole 4 seasons Horai. It was the first time for Song Tianli to come to this place. He surveyed his surroundings with a curious gaze. He realized it was like a fairyland. Not only were the glorious palaces lined up, but the spirit beasts were flying around. A scene of heaven and man. Above the sky, colorful clouds fluttered, rainbows hung, and there were spirit beasts weaving in and out of the clouds. It was no exaggeration to say that the most beautiful places Song Tianli had ever seen were not even a tenth of this place. There's no need to be too formal once you meet the islander and the others. Anyone you can see here is either your senior brother or sister or your nephew. Treat them with the attitude they deserve, without being too complimentary. Of course, one mustn't be too unbridled. Su Tiangong admonished Song Tianli at this time. Yes, my disciple keeps this in mind, Song Tianli said seriously. Chapter 217 Senior Brother's Gift. When Song Tianli was in private, he fought with Su Tiangong like a rebel. But when you go out, the respect you should have for your own master should not be missing at all. It's very facetious, especially in a crowded place. Su Tiangong's greatest satisfaction with Song Tianli was also this point. As outrageous as their master and disciple usually were, that was how the two of them got along. Going out, face can pass, master and disciple one heart. In his view, it is enough. Let's go inside, Su Tiangong said, and then took Song Tianli and flew towards the highest and most luxurious palace. At this time, Song Tianli also put away his curiosity. His face was calm as he looked ahead. The thousands of sights next to the palace were like floating clouds to him, and he wouldn't even look at them more than once. Su Tiangong saw this appearance of Song Tianli with his afterimage and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. That's how one's disciple has to be, Tarzan in front of him without changing his face. In that respect, Song Tianli was still able to hold his own. Very quickly, the two arrived in front of the largest palace. Song Tianli glanced up and realized that at the front of this palace, there were 3 large gilt characters written, the Palace of Panglai. The palace that dared to use the word Panglai as its name. It was definitely the most important place in 4 seasons Panglai. After all, this represented the face of the 4 seasons of Panglai. As he entered towards the Panglai Palace, Song Tianli realized that on both sides of this palace, there were 2 disciples standing guard. Greetings, Master Su. Those 2 disciples greeted Su Tiangong respectfully after seeing him. In response to the two's greetings, Su Tiangong merely nodded casually. As a 4 times Panglai seniority, and the number 1 formation master, Su Tiangong naturally had his own arrogance. It was more than approachable for him to nod at the 2. Song Tianli didn't salute those 2 and followed Su Tiangong's lead, walking directly into the middle of the Panglai Hall. Who is this? Why is he here with Master Su? I don't recognize it. It looks relatively young. It can't be a disciple taken in by Master Su, right? Impossible. Don't you understand Master Su? He doesn't accept disciples at all. This person looks mediocre. How could he fall into Master Su's eyes? Mediocre? I look okay looking. What's the point of looking okay? It depends on talent and cultivation. After seeing Song Tianli and Su Tiangong enter the Panglai Hall, the 2 disciples standing guard talked. It was just that they didn't know what kind of relationship Song Tianli and Su Tiangong had, and could only make guesses. After Su Tiangong entered the Panglai Palace, he found 3 old men standing in the middle of the palace. After they saw Su Tiangong, they hurriedly saluted and greeted him. Greetings, Elder Su. You're welcome. Tianli, let me introduce you. These 3 are the Law Enforcement Hall Master, the Contribution Hall Master, and the Alchemy Hall Master. It's all about your senior. This is my new disciple, Song Tianli. Su Tiangong made an introduction for a few people. Greetings to the 3 senior brothers. Song Tianli saluted respectfully. Senior Su, you actually took in a disciple? The Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall said as he looked at Su Tiangong with an incredulous look. The look was as incredible as seeing an iron tree blossom. What? Old man can't take on disciples? Su Tiangong asked rhetorically. I don't mean that. It's just that in the past, when there was a 9th grade spiritual root Heavenly Pride, senior uncle couldn't even look at it. What's so special about this Song Tianli? The Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall asked with a bit of puzzlement. He had just taken a look at Song Tianli, and it did look mediocre. He and the old man have a bond. The fact that the old service takes on disciples that are related to me enough is enough. Hearing Su Tiangong say that, the 3 Hall Masters all gave him a skeptical look. Such words as having a destiny are only good for fooling 3-year-olds. And once you're over 4, they're not even good for fooling. They're a stick in the mud if they believe that reasoning. They could be certain that there was definitely some unknown collusion between Song Tianli and Su Tiangong. However, they didn't pursue the matter. If Su Tiangong was willing to say it, he would have said it a long time ago and wouldn't have waited until now. It was always a good thing when he took on a disciple. What? All of you who are senior brothers aren't going to show your appreciation when you meet your senior brother for the first time? Seeing the eyes of the 3, Su Tiangong narrowed his eyes at the 3 and said, once any of the 3 dared to say a word, he was already prepared to split his head and scold him. Song Tianli's eyes lit up when he heard Su Tiangong say that. I didn't realize that this master of his was quite good at thinking of himself and knew to ask for gifts for himself. These 3 were all hall masters, so I'm sure the meet and greet gifts they gave out wouldn't be too stingy. Many thanks to the 3 senior brothers. Thus, Song Tianli hurriedly said his thanks. He said thank you before the gift was even given, which was forcing the 3 to give. As expected, when they heard Song Tianli say this, the 3 of them glanced at each other and a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes. They somewhat understood at this time why Su Tianyong would take Song Tianli as his disciple. This shamelessness, the 2 of them are exactly the same. With that said, the 3 of them would have to give a meet and greet gift, no matter how reluctant they were. It was rare for Master Su to take on a disciple, so giving a meet and greet gift wasn't a big deal. Here is a bottle of Qi recovery pill, which can quickly restore the consumed spiritual Qi in your body. The Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall took out a bottle of elixir and handed it to Song Tianli and said, this is 10,000 contribution points. The Hall Master of the Contribution Hall took out a jade slip and handed it to Song Tianli. It's a bottle of 1-element heavy water. You are Master Su's disciple. You must have outstanding talent in the path of formations. This yuan heavy water will be useful when setting up formations in the future. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall handed Song Tianli a green-colored bottle. Hearing him say that, both Su Tiangong and the other 2 Hall Masters turned their gazes towards him. They hadn't expected that the hall master of the law enforcement hall would send out such a precious meet and greet gift. The so-called yuan heavy water can weigh 10,000 pounds in a single drop, and can be transformed into a lake when it falls to the ground. It's one of those things that's extremely rare. Such a treasure was not even possessed by Su Tiangong. I didn't expect the hall master of the law enforcement hall to be willing to give such a thing to Song Tianli. Although Song Tianli didn't know what a yuan heavy water was, he knew that this yuan heavy water must be something good when he saw the look in his master's and the other two hall masters' eyes. Thus, he hastily took the gifts from the three without hesitation. It was also fortunate that there were special talisman seals on top of the bottle of this yuan heavy water. Otherwise, this bottle of the yuan heavy water, with his current strength, would not be able to hold it at all. He had thought that he had come out this time, just to grow up and hit the ground running. I didn't realize that there were surprises. Something like this better come around a few more times.